Qingmei kissed me forcefully in front of my parents, and her hands involuntarily roamed around. My parents just smiled at each other and left the room. Unexpectedly, the next moment, Qingmei smirked and pulled out a kitchen knife from her clothes. Seeing this scene, I quickly retreated in fear. Since childhood, Bai Xiaoyi has been very reclusive and has a sickly liking for me, not allowing any opposite sex around me. Otherwise she would use extreme methods to separate us. But last night, I openly confessed my love to the class flower in front of the whole school. At this moment, Bai Xiaoyi's eyes were very dark, as if approaching me like prey. Xiao Tian, you haven't been good lately, but it's okay. You won't have a chance to confess to other girls in the future. From now on, I will take you to worship at the graves of these people every year. I understand that I can't escape now, so I can only try to calm Bai Xiaoyi down and make her put down the knife in a soothing way. But Bai Xiaoyi seemed not to hear, and she pushed me down on the bed, then kept rubbing the cold blade on my face. Xiao Tian, do you think we should cut off the hands first or the feet first? Feeling a sense of death looming, I couldn't hold back anymore, my hands struggling frantically, unexpectedly grabbing a pair of soft buns. The indifference on Bai Xiaoyi's face instantly turned into a flush, his eyes staring straight at me. Suddenly, Bai Xiaoyi pressed his whole body against mine, his lips gently approaching my ear. If Xiao Tian wants to go further, it's not impossible, or I can also take the initiative a bit. I felt the warmth coming from my ear, a sense of evil rising in my heart, but fortunately a trace of reason remained. Bai Xiaoyi, could you please get up first? I can hardly breathe. Seeing my expression very uncomfortable, Bai Xiaoyi reluctantly moved away from me, but the kitchen knife still tightly held in hand. In order to completely dispel Bai Xiaoyi's concerns, I leaned towards her after getting up, and then tried to take the kitchen knife from her hand. But Bai Xiaoyi held onto the kitchen knife tightly and did not let go, her eyes still alertly watching me. Be obedient. I won't run away, I gently reassured her. Bai Xiaoyi then completely relaxed her guard, slowly releasing the kitchen knife from her hand. Can you call me Xiaoka in the future? It feels more intimate this way. Seeing no response from me, Bai Xiaoyi lowered her trembling body and head without making a sound. Witnessing this scene, I was very anxious, afraid that she would erupt again and pull out the kitchen knife. So I quickly agreed to her request. Bai Xiaoyi had a few tears in the corners of her eyes, and a slight smile on her lips as she looked at me. Call me Xiaoka, Xiaoka, call me again. After calling her a dozen times in a row, I finally managed to calm her emotions down, and as I looked at the lovely girl in front of me, my heart couldn't help but be filled with excitement. Xiao Ku, it was an accident when I confessed to that girl last night. Actually, I never liked that girl at all. Bai Xiaoyi opened her eyes and looked at me coldly. Why do I seem to have heard that you cried after being rejected yesterday? Looking at her eyes, I understood that if I didn't answer well, the kitchen knife next to the bed would probably appear in her hand the next moment. I stared back at Bai Xiaoyi with determination because I wanted to make you jealous. Bai Xiaoyi saw that I didn't seem to be lying. Tears uncontrollably flowed out. Xiao Tian, is what you said true? Yes, it's true, I answered her firmly, and then kept answering Bai Xiaoyi's various questions, and finally directly hugged her and kissed her. Xiao Ku, I like you. I also like Xiao Tian. Bai Xiaoyi's little head kept burrowing into my arms. After a while, I heard her sniffles in my arms. I found Bai Xiaoyi curled up like a little cat in my arms. Then I gently put her on the bed. During this process, I found that her waist was stiff, but I didn't pay much attention to it. After putting the kitchen knife in the living room, I went to the bathroom to wash up. In my heart, I silently started a plan to cure her tsundere personality through influence. On the other side, Bai Xiaoyi had a dream in bed, dreaming that I had abandoned her and eloped with another girl. Then she woke up in panic, looking around frantically, only to find that the boy she had been thinking about was no longer by her side. The scenes from the dream kept coming back, and Bai Xiaoyi couldn't bear it anymore. Her light blue eyes gradually turned dark, her nails embedded in her palms, her head tilted to the side, like a broken doll. It's better to lock Xiao Tian up, so Xiao Tian will behave. Bai Xiaoyi slowly got out of bed and found that the kitchen knife at the head of the bed was missing. Xiao Tian is really cunning. Then he took out a fruit knife from his waist. Just then, I opened the door with a spatula and walked in with a smile. You woke up so quickly. Go wash your hands and get ready to eat. Suddenly I saw the fruit knife in Bai Xiaoyi's hand, and couldn't help but fall silent. Where did this knife come from again? Pinned to your waist. I said just how to feel. Ahem. Is there any other contraband on you? No more, no more. Lin Xiaoshi hurriedly shook her head. It's good that there aren't any. Here, give me the knife for safekeeping. Bai Xiaoyi extended his hand and said. Lin Xiaoshi handed the handle of the knife towards Bai Xiaoyi. Don't ever carry anything dangerous like that on you again. Okay? Got it. Bai Xiaoyi nodded Lin Xiaoshi's forehead and said. Alright, come out to eat. so you can taste my handiwork. He actually knows how to cook. There's a lot you don't know. Well, go wash your hands. Aha! Bai Xiaoyi was a handyman in a restaurant during his lifetime, and a master in the kitchen took care of him a little bit, so he also learned a little bit from the hands of the master. Although it cannot be said to be delicious, but definitely not difficult to eat. When Lin Xiaoxi was sleeping, Bai Xiaoyi found some simple ingredients from the refrigerator to make a tomato scrambled eggs and vegetable soup. After placing the fruit knife and the wood knife together, Bai Xiaoyi took a seat on the living room table, his mind thinking about the plan behind it. Well, the main goals right now are two. The first item is to cure Lin Xiaoshi's sickly personality. The second item is to take care of the school matters. Guess who I am? A pair of hands covered by Xiaoyi's eyes, and there was a scent of strawberries mixed in. It must be my favorite girl. Then who is that girl? Her name is Lin Xiaoshi. Bai Xiaoyi held the girl's hands in his own with a smile on his face as he looked at Lin Xiaoshi. Lin Xiaoshi's eyes were full of love. If it was in an anime, it would be the look of loving eyes. Cough cough. Well, quickly eat or the food will get cold. Bai Xiaoyi sensed that the atmosphere was off. If it continued like this, Lin Xiaoshi would probably take him for his next meal. Aha! I'm going to sit next to Yi. Lin Xiaoshi pulled the stool away from Bai Xiaoyi tightly and clamped some scrambled eggs in Bai Xiaoyi's bowl. Yi ate first. It was hard on you. Thanks, Xiao. Looking at the expectant Lin Xiaoshi, Bai Xiaoyi similarly gave Lin Xiaoshi a dish. That's always satisfying. Hey, Yi is the best. Soon the two finished eating. Lin Xiaoxi took the initiative to go wash the dishes. Bai Xiaoyi also let her go. Upon seeing Bai Xiaoyi return to his room, Lin Xiaoshi's sly gaze went to the chopsticks Bai Xiaoyi had used. Dessert's done. Now it's time for the main course. The sun was setting and the sky was getting darker. Bai Xiaoyi played the game for a while in his bedroom and looked at the word failure written on his phone. Ugh, it's so pointless. Not ringing pill spicy. Bai Xiaoyi lay on the bed, a hint of strawberry flavor drifting in through his nose. It's been 10 minutes. Has Xiaoshi not finished washing? Is something wrong? Bai Xiaoyi was just thinking about this when Lin Xiaoshi walked in through the door with a satisfied smile on her face. Sure, Ori, what's taking you so long to wash the dishes? I just washed it a couple more times in case I didn't get it clean. Look at that. What a gentle, considerate girl. It would be nice if there were no knives on her. Little E. What's wrong? Tonight I can. A vibration came from Lin Xiaoshi's pocket, and then he stopped talking, but shivered and took out his cell phone, his eyes staring blankly at the screen on the phone. What's wrong, Xiao? Is something wrong? Noticing Lin Xiaoshi's difference, Bai Xiaoyi walked up and expressed his concern. No, nothing. Lin Xiaoshi sensed Bai Xiaoyi's proximity and ruthlessly turned off the phone. Yi, I'm leaving. Is the family urging you to go back? Well, as Bai Xiaoyi watched the sky begin to darken, he realized that night was approaching. And it was no wonder that Lin Xiaoxi's family would urge Xiaoxi to go back. It was strange that Bai Xiaoyi had at least spent so much time with Lin Xiaoshi, but he didn't have Lin Xiaoshi's family or place of residence in his memory. Then I'll leave first. Lin Xiaoshi turned around and tried to leave after giving Bai Xiaoyi a reluctant look. Wait. Bai Xiaoyi pulled Lin Xiaoshi into a hug, piggybacking his own jacket along the way. It's not safe out there in the dark. I'll walk you down. Aha. The two quickly took the elevator and walked downstairs. Say, Xiao, how did you know my house was here? Lin Xiaoshi didn't answer, just buried her head and walked forward. Looking at the preoccupied girl in front of him, Bai Xiao held Lin Xiaoshi's hand and squeezed it. If Xiao has any difficulties, make sure you talk to me. Yo, Lin Xiaoshi clutched Bai Xiaoyi's hand as if she was afraid of losing him. Please, don't abandon Xiao, okay? Xiaoshi only has you. Looking at the frightened Lin Xiaoshi in front of him, Bai Xiaoyi took Lin Xiaoshi in his arms and gently patted her back. How could I abandon Xiao? I'll always be with Xiao. Bai Xiaoyi took his jacket off and draped it over Lin Xiaoshi's shoulders. It's cold at night. Don't catch a cold. You've changed so much. Lin Xiaoshi looked up at Bai Xiaoyi. Oops. It's hard not to be discovered. Bai Xiaoyi's cold sweat continued to ooze out. If Lin Xiaoshi knew that he was not the original body, he would probably be, but Xiao loved it. Lin Xiaoshi continued to bury her head into Bai Xiaoyi's chest after she finished speaking, her two small hands tightly encircling Bai Xiaoyi's waist as if she wanted to melt herself into it. The vibration of the cell phone rang once more, and Bai Xiaoyi could clearly feel Lin Xiaoshi's body trembling slightly. Yi, I have to go, so I'll just drop it off here. Before the words were finished, Lin Xiaoshi broke away from Bai Xiaoyi's embrace and disappeared into the dark night with Bai Xiaoyi's clothes. When Bai Xiaoyi tried to go after Lin Xiaoshi's shadow was long gone. Why does it feel weird? Why don't we just go to Xiao's house next time? Bai Xiaoyi said, then took out his cell phone and wanted to send a message to Lin Xiaoshi, but when Bai Xiaoyi opened his address book, he only saw 3 contacts, which were Dad, Mom, and one that said, demon. Bai Xiaoyi didn't say anything, just silently changed the demon to an angel, then sent a message to Xiao Shi. When Xiao arrives home, send me a message as soon as possible, or I'll be worried. Well, go back. Bai Xiaoyi bought some more frozen dumplings downstairs and returned home. Only after Bai Xiaoyi finished his shower did he receive a message from Lin Xiaoshi. Angel, I'm home, wavy dash, don't worry about me. I'll be coming to see after school tomorrow. Good night When he saw the message from Lin Xiaoxi, he finally breathed a sigh of relief and returned a good night. Bai Xiaoyi then went to bed, just crossed over and experienced a big ups and downs. Now he can always rest for a while. Lin Xiaoxi placed her cell phone in her own bag, and the smile on her face gradually froze. With a creak, the door to the room was opened, a wine bottle smashed, and the fragments scattered at Lin Xiaoxi's feet. You're quite capable of not coming back this late, and you've called twice and hung up. A muffled voice came from a man with a big belly lying on the sofa, staring viciously at Lin Xiaoxi. Yeah, sorry. Why don't you get your ass to the dishes? The man chortled. The whole room reeked of alcohol and the odor of sweat. Lin Xiaoxi returned to her room and carefully folded Bai Xiaoyi's clothes and placed them next to her pillow. Wait here for me yo. I'll be back in a bit. Lin Xiaoxi said into her clothes, as if in front of her was Bai Xiaoyi himself. The faucet was turned on and there was a squeaking sound coming from the hose after a few seconds before the water slowly flowed out. Lin Xiaoxi was placing the last plate in the cupboard when the man's voice in the living room sounded again. Why are you back so late? Because of some sudden school stuff so. Pa. The man raised his palm towards Lin Xiaoxi and slapped him heavily. You actually sneaked off to find that boy, didn't you? Upon hearing these words, Lin Xiaoxi's body shook, and her party's indifferent gaze instantly became vicious. What do you want? Don't make that face at me, or I'll make sure you never see him again tomorrow. And don't forget that my brothers know him too. Don't! Lin Xiaoxi instantly softened and said in shock. Then come to my bedroom later. My dagger hasn't seen blood in ages. Lin Xiaoxi walked out of the kitchen. The living room did not have the figure of a man. No need to guess that the man in the bedroom waiting for her, first returned to the bedroom, will be on the body of the school uniform removed. The moonlight outside the window illuminated Lin Xiaoxi's body. A slender and slim figure appeared under the moon. Even the moonlight seemed to be a few points weaker, but if one were to look closely, they would see that the girl's back was strewn with wounds, a grisly gash that made for a flawed work of art. Each wound signaled the gruesome treatment the young girl had suffered. Lin Xiaoxi opened the closet and casually took a clean white long shirt and changed into it, then left the bedroom. The open closet surprisingly contained dozens of identical white shirts. Jab. The dagger slowly slashed through Lin Xiaoxi's back deeper and deeper. Ha ha ha, what a treat, the man said with a demented look on his face. Several more wounds were left on Lin Xiaoxi's back one after another before the man tossed the dagger aside. I have to say, you're still the one who carries it the best. Those previous tools ran out of gas in less than a month, and I had to sneak in to get rid of them. With that, the man took the bottle and left the house, probably to go outside to drink with his fox friends. Out of some kind of special fetish, he only liked to brutalize, so did not do anything else with Lin Xiaoxi. Curled up in the corner of the wall, Lin Xiaoxi weakly opened his eyes. The red shirt on his back was already soaked and stuck together with sweat and blood. Fighting against the intense discomfort of her body, Lin Xiaoxi staggered to her feet and returned to her room. Locking the door, Lin Xiaoxi took out the medical kit under the bed and unscrewed the alcohol and poured it directly onto her back. The pain coming from her body had long since numbed Lin Xiaoxi and didn't show a hard expression. Lying on her bed, Lin Xiaoxi couldn't help but think about the events of today. She had thought that today would be the collapse of the world in her mind, but she didn't know that it would be a new beginning. Holding Bai Xiaoyi's clothes tightly in her arms, she drifted off to sleep. I could have endured the darkness if I had never seen the light. The sound of the alarm clock woke Bai Xiaoyi, who sat up in a daze and yawned. It was hard to get through college, and now I have to do it all over again. I don't know whether to be happy or depressed. After simply making a breakfast, Bai Xiaoyi went out the door. Just after opening the door of the apartment, he saw Lin Xiaoxi in school uniform standing at the door with a bag of buns. When it came to school uniforms, we had to talk about Bai Xiaoyi's school. The school Bai Xiaoyi attends is called Rongqing University, which is the best local school in Rongqing. School uniforms are also very youthful. Boys are a shirt plus a jacket with a school logo. Pants are more loose casual pants. The girls' tops are the same, but there are two types of pants. One with the same casual pants as the boys, and one with a long pleated skirt with safety pants. And Lin Xiaoxi was the one who wore the pleated skirt today, filled with a lively and lovely atmosphere. When Lin Xiaoxi saw that it was Bai Xiaoyi who appeared at the apartment door, her eyes lit up and she quickly walked over to Bai Xiaoyi and handed out the breakfast in her hand while saying with a hint of worry, "Good morning I brought you breakfast. Want some?" Lin Xiaoxi was afraid that Bai Xiaoyi would change back to his old self, so she didn't dare to raise her head to meet Bai Xiaoyi's eyes. looking at Lin Xiaoshi, whose hair was blown about by the wind. Bai Xiaoyi's nose soured. The only people who cared about him like this in life were his own parents. Bai Xiaoyi took Lin Xiaoshi's breakfast, fixing her hair and asking softly, "Been waiting a long time? Look at your hair all blown up." No. I just got here too." Looking at Bai Xiaoyi's behavior, Lin Xiaoxi's previous worries were swept away, and her heart was as sweet as if she had eaten candied fruit. You eat it. Okay, I'll eat." Bai Xiaoyi took out a xiaolong bao from the bag and put it in his mouth. Although his stomach was still full after breakfast, Bai Xiaoyi swallowed it hard as he looked at the expectant Lin Xiaoxi. "Has Xiao had breakfast yet?" I've eaten. Doesn't have to mind me." Lin Xiaoshi even waved her hands, but her eyes were avoiding Bai Xiaoyi's gaze. This girl can't hide anything. Bai Xiaoyi took a xiaolong bao and placed it at Lin Xiaoshi's mouth. "Open your mouth." I don't Stuffing the xiaolong bao into Lin Xiaoshi's mouth. Looking at Lin Xiaoshi, who puffed up his mouth like a small hamster, Bai Xiaoyi appeared to have awakened some kind of strange fetish, sending the remaining xiaolong bao into Lin Xiaoshi's mouth one by one. Bad. Lin Xiaoshi glared viciously at Bai Xiaoyi after she swallowed the last bite of the bun. "It's obvious that Xiao lied to me first, and this is Xiao's punishment." Bai Xiaoyi smiled smugly, and suddenly Lin Xiaoshi lifted Bai Xiaoyi's hand that had just been holding the bun in a swift motion and bit Bai Xiaoyi's finger. "Xiao, you. Thanks for the hospitality." Lin Xiaoshi gave a crooked smile. He then left behind a dumbfounded Bai Xiaoyi to take the lead and walk towards the school. In the first encounter, Lin Xiaoxi finished the game. The two came to the school. Because Lin Xiaoshi and Bai Xiaoyi were in different classes, so Lin Xiaoshi reached out her hand and pulled the corner of Bai Xiaoyi's clothes to read the words. Can I come see you after school?" "Yeah, I'll be waiting for Xiao when the time comes." "Aha, that's a good deal then." After seeing Bai Xiaoyi agree, Lin Xiaoshi happily left. Looking at the classroom door, the words, "Junior Class 3, were written on it. Bai Xiaoyi walked in. There were only a few people in the classroom because they got up early in the morning. Plus their homes were close by. After searching in his memory for a while, all of them were people that the original owner didn't know very well. Bai Xiaoyi returned to his seat. As the saying goes, the back row by the window is the home of the king. After sitting in his seat, a boy came up and struck up a conversation with Bai Xiaoyi. "Bai Xiaoyi, did you really confess to Li yesterday?" "Well, there is that. Instead of covering up and explaining, it would be better to admit it in a big way so as not to cause any other mischief. It's okay, don't be discouraged." The boy patted Bai Xiaoyi's shoulder. "There are many boys who confess to Li, and there are many who were rejected. Don't give up the whole forest for a single leaf." "I wasn't thinking about you, Li. So what were you thinking?" "I was wondering what your name was." The boy first froze for a moment after hearing these words, then he hurriedly kept his distance from Bai Xiaoyi and covered himself, saying, "Bai Xiaoyi, people can't, or at least shouldn't I treat you as a classmate. You actually want to." Bai Xiaoyi's face went black when he heard this and he hurriedly interrupted. I can't remember your name. Don't brainstorm yourself." That's right." The boy gave a disappointed, "Oh no," relieved look. "No way. It's been 3 years and you don't even know my Wanhu ancestor? I'm a famous presence in the university. The prodigal son Wanhu who can be feared for passing through all the flowers and not touching a single leaf." Wanhu posed for a JoJo stand-up after he finished, looking at Bai Xiaoyi's helpless expression. Wanhu couldn't take it anymore and punched Bai Xiaoyi's shoulder. "Are you, boy, secretly laughing at me?" No. I do think you're quite nice," Bai Xiaoyi said as he rubbed his shoulders. "Say, could you not use so much force? It's murder." Ha. "Sorry, how about this? Let's pay our respects. From now on, you Bai Xiaoyi will be my brother Wanhu." "Good, then please ask old Wan to cover me more in the future." Bai Xiaoyi opened his mouth. Wanhu's character is still interesting and it's good to make a friend. Wanhu patted his chest with conviction. "Don't worry, old white. Leave it to me." "But why does old Wang sound weird? Doesn't that make you look mature?" "And rightly so." Wanhu nodded his head in mock contemplation. Isn't that Bai Xiaoyi, the stuffy guy in our class?" A sharp and piercing voice came from the classroom door. A girl was then seen walking into the classroom, and it was none other than Li Yi. Li Yi still had a certain amount of beauty, but if you looked closely, you could tell that she was wearing some light makeup. Compared to Lin Xiaoxi, Li Yi is more charming, while Lin Xiaoxi is pure and lovely. Bai Xiaoyi vaguely remembers that the reason why the original owner fell in love with Li Yi was that when she entered the school in her freshman year, Li Yi went around canvassing for votes in order to run for the position of class president, and as a result, she tied the vote with the other candidate, and in the end, Bai Xiaoyi was the only one left without a vote. The next day, Li Yi took the initiative to find Bai Xiaoyi, Less than a day to get Bai Xiaoyi's vote was elected class president of the third class, and Bai Xiaoyi also stupidly think that people have a good feeling about themselves. So like Li Yi, this like is 3 years, class president. There's no need to taunt people like that. If you leave a thread of life behind, we'll meet again in the future. Wang Hu smiled sarcastically. Li Yi stared at Wang Hu then continued. I'm telling the truth. I don't know who called me up to the rooftop at noon yesterday and cracked up with a bunch of greasy talk. It was really nasty enough. Li, don't go too far. Wang Hu pointed at Li and said. What? Did I say something wrong? Bai Xiaoyi wrapped up the Wang Hu wanted to rush up. Good guy, real brother. Something he is really on. Okay, old Wang, a dog bites you and you want to bite it back? There's no need. Yes, old white. Or you thought of it. Wang Hu straightened his rolled up sleeves. Who are you two calling a dog? Whoever answers is a minion. Bai Xiaoyi shrugged his shoulders and looked at Li Yi. The class also entered the classroom one after another and laughed at the sight. Hey, what's happening, Melon? I just got in. Tell me about it. Classmate A said to classmate B. Looking at it, Bai Xiaoyi doesn't seem to like Li Yi. Could it be that there was something else going on yesterday? Classmate C said. I can't get to it. Classmate D said. I don't know. Don't know on AI. Ahem. The old class is here. Stop talking. Classmate E stabbed classmate D's shoulder and said. Into the doorway walked a middle-aged man with glasses, wearing a plaid shirt and a pair of leather boots. Around his waist hung a belt with a set of keys hanging from it. A living model student of male virtue. What's with the noise? Our class is the loudest on the entire floor. The majestic voice rang out, and the class immediately quieted down. It's junior year now, and we're graduating in March. Look at the way you are running towards graduation. Li Yi, as the class president, you don't organize the students to study in the morning, even if it's not enough, but you also make a fuss in the class. What kind of behavior is it? Don't tell anyone that you're my Zhao Deju's student. It's embarrassing. The man in front of him was called Zhao Deju. He was the homeroom teacher of the third class of the third year of college, and the people in the class privately called him Old Zhao. He was usually an easygoing character, but as long as he was angered, it could be a volcanic eruption. Old Zhao has taught for a lifetime, and Bai Xiaoyi's class is Old Zhao's close disciple. And then send off this batch of students after Old Zhao will also be honored to retire. So Old Zhao on this last batch of students, but the expectations are great. Which teacher doesn't want his students to have a bright future? I'm sorry, Mr. Zhao. I'll organize a self-study for everyone. Li Yi glared angrily at Bai Xiaoyi and Wang Hu, and then began to organize the students to study. Bai Xiaoyi, come to my office. Everyone else have a good study session. Zhao Deju lifted his glasses and said to Bai Xiaoyi. So Bai Xiaoyi left the classroom with Wang Hu's gloating expression. Arriving at the office door, Bai Xiaoyi softly knocked twice, followed by Zhao Deju's voice from the room. Come in. Pushing open the door of the room, Bai Xiaoyi saw a serious-faced Zhao Deju sitting on a chair correcting papers. Noticing that the atmosphere was off, Bai Xiaoyi found a paper cup by the water fountain, caught a cup of hot water, and placed it in front of Zhao Deju's desk. Old Zhao, you drink water. Looking at the attentive Bai Xiaoyi, even Zhao Deju, who had been a veteran teacher for decades, was amused. Bai Xiaoyi, in all my years of teaching, the first time I've seen a student who can still be so comfortable when I'm serious-faced. Maybe it's because I'm more mature, Bai Xiaoyi said playfully. At least he was a college student before he was born. Although his body was immature, his heart was definitely mature. Do you know what I called you for? Receiving Bai Xiaoyi's water, Old Zhao took a sip. It's a bit hot. I think it was yesterday when I confessed to Yi on the rooftop, was it? Exactly. Let's not talk about the fact that you shouldn't have confessed. In a few months it will be a major turning point in your life, graduation, but you're focusing your mind on this aspect of love affairs. Yesterday's exam results also came out, and your grades were pretty middle of the road in the class before. Don't let something that happened disturb you. It's still mainly about studying at this age. No wonder so many students like Lao Zhao. He is really thinking about the students. I have to say that such a good teacher who do not love it. Don't worry, old Joe, Bai Xiaoyi said sincerely. The past is the past, and I'll make a quick adjustment. Well, good, but after this incident, Bai Xiaoyi, your change is still quite big. Well, before you and I greeted our koi, how all of a sudden on the replacement of a person like, ahem. Old Zhao, you also know that people always need to look forward. After the negative emotions accumulated in the past dissipate, isn't it time to start anew? You're the one who talks too much. Well, I'll get back to grading papers and you get ready for class. Old Zhao gave his expulsion order. Alright, Old Zhao, you take care of your health. I'll leave first. Ugh. Wait. Anything else? Cho, if anyone else in the school makes fun of you for what happened yesterday, just give me the word. I know what kind of students I teach myself. Lao Zhao. Bai Xiaoyi really didn't expect Lao Zhao to say this and couldn't help but be a little touched. Okay, get out of here, delaying me from grading papers. Closing the office door, Bai Xiaoyi returned to the class. Old Zhao picked up the glass of water he had just taken and drank it all in one go, continuing to correct the papers. The bell rang and the morning class was finally over. Old Bai, just now old Zhao called you to the office to do what Wang Hu asked as soon as he got out of class and ran over to Bai Xiaoyi's side. Nothing, just talking about my grades regressing and telling me not to get distracted. Bai Xiaoyi stretched out. After 2 years of college and the return to read once really uncomfortable. Oh, so, why don't we go eat together then? Yeah, speaking here, Bai Xiaoyi remembered Lin Xiaoxi. I don't know if Lin Xiaoxi has eaten yet. Should I call this girl too? If I remember correctly it seems that Lin Xiaoxi is in the 5th class. Wait Lao Wang, I'll go to class 5 first to find someone. Bai Xiaoyi said. Class 5? You know someone in class 5? How come I don't usually see them? Perhaps it is afraid of being Bai Xiaoyi resentment. Before in the school Lin Xiaoxi are not active in the eyes of the. Usually will be in a hidden place secretly watching. Only after school will take the initiative to find Bai Xiaoyi. Do you know Lin Xiaoshi? What? Old Bai. Don't tease me. Do you know who Lin Xiaoshi is? She's the class flower of class 5. Recognized as one of the school beauties. Nicknamed Ice Beauty. Countless boys want to find her accosted. People ignore. Just like the holy goddess in general. Can be seen from afar but not profane play. Your kid's head is afraid of not being kicked by a donkey. And you still want to go find others. Wang Hu poked Bai Xiaoyi's head. Bai Xiaoyi slapped off Wang Hu's hand and said, what if I call Lin Xiaoshi out? No way. If you can call out Goddess Lin, I'll call you father on the spot. The corners of Wang Hu's mouth were grinning to the sky, living like the logo of a certain brand. That's what you said. Don't renege when the time comes. Bai Xiaoyi let out a light laugh. And then he and Wang Hu walked towards the 5th class of the 3rd year, unaware that there was a girl following behind them. And this person was none other than Li Yi. Humph. This Bai Xiaoyi is afraid that he was struck by me yesterday causing his spirit to be abnormal up. I'd like to see how clownish your behavior will be later. Li Yi also had to admit that Lin Xiaoshi was very good looking, even though it was herself who was not even 1/10 as good looking as Lin Xiaoshi with her own makeup. And at the same time, she had always been jealous of Lin Xiaoshi. Not long after, Bai Xiaoyi and Wang Hu both arrived at the entrance to the 5th class of the 3rd year. Bai Xiaoyi found a girl doing cleaning outside the classroom. Hello classmate, may I ask if you are from class 5? Yes, what can I do for you? The girl first turned her head back in impatience and immediately changed her face after realizing that it was a better looking boy. Could you please call someone for me? Her name is Lin Xiaoshi. Ah, it's her again. The girl first sighed in disappointment, then looked at Bai Xiaoyi with teasing eyes. She had already lost count of how many boys had come to find Lin Xiaoxi, but Lin Xiaoxi hadn't even looked at them as if they were just like air. It's okay but I don't guarantee she'll come out. Oh. Ah, it's okay. Just tell her that the xiaolongbao is really delicious. Okay. The girl returned to the classroom scratching her head. Xiaolongbao is so good? Is this some kind of a new stunt? Lin Xiaoshi was currently lying on the table with her head buried. It looked like she should be asleep. If you listen carefully you could hear a very heavy snorting sound that sounded like she was sniffing something. The girl walked over to Lin Xiaoshi's position and tapped her on the shoulder. Lin Xiaoshi. Excuse me. Lin Xiaoshi, who was tapped on the shoulder, first shook her body for a moment then revealed an icy expression and asked, Sharon, can I help you? There's a boy outside looking for you. Please tell him I'm not available now or later. Oh well, he also said something about xiaolongbao being really delicious. I don't know what he meant. Lin Xiaoshi, do you know? Before Bai Ling could finish her sentence she saw that Lin Xiaoshi had already run out of the classroom. Old White, are you any good? Wang Hu stepped forward and patted Bai Xiaoyi's shoulder. If you ask me mediocrity is real. Let's just go. Before Wang Hu finished speaking, he saw Lin Xiaoxi running out of the classroom in a panic with a school jacket in her hand. Looking around, Lin Xiaoxi saw Bai Xiaoyi. His face was happy and came to Bai Xiaoyi. What? The Ice Beauty smiled? Or at Old Whitey? I'm not dreaming. Wang Hu rubbed his eyes not believing what was happening in front of him. Li Yi, who was hiding in the distance, was also dumbfounded. How could Lin Xiaoshi possibly smile at Bai Xiaoyi? Lin Xiaoshi handed Bai Xiaoyi his jacket. What brings you here? Did you come to get your jacket? Sorry, I put it in my bag this morning and forgot to give it to you. It's not about that. Bai Xiaoyi took the clothes and said, I just thought I'd stop by and ask you to join me for dinner. Together. Dinner. With me? Lin Xiaoshi blinked her eyes then pointed at her face again and said, yeah, but he said before not to contact you at school. That was before. It's different now. Doesn't Xiao want to eat with me? I do. Lin Xiaoshi immediately replied. Then thank you, big schoolgirl Lin, for showing your face. Bai Xiaoyi looked back at the dumbfounded Wang Hu and patted his shoulder. Come on my son. Let's go eat. What does Shia want to eat later? I'm fine with all of it. I'll eat whatever he eats. Until he saw the two people who gradually left, Wang Hu finally slowed down and chased after them. Old white, you wait for me instead. With Wang Hu's departure, only some melon eaters were left behind as well as an incredulous Li Yi. The three of them played their meals and picked their seats. Lin Xiaoshi and Bai Xiaoyi sat together, and Wang Hu sat alone in one seat. Xiaoshi, introduce. This is Lao Wang, my classmate. Bai Xiaoyi pointed at Wang Hu in front of him. Hello, Mr. Wang. Lin Xiaoshi replied briefly, and then kept pouring food into Bai Xiaoyi's bowl. Yi, you eat more. You eat too. Don't always put food in your bowl, Bai Xiaoyi said helplessly. Hello, schoolgirl Lin. Looking at the two loving people in front of him, Wang Hu instantly felt like a light bulb, and only buried his head to turn his anger into an appetite for a bitter dry meal. I'm full, so I'll go first. Wang Hu did not know why. His back was a little cold, and even felt that this discomfort was felt from where Lin Xiaoxi was, so he left the cafeteria directly after eating. Xiaoshi, don't give me any more food. I really can't eat. Bai Xiaoyi rubbed his stomach and said, Ah, well. Lin Xiaoshi revealed a disappointed expression, then picked up Bai Xiaoyi's bowl. You can't waste food. I'll take what's left of Yi's food. What a virtuous girl. Bai Xiaoyi couldn't help but think. After the two of them finished eating, Bai Xiaoyi sent Lin Xiaoshi to the class entrance. Do you want me to meet you after school tonight? Bai Xiaoyi asked. Sorry Yi, I have a part-time job to play at night, so I can't walk with you. Part-time job? I know. After Bai Xiaoyi sent Lin Xiaoshi off, his head had been searching for memories of Lin Xiaoshi, but after searching for half a day there were no clues whatsoever. Alas. It's also right. How could the original owner pressingly dislike Lin Xiaoshi to be attracted to her? Could it be that Xiaoshi's family conditions are bad? No. A bit concerned. Hey, Bai Xiaoyi. A voice came from behind him and called out to Bai Xiaoyi, turning around to see that it was actually Li Yi. Yi Li? Can I help you? Bai Xiaoyi looked at Yi senselessly and didn't give her any good looks. What is your relationship with Lin Xiaoshi? None of your business. You, Bai Xiaoyi, how can you talk like that? Do I have to be polite to you? Bai Xiaoyi's eyes blazed. Before I was kicked in the head by a donkey, before I got a twitch before confessing to you. But now don't worry. I'm cured. Also, the person I like is Lin Xiaoshi. I hope you don't flatter yourself. Believe it or not, I'll tell old Zhao about this. Early love is not allowed in school. Be careful, you won't be able to eat. Li Yi didn't know what was so good about this Bai Xiaoyi guy that Lin Xiaoshi would actually like him. She felt very uncomfortable watching Lin Xiaoshi and Bai Xiaoyi together. Whatever. You're sick. Bai Xiaoyi didn't know what was wrong with Li Yi's head and suddenly came to find himself. Bai Xiaoyi, you stand still. Looking at Bai Xiaoyi, who had left, Yi stomped her foot angrily. Bai Xiaoyi had just walked to the classroom door when he saw Wang Hu looking at him like an aggrieved little daughter-in-law. Old Bai. No love. Fuck off. Don't gross me out. Great. Got a girlfriend and forgot about your brother, did you? Whoever told my Xiaoshi to be so good-looking? Ah, beast. Wang Hu covered his chest and pretended to vomit blood, then returned to normal. But the impact of this matter is even bigger than the matter between you and Li Yi. Oh, after all, Lin Xiaoshi is the school's flower girl. The trouble in the future may be more. There's no harm in it. No one can separate Xiao and I, Bai Xiaoyi said firmly. So you're still a good man. Behind the two came a familiar voice. Turned around and looked at it to find that Lao Zhao had long since finished listening to all of the two's conversations. Bai Xiaoyi. Wang Hu. Bai Xiaoyi will come to my office later. Old Zhao threw down a sentence and left. Old Zhao. You drink water. Drink my ass. What I told you before completely fell on deaf ears, didn't it? Seeing the furious Zhao Deju, Bai Xiaoyi knew that old Zhao was really angry. Old Zhao. Calm down. I know that you are doing this for my good. Old Zhao. I assure you that this will definitely not affect my studies. Yeah. Old Zhao took a bunch of rolls out of a drawer. Here are the new papers for each subject this week. I won't care if you do above the pass mark. So the entire afternoon Bai Xiaoyi stayed in Zhao Deju's office. Holding Bai Xiaoyi's 60 points passing paper in each subject, Zhao Deju asked, You boys have been hiding before? Hey, old Zhao, you shouldn't have to worry about this score. Humph. If you don't get more than this score on every test in the future, you'll see if I collect you. Zhao Deju didn't understand why Bai Xiaoyi was hiding. Was there some hidden agenda? Bai Xiaoyi, why don't you use your true level for the exam? Lao Zhao, you know that I am a relatively low-profile person. Alright, I won't force you if you don't want to say. Old Zhao interrupted Bai Xiaoyi's words. The person who messed up my basket for 2 consecutive days is indeed very low-key. Bai Xiaoyi. Also, is Lin Xiaoshi from class 5 really dating you? Hey. For now, you do realize that you are now a soon-to-be college graduate. And you don't need me to tell you what you should and shouldn't do. Don't worry old Zhao. I have my measure. Also, Lin Xiaoshi's grades have always ranked in the front of the whole school. If I hear from the class 5 teacher that because of you people's grades have gone backwards, you'll see if I don't clean you up. Yay, sir, said Bai Xiaoyi upright. Old Zhao, you asked me so much, can I ask you one thing? What is it? Lao Zhao, do you have any information about the students when they enrolled? Yes there is. I was still in charge of this aspect of enrollment back in the day. Why? I want to see Lin Xiaoshi's information. Don't worry old Zhao, I would never do anything bad. Perhaps fearing that Zhao Deju would ask first, Bai Xiaoyi took the lead and assured. Bai Xiaoyi, you're not some kind of demented man, are you? Egu Lao Zhao, what are you doing? I just want to see Lin Xiaoshi's family situation. Family status? Well, the file is in a folder on my computer. Go find it yourself. I'm going to class, so get back to class when you're done. After saying that, Zhao Deju finished the water on the table and left the office without looking back. Bai Xiaoyi hofted and opened old Zhao's computer to find the file with the enrollment information. Through a keyword search, Bai Xiaoyi found the column corresponding to Lin Xiaoshi. Lin Xiaoshi, female, 19 years old, height 165 centimeters. No, none of these were what I was looking for. Bai Xiaoyi's eyes kept searching each column for what he wanted. Found it. The words family status were written on the screen. Only at the bottom it said, single parent family, average financial situation. There is a problem. Bai Xiaoyi vaguely remembers that Lin Xiaoxi goes to a part-time job every night. If the economic situation is average, how would she go to a part-time job? It doesn't make sense. Jingle bell. The school bell rang. Turning off Lao Zhao's computer, Bai Xiaoyi returned to the classroom with a heavy heart. Jingle bell. The bell rang for the end of class. There is a period of time after the afternoon classes that is reserved for students to break for dinner. Old White, go outside and play? Wang Hu asked as he put his arm around Bai Xiaoyi's shoulders. I'll pass. I'm going to ask old Zhao for a vacation. Taking a vacation? You're not feeling well? A little dizzy. Oh, okay, then be careful on your way back and call me if anything happens. Wang Hu took Bai Xiaoyi's cell phone and saved his number. Thanks old king. Bai Xiaoyi then came to Zhao Deju's office. Lao Zhao, I'd like to take a leave of absence, so I won't come to the evening study tonight. Okay. What Bai Xiaoyi couldn't have imagined was that Lao Zhao agreed directly without even asking Bai Xiaoyi why he was on vacation. Seems to know what Bai Xiaoyi thought in his heart. The old Zhao opened his mouth and said, I don't care what you do, as long as it doesn't affect your studies and doesn't violate the law. Just take a leave of absence and don't ask for too much time. I can't answer the question asked by the registrar's office. Bai Xiaoyi nodded. Thank you old Zhao. You drink more water. Saying that, he received another glass of water for Lao Zhao then left the office. Old Zhao looked into the cup of water with a frown. You brat. Making me go to the toilet several times a day. The glass was then drained in one gulp. Bai Xiaoyi had just walked down the corridor when he saw Lin Xiaoxi standing outside the classroom door, constantly looking into the classroom. The surrounding boys also stopped to take a sneak peek at Lin Xiaoxi. Bai Xiaoyi pinched his throat and changed his voice to a different one as he walked behind Lin Xiaoshi and said, Is this student looking for someone? Do you want to talk to me? Maybe I can help you. Sensing someone approaching behind her, Lin Xiaoshi leaned forward and hastily pulled away, while one hand touched the pocket of her clothes to hold something. An onlooker boy was overjoyed at the sight. The opportunity for a hero to save a beauty had arrived. Maybe after that Lin schoolgirl will look at himself. In that instant he even thought of the name of his child with Lin Xiaoshi. The boy hurriedly rolled up his sleeves and wanted to go forward to save Lin Xiaoshi but was stopped by a hand. What are you doing? The boy said angrily. My friend, I advise you don't go and be a clown. What are you doing getting involved when people's couples are flirting? The one who stopped the boys was none other than Wang Hu. Couple? How can that be? Ice Beauty never goes near any of the boys. This is clearly harassment. The boys simply didn't believe what Wang Hu said. I don't care about you then. I've already advised you. Wang Hu withdrew his hand and helplessly skimmed his mouth. Poof. The boy stared at Wang Hu in dissatisfaction then stepped forward trying to subdue Bai Xiaoyi. Lin Xiaoshi was about to pull out the handmade knife for self-defense from his pocket when he saw that it was Bai Xiaoyi who had just stood behind him. Lin Xiaoshi drew out his hand and lunged his body towards Bai Xiaoyi, perhaps feeling that he had gone a bit too far. Bai Xiaoyi hugged Lin Xiaoshi who had jumped over and gently patted her back. I'm sorry Xiao. I guess I scared you. The girl in her arms nodded and held onto Bai Xiaoyi's back with a death grip. The boy froze just as he walked up to Bai Xiaoyi. The goddess he longed for had jumped into someone else's arms, first stopping in his tracks in a frozen stupor. Then the boy turned around and walked heavily out of the crowd. And in the end, only his forlorn back could be seen. At that moment his Taoist heart broke. Feeling his chest wet, Bai Xiaoyi instantly panicked. I'm sorry Xiao. It's my fault. Don't cry okay. Then can he promise me one thing? Lin Xiaoshi looked at Bai Xiaoyi with tears in her eyes and complained. I promise. I'll promise anything Xiao says. Lin Xiaoshi broke away from the embrace and lingered to look at Bai Xiaoyi's chest. Then she instantly converted from Choo-Choo to a quirky child general and said smugly. This is what he said. Yo, don't go back on your word. Bai Xiaoyi let out a sigh of relief and went up and pinched Lin Xiaoshi's smooth face. Yeah, Xiaoshi, you lied to me. That was bullying me first. Lin Xiaoxi's mouth said unconvinced. The heart enjoys the white small Yi's touch, such as not in the school and around so many people to see. Lin Xiaoxi, I'm afraid, that has long been unable to resist their own will be white small Yi too. There were envious, heartbroken, and kowtowing CPs in the surrounding eating crowd. Ah, my goddess! A male student shouted as he covered his heart, as if his life had lost its color. Wow, the two of them are so good together. A girl blushed and hugged her best friend beside her. Some people are happy and some people are sad. I guess that's life. After that, Bai Xiaoyi wanted to call on Wang Hu to go to eat dinner together. But Wang Hu first promised to say that he had something to do and then left, which made Bai Xiaoyi puzzled. But it's good that he can live with Xiao Shi in the two-person world. After the two of them walked away, Wang Hu poked his head out from the corner and looked at Lin Xiaoshi in the distance with hindsight. I said why I had an uneasy premonition once before. So the culprit is her. Thinking about the scene just now almost didn't give Wang Hu's soul a fright. Wang Hu had wanted to rub Bai Xiaoyi's nose in it, but he suddenly felt a familiar coldness coming from his back spine, and thought to himself, how come this feeling is here again? Just as he was wondering, he saw the just lovely and moving Lin Xiaoshi was looking at him with a serious face, and even had a little killing intent sandwiched between them, scaring Wang Hu to find an excuse to run out in a hurry. With such a strong possessiveness, I'm afraid old Bai won't be able to escape Lin Xiaoshi's clutches in the future. Wang Hu wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. It's true that Mom was right. Girls who look pretty are dangerous. After the two of them finished their meal, Lin Xiaoshi held Bai Xiaoyi as he walked around the school. Xiao. Bai Xiaoyi stopped and shook Lin Xiaoshi's small hand and said, why is Xiao going part-time? Huh? Lin Xiaoshi didn't expect Bai Xiaoyi to ask this question. Because I'm a single parent. I want to reduce the burden for my family a little bit. I'm sorry, I didn't know about any of this. Bai Xiaoyi pretended to look surprised. Lin Xiaoxi pasted onto Bai Xiaoyi's chest and stood on her tiptoes to whisper in Bai Xiaoyi's ear. It doesn't matter, oh Xiaoyi. This shows that Xiaoyi is caring about me. I can't even be happy about it. Xiaoyi. Lin Xiaoshi wrapped her hands around Bai Xiaoyi's shoulders. Hold me tight. How could a teenager in the midst of puberty endure this ordeal? Bai Xiaoyi looked at Lin Xiaoshi, who almost wanted to melt into his body, and violently hugged the girl in front of him. Ah! Lin Xiaoshi exclaimed in shock as her body collapsed. What's wrong with you, Xiao? Bai Xiaoyi supported Lin Xiaoshi, who was about to fall, and hurriedly said with concern, feeling the pain coming from her back. Lin Xiaoshi barely managed to squeeze out a smile. I'm fine. It's just that my feet slipped when I tiptoed too high. So that's how it is. I'm glad you're okay, Xiao. Jingle bells. A bell rang, signaling the students that class was about to start in 15 minutes. Yikes. It's time for evening study. I'll leave first. See you tomorrow. Lin Xiaoshi anxiously greeted Bai Xiaoyi and ran away. Bai Xiaoyi's brows gradually furrowed. Looking preoccupied, an inexplicable sense of crisis surged in, causing Bai Xiaoyi's heart to become even more flustered. One had to find out what was behind Xiao's end, and it always felt like Xiao was being bound to something. Looking up, he saw a blood-red sunset, signaling that night was coming. Noticing the vibration of his cell phone, Bai Xiaoyi saw a text message from Lin Xiaoshi. Lin Xiaoxi, Xiaoyi. I didn't mean to leave just now. I was just a bit unwell. It's much better now. Don't hate me. Okay, equal to or succeeds equal to or precedes. Seeing this, Bai Xiaoyi hurriedly replied. Bai Xiaoyi, how could I hate Xiaoshi? It's good that Xiaoshi's body is fine. Bai Xiaoyi had just sent Xiaoshi less than a minute before Lin Xiaoshi replied. Lin Xiaoshi, thank you. Then I'll go to class first, and will hurry back to the classroom. Bai Xiaoyi, aha. Bai Xiaoyi looked back at the school, then walked out. In a girl's restroom at school, Lin Xiaoshi stripped naked with a circle of bandages wrapped around her body, and the wound on her back had long since cracked and seeped out. Lin Xiaoshi's nails pinched her thighs as tears fell down her face. Why didn't I bear to call out? Obviously can get Xiaoyi more love and affection. The pain had long been numb to the young girl, but why couldn't she bear it in front of her beloved? My little easy. I see all the mountains as grass and trees, but the only thing I see you as is a green hill. Jingle bells rang as the second bell signaled the start of the evening study hall. Bai Ling looked at the last to return to the class to take a seat. Lin Xiaoxi was surprised. This is the first time in 3 years Lin Xiaoxi returned to the class so late. Probably this is love. I love you, horse selling twist love. A man with a helmet on his head angrily slammed his cell phone to the ground and cried. 3 years? You know how I've been these 3 years. In order to provide you with education I moved 3 years of bricks in the construction site. Less than the holidays I cannot even eat meat. You a sentence to break up hastily, but also said what each good. You can be really cruel. Looking at this scene, Bai Xiaoyi could only secretly feel sorry for the man. People say that the world is dark, but they don't know that the world is bright when there are no people. Thinking about Lin Xiaoxi in his heart, Bai Xiaoyi couldn't help but speed up his steps home. It's getting late. After returning home, Bai Xiaoyi first took a brief shower, then put on a black uniform and a black duck-tongued hat. Bai Xiaoyi looked in the mirror. Good. This is Stealthy Max thinking about tonight's plan. Bai Xiaoyi is blushing a bit, tailing Lin Xiaoshi's whereabouts. I hope I don't get caught. Looking at the time on his cell phone, Bai Xiaoyi nodded. It's almost time to leave to wait in advance. Bai Xiaoyi forgot one thing, then tailing someone seems to be more of an expert. Jingle bells, the third bell rang, signaling the end of the evening study hall. Going to get some kebabs later. Yeah. Meet you at the playground later. Can I hold hands this time? All the way back in the car? Hold on a second, I'm going to use the restroom. The school, which had been quiet, came alive. Wang Hu packed up his bag and left the classroom. Walking down the corridor, suddenly a chill spread all over his body. This familiar feeling. Wang Hu slowly turned his head, and he saw a pair of light blue eyes staring straight at him. Wang Hu had a bright idea and immediately said, Sister-in-law, is there something wrong? Old Bai left early. Sister-in-law. Hearing this, Lin Xiaoshi recited Wang Hu's name in a raw manner, and then both her faces flushed as she kept blinking her eyes to hide her heart's turmoil. I know. Thank you. Lin Xiaoshi walked away quickly after saying that. Looking at Lin Xiaoshi's back, Wang Hu then let out a big sigh of relief. It's good to be alive. Lin Xiaoshi looked at her cell phone when she left the school gate. There was no message from Bai Xiaoyi on her phone, and then glanced at the time. It's almost time to go to the part-time job. Saying that, she put away her cell phone and walked towards the part-time job. Perhaps because of what was on her mind, Lin Xiaoshi didn't realize that she was followed by a figure behind her. After walking for roughly 10 minutes, Bai Xiaoyi realized that Lin Xiaoshi had stopped in front of a convenience store and then walked in. Xiaoshi originally found a part-time job as a convenience store clerk. Continue to observe it. There is nothing unusual at the moment. Bai Xiaoyi stood in the alley where the streetlights couldn't shine, quietly looking at the scene inside the store. Ding dong. Lin Xiaoshi walked into the convenience store, which rang a bell, followed by a grandmother at the counter. Shirori is here. Did you have a good day? Grandma asked with a kind face. Well, I had a good day at school today. Thank you, Grandma, for caring. Lin Xiaoshi smiled and replied, Grandma, I'm going to go change first. The grandmother nodded and went back to the counter to wait for the next customer. Speaking of which, the grandmother was also very kind to Lin Xiaoshi. 2 years ago on a rainy night, Lin Xiaoshi ran to the door of this convenience store in order to avoid the rain. The grandmother saw the girl who was drenched all over her body and greeted her to come in. Come on in, little doll, look at you getting wet. Grandma, but I don't have any money to buy anything. Who said anything about taking your money? Come on in. So the grandmother pulled Lin Xiaoshi into the convenience store. This is our store uniform, and you won't be able to wear this one, so make do with this one for now. The old granny took out a set of store clothes from the storehouse and handed it to Lin Xiaoshi. Thanks, Grandma. Lin Xiaoshi received the clothes with a sour nose. This was the second person in her life who was kind to her, while the first one was Bai Xiaoyi. After changing in the locker room and looking at the pouring rain outside the window, Lin Xiaoxi thought of a way to help the grandmother pack up the shelves. And the grandmother also warmed up a bento for Lin Xiaoxi. The downpour came and went quickly, and the grandmother pulled Lin Xiaoxi back after she bid her farewell to the grandmother. Xiaoxi, if you're free in the future, come and see Grandma. Grandma will give you a paycheck. So it was that Lin Xiaoxi had been working a part-time job at the grandmother's store ever since. The grandmother remembered her first encounter with Lin Xiaoxi. Grandma, I'm changed. Lin Xiaoxi walked out of the dressing room, familiarly organizing the shelves. Xiaoxi, you watch the store. Grandma, I'll go find something in the storage room. Okay, Grandma. The grandmother found Lin Xiaoxi's clothes in a dressing basket after entering the storehouse. Picking up Lin Xiaoxi's clothes and turning them over incidentally, she found a little dark stain on the back of the clothes. The grandmother put the stain to her nose and smelled it and realized it smelled like rust. This beast! The old grandmother cursed angrily, but cried out in the next moment. I'm sorry, Xiaoxi. It's Grandma who's useless. Lin Xiaoxi looked out the window toward the moon after seeing off one of her guests. I don't know where he is at this time. Why don't you even send me a message? Did this afternoon's incident make he angry? I can't. I'm going to go see E after work. It's hard not to have E by my side. Just at this time Lin Xiaoxi's cell phone vibrated. Lin Xiaoxi saw the situation from the pocket, took out the cell phone, was originally happy, face turned, eyes collapsed. only to see the cell phone on the phone is a string of no note number. But Lin Xiaoshi, as if he knew who was on the phone, as if the phone will be connected to the phone put in the ear. A man's voice came from the other end of the line. Why don't you get your ass back here? It's almost time to get off work. Well, I bought a brand new knife today. You're going to love it. There was a beeping busy tone on the other end of the phone after that. Lin Xiaoshi's hand that was holding up the phone slowly lowered, and then she opened her address book to call the only contact. Sorry, the number you have dialed is turned off. The mechanical sound from the phone made Lin Xiaoshi unable to support herself any longer and sat on her butt. Don't want me. Bai Xiaoyi's eyes were about to look through at this point, but he didn't see the scene in the convenience store because it was too far away. The cell phone is dead. Bai Xiaoyi, who had wanted to check the time, looked at the black screen of his cell phone and fell into deep thought. I wonder how Xiaoshi is doing in there. Just at this moment, the store door opened first out of a grandmother, then Lin Xiaoshi followed out. Xiao, here's today's money for you to keep. Grandma, why is there an extra $100? Take it. It's a little something from Grandma. Lin Xiaoshi, who had wanted to shrug it off again, saw a sulking grandmother and took the money. Lin Xiaoshi bowed to the grandmother and said, Grandma, thank you. Looking at Lin Xiaoshi's back, the grandmother said to herself, I'm sorry Xiaoshi. By the time the grandmother walked into the convenience store, just as she was about to close the doorbell rang. Sorry customer. The store is closed, Granny said without looking back. Hello Grandma, I'm not here to buy anything. May I ask you something, please? Bai Xiaoyi asked as he took off his hat. What do you want? The grandmother looked at Bai Xiaoyi, who was dressed in black, warily. Don't worry Grandma, I don't mean any harm, I just have some questions to understand. What's the problem? May I ask if you know the girl who just worked part-time? He's my classmate. Saying this, Bai Xiaoyi took out his student ID card and handed it to the grandmother. The grandmother took it before confirming Bai Xiaoyi's identity. Recognize. What do you want to ask? May I ask Grandma Xiao if she has any difficulties at home? I saw her come to work part-time, so I'm a bit confused. Granny sighed, pulled Bai Xiaoyi to sit on a side chair and cried. This child's life is bitter. She worked part-time for me for nearly 3 years, but I once in the last week in her change of clothes inadvertently saw her back. The grandmother choked on her words. It's full of wounds. That one bloody wound, I don't know what this child has suffered. And when I asked Xiaoshi later if she had any family, she didn't mean to tell me, but I know she must have been domestically abused. This matter is still I found out last week. Bai Xiaoyi's entire head buzzed after hearing this. Recalling what happened this afternoon, this was not a slip of the foot. It was clearly a scream of pain. Wifey, I have no children and my only old partner left early, so I don't dare to get involved in this matter. But this heart of mine aches. So every time Xiaoshi finished her part-time job, I would always give her more pay, wanting to make up for my apologies to her. As if he had found someone to talk to, the old man let out all his emotions. Grandma, it's not your fault. You're also helping Xiaoshi in your own way. Bai Xiaoyi also knew the old grandmother's concerns. Child, your name is Bai Xiaoyi, right? The grandmother grabbed Bai Xiaoyi's shoulders. Yes Grandma, please save Xiaoshi. Such a good child shouldn't suffer like this. Grandma made a move to kneel down. Bai Xiaoyi hurriedly supported the old grandmother. Don't worry, Grandma, I will definitely save Xiaoshi. Grandma, you rest well. I'll go look for Xiaoshi right now. After settling the grandmother, Bai Xiaoyi ran out like crazy. Yi. The memories with Xiaoshi kept resurfacing in his mind. And although it was only 2 short days, it was an entire life for Bai Xiaoyi, who had fused the body of the original owner. Xiao, wait for me. Running along the path that Lin Xiaoshi had taken, Bai Xiaoyi did not find Lin Xiaoshi's figure. At the same time, his mind was pondering. Why didn't Xiaoshi call the police? Could it be that she was caught on something? What in the world? And so on. The thing that Xiaoshi cares about is me. Lin Xiaoshi pulled out a $50 bill from her pocket and handed it to the man on the sofa. This is the money I earned from my part-time job today. The man took the money and frowned. Isn't it 100? How come there's only 50? There's still 50 I'm saving to buy breakfast. Lin Xiaoshi replied with a nuance. I'm afraid I don't want to leave it for your white moonlight to use. Right? The man looked like he knew Lin Xiaoshi's purpose and laughed sardonically. If you don't give me the rest of the money, I'll be shutting him down tomorrow. Oh, no, don't. Lin Xiaoshi hastily pulled out the rest of the money. That's right. I knew my baby girl would honor her father the most. But what's so good about that kid? You still like him after treating you like that before. Hearing this, Lin Xiaoshi seemed to be a different person with an angry tone back. Don't need you to care. The man reached out a hand and pinched Lin Xiaoshi's neck hard to hold Lin Xiaoshi against the wall. Speaking of which, you're 19. I can't believe how pretty you look. Hearing this, Lin Xiaoshi's pupils shrunk. What do you want? Daughter, you also know that although my adoptive father I don't have that aspect of function, but my friends have with your posture you can definitely make them satisfied. As long as they are satisfied my previous gambling debt will be cleared. I think such a filial daughter like me will definitely consider for my father. No, this is the only thing that won't work. As if Lin Xiaoshi was being stimulated by something, she frantically slapped the man's rough arm. That's a shame then. I'll make that boy disappear from this world tomorrow. The man let go and slowly walked towards the door. Wait, Lin Xiaoshi called out to him, then said with a face like death, I promise you, you can't hurt him. That's for sure. Seeing Lin Xiaoshi promise, the man immediately laughed out. Pretending to look concerned, he said to Lin Xiaoshi, I won't take care of you today. Take a bath and wear a good-looking dress tomorrow. Take a leave from school and accompany me to a place at night. Maybe you'll even thank me later. Ha 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 ha. With that, the man smiled and walked out of the room. Why? Lin Xiaoshi sat paralyzed on the cold floor, both eyes staring at the ceiling listlessly. Li Yi was originally at home downstairs near the barbecue restaurant alone eating barbecue, then saw a nasty figure running in the street. Bai Xiaoyi, what are you doing here so late? Li Yi called out to Bai Xiaoyi. Li Yi. Bai Xiaoyi ran to Li Yi as if he had seen a savior. Looking at Bai Xiaoyi, who was close at hand, Li Yi thought that Bai Xiaoyi wanted to take revenge on her and hurriedly ran behind the table crying and yelling. Bai Xiaoyi, I know I hurt you that day. I was wrong, okay? Please stay away from me. What are you talking about? Li? I just want to borrow your cell phone. Cell phone? Yes, my cell phone is dead. I want to call old Joe. Wow. You said it earlier. Li Yi took out a pink smartphone from her school bag, unlocked it and gave it to Bai Xiaoyi. Although Yi had that kind of thing with Bai Xiaoyi before, she just wanted to satisfy her own vanity and didn't mean to find Bai Xiaoyi's trouble. Bai Xiaoyi took the phone and passed a grateful look to Li Yi, then dialed old Zhao's number. Li, what can I do for you this late? Lao Zhao, I have something urgent to tell you. Hearing Bai Xiaoyi's voice coming from the phone, Zhao Doju, who was sitting in the office, almost didn't spray out the mouthful of water he just drank. First, he looked at the cell phone's notes, and then listened to Bai Xiaoyi's voice. Bai Xiaoyi, Li Yi, what are you doing together so late at night? Zhao Doju's angry roar came from the cell phone. Li, Bai Xiaoyi, old Zhao, you've misunderstood. Bai Xiaoyi hurriedly said, I didn't find student Lin Xiaoshi's home address in the enrollment information, so I wanted to ask old Zhao if you have any ideas. Bai Xiaoyi, I see you're getting bolder and bolder. What's the matter? You still want to check your family name? Old Zhao, please, I have something urgent I want to talk to Lin Xiaoshi about. Alright, I'll look for it. Old Zhao put down a sentence and opened his computer. Yui Li, can I wait here? Whatever. Thank you. Please don't worry. Lords, there are no cows, and the heroine will be rescued later. Bai Xiaoyi sat down on the bench panting heavily. In any case, for now it was better to see Lin Xiaoshi before making plans. Li Yi kept stealing glances at Bai Xiaoyi, biting the straw on the soy milk bottle and thinking in her heart, this guy looks pretty handsome. I can't believe he's so into girls. No, what am I doing? Yi patted her face to try to calm down. Then she realized that Bai Xiaoyi was looking at her. Want to eat? Li Yi handed the skewer in her hand to Bai Xiaoyi, but seeing Bai Xiaoyi's off-kilter eyes looking at the skewer, Li Yi also looked curiously and realized that she was holding a bunch of cashews in her hand. No, thanks. The shy Yi then found an excuse to go to the restroom. The cell phone rang again, and Bai Xiaoyi immediately connected it and put it to his ear. Bai Xiaoyi, I found the address in the scholarship winners list. Lin Xiaoshi, her home is in. Old Zhao told Bai Xiaoyi the address. Thank you, Lao Zhao. By the way, Lao Zhao, if I don't come to school tomorrow, please make sure you call the police. Brat, you're going to. Do. After saying that, Bai Xiaoyi hung up the phone. Bai Xiaoyi opened the map software in Li Yi's cell phone and quickly found the location of Lin Xiaoxi's home. Fortunately not far from here. Put the phone in the hands of the barbecue restaurant owner and incidentally take out the wallet will be Li Yi's meal. After the payment, hurriedly left here. When Yi came out of the toilet, she realized that there was no Bai Xiaoyi outside. Strange, where is he? Just as Yi was wondering, the boss came over and explained what had just happened to Yi clearly. Li Yi looked at the streets in the distance and felt empty in her heart. Did I miss something? 10 minutes later, Bai Xiaoyi ran to an old residential building. This is the building, right? Bai Xiaoyi pulled out the fruit knife he had taken from the owner of the barbecue restaurant and headed toward the building when suddenly a man's scream came from the alley next to the unit building. Bai Xiaoyi approached only to see a bunch of street thugs surrounding a man lying down. Fatty Zhang, it's time for you to pay back the money you owe our field, a scarred face said as he stepped on the fat man on the ground. Master, I don't have any money on me right now. Oh, then leave your arm here. Spare your life. Master. Fatty Zhang struggled to get up from the ground and licked his smiling face to Scarface's side. Master, I have a daughter who is very good looking and will definitely satisfy you. Master. Fatty Zhang took out his cell phone and showed the photo of Lin Xiaoxi to Scarface. Scarface took the cell phone and looked at the photo of Lin Xiaoxi and stuck out his tongue and licked his mouth. Well, not bad. It's a superb one. When did you have a daughter? Fatty Zhang? Hasn't that thing of yours been useless for a long time? Master, she is not my daughter. It's a child I bought from the orphanage earlier. Adult? Just turned 18 a while ago. Still a student. Master, don't worry. It's clean. Good. Tomorrow night I'll have a banquet in the grounds you bring her by. Master, then you see the money owed? Xiao Air. Clear him, Scarface said to the man behind him named Xiao Air. Yes, brother Scar. The man pulled out an IOU and held it out to Fatty Zhang. The group then left from the other end of the alley. Many thanks, Master. Take your time. Fatty Zhang cheerfully took the note and bowed with a sarcastic smile. Bai Xiaoyi resisted the urge to rush forward, slowly backing away. He finally understood the truth of this matter at this moment. Hell is empty and the devil is on earth. Fatty Zhang spat out a mouthful of tainted blood, and the incident just now made him have no thoughts of going back to drinking. Turning back towards his house, unbeknownst to him, Bai Xiaoyi was secretly following behind him. Fatty Zhang didn't close the door when he returned home, but this was an opportunity for Bai Xiaoyi. Upon hearing the closing sound of the bedroom door in his room, Bai Xiaoyi gently stepped inside, wanting to quickly find Lin Xiaoshi and take her out of this place. There were no lights on in the living room, and the dark, damp environment and the stinking odor made Bai Xiaoyi's scalp tingle. Just then a large hand covered Bai Xiaoyi's mouth, and the other hand choked Bai Xiaoyi's neck. Brat, being thinking I didn't notice you, your little trick doesn't work with me. Fatty Zhang's voice came from behind. Trying to be a hero? I was wondering where the next toy would come from. Just as you came to my door. Don't worry, uncle, I'll love you. Although Bai Xiaoyi kept struggling, his body was no match for an adult, and because of Fatty Zhang's weight and the fact that he was being choked, Bai Xiaoyi's consciousness gradually blurred. It was a scorching summer day. Monster, don't come near us. A young boy pushed the girl to the ground. I'm not a monster. I just want to hang out with you guys. The girl shook her head desperately. We all have black eyes and you're blue. Another boy kicked at the girl's stomach. Get away from us. The girl covered her stomach in pain and curled up on the ground crying. Xiao Sure is not a monster. Not a monster. Seeing this, the old dean walked over and skillfully put on a pair of gloves from his clothes pocket, lifting Lin Xiaoshi and speaking to the boys. Didn't I tell you not to touch her? It'll become ominous. So be careful that you guys become monster-like as well. She came over on her own, Grandma Dean. The boy lowered his head in fear and replied, Alright, you guys go play. The old dean left a sentence before throwing Lin Xiaoshi into an iron cage in the backyard. This was Lin Xiaoshi's exclusive room. In the future, if I catch you harassing other children again, you'll stay inside for the rest of your life. The old dean spat on the ground and looked at Lin Xiaoshi with disgust. The sun was blazing. Because of the sun's rays, Lin Xiaoshi was lying helplessly in the cage. The sweat on his body had long dampened his clothes. Suddenly there was a sound of footsteps outside the backyard. Mom, this popsicle doesn't taste good at all. No, oh no. Ye can't waste food. And it's something Ye herself asked Mom to buy, so she has to eat it herself. Bai Xiaoyi huffed and threw his face to the side, then saw Lin Xiaoshi lying on his back in his cage, panting heavily. In a flash of inspiration, Bai Xiaoyi threw the popsicle at Lin Xiaoshi's cage and ran away. The cold air radiating from the ice cream made the delirious Lin Xiaoshi wake up. Seeing the popsicle on the ground and then looking at Bai Xiaoyi who was walking away, Lin Xiaoshi looked at the boy in the distance with a deadpan look, wanting to memorize his appearance. Mom, I'm done eating, said Bai Xiaoyi as she jumped up and down. Just finish eating. Hurry up and go. We still have to report to Rongqing Primary School, Bai Xiaoyi's mother urged. Looking at the departing two, Lin Xiaoshi muttered. Xiaoyi, Rongqing Elementary School. Lin Xiaoshi picked up the popsicle that had fallen to the ground and hurriedly stuffed it into her mouth. Tears streamed down her face. This was the first person she remembered bringing her warmth. A man walks into the orphanage. Old Dean, may I ask if you have any unwanted children here? The man spoke up. What do you mean? This gentleman? Every child in the institution is the one I want. The old dean looked at the rude man in front of him angrily. This gentleman, you have nothing to do, then leave or I'll call the police. I can give you money. The man pulled out a wad of bills and waved it in front of the old yard. As far as I know, your orphanage's security money is very little each month. Right. So you might as well give me an unwanted child to improve your life. I'm sorry, The old dean was about to refuse when he suddenly remembered the blue-eyed monster in the backyard. Wait, I have one I don't want, but her eyes are blue like a monster. Blue eyes? The man wondered. Show me. The two came to the backyard and the old dean pointed at Lin Xiaoshi in the iron cage in disgust. This is the monster I told you about. Look where someone has blue eyes. The man pervertedly looked at Lin Xiaoshi who was curled up in the iron cage. Perfect. So perfect. I'll take her. The man handed the bill to the old dean. Well, you can take her away. I won't be seeing you around in the future. The old dean handed the man the keys and left counting the bills. I can give the little ones meat tonight. I'm sure the kids will be happy. The man opened the cage with a bad smile on his face and looked at Lin Xiaoshi. Come on out. I'll take you to a better place next. Lin Xiaoshi climbed out of the cage, the man's fat figure covering her. A better place? Lin Xiaoshi shuddered as the man's perverted expression made her feel uneasy. Yes, I'm sure you'll absolutely love this. That night, Lin Xiaoshi suffered the first time the tragic treatment. When the tough tip of the knife cut on her body for the first time, she felt that she was living as a kind of sin. Her tears have long been cried out, can only see 2 deep tear stains pasted on the cheeks. Lin Xiaoshi's breathing is getting weaker and weaker. Perhaps dying here is also a kind of relief. But her mind suddenly remembered the boy named Yi. Although she didn't hear him speak, but his actions were the only person who brought warmth to Lin Xiaoshi. No, I can't die. I need him. I want him. I just want him. He is the light in my heart. The only light that exists. When Lin Xiaoshi woke up from her stupor, she saw the man drinking a beer on the couch. Yo, actually woke up? Looks like this toy of yours is still qualified. The previous toys first woke up the next day. Do you like drinking a lot? Lin Xiaoshi looked at the man with lifeless eyes. Yeah, the man replied. For some reason, looking at Lin Xiaoshi's frozen look, he was actually a little scared. How can that be? What am I? A grown man, afraid of her for. I can make money for you so you can buy more wine to drink. You who? The man was surprised. Tell me about it. I can sell flowers outside to make money for you, and I can work outside when I'm older. Not bad. This toy of yours is much more advanced than the previous one, the man quipped. But what is your purpose again? I want to go to school, Lin Xiaoshi said calmly. As soon as the man heard this, he immediately stared viciously at Lin Xiaoshi. No way. What if you call the police? This toy of yours doesn't want to run away. I won't call the police. To the outside world you can say I'm a single-parent child and I'll cooperate. As long as you let me go to school, I'll take care of the tuition and fees myself. Good. It had to be said that the man's heart was moved. He didn't have much of his own money left after buying Lin Xiaoshi. But if I find out that you have any crooked thoughts, I'll whip you alive. Just as Lin Xiaoshi said. She did earn some money back for the man, and the man's wariness gradually disappeared. Lin Xiaoshi also relied on herself to accompany Bai Xiaoyi to the 3rd year of college. Would like to step by step to get rid of Fatty Zhang will finally give himself clean to Bai Xiaoyi, but today's events completely let Lin Xiaoxi's heart of the spiritual world collapse. Obviously not easy to endure so much torture. Obviously not easy to stick to the age of 18. Obviously not easy to get the heart of the sweetheart of the heart 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 of the heart. Bang! Came the sound of a fall from the door. Lin Xiaoshi came back to her senses and turned her gaze towards the door. For some reason her heart was in turmoil and a strong desire prompted her to open the bedroom door. Bai Xiaoyi eventually ran out of strength, but both hands still grabbed Fatty Zhang's shoulders and struggled bitterly. Am I going to die? I clearly said I would save Xiao. I'm sorry Xiao. I lost my tongue. Clunk. At this time, Fatty Zhang's head resounded with the sound of a broken bottle. Fatty Zhang was smashed, froze for a moment and then turned his head to see a grim Lin Xiaoxi staring at him. A chill came from his body before Fatty Zhang could speak. Lin Xiaoxi picked up another bottle and smashed it straight down towards Fatty Zhang's face. Fatty Zhang loosened his grip on Bai Xiaoyi's hand. Blood flowed straight from his head, and his body collapsed as his head swooned. Huffing and puffing, Bai Xiaoyi greedily inhaled the air. The feeling of being on the verge of death just now made him very uncomfortable. Suddenly a silhouette jumped into Bai Xiaoyi's arms. Feeling Lin Xiaoxi's trembling body, Bai Xiaoyi consoled. I'm sorry Xiaoxi, I'm late. Lin Xiaoxi shook her head and looked at Bai Xiaoyi with eyes full of infatuation. The aggression of so many years was completely released today. Her efforts were not in vain. She finally caught the light that warmed her. After the two of them had warmed up for a few moments, Bai Xiaoyi tied up Fatty Zhang and used Lin Xiaoxi's cell phone to call the police. The next scene is when the police take Fatty Zhang away and find all sorts of evidence of harming Lin Xiaoxi in his house, especially Fatty Zhang's bedroom. Even the old policeman who had been on duty for years couldn't help but fling Fatty Zhang's stick when he saw it, his mouth cursing Fatty Zhang's ancestors angrily. Perhaps it was the fact that there were too many people around, or perhaps it was the fact that she had lost and found her way back today. Lin Xiaoxi's head was buried in Bai Xiaoyi's arms from the beginning to the end, and she followed Bai Xiaoyi wherever he went. Bai Xiaoyi didn't want Lin Xiaoxi to see these things that had hurt him again. Leading Lin Xiaoxi out of the house, he gently wrapped his arms around her, stroking her hair back and forth with his hand. A police officer came over and said to Bai Xiaoyi, "Hello classmate, later we may want this girl to go to the police station to make a statement. I hope you can cooperate with us. Can we go to the hospital first?" Bai Xiaoyi asked. "My girlfriend, she's been seriously injured." Hearing Bai Xiaoyi's reply, Lin Xiaoxi's body trembled. "Sure Ori, what's wrong? Not feeling well?" Bai Bai Xiaoyi hurriedly cared. No, Lin Xiaoshi shook her head. I'm fine. These injuries don't hurt much anymore. This student, you'd better take your girlfriend to the hospital. We can take a statement at the hospital. The previous old policeman walked over to the two and said, you guys see if there's anything still left in the house. We're going to get ready to cordon off the scene. Bai Xiaoyi looked toward Lin Xiaoshi. Lin Xiaoshi hugged Bai Xiaoyi's arm and looked at Bai Xiaoyi and said, no more. Bai Xiaoyi. The old policeman laughed out loud and patted Bai Xiaoyi's shoulder. Young man, treat this little girl well. Don't let her down. Don't worry, comrade policeman. Bai Xiaoyi, have Lin Xiaoshi alone in this life, that's enough. Lin Xiaoshi's light blue eyes seemed to look at the boy in her heart as if they were drawn like silk when she heard Bai Xiaoyi's revealing confession. Cough cough. The old policeman coughed twice. Okay. The ambulance is here, go to the hospital quickly. I'm old. I can't eat so much sweet. I'm prone to diabetes. Riding in the ambulance to the hospital. Bai Xiaoyi. After explaining the situation to the doctor, the nurse first took Lin Xiaoxi to the examination of injuries followed by follow-up treatment. And finally the police came to make a statement. Bai Xiaoyi looked at the fidgety Lin Xiaoxi and asked, want me to follow? Lin Xiaoxi first nodded, then seemed to think of something and shook her head. She didn't want Bai Xiaoyi to see her scars. She was afraid that if he looked at them he would feel disgusted and thus hate her. Perhaps sensing Lin Xiaoxi's thoughts, Bai Xiaoyi took Lin Xiaoxi's white hand and said to the nurse, trouble nurse sister. Sweet mouth little brother. Come with me. After Bai Xiaoyi finished his sentence he felt his hand being clenched tightly, then realized that Lin Xiaoxi was gazing at him calmly with her head tilted expressionless. The strong desire to survive made Bai Xiaoyi not dare to do anything, just firmly holding Lin Xiaoxi as he walked towards the treatment room. The nurse looked away and turned her head to stop talking. This girl's possessiveness is too strong, right? I'm afraid it's not going to be easy for this little brother in the future. The group entered the treatment room. The nurse first briefly examined Lin Xiaoxi's body, and then after realizing that there were no major problems other than her back, she let Lin Xiaoxi take off her clothes. Lin Xiaoxi looked at Bai Xiaoyi worriedly, his two hands gripping the corners of his own clothes hesitantly. It seemed that Xiaoxi still had concerns in her mind. Bai Xiaoyi bent his head down and kissed Lin Xiaoxi's forehead. Still not at ease? Lin Xiaoxi touched her forehead, the tip of her nose still surrounded by Bai Xiaoyi's scent. Nodding immediately afterward, she slowly removed the clothes from her body. The young girl's smooth body was slender and graceful, with undulating curves as beautiful as the mountains. But it was in this euphony that the flaw appeared. Ah! The nurse on the sidelines screamed out. Lin Xiaoxi's back was wrapped in a circle of bandages. The blood that flowed out had long since dyed the bandages red, and upon closer inspection one could still see a few drops of blood seeping out from outside the bandages. Bai Xiaoyi stared straight at the bandage frozen in place. Perhaps irritated by the nurse's reaction, Lin Xiaoxi quickly grabbed Bai Xiaoyi's wrist with both hands, keeping an eye on his movements. Bai Xiaoyi gritted his teeth and pushed his anger down, guiltily locking eyes with Lin Xiaoxi. I'm sorry, Xiao. I didn't realize it after spending so much time with you. I'm sorry. No, Lin Xiaoxi held Bai Xiaoyi's face with both hands. It's not Xiaoyi's fault. It's just that Xiaoxi didn't tell Xiaoyi. Saying that, Lin Xiaoxi bent her body forward and leaned forward to hug Bai Xiaoyi. Xiao wants to medicate Xiao himself. Is that okay? Good. The nurse on the side saw this and handed Bai Xiaoyi the medicine and told him how to apply it before going to the medicine cabinet to get a bandage. Afraid of hurting Lin Xiaoxi with his exertion, Bai Xiaoyi carefully applied the medicine on Lin Xiaoxi's wound. Because he was too focused, a fine sweat soon appeared on Bai Xiaoyi's forehead. He is really gentle. Lin Xiaoxi reached out her hand to wipe away the sweat and looked at the boy she was pining for in front of her with a happy face, because the wound was too large. It took Bai Xiaoyi a long time to finish applying the medicine, so then the nurse changed the new bandage for Lin Xiaoxi. Well, this sister's body has been examined, and I will give the report to you, little brother, later. Good. Bai Xiaoyi was interrupted by Xiaoxi at the side before he could finish his sentence. Okay, thank you, sister nurse. Lin Xiaoxi looked at the nurse with a wary face. Looking at the milky and ferocious Lin Xiaoxi swore her sovereignty like a lion cub protecting its food. Put. The nurse laughed out, then waved her hand and said, all right, I won't steal your little boyfriend. I'll just go out first. You guys take your time to chat. It wasn't until the nurse had completely retreated that Lin Xiaoxi shifted her gaze to Bai Xiaoyi. The entire room was now left to myself and E. Perhaps sensing a hint of subtlety, Bai Xiaoyi took the lead and said, Xiaoxi, I'll put the clothes on you first. Yeah. Suddenly Lin Xiaoxi's eyes narrowed slightly meaningfully as he looked at Bai Xiaoyi and said softly, Yi is so bad. Knock knock. Suddenly there was a knock at the door. Young man, can the patient come out, please? We still have a statement to take. By the sound of his voice it should be the old cop from before. Yes, please wait. Bai Xiaoyi patted Lin Xiaoxi's back signaling for her to get up quickly. It's not decent for a man to be pinned down by a girl. It's time to work out after this. Fatty Lin Xiaoshi sat up straight after a lingering glance at Bai Xiaoyi. Bai Xiaoyi opened the door to let the old cop walk in. The old policeman handed Bai Xiaoyi a report in his hand. Here's the report of the examination of the injuries, which I took to you in passing. Thank you, Uncle Policeman. It's fine. The old policeman focused his attention on Lin Xiaoshi. After our investigation, this fatty Zhang was often beaten by his parents when he was a child, and he lost his physical ability during one of the beatings. This may also be the reason for his brutality and violence. May I ask why you didn't choose to call the police in the first place? Little sister? Lin Xiaoshi didn't say anything, only turning her eyes to Bai Xiaoyi on the side. I see. This boy is your weakness, right? Lin Xiaoshi nodded towards him, then hugged Bai Xiaoyi and said, Xiaoyi is the most important existence in my life. Xiaoshi. Bai Xiaoyi didn't say anything else, just quietly cradled the girl in his arms. Why? Why should such a kind and sweet girl suffer like this? Bai Xiaoyi suddenly remembered something. By the way, Uncle Policeman, I followed Fatty Zhang earlier. He said something to a Scarface in an alley. Aha, we'll make him confess on his own, the old cop replied. He had ways to make a beast like Fatty Zhang talk. May I ask the police uncle how long he will be sentenced? Bai Xiaoyi asked. For his kind of crime we can only get a conviction for willful wounding. Some counts of racketeering, probably. The old police officer was interrupted by Lin Xiaoshi before he could finish his speech. Lin Xiaoshi said, he also killed someone. What? The old cop immediately sat up at the sight and asked, when? Where? Right under the big tree in the backyard next to that old neighborhood. He killed 2 little kids. I know. It's getting late, you guys should rest too. Tomorrow I will definitely give you all a satisfactory answer. Saying that, the old policeman quickly walked out of the treatment room. Well, there's no big difference. Just need to be careful that the wound doesn't get infected. Change the medicine once every 3 days and the wound will slowly get better, the doctor said to Bai Xiaoyi after reading the report. I know. Thanks, doctor. It's fine. Does the patient need to be hospitalized? Before the words fell, Lin Xiaoshi's head popped out from behind Bai Xiaoyi and shouted, no need. She doesn't want to stay in the hospital. She wants to live with E. So it was that Bai Xiaoyi led Lin Xiaoshi towards his home. After arriving home, Bai Xiaoyi looked at the time. It was already early morning. Looking at Lin Xiaoshi beside him, Bai Xiaoyi asked, Xiaoshi want to eat something? Lin Xiaoshi shook her head. Xiaoshi isn't hungry. Just a little sleepy. Well, there's a spare room next to me that's my parents' Xiao. Just go straight to bed. I'm going to take a shower. I have class tomorrow. Good night, Xiao. After saying that, Bai Xiaoyi walked towards the toilet. Lin Xiaoshi didn't move in place until she heard the sound of rushing water before tiptoeing to the door of the toilet and gently turning the door handle. The door is locked. Stinky little E. Lady Defense too. Lin Xiaoshi angrily waved his fist, then quietly disappeared. Bai Xiaoyi saw that Lin Xiaoshi's figure had long since disappeared from the living room after he finished his shower. I think I'm asleep. Almost time for me to go to bed. Bai Xiaoyi walked into the bedroom. I thought I remembered the lights being on just now? Never mind. I probably misremembered. Bai Xiaoyi groped his way onto the bed and was about to go to sleep when he suddenly realized that a pair of light blue eyes had appeared in the darkness. The hand came up uncertainly to touch it, and a soft touch came, and it seemed like a face. Wait, blue eyes. Xiao, is that you? Before the words fell, a body squeezed into Bai Xiaoyi's arms. I'm scared. Because of the overly dark environment, Bai Xiaoyi didn't see Lin Xiaoshi's sly gaze. Feeling the trembling Xiaoshi in his arms, Bai Xiaoyi no longer had the heart to call Lin Xiaoshi away. Stroking the back of Lin Xiaoshi's head, Bai Xiaoyi softly whispered, Xiaoshi isn't afraid. I'm here. Aha. After a while Bai Xiaoyi realized that the little Shi in his arms was no longer moving, just breathing evenly, seemingly asleep. Bai Xiaoyi flattened Xiaoshi's body, then tucked in the corner of the quilt for himself and drifted off to sleep. The moment Bai Xiaoyi fell asleep, Lin Xiaoshi opened her eyes and secretly got up to kiss Bai Xiaoyi's cheek. Good night, E. You can't rush it yourself. Frogs have to be boiled in warm water. Tonight, it was the first time in her life that Lin Xiaoshi had slept so soundly. What is the best thing in life? Of course it is to open your eyes and see him in your heart. Lin Xiaoshi looked at Bai Xiaoyi, who was still sleeping, with a happy smile. After coveting Bai Xiaoyi's body for a while, Lin Xiaoshi got up. As a wife, she of course had to make her husband a loving breakfast. Jingle bells. The sound of the alarm clock woke Bai Xiaoyi up. Looking at the empty spot beside him, Bai Xiaoyi scratched his head. Where's Shirori? A scent came from the living room, and Bai Xiaoyi then saw Lin Xiaoshi wearing an apron and cooking breakfast. Seemingly hearing the movement in the room, Lin Xiaoshi turned back to see a confused Bai Xiaoyi staring blankly at him. Good morning, old Yi. Good morning, Xiao. Breakfast is almost ready. Xiaoshi is really virtuous, Bai Xiaoyi muttered in a small voice. but it was still heard by the sharp-eared Lin Xiaoshi. Soon two blushes colored Lin Xiaoshi's white face, raising the corners of her mouth playfully. Then when is he going to marry me, Bai Xiaoyi hurriedly fled into the restroom upon hearing this, leaving only Lin Xiaoshi, who had a bad smile on her face, in the living room. Wow! Bai Xiaoyi washed his face in cold water and pushed his restless heart down. Thinking of his incompetence yesterday, Bai Xiaoyi resolved to work on himself, or else he wouldn't even be able to protect his favorite girl. Bai Xiaoyi had just opened the door when he saw Lin Xiaoshi sitting at the dining table greeting himself. Come and eat, or it will get cold. Sitting next to Lin Xiaoxi, Bai Xiaoyi saw a bowl of congee and an omelette on the table, as well as a serving of fried vegetables. Xiaoshi also knows how to fry? Bai Xiaoyi asked in surprise. Lin Xiaoshi puffed up her mouth in feigned anger. Could it be that Xiaoyi can stir fry and I can't? Quickly taste it. Then I'm welcome. Bai Xiaoyi put a chopstick of bok choy into his mouth. A refreshing sensation ripped through his mouth. Although the greens were fried, they weren't greasy at all, and the crunchy texture made Bai Xiaoyi couldn't help but let out a soft hum. Swallowing the green vegetables, Bai Xiaoyi gave Lin Xiaoshi a thumbs up. Xiao's cooking is really awesome, mumble. Could this be the legendary treasure girl? Lin Xiaoxi, two hands propped up his chin full of love, full of look at Bai Xiaoyi, said. When will Xiaoyi dig up this treasure of mine? Put. The white congee in his mouth spewed out before he could drink it. Turning his head to look at the gloating Lin Xiaoshi, Bai Xiaoyi chucked an omelette and stuffed it into Lin Xiaoshi's mouth. Just eat, don't talk so much. Well, feeling Bai Xiaoyi's chopsticks inserted into her mouth, Lin Xiaoshi bit into one of the chopsticks, then wrapped her tongue around the chopstick tip continuously, finally leaving the chopstick tip and pulling a crystalline thread of saliva. Xiaoyi's egg, it's so delicious. Bai Xiaoyi's encounter with Lin Xiaoshi was once again declared a failure. The two arrived at the school entrance side by side, while signaling their impending separation. I'll see Xiao at noon. See ye at noon. Lin Xiaoshi walked back to the class division road. Thinking about the next will have a morning will not see Xiaoyi hard annoyed up. I wish I was in the same class as he so I could be with him all the time. Bai Xiaoyi had just sat down in his seat when he saw a hangdog-looking Wang Hu walking over, suppressing his voice and saying in a conspiratorial manner, Final mother bitch, Lordshire, see you at noon. Xiaoshi. Bai Xiaoyi went up and did a lightning 5 consecutive whips. You kid ate gossip growing up, didn't you? So able to eat and young people. Who told you guys to be so close? I'm like a 250-watt light bulb in the middle of you. Find one if you're not convinced. Che, a woman would only affect how fast I can draw my sword. One who made a move that he thought was cool. Well, that said, you and Lin Xiaoshi are so blatantly dating. You're not afraid that old Xiao will find out. Old Zhou has found out. Then why hasn't he cleaned you up? I used to date girls from other classes when old Zhao found out, and broke us up without saying a word. The old king won. Aya, you don't interrupt. If you ask me, old Zhao is simply a stick in the mud. If it wasn't for me giving him face, I would have. Long ago what? Old Zhao looked at Wang Hu kindly. Long ago I knelt down to old Zhao. Without Lao Zhao I am now certainly still not thinking about progress, but also indulge in duty. Wang Hu turned to look at Lao Zhao with affection and said, if it were not for Lao Zhao I would have gone astray, or in the way of many people I high and low to you to Kaodawe. Smooth talker. Since you're so thankful to me this weekly exam, if you don't make it into the top 15 of all of them you'll be waiting to sweep my office for a month. After old Zhao finished speaking, he looked at Bai Xiaoyi. Bai Xiaoyi, you come to my office. Explain to me properly about last night. Okay, Joe. The two left, leaving only Wang Hu, who stood in place thinking about his life. Why are people so different from each other? Tell me, what happened yesterday? Old Zhao stopped Bai Xiaoyi, who wanted to receive water, and said, Bai Xiaoyi, you can't catch any more water. I'm too old to take this kind of trouble. Well, here's the thing. Bai Xiaoyi told Zhao Dezhu what happened one by one. What? There's even such a thing? Old Zhao slapped the table hard, then said angrily, Bai Xiaoyi, why didn't you tell me last night? You don't know how dangerous it is in that situation. I'm your teacher. I have the obligation to protect your safety even if you graduate in the future. You'll always be my Zhao Dezhu's student. Bai Xiaoyi looked at the furious old Zhao and was not afraid. Who could not love such a teacher? Lao Zhao. Thank you. No, next time, no? Got it. Lao Zhao, I have a question. Speak. Old Zhao, do you still accept godchildren? Petri dish. Bai Xiaoyi, you have itchy skin, don't you? Hey, this does not appear to be our good relationship. Lao Zhao, then if there's nothing else, I'll go back to my class first? Well, never slack off in your studies. Got it, old Joe. Bringing the door closed, Bai Xiaoyi returned to the classroom for his lesson. In class, Bai Xiaoyi always felt that there is a gaze at him. First looked at Wang Hu's position, found that the boy has long been lying on the table asleep. If it's not Wang Hu, then who else would be looking at me? Bai Xiaoyi swept around and suddenly realized that Li Yi, who was sitting in the front row, was stealing glances at him. Sensing Bai Xiaoyi's perception, Li Yi hurriedly skimmed her head as if nothing had happened. What is Yi looking at me for? Forget it. It's better to think about what to eat with Xiaoshi for lunch. When class ended under Wang Hu's complaining eyes, Bai Xiaoyi left the classroom. Bai Xiaoyi, wait. Li Yi's voice came from behind her. What's wrong? Here. Li Yi pulled out some money from her pocket and handed it to Bai Xiaoyi. The money you paid for me last time. It's fine. It's not much money anyway. Speaking of which, I have you to thank for that. If it wasn't for your cell phone I wouldn't have been able to find Xiaoshi that night. Take it. I don't like owing people. Okay, then thank you, class president. That. Li Yi's eyes flickered. Then she pursed her lips and said, what happened before? I'm sorry. It's fine. Speaking of which I have to thank you, class president. If you hadn't rejected me, I probably wouldn't have met a girl as good as Xiaoshi in my life. If there hadn't been the matter of the original owner's confession, I guess Bai Xiaoyi wouldn't have appeared in this world. But that meant something else in Yi's ears. You mean you'd have stayed with me if I'd said yes that day, don't you? Well, it should be. Bai Xiaoyi thought for a while back. After all, the original owner originally only liked Li Yi. If Li Yi agreed, of course they would be together. Well, now. Before the words fell, Li Yi's shoulder was knocked away by a figure. The force was very heavy, no need to think that it was intentional. Xiaoyi. Let's go eat together, said Lin Xiaoshi as she wrapped her arms around Bai Xiaoyi. Well, then class president, I'm going to go eat with Xiao first. Without waiting for Li Yi to reply, Bai Xiaoyi took Lin Xiaoshi and prepared to leave. Wait for me. After Lin Xiaoshi finished speaking, she came in front of Li Yi and brought her mouth to Li Yi's ear and whispered something softly. Then Li Yi's face changed in horror as she looked at Lin Xiaoshi as if she was stimulated by something. Let's go. Lin Xiaoshi returned to Bai Xiaoyi's side. Oh, Xiao, what did you just say? This is the secret that belongs between girls and Yui. If I see Yui alone with another girl next time, Xiao might do something. I know. Bai Xiaoyi hurriedly replied as he felt the chill coming from Lin Xiaoshi. No, for my own sake as well as Shiori's. The Cure Shiori program will have to move forward quickly. Bai Xiaoyi didn't want to be stabbed by Lin Xiaoshi one day just by having an ordinary interaction with a member of the opposite sex. Li Yi looked at Lin Xiaoshi beside Bai Xiaoyi. This girl, she's horrible. Recalling what Lin Xiaoshi had just said to himself. Sister, Xiaoyi liked you for 2.5 years before. Do you know how jealous Xiaoshi is of you? But it's good that you didn't say yes to Xiaoyi, or else Xiaoshi wouldn't mind turning into your sister's appearance and being with Xiaoyi. After dinner, Lin Xiaoshi pulled Bai Xiaoyi for a walk around the school. Right, Xiaoshi, I have something I want to tell you. Since living with Lin Xiaoshi yesterday, it seems that Xiaoshi followed him without bringing anything. What's wrong, It's our alone time now. Oh, if he tries to run away, Xiao can only break Yi's legs. Saying the scariest words in the gentlest tone. Perhaps it was because what had just happened was very insecure for Lin Xiaoshi. Bai Xiaoyi looked at Lin Xiaoshi and sighed in disappointment. Ugh. I just wanted to say that tomorrow is the weekend. I wanted to take Xiaoshi out to have some fun. It seems that Xiaoshi doesn't really want to go then. So forget it. Bai Xiaoyi let go of Lin Xiaoshi's small hand and walked forward on his own. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. By all rights Xiao should be pulling on my hand. Why isn't it moving? Bai Xiaoyi was just about to turn around and look, when suddenly a pair of hands came from behind his back to encircle him. Don't go. It's Xiaoshi's fault. And who was it that just said they were going to break my legs? Bai Xiaoyi turned around and stared straight into Lin Xiaoshi's eyes teasingly. Lin Xiaoxi tilted her head to the side to avoid Bai Xiaoyi's gaze. I don't know that person. Bai Xiaoyi reached out and pinched Lin Xiaoshi's soft cheeks. Then tomorrow, would Xiaoshi like to go outside with me for a stroll? Willing. Lin Xiaoshi drilled towards Bai Xiaoyi's hand with a face of enjoyment, then let out a delicate voice. No matter where Xiaoyi is in the future, Xiaoshi will always be with Xiaoyi. Lin Xiaoshi's head slowly moved along Bai Xiaoyi's hand to Bai Xiaoyi's ear. Yi's caressing Xiao. I'm very joyful now. So tonight Yi can caress Xiaoshi more? Looking at Lin Xiaoshi, who had an astringent look on her face, Bai Xiaoyi immediately withdrew his hand when he saw this. How is this going to play? His own physical defense. Lin Xiaoshi's magic attack. Xiao, wait for me here. I have an upset stomach. After saying that, Bai Xiaoyi escaped from the place by bending over and covering his belly, pretending to be in distress. After Bai Xiaoyi left, Lin Xiaoshi took out her cell phone and looked at the time. There was still half an hour left. Then she looked around again. There wasn't a single person on the road. As the saying goes, there's a time and a place. Lin Xiaoshi licked her lips. Well, they're not dry anymore. After saying that, he secretly followed Bai Xiaoyi. Bai Xiaoyi ran into a cubicle in the restroom, breathing heavily. Why is one's own fixation so bad? In his previous life, he didn't feel this way when he secretly watched small videos. So why did he get killed in front of Lin Xiaoshi? Knock knock. There were 2 knocks on the door from outside the cubicle. "Excuse me, there's someone here." Knock knock. The knock came again. "Dude, the cubicles next to us are empty. Can't you just go to the next cubicle?" Knock knock. Still the knocking continued. Baishawi couldn't stand it any longer and opened the unlocked door. He wanted to see which rash person was so persistent. "No, can't you understand what I'm saying? I told you here's." Just halfway through his words, Baishawi realized that the person who had just knocked on the door was actually Lin Xiaoshi. "Xiao, why are you here? This is the men's restroom. Get out." Lin Xiaoxi ignored Baishawi's words and pushed Baishawi back into the cubicle with both hands, immediately afterward locking the door behind him. Baishawi was about to speak. Lin Xiaoxi put up her index finger on the side of Baishawi's mouth and whispered, "Xiaoxi, don't make a sound. Oh, if others find out it will be bad. Xiaoxi will be said to be a female hooligan. Aren't you a female hooligan now?" The heart, which had just calmed down, was instantly stirred, seeing that Lin Xiaoxi's petite body kept fitting towards him. Baishawi came to Lin Xiaoxi's ear and whispered, "Xiaoxi, don't be like this. It's not good if someone finds out." "What did you say?" I didn't hear you clearly." "I said." Baishawi had just opened his mouth when Lin Xiaoxi's cherry-like mouth blocked it. "Aha! Baishawi screamed in defiance. "Lin Xiaoxi, you don't talk about martial arts. Come to cheat, come to sneak attack." Suddenly, a footstep sounded in the restroom. Hiss, "It's finally here, but it's suffocating me. I should have known not to drink so much water." A boy ran in. Baishawi froze. If this makes any noise, then maybe his academic career is over. Baishawi blinked his eyes and kept signaling to Lin Xiaoxi. But Lin Xiaoxi continued to kiss Baishawi's lips as if she didn't see it. In order not to be discovered, Baishawi can only let Lin Xiaoxi kissed. Suddenly, Lin Xiaoxi's tongue came in and ran amok in Baishawi's territory. Baishawi could only be forced to fight, but he was not Lin Xiaoxi's opponent. In less than a round was chopped to the ground. Few soothing, the boy left the restroom after settling it. Hissy, a voice came out of the cubicle shortly after the boys had left. "Xiaoxi, I'm almost out of who." "Well," Baishawi said before his words fell and was again caught up in the battlefield by Lin Xiaoxi. In this battle, Baishawi was defeated. Jingle bell. The school bell rang. Looking at Baishawi, whose eyes were full of confusion and gasping for air, Lin Xiaoxi was relieved. "Is it over?" Baishawi came back to his senses and saw Lin Xiaoxi leaning comfortably against his own chest, smashing his mouth, seemingly still reminiscing about the flavor of the party. Lin Xiaoxi looked up and kissed Baishawi's cheeks and said, "Xiaoyi, I'm going out first. Oh. Ho yak yak, okay, nice guy, tongue numb, he. Lin Xiaoxi snickered at the sight, then opened the door and slipped out. After Lin Xiaoxi stepped out of the restroom, her eyes looked out the window behind the big tree. Then the corners of her mouth rose slightly. Baishawi held the wall and walked out. Just now his body had been pressed by Lin Xiaoxi plus the kissing battle that lasted nearly 15 minutes. His thighs had long been unable to support him. "Let's go." Lin Xiaoxi stepped forward and took Baishawi's arm. Baishawi tapped his finger on Lin Xiaoxi's forehead and said helplessly, "Xiaoxi, you can't engage in such dangerous things in the future." He. "I know," said Lin Xiaoxi as she spat out her tongue and looked apologetically at Baishawi. "Oh no. This girl didn't listen. Forget it, let's just go to class." The two faded into the hallway. Just then a figure appeared behind the tree and ran in the other direction. After briefly bidding farewell to Lin Xiaoxi, Baishawi returned to his seat as well, his mind still flickering with what would happen. Pop! Baishawi's desk was slapped by Wang Hu. "What are you boys fuming about?" "Ha? No. Nothing. Ring an equal to, Wang Hu said as he put his face close to Baishawi. "Do you think you look like you're okay? Did someone bully you?" "Ha! How can that be? Would someone sense to bully me, Baishawi?" Baishawi stretched his neck in disdain. A red, swollen strawberry mark appeared on Baishawi's neck. "What's wrong? You don't believe me?" "Nothing. Forget what I just said." After saying that, Wang Hu went back to his seat, elbow on his head as if he was thinking about life. He is still playing in the mud, others are ready to live. Jingle bells. The bell rang and a teacher with a Mediterranean head walked in. The children's shoes door roar. Su Tianwador sends the order points to study geography gram. The teacher with some serious accent. The only understandable in a sentence is estimated to be the word geography. Report. "Sorry teacher, I'm late." Li Yi knocked on the door and returned to her seat with the teacher's forgiveness. After sitting down, she intentionally stole a glance at Baishawi. At this moment, Baishawi was staring at the blackboard in a daze, completely not noticing Li Yi's gaze. Jingle bells. Since it was Friday and the school's dismissal time was in the afternoon, the students organized their school bags and prepared to leave the school. At this time, Zhao Dezhu walked into the classroom and said, "Everyone be quiet. I'm going to give a temporary notice about something." Only after everyone had sat back down in their seats did old Zhao let out, I know that you all are returning to your homes, so I'll make this short. The graduation exams are coming up in a while, so everyone should work hard during this time and not let down your savings over the past 3 years. Speaking here, Lao Zhao paused again. There is a good news. Next Monday the school will organize a camping activity. It is also a kind of relaxation for you to relax. At the same time it is also the last activity, so everyone must cherish it. Yeah, the class cheered for a split second at the news. Coming together in groups to discuss the plans for the coming week. Old bye. Let's have a group next Monday? Wang Hu smiled and walked over. The last event. We have to have fun anyways. Yeah, who's in our group? At the moment, just the two of us. Bai Xiaoyi punched Wang Hu's shoulder and scolded with a laugh. Our Wang Dahua, don't you usually say that you don't touch a single leaf? Why do you fall off the wagon at critical moments? Wang Hu was anxious when he heard it. Jumping to his feet and pointing at Bai Xiaoyi, he yelled, "You have the nerve to talk about me. I at least recognize a few people in my class. Your kid even almost forgot about me before." Cough cough. Do not say these. There are no other candidates. We two group is too buried. Bai Xiaoyi also knew that he was in the wrong and quickly changed the topic. Can I join? Yui Li walked over. Yui Li? What are you doing here? Wang Hu said with a look of disgust. Aren't you guys short of people? I'm just trying to help you guys out. Help us? Do we know you well? What a strong offense. Wang Hui is still out putting. Okay then, sorry to bother you guys. After saying that, Yi covered her face and ran away. Wang Hu was stunned on the spot. He didn't expect the usually strongly Yi to reveal such behavior. Hey, Wang Hu poked Bai Xiaoyi's shoulder and said, am I going too far? It's a bit for her, but it's not your problem. Bai Xiaoyi didn't show any sympathy when he saw the poor Yi Li. It wasn't because Yi had teased him, but because he already had someone in his heart. Then should we ask her to join our group? Wang Hu looked at Li Yi in her seat with her head buried. She should be crying. It's up to you. You organize it, then you're the leader. Bai Xiaoyi stood up and patted Wang Hu's shoulder. I'll leave first. My family is waiting for me. After Bai Xiaoyi left, Wang Hu scowled and went forward to gently pat Li Yi's trembling shoulders. Class president, sir? I'm sorry, You know I have a stupid mouth and said something bad, hope you don't take it personally, Li Yi raised her head and looked at Wang Hu with tears in her eyes and asked. It's okay, can I be in a group with you guys? No problem. But why did the squad leader come to our group? I just want to apologize properly to Bai Xiaoyi. I feel so sorry for him for what happened before. So that's how it is. Squad leader, you said it earlier. Wang Hu suddenly realized. Then can we trouble student Wang Hu to create a group chat? If there's anything we can conveniently contact in the group. Okay, class president. With that, Wang Hu pulled out his cell phone and pulled Bai Xiaoyi and Li Yi into a group. Created class president. Then I'll go home first. Well, Wang Hu student, pay attention to safety on the road. Oh, Li Yi squinted her eyes and smiled at Wang Hu. Oh, class president, bye. Wang Hu scratched his head after bidding farewell to Li. Why did Li Yi seem to have changed? Didn't she used to not be able to look at Bai Xiaoyi? Is this what mom said? Men aren't bad. Women don't love them? After Wang Hu left, Li Yi changed back to her usual bland appearance, opened the cell phone and tapped on the group chat that she had just joined, and then tapped like Bai Xiaoyi's avatar. Only a cartoon avatar with wise eyes appeared. Ha, I can't believe he's kinda cute. Why didn't I notice before? Ever since the last time she was threatened by Lin Xiaoshi's eyes, Li Yi's mindset had changed. Why was Bai Xiaoyi such an ordinary boy liked by Lin Xiaoshi? It wasn't until she met Bai Xiaoyi at the barbecue restaurant that Li Yi's senses towards Bai Xiaoyi changed. Perhaps out of the threat of Lin Xiaoxi's unwillingness, or perhaps the appreciation of Bai Xiaoyi's devotion, so that Li Yi involuntarily want to steal Bai Xiaoyi from Lin Xiaoxi. Lin Xiaoshi, don't you like him very much? If I snatch him away from you, you'll be sad. Then you'll be desperate if I play him badly. I really want to see you in a sorry state. What will Bai Xiaoyi do if I tell him about what I saw at lunch today? Li Yi is unaware that her mindset has completely changed, and a dark seed has sprouted. As soon as Bai Xiaoyi went out the door, he spotted Lin Xiaoshi walking on his way. Come on, let's go home. Aha! As soon as the two of them left the school gates, Lin Xiaoshi took Bai Xiaoyi's arm and leaned her head towards her beloved's shoulder with a sweet face. Did your homeroom teacher talk about next Monday's activities? Said so. Looking forward to that day. So can Xiao come and play with he? Bai Xiaoyi touched Lin Xiaoshi's head and said, as long as Xiaoshi is willing, you can come whenever you want. Oh, that's what he said. Yo. Noticing that there was a hint of something so wrong, Bai Xiaoyi hurriedly changed the topic. Ahem. Shirori better think about our trip tomorrow. After all, we're going out tomorrow, aren't we? Good. Lin Xiaoshi reached out her hand to break her fingers and counted. First with Xiaoyi, he, then with Xiaoyi, he, and then finally with Xiaoyi, hey. Maiden, your thoughts are dangerous. although he didn't know what Lin Xiaoshi was talking about. Looking at her drooling, Bai Xiaoyi seemed to understand something. Ouch! An overhand right lands to the side of Lin Xiaoshi's head. What are you doing? If I don't interrupt you again, it's going to be juvenile images back there. There's no such thing as what he said. I'm obviously thinking of going to the movies with E. It's E who's thinking the wrong way. Objection. And may I ask why Xiao was drooling just now? That's drool left behind from thinking about going to a restaurant with E to eat delicious food. It's E who's thinking the wrong way. Seems to make sense. But Xiao, can you keep your hands out of my clothes? Hey, got caught. The two playfully made their way back to the apartment, where a middle-aged man in casual clothes was smoking a cigarette in the doorway downstairs. When the middle-aged man saw Bai Xiaoyi walking with Lin Xiaoxi, he quickly stubbed out his cigarette and threw it in the garbage can beside him and walked towards Bai Xiaoyi. Bai Xiaoyi also spotted the visitor, the old policeman who had helped them before. Bai Xiaoyi, long time no see. The old policeman smiled kindly. Uncle policeman? Why are you here? I came over to tell you something about what happened the day before yesterday. Could it be that something has changed? Hearing this, Bai Xiaoyi pushed Lin Xiaoxi next to him and whispered softly in her ear. Xiaoxi, be good. You go up first. I'll have a chat with the police uncle. Lin Xiaoshi's body swayed without moving, and her arms around Bai Xiaoyi tightened. Ugh, really can't do anything about you, Bai Xiaoyi said as he stroked Lin Xiaoshi's head looking at the old cop. Uncle policeman, go ahead. Well, there are two things I want to tell you guys. The first thing is that Fatty Zhang was sentenced to death on suspicion of intentional injury, intentional homicide, extortion, and various other charges. Hearing this, Lin Xiaoshi's eyes turned red, turning around and burying her head into Bai Xiaoyi's chest, sobbing. Seeing this, Bai Xiaoyi's heart became harder and harder, gently stroking Lin Xiaoshi's back to show comfort. Xiaoshi is finally free from the confinement, which is also a good start as long as I correct it. I believe Xiaoshi's sickly personality will eventually improve back. I don't know that Lin Xiaoshi is not huffing because she is crying. She was laughing. The old policeman then said, the second thing is that Fatty Zhang colluded with a casino behind him. We followed the trail and knocked down this den, and all the people inside were arrested by us. However, Fatty Zhang has a good friend who escaped this arrest, and I am worried that he will retaliate against you. So be careful. Call me if you encounter any danger, said the old policeman, handed a note to Bai Xiaoyi with the phone number of police officer Huang written on it. I know. Thanks Uncle Huang. Well, then I'll leave you guys alone and go on ahead. Bye Uncle Huang. After seeing off the yellow police officer, Bai Xiaoyi placed his chin head on Lin Xiaoxi's head and hugged Lin Xiaoxi tenderly, saying, Xiaoxi, don't worry. I'll be there for you in the future. Hearing this, Lin Xiaoshi tearfully raised her head. The face of whoever saw it, I see pity. That's what he said. Always be there for me, yo. Of course, I'll always be there for Xiao. I knew he was the best. After hearing Bai Xiaoyi's reply, Lin Xiaoshi, who had originally carried her hands behind her back, slowly put them down. What does Xiao want to eat tonight? I like to eat whatever he makes. The two talked and laughed their way up the stairs. Bai Xiaoyi served a bowl of tomato and egg noodles and placed it in front of Lin Xiaoshi. I don't know Xiaoshi's your taboos, so I made some noodles. See if it's to your liking. If you don't like it, I'll make something else. Lin Xiaoshi shook her head, pulling Bai Xiaoyi to sit next to her. As long as it's made by Xiaoyi, Xiaoshi likes to eat it. If you like it, Xiao eat it quickly. Aha! Lin Xiaoshi picked up a piece of tomato and put it on Bai Xiaoyi's mouth and said, Xiaoyi is the one who gets the credit. The first bite Xiaoyi eats first. My little Xiao really knows his stuff. The taste buds felt the flavor of the tomato sour with a little back sweetness made by Xiaoyi's appetite grow, and he couldn't wait to bring out his bowl to destroy it. Yummy, eat up, Xiao, and I'll go get my share. Bai Xiaoyi was about to get up but was pulled back by one of Lin Xiaoshi's hands. Wait, there are still eggs left. Looking at the expectant Lin Xiaoshi, how could Bai Xiaoyi refuse? Open your mouth. Ah, Bai Xiaoyi just opened his mouth and a soft and smooth thing drilled in. This egg doesn't taste right, does it? Wait, it is. There was no one eating the egg noodles in the bowl on the table, but why was there a hissing sound? Bai Xiaoyi ran to the balcony and breathed in the fresh air greedily. It was the first time he felt the feeling of suffocating from lack of oxygen in his brain. Lin Xiaoshi was currently shivering with a small mouthful of lumpy noodles with a flushed face, but her gaze had been stuck on Bai Xiaoyi. Bai Xiaoyi entered the living room, first touching his swollen lips, then looking at Lin Xiaoshi, who was snickering at the side. Bai Xiaoyi said with a grumbling face, What are you laughing at? It wasn't you, Xiaoshi. Who did this? I'm sorry, Look at that. How can I eat when the noodles are cold? Then why don't I feed it to Lin Xiaoshi pointed towards her mouth. Perhaps afraid of Lin Xiaoshi once again animalistic, Bai Xiaoyi saw the situation immediately will be his own bowl of noodles out of a big mouthful of food. After dinner Lin Xiaoxi took the initiative to wash the dishes. Bai Xiaoyi also answered her to go. Bai Xiaoyi lay on the sofa and took out his cell phone before realizing that there was an additional group chat in his contacts. How did I get into a group chat? After clicking into the group chat, Bai Xiaoyi saw that there were only 3 members in the group chat. One is a king tiger with an avatar of a tiger, and the other has an avatar of a flower that appears to be a carnation. Bai Xiaoyi instantly ate the Wang Hu in the group. Bai Xiaoyi, old Wang, what group did you pull me into? A message then popped up in the group. Forget-me-not, good evening Bai Xiaoyi. This group is our grouping for next Monday's camping activities yo. Forget-me-nots? Who's this? Bai Xiaoyi, may I ask who you are? Senior Wang Hu, she's Li Yi. She joined our group when she got out of school. Li Yi? Bai Xiaoyi couldn't figure out why Yi would be in the same group as himself, and she was well liked in the class. Out of politeness Bai Xiaoyi still said, well, welcome then. Forget-me-not, he thank you, Mr. Bai Xiaoyi oh. Forget-me-not, may I ask if Mr. Bai Xiaoyi and Mr. Wang Hu are free tomorrow? I'd like to go shopping with you all for the items needed for camping. Senior Wang Hu, good. How about you, old Bai? Bai Xiaoyi, I'm sorry I won't be able to go. I have to accompany my family Xiaoshi to buy things tomorrow. You guys go ahead. I won't be coming. Senior Wang Hu, alas. A man who falls in love is devoted. Forget it. Bai Xiaoyi, you're not going then I'll go with the class president. Forget-me-not, I'm sorry about that Mr. Wang Hu, I suddenly remembered that I have something to do tomorrow, I'm afraid I can't go. In the far room, Wang Hu flung a pillow aside against the wall. Shit, I'm the clown. Lin Xiaoshi. Is Lin Xiaoshi the only thing that comes out of your mouth? Li Yi angrily threw the rag doll in her hand to the ground, not knowing why from the time she rejected Bai Xiaoyi's confession. She cared more and more about this man she once did not even look at. Picking up the doll on the ground, he saw that the doll's face was labeled with the 3 words Bai Xiaoyi. Li Yi pinched the doll's neck and gritted her teeth. Obviously in the past you were like a puppy who liked to follow my ass. As long as I gave you a little bit of sweetness you could be happy for a day and a night and not be able to sleep. But who gave you the right to dare to betray your master? It's always been master for dog, never dog for master. Ding! The screen of the cell phone on the bed lit up with light. Ha! The puppy finally couldn't hold it down? Li Yi let go of her hand, the doll fell to the ground. After picking up her cell phone she saw that it was a call from a person named Linwei. I'm sorry, Dad's company is traveling today, may not be able to come back again this week. It's okay Dad, got used to it a long time ago. Daddy go to work. Yui is sleepy. Well, good night Yui. Turning off the phone, looked at the group chat again. Still no movement. Looks like it's just the 2 of us again tonight. Picked up the ground white small easy patted Li with white small easy into the quilt. Looked sideways at the motionless white small easy. Li more and more morbid said, since the dog is disobedient, as a master, I should keep the dog on a leash. Then the plan starts tomorrow. Good night, my dog. At the same time Bai Xiaoyi collected his cell phone. It happened that Lin Xiaoshi also came out of the kitchen. What was he doing just now? Wow. Just now Wang Hu asked me if I was going to buy the supplies I need for camping tomorrow, and I declined. Why did you refuse? Lin Xiaoshi pretended to know nothing and asked Bai Xiaoyi. Because I'm going to accompany the lovely Lin Xiaoshi-san tomorrow, aren't I? I'm doing my best to play along. Is so nice to Xiaoshi. So how should Xiaoshi make it up to E? Feeling the gradually approaching Lin Xiaoshi, Bai Xiaoyi gulped. If you don't run, you might die. This girl is a walking juicer. I'm going to take a shower first. Bai Xiaoyi hurriedly ran into the restroom, unaware that Lin Xiaoshi's upturned corners of her mouth changed back to a look of indifference the moment Bai Xiaoyi left. Picking up Bai Xiaoyi's cell phone on the couch, he skillfully entered the password. Password error. What about the password change? It's not Yi's birthday anymore. Is it possible that Yi is hiding something from me? Lin Xiaoshi's gloomy and terrifying face seemed as if it was about to drip water. Snapped, the toilet door opened, only to see Bai Xiaoyi naked ran out from the balcony to take down the hanging towel. Fast and furious, before Xiao could get on guard. Just as he reached the door to the toilet, Bai Xiaoyi realized that Lin Xiaoshi, who was standing by the sofa, hadn't moved since he came out at the beginning. Lin Xiaoshi's long hair hanging down with her head lowered covered her face. Only her hand was still tapping the screen. Wrong password. Password error. Password error. Lin Xiaoshi felt as if there was a taut string in her head pulling at her at this moment. The password is your birthday, la idiot. Bai Xiaoyi grabbed the phone and entered Lin Xiaoshi's birthday, and the screensaver opened at once. My birthday? Hearing this, Lin Xiaoshi's deep eyes cleared instantly. Yeah, that day when I went to old Zhao's office to look for information, I took Xiao's date of birth down by the way. Yi, what's wrong? The corner of Lin Xiaoshi's mouth curved up into a nice-looking arc as she wrapped her 2 hands around Bai Xiaoyi's waist and buried her head into Bai Xiaoyi's neck. Really like you, // and why wouldn't I be? Well, I'm going to take a shower. Due to the fear of Lin Xiaoshi's sudden sneak attack due to the lack of a shirt, Bai Xiaoyi rushed into the toilet with a towel. Looking at Bai Xiaoyi's comical running posture, Lin Xiaoshi puffed out a laugh. Maybe this is the life she wants, to live peacefully with the one she loves. Lin Xiaoshi was putting her cell phone down when a vibration suddenly came. Kind of concerned. Better take a look. Just after unlocking her cell phone, Lin Xiaoshi saw a message from Wang Hu. Wang Hu Sr., Lao Bai. Just now Lao Zhao released on the group. The 3 of us are the 9th group. The bus we're taking next Monday is number 4, don't forget. 3 people? Who is it? Lin Xiaoshi clicked into the group chat and found someone named Forget-Me-Not. Li? Ha, why don't you get it when you've already been warned? Once in elementary school, a girl approached Bai Xiaoyi and said she wanted to be friends with him was warned by Lin Xiaoshi after she found out after school one day. Stay away from my Yi. Why should I listen to you? What do you care if I want to be friends with Bai Xiaoyi? The girl stepped forward and pushed Lin Xiaoshi away saying, I'm sorry, I'm going home. Please get out of the way. Before the girl could take 2 steps she suddenly fell to the ground with her head spinning. When the girl awoke to find herself in a small dark room with her hands bound to a post, the girl struggled in horror to try and free herself. Don't struggle. It's no use. Lin Xiaoshi gradually walked over. Help! Help! The girl yelled. No one will hear you. So if you want to keep screaming, that's up to you. Lin Xiaoshi, what the hell are you doing? Believe it or not, I'll tell the teacher. Looks like you still don't know what you're getting yourself into. Lin Xiaoshi grabbed the girl's hair and lifted her up. Ah! The girl let out a miserable shriek. I have a lot of ways to make you in pain, do you want to hear them? Said Lin Xiaoshi with both hands holding her face showing a demented expression, then muttered to herself. Do you like silver needles sticking all over your body? Or being crawled into every corner of your body by insects? Or being pulled out of your hair one by me? Where has the girl ever heard of such horrible torture, even cried out and screamed. I'm sorry. I won't steal Bai Xiaoyi from you. Please let me go. Ooh-hoo. That's what you said, Lin Xiaoshi said as she picked up the girl's chin and looked straight into the girl's eyes. If I ever see you near E again, I'll make your life worse than death. The girl nodded shakily. Lin Xiaoshi loosened the girl's rope and looked at her with an icy face. Get lost. This is the back mountain of the school, follow the road in front of you down to the school. By the way, you don't think there will be other people to help you? Oh. I hope you have a bit of self-awareness, don't make the same mistake again and again, yo. Hearing this, the girl was amazed and ran out of the room. Day 2. When Bai Xiaoyi arrived at school, he searched the class for the new friends he made yesterday. Bai Xiaoyi looked around and scratched his head. Ha! Strange, didn't we agree to come earlier this morning? Suddenly Bai Xiaoyi was tapped on the shoulder. Bai Xiaoyi turned back and said, I thought you weren't coming. The person behind her was not the girl from yesterday, but Lin Xiaoshi. Good morning, said Lin Xiaoshi. Ah, Lin Xiaoshi, it's you. Good morning. Lin Xiaoshi was the first friend Bai Xiaoyi made in elementary school. I still remember the first day of school. Lin Xiaoxi took the initiative to come to Bai Xiaoyi's desk and stretched out his hand and said to Bai Xiaoyi, Hello, my name is Lin Xiaoxi. May I ask what your name is? Little brother? Good-looking girl. Bai Xiaoyi was half shy and half happy as he held Lin Xiaoxi's small hand and said, Hello Lin Xiaoxi. My name is Bai Xiaoyi. Since then the two have become good friends. No matter where Bai Xiaoyi is, Lin Xiaoxi always follows him around. Until a week later. A girl from the same class took advantage of Lin Xiaoxi's absence and blushed as she ran up to Bai Xiaoyi and said, Hello classmate, can I make a friend with you? Yeah, Bai Xiaoyi replied cheerfully. I don't know why I was the only one spending time with Lin Xiaoxi this week. And it seemed like I didn't know any of the students in my own class besides Lin Xiaoxi. There had even been several opportunities to meet classmates that Lin Xiaoxi had stopped, but today he finally got to know a new friend. So of course Bai Xiaoyi agreed without even thinking about it. Xiaoyi. Lin Xiaoxi ran over, opening her arms to block Bai Xiaoyi behind herself, looking warily at the girl in front of her. What do you want to do? I just want to make friends with Bai Xiaoyi. Let's go. Hearing this, Lin Xiaoxi took Bai Xiaoyi's hand and was about to leave. The girl was instantly reluctant, yelling at Lin Xiaoxi, How can you be so selfish? Bai Xiaoyi isn't owned by you. Lin Xiaoxi glanced at the girl, then pulled Bai Xiaoyi away without looking back. After walking for a while, Bai Xiaoyi's hand was pinched a bit painfully by Lin Xiaoxi, and then he broke free from Lin Xiaoxi's constraints and said, Lin Xiaoxi, what are you doing? I just want to make friends with that girl. He doesn't need any friends, just Xiaoxi alone. Lin Xiaoxi, why are you so selfish? Bai Xiaoyi looked at Lin Xiaoxi with disgust. Could it be that Lin Xiaoxi was the one who did what made him unable to make friends before? Don't look at me like that. Obviously everything is just getting better. Feeling Bai Xiaoyi's gaze, Lin Xiaoxi immediately looked at Bai Xiaoyi with a deep gaze as if she had been stimulated by something muttering in her mouth. She said, Xiaoyi can only belong to me. Can only belong to me? Lin Xiaoxi alone. Looking at Lin Xiaoshi's heavy face, Bai Xiaoyi couldn't help but shiver his head and run away without looking back, leaving Lin Xiaoshi standing alone in the same place. The next day at school, Bai Xiaoyi came very early. When he found that until almost after class the girl he met yesterday did not come to school, could not help but feel puzzled. Usually that girl comes in early. Is she sick? At this time, Bai Xiaoyi's voice came from Lin Xiaoshi's ears. Is he looking for her? Don't worry. She will never come to bother us. By the way, Xiaoyi should not make friends indiscriminately in the future. Xiaoyi's friends only need Xiaoshi alone. At this time the homeroom teacher walked in and said, "Classmates, I'll notify something. Today a student in our class transferred to another school. Later Nyo are you positioned to move forward 1 row." Bai Xiaoyi looked back at the smiling Lin Xiaoshi with a horrified face, a smile that was obviously cute and moving, but in Bai Xiaoyi's opinion it was like falling into an ice cave. The devil. She is the devil. When Bai Xiaoyi came out of the bathroom he found Lin Xiaoshi sitting on the sofa greeting Bai Xiaoyi over. "Is there something wrong, Xiaoshi?" Bai Xiaoyi asked. "Can I come to Yi's camping trip next week?" "Of course you can. I'm always welcome to come over." "Xiao. Well, then hurry up and sit down," said Lin Xiaoshi as she patted the sofa beside her, signaling Bai Xiaoyi to sit beside her. "What the hell is this?" As soon as Bai Xiaoyi sat down, Lin Xiaoshi walked behind Bai Xiaoyi and pressed Bai Xiaoyi's shoulders. "Xiao, I'll blow dry Yi's hair." Lin Xiaoshi took out a hairdryer from the side and shook it. Bai Xiaoyi let out a big breath. "So that's how it is. Then I'll trouble Xiaoshi. Leave it to me." As the warm wind blew his hair, Bai Xiaoyi squinted his eyes in enjoyment, unaware that Lin Xiaoshi behind him was looking at himself with a face of infatuation. "Right, Xiaoshi." Bai Xiaoyi appeared to have remembered something, opened his eyes and turned his head. Lin Xiaoshi instantly sobered up. "What's wrong, Yi?" "Later on, I should apply medicine to Xiaoshi. Xiaoshi should be ready for it." Saying that, Bai Xiaoyi revealed an evil expression like a big bad wolf who saw a white rabbit. Hearing this, Lin Xiaoshi lowered her head with a dainty face and murmured, "Aha." Once Bai Xiaoyi got the medicine he realized that Lin Xiaoshi had long since plopped down on his bed. "But why is this ninny?" Bai Xiaoyi covered his eyes in a panic. "Little Xiaoshi, who told you to all? So that he can be more convenient, hurry up. Xiaoshi's back suddenly hurts. You're the one who played with fire first." Bai Xiaoyi gritted his teeth and straightened up, straddling Lin Xiaoshi on the back of her thighs, calling. Feeling Bai Xiaoyi's movements, Lin Xiaoshi buried her entire head into the pillow. "Xiaoshi, can you stop making such strange noises?" Seeing this, Bai Xiaoyi could only stiffly anoint Lin Xiaoshi with medicine. "Xiaoshi's figure is really good. This kind of pavilion jade like Rao's previous life has seen many big stars." Bai Xiaoyi also had to sigh a sentence. When Lin Xiaoxi saw that there was no movement for a long time, she revealed half of her face and stole a glance at Bai Xiaoyi. Seeing Bai Xiaoyi's unblinking look, Lin Xiaoxi immediately blushed. "Can be able to medicate? Sorry. Discovered." Bai Xiaoyi picked up the ointment on the side with a shaking hand. With his steely will, Bai Xiaoyi finally calmed down. "Xiao, tell me if it hurts." Gently applying the ointment evenly to Lin Xiaoshi's wound. Xiao, did it hurt you?" Bai Xiaoyi stopped his hand and cared. No, it's too cold. Hiss. Bai Xiaoyi listened to his pounding heartbeat and covered his belly as he struggled to continue medicating Lin Xiaoshi. Lin Xiaoshi's voice came. "What's wrong?" Bai Xiaoyi followed the voice and looked towards Lin Xiaoshi to find Lin Xiaoshi biting her index finger and looking at herself with a bloodshot face. "When exactly will Mr. Big Bad Wolf eat me? Xiaoshi is looking forward to it." "Ahem." Bai Xiaoyi hurriedly interrupted Lin Xiaoshi when he heard this. "Xiaoshi, stop. Wait for me to put the medicine on you first." Lin Xiaoshi gave Bai Xiaoyi a meaningful look, then smacked his lips and said, "Xiaoyi is not honest at all. How is that possible? I'm that kind of person." Bai Xiaoyi put his hands up to show that he was innocent. "It looks like has evolved." Bai Xiaoyi first froze then spoke. "Xiaoshi, can you stop talking?" "Put." Lin Xiaoshi couldn't help but laugh out as she looked at Bai Xiaoyi, who had a face that was lifeless. In less than a moment Bai Xiaoyi finished medicating Lin Xiaoshi. Bai Xiaoyi placed the clothes beside Lin Xiaoshi's body and said, "Done. Xiaoshi, you quickly put the clothes on, I'll go wash my hands." Bai Xiaoyi got out of bed and was about to open the door when he was encircled by a pair of hands. "Coach, she doesn't speak martial arts." Bai Xiaoyi swallowed his saliva. "Xiaoshi, it's not that I told you to." Just when Bai Xiaoyi thought Lin Xiaoshi would do something bad, Lin Xiaoshi let go of his hand and said to Bai Xiaoyi, "Alright, I just want to hug Xiaoyi." But Xiaoyi quickly go wash his hands. Then Xiao, go change your clothes. It's not good if you catch a cold later. After saying that, Bai Xiaoyi walked away without looking back. Lin Xiaoshi held the keychain from Bai Xiaoyi's pocket in front of her eyes and shook it. "One is the house key, and the other two should be the bedroom keys." said Lin Xiaoshi, then turned back and put on the clothes, lazily lying on the bed with her eyes closed, not knowing what she was thinking. Once Bai Xiaoyi returned to the bedroom, he said to Lin Xiaoshi, "Xiaoshi, quickly go back to bed. We still have to go shopping tomorrow." Lin Xiaoshi grabbed Bai Xiaoyi's wrist and pouted. "I want to sleep with Xiaoyi." "No," Bai Xiaoyi sternly refused. "Xiaoshi's back is coated with medicine, so she must sleep by herself today." "Alright then." Lin Xiaoshi left with a deflated and reluctant mouth. Looking at Lin Xiaoshi, who had blandly left, Bai Xiaoyi detected a hint of subtlety. "Hey, something's wrong with Xiaoshi. If it were usual, she'd be stalking me, but this time she just left? She must be trying to get me off my guard and then sneak up on me at night. I'm not going to fall for that." Bai Xiaoyi locked the bedroom door with this thought, then nodded. "Now that's a perfect fit. Wrap it up and go to bed." After turning the bedroom lights off, Bai Xiaoyi laid down on the bed, and then an aromatic smell wafted into Bai Xiaoyi's nostrils. "Xiao smell is so good, nah. Even a single sniff is prolonging my life. No, what on earth am I thinking?" Bai Xiaoyi shook his head to shake out the unclean thoughts, then gradually fell asleep. Ka chow. It was just then that the door to the next room gave a slight opening sound. Lin Xiaoshi came to Bai Xiaoyi's room door and turned the doorknob. "It's locked. Humph. I knew it would be like this." Lin Xiaoshi narrowed her eyes and pulled out a set of keys from her pocket. "The key to the front door is the biggest one. My bedroom tried this one. Then the subsequent one is." Inserting the key into the keyhole with a slight twist, the door opened. "Mr. Big Bad Wolf, I'm coming." Rain dripping outside the window for 3 days and 3 nights, and it's still falling there. The sound of the alarm clock coming from his cell phone woke Bai Xiaoyi up, rubbed his eyes and then turned off the alarm clock next to his pillow. Looking at the time, it was already 8:30. Bai Xiaoyi stretched his back to get up. It's time to get up and make breakfast for Xiaoshi. He should have a good rest after applying the medicine last night. A sudden turn revealed Lin Xiaoshi beside him. "Sure, Ori, why is she here? Didn't I lock the door?" The sleeping Lin Xiaoxi didn't seem to be startled by Bai Xiaoyi continuing to close her eyes without reacting. "Phew," Bai Xiaoyi let out a breath. "Luckily I didn't wake Xiao up. First of all, I don't care how Xiao got in last night, or go to the kitchen and make breakfast first." Bai Xiaoyi carefully put on his pants and tiptoed out of the bedroom. Also at this time, Lin Xiaoshi's body moved to the place where Bai Xiaoyi slept before. Bai Xiaoyi went to the kitchen and took out the chicken from the refrigerator that he bought earlier, and put it on the stove to simmer after a simple treatment. Then he fried 2 eggs and took out a bag of toast, put the eggs in the toast and added a little ketchup. "Well, great job." From Bai Xiaoyi's nutritional package. Looking at the clock on the wall, it was already 9:30 in the morning. It was time to tell Xiaoshi to get up and eat, and with that in mind, Bai Xiaoyi returned to the bedroom. Looking at the quiet girl, Bai Xiaoyi revealed a warm smile. Xiaoshi's situation, everything is going in a good place. As long as they are carefully cured again, Xiaoshi believed that Xiaoshi will definitely get rid of the previous shadow into a girl with a normal character. Pinched the young girl's soft cheeks. "The little lazy piggy is up." Lin Xiaoxi immediately opened her eyes and looked at Bai Xiaoyi, then closed her eyes again. Xiaoxi wants Xiaoyi to kiss or else she can't get up. Alright, I'll let my sleeping beauty wake up." Saying that, Bai Xiaoyi leaned down and kissed the young girl's forehead. "This is always satisfying, right?" Which knew that Lin Xiaoshi shook her head and raised her hand to point towards her lips. "Little E has to kiss here for Xiaoshi to wake up." "Well, you have to attack the weak point to get a hard straight, right? Speaking of which, this is the first time I've taken the initiative to kiss Bai Xiaoshi's mouth. But why do I still have some small expectations in my heart?" Bai Xiaoyi's throat knots moved up and down, and he quickly left with a peck on the young girl's lips. Lin Xiaoshi gradually opened her eyes and looked at the blushing Bai Xiaoyi with a happy face as she sat up and went forward to hug Bai Xiaoyi. "May I ask if you are the prince who saved me?" "Yes." The little woman has nothing to offer but her body. "I wonder if the prince can promise my daughter." "Of course I'm willing. Little beauty, you'll just obey the old line, huh? Why does it feel like it's changed flavor?" He. Lin Xiaoshi let out a silver bell-like laugh. "Alright, breakfast is ready, hurry up and get up for dinner." "Aha." Lin Xiaoshi kissed Bai Xiaoyi's cheek and said, "Doesn't Xiaoyi want to know how I got in last night?" "I already know." Bai Xiaoyi saw the keychain exposed in Lin Xiaoshi's pocket, then pinched Lin Xiaoshi's cheeks with his hands and squeezed them inward and said, "I was just worried that the medicine I gave to Xiaoshi at the latest was rubbed off. I didn't intend to want to separate from Xiaoshi. How did I know that, Xiaoshi? You're actually playing a little wit." He being found out. Lin Xiaoshi spat out her fragrant tongue, then said, "I just don't want to be separated from E. Can't really do anything with you." The two of them went forward to the shopping street after eating. Due to the fact that Lin Xiaoshi only had her school uniform, Bai Xiaoyi took the lead and took Lin Xiaoshi to the clothing store. As soon as she entered the store, the shopping guide girl walked up and said to Bai Xiaoyi, "Welcome, may I ask what you two want to buy?" Watching the arrival of the shopping guide lady, Lin Xiaoshi blocked Bai Xiaoyi behind him and looked at the shopping guide lady vigilantly. "Relax, I only have Xiaoshi in my heart law. Bai Xiaoyi squeezed Lin Xiaoshi's hand signaling Lin Xiaoshi to relax. Hello? I would like to buy some clothes for my girlfriend, can you please recommend? Girlfriend? Lin Xiaoshi's strong aura immediately became as absent as a thankful flower when she heard it. Of course you can. Your girlfriend is so good looking, is born to be a clothes rack material, the shopping guide lady said and greeted Lin Xiaoxi as she walked inside. This young lady, please follow me. We have a lot of good looking clothes for you here. Lin Xiaoshi looked back at Bai Xiaoyi, wanting Bai Xiaoyi to accompany her. Bai Xiaoyi shook his head. Xiaoshi is going to pick it out herself. Oh, doesn't Xiaoshi want to surprise me? Hearing this, Lin Xiaoshi's eyes lit up and she followed the shopping guide to pick out the clothes. Yikes, this dress will definitely look good on you, Mississippi. The shopping guide lady enthusiastically placed the dress on Lin Xiaoshi's chest and gestured. That being said, Missy, you and your boyfriend are really a perfect match. Thank you. Missy, go and try it on. It's sure to drop your boyfriend's jaw, said the shopping guide. Miss then pushed Lin Xiaoshi into the dressing room. Miss, I'll be right outside the door. Oh, if there's anything you need you can talk to me directly. Lin Xiaoshi looked at herself in front of the mirror and then at the snow-white dress in her hands. Bai Xiaoyi was opening his cell phone when he noticed a message from Li Yi. Forget-me-not, good noon. Ah, Bai Xiaoyi student. Bai Xiaoyi, good noon. Forget-me-not, is Mr. Bai Xiaoyi shopping with his girlfriend right now? Bai Xiaoyi, what's up class president? Forget-me-not, nothing. I just want to ask Bai Xiaoyi students to buy the things needed for camping. Did not, if not enough, if I here have more to buy. Bai Xiaoyi, thanks for the kind words class president, but I don't need it. I'll go with Xiaoshi later. Forget-me-not, that's right. Then I wish Bai Xiaoyi a happy weekend, equals carrot smiley face. Bai Xiaoyi, thank you class president, you too. After saying this, Bai Xiaoyi turned off the phone, not knowing that not far from the store in a coffee shop Li Yi is sitting in the middle of watching Bai Xiaoyi. Yi, does it look good? Lin Xiaoshi's voice came from behind him. Bai Xiaoyi turned around for a moment and was mesmerized, only to see Lin Xiaoshi wearing a snow-white dress. The hem of the dress swung regularly like a white butterfly, dancing lightly as the young girl walked. I'll take this one, Bai Xiaoyi said as he handed the card to the shopping guide lady. Please help my girlfriend pick a few more pieces. I'll take them all. Lin Xiaoshi's heart was as sweet as if she had eaten candied fruit, but then she stomped her foot in protest. I'll just buy it myself. I have money. Before the part-time job left, also secretly saved a lot. She did not want to let think she was a loser woman. Fool, is there any difference between you and me? What's mine isn't what's yours. After saying that, Bai Xiaoyi pushed Lin Xiaoshi, signaling for her to go and change her clothes quickly. That's what he said. Yo, hearing this, Lin Xiaoshi kissed Bai Xiaoyi's cheek. Is mine. Fine. It's all yours. After saying this, Bai Xiaoyi seemed to feel that something was wrong. After Lin Xiaoshi tried on a few more dresses, Bai Xiaoyi bought them one by one. Welcome to the next visit. The shopping guide lady sent the two away and then looked at their backs with envy. Just then an equally good-looking girl walked in. Welcome. The shopping guide lady was interrupted by the girl in front of her before she could finish her sentence. The girl between them pulled out a card and said, give me a set of all the clothes that boy just bought for that girl. This afternoon Bai Xiaoyi and Lin Xiaoxi bought a lot of things needed for camping at the mall. Bai Xiaoyi sat on the bench with two large bags, panting. Looks like it's still a good idea to exercise. So I'll get up and run early tomorrow morning. Lin Xiaoshi, who was sitting on the side, leaned her head towards Bai Xiaoyi and muttered, weak Xiaoyi is the best. Even if he runs away I can still chase him back. What did you say, Xiao? I said I'm going to the bathroom. Oh, then Xiao, go ahead, I'll sit here and rest for a bit. Well, Xiaoyi should be good. After saying that, Lin Xiaoshi patted Bai Xiaoyi's head and left. Bai Xiaoyi touched the top of his head. I'm not a child. Could it be that Xiaoshi is overflowing with motherhood? Just then a voice came from beside him. Yikes. What a coincidence, Bai Xiaoyi-san. Bai Xiaoyi fixed his eyes and realized that it was Yi. Li Yi's dress today was completely different from at school. Her normally short hair was tied in a side ponytail today, wearing the JK uniform worn by high school students in ribbon, and a pair of knee-high black silk under the swaying pleated skirt. So I have to say that the original owner's vision was still very good. Yui Li? Why are you here? What? Just allow you to shop here, can't I come? That's not what I meant. Just a little curious. Li Yi ruffled the hair on her ear and said, maybe this is fate. That said, I just bought a lot of clothes, now I have no strength in my body. Can I sit next to you and take a rest? Bai Xiaoyi moved his butt to leave a lot of space for Yi Li and said, fine, you just sit. Thanks. Yui Li smoothed her skirt and sat down. Speaking of which, Bai Xiaoyi-san is very gentle, I didn't even realize that before. Yeah, it's okay, Bai Xiaoyi snorted. What's wrong with Yi Li? Why are you telling me this? Which knows that Li Yi all of a sudden close to Bai Xiaoyi said. If that day on the rooftop I promised Bai Xiaoyi students whether the result will be different? Of course it's different. If you say yes I guess I won't be in this world. I can't tell you, I'm a traveler. Can I? Why are you so close? My Xiao will get mad if she sees that. This is unclear, but I'm still very thankful to you, class president. If it wasn't for you Xiao Shi and I wouldn't have gotten together. Bai Xiaoyi was impatiently squeezed by Li Yi directly got up and said. This sentence was like a dagger stabbing into Li Yi's heart. Why? Li Yi lowered her head unable to see any expression. Why did Bai Xiaoyi like me for 3 years but didn't continue to like me? Maybe I'll say yes one day. I'm sorry squad leader. There's no point in chasing after love that you can't have. Well class president if there's nothing else I'll go find my family Xiao Shi. She should be coming over soon too, said Bai Xiaoyi about to leave in quick steps. There's something wrong with this woman. Why does it feel like there's a hint of Xiao's blacking out from before? It's better to walk away. Oh, the love you can't get. What? The first thing you need to do is to ask for your master's love. The first thing you need to do is to get your hands on a good dog. And if you don't listen to me, you'll have to use a leash. Li Yi lifted her head stiffly without any color in her eyes like a robot executing a rigid program. The right hand from the coat pocket touched a black iron box secretly opened the switch. Bai Xiaoyi student please wait yet. I have something I want to show you, Li Yi said as she got up and walked towards Bai Xiaoyi. Just when Yi was only a few steps away from Bai Xiaoyi a figure blocked in front of Bai Xiaoyi. Hello Li Yi. Our family Xiaoyi before thanks to your care. However, I suggest you keep a safe distance from Xiaoyi. Otherwise it won't be safe for anyone. Lin Xiaoshi smiled at Li Yi but the murderous aura revealed in her eyes was unusually sharp. Ah so it's Lin Xiaoshi student. I'm just chatting with Bai Xiaoyi student about our previous past. But a car always has to have a spare tire doesn't it? Unlike some cars that pick up spare tires dropped by others and replace them with their own. Hearing this Lin Xiaoshi's face grew deeper and deeper as he confronted Li Yi's gaze, like a duel between a lion and a tiger on the grassland. The fawn in the center was the winner's trophy. A sudden voice broke the confrontation between the two. I'm sorry class president. Xiao Shi and I have things to do so we won't bother you. And class president. Bai Xiaoyi, only like Lin Xiaoshi alone. I hope class president blesses us. Bai Xiaoyi finished pulling Lin Xiaoshi into his arms and kissed Lin Xiaoshi on her cherry-like lips. Lin Xiaoshi's eyes dilated first froze, then came back to her senses and gently responded to her sweetheart's attack, during which she didn't forget to look towards Li Yi with 7 parts provocative and 3 parts triumphant eyes. Li Yi saw the situation tightly clenched her silver teeth. Tears indisputably flowed out, hastily said that something was wrong and ran away with the bag. Lin Xiaoshi looked at Li Yi carrying the bag in her hand might as well feel a hint of strangeness. Why was the logo on the bag the same as the brand of clothes Bai Xiaoyi had bought for himself? But this thought was instantly left behind by Bai Xiaoyi's tongue. She was now going to enjoy the fruits of her victory. The lips parted for a long time. Wrapping her arms around Bai Xiaoyi's neck Lin Xiaoshi said, Xiaoyi in the future you need to stay away from this bad woman. I have a premonition that she's dangerous. I see. Bai Xiaoyi hooked Lin Xiaoshi's back waist and said, that said, why did Xiaoshi not come back for so long just now? I just had a stomachache, Lin Xiaoshi stammered, then took Bai Xiaoyi's arm. But it's okay now. Let's hurry home. Wow. Although he knew that Lin Xiaoshi must have something she hadn't said, Bai Xiaoyi didn't choose to break the pot of truth after all. Everyone had secrets that belonged to them. When he returned home, Lin Xiaoshi covered Bai Xiaoyi's eyes. Xiao, close your eyes can't open them so this is the secret Xiao was talking about. Okay, I won't open it. Lin Xiaoshi loosened his hand and shook it around Bai Xiaoyi's eyes to make sure that Bai Xiaoyi didn't sneakily open his eyes before taking out a small red box from his coat pocket, followed by a silver-white necklace from the box, only to see that there was a piece of moon-shaped jewelry in the middle of the necklace with the word E engraved in the middle of the jewelry. Coming behind Bai Xiaoyi, Lin Xiaoshi tied the necklace on for Bai Xiaoyi. Alright, Xiaoyi open your eyes and take a look. Lin Xiaoshi took a piece of mirror and handed it to Bai Xiaoyi. Bai Xiaoyi picked up the mirror to find a silver-white necklace tied around his neck. Is it nice? Yee. Good looking. Bai Xiaoyi's eyes gradually moistened up however they quickly retracted. Speaking of which since one came here how long has one not been cared for by others? The love of the original owner's parents was given to the original owner. And even the beloved girl in front of him was by and large. What role do I play in this world? What is he thinking about? Can you tell Xiao Shi about it? Lin Xiaoshi lifted Bai Xiaoyi's chin to look at Bai Xiaoyi with affection. When did Shirori start liking me? Why don't I have any memory of it? I've liked Yi since the day I saw him. Lin Xiaoshi crossed her arms in front of her chest. Without that day Xiaoyi I'm afraid there would have long been no Xiao Shi of today. That's right. Bai Xiaoyi hung his head not knowing what he was thinking. But I like the current Yi even more. Lin Xiaoshi hugged Bai Xiaoyi's head and placed it on her chest. The previous Yi was always afraid of me and always avoided me ever since the day he said he liked me. I felt like I was dreaming. Yi was like a different person. Hearing this Bai Xiaoyi couldn't care less about being squeezed by the cleanser. Instead his back was tingling and shaking. I'm not going to be found out, am I? I'll end up in a bad way if Shirori finds out. Or should I confess voluntarily? Bai Xiaoyi was about to open his mouth when Lin Xiaoshu tightly wrapped his arms around him. No matter what he becomes in the future, Xiaoshu will love Yi. Xiaoshu just hopes that Xiaoyi won't leave Xiaoshu. Xiaoyi is the only person Xiaoshu hangs on to in this world. If there is no Xiaoyi in this world, then there is no need for Xiaoshu to exist. So Yi, can you not leave me? Bai Xiaoyi's nose was sour. Listening to the young girl's pounding heartbeat made Bai Xiaoyi no longer have any worries. Good. She's my salvation. 2. After the two of them finished eating, Bai Xiaoyi talked about taking a bath and was suddenly interrupted by Lin Xiaoshu. That necklace can't be exposed to water. It will change color if it meets water. Oh, okay. Bai Xiaoyi removed the necklace and placed it on the dining table, then walked into the bathroom. Bad? How can something made of metal be broken? Lin Xiaoshu picked up the necklace and looked at it, then took out her cell phone and opened a software. A small red dot appeared on the screen, blinking incessantly. I'm sorry, I didn't want to. Placing the necklace back on the table, Lin Xiaoshu muttered. Speaking of which, those things should have been delivered. What Lin Xiaoshu went to after leaving the mall earlier wasn't a restroom but a more specific store. Jingling bell. The doorbell rang, and a voice came from outside the door. Hello, the things you bought this afternoon have arrived. Things I put at the door. Remember to give a 5-star praise. Oh. Only after the footsteps outside the door disappeared did Lin Xiaoshu open the door, picking up the box in front of the door and quickly running towards her room. Clink, clink, clink. The box made a loud metallic clash and the clinking of glass bottles. Bai Xiaoyi came out of the shower and realized that there was no Lin Xiaoshu in the living room. Xiao, Bai Xiaoyi tried calling out, and there was no answer. Where did this niece go? Bai Xiaoyi then started looking for Lin Xiaoshu. Kitchen? No. Balcony? No. Your own bedroom? Neither. Then it should be in Xiao's room. Thinking about it, Bai Xiaoyi twisted the doorknob of Lin Xiaoshu's room. The bedroom door opened with a creak. Since the bedroom light hadn't been turned on, the light from the living room shone in for a split second, ripping a hole in the pitch-black bedroom. Bai Xiaoyi was about to walk in but was stunned by the scene in front of him. Lin Xiaoshu was about to take off his shirt when he saw Bai Xiaoyi open the door. He first froze and then tilted his head to look at Bai Xiaoyi playfully and said, Mr. Big Bad Wolf, what's the matter? Yes, sorry. Bai Xiaoyi slammed the door shut, subsequently breathing heavily with his back against the door, followed by a gray run back to the bedroom. Phew, Lin Xiaoshu let out a huge breath. If Bai Xiaoyi had walked in one more step, he would have found all sorts of things scattered on the floor. Chains, ropes, handcuffs, injections. It's a good thing he didn't see it, or else we'd have to take coercive measures. Bai Xiaoyi's self-perceived healing didn't bring Lin Xiaoshu any results but instead made Lin Xiaoshu's possessiveness and protectiveness even more exuberant. When she met Li Yi at the shopping mall today, Lin Xiaoxi could clearly feel that there was a flavor of the same kind, which made her sense of crisis burst. There was only one Yi, and she couldn't lose Yi any more than the West could lose Jerusalem. After hiding the tools, Lin Xiaoshu opened the door and walked out. As soon as he went out, he saw Bai Xiaoyi sitting on the sofa watching TV. Ahaha, Xiaoshu, you're here. Bai Xiaoyi glanced at Lin Xiaoshu before turning his eyes back to the TV. What are you doing? I'm watching TV. But the TV isn't even on. Alright, not teasing you. Lin Xiaoshu pulled Bai Xiaoyi's hand and dragged it towards the bedroom. It's getting late, it's time to sleep together. After turning out the lights, the two of them lay on the bed. Lin Xiaoshu drilled into Bai Xiaoyi's arms one by one and finally found a comfortable angle to lie at. Can you tell me why Li showed up this afternoon? I don't know. She came as soon as you left. Xiao. And according to she met her by chance. Looks like it was premeditated. Lin Xiaoshu inexplicably drilled some fire in her heart when she thought of this, and then kissed down at Bai Xiaoyi's neck. Little Xiaoshu, you don't. Bai Xiaoyi was unprepared for Lin Xiaoshu's sudden attack, and just as he was about to make a good defense, he was instantly disintegrated. Since you can't fight it, then you just have to enjoy it. After an unknown amount of time, Lin Xiaoshu raised her head and looked at the mark she had left on Bai Xiaoyi's neck with satisfaction. It's not enough. It's not enough to make a mark. The frogs are almost cooked. A doll is bound to a bed in a shadowy room. What Yi-san did today is very upsetting to me. Crawled up the side of the bed to crush the doll underneath her. Why? Why don't you cherish the fact that I'm giving you another chance? Do you like that vixen that much? Say something. Why don't you say something? Say something. Li said here, suddenly cranky up from the back to take out a fruit knife straight toward the doll, stabbed down. The doll's stomach was instantly slashed open, and white cotton exploded through the gap. Ha 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 ha. The girl's sardonic laughter came out. Forgive anyone who would not have thought that the usually proud and pompous would look like this. Because of the reduction of cotton without vitality of the doll, visible deflated. Obviously dead cannot be dead. Li's cloudy eyes gradually cleared up, looked at the doll in front of her and then at the fruit knife in her hand that was stained with cotton, and her body began to tremble. Li Yi didn't know why. As long as the image of Bai Xiaoyi and Lin Xiaoshi together surfaced in her mind, her own body uncontrollably wanted to break them up and snatch her own dog back from Lin Xiaoshi. Yes, it's clearly Lin Xiaoshi's fault. She's the one who snatched my things from me. Li Yi picked up the doll and casually threw it towards the ground. As far as the eye could see, there were all sorts of dolls lying around on the floor, but the dolls all had one thing in common. Their faces were plastered with pictures of Bai Xiaoyi. Li pulled out her phone and dialed at a number. Hello, I'd like to book a hotel near Mountju. Time flies, and before you know it, it's Monday. After parting ways with Xiaoshi, Bai Xiaoyi returned to his class. Good morning, old Bai. Wang Hu greeted Bai Xiaoyi when he saw him. Did you put the camping gear in the car? Well, it's just been released. That's good. After saying that, Wang Hu raised his hair in a pose that he thought was cool. How about it, old Bai? My clothes look good, right? Last night it nagged me for a while. Only Wang Hu was wearing a black suit, a blue tie, and even his boots were leather boots. Is this guy here for a laugh? Bai Xiaoyi stroked his forehead breathlessly and said to Wang Hu, No, we're going mountain climbing camping, you wear a suit? It seems like, Wang Hu froze in place with his eyes wide open. Sigma, LLL, done. I forgot what I was going to do when I was just being cool. In the end, Wang Hu reluctantly borrowed a classmate's uniform that was placed in the classroom and put it on. Lao Zhao walked in and took a look at Wang Hu, could not help but sigh. I did not think that Wang Hu students are more nostalgic people. Others are wearing their own clothes on you, a person wearing a school uniform. As a class teacher, I am very moved. Looking at Wang Hu's smiling but not smiling look, Bai Xiaoyi forced a smile and almost suffocated his internal injuries. I know everyone is very excited. I briefly say a few words and we will leave. First, later we arrived in Yu Mountain until 8 o'clock in the evening are our activity time. 8:30 punctually in the mountain collection at that time in the unified bus back to school. Second, in the wild camping everyone must pay attention to protect their personal safety. Well, that's all I have to say. Have fun. Woohoo! The whole school set off with excitement. Bai Xiaoyi got on the bus and found a seat by the window. Next to him was Wang Hu. Hey, old Bai. Wang Hu elbowed Bai Xiaoyi, who was looking out the window. Let's have a barbecue together tonight. I specially brought a barbecue grill and secret sauce from home. Yes, I'll ask Chef Wang to help me then. Don't worry, it's wrapped up in me. Wang Hu patted his chest. Speaking of which, ever since you got on the bus you've been looking out the window. Are you looking for Lin Xiaoshi's car from their class? Bai Xiaoyi looked at Wang Hu and asked, Do you know where their car is? Of course I know. No. Wang Hu nudged toward the bus next to him. The one across the street is the 5th class bus. Bai Xiaoyi looked toward the car to try to find Lin Xiaoshi's figure, but perhaps for other reasons there was no one in the car. Maybe their class hasn't gotten on the bus yet. Wait and come, Wang Hu said from the side. Just then, Yi's voice rang from the aisle. I'm sorry, Mr. Wang Hu, this is my seat yet. Please also sit back to your own seat. Ha? Wang Hu was surprised. Isn't it just a random seat? Not at all, Li said, crossing her arms. See for yourself the seating chart I posted on the class group. Wang Hu opened his cell phone and found that a seating chart had indeed been posted in the group, and the position next to Bai Xiaoyi was indeed Li. Now believe it. Squad leader, do you think we should both switch places? Wang Hu rubbed his hands together and asked. Forgive me for refusing. Bai Xiaoyi stood up and said, Then it's always okay if Wang Hu and I switch places. No. Li pulled Wang Hu away with one hand and sat in. You can't change the seats without authorization if they're already lined up. It'll be easier to do a head count at that time. Tick-tock, the bus honked. Please take your seats. Students, we're about to start heading out. Old Zhao got on the bus and picked a seat. Bai Xiaoyi sat back helplessly and continued to look out the window. Bai Xiaoyi, can I ask you a question? Li, who was sitting next to him, suddenly leaned over and said, You said it was okay, but please keep your distance from me. Fine. Li beamed and sat back down. What do you think of my hair today? Asked. Bai Xiaoyi glanced at it momentarily, shaking his head. Li, who had either a ponytail or a side ponytail, had a long hairstyle today and it looked so much like Xiaoshi's hairstyle. Oh, it's okay. So how about this dress of mine? Bai Xiaoyi helplessly continued perfunctorily. Just then the car opposite Bai Xiaoyi gradually began to sit on the students as well. Xiaoshi, wait for me. A girl caught up with Lin Xiaoshi, who was walking ahead. Lin Xiaoshi glanced at the girl then said, It's Bai Ling. What's up? Bai Ling puffed her mouth like a little hamster filled with food. We're a group. Can we sit together later? Good. Lin Xiaoshi replied and got into the car. Bai Ling rolled her eyes then followed. Lin Xiaoshi just sat down and saw Bai Xiaoyi sitting on the opposite side of the table, and wanted to say hello to Xiaoyi, but suddenly realized that Bai Xiaoyi was actually sitting next to Li. Li also discovered Lin Xiaoshi and smiled as she winked at Lin Xiaoshi immediately after pretending to lose her balance as if she had collapsed her body towards Bai Xiaoyi. Li Yi, what are you doing? Bai Xiaoyi asked with a frown. Sorry Bai Xiaoyi, I just got a little dizzy, Li Yi said as she propped her hands on Bai Xiaoyi's chest. Then also please don't lean toward me. Bai Xiaoyi grabbed Li Yi's shoulders with both hands and pushed them outward. This side looked like two people hugging each other to Lin Xiaoshi here. Bai Ling secretly opened a bag of potato chips from her school bag and took out a piece that she was about to stuff into her mouth. Lin Xiaoshi jerked up and startled Bai Ling with a jolt. A chip fell to the ground and Bai Ling looked at Lin Xiaoshi angrily. Xiao, my chips, blame it on. Only to see Lin Xiaoshi looking out of the window with icy eyes. The nails in his hands embedded in his palms were trembling. A gloomy face like a puddle of stagnant water was depressing. Bai Ling immediately stopped talking and buried her head pitifully. Boing boing, my chips, T__T. Lin Xiaoshi walked out of the aisle wobbling toward the car door. A girl stood up and said to Lin Xiaoshi, Lin Xiaoshi student, please sit back in your seat. We're about to drive. Seeing this, Bai Ling hurriedly put the chips into her school bag, then went forward and pulled Lin Xiaoxi to the girl and said, I'm sorry disciplinary committee. Xiaoxi, she might be a little bit seasick. I'll take her back to her seat. Immediately after, Bai Ling put her mouth to the side of Lin Xiaoshi's ear and said, Xiaoshi, you have to calm down. You don't want all of our class not to go into the end of the day. Bai Xiaoyi and the others are sitting together on the side of the mountain to enjoy the sunset. No way. Lin Xiaoshi shook her head when she heard this, then followed Bai Ling back to her seat. Li Yi, can you sit properly? Bai Xiaoyi was slightly angry. You said that dizziness is dizziness. What is the body leaning towards me? Seeing Lin Xiaoshi sitting back in her seat and staring at herself, Yi couldn't help but feel surprised. Lin Xiaoshi actually endured it? I thought she would be infuriated and come to make a scene that would eventually lead to their class canceling their camping qualifications. But I didn't expect her to actually endure it. So it seems that plan A has failed. Can't it be that there's someone behind her who's guiding her? Achoo! Bai Ling rubbed her nose. Is someone talking about me? Never mind, it's better to continue watching my palace drama Zhen Huangage. I'm sorry Mr. Bai Xiaoyi. Isn't that Lin Xiaoshi? Yi sat up and pointed in one direction. Bai Xiaoyi looked over in Yi's direction to find Lin Xiaoshi staring intently at the place. Bai Xiaoyi thought in his heart, it's over. Just now it won't be discovered by Xiaoshi. This time even jumping into the yellow river can't be washed away. Then he hurriedly took out his cell phone from his pocket and sent a message to Lin Xiaoshi. Ding, ding, ding. One after another. The sound of messages came out from Lin Xiaoshi's cell phone. But Lin Xiaoshi looked at Li Yi, who had a bad smile on her face, as if she just didn't hear it. Li is funny like that, isn't she? I hope you can laugh so hard when I rip your head off. Li first felt a hint of inexplicable timidity when she met Lin Xiaoshi's gaze, but she still glared back unwillingly. Come on, who's afraid? Boom, boom, boom. The bus started and drove away from the school. One by one, Sharon touched her arm and shivered. Why is it so cold? Is the air conditioner set too low? Are you cold, Xiaoshi? Only to see Lin Xiaoshi's eyes wide open staring dead at a bus mouthing a person's name, sounding as if it was Li Wadi. Lin Xiaoshi? Bai Ling tapped Lin Xiaoshi's shoulder. Lin Xiaoshi turned her head and asked expressionlessly, what is it? Ahem. It's that your cell phone just rang. Hearing this, Lin Xiaoshi hurriedly opened her cell phone to see a message from Bai Xiaoyi. Bai Xiaoyi, Xiaoshi, you're okay? Originally I was next to Wang Hu's, but Li Yi had to say what according to the seating chart to sit in the car. She just sat next to me. You must not misunderstand. Bai Xiaoyi, Xiaoshi, Bai Xiaoyi, Xiaoshi, you care about me. Seeing this, Lin Xiaoshi replied. Lin Xiaoshi, it's fine so can I come find you later? Lin Xiaoxi just sent the message. Heart began to silently count the seconds. She did not dare to think that Li Yi will be in the car to her little E do something to. But she is sure that only but where Li Yi moved Bai Xiaoyi a hair, she will let Li Yi cannot see tomorrow's sun. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Until the 4th second Bai Xiaoyi returned the message. Bai Xiaoyi, of course. We can even have a barbecue with Wang Hu in the evening. 4 seconds, not exactly slow, meant that Yi wasn't seducing her. Lin Xiaoshi, yeah. I'll come find when I'm disbanded. Bai Xiaoyi, well, then Xiaoshi, I'll take a nap first. I was tossed around too much by Xiaoshi last night. After saying that, Bai Xiaoyi sent a bad smile emoji. Lin Xiaoshi saw it and appeared to have remembered something. Her little face reddened, and she huffed back with a beeped mouth. It's Yi's fault anyways. Who made Yi taste so delicious? Immediately after that, Lin Xiaoshi sent a lip-licking emoji. Ahem. Inside a little Shio, I'm a bit sleepy, so I'm going to sleep first. After saying that, Bai Xiaoyi's avatar turned gray. Poof. Lin Xiaoshi revealed a smug smile. Thinking back to last night's night, Bai Xiaoyi was in bed looking at the novel. What's he looking at? Lin Xiaoshi, who had her arm around Bai Xiaoyi on the side, poked her head over and asked, wow, I'm reading a novel. What's the name of it? You're so absorbed in it. Don't take this time to divert my attention. Bai Xiaoyi slapped away a hand that was roaming the small of his back. He, got caught. Lin Xiaoshi smiled sarcastically and withdrew his hand. I think it's called My Tender Girlfriend, and it's about a guy who accidentally saves a dying girl, and then the two of them end up together through the friction of time. Lin Xiaoshi's heartstrings fluctuated for a moment when she heard this. Then she asked in surprise, Little E, have you possibly remembered? Ha? Thinking of what? No, nothing. Lin Xiaoshi dropped her eyes in disappointment and buried her head behind Bai Xiaoyi's back. Noticing Lin Xiaoxi's low mood, Bai Xiaoyi put his cell phone aside and rolled over to hold Lin Xiaoxi in his arms. Maybe I forgot something at some point in time, but I'll never forget the fact that I, Bai Xiaoyi, will always love Lin Xiaoshi. You'll make me unable to endure this. Lin Xiaoxi sat on Bai Xiaoyi's body in a sideways position, looking down on Bai Xiaoyi, then leaned down and kissed him. Aha! In the end, Bai Xiaoyi almost fainted. Lin Xiaoshi turned off her cell phone with an expectant face, thinking about the scene of watching the sunset with Bai Xiaoyi shoulder to shoulder. In this moment she even thought of the name of her child with Bai Xiaoyi. Bai Xiaoyi turned his cell phone off and looked at Li Yi beside himself, only to see Li Yi leaning on the chair with her eyes closed and breathing evenly. She should be asleep. Ha! Bai Xiaoyi yawned. I don't know how much longer it's going to take to get there, so I'd better get some sleep. Just after Bai Xiaoyi fell asleep, Li Yi opened her eyes. Just now, she was actually pretending to be asleep, but in reality, she squinted her eyes throughout the entire conversation between Bai Xiaoyi and Lin Xiaoshi. Tossed all night? Good for you, shameless puppy. I didn't realize that the two of you were actually living together. Li Yi almost bit her back teeth when she remembered the sight of Bai Xiaoyi and Lin Xiaoshi having fun together in bed. Bai Xiaoyi, since you don't obey meekly, then I'll just have to slowly temper you then. Implementation of Plan B has begun. Puff. The bus rattled its brakes, immediately accompanied by the driver's voice. Class, we're at the station. Everyone can get off now. Once everyone had gotten off the bus, old Zhao told the class to gather and line up. Okay class, I'm not going to say much, just remember the rules for this morning and have a great time in advance. Yeah. There were shouts of joy from the class, and then it was time to start the trip up the mountain as a group. Old Bai, let's go. Wang Hu ran over with his traveling bag carrying his suitcase. Let's pick a camping spot to put our stuff first. Bai Xiaoyi, who originally wanted to wait for Lin Xiaoshi, looked at the heavily armed Wang Hu inside, helplessly stepping forward to help Wang Hu share some of his equipment, then said, Let's go. I'll accompany you to put your things away first. Old Bai, you were so nice. Wang Hu sniffled and pretended to be touched and said, If I were a girl I would definitely marry you. Fuck off, nah. Disgusting or not. Well, hurry up and go. Suddenly a hand took over the carry bag in Bai Xiaoyi's hand. I'll come and contribute too. After all, it's a group, said. Bai Xiaoyi wanted to take the bag back and held out his hand. No need to bother you. I'll just take it myself. Li Yi dodged Bai Xiaoyi's hand. Are you looking down on me? I didn't mean that. Then let me hold it for you. Ugh. Okay, I really can't do anything about you. Bai Xiaoyi couldn't argue with Li Yi, so he went along with her. Seeing this, Wang Hu said, Inside a squad leader, I actually need help here as well. Can't you be considerate and sympathetic to girls? Li Yi hated Wang Hu. Come on, combined. You're helping Bai Xiaoyi alone. After climbing the hill for a while, the three of them found an open spot. How about here? Wang Hu sat on his butt on the grass panting. Okay. I don't have a problem with it. Bai Xiaoyi took out his cell phone and looked at it, finding a message from Lin Xiaoshi. Lin Xiaoshi, I'm sorry we got stuck in a traffic jam on the road. Maybe I'll be late later. Bai Xiaoyi immediately returned the message. Bai Xiaoyi, it's okay Xiaoshi. We've already found a good place to camp. It's just halfway up the mountain. You can just come over directly later. Lin Xiaoshi, well, Xiaoyi, wait for me. Then let's hurry up and start setting up. Bai Xiaoyi unloaded his book bag and took out the tent. I still have to pick up Xiaoshi when she's coming over later. You guys get busy first. I'll go to the restroom first. Li Yi said and left carrying a travel bag. Bai Xiaoyi, Wang Hu and the two of them didn't care too much about it and went along with Li Yi. Li Yi went into the toilet cubicle and took out a white dress from her carry bag and changed into it. If Bai Xiaoyi saw it, he thought that he would be shocked because this dress was one of the dresses that he went clothes shopping with Lin Xiaoshi on the weekend. I remembered correctly that Lin Xiaoshi wore this dress today. Li Yi changed her clothes and then looked in the mirror. If she just looked at her back, she basically looked exactly the same as Lin Xiaoshi. Immediately after that, Li took out another bottle of unknown potion from her bag as well as several bottles of unidentified pills with the word wait and see Lin Xiaoshi. I'm the final winner. Class 5 bus finally arrived at the foot of the mountain. Due to the delay of some time, class teacher immediately dismissed the students to play on their own. Bai Ling followed behind Lin Xiaoshi and asked, Xiaoshi, are you going to leave later? Won't you group with us? Aha! Lin Xiaoshi turned back to Bai Ling with an apologetic look. I'm sorry Bai Ling. I have something very important. It's alright. I understand. Xiaoshi, you are going to meet your lover boy, aren't you? Bai Ling squinted her eyes and smiled wickedly. Lin Xiaoshi gave Bai Ling a pouty look as she was told what was on her mind. You're the smart one. He. Xiao, you have your heart written all over your face for anyone to know. Okay, not messing with you. I'm going to go find E. Come and eat barbecue together tonight. Ah. No problem. For all. Bai Ling's eyes lit up as soon as she heard there was food. Speaking of which, Lin Xiaoshi also had to thank Bai Ling. If it wasn't for Bai Ling stopping him, I guess he wouldn't have been able to tour the mountains with Xiaoyi. Thank you, Bai Ling. This was the first time Lin Xiaoshi had initiated a smile to an outsider. The young girl's smile was like a spring breeze blowing on Bai Ling's heartstrings. Looking at the faraway Lin Xiaoshi, Bai Ling thought with regret, why am I not a boy? Out of wanting to surprise Bai Xiaoyi, Lin Xiaoxi didn't send Bai Xiaoyi a message. Ding! The hammer drove the last nail into the earth. Looking at his masterpiece, Wang Hu nodded with satisfaction. The tent is set up. Old Bai, what do you think? Bai Xiaoyi came over to take a look and immediately froze. Old King, how come the opening of your tent is facing up? Ding bell. A message came from Bai Xiaoyi's cell phone. Li Bai Xiaoyi, I saw Lin Xiaoxi. Their class is in the second door. She told me to ask you to go down to help her get things. Bai Xiaoyi saw this and returned. Bai Xiaoyi, okay, I'll be right over. After saying hello to Wang Hu, Bai Xiaoyi went down the mountain until Wang Hu suddenly remembered after Bai Xiaoyi left completely. Strange. Don't I remember getting off at gate 1 uniformly? Could it be that I remembered wrong? Bai Xiaoyi had just walked to the entrance of number 2 when he realized that there was no sign of anyone on the wide field. Strange? Not to mention people, how come I haven't even seen a single car? Bai Xiaoyi scratched his head curiously, thinking, forget it. It's better to give Xiaoshi a call and ask. Bai Xiaoyi was about to take out his cell phone from his pocket when he suddenly spotted a white back not far away. It's Xiaoshi? Bai Xiaoyi muttered. He wasn't sure if the person in the distance was Lin Xiaoshi, however he knew that today Lin Xiaoshi was wearing the white dress she bought that day. As the distance shrunk closer, the blurred silhouette gradually became clearer until Bai Xiaoyi could see it clearly and realized that the silhouette was dressed in white clothes exactly like the dress he had bought for Lin Xiaoxi a few days ago. Bai Xiaoyi breathed a sigh of relief and went forward. Xiaoshi, I'm sorry I'm late. Hey, why haven't I seen your class? Seeing Lin Xiaoshi's body still did not turn around, Bai Xiaoyi went forward and hugged Lin Xiaoshi. What's wrong? Are you mad at me? Wait a minute. This smell. You're not Xiaoshi. Bai Xiaoyi hastily let go of his hand and took a few steps back. Ye's embrace is so warm, I finally know why Lin Xiaoshi likes you so much. Li turned to look at Bai Xiaoyi morbidly. Just like a hunter staring at his prey. Li? How is it you? Bai Xiaoyi said with an incredulous face. Just then Li took out a bottle of potion from her bag and sprayed Bai Xiaoyi's face. A move that caught Bai Xiaoyi off guard and inhaled a large amount of gas. Well, what are you spraying me with? Bai Xiaoyi covered his nose. In hindsight, unfortunately it was already too late. The gas had already entered his body through his nostrils. A little bit of technology and harsh words is all. Li teasingly stared at Bai Xiaoyi just like looking at a fish struggling on a chopping board. Bai Xiaoyi wanted to escape, but his brain became more and more fuzzy and his feet were as heavy as lead. Li held Bai Xiaoyi, who was swaying, and said, What's wrong with you? Xiaoyi, are you not feeling well? Then hurry up and come into the master's arms. Master will take you to the hospital. With Li's last words, Bai Xiaoyi completely lost consciousness. Lin Xiaoshi also happened to arrive at the place Bai Xiaoyi had agreed upon at this time and looked around to find that there was no figure of Xiaoyi. Strange, where's Yi? At that moment a boy in a school uniform appeared in Lin Xiaoshi's field of vision. At this moment, Wang Hu was repitching his tent. Great job. Now the opening isn't facing upwards. It's true that I'm still as smart as Mia. Wang Hu examined a circle of the tent, suddenly realized that there was still no entrance to the tent around. What's going on? Ghost hit the wall? Wang Hu frowned and pondered. That suddenly seems to think of what Lo lifted the tent to see. Well, this is installed in reverse. The opening into the down. Forget it. Let's go work on the grill. Wang Hu casually threw his tools towards the ground and prepared to go install the grill. Strange. How come Old White hasn't come back yet? Wang Hu was thinking like this. Suddenly footsteps came from behind him. Old Bai, you're finally back. How was it receiving Lin Xiaoshi? Wang Hu turned around and realized that the only person standing behind him was Lin Xiaoshi. Ha? Lin Xiaoshi, you're here? Where's Old Bai? Wang Hu, where is he? Both men spoke at almost the same time. You don't know? Lin Xiaoshi shook her head and said, I only just came up here. He told me to wait for me here. For some reason, Lin Xiaoshi's heart suddenly felt flustered and uneasy. That's strange. Old Bai and I said that Li sent him a message saying that you were waiting for him at door number 2. Didn't Old Bai go to look for you just now? What did you say? Li? Yeah, I was wondering why. Lin Xiaoshi ran away before Wang Hu finished his sentence. What's going on? Why is it all weird? Wang Hu looked at the distant Lin Xiaoshi and scratched his head. Many images came to Lin Xiaoshi's mind as he ran along. The chance encounter with Yi Li that day and the events of today. Yi Li had come prepared, and her target was Bai Xiaoyi. Wait for me. Yi. After Lin Xiaoshi ran to the second door and realized that there was no sign of Bai Xiaoyi or Li Yi. Li Yi. Lin Xiaoshi gritted his teeth and recited these 3 words. If Li Yi was here, Lin Xiaoshi couldn't wait to break her into pieces. Lin Xiaoshi's eyes instantly darkened, as terrifying and silent as a deep, invisible black hole. I've already given you a chance. Since you want to play, I'll play along. After saying that, Lin Xiaoshi took out her cell phone and opened a software. A bright red dot appeared on the map. Found you. The scene shifts to a hotel room. Bai Xiaoyi opened his eyes. Well, where is this place? I seem to remember fainting. Looking around at his unfamiliar surroundings, Bai Xiaoyi was instantly sensitive. This is in a hotel? No way. I have to leave. Bai Xiaoyi was about to get up when he realized that he was being tied to the bed with 5 flowers and couldn't move. What's going on? The shackles on his hands clanked as he tugged on them. Yo, Yi-san, you're awake. Yi Li walked out of the toilet wearing a bath towel, with water stains still remaining in her hair. Yi Li? What do you want? Think. Oh, Yi-san can't wait so soon? Don't worry, I'll come and love you properly after I take a shower. Li Yi threw a wink at Bai Xiaoyi, then walked into the restroom. Why does Li Yi look exactly like the previous Xiaoshi? Can't it be that she's also a sickly girl? Bai Xiaoyi was puzzled. Before, the original owner did not entangle too much with Li Yi. But why did Li Yi do this instead? But now the most important thing is to escape. He does not want to fall into the sick girl's plaything. Bai Xiaoyi twisted his head to find a key on a cabinet to the side. Could this be the key to the shackles? Bai Xiaoyi struggled to reach out to the cabinet with his head but found that he was still a long way from the key. Just as Bai Xiaoyi was pondering how to get the key, Li Yi walked out. Just the right amount of stubbornness, but don't worry, after tonight you won't have the desire to leave me. Saying that, Yi poured out tablets of unknown medicine from a side bag. Eating this little easy classmate will be exciting. Eating this little easy classmate will be durable. Eating this little easy classmate will be obedient. So which one do we eat first? Yi Li, I'm warning you, don't mess around. Looking at the gradually approaching Li Yi, Bai Xiaoyi fought to resist. Li Yi took out a syringe and stabbed it into Bai Xiaoyi's arm. Feeling the liquid being injected into his body, Bai Xiaoyi exclaimed, "What did you inject me with? It's just a tranquilizer. Come, open your mouth and eat this." Li Yi took out another piece of medicine and placed it by Bai Xiaoyi's mouth. Bai Xiaoyi kept his mouth tightly shut to keep Yi from getting her way. But Li Yi directly sat up and pinched Bai Xiaoyi's nose with her other hand. Ho ha ha, After holding his mouth for a few dozen seconds, Bai Xiaoyi instinctively opened his mouth, and it was at this moment that Li Yi fed the pill in with her fingers. Li Yi will be fed into the mouth of Bai Xiaoyi pill after a satisfied smile, and finally slowly bent his head. She stopped when Yi's lips were 0.01 centimeters away from Bai Xiaoyi and slid her hand across the side of Bai Xiaoyi's face and said, "What do you say if I record a video of us playing together later and then send it to Lin Xiaoshi? She'll definitely love it." "Why? Why me? Why?" Li Yi fiercely grabbed Bai Xiaoyi's neck and yelled, "It's not because of that bitch Lin Xiaoshi. If she's not with you, you'll only ever like me. I don't like you," Bai Xiaoyi uttered with difficulty. "Impossible. You obviously confessed to me yourself for 3 years. I know you've liked me for 3 years. What? Now that you have Lin Xiaoshi you won't admit it?" Li Yi pinched Bai Xiaoyi's neck hard. It wasn't until Bai Xiaoyi felt like he was going to suffocate that Li Yi let go. Cough, cough. Bai Xiaoyi coughed with difficulty. Li Yi bit through a small opening on Bai Xiaoyi's neck, and crimson blood slowly flowed out. Ah! Because of the pain, Bai Xiaoyi made a pain sound. "It hurts so much. This woman is insane." After a while, Li straightened up and took off her jacket and said, "The foreplay is over. Next will be the heavy drama." "No, don't." Bai Xiaoyi weakly squinted his eyes and drifted off to sleep once again. Click. Just then there was the sound of a doorknob twisting outside the door. Who? Yi turned her head keenly to look at the door, only to see Lin Xiaoshi gradually walking with a dark face, his deep eyes staring at Li Yi on the bed. This appearance was like a god of death standing in front of Li Yi, making Li Yi's body shiver. How did you find this place? Didn't I lock the door?" Li Yi frantically pointed at Lin Xiaoshi. Lin Xiaoshi did not speak, just looked at the white small easy lying on the bed. Suddenly Lin Xiaoshi seems to have found what the eyes snapped wide open, went forward and touched the neck of white small easy and then looked viciously at Li Yi said, "You did? That's right. I'm the one who did it. Lin Xiaoshi, you lost." Ha 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 ha. Li Yi laughed maniacally. Who knew that Lin Xiaoshi pulled out a fruit knife from his sleeve and slashed straight at Li Yi. Sensing something bad, Li Yi rolled over to avoid Lin Xiaoshi's attack, then yelled at Lin Xiaoshi, "You're crazy. Do you know what you're doing?" Lin Xiaoshi continued to press the ever-retreating Li Yi as if she just didn't hear him. Why are they all against me? I obviously just want to spend the rest of my life peacefully with little Yi. Lin Xiaoshi wobbled towards Yi. Bang! Li Yi's back was leaning against the wall. Obviously there was no way back, and an aura of death spread all over Li Yi's body. No! Lin Xiaoshi, you can't kill me. You won alright. I'll give Bai Xiaoyi back to you. I don't want it. Please don't kill me. Li Yi kneeled down and kowtowed several times to the floor in fear. But she didn't think that Lin Xiaoshi would be even more terrifying than she was. Had she known that she shouldn't have started this kind of thought in the first place, Lin Xiaoshi squatted down, grabbed Li Yi's hair and lifted it up to use the cold surface of the knife to cut back and forth on Li Yi's face. Do you know how jealous I was of you at first? When I know that in the past Xiaoyi liked you when I could not wait to turn me into your appearance. But you have not agreed to her. I also delayed to start. But now Xiaoyi and I are together. Why do you want to get involved again? Oh. I'm sorry. Li Yi cried out in pain. In the past she was always the pearl in her father's hand as well as the dazzling presence in the class where she had suffered such torture. No, don't! Li Yi screamed in terror. The Lin Xiaoshi in front of her was simply an evil spirit from hell. Just then a voice came from outside the door. Hello, room service, may I help you? A waitress poked her head in and asked. As if she had seized hope, Li Yi rolled and ran away from Lin Xiaoshi's body. The waiter outside the door was knocked to the ground by Yi at once, looking at the gradually running away Yi with a puzzled face. What's wrong with the young lady? Why is there a water stain on the floor? Telling the waitress that she didn't need it, Lin Xiaoshi closed the door and didn't go after Li Yi. Came to the bed looking at the unconscious Bai Xiaoyi. Lin Xiaoshi carefully unlocked the shackles that bound Bai Xiaoyi, and then organized Bai Xiaoyi's messy clothes. Finally looking at the lip mark on Bai Xiaoyi's neck as well as the blood, Lin Xiaoshi took out a tissue and wiped it for Bai Xiaoyi, but without realizing it tears were waving like rain. It's okay, just wipe it off. It's okay. Although the lip prints were wiped clean, Lin Xiaoshi kept wiping, as if there were still traces of Li Yi in her eyes, until the color of Bai Xiaoyi's neck was rubbed red. Lin Xiaoshi was willing to stop. After wiping Li Yi's traces clean, Lin Xiaoshi checked on Bai Xiaoyi's body again. After a while Lin Xiaoshi let out a light breath. In addition to Bai Xiaoyi's neck has had marks as well as the arm has a needle eye, other places are still intact. The main thing is, it is also very safe. Lin Xiaoshi lay down close to Bai Xiaoyi and wrapped her sideways arms around him. Do you know how worried I was about you? I was so afraid that I was late. So afraid that you would suddenly disappear and leave me. No way. I want to Speaking of this, Lin Xiaoxi could no longer hold back her emotions. Omit 10,000 words here. Bai Xiaoyi had a dream that confined him in the basement and tortured him day and night. No, don't! Bai Xiaoyi suddenly opened his eyes and looked around in fear until he realized that Lin Xiaoshi was lying on his back and his arms staring daggers at himself with the corners of his mouth slightly raised. What are you doing here, Xiao? Wasn't I kidnapped by Yi? Bai Xiaoyi wondered. Li has already run away. But don't worry, I won't let her go. Speaking of Li, Lin Xiaoshi's expression suddenly became serious. Feeling the warmth coming from the young girl in his arms, Bai Xiaoyi tightly held Lin Xiaoshi did not speak, but the trembling body signaled that Bai Xiaoyi was still in the shadow of Li. It's okay, I'm here. Xiaoshi will always be with Xiaoyi. Lin Xiaoshi gently stroked Bai Xiaoyi's head to comfort him. After a while Bai Xiaoyi gradually slowed down and asked Lin Xiaoshi, Xiaoshi, how did you find me? Of course Lin Xiaoshi wouldn't tell Bai Xiaoyi that she had put a locator on him. I asked a passerby around the area and he told me that a girl walked into this hostel with a boy on her back. Bai Xiaoyi nodded. That's right. With that, he buried his head into Lin Xiaoshi's arms. Xiao, can you hug me again? Of course Lin Xiaoshi looked at the stunned Bai Xiaoyi and continued to stroke Bai Xiaoyi's head. Speaking of which, shouldn't I thank Yi? Such a clingy Yi herself liked it even more instead. That's how he wants it to be, just Xiao alone. Yo! Bai Xiaoyi slowed down for a moment, lifted his head and said, Xiaoshi, let's go. Going home? No. Bai Xiaoyi shook his head and took Lin Xiaoshi's hand and said, I want to watch the sunset with Xiaoshi. Lin Xiaoshi looked at Bai Xiaoyi with a face full of love. I love you. I love you too. After the two people cleaned up, Bai Xiaoyi just got off the bed and suddenly his legs were soft and he stumbled and almost got loaded on the ground. Fortunately, Lin Xiaoshi held him up. Be careful, said Lin Xiaoshi with a smile. Bai Xiaoyi nodded. Why did it always feel as if Shirori knew she was going to fall and prepared herself in advance? Maybe it's an illusion, but why are my legs so weak? I can't even walk anymore. Looking at Bai Xiaoyi's woeful back as he held onto the wall, Lin Xiaoshi licked his lips, seemingly not yet finished. Yi tastes really good then. What's nice? Bai Xiaoyi asked back. Lin Xiaoshi took Bai Xiaoyi's arm and said, I mean the sunset scene must be very nice la. Well, let's get going. On the way back to Yu Mountain, Lin Xiaoxi had been holding Bai Xiaoyi's hand tightly. looking as if she was afraid that Bai Xiaoyi would disappear. That's Xiao. Aren't we getting too close? Feeling the temperature of the young girl's delicate body, Bai Xiaoyi, although it is not unheard of but in public this is still a little shy, but he always gradually felt that Lin Xiaoshi's possessiveness seems to be greater. Leaning close, Lin Xiaoshi rubbed up against Bai Xiaoyi's arm again. I hate having to be at a negative distance from Xiaoyi in order to feel at ease that way certain vixens won't snatch away my Xiaoyi. Negative distance? Maiden, you are driving But thinking back, what happened just now had a great psychological impact on Bai Xiaoyi. At the very beginning he thought that like Lin Xiaoshi this kind of sick girl, he also thought that only need to use kindness and love slowly to sensitize them can become normal people, which no will suddenly become extreme. Li can in his unguarded situation suddenly change face that Xiaoshi she will also be. Bai Xiaoyi sneaked a look at Lin Xiaoshi and realized that Lin Xiaoshi was also looking at himself. The light blue eyes seemed like calm seawater, though at this sea level it seemed like a raging wave would rise at any moment. What's wrong, Lin Xiaoshi narrowed her eyes and whispered. Bai Xiaoyi felt like testing Lin Xiaoshi to verify how his probationary progress had been during this time. Is Xiao happy with me all this time? Happy. Lin Xiaoshi nodded. As long as I'm with I'm happy no matter what. Ahem. So is Xiao okay with me talking normally with other people? Ness. It seems that her efforts were not in vain. Xiao she gradually began to relax. The next, Bai Xiaoyi was still thinking about the next step in his healing plan but was immediately silenced by Lin Xiaoshi's next words. But only of the same sex. Same sex? Haven't I talked to the opposite sex before? Just like Li. Bai Xiaoyi suddenly thought of something before he could finish. What Li did to Xiaoyi, I think Xiaoyi himself knows it well. Lin Xiaoshi looked at Bai Xiaoyi with a serious gaze. The result is obvious. So it turns out that Xiaoyi doesn't need the opposite sex other than what Xiaoshi thought, because they are all people who are plotting against Xiaoyi. Xiao might just be an accident. I won't allow any more accidents. Lin Xiaoshi yelled. I hope he won't be thinking in that direction, or else Xiaoshi will act irrationally. It was obvious that Lin Xiaoshi was threatening herself. Bai Xiaoyi was in disbelief. The healing plan that he thought was going well actually didn't work at all, and even went backwards. The water finally boils, and when the frog feels the heat it can't escape. Xiao. Looking at Lin Xiaoshi, who was full of smiles, Bai Xiaoyi finally understood at this moment. It turned out that her deliberately gentle smile was not because I had healed her, but simply because I was there for her. Xiao, what would you do if I disappeared? Hearing this, Lin Xiaoshi's face instantly turned icy cold, her nails embedding themselves into the flesh of Bai Xiaoyi's arm. He must be joking, right? Looking at Lin Xiaoshi's appearance, Bai Xiaoyi finally realized the reason why the original owner wanted to escape. He thought that Sick Jia was just a simple girl with problems, and as long as he cared for her, his problems would be solved. Until today, Bai Xiaoyi knew that he was wrong. Sick Jia is a mentally ill person who is prone to extreme behavior. In that case, can you really cure Xiao yourself? Right, I'm sorry, I was just kidding. Strongly enduring the pain coming from his arm, Bai Xiaoyi reluctantly fake smiled. Scared me to death. I thought Xiaoyi would leave me. Lin Xiaoshi hugged Bai Xiaoyi and said, Little you won't be able to make jokes like that again, yo. I know. Well, let's get going then. The sun's going down. When the two of them returned to the camping place, they found that Wang, who was at that moment setting up a barbecue and preparing to roast meat. Yo, you two are here. What's taking you so long to pick up someone? Old White? Well, there was a little hiccup in the middle but no harm done. Wow. Then you guys take a rest. I'll grill meat for you later. Wang, who didn't question much and turned around to continue skewering the meat. Wow, right, old Bai. Do you know where Li went? She said she went to use the restroom and hasn't come back until now. She died. Lin Xiaoshi was interrupted by Bai Xiaoyi before she could finish speaking. Cough cough cough. This one, maybe she has something going on. She should have gone home. Bai Xiaoyi stretched out his index finger and scratched his face. Oh, that's like it. So it's just us for the night then? No problem. Let's get some rest then. Bai Xiaoyi and Lin Xiaoshi found a nearby viewpoint and sat down. Lin Xiaoshi leaned on Bai Xiaoyi's shoulder and closed her eyes with a cozy face as she enjoyed this comfortable scenario. As the sun was setting, the red sunlight was shining brightly on Lin Xiaoxi's face, and Bai Xiaoyi couldn't help but be infatuated when he looked at Lin Xiaoxi, who was as beautiful as a ruby. Xiao, can you tell me about when you were a kid? Lin Xiaoshi opened her eyes and looked at Bai Xiaoyi and said, Why is Xiaoyi asking this? Slightly concerned. One couldn't say that they wanted to find the root cause of Xiao becoming like this, could they? Yes. As long as he wants to know, Xiaoshi will tell everything. Lin Xiaoxi lay on Bai Xiaoyi's lap and stretched out her hand to caress Bai Xiaoyi's face and said, Ever since Xiaoxi can remember, she has been living in the orphanage. Because of Xiaoshi's eyes, the dean's grandmother hated Xiaoshi. She said that Xiaoshi was a monster, so she locked Xiaoshi in an iron cage in the backyard and treated Xiaoshi as a pet. The other little friends in the orphanage also rejected Xiaoshi because of the dean's grandmother. And then it was Fatty Zhang who led me away. Hearing this, Bai Xiaoyi was shocked beyond words. How can there be such a person? Without knowing why, they presume to recognize the unseen world as something non-existent or grotesque. This beast. Bai Xiaoyi clenched his fists and clenched his teeth, as if he was feeling aggrieved by what had happened to Xiao Shi. Which orphanage is Xiao Shi still at now? Bai Xiaoyi asked. Who knows? That Lin Xiaoxi shook her head and stretched out her hands to hook Bai Xiaoyi's neck, looking at her beloved with a happy face and said, It's okay, it's okay. Xiaoyi can think about Xiaoxi for Xiaoxi's sake and Xiaoxi is already very happy. No way. You can't be this sketchy. This kind of person doesn't deserve to be the dean at all. Take a vacation tomorrow. Xiao Shi, you take me to her. No need. This isn't questioning you. I'm informing you. Bai Xiaoyi uttered such words in a rare hardened moment. Maybe the root cause of Xiao's personality change is here at the dean. As long as the dean is resolved, isn't it true that Xiao will be relieved? Bai Xiaoyi thought like this. Besides, what kind of man is he if he can't even protect his own girl? Good. Lin Xiaoshi pulled Bai Xiaoyi's head over after he finished speaking and kissed him right after. Such a domineering Shirori likes it too. Zip, zip. Wang Hu put the meat kebabs on the fireplace rack and roasted them. A gust of wind blew through. The white smoke that came out straight spicy. Wang Hu's eyes hurt. Ahem. It seems that God is jealous of my cooking too. Hello, may I ask if Lin Xiaoshi is here? A sweet voice came out. Looking at the voice, Wang Hu found a girl walking. Hiss, why does it feel like this girl is so familiar? I remember. You're the girl from class 5 that day. Bai Ling nodded at this. Yes it is. Little brother, you have a good memory. He. Which is which? Wang Hu smiled and said. Classmate, are you here to find Lin Xiaoshi? She and old Bai are over there watching the sunset. After saying that, Wang Hu nudged towards one end of the mountain. Oh, then I won't bother them, Bai Ling said and was about to leave but was stopped by Wang Hu. Hey, girl, wait a little bit. Come to not stay together to jerk a skewer in the go chant. Wang Hu took a freshly roasted beef and handed it to Bai Ling. Jerk off. Dash. Bai Ling's eyes immediately blossomed upon hearing this. Can I eat? Of course you can. I baked it for you. Ham. Bai Ling took Wang Hu's meat skewer and bit into it immediately. Nice try. Can I have another one? Surely the world of foodies is such a happy place. Of course you can. I can roast it for you if you want. Wang Hu smiled smugly. Looks like my chef Wang's skills are still living up to his reputation. Say girl, what's your name? %x pi superscript 3 square root divided by degrees Celsius. Shiren chirped and whimpered, not knowing what she was saying. Bai Ling managed to swallow the food that was stuffing her mouth. My name is Bai Ling. What's your name? Little brother? I am Wang Hu, who is known as the Wandering White Stripe in the 3rd class. Wow, that sounds so cool. That's true. Back in the day I was the most handsome being in our class. No one dared to compete with me for 2nd place. Second? How come it's not first? Old White, he's only that much more handsome than I am. Wang Hu made an okay sign. Painful loss of the Similac market. Ooh-hoo. Shiren's mouth dropped open into an O shape. Then she gestured toward the grill. Inside. It seems like the meat is grilled. Finished. Wang Hu turned around and really found that some of the meat skewers had given off a burnt flavor. Looking at the busy Wang Hu, Bai Ling also went up to help. Let me help you. Just then Wang Hu raised his head. Bai Ling bent over, and their heads came so close together, gazing into each other's eyes. Both of them blushed in unison. Bai Ling was the first to skim her head and look to the side. Excuse me. No, it's fine. It's because I moved too fast, Wang Hu said in a panic. Bai Ling, student, you can just sit here. I'll just clean these up. Well, at the same time all kinds of youthfulness spread throughout the mountains. When the sun had set, Bai Xiaoyi and Lin Xiaoshi returned to the campground. Yikes, it's Xiaoshi coming back. Looking at Lin Xiaoshi's figure, Bai Ling quickly stuffed 2 skewers of meat into her mouth and then ran up to meet Lin Xiaoshi. Spoon, hey, you're back. Lin Xiaoshi dodged Bai Ling's charge and handed Bai Ling a piece of paper from his pocket. Wipe your mouth. It's covered in oil. Hey. Xiao is so nice. Looking at the innocent Bai Ling, Lin Xiaoshi did not have a very repulsive to her. Relatively, she also want to thank Bai Ling. If it is not Bai Ling in the car on her words, I'm afraid that today's Xiaoyi has long been. Since everyone is here, then let's quickly have a barbecue together. Wang Hu greeted Bai Xiaoyi and Lin Xiaoshi over. Good old Wang. Secretly open a small stove. It's not because you two are getting tired of giving me a whole lot of hunger on the side. Xiao, come eat this. This tastes good. Thanks. The camp was filled with a peaceful and cheerful atmosphere. After the meal the crowd lay on their cloths, all enjoying the stars in the sky. Lin Xiaoshi lay in Bai Xiaoyi's arms looking up at the sky, reaching out her hand to try and grab the most dazzling star. Xiao. You won't catch that star like that. Bai Xiaoyi smiled and pinched Lin Xiaoshi's cheeks. Lin Xiaoshi shook his head, then touched Bai Xiaoyi's face and said, actually, I've already caught it yo. Shio. Yi. Just as the two were falling into the sweetness of love, two intense stares came from the side. Stare. Underscore. Old White, isn't it rude for you to spread dog food in public? 9494. Bai Ling chimed in. The atmosphere that had just been brewing just dissipated. After a moment of silence, Wang Hu was the first to break the silence. What do you want to do after graduation, old Bai? Hearing this, Lin Xiaoshi's ears twitched. Then she looked towards Bai Xiaoyi. Me? Alright. We're both in the literature department, so I'm planning on finding a writing-related job locally in the future. It's convenient to be right here in the area after all, Bai Xiaoyi said after thinking about it. Does Xiaoshi have a job she wants to do? Only to see Lin Xiaoshi shake her head. Wherever little E is, Xiaoshi will follow. Shio. Yi. Stop. Bai Ling said as she stood up and puckered her lips. You two should at least stop it. You don't bully people like that. Ha! Lin Xiaoshi looked at the pitiful Bai Ling and walked up to hold Bai Ling's chin up and softly whispered in Bai Ling's ear. Little Bai Ling, if you are not convinced, you can also find 10. What? What the heck? Xiaoshi just bullies me. Bai Ling was told by Lin Xiaoshi that her face was red and her mouth mumbled. Besides, who would like me as a girl who likes to eat so much? Who says there's no one to like? Wang Hu said with a terse neck. Equals degree smiley face. Bai Ling looked at Wang Hu with a surprised face after hearing this. Wang Hu seemed to have reacted to his own words as if there was something wrong, then immediately waved his hand and said, I don't mean this. What I mean is that Bai Ling, you're also very cute. How can there be no boys who like you? At this time, Bai Xiaoyi suddenly came to a sentence, then ask if you like people well. Like? No. I mean I don't hate. In your case, you still pass through the bushes without touching a single leaf. I think people simply won't let you pass, Bai Xiaoyi joked. Pfft. Bai Ling laughed out seeing Wang Hu's embarrassed face, then walked over to Wang Hu's front and pulled out her cell phone and handed it to Wang Hu. May I ask this little brother, can I have your phone number? Me. You. Wang Hu looked as if the CPU had dried up and burned, not knowing what was being chanted out of his mouth. Alas. You guys give you the opportunity, you don't hit the mark. Bai Xiaoyi took Bai Ling's cell phone and entered Wang Hu's number and handed it back. Here. This guy is more shy, like Bai Ling. Students, you have more tolerance. I will. Bai Xiaoyi had wanted to continue watching the show but was suddenly pulled away by a hand. Hey Shio, what did you bring me here for? Being brought to a remote forest by Lin Xiaoshi, Bai Xiaoyi asked with a reddened face. Of course it's to do what the party hasn't done yet. The sound of running water from a mountain stream added an extra dimension to the silent night. It was soon time for the classes to gather, and after a short parting with Lin Xiaoxi, Bai Xiaoyi and Wang Hu got on the bus back to school. On the way back, the old king said in the car, Students, today after the time we have to put away all the preparation for the graduation exam. I hope that everyone study hard and live up to the expectations. Understood. Everyone returned with enthusiasm on their faces. Oh yeah, let me say one more thing. The class president of our class, Li, will not be coming to school for a while due to ill health, I'm afraid, and the vice class president will take over the things behind her. Wang Hu, who was sitting next to Bai Xiaoyi, said, Strange, wasn't Li very excited this morning? It's really hard to tell what's going on in the world. Seeing this, Bai Xiaoyi quickly interrupted and said, If you have this in mind, why don't you ask people what Bai Ling likes, so that you can take her out next time to enhance your feelings? Yes, so, it's still you, old White, who thought it through. See, Wang Hu did not think much. Bai Xiaoyi long sigh of relief. And now think of Li heart still feel a burst of fear. Let's hope we don't get too involved with her in the future. After returning home, Bai Xiaoyi went to take a shower. Hearing the commotion in the bathroom, Lin Xiaoshi returned to her room and locked the door. Lin Xiaoshi took out a box from under the bed and opened it to find that it had medicine bottles of all sizes as well as tools. From the case, he took out a small bottle filled with pink medicinal powder and shook it. Lin Xiaoshi was torn. Should I lock up E or not? With the first EE there may be thousands of EE in the future, but if you lock E up, E will certainly not be as good to me as he is now. In the end, what to do? After hesitating for a moment, Lin Xiaoshi still put the pill bottle back. I hope this is the last time. By the way, speaking of which, today is the day that E is going to give me medicine, so I have to prepare in advance. Bai Xiaoyi just opened the bedroom door and saw Lin Xiaoshi standing by the bed pulling up her clothes. Little Xiaoshi, why are you changing in my room without locking the door? Bai Xiaoyi blocked his eyes and tried to close the door, but Lin Xiaoshi stopped him. Yi is due to medicate me today, and I'm getting ahead of myself. Then go to bed and stay there. How can you do this? Got it. Lin Xiaoshi turned around and flopped down on the bed and whispered, Coward. Hearing this, Bai Xiaoyi's body's qixing was hooked out. Good toast to refuse to eat a penalty wine. After saying that, Bai Xiaoyi knocked Lin Xiaoshi's head. Yikes, Lin Xiaoshi said in surprise. Wrong right? Bai Xiaoyi asked with a red face. Xiao wasn't wrong. Tada. Wrong right. Exactly. Tada. Wrong no. Bai Xiaoyi looked up at Lin Xiaoshi to find Lin Xiaoshi lying on the bed without moving. Noticing the abnormality, Bai Xiaoyi didn't skin down any further. Xiaoshi's appearance was such that he felt that if he continued like this, he was afraid that he would be eaten without any bones left. Picking up the ointment on the side, Bai Xiaoyi warily put medicine on Lin Xiaoshi. Seeing no movement for a long time, Lin Xiaoshi gradually returned to his senses and looked to Bai Xiaoyi. Xiaoyi does not continue to punish Xiaoshi. Ahem. I thought about it and Xiao doesn't seem to be wrong. So forget it. No, please brothery have more mercy on Xiaoshi. Which is why Bai Xiaoyi closed his eyes and mouthed. Empty is color. Color is empty. All women are pink skeletons. Amit Ba Buddha. Lin Xiaoshi narrowed her eyes and stared at Bai Xiaoyi. Suddenly arise to press Bai Xiaoyi under the bed and said against his ear. Master's Buddhism is so profound. I wonder if I can point out with my little girl a bit? Bai Xiaoyi was unable to move when he was pressed down by the two mountains, and then he stretched out his hands and said, Xiaoshi, this is what you forced me to do. Saying that, he scratched at Lin Xiaoshi's body. Ha ha ha, don't. Ha ha ha. A tingling sensation came to Lin Xiaoshi in no strength. Bai Xiaoyi took the opportunity to press Lin Xiaoshi underneath his body and quickly finished wiping the medicine and fled the scene, leaving Lin Xiaoshi alone and messy on the bed. Lin Xiaoshi looked out the door, her hair covering her right eye. The rising and falling breaths seemed to tell of the fierce battle just now. When Bai Xiaoyi came back from washing his hands, he saw Lin Xiaoshi sitting on the edge of the bed looking at himself with his waist crossed. Bad little actually running away from the battle. If I didn't run away, I'd have been eaten up by you. It wasn't because Xiao was dishonest. Do you not like Xiaoshi? Suddenly Lin Xiaoshi's face turned pitiful. How come? Bai Xiaoyi went up and wrapped his arms around Lin Xiaoshi and stroked his head to comfort him. Then why don't you share the clouds and rain with Xiao? We are still young now. My intention is to wait until we are a bit older to talk about it. I'm also a normal man. I can't help myself sometimes with Xiaoshi's teasing, but I want to live happily with Xiaoshi in the future more than for the sake of momentary pleasure. Xiaoshi can understand me, right? But we're adults. Hearing this, Lin Xiaoshi could no longer hold back her emotions uncontrollably and kissed Bai Xiaoyi. Bai Xiaoyi also seemed to know what Lin Xiaoshi meant, tenderly responding to Lin Xiaoshi's affection. Bai Xiaoyi left of his own accord to prevent nearly choking like last time, then looked at Lin Xiaoshi and asked, Xiao understands now. I see. Lin Xiaoshi snuggled into Bai Xiaoyi's arms, then pointed to the milk on the table and said, This is the milk I just poured for Xiaoyi. Xiaoyi, quickly drink it. Thank you, Xiaoshi. Bai Xiaoyi said after drinking all the milk under Lin Xiaoshi's gaze. What are you looking at me for? Is it hard for Xiaoshi to want to drink it too? Lin Xiaoshi licked her lips and waved her hand and said, No need. I brushed my teeth, so I won't drink now. Alright then, I'm going to go wash up first. Will Xiao sleep by himself tonight? Bai Xiaoyi asked symbolically. No way. Lin Xiaoshi said as she pushed Bai Xiaoyi out of the doorway. Xiaoyi, quickly go wash up la. There's almost not enough time. Bai Xiaoyi walked to the restroom thinking to himself. Not enough time? What do you mean? When Bai Xiaoyi returned to his room, he saw that Lin Xiaoshi had already fallen asleep. Carefully getting on the bed and tucking the girl in, he leaned down and secretly kissed Lin Xiaoshi's cheeks and said, Good night, Xiaoshi. Bai Xiaoyi then laid down on his bed and prepared to read a novel for a while, but a strong sleepiness came over him. Could it be because I'm too tired today? But also yes, after experiencing so many things cannot be tired, Bai Xiaoyi murmured, followed by putting down his cell phone in less than a few breaths of time to fall asleep. Listening to Bai Xiaoyi's even breathing, Lin Xiaoshi rolled over and patted Bai Xiaoyi's face softly, calling out Bai Xiaoyi's name. After seeing absolutely no reaction, Lin Xiaoshi's mouth rose slightly then burrowed into the quilt. Only a small clear glass bottle was poured under the bed. The day just dawned. Lin Xiaoshi opened his eyes and smashed his mouth in Bai Xiaoyi's arms and warmed up for a while before getting up to cook. Take a bag of dates and a bag of gingers from the cupboard and place them next to the boiler. There's still one most important thing that I haven't taken out yet. Immediately after that, Lin Xiaoshi went back to the bedroom and rummaged through a large bag of goji berries from the box. This is the main course. Lin Xiaoshi couldn't wait to give this to Bai Xiaoyi as a meal, but it would be too obvious. Let's make a little silver ear soup first. Little E will definitely like it. After saying that, Lin Xiaoshi hummed her way back to the kitchen. After a while, Bai Xiaoyi rolled over with his eyes closed. Wanting to roll over and hug Lin Xiaoshi but feeling the empty bed, Bai Xiaoyi immediately opened his eyes. Xiao? Seeing that the Lin Xiaoshi beside him had long since disappeared, Bai Xiaoyi tried calling out Lin Xiaoshi's name. Hey, you're awake. Lin Xiaoshi's voice came from the living room. Phew, Bai Xiaoyi took a relaxing breath and then he was about to get out of bed. And as soon as his feet hit the ground, his entire body went limp. With a thud, Bai Xiaoyi fell to the ground. Lin Xiaoshi, who had heard the sound, helped by Xiaoyi to the bed with a slight smile on her lips. However, it was quickly hidden. What's wrong with you? Don't scare me. Only to see by Xiaoyi's eyes widen as he looked at his legs, then said in horror, Xiao sure. My legs. There's no strength left. Last night when I slept I might have pressed on Yi's legs resulting in numbness. You first sit on the bed to rest a bit to slow down, will be fine. It's so, Bai Xiaoyi said in disbelief. Definitely. The meal is ready. You can come out to eat after you take a break, Lin Xiaoshi said and walked out. It seems that he can't go too far next time. Yi's body is still too weak, but this is good, so that Xiao Shi can get a better grip on Yi. Bai Xiaoyi recovered for a moment then stood up. Phew, that scared me. After patting his chest, Bai Xiaoyi remembered that he was going to go take Xiao Shi to the orphanage where Xiao Shi had stayed before later. So he quickly washed up and came to the dining table. Xiao Shi, is this silver ear soup for you? Looking at the silver ear soup that was covered with wolfberries, Bai Xiaoyi's mouth quivered. Lin Xiaoshi folded her hands and apologized. I'm sorry, I accidentally spilled too much when I put in the goji berries today, but I'm sure little will be able to eat them all right? Looking at Lin Xiaoshi's expectant expression, Bai Xiaoyi gritted his teeth and said, of course I can finish it. After saying that, Bai Xiaoyi took the bowl and swallowed it one bite at a time. Bang! Bai Xiaoyi placed the bowl on the table making a clashing sound. How about it, Xiao? I told you I could finish it right. Our little is the best. Lin Xiaoshi stood up and kissed Bai Xiaoyi's cheek, then returned to the kitchen with the bowl. Bai Xiaoyi was about to take a sip of water when he suddenly saw Lin Xiaoshi serving another bowl in front of him. This, Bai Xiaoyi pointed at himself and then at the bowl and stammered, not knowing what to say. Sorry, I've cooked a bit too much today. Why don't you stop eating if he can't eat? Hearing here, Bai Xiaoyi's goodwill was evoked. Or subjected to these words took over the bowl on tons and tons of dazzling down. Hiccup. Bai Xiaoyi hiccuped after eating, panting and looking at Lin Xiaoshi. How was it? Who said I can't eat anymore? Little is awesome. Lin Xiaoshi's eyes were about to emit light as she stared straight at Bai Xiaoyi. It's going to be a sleepless night. Lin Xiaoshi was about to leave with her bowl but was pulled back by Bai Xiaoyi. Sure, Ori. First you tell me if you're done eating. Of course I'm done eating. I'm just going to wash the dishes. That's good. Bai Xiaoyi covered his bulging stomach and sat down on the bench with peace of mind. After resting for a few moments, the two went out and away. On the way there, Lin Xiaoshi clutched Bai Xiaoyi's hand to death and didn't let go. Feeling Lin Xiaoshi's movements, Bai Xiaoyi scratched Lin Xiaoshi's palm and comforted. Xiaoshi, don't be afraid. I'm here this time. Aha, Lin Xiaoshi replied simply before leaning her body on Bai Xiaoyi's shoulder. When the two came to a more remote area, they saw a ramshackle house standing on an empty wasteland, with a fence at the front gate that read Friendship Welfare Center. We're here, Lin Xiaoshi said expressionlessly. Well, let's go in then. Bai Xiaoyi touched Lin Xiaoshi's head, was about to move forward but was interrupted by a voice. Ha? What are you doing here, young man? Bai Xiaoyi looked back to find that it was none other than Officer Huang who had helped him earlier. Uncle Huang? How come it's you? Before Fatty Zhang recanted and told us that he had spent money to buy several children in various orphanages. Before that I have also been more into the investigation. We also arrested these bad guys who trafficked in children. And this Friendship Welfare Institute is the last object of investigation. After saying that, Officer Huang looked at Lin Xiaoshi beside Bai Xiaoyi, then came to a realization. Since the young man you have come all the way here, then go in with me and take a look. This little sister, you don't worry, I will definitely return justice to you. Thank you, Lin Xiaoshi's sticky voice said. Well, let's go in, said Officer Wang as he rang the doorbell on the house. In less than a moment the door to the room opened, but when the crowd realized that the person who opened the door was a little girl. You guys, looking for someone? The little girl asked softly with the door half open. Officer Huang squatted down and gently said to the girl, Hello kids, I'm here to see your dean. May I ask if your dean is here? The little girl nodded and said, Grandma Dean is there. I'll go get Grandma. With that the little girl turned back and ran inside. After a while more a cane sound came, and Lin Xiaoshi's heart beat faster and faster. The door opened with a creak. Who is it? An old voice came. I just saw an old man in his prime approaching. Bai Xiaoyi was about to go forward to question but was pulled back by Lin Xiaoshi. Looking at Lin Xiaoshi with a questioning face but seeing Lin Xiaoshi shaking her head and saying, It's not her. It's not her? Is it possible that it's a fake? Officer Huang spoke up. Hello Dean. I'm Officer Huang from the 3rd office in Rongqing. There's something on my side that I want to find out from you. Only to see the old granny trembling up and saying, Hello officer, could it be that the children in my institution have made some mistake? I apologize to you on their behalf. The grandmother was about to bow when she was helped up by Officer Huang. That's not what I meant, Grandma Dean. I just wanted to ask about your past. The old dean let out a long breath when he saw this. So that's how it is. Officers, you guys please come in. I definitely know everything. With that said, the three of them walked inside. The crowd followed the old dean into a room, only to see the creaking wooden floors and the blackened walls of the room. The old dean smiled awkwardly. I'm sorry to make you all laugh. This house is too old, a lot of things haven't had time to be replaced with new ones. Officer Huang found a wooden stool and sat on it. May I ask how this orphanage came to be in this state? Shouldn't it be appropriated down? Senior Dean replied. We've gone to get grants before, but the people there said they had to do some kind of paperwork and it's been delayed. So most of the money I've spent on food and living for the kids. These assholes. Officer Huang angrily punched his thigh, then took out a piece of paper and wrote something and handed it to the old dean. Don't worry, old dean. This is my contact information. I will definitely investigate this matter thoroughly to return justice to you. The old dean saw this and quickly took Officer Huang's contact information, moved to tears. Thank you, officer. Thank you. Bai Xiaoyi and Lin Xiaosher sat on another bench. Seeing this, Bai Xiaoyi attached himself to Lin Xiaosher's ear and whispered. Xiaosher, who is this old dean? Do you recognize him? Lin Xiaosher shook his head after sniffing. Xiaosher doesn't recognize it. That's odd. Where is the old dean from before? After the old dean had sorted out her emotions, Officer Huang opened his mouth and asked, Old dean, the reason I'm here today is to ask you where the dean who managed the orphanage before you is now? We have investigated that she is suspected to have committed the crime of child abduction and trafficking, and we are now going to interrogate her. The old dean looked incredulous after hearing this and said, How could that be? Dean Wang used to be the best person in our institution for children. How could he abduct and sell children? Officer Huang didn't explain, just continued to ask. Then old dean, do you know where the Dean Wang you spoke of is now? No matter what you guys say, I won't believe it. Dean Wang, her love for the children I know best. She additionally starves herself, won't let the children eat less than a mouthful of food. The old dean sighed. Alas. You guys come with me. When he followed the old dean to a garden, the old dean stopped and pointed to a tombstone not far away. Dean Wang is inside. She's dead? Officer Huang wondered. Yes. One winter when the weather was bitterly cold, Sister Wang made a bowl of broth for the children, then went back to her bedroom to sleep. One of the children was afraid to sleep alone at night, so she tried to find Sister Wang, and by the time she found Dean Wang, he had already frozen to death, curled up in the sheets. Here the old dean trembled with emotion. You said, how could such a person who loves children abduct children? Then I was transferred here from another orphanage. Officer Wang smacked his lips. That's not going to be easy without proof, but I'm sure I won't give up. Officer Huang spoke up. May I ask if the old director has any files from the previous orphanage? I'd like to access them. The old dean seemed a little angry after hearing this, but still handed Officer Huang a key from his pocket, stomped his cane and said, If you don't believe me, then go and check it out. In the attic are the archives from previous years. Thanks. Officer Huang said a thank you, came to Bai Xiaoyi's side and said, Young man, you stay around here for a while. I'll come to you as soon as I have news. Bai Xiaoyi nodded. After Officer Huang left, Lin Xiaosher let go of holding Bai Xiaoyi's hand and spoke. Xiaoyi, why don't you go stroll around? I want to be quiet by myself. Okay, Xiaosher, if you need anything, just call me. Bai Xiaoyi finished speaking and strolled around the orphanage. He wanted to see what the place where Xiaosher used to live was like. Lin Xiaosher stood in front of the tombstone and looked at it for a long time, and then picked a branch of Man Tian Xing from the garden and placed it in front of the tombstone. Just then the old dean came over and said, Full of stars means miss. And boy, are you? Lin Xiaosher smiled up and looked at the old dean and said, I'm Dean Wang's former child. For some reason, looking at Lin Xiaosher's sunny and lovely appearance, the old dean's back felt unexpectedly oozy. You are Dean Wang's child. The old dean shed tears of excitement as he looked at the tombstone and said, Dean Wang. Ah, finally a child has come to see you after all these years. I'm sure you'll be very happy down there. Lin Xiaosher let out a light snort, then asked, Old dean, are you saying that I'm the first child to come? The old dean nodded. Yes, except for the child, you have not had anyone come to visit her. Really raised a bunch of negative wolf cubs. Ah, speaking of the child, you must be very thankful to Dean Wang. Yeah, thanks a lot, nodded Lin Xiaosher. I should be thanking you. Without you, I wouldn't have met my beloved. That's all. Bai Xiaoyi walked and arrived at an abandoned courtyard. Strange. How can such a big place here be said to be ruined? Stepping on the weeds, Bai Xiaoyi noticed a square object wrapped in weeds appearing on the empty waste ground. What is it? With doubt, Bai Xiaoyi walked up. Arriving at the object, Bai Xiaoyi forcefully pushed the weeds away, then realized that the square object was exactly an iron cage. Strange. Why is there an iron cage here? Wait. I remember a few days ago Xiao said that the former dean kept Xiao in a cage. Murphy. Thinking of this, Bai Xiaoyi was instantly enraged and kicked the iron cage over to the side. Screw your feudal mindset. Xiao was made this way by you, old hag. It seemed that Bai Xiaoyi was not yet relieved and continued to smash the iron cage until a pair of hands embraced him from behind. Enough. That's enough. Lin Xiaosher buried her head in Bai Xiaoyi's back. Xiao, Why are you here? Bai Xiaoyi threw the cage to the side, turned around and hugged Lin Xiaoshi, burying his head and placing his chin on Lin Xiaoshi's shoulder. Xiao, I'm sorry. Fool, this matter is none of your business, Lin Xiaoshi said with a gentle face as she stroked Bai Xiaoyi's cheeks with both hands. Bai Xiaoyi didn't know what to say but always felt that there was something in his mind that he didn't remember. Is Xiaoyi remembering something? Lin Xiaoshi looked at Bai Xiaoyi with an expectant expression. I don't know, I always feel like there's always a memory here. Lin Xiaoshi smiled upon hearing this, and then went to a large tree and used his hands to dig up the soil underneath it. Xiaoshi, what are you doing? Looking at Lin Xiaoshi's behavior, Bai Xiaoyi asked curiously. Only Lin Xiaoshi seemed to have dug up something and grabbed it out. This is... Bai Xiaoyi saw Lin Xiaoshi holding a wooden stick in her hand. A scene instantly popped into his mind. Popsicles. Summer. Steel cages. Bai Xiaoyi covered his head and looked at Lin Xiaoshi with a shocked expression. Xiaoshi. You're that girl. Lin Xiaoshi walked up to Bai Xiaoyi. Finally remembered me then. My benefactor. After saying that, she kissed down at Bai Xiaoyi. The moment Bai Xiaoyi realized that Lin Xiaoshi was that girl finally dawned on him. Everything will be explained. The reason why Lin Xiaoshi liked the original master is because the original master unintentionally saved Lin Xiaoshi's life. Lin Xiaoshi will take this as the original master's goodwill and warmth, so like the original master. That unexpectedly no, the original master did not save Lin Xiaoshi's meaning of this is just for their own selfishness. Bai Xiaoyi came back to his senses. This matter must be well hidden in his heart and must not let Lin Xiaoshi know. But if it is known, according to Lin Xiaoxi's character, I'm afraid I will disappear in this world. So did he like Lin Xiaoshi just to stay alive, or did he like Lin Xiaoshi himself? Bai Xiaoyi is more inclined to the latter. When he was reborn in this world, the first person he saw was Lin Xiaoshi. Lin Xiaoshi's appearance really also stunned himself. The things he experienced later were also for Lin Xiaoxi's sake. He wanted to take good care of this girl who was full of wounds, whether out of love or out of sympathy. Since the world doesn't love her, I'll love her myself. Probably the reason he came from reincarnation is to love her well. Bai Xiaoyi actively catered to Lin Xiaoshi's kisses. After an unknown amount of time, Bai Xiaoyi ended the battle by exhaling heavily through his nose. After the two rested for a while, Lin Xiaoshi slowed down and looked at Bai Xiaoyi. Xiaoyi, can I ask you something? Of course. What did Xiao want to ask? Is Xiaoyi sent from heaven to save Xiaoshi? Lin Xiaoshi's blue eyes were filled with murkiness. No, Bai Xiaoyi shook his head and said after a pause. It wasn't me who saved Xiaoshi, but Xiaoshi who saved me. Lin Xiaoshi froze when she heard this and questioned. Why? Because the only one who accompanied me when I was lost and helpless was Xiao, wasn't it? Bai Xiaoyi sighed with emotion. For himself in this strange world only Lin Xiaoxi will accompany himself. Rather than Lin Xiaoxi saved himself, it is Lin Xiaoxi gave himself the meaning of existence in this world. Lin Xiaoshi cocked her head and didn't seem to understand Bai Xiaoyi's meaning, but still happily crossed her arms and clasped them together and said sweetly, nowadays, I just found out that the original person I like is Xiaoyi. Just then Bai Xiaoyi's cell phone rang. Bai Xiaoyi, who received the call, then heard the voice coming from Officer Huang. Come back here, lad. I've got a clue. Okay, Uncle Huang, I'll be right there. Bai Xiaoyi took a few steps forward and turned around to find Lin Xiaoshi standing frozen in place without moving. Xiao, Bai Xiaoyi tried to call out. Lin Xiaoshi smiled shallowly at the cage behind her mouth and whispered, thank you, Bai Xiaoyi. I'm sorry, Bai Xiaoyi. He then turned and ran up and wrapped his arms around Bai Xiaoyi and said, let's go, Xiaoyi. Aha. Bai Xiaoyi didn't say anything more. He just vaguely felt that Lin Xiaoshi in front of him seemed to have changed his appearance, and if he wanted to describe it, it would be that he had become clearer. When he arrived at the old dean's room, he saw Officer Huang handing a file to the old dean. That's the clue I found. The old dean took a look at it and said angrily, what's wrong with it? Isn't it just that a child died of illness in the institution this year? You know that in this place where no one is in charge, we don't even have the money to afford medication when a child gets sick. It's all because those people are corrupt and embezzling. Officer Huang glanced at the old dean and said calmly, old dean, please take a look at the name of this child who passed away due to illness. Name? What's so strange about that? Lin Xiaoshi? Does it matter? At this time, Lin Xiaoshi spoke. Grandma, I am Lin Xiaoshi. Hearing this, the old dean looked at Lin Xiaoshi with an incredulous face. What did you say, child? You are Lin Xiaoshi. Lin Xiaoshi nodded without saying anything. No, impossible. How much old Dean Wang loved children in his lifetime? How could he possibly abduct and sell children? Because my eyes are blue. Hearing these words, the old dean suddenly realized. She knew that the old Dean Wang was an old-fashioned and rigid person. For a child who was different from the norm was a heretic in her eyes. Hara, original. The old dean collapsed helplessly into his chair and launched himself into a daze. Officer Huang stood up. The evidence has been found, although the culprit is deceased. We will still record it. Thank you, old director, for your cooperation. I will give you a satisfactory answer about the orphanage. Without anything else, I will take my leave." After saying that, the three of them walked out, leaving the old dean sitting alone in his chair with tears in his eyes. After leaving the orphanage, Officer Huang said to Bai Xiaoyi, "Young man, let's talk." Bai Xiaoyi patted the head of Lin Xiaoshi, who had a disgruntled look on her puckered mouth. "Xiaoshi, be good. I'll come over later." Lin Xiaoshi rarely resisted and surprisingly nodded obediently. "Little ego," and returned quickly. Walking to the side of the road, Officer Huang said with a serious look on his face, "Young man, do you remember I told you before that Fatty Zhang had a friend who didn't escape capture?" "This I remember." Bai Xiaoyi nodded. "Now that we haven't found any clues about him, I now have two guesses. The first is that he has already fled Rongqing to hide somewhere else. Of course, this is the better option. The second is that he is hiding in the shadows and wants to deliberately retaliate against you to avenge Fatty Zhang's death. This is very dangerous. So you must protect yourself and your girlfriend. If there is anything strange, you must talk to me, understand?" Bai Xiaoyi nodded solemnly. "I see. Thank you, Officer Huang. Well, then I won't disturb your rendezvous, haha." Officer Huang gave Bai Xiaoyi a you-know-what expression and left. Lin Xiaoshi greeted him after Officer Huang left. What did the police uncle say just now?" Bai Xiaoyi didn't want Lin Xiaoshi to have too many worries, so he told Lin Xiaoshi everything. Looking at the expressionless Lin Xiaoshi, Bai Xiaoyi held Lin Xiaoshi's hand. "Don't worry, Xiaoshi. I will definitely protect you." Lin Xiaoshi nodded perfunctorily and looked into the distance with a grave expression. "Don't let anyone interfere with my life with On the way back, Lin Xiaoxi took hold of Bai Xiaoyi and said, "Xiaoyi, can you accompany me to see my grandmother?" "Grandma? Is Xiao talking about the store manager from before when you worked at the convenience store?" Lin Xiaoshi nodded. "Yes, it's been a while since I visited my grandmother. My heart still misses it a bit." "Let's go then. We've taken the day off today anyway, so we can get some rest and relaxation." Jingle bell. The doorbell of the convenience store rang. "Welcome, may I help you?" From the side of the shelf came an old man. "Grandma, I'm home." "Xiao, sure." The old grandmother staggered forward after seeing that the visitor was Lin Xiaoshi and grabbed Lin Xiaoshi's arms and cried, "I'm sorry, child. It's Grandma who's useless." "I'm sorry. It's none of your business, Grandma. You see now Xiaoshi is not fine. The bad guys have been taken away, and now Xiaoshi is living a very happy life." Lin Xiaoshi gently wiped away her grandmother's tears. "Just be happy. Just be happy." Seeing this, Bai Xiaoyi didn't interrupt the conversation between the two and just walked out silently. Looking at the dazzling sunlight outdoors, Bai Xiaoyi couldn't help but sigh. Now that Xiaoshi is free of constraints, her days will definitely get better in the future. For the first time, Bai Xiaoyi had a sense of belonging in this world. Just then, a man clad in a hood and mask ran over and bumped Bai Xiaoyi's shoulder, then turned around and turned into an alley. Bai Xiaoyi couldn't help but rub his shoulders after being hit. "Whoa, run so fast? So spacious road just hit me one, right?" Muttering under his breath, he suddenly realized that a wallet had fallen on the floor. Could this be something the guy just dropped? "Hey, you dropped your wallet." Bai Xiaoyi picked up his wallet and chased after him. Bai Xiaoyi followed the trail of the hooded man into an alleyway. No matter how Bai Xiaoyi shouted, he just did not respond. In the middle of the road, Bai Xiaoyi saw an illegally placed battery car in the alley. Who is so unqualified to park indiscriminately? And what if they are in the way of others? These people are thinking about themselves. Bai Xiaoyi spat. Until Bai Xiaoyi saw the man standing in the middle of the alley with his back turned to him at a corner. "Hey, uncle, you dropped your wallet." Bai Xiaoyi walked a few steps and suddenly stopped when he felt something was wrong. The hooded man turned around and said, "Thank you, young man. There are still a lot of good people in the world. Can I trouble you to give me your wallet?" The man held out his hand. Instead of moving forward, Bai Xiaoyi slowly retreated backward. Having discovered something, why had the man not answered when he had just called out so loudly? And why had the man run into the alley? The most important thing is that the man is covered tightly on a hot day as if he is afraid of someone finding out. "Uncle, I'll throw it to you. I'll leave first if there's nothing else," Bai Xiaoyi said as he threw his wallet towards the man. The man didn't pick up the flying wallet, just pulled a dagger out of his coat. Bai Xiaoyi also thoroughly knew the man's intentions at this point. Escape. Meanwhile, both men simultaneously begin a chase for their lives. The intense sound of his heartbeat and boiling blood prompted Bai Xiaoyi to speed up, with only one thing on his mind, and that was to escape. As long as he escaped, he would be safe. But the fact is not as Bai Xiaoyi wish. Just when Bai Xiaoyi thought that soon to escape was before the illegal parking battery car to slow down the speed. Not good. At this time, the man's footsteps behind him were getting closer and closer to his hands, holding a dagger in his hand and stabbing it straight at Bai Xiaoyi. "Grandma, don't worry. He's good to me." Lin Xiaoshi was still talking about the future with the grandmother at this time. Okay, Sure, you take this, said the old granny. Took out 2 pieces of red jade from an alley below the cash register, only to see a winged bird carved on the red jade. This is a token of love that the old man gave me in the past. That day he grabbed my hand and said that in the sky he would like to be a bi-winged bird, and in the earth he would like to be a linked branch. You don't know that I was happy for a whole night at that time. The grandmother appeared to have remembered something, wiping the corners of her moist eyes, and continued. But how do I know he is so heartless? Left a grocery store and this piece of jade on the def. Wi-Fi. This life has nothing to ask for. Just want to, and the rest of the time, to take good care of this store. Then in the following good to the old man an explanation. This jade will be given to the small Shiryuit. After saying that, the grandmother handed the jade out. Grandma, this I can't have. Lin Xiaoshi hurriedly waved her hands. This is a symbol of love between you and Grandpa. How can I take it? Take it. Granny shoved it into Lin Xiaoshi's hand. From the moment the old man passed away, this jade was already incomplete. Why don't you give it to Xiaoshi so that he can continue to be complete? Hearing this, Lin Xiaoshi tightly gripped the red jade in her hand, then looked at her grandmother. Thank you, Grandma. I will definitely take good care of him. Seeing this, the grandmother laughed out. That's what love is all about. Suddenly Lin Xiaoshi's heart stuttered and jumped straight up as if something was about to be lost. Lin Xiaoshi hurriedly stood up and looked at the door to find that there was no figure of Bai Xiaoyi. Xiao, what's wrong? Granny asked. Xiaoyi. Lin Xiaoshi called Bai Xiaoyi's name and ran out. Bai Xiaoyi grabbed the man's hand with both hands to stop the man's dagger from stabbing. But the man was an adult after all. Plus Bai Xiaoyi's physique wasn't very good, and he pressed the dagger and stabbed it in towards Bai Xiaoyi's abdomen. Put. The dagger gradually stabbed into Bai Xiaoyi's abdomen. Ah! Bai Xiaoyi yelled out in pain. It hurts. It hurts. I should have known why I cared. Please, anyone, save me. I don't want to die yet. I still have a lot to do. The stabbed Bai Xiaoyi gradually lost the power to resist. The man pulled the dagger out, and the crimson blood dyed Bai Xiaoyi's clothes. The man laughed at the sight. This is what you get for being a self-made hero. Brother Zhang, in heaven's name, old brother has avenged you. In a little while I'll have that woman come to see you as well, but I'll have to charge some interest. That woman is not much of a special thing. The man licked his mouth wickedly when he finished speaking. Hearing the man's words, Bai Xiaoyi's mind gradually floated back to Lin Xiaoshi's figure. No, don't hurt, little Xiao. Bai Xiaoyi reached out and grabbed the man's pants leg. The man gave Bai Xiaoyi a disdainful look. You're thinking about women when you can't even protect yourself? Don't worry, I'll slowly ravage her later. Bai Xiaoyi heard this and bit towards the man's calf with all her strength. Ah, brat, you dare to bite me. The man ate the pain and poked out his other leg to kick towards Bai Xiaoyi's head. After kicking Bai Xiaoyi away, the man said viciously, surprisingly, you want to die so badly. Then I'll fulfill you. Said man was about to stab down towards Bai Xiaoyi's chest. Stop. It was at this moment that a sound came from the mouth of the alleyway. The man panicked and looked towards the entrance. It would be bad if a passerby found out, but a closer look revealed that the person standing at the entrance of the alley was actually Lin Xiaoshi. Looking at Bai Xiaoyi, who was lying on the ground bleeding, Lin Xiaoshi's pupils instantly widened. Tot! A thread in Lin Xiaoshi's brain felt like it had collapsed, and immediately afterward her eyes became stern as if she had changed into a different person. You deserve to die. Ha ha ha. The man laughed out loud after hearing this. You're a tool who gets beaten up by fat people all day long, can't do anything to me? I still advise you to honestly come over and make me happy. When the time comes I will make your deaths not so ugly. Yeah, Lin Xiaoshi sniffed and walked over with her head down, looking at Lin Xiaoshi, who was gradually coming. Bai Xiaoyi said in a weak voice. Xiaoshi, run. The man didn't harbor any wariness towards Lin Xiaoshi. To him Lin Xiaoshi was just here to throw herself at him. Come on. I'll be sure to heart you. Good, then please also open your heart properly. Just walking up to the man, Lin Xiaoshi pulled out a handful of fruits from behind her back and stabbed it towards the man's heart. What? The man didn't react at all. His body could only instinctively dodge. Stab. The knife stabbed into the center of the man's chest. Lin Xiaoshi pulled the knife out and looked at the man with a sickly look on her face and said, Ah la, it didn't stab it. But don't worry, the next knife won't miss. The man covered his chest in pain and looked at Lin Xiaoshi with a shocked expression. Didn't Fatty say that this woman is cowardly? This force is even greater than mine. Damn miscalculation. If I don't treat the wound in time, I might die. The man shook a glance at Bai Xiaoyi, who was collapsed on the ground, and had the bright idea to throw the dagger towards Bai Xiaoyi. The moment the dagger was about to plunge into Bai Xiaoyi's chest, Lin Xiaoshi sent the dagger flying with a block counter. The man also took the opportunity to make a sideways run for it. Lin Xiaoshi wanted to go forward to chase but smelled the smell of blood in the air. Eyes instantly became clear, and hastily crouched down to sit beside Bai Xiaoyi, tightly pressed the wound of the blood flow more than. Hang in there, I'll call an ambulance. After saying that, Lin Xiaoshi tremblingly used her other hand to dial the number of the emergency center. After briefly explaining the situation, Lin Xiaoshi tore off her own jacket and wrapped Bai Xiaoyi's wound up. I'm sorry, it's all my fault. I shouldn't have left you. Lin Xiaoshi covered Bai Xiaoyi's wound, blood staining her clean white clothes. Xiaoshi, Xiaoshi. Bai Xiaoyi called out Lin Xiaoshi's name. I am. Lin Xiaoshi hurriedly replied when she heard this. Little you hold on. The ambulance will be here soon. Lin Xiaoshi's wildly falling tears dripped down onto Bai Xiaoyi's cheeks, causing the already drowsy Bai Xiaoyi to wake up a few more points. Bai Xiaoyi reached out his hand to wipe Lin Xiaoshi's tears. Xiaoshi, don't cry. It won't look good if you cry. Lin Xiaoshi nodded without saying anything. Xiao, I don't want to die. I still want to live with you. Graduate from college together. Get married and have children together. But I can't seem to do it anymore. No. Lin Xiaoshi got emotional when she heard this. You'll be fine. You won't be fine. A strong feeling of drowsiness hit Bai Xiaoyi and slowly closed his eyes. Lin Xiaoshi froze on the spot when she saw this scene. Everything around her gradually became dim. Even Bai Xiaoyi, who was the only one glowing with light, gradually started to go black and white. Tick-tock, tick-tock. Nearby came the sound of an ambulance. Quickly, a patient has been spotted ahead. The alleyway is too narrow. Go ahead and put the patient on the stretcher before getting in the car. The paramedics lifted Bai Xiaoyi and placed him on a stretcher and quickly transported him to the car, while another nurse assisted the dull-eyed Lin Xiaoshi into the car. Why? What the hell is this for? Lin Xiaoshi kept asking herself in her head. Obviously, he had already taken care of Yi very carefully, so why did he still get hurt? He himself had previously thought of taking advantage of Yi's absence to take care of the fugitive himself, and in the blink of an eye the fugitive retaliated on his doorstep. Lin Xiaoshi felt an invisible barrier gradually separating Bai Xiaoyi from herself, seemingly telling Lin Xiaoshi that they were not from the same world. Lin Xiaoxi has always understood that from the day she went to Bai Xiaoyi's home she knew that the person in front of her was not Bai Xiaoyi. How could the original Bai Xiaoyi like her? The shadow she left on Bai Xiaoyi couldn't possibly be dissipated just by saying so. She just wanted to paralyze her previous years of trauma through this fake Bai Xiaoyi. But through the contact with he let himself slowly understand what is the real care. The moment he rushed into Fatty Zhang's house without a second thought, Lin Xiaoshi's heart already had an answer. It wasn't true that Bai Xiaoyi had saved her, but she understood that it was nothing more than an unintentional coincidence. And Lin Xiaoxi had questioned Bai Xiaoyi countless times before. At that time, Bai Xiaoyi simply replied, I don't know what you're talking about. Please don't ask again. But Lin Xiaoshi, who had never felt warmth before, were going to deny the assumed thoughts in her mind. Until one day Yi showed up. He really is like light that warms and shines on Lin Xiaoshi. To Lin Xiaoshi, Xiaoyi is everything in her life. Bai Xiaoyi saved Lin Xiaoshi, and Xiaoyi redeemed Lin Xiaoshi. But all this beauty was like a sharp blade piercing through Lin Xiaoshi's fantasies and telling her that she didn't deserve this happiness. The ambulance arrived at the hospital and quickly sent Bai Xiaoyi into the emergency room. After an unknown amount of time the doctor walked out from the doorway and said to Lin Xiaoshi, the patient is relatively lucky. The cut didn't injure him deeply. It's just simple blood loss that caused him to fall unconscious. However, his underlying consciousness seems to have been sleeping, and I'm not sure when he'll wake up. After Lin Xiaoshi thanked the doctor, she looked at Bai Xiaoyi on the hospital bed with the ventilator and fell into deep thought. Could it really be because he and Xiaoyi don't belong to the same world? The bits and pieces that he had experienced with Xiaoyi surfaced in his mind, and Lin Xiaoshi's deep eyes gradually turned scarlet. No, Yi, since you've come to this world it means we're supposed to be one. Wherever you are, I will eventually find you, and no one can separate us, not even the whole world. Bai Xiaoyi woke up, and when he opened his eyes he realized that he was sleeping on his college desk. Asleep? Bai Xiaoyi touched his face, then looked at the high math problems on his desk. I think I was doing derivatives before and then I can't remember. Bang, bang, bang. There was a knock at the door of the dormitory, followed by a voice. Open the door. Yeetzy, your dads are back. Bai Xiaoyi opens the door to find that it's his three roommates. Fatty, a local of Rongcheng, has a wide body because of his hobby of food. According to him he that is thick. The big man, shirt East people, the tallest in the dormitory so everyone called him big. He also to this name is not cold, hospitable, treating the roommate is also very friendly, and therefore became the dormitory of the dormitory head. The last one is a pretty boy from Guangdong, and because he has this phrase on his lips so often, everyone calls him pretty boy too. Seeing Bai Xiaoyi open the door, the group walked in. Fatty lay on his bunk bed and said, how about EZ? Have you finished writing the homework assigned by the high math teacher? Lend me the fat man to copy it. The remaining two also turned their heads to look at Bai Xiaoyi. Not yet. Bai Xiaoyi bristled. It's too hard. I've only just woken up. What? Pretty boy blurted out. Hoping that you've been sleeping all afternoon? Where's the solution? Bai Xiaoyi shrugged and said, you guys can't count on me alone. Big guy walked up at this time and patted Bai Xiaoyi's shoulder. Little EZ, there's an institution party tonight. Are you going? Hearing this, Fatty sat up with a carp and said excitedly, yes, I heard that there are a lot of beautiful women. Ah ha ha. Bai Xiaoyi scratched his head and said, my brothers know that I usually don't party much. Besides, I haven't finished my high math yet, so you guys aren't afraid of failing your classes? The pretty boy wrapped his arm around Bai Xiaoyi's neck and stretched out his other hand to point towards this place. Pretty boy. Think about it, if you attend a party and a certain girl sees eye to eye, maybe a sweet romance will come to you. The big one gave a thumbs up in favor. That's right. Besides, we are all one collective in the dormitory. We have to hang it all together, sharing the same blessings and difficulties. In the end, Bai Xiaoyi compromised under the soft words of the crowd. That night the crowd gathered for dinner and then moved on to the KTV. Bai Xiaoyi was just poking a watermelon with a toothpick and stuffing it into his mouth when he saw Fatty walking towards him with his head hanging down. What's wrong with you, Fatty? As soon as he saw Bai Xiaoyi, the fat man seemed to have found an object to complain about crying and sat next to Bai Xiaoyi and said, you don't know. You know, the pretty boy and the tall one of them are hugging a girl. To the fat man, I am envious of awe. Wouldn't you just go find one too? No girls have looked at me at all. Except for one girl who just approached me but left angry. Tell me about it? So Fatty told Bai Xiaoyi the ins and outs. Just now I was eating a small snack inside the KTV when suddenly a round-faced girl with glasses asked me if she could sit next to me. And of course I happily agreed. At first, we were talking and laughing. And then the girl asked me if I wanted to go out for a walk. I were willing to agree. The snacks here are so delicious. Fat, I certainly refused her. And then she said I was a nerd carrying a bag and left. Yi-chan, you say, why am I so hard? Is no one going to like me? Fatty, do you think there is a possibility that she invited you out just to be alone with you? Hearing this, Fatty immediately stopped crying, and then looked at Bai Xiaoyi with a hopeful face. EZ, are you saying that she actually has her eye on me? Bai Xiaoyi nodded. Ouch. I'm such a nerd. No, I have to go find her. Fatty slapped his thighs, then got up and went to find the girl from before. Bai Xiaoyi smiled as he looked at the faraway Fatty. Youth is so good. Suddenly the cell phone in Bai Xiaoyi's pocket rang, and he picked it up to find that it was actually a video call from his mother. Bai Xiaoyi quickly walked outside and picked up the phone. Hey, Mom. Hey, where are you now? Why is it so dark? It's okay, Mom. I'm out at a potluck with my classmates. Oh, a potluck. Do you want living expenses? Mom will transfer it to you. No, Mom. I still have it on me, and I've been known to do a little part-time work on the weekends before, so I'm not short of money. For some reason, Bai Xiaoyi always felt that looking at his mother's face he always wanted to cry a little. Fine. You want money, just tell Mom. Mom, I miss you, Bai Xiaoyi said with red eyes. Come back and see Mom on weekends if you miss her. Your dad and I miss you too. Hearing this, Mother Bai smiled. Next time you come back Mom will continue to make delicious food with you. Thanks, Mom. Bai Xiaoyi wiped her tears. Why are you crying? Mom can't see you cry. That's it. Mom won't bother you to play with your classmates, huh? Bye. Mom. Hanging up the phone, Bai Xiaoyi always felt like he wasn't forgetting something, but he just couldn't remember. Forget it, let's just go for a walk down to the river. Bai Xiaoyi walked by the river, the moonlight shining extraordinarily brightly on his face. Listening to the sound of the river flowing by, Bai Xiaoyi felt extraordinarily despondent. Why is this? Obviously, I had only just finished the party and had only spoken to my mother on the phone, so why was I still so sad? Is there someone or something important that I'm forgetting about myself? Bai Xiaoyi looked up into the sky and found a star that was exceptionally bright. I've heard old people say that the brightest star is representing that someone is thinking about them. Who is it? A father and son walked by the side of the road. The little boy jumped up and pointed to the river and said, Daddy, this is the stream from the cartoon, isn't it? My father shook his head and said, this is called a creek, and it's artificially formed. It's only called a creek if it's formed naturally in those mountains. Creek? Why does that sound so familiar? Hearing this, Bai Xiaoyi's brain suddenly covered his head as if stimulated by something and remembered something. Xiaoxi? Xiaoshi? Lin Xiaoshi. Bai Xiaoyi's eyes widened as his mouth pronounced the name. Xiao. I remember. Everything comes back to me. Looking towards the dazzling star in the sky, Bai Xiaoyi read Lin Xiaoshi's name out loud. Xiao. Where are you? As soon as the words fell, the world around him began to turn into a piece of debris that fell off, and a white light wrapped around Bai Xiaoyi's entire body. We will not be able to follow each other from day to day, and we will not leave each other for a long time. Hoo, tick-tock, tick-tock. Bai Xiaoyi's breathing was mixed with the sound of the machine. Little Xiao. Bai Xiaoyi opened his eyes wearily. This is, hospital? Looking around in all directions, Bai Xiaoyi realized that he was in a hospital room filled with the smell of disinfectant. I'm not dead? Bai Xiaoyi was about to get up when suddenly a sharp pain came from his abdomen. It looks like you won't be able to move yourself anytime soon. But, where's Shirori? Outside the ward door. I'm sorry, little sister. Officer Huang looked at the grim-faced Lin Xiaoshi in the doorway with a difficult face. That fugitive might have some special hiding place. We've tuned all the surveillance and found no trace of him. I'm sorry about this Bai Xiaoyi matter. But don't worry. I'll catch him even if the sky is the limit. I don't blame you. Officer Huang, Lin Xiaoshi spoke up. It's Xiaoshi who didn't protect Xiaoyi. It's all Xiaoshi's fault. Little sister, how can you be blamed for this? This kind of thing is very tricky even for adults let alone. Thank you for caring Officer Huang. Lin Xiaoshi interrupted Officer Huang, seemingly not wanting to bring up what happened that day. I'll go in first if there's nothing else. He has been in a coma for 2 days now and I have to stay with him. Okay, good. Officer Huang looked at Lin Xiaoshi's eyes. As a police officer he hadn't seen any big world yet. He was actually scared for a moment when he saw Lin Xiaoshi's eyes. Then I'll leave you alone. Officer Huang turned and left. Lin Xiaoshi pulled out her cell phone and looked at it. Noticing that the map a red dot was blinking in an abandoned building. Tonight you will regret what you have done. Lin Xiaoshi returned to the hospital bed after she finished her recitation. As soon as she entered the hospital bed, she saw Bai Xiaoyi looking at her with his eyes open. Lin Xiaoshi's pupils shrunk, and she immediately ran to Bai Xiaoyi's body. Lin Xiaoshi was about to speak suddenly appeared to have thought of something and closed his mouth. Looking at Lin Xiaoshi's sudden change in attitude, Bai Xiaoyi was puzzled. Softly, he asked, Xiaoshi, what's wrong? As soon as Lin Xiaoxi heard the word Xiaoxi, she immediately let out a sigh of relief, and then revealed a joyful expression as she held Bai Xiaoyi's hand and said, Xiaoyi, you've finally woken up. Do you know how worried I was about you? I was so scared, afraid that Xiaoyi would never wake up. With that, Lin Xiaoshi buried her head and cried bitterly. Bai Xiaoyi's heart tightened when he saw this and hurriedly raised his hand to stroke Lin Xiaoshi's head and comforted. I'm sorry Xiaoshi. I was too careless. You're not allowed to leave me from now on. Not even for a moment. Lin Xiaoshi suddenly looked at Bai Xiaoyi with angry red eyes. Out of comfort for Lin Xiaoshi, Bai Xiaoyi then hastily replied, Fine, I won't leave Xiaoshi. Hearing this, Lin Xiaoshi's mouth lifted up and looked at Bai Xiaoyi with a slightly satisfied look. This is what you, Xiaoyi, said. Yo, yes, it's what I said. Bai Xiaoyi didn't see Lin Xiaoshi's micro-expression and just nodded in reply. Aha, hearing this, Lin Xiaoxi stopped pursuing, leaning on Bai Xiaoyi's shoulder with a grumbling face and said, Xiaoyi, you have a few pounds of your own and don't weigh it. How do you go up and fight with the armed robbers? At that time, I actually wanted to escape, but I didn't escape. By the way, has that fugitive been caught? Already caught. Lin Xiaoshi nodded. I'll get him myself tonight. That's good. Just after the words were said, Bai Xiaoyi's stomach made a grumbling sound. Lin Xiaoshi covered her mouth and snickered at that. Ahem. Bai Xiaoyi blushed and turned his head to the side, speaking softly. Xiao, I'm hungry. What is he talking about? The sound is too small. Xiaoshi didn't hear it. Lin Xiaoshi said as if she didn't hear it with her hand next to her ear. I'll say, I'm hungry. Bai Xiaoyi yelled with his eyes closed. When I'm better, let's see if I can clean you up. Bai Xiaoyi thought in his heart. Lin Xiaoshi said with a bad smile on her face. So my little baby E is hungry. Xiaoshi will get food for baby E here. Yo, baby? Bai Xiaoyi froze when he heard it and said with a huff after reacting. Who's a baby? Xiaoshi, I think you have itchy skin. It's Xiaoshi's fault. Seeing that Bai Xiaoyi still had his essence, Lin Xiaoshi was finally relieved, so she placed her small mouth on Bai Xiaoyi's face and kissed it, looking at Bai Xiaoyi with love. Wait hero, I'll go get food for E. Wow. After being inexplicably kissed by Lin Xiaoshi, Bai Xiaoyi's anger dissipated. It can't be helped. Who told Xiao to be so lovable and compassionate? But, why did I just feel Xiaoshi's motherly love flooding over me? It's probably just an illusion. Lin Xiaoshi had just left the hospital room, so she took out a sensor from her pocket and placed it by the door and left. But whenever someone entered the room, Lin Xiaoshi's cell phone would vibrate. Looking at the white ceiling, Bai Xiaoyi blinked, remembering Lin Xiaoshi's expression when he fell to the ground injured earlier. Bean-sized tears dripped down on his face, which was filled with worry as well as fear, and that helpless look seemed to be like a needle in Bai Xiaoyi's heart. Xiaoshi, she should have been very sad at that time, not realizing that she had been in a coma for 2 days. These 2 days Xiaoshi has endured too much. Decided, when I get better, I'll take Xiaoshi to the beach for a break and have some fun after the exams. After resting with his eyes closed for a while, Bai Xiaoyi heard the sound of the room door opening. Looking at the voice, he saw Lin Xiaoshi walking towards him with a bowl of porridge. Lin Xiaoshi was still blowing hot air from the bowl as she walked. Lin Xiaoxi placed the porridge on a side cabinet and looked at Bai Xiaoyi. Xiaoyi, the doctor said that he can only eat some light food now. Avoid greasy and spicy. Well, thanks Xiao, Bai Xiaoyi said and tried to reach for the bowl. Pop. Lin Xiaoshi knocked Bai Xiaoyi's hand down. Xiaoyi is a patient now, and patients should rest well. Just leave this matter of taking care of the patient to Xiaoshi. Lin Xiaoshi walked to the bed and used the rocker to adjust Bai Xiaoyi's body slightly higher. It's okay, dinner this I should, myself. Before Bai Xiaoyi finished speaking he saw Lin Xiaoxi scooping a spoonful of porridge and sending it towards Bai Xiaoyi's mouth. Xiaoyi, open your mouth. Lin Xiaoshi looked at Bai Xiaoyi with a doting face. His eyes seemed to be glowing in general, looking at Bai Xiaoyi straight to shame. Bai Xiaoyi blushed and swallowed after taking a bite. It's so humiliating to think about being fed by a beautiful girl or something. Lin Xiaoshi fed Bai Xiaoyi with an infatuated face, and suddenly seemed to think of something in her heart, and suddenly drank a spoonful of porridge herself. Bai Xiaoyi noticed and asked, Xiaoshi hasn't eaten either? Otherwise, let me eat by myself, so Xiaoshi can go eat as well. Lin Xiaoshi shook her head then exclaimed, Yeah, why is this bowl of porridge so hot? Hot? How can that be? I think it's just the right temperature. It's obviously so hot that Xiaoshi's tongue hurts. Lin Xiaoshi huffed. He can get esophageal cancer from eating such hot food. But this porridge really isn't hot. No. Lin Xiaoshi ate a mouthful of porridge, bringing her mouth in front of Bai Xiaoyi's face. Xiao, what are you doing? Aha. Facing Lin Xiaoshi's sudden attack caused Bai Xiaoyi to be caught off guard. Lin Xiaoshi didn't forget to lick the rice grains around his mouth after sending the porridge into Bai Xiaoyi's mouth. That way it's not hot. Bai Xiaoyi swallowed the kanji and hurriedly stopped it with a reddened face. Xiao, you can't be like this. This is not eating. That unexpectedly Lin Xiaoshi scooped another spoonful in her mouth. Drunken thick shifting prick. Asterisk. After Bai Xiaoyi swallowed again, Lin Xiaoshi came over again. No. Drunken thick shift stab. Again. Drunken thick shift stab. Drunken thick shift stab. Bai Xiaoyi looked lifelessly at the satisfied Lin Xiaoshi and then at the empty bowl. Lin Xiaoshi rubbed her stomach and said, Phew, what a full meal. What the hell did you eat? Lin Xiaoshi looked at Bai Xiaoyi, who had red swollen lips, and spat out his tongue. I'll go wash the dishes first. After saying that, Lin Xiaoshi fled the scene. Looking at Lin Xiaoshi's disappearing back, Bai Xiaoyi skimmed his lips. Why does it feel like Xiaoshi is getting more and more attached to me? Is it an illusion? After cleaning the spoons first, Lin Xiaoshi began to wash the dishes. Buzz. Suddenly Lin Xiaoshi's cell phone vibrated. Lin Xiaoshi, who felt it, threw the washed bowl aside in a flash and ran towards the hospital room. The door to the room was opened, and Bai Xiaoyi realized that it was the two of them, Wang Hu and Bai Ling. Old White, are you okay? Classmate Bai Xiaoyi, are you alright? Both men spoke almost at the same time. The two looked at each other and smiled in unison. I. So you two are here to show off your love? Suddenly there was a creak and the door was suddenly opened. The hair was blocking Lin Xiaoshi's eyes, and one hand was behind her back appearing to be holding something. Seeing that it was the Wang Hu Bai Ling duo in the room, Lin Xiaoshi breathed a sigh of relief. Yikes. Xiaoshi, you're back. Bai Ling turned her head and greeted Lin Xiaoshi when she saw her. So it's Bai Ling, you guys, Lin Xiaoshi said as she sat down next to Bai Xiaoyi's bed and pointed to the chair on the side. You guys sit down. Bai Ling always felt as if Lin Xiaoshi was watching out for her, but it was probably an illusion. Old Bai, are you feeling better? I only realized last night that something happened to you, and I told old Zhao today, who specially granted me leave to come and console you. One who placed the fruit basket on the side on the cabinet. Thanks for caring. It's already much better. Warmth surged in Bai Xiaoyi's heart. There were still people who cared about them. Oh right, Wang Hu said here, raising a smug smile and holding Bai Ling's small hand on the side. I'm with Bai Ling. Oops, Xiao is still next to me. Bai Ling on the side looked at Lin Xiaoshi with a face full of red. Seeing Lin Xiaoshi smiling at herself, then nodded. Yes, I'm with Wang Hu. Congratulations. Looking at his good buddy having a girlfriend, Bai Xiaoyi also gave them his heartfelt blessings. Suddenly Wang Hu laughed out loud. Ha ha ha, old Bai, now I also have a girlfriend. See if I don't secretly spread dog food in front of you in the future. Angry at you. Slightly. Are you a child? Bai Xiaoyi rolled his eyes and didn't say anything. It was getting late, so then the two of them stayed a little longer and left. Are you hungry? Lin Xiaoshi asked with an expectant face once she saw the two leave. Not hungry. Where did Bai Xiaoyi not know Lin Xiaoshi's attempts? He hurriedly refused. What about the mouth? Lin Xiaoshi beamed. Does little E not trust me that much? How could I be plotting against little E? Well, I trust Xiao. Looking at Lin Xiaoshi's churlish appearance, Bai Xiaoyi's heart immediately softened. After all, Xiao had assured him, so there shouldn't be a problem. Yi is the best. Lin Xiaoshi ran out happily after hearing this. And when he returned he was still carrying a bowl of white rice porridge, but there were a few pieces of sweet potatoes on top of the porridge. I was afraid that he wouldn't have enough to eat, so I bought some steamed sweet potatoes over. Look at that! Where can you find such a sweet and delicate girlfriend? Thank you, Xiaoshi. Bai Xiaoyi rubbed his hands together, was about to take the bowl but was dodged back by Lin Xiaoshi. Xiao, only to see Lin Xiaoshi's flushed face. The porridge is still so hot, I'd better come and feed Xiaoyi. I thought you said you weren't scheming. Xiao, yeah, I didn't sneak around. I came out in the open. 10,000 words omitted. Lin Xiaoshi licked her lips in satisfaction after feeding Bai Xiaoyi the last mouthful of porridge. Thanks for the hospitality. At this time, Bai Xiaoyi was already lying on the bed without any desire. If Bai Xiaoyi is given a wooden fish and a robe, it is estimated that Bai Xiaoyi has already disappeared and become a Buddha. You have an early night. Yi, I'll go back and get some things. It's so late, why don't we go tomorrow? Lin Xiaoshi's heart warmed when she sniffed. I'll take a taxi and come back soon. Alright, Xiao, take care on the road and call me if anything happens. I know. Lin Xiaoshi left with a kiss on Bai Xiaoyi's forehead. Out of the hospital, Lin Xiaoxi first looked at the red dot on the cell phone map, and from the bag out of a pair of black gloves as well as a black mask, put on immediately after pulling out a butterfly knife, played a beautiful flower knife. Lin Xiaoxi as a phantom into the darkness. The dark clouds in the sky were so dense that they blocked out the moonlight, as if they were trying to hide something on purpose. Yuck! A man spat a mouthful of phlegm onto the ground in the rotting building, and a hint of blood was vaguely visible in the phlegm. This person was none other than Fatty Zhang's best friend. I can't believe this pussy is so tricky. The man lifted his shirt to look at a several centimeter long gash on his chest. Could it be that she's been pretending to be a pig before? And why didn't she go after Fatty earlier? The man shook his head. Forget it. Don't think about that. I'll leave this hellhole and never come back when the wound gets better. Fatty, old me has been benevolent to the end. Just as the man was about to go to sleep, a stone fell in front of him. Who? The man saw this and immediately climbed to his feet holding his dagger in his hand and looking around warily. Woof! A dog barked, and it turned out that the dog had made the commotion just now. Damn you! It's you, dog! The man spat and kicked at the dog. Ow! The dog ran off as soon as he got the pain. I thought it was something, but after all that, I was just scaring myself. The man laughed. That's right. Who could find me in this place? Never mind. Sleep. The man was about to lie down when a silver light flashed. The man's body shook and extended his palm to block that, expected a sharp stinging sensation to come from his palm. Ah! The man withdrew his palm to take a look at it. Apparently a cut from some sharp object. Feeling bad, the man forced himself to hold back the pain and reached out with his other hand, ready to reach for the dagger he had set aside. At that moment a leg kicked the dagger out of the air, followed by a stomp on the man's wrist. Damn it! Who the hell are you? The man struggled hard, but the more he struggled himself the more his wrists hurt. Without waiting for the man to finish, another vicious stab went into the base of the man's thigh. Ah! The man yelped, realizing that the person standing in front of him was an unreadable mass of dark shadows. Another slash across the man's chest. I asked you who you are. Who the hell are you? The man couldn't take the breakdown and screamed. Kill me! Kill me if you dare! Lin Xiaoshi's blood-red eyes gazed at the man as if he were a messenger from hell. The words were followed by another knife in the man's shoulder. Ah! Please kill me! Looking at Lin Xiaoshi's eyes, the man's nerves completely collapsed. His body as well as his spirit was being destroyed. Eventually the man lost too much blood and passed out completely. Lin Xiaoshi probed the man's nostrils. And breathe. Phew! Lin Xiaoshi exhaled before finding a cell phone from the man's pocket and dialing the police station through his gloves. The dog that had been kicked away from the man earlier circled back around. The dog entered the rotten building and sniffed with his nose, then growled. Woof woof. Suddenly from the shadows came a figure with fishy red eyes toward the dog and put up his index finger to his mouth and said softly, "Shush, someone is sleeping. Waking them up would be bad behavior." Oh. The dog seemed to realize what was going on as well, and pulled up his quiver and ran off. The clouds cleared, the moonlight lit up the dark road again, and no one would know that a dark shadow had come. After going home and cleaning up, Lin Xiaoxi took out her cell phone on the way to the hospital and looked at the time, then dialed a call out to Bai Xiaoyi. Strange, how come it's a busy line? Who's he talking to? Lin Xiaoshi turned off her cell phone and said to the driver in the front seat, "Master, please, can you drive faster? I can add money later." The driver master heard this with both eyes shining, and let loose at Lin Xiaoshi in the back seat. "Hey, customer, you're looking for the right person. Back then I was the #1 existence in the drainage channel over the bend in the Qiuming mountain. Hold on tight," said the driver with a foot of gas to the bottom, meteor-like cut out. Bai Xiaoyi lay on the hospital bed and looked at the time on his cell phone. It's this time of the day. How come Xiaoshi hasn't come back? Ah, Make a call to Xiaoshi well. Bai Xiaoyi was opening the phone book when suddenly a call took the lead and realized that it was the mother who had called. Answering the phone, Bai Xiaoyi asked, "Mom, what's the matter? At this late hour?" Bai Xiaoyi was interrupted by the caller before he could finish his sentence. "Son, are you okay? You stinky brat. Something so big happened and didn't tell me, and your father or Mr. Zhao told us we only knew about it." "Mom, look, I'm not fine. It's fine my ass. I stabbed you and you show me it's fine," Bai mother said excitedly. "Mom has only you as a son. If anything happens to you, what will you let mom and dad do? Woo woo woo," said the white mother and cried. "Sorry mom. Goo. Don't cry. Give me the phone." A strong voice rang out from the other end of the phone. It was Bai Xiaoyi's father in this world. "Bai Hao. Little E. You have to know that mom and dad are working overseas and hardly have much time to come back, so you must take good care of yourself. Dad also knows that you need companionship the most at this time. There's nothing we can do about it. We really can't come back. Dad apologized to you first. Dad. But don't worry, E. Dad will definitely take the time to come back with your mom to see you this year. During this period of time, you just take good care of your injuries. I've taken care of the money side at the hospital. Dad. Thank you. Let's talk about this as masters." Bai Hao smiled. "Speaking of which, little E, you've grown up and now you talk a bit more atmospherically, as boys should." Bai Xiaoyi choked back a sob, not knowing how to go about answering. "By the way E, do you need me to hire an escort to look after you? You shouldn't be able to handle it alone." No dad. I'm taken care of." "Oh, is it a classmate? Tell me his name. I have to thank people." Right. Little E, you have to tell us that mom is coming back to thank us personally at the door." Mother Bai on the side also sniffled and said, "It seems like Bai Xiaoyi's parents really love him." Bai Xiaoyi was silent for a while then said, "Mom and Dad, my child is unfilial. I've been indebted to your love and care for so many years." "Silly boy. Talking to mom about this. How foreign." Mother Bai grabbed the cell phone and huffed. "Hey, wife, why do you still have a cell phone to grab?" The screen up resounded with Bai Hao's aggravated voice. "You shut up. Looks like Mother White is a very strong presence too. Son, you remember. You are my Bai Jia's son. I do not love you, love who Mom and Dad will always love you." "Mom." Bai Xiaoyi's tears flowed out indisputably. "Mom and Dad, I love you. Yi, Mom loves you too. Yi, Dad loves you too." White father and white mother said it almost at the same time, only to hear a bang. Lin Xiaoshi walked in with a fruit knife and looked at Bai Xiaoyi's position with a sneer. "Who are you calling with?" "Xiaoyi?" Looking at Lin Xiaoshi's oozing appearance, Bai Xiaoyi Winston said, "My mom." "So it's, what did you say?" Lin Xiaoshi's body trembled in reaction, and the knife in his hand instantly fell to the ground. How come he has a girl's voice? Can't it be that the person he said was taking care of is this girl? What's her name? Mother Bai's delighted voice came from the phone. Bai Xiaoyi looked at the dumbfounded Lin Xiaoshi and smiled. "Ahem, that mom. I am indeed dating a girl. Her name is Lin Xiaoshi, is a girl from our school." "Lin Xiaoshi? That's a nice name. You turn on the camera to let mom see what Lin Xiaoshi looks like." Bai mother excitedly whacked Bai Hao on the side. "Our kid has gotten ahead and finally has a girlfriend after all these years." Bai Hao also stared at the phone screen with an expectant face, wanting to see what his son's favorite girl looked like. Looking at Lin Xiaoshi, who stood motionless, Bai Xiaoyi reached out his hand and pulled Lin Xiaoshi next to himself and opened the camera. Little E. Lin Xiaoshi skimmed her head and blushed her face, not daring to look at the screen. "Wow, what a cute girl." Mother White's voice came out of the cell phone. "What's your name, little girl?" Lin Xiaoshi lowered his head and mumbled, "Hello auntie, my name is Lin Xiaoshi. Is it okay if auntie calls you Xiao then?" Lin Xiaoshi nodded. "Xiao, don't be shy. Lift your head up and let auntie take a look at you." Bai Xiaoyi gently stroked Lin Xiaoshi's back. "It's okay Xiaoshi. I'm here with you." Lin Xiaoshi sniffed and raised her head violently, pursing her lips and looking at the screen with a pouty face. "For all, yikes. It's really pretty. Old Bai, look how pretty this girl is." Mother Bai handed her cell phone to Bai Hao. Bai Hao nodded and said, "Not bad. Very pretty. Thank you aunt and uncle. Xiaoshi, thank you for taking care of our family during this time." "No, it's okay. I see that Xiaoshi is really getting more and more obedient." Mother Bai stroked her chin and said with a satisfied face, "Little E, you can't bully other people's Xiaoshi. Otherwise when I come back I won't clean you up." "Bullying her? It's good that Shirori doesn't bully me." Of course Bai Xiaoyi didn't dare to tell it. "Don't worry mom, I'll be good to Xiaoshi," said Bai Xiaoyi as he took Lin Xiaoshi's hand and kissed the back of her hand. Xiaoyi Lin Xiaoshi looked at Bai Xiaoyi with affection. The flavorful eyes seemed to be pulling silk. Alright, mom won't bother you guys talking about love." Bai mother covered her mouth and snickered. "In the future, you You must give mom a video call every half a month. And Xiaoshi has to be there too. Mother Bai completely fell in love with a girl like Lin Xiaoshi. Gentle and considerate Qi is also good to their son. This kind of girl must become their daughter-in-law. I know mom. Good to know. That's it son bye bye Xiao bye bye. Bye bye mom, auntie. Do. The phone hung up. Bai Hao took the cell phone and said with an aggravated face. Wife, you're just going to hang up? At least let me have a word with my son. Bai Jia gave Bai Hao a look without any good humor. It's so late, so don't disturb your son and their rest. Ugh. Okay, Bai Hao sighed. That being said, wife, have you noticed that he seems to be different from before? The previous he obviously wasn't very talkative or even a bit depressed, but it's only been a short while since his personality has become so big and bold. Maybe it's this girl? Paige didn't doubt that for a second. What? You're not happy to be a father when your own child gets better? How can it be? Bai Hao simply stopped thinking and went up to embrace Bai Jia. Wife, isn't it time for us to take a break when it gets dark? Poof. Bai Jia nodded Bai Hao's head. That's enough for today. I still have to buy some clothes and jewelry for my future daughter-in-law. After saying that, Bai Jia went back to her room. In the hospital room, Bai Xiaoyi pointed at the fruit knife on the floor and asked, Xiaoshi, what do you mean by this? Lin Xiaoshi went up and picked up the fruit knife and wiped it. I was going to peel an apple for little E. What about apples? Lin Xiaoshi smiled and placed the knife on the cabinet, then shoes off and climbed onto Bai Xiaoyi's bed. What are you doing? Lin Xiaoshi propped one hand on either side of Bai Xiaoyi's head, then the other hand reached into his coat pocket and pulled out a red apple. Isn't that an apple? Does he believe it now? Believe it, believe it. Bai Xiaoyi put his hands against Lin Xiaoshi. He himself had experienced the rarefied rice fiasco only before, and now he couldn't withstand the tossing and turning. It's too late. Xiaoyi doesn't believe me, then he has to be punished. Lin Xiaoshi's words changed, taking the fruit knife from beside the cabinet and waving it in front of Bai Xiaoyi's eyes. Xiao, what do you want? Lin Xiaoshi sat on Bai Xiaoyi's lap and sliced off a piece of apple and put it in her mouth and chewed on it. No way. Bai Xiaoyi, won't take a bite even if I jump. Whoa, one W words omitted here. Looking at the two-eyed Bai Xiaoyi, Lin Xiaoshi narrowed his eyes and licked at the knife's edge. I haven't eaten E for several days, so I want to taste E's flavor. E get well soon. Lin Xiaoshi got out of bed and put on her boots before saying to Bai Xiaoyi, Xiaoyi rest well yo. Xiaoshi went to wash the knife. Bai Xiaoyi watched Lin Xiaoshi walk away and gritted his teeth muttering, let's see if I don't clean you up when I get better. Petri dish. Bai Xiaoyi picked up his cell phone and played with it for a while before seeing Lin Xiaoshi walking over with a knife. For some reason Bai Xiaoyi always felt an inexplicable sense of awe at the sight of Lin Xiaoshi holding a sword. Putting the knife into the cabinet, Lin Xiaoshi sat down on a chair and propped up her chin to look at Bai Xiaoyi with a silly grin on her face. What are you thinking, Xiao? Smiling so happily, Bai Xiaoyi asked curiously. Of course it's so happy to see he can't move with only himself alone to enjoy it alone. Belonging to Xiaoshi alone E is the best. Of course Lin Xiaoshi wouldn't say that. Auntie agrees with Xiaoshi so much. Of course Xiaoshi will be happy. Speaking of which, Bai Xiaoyi's parents love Bai Xiaoyi very much. Lin Xiaoshi looked at Bai Xiaoyi with a smile as she finished her sentence, clutching the bed sheet tightly. Yeah, they loved me. Bai Xiaoyi's mind was pondering, not caring about what Lin Xiaoshi had just called him. Alright E, rest early. Lin Xiaoshi sat up and turned off the lights in the room. The surroundings instantly became pitch black. But even though the darker ward couldn't hide Lin Xiaoshi's fishy red eyes. Where are you going to sleep later, Xiaoshi? Bai Xiaoyi wanted to look at Lin Xiaoshi but didn't find her due to the sudden lights out. Lin Xiaoshi's back didn't move. I'll just sleep on the side of Xiaoyi's bed. Xiaoyi, hurry up and rest. In fact, Lin Xiaoxi had been sleeping with Bai Xiaoyi for the past few days. Because Bai Xiaoyi had been in a coma, making Lin Xiaoxi hardly close her eyes. That's not going to work. Bai Xiaoyi moved to pat the bed on the other side of his wound. Xiaoshi doesn't mind it, can actually sleep with me. Hearing this, Lin Xiaoshi's body trembled as she walked over to Bai Xiaoyi's bedside and climbed up. After a period of time to adapt, Bai Xiaoyi can already vaguely see the surrounding environment. Suddenly felt the vibration of the bed, followed by a pair of blue eyes are staring at themselves. How could I dislike E? Little E can't say such things again in the future. Bai Xiaoyi swallowed. Okay. Good night Yi. Lin Xiaoshi stepped forward and kissed Bai Xiaoyi a mouthful, then wrapped her arms around Bai Xiaoyi. Good night Xiao. Bai Xiaoyi closed his eyes after lifting the quilt for Lin Xiaoshi. Perhaps in a period of injury? Bai Xiaoyi quickly fell asleep. Listening to Bai Xiaoyi's even breathing, Lin Xiaoshi looked at Bai Xiaoyi's side face and reached out his hand to caress it, whispering in his mouth. Xiaoyi, you have to know, in this world only Xiaoshi is really love you the most. Yo, the other people just love white Xiaoyi just lost, so Xiaoyi in the future only need to love Xiaoshi deeply. One person will be enough. Otherwise Xiaoshi do not know what will do something stupid to. Good night, Yi. Tick tock, tick tock, tick tock. The police car's alarm blared through the silent street. The unconscious person is a male. After judgment is exactly the fugitive from the previous days, because there is no fatal injury so it is only blood loss has now been sent to the hospital for treatment. A police officer wearing a mask saluted towards Officer Huang and then left. Officer Huang received the report then went to the scene of the crime and carefully observed for a while to try to find a trace. To be able to find and injure this man when the police couldn't even find him and then leave the scene and then skillfully avoid all the surveillance. It seems that this person has a very high sense of anti-detection and has a certain amount of force. There are only two kinds of people who can have a killing ground with a fugitive. One is a murderer more horrible than he is, and the other is someone who is deliberately vindictive. So which one could it really be? Officer Huang's brow was furrowed as if he was thinking about which aspect would be greater. Suddenly his mind recalled Bai Xiui's girlfriend, Lin Xiaoshi, and then he shook his head. How could it be her? Not to mention the fact that she's also a girl who hasn't even been able to fight back after being given a beating by Fatty Zhang. Where am I thinking of? We'll just have to wait for this fugitive to wake up and see if we can get any information out of him. Officer Huang sighed and rubbed his brow. Why is there so much going on lately? As soon as Bai Xiui woke up in the morning, he saw Lin Xiaoshi walking in with a bowl of noodles. You're awake. Lin Xiaoshi picked up the noodles and blew on them. I just went to ask the doctor and he said that you can eat something light now, so I went downstairs and bought a bowl of noodles and clear soup for you. So eat it while it's hot. Have you eaten? Xiao, I've already eaten. Lin Xiaoshi intentionally avoided Bai Xiui's gaze. Liar. Xiao, you didn't even look me in the eye. He. Then you eat the rest first and give it to Xiaoshi. No. Xiao eats first. Could it be that is trying to get Xiaoshi? Hearing this, Bai Xiui grabbed the noodles in Lin Xiaoshi's hand and hissed and ate them. That's right. Lin Xiaoshi sat on a chair propping up his chin quietly watching Bai Xiui eat his noodles. Xiaoshi, I'm full. Bai Xiui handed the noodles to Lin Xiaoshi. Lin Xiaoshi met in the stewed chicken. Bai Xiui did not eat. Heart suddenly touched but then collapsed face and said, Xiui, why do not you eat the chicken? Now Xiui is exactly the time to nourish his body. I forgot. After being discovered by Lin Xiaoshi, Bai Xiui scratched his head. Xiaoshi, look, I'm full. So you can eat the meat. There will be no next time. Oh, carrot. Oh, good. Because it was specially reserved by for himself, Lin Xiaoshi did not let the meat back. After eating, I just happened to meet a group of doctors coming to check in. An older doctor took the lead and walked to the front followed by several interns. The old doctor looked at Bai Xiui and said, has the young man been feeling better lately? It's been better. Just still no physical strength. Well, it will slowly recover back there. What about showing me the wound? Bai Xiui then lifted up his clothes and realized that the wound had already healed almost as much as it should have. Not bad. Looks like you can go home and recuperate after a while. No strenuous exercise as well as secondary injuries for a short while. Lin Xiaoshi's petite body shook when she heard this but quickly suppressed it. I know, doctor. Thank you. After sending the doctor away, Bai Xiui said to Lin Xiaoshi, Xiaoshi, we can go back to rest after a while. Xiaoyi. Lin Xiaoshi looked at Bai Xiui with worried eyes. I don't think we should rush things yet. It's better to recuperate in the hospital for a while first. Don't worry, Xiaoyi. No way. Lin Xiaoshi huffed. He must get better in the hospital before he can go back. Xiaoshi. It was worth it in this life for him to have met such a good girl as Xiaoshi. Taking Lin Xiaoxi in his arms, Bai Xiui was touched and said, being able to meet Xiaoxi is a blessing that I, Bai Xiui, have repaired in my 3 lifetimes. At this time, Bai Xiui didn't know what plans Lin Xiaoshi was actually plotting in her mind. Lin Xiaoshi stroked Bai Xiui's face with an infatuated look at Bai Xiui. Almost there. Just hold on a little while longer to keep to myself forever. I will never let anyone get their hands on my again. Time passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye it was the day Bai Xiui was discharged from the hospital. The discharge formalities have been completed. Let's go. Lin Xiaoxi held Bai Xiui's arm, humming a little song in her heart, seemingly in anticipation of something. Go. Suddenly a voice blocked Bai Xiui's way. Fixing his eyes on the previous officer Huang. Uncle Huang? What brings you here? Oh, I didn't know that you were being discharged from the hospital today, so I came to see you off. Officer Huang took out his car key and pressed it. Drop. A small sedan rang off to the side. Get in the car. I'm sorry about earlier. I could have avoided this incident. It's okay, Uncle Huang. Look at me. I'm not fine. Bai Xiui patted his chest. I still feel a little guilty about that, so let me see you off. Then I'll be respectful. Bai Xiui led Lin Xiaoshi's hand to Officer Huang's car. On the way, Officer Huang and Bai Xiui also talked and laughed, as if everything was normal. Here we are. Let me walk you downstairs. By the way, I'm going to the supermarket to buy a pack of cigarettes. Arriving at the unit building, Officer Huang took a deep breath and suddenly said to Lin Xiaoxi, Student Lin Xiaoxi, can I ask you something? Lin Xiaoxi turned around and handed Bai Xiui a reassuring look. Coming in front of Officer Huang. What was Officer Huang trying to ask Shirori? You did the fugitive thing, didn't you? Officer Huang looked straight into Lin Xiaoshi's eyes and said calmly. What is it? Lin Xiaoshi asked, cocking her head. I looked at the hospital surveillance on the day of the incident and it showed that you left the hospital at 11 p.m. and came back at 12:30 a.m. An hour and a half is a short time, but it should be enough to injure a person. Lin Xiaoshi's eyes began to panic as she said shakily. Hurt people? How could Xiaoshi hurt someone? That day Xiaoshi went home to get something. If you don't believe me, Officer Huang, you can look at the surveillance. I'm sorry. Maybe I'm just nervous. Officer Huang smiled. The surveillance he did watch. And Lin Xiaoshi did return to the residence within the normal time. It was just that he himself always felt that something was strange. If there's nothing else, Xiaoshi will leave first. Lin Xiaoshi turned around and walked back. Officer Huang sighed. It seems that there are no clues. The only suspect, Lin Xiaoshi, just scared look and not like acting. And even if it is acting alone with a girl who has not yet entered the community, how can have such a deep city? Officer Wong took a cigarette out of his pocket and smoked it, heading for his car. Guess we'll just have to go to the hospital and see if there are any clues. Unbeknownst to him, Lin Xiaoshi, whose back was turned to himself, was slightly raising the corners of his mouth at that moment. Xiaoshi, just what did Officer Huang say to you? How come you look quite happy? Nothing, just asked where the kiosk was downstairs. He was going to buy cigarettes later. Oh, let's go home then. Aha. The elevator door slowly closed. And just a moment before it was about to close, Lin Xiaoshi revealed a sickly smile. Back at home, Bai Xiaoyi was lying on the sofa with a tired face. Phew. Finally home. The hospital's sterilized water smell is too much to bear. Lin Xiaoshi came and lifted Bai Xiaoyi's clothes off. Seeing that the wound on Bai Xiaoyi's small abdomen had already healed. Xiao, what are you doing? Lin Xiaoshi nodded slightly, followed by closing her clothes again. Little Yi's wounds are pretty much healed already. Bai Xiaoyi couldn't help but shiver as he looked at Lin Xiaoshi's body, whose eyes were aggressive. Why does it feel like Xiao is going to eat me? Alright, go take a bath. Xiaoshi went to cook. Lin Xiaoshi walked towards the kitchen without looking back. Bai Xiaoyi always felt that the atmosphere was strange but couldn't tell where it was wrong, so he could only go back to his room and take a shower first. Wow! The sound of the shower head spraying came from the bathroom. Lin Xiaoshi, who was simmering the soup, moved her ears, then gently came to the bathroom door to put her ear closer to listen, until she was sure that Bai Xiaoyi was taking a bath. Lin Xiaoshi came to the door and unlocked it. After locking the door, Lin Xiaoshi went back to her bedroom and opened the hidden box from under the bed. After finding a bag of white powder from the box, Lin Xiaoshi returned to the kitchen. After tearing open the bag and pouring the powder into it, using chopsticks to stir the soup for a while to make sure that the powder was completely integrated into the bone soup, Lin Xiaoshi sat down on the dining table and covered her face to secretly let out a laugh. Hey! The frog is going to be eaten. The pale end of the sky is my love. Bathroom Bai Xiaoyi at this time like a nobody holding a soap as a microphone to sing, not knowing what will be waiting for him behind. Click. The bathroom door opened. Bai Xiaoyi walked out wrapped in a bath towel and saw Lin Xiaoshi sitting at the dining table looking straight at himself. Little E, it's time to eat, Lin Xiaoshi said calmly. Okay, I'll change my clothes and come. Bai Xiaoyi went back to the bedroom after saying that. Actually, it doesn't have to be that troublesome. The clothes have to be taken off eventually. Lin Xiaoshi looked at Bai Xiaoyi's room with her chin resting on her head in fascination and muttered. After changing into looser clothes, Bai Xiaoyi made his way to the dining table. Why do you put so many goji berries? Bai Xiaoyi asked curiously. Lin Xiaoshi didn't answer, just looked at Bai Xiaoyi with an expectant face. Bai Xiaoyi raised his arm and raised the bowl to his mouth, but he stopped in an instant. Why don't you drink? Xiao, I already drank a bowl just now while he was taking a bath. And my stomach is still bloated, Lin Xiaoshi explained. Wow, Bai Xiaoyi drank it down unsuspectingly. Burp. Bai Xiaoyi burped after drinking it. Then put the bowl in the sink. Just put it wherever you want. Just leave the rest to me. Lin Xiaoshi stood up with her mouth silently counting. 1. It's fine. Xiao has worked hard for you all this time, so I'll do what I can to do something about it. 2. Lin Xiaoshi walked behind Bai Xiaoyi and hugged him. No need, Xiaoyi. Xiaoyi just needs to save more energy to prepare for the things behind. 3. Back there? What do you mean? Bai Xiaoyi's words hadn't even left his head when a strong feeling of dizziness suddenly came over him. Strange. Why is my head so dizzy? Immediately after that, Bai Xiaoyi's limbs suddenly became powerless and his entire body went soft and leaned against Lin Xiaoxi. Xiao, what's wrong with me? Why can't I use any of my strength? Bai Xiaoyi spoke these words with his last strength. Rest in peace. Just leave the rest to me. Well, thanks, Xiao. Bai Xiaoyi slowly closed his eyes and completely lost consciousness. It's really working, isn't it? Lin Xiaoshi's eyes changed after helping Bai Xiaoyi to the bed, looking at the sleeping Bai Xiaoyi with a demented and sickly expression. You will be together forever, right? As long as you leave E at home, E will never be in trouble again. Wait for me, yo E, I'll be right back. Bai Xiaoyi opened his eyes in a daze. Am I in bed? Why does my body feel so weak? Fizzle. Ha! Fizzle. This feeling. Wait. Bai Xiaoyi realized that Lin Xiaoshi was lying in front of his body and kissing himself. Little M. Bai Xiaoyi was about to speak but was forcibly interrupted by Lin Xiaoshi. I don't know how long it took before Lin Xiaoshi let go, panting and resting on Bai Xiaoyi's chest. Bai Xiaoyi wanted to reach out and realized that he didn't have an ounce of strength in his hand. What's going on? How did I get like this? Ha! Ha! Xiao! What are you? What are you doing? Lin Xiaoshi avoided Bai Xiaoyi's gaze, just kissing Bai Xiaoyi's neck to herself. Bai Xiaoyi understood very well that Lin Xiaoshi's current appearance was exactly the same as when she had blackened out before. Xiao, why are you doing this? Is there something I did wrong? Can you tell me I'll change? Bai Xiaoyi asked gently. He didn't want to react too much, thus irritating Lin Xiaoshi. But Lin Xiaoshi didn't respond to Bai Xiaoyi. She just slightly squinted her eyes and planted a strawberry on Bai Xiaoyi's neck. Xiao, can you stay with me and talk to me? Just for a little while, okay? Bai Xiaoyi said as he took the initiative to stretch his neck and kiss Lin Xiaoshi's forehead. Lin Xiaoshi shook her head and sat up to touch Bai Xiaoyi's clothes. Lin Xiaoshi. Bai Xiaoyi loudly called Lin Xiaoshi's name. Lin Xiaoshi froze for a moment first. She hated it when he called herself that because that was what Bai Xiaoyi had called him before. Seeing Lin Xiaoshi's behavior, Bai Xiaoyi thought it had worked and was about to open his mouth. But he saw Lin Xiaoshi looking at himself with blue and black eyes, and then continued to carry out the same behavior he had just done. Bai Xiaoyi looked at Lin Xiaoshi in wide-eyed disbelief. Xiaoshi, this is. She's closed herself off? Wasn't it all fine before? I didn't do anything to overstep my bounds. Lin Xiaoshi looked at Bai Xiaoyi followed by opening his mouth. 1W words omitted here. Lin Xiaoshi. Enough already, Bai Xiaoyi said expressionlessly as he twisted his head to the side. As soon as the words left his mouth, a stabbing pain came from Bai Xiaoyi's body. Hiss. Bai Xiaoyi gritted his teeth and let out a sound of pain. Lin Xiaoshi raised her head with a flirtatious voice and said, "It's already the second time I've been called by my full name. I don't want to hear it again from Yi's mouth. Oh. Why? At least give me a reason. Only Yi stays by my side so that she doesn't get hurt anymore." Bai Xiaoyi then realized the reason why Lin Xiaoshi was ignoring him. Xiaoshi. She's an insecure girl, and I've encountered two things in a row. EE as well as being stabbed. Is that why she's taking such extreme measures? Could it be that from the time she was in the hospital Xiaoshi she was already plotting? Bai Xiaoyi hurriedly opened his mouth to explain. Xiaoshi, you worry too much. This is all just a coincidence. You believe me, in the future I will never. Enough. Lin Xiaoshi's pale blue eyes stared intently at Bai Xiaoyi. Coincidence, where are there so many coincidences? There are so many coincidences, but there is only one for Xiaoyi. Even if Xiaoyi hates me I still have to do it. A good opportunity. Bai Xiaoyi lifted Lin Xiaoshi to himself with a lift of both legs. Lin Xiaoshi was propped up next to Bai Xiaoyi's head with both hands because she was unsteady. Xiao, look at me, okay? Doesn't Shirori want to go shopping for clothes and camping to see the stars in the sky with me in the future? After Lin Xiaoshi sniffed, her light blue eyes began to twinkle. Xiaoshi wants to. That's not true. Xiao's a good girl. Just cut me loose, I can pretend nothing happened. Lin Xiaoshi gazed into Bai Xiaoyi's eyes and asked gluttonously. Really? It's truer than pearls. Lin Xiaoshi pondered for a moment before slowly moving her hand towards the rope at the foot of the bed, stopping just at the moment she was about to touch it. Xiaoshi? Bai Xiaoyi tried calling Lin Xiaoshi's name. Lin Xiaoshi gazed back at Bai Xiaoyi with dark, deep eyes. He hardly thinks I'll let you go with a few words alone? Xiao, you. Bai Xiaoyi was about to say something but saw a syringe stuck in his arm. This is anesthetic, yo. Lin Xiaoshi pushed the syringe and the anesthetic entered Bai Xiaoyi's body. Within a few seconds Bai Xiaoyi's head sank and he fainted. It's true that the non-speaking Yi is still the most obedient. Lifting Bai Xiaoyi's chin, Lin Xiaoxi kissed it. Bai Xiaoyi didn't know when he woke up again, and could only roughly sense through the light of the curtain that it was already late at night. Looked around and did not find the figure of Lin Xiaoxi. Listening to the voice seems to be in the living room. Bai Xiaoyi first tried to struggle a bit and found that his hands still cannot use the strength. There were no tools around to escape. So it seemed like Xiao was determined to leave me at home. Yikes. You're awake. Lin Xiaoshi walked in wearing an apron carrying a bowl of soup. It just so happens that it's also mealtime. Eat quickly. I specially boiled a secret nutritional soup for EO. Bai Xiaoyi almost didn't throw up when he looked at the contents of the bowl. What is all this stuff? Is this something I can eat at my age? All you see floating in the bowl is a bunch of goji berries as well as some unknown meat. This is a tonic I bought from outside. Must drink it all. Lin Xiaoshi passed the spoon to Bai Xiaoyi's mouth, signaling Bai Xiaoyi to open his mouth. But Bai Xiaoyi closed his mouth tightly and didn't seem to want to drink it. Lin Xiaoshi stuck out her tongue and wet her lips. Little E isn't good, oh, since you don't want to then leave it to Xiaoshi. So Lin Xiaoshi once again staged the scene of the hospital feeding kanji. But this time the drink was not kanji. Ding dong. The spoon made a crash in the bowl. Lin Xiaoshi poked Bai Xiaoyi's stomach and said, "Does Xiaoyi's body have any feelings now?" After hearing this, Bai Xiaoyi hurriedly asked, "What else did you add?" "It's just a little bit of magic potion. After a little while he will love Xiao even more." As expected, Bai Xiaoyi clearly felt a hint of abnormality in his body. The effect is really fast. Lin Xiaoshi wiped the sweat on Bai Xiaoyi's forehead for him, and immediately began to make preparations. No. Bai Xiaoyi looked at Lin Xiaoshi's actions and instantly understood Lin Xiaoshi's intentions and hurriedly opened his mouth to stop it, but the unstoppable flames in his body kept spewing out. Lin Xiaoshi snickered with a glance of her eyes. Yi's mouth says no, but his body is honest. The young girl's breath violently drilled into Bai Xiaoyi's nostrils, disintegrating the last vestiges of Bai Xiaoyi's sanity. I'm on. The main course still made it to the table, and the frog was eventually chewed down to the bone. 10 words omitted here. I don't know how many days and nights have passed. Bai Xiaoyi gradually awakened, felt the delicate body in his arms himself but did not have the slightest idea. His limbs are already weak. Even his eyes do not want to blink. How long had this been going on? Bai Xiaoyi couldn't quite remember. What should I do? Bai Xiaoyi's ragged breathing caused Lin Xiaoshi to awaken. Lin Xiaoshi stretched and yawned. Good morning, Xiao. Enough already. Lin Xiaoshi's face changed with a teasing expression as she looked at Bai Xiaoyi. Not enough. Far from it. This life and the next, even in the future, the rest of Xiaoyi's life will be spent here with me. Sure enough, Xiao can't listen to anything anymore. So the only thing to do now is to obey Xiao so that she can let her guard down before planning her escape. Tap tap tap. Lin Xiaoshi ran away from the bedroom with bare feet, and after a while brought a cup of milk and placed it at Bai Xiaoyi's mouth. Xiaoyi, open your mouth. Lin Xiaoshi was about to pinch Bai Xiaoyi's mouth and pour it down that unexpectedly Bai Xiaoyi obediently opened his own mouth. Is so good. After drinking the milk, Lin Xiaoshi whispered in Bai Xiaoyi's ear, "Xiaoyi, eat breakfast." Then the Xiaoshi meow. Bai Xiaoyi's pupils shrunk just as he saw Lin Xiaoshi burrow under the covers. 1 words omitted here. Since Lin Xiaoshi was talking about going outside to buy something, she left Bai Xiaoyi alone. After hearing the closing sound of the gate, Bai Xiaoyi couldn't hold back his strength any longer and started struggling. Escape! I have to escape from here. I'm going to turn into a dry corpse if I keep this up. The only way to do that is to escape first. But his whole body was unresponsive except for his head, which could move. Ha! Why don't you have any strength at all? Bai Xiaoyi panted and breathed. Suddenly the cell phone on the nightstand surprisingly rang. There are opportunities. Bai Xiaoyi watched the cell phone hanging above his head gradually approach his head due to the vibration. As long as we can get to that place. The phone vibrated to the edge and dropped under Bai Xiaoyi's expectant eyes. Finally we can escape. Bai Xiaoyi couldn't see who the caller was, so he just stuck out his tongue and tapped the answer button with the tip of his tongue. Drip. The call came through. You mean you don't know who the man who injured you is either? Officer Wang inquired of the fugitive, holding out a notebook. I don't know. The fugitive kept shaking his head as if he had had a nervous breakdown. It's like the figure of a demon. No, it is the devil. What about gender and height? You should always know these. No idea. Ha. The fugitive lay on the hospital bed screaming, and after a while the doctor and nurse came to the bed and restrained the man with tranquilizers. It seems to be a mental problem. The doctor held up his glasses and said to the nurse at the side, immediately notify the doctor from the first psychiatric hospital to come and identify it. The nurse nodded and left the room. Eventually Officer Huang instructed the police officers on the sidelines before leaving the hospital in a hurry with the blank notebook. Save me. No matter what. Please save me. Bai Xiaoyi instinctively sent out a cry for help. There was no sound coming from the other end of the phone. Why isn't anyone talking? Did it hang up? Bai Xiaoyi used his chin to arch the cell phone squarely to see the words on the screen clearly. Instantly shocked hairs of sweat stood up, only to see that the person on the screen was none other than Lin Xiaoshi. How could it be Shirori? Has she been at home all this time and hasn't gone out? Bai Xiaoyi looked toward the doorway in horror, and his pupils instantly shrank in fear. Lin Xiaoshi was lying on the threshold, revealing half of his head, was staring at himself with unblinking eyes. Little E is really trying to run away. Lin Xiaoshi took steps and gradually walked to Bai Xiaoyi's bedside, looking at Bai Xiaoyi with icy eyes that made him feel scared in his heart. Xiao, I'm not trying to run. It's just that, don't you think this is too extreme for you? Lin Xiaoshi didn't even listen to what Bai Xiaoyi was saying, like a broken doll mouthing something. No, E can't leave Xiaoshi. Just break E's arms and legs so that E will be with me forever. Yo. After saying that, Lin Xiaoxi left the bedroom without looking back. Let Bai Xiaoyi yell as much as he wanted without any effect. What should I do? What should I do? Do something. I don't want to be crippled. What can I do to distract Xiao? What's her favorite thing to do? Bai Xiaoyi's brain had started brainstorming now. Da. As the footsteps gradually amplified, Lin Xiaoshi walked in with an iron bar. That said, why do you have so much equipment? Why didn't I realize that before? Are you ready, E? Lin Xiaoshi took out a tube of syringe and said, if it hurts you can have it numbed. Ooh. She literally I cried to death. Bai Xiaoyi didn't know if he should be moved or not, and Lin Xiaoshi didn't even forget to administer the anesthetic. He just need to sleep in peace for a while. In the future we can do what we want to do every day. Wait a minute. Bai Xiaoyi seems to have discovered something. Xiaoshi seems to have been craving for my body from the beginning to the end. Is it true that as long as I also crave for Xiaoshi's body, it will have a miraculous effect? How to defeat perverts? Simply by being more perverted than the pervert. Anyway, gotta try. Just as Lin Xiaoshi pushed out the air from the syringe, Bai Xiaoyi suddenly said, Xiaoshi, can you hug me? Snap stomp. The iron rod in Lin Xiaoshi's hand fell to the ground as she looked at Bai Xiaoyi with an incredulous expression. What did you say? I say, Xiao, can you give me a hug? Really? Lin Xiaoshi's deep black eyes carried a hint of blue. There's drama. Really, doesn't Xiao want to? Willing. Lin Xiaoshi threw the syringe in her hand then fluttered onto Bai Xiaoyi's body. Lin Xiaoxi was lying in front of Bai Xiaoyi's body with her hands wrapped around Bai Xiaoyi's mouth, still not forgetting to kiss on Bai Xiaoyi's neck. Bai Xiaoyi forced himself to endure the itching of his neck and let Lin Xiaoshi do whatever she wanted. After a while, until Lin Xiaoshi planted several strawberries on Bai Xiaoyi's neck, Lin Xiaoshi slowly sat up with her hands propped on Bai Xiaoyi's chest. Did you think that this would make Xiaoshi put what just happened behind her? As expected. I still haven't fooled around. But I wonder how your excellency would respond if I were to use this trick. How can you look at me like that? Xiao, I was just about to take the initiative to kiss Xiaoshi. Since Xiaoshi is like this, it seems there is no need for that. Bai Xiaoyi pursed his dry lips pretending to be sad and said, kiss. As soon as Lin Xiaoshi heard the word, her head went down and suddenly began to tremble. Vaguely, it could be heard from Lin Xiaoshi's mouth. Ye's kisses. I can't believe I missed Ye's kiss. Don't. I won't. No. We have to stop this girl from thinking nonsense quickly. Feeling Lin Xiaoshi gradually blackened, Bai Xiaoyi hurriedly said, but Xiaoshi, if you listen to me to explain clearly just to the thing, maybe I will continue just to the idea. Oh. Lin Xiaoshi raised his head after sniffing, his eyes deep black with a bit of light blue mixed in, seemingly struggling. On one side was Xiaoyi with self-feelings, and on the other side was getting a broken and soulless Xiaoyi. Will you really kiss Xiao? Sure enough, it was the former that Xiao preferred. Sure. Wherever that is? It can be, right? Good. Lin Xiaoshi said as she lay on her side, nose to nose with Bai Xiaoyi, staring intently into Bai Xiaoyi's eyes. He can start explaining now. I hope he gives me a satisfactory answer. Ahem. Too close. Bai Xiaoyi's head instinctively wanted to lean back, but when he saw Lin Xiaoshi's kind eyes, he thought about not moving. Does Xiao think that I don't know that this call is from Xiao? To tell you the truth, I knew it was Xiao's quiz the moment the phone rang. Before Lin Xiaoshi could ask why, Bai Xiaoyi continued. It just so happened that the phone rang while Xiaoshi was gone. It just so happened that the phone was on vibrate. And it just so happened that the phone was next to the nightstand. Doesn't Xiaoshi think that everything was anticipated? Bai Xiaoyi is trying to play handsome to stretch out his fingertips to help his head, and found that his hands are bound to the head of the bed and cannot move. Then why did he pretend to ask for help just now? Bai Xiaoyi expected Lin Xiaoshi to ask this and naturally replied, if I don't ask for help, Xiaoshi will go out and buy something. If I ask for help, Xiaoshi will come back instead. After saying this, Bai Xiaoyi paused, leaned his head forward and slightly touched Lin Xiaoshi's lips, then continued. As long as Xiaoshi comes back, won't I be able to see Xiaoshi one more time? Lin Xiaoshi's head no longer had any doubts after hearing this. It's true that in love one loses one's mind and judgment. Sure enough, he still loves me. At the same time, Lin Xiaoshi was glad that she had listened to Bai Xiaoyi's explanation, or else she was afraid that it would be a different scenario now. So does my explanation Xiao understand? Understood. Lin Xiaoshi narrowed her eyes slightly, seemingly enjoying what Bai Xiaoyi had just said. He did this surprisingly just to see me one more time. I'm so happy. Xiao is so happy. Hey, Bai Xiaoyi followed up with a disappointed shake of his head. Noticing this, Lin Xiaoshi hurriedly asked, why is he sighing? Is there something Xiaoshi did not do well? It's none of Xiao's business. I'm just lamenting the fact that if I didn't have the rope on my hands I would be able to hug and kiss Xiao. Unfortunately. Hearing this, Lin Xiaoshi rubbed himself straight up and reached out his hand to his coat pocket immediately after pulling out a firewood knife out. Why is there a knife in your pocket? Are you Doraemon? Wait, why did Shirori pull out a knife at this time? Could it be that Shirori realized I was acting too fake? Lin Xiaoshi raised his knife up and slashed at Bai Xiaoyi. Click. I wonder why I don't feel any pain at all. Bai Xiaoyi slowly opened his eyes to find that the ropes binding his hands and feet had been cut by Lin Xiaoshi. Free at last. Bai Xiaoyi moved his arms and legs, then secretly saw from his afterglow that Lin Xiaoshi was holding a knife and looking at himself with an uneasy face. We can't be careless now. If the slightest crack is revealed, I'm afraid I won't be able to get out in my life. Bai Xiaoyi hugged Lin Xiaoshi in one turn and quickly pecked Lin Xiaoshi on the cheek. How about it, Xiao? I didn't lie to you. Aha. Lin Xiaoshi nodded, then closed her eyes and beamed. Whatever. If I'm going to be a pervert, then I'm going to be thorough. Bai Xiaoyi realized what Lin Xiaoshi meant, and pounced forward to press Lin Xiaoshi on the bed, immediately followed by a kiss on Lin Xiaoshi's cherry-like lips. Feeling Bai Xiaoyi's intense kiss, Lin Xiaoshi also gradually sank under Bai Xiaoyi's offensive. After a long time with his lips parted, Bai Xiaoyi wrapped his arms around Lin Xiaoshi, who was soft on his body, and asked, "Does Xiaoshi like me like this?" Like. The delicate body in his arms moved, still wanting to squeeze into Bai Xiaoyi's body again. So Xiao will still have me tied up? It was now necessary to dispel such thoughts of Lin Xiaoshi first, or else it would be like walking on thin ice once it was rekindled. Lin Xiaoshi didn't say anything, seemed to be thinking about the pros and cons. Bai Xiaoyi, which allows Lin Xiaoshi to think down, immediately interrupted. Xiaoshi, if in hesitation then later cannot like, just like the initiative of Mio. Don't! Lin Xiaoshi reached out and pulled Bai Xiaoyi's sleeve. Xiaoshi wants Xiaoyi to take the initiative. That? Xiaoshi promised that Xiaoyi won't behave like this anymore, provided that Xiaoyi won't lie to me. Lin Xiaoshi sat on Bai Xiaoyi and stared at him dead in the face. If little E dares to lie to me, I will never let little E go. Bai Xiaoyi gulped. Of course I won't lie to Xiaoshi. So Xiaoshi has to honor her promise as well. Yes. So can Xiao lie on his back now? Lin Xiaoshi's small face instantly reddened upon hearing this. Please be gentle. Bai Xiaoyi slapped at Lin Xiaoshi without any good humor. What are you thinking about? It's been a few days and the medicine on Xiaoshi's back hasn't been applied yet. Be good and lie down. I'll go fetch the medicine. Lin Xiaoshi let out a pout. Not knowing why he reacted so much on his own like this, Lin Xiaoshi was both touched and disappointed in her heart. Touched that Xiaoyi was actually still thinking about her wounds, and disappointed that Xiaoyi didn't have that aspect in mind. Lin Xiaoshi prepared and then lay down on the bed to wait for Bai Xiaoyi's arrival. In less than a moment Bai Xiaoyi returned to the bedroom with the ointment. Looking at Lin Xiaoshi's appearance, Bai Xiaoyi also put on Lin Xiaoshi's medicine without blushing, his mouth also reciting the meditation incantation. Lin Xiaoshi was particularly honest this time, quietly letting Bai Xiaoyi finish the medicine. While Xiao rest for a while, I'll go and get the food ready. Without waiting for Lin Xiaoshi to react, Bai Xiaoyi quickly walked out. I can't let Xiaoshi cook anymore, in case he comes up with some kind of goji berry covered rice or some kind of animal tonic soup. I'm afraid I'll die young. Bai Xiaoyi simply made a few dishes and was fishing the last dish out of the pot when a bumper car crashed over behind him. Feeling the pressure on his back, Bai Xiaoyi spoke. Has Xiaoshi rested yet? It's almost time to eat. Lin Xiaoshi wrapped one hand around Bai Xiaoyi's shoulders, placing his head on Bai Xiaoyi's back, and said, Does Xiaoyi hate Xiaoshi? Why did Xiao say that all of a sudden? Xiaoshi has done many excessive things to Xiaoyi. Will Xiaoyi hate Xiaoshi? After saying this, Lin Xiaoshi sneaked out the syringe that she was carrying behind her back. This matter if Xiao does. Bai Xiaoyi thought that Lin Xiaoshi had suddenly come to his senses and was about to sigh when he suddenly remembered something. Why would Xiao suddenly say something like that? I wasn't even asked for my opinion when I was imprisoned before. It's a game. Maybe Xiao. She's already laid a trap waiting for me to drill it. It's really my problem. I shouldn't have taken the initiative so late. Bai Xiaoyi turned around and his afterglow spotted Lin Xiaoshi's hidden hand. Sure enough, almost fell for it. If I took the initiative I could have savored Xiao earlier, couldn't I? So how can I hate Xiao? I can't wait to do something over the top to Xiao. Xiaoyi. Lin Xiaoshi looked at Bai Xiaoyi with love. Hiding the syringe in her hand in an arrow step, she went forward and hugged Bai Xiaoyi. Xiaoshi can't hold back anymore. Should we go overboard with Xiaoshi now? Ahem. Man is iron. Rice is steel. Xiaoshi, at least let me have some strength in order to work. I see. Lin Xiaoshi finished speaking and ran off to a Bai Xiaoyi to serve the rice. In the end, a large bowl of white rice was placed in front of Bai Xiaoyi while Lin Xiaoshi looked at himself with an expectant look on her chin. That's how hard I'm expected to work. Xiaoshi, why don't you eat some too? Bai Xiaoyi tried to ask. Yeah, Xiaoyi eat Xiaoyi's. Xiaoshi, eat Xiaoshi's. As soon as the words were spoken, Lin Xiaoshi burrowed under the table, until finally the table was left untouched. Bai Xiaoyi let the shower drench him in the toilet, unable to exert any strength in his own body. This is not cutting how to play? Flat a start. Lin Xiaoshi flashover is a control followed by a set of outbreaks hit their own body. I did not even hand over the skills have been accounted for. So far, one was at least counting on personal freedom at home, but it was estimated that once it came to going out, Xiaoshi would definitely black out. So the next plan was to gradually remove Xiao's wariness first, then sneak out to see if a solution could be found. After the bath, Bai Xiaoyi held the bathroom door handle for a long time, did not dare to go out. I am afraid that when I go out there will be a never-ending battle. I don't know if my body can eat or not. I don't care. Since you are already a pervert you should act like one. Bai Xiaoyi gritted his teeth and opened the bathroom door. Tonight, a good hunt. Lin Xiaoshi was pretending to play with her cell phone on the sofa, when suddenly the bathroom door was opened, followed by Bai Xiaoyi in a bath towel, who walked up to her. Little E? Lin Xiaoshi blinked, not knowing why E was wearing an expression of death. Before Lin Xiaoxi reacted, Bai Xiaoyi picked Lin Xiaoxi up in a princess hug and rushed straight towards the room. Clang! The door to the room closed and the war began. 10W words omitted here. In the end, Bai Xiaoyi exited the battle stage with a crushing defeat. In this way, Bai Xiaoyi's pain and pleasure lasted for half a month, and Lin Xiaoshi gradually dropped her guard. However, once Bai Xiaoyi was involved in going out, Lin Xiaoshi would hold a knife on Bai Xiaoyi's neck and say, "What is Xiaoyi talking about? Just now Xiaoshi didn't hear clearly." Oh. Perhaps Lin Xiaoshi was uneasy and added another lock to the gate, and the key would not be easily revealed to Bai Xiaoyi, until the day Bai Xiaoyi woke up from his bed with a start and realized that it was because Lin Xiaoshi's head had been pressed against his arm for too long and was tingling. Pinched Lin Xiaoshi's white face. Protein Xiaoyi was about to pull his hand out when he saw that Lin Xiaoshi's cell phone happened to be placed right next to Lin Xiaoshi's pillow. Will this be a trap? Bai Xiaoyi doesn't dare to act rashly now. He doesn't want to give up today after lurking for so long. Bai Xiaoyi looked toward Lin Xiaoshi. Lin Xiaoshi was currently resting her hands heavily on Bai Xiaoyi's chest, and her breathing was more even, appearing to be actually sleeping. Whatever, success or failure is at stake. Bai Xiaoyi stretched his hand and gently grabbed Lin Xiaoshi's cell phone over at the same time, not forgetting to look at Lin Xiaoshi's movements. There's no reaction yet. It doesn't look dangerous. Turned the phone on and typed in his birthday. Sure enough, the screensaver turned on. Bai Xiaoyi didn't take the next step but looked at Lin Xiaoshi quietly. Xiao, she really loves me too. Although I also love Xiao, but this method is really too extreme. For the sake of a bright future I have to change this. I'm sorry Xiao. Count me as having utilized your trust this time. I'll slowly make it up to you in the future. Bai Xiaoyi, who had slowed down for a while, opened his cell phone again. Lin Xiaoxi's cell phone desktop was clean, and what came into view was a photo of Bai Xiaoyi and Lin Xiaoxi taken at the mall earlier, in which Lin Xiaoxi was holding Bai Xiaoyi's arm and showing a happy expression. Bai Xiaoyi rummaged around for a while and found that except for the chat software and a game of elimination music in Lin Xiaoxi's cell phone, all the others were applications that came with the phone. Strange. Why is there nothing? Is it hard to believe that the only chance just disappeared? Suddenly Bai Xiaoyi flipped to a memo and a blank page. Murphy. Clicking on it revealed that the meme was surprisingly locked, only to see a question written on it. Question, my favorite person? Isn't that a giveaway? Bai Xiaoyi skillfully typed in his name. Bai Xiaoyi. Password error. What the hell? Bai Xiaoyi stared in disbelief that this answer could actually be wrong. Xiao sure she doesn't like me at all? Bai Xiaoyi entered it again in disbelief. The result was still wrong. How? Bai Xiaoyi was drifting off when he accidentally pressed the backspace key to delete the white characters, and the result showed that the password was correct. What is this situation? Bai Xiaoyi is me. I am Bai Xiaoyi. Ah, how can it be Xiaoyi this answer? Forget about it. Regardless of these, Bai Xiaoyi didn't care about the answer anymore, so he grabbed the time to continue reading, only to see that the memo was filled with all sorts of Lin Xiaoshi's records, e.g. Xiaoyi's eating habits, Xiaoyi's hobbies, Xiaoyi's weaknesses and so on. Xiao sure she totally knows me better than I do. Bai Xiaoyi didn't expect Lin Xiaoshi to actually have such a record. Suddenly felt like a transparent person displayed in front of Lin Xiaoshi. As the message scrolled through, Bai Xiaoyi finally found some hints. Today in the grocery store to buy a lot of things. I believe that in the future E will definitely use it, and the boss said that the necklace, as long as it is given to E, I will be able to know E's whereabouts in the future. Hee, my little E. Necklace. Bai Xiaoyi couldn't help but shiver as he looked at the necklace around his neck. No wonder she was able to find me in the hands of Eli. So, immediately after that, Bai Xiaoyi discovered all sorts of things he didn't know about himself, such as things like secretly buying potions with various functions without his knowledge, until he found a message about the location of the spare key to the door lock, only to see a few words written on it under Yi's bed. I see. I said why Xiaoshi every time she wants to go out she always said to go to my bedroom first, seems to be checking something. It turns out that the most dangerous place is the safest. Knowing the location of the spare key, Bai Xiaoyi was about to turn the phone off when he suddenly saw two messages left at the end. It's a bit of a concern, but let's take a look at it. Tapping on the first message, Bai Xiaoyi saw a date written on it. The date of Xiaoshi's birth. Xiao's birthday. Wait, isn't it today? Bai Xiaoyi frowned and started to remember. Xiaoshi seems to have never received a birthday gift. On the contrary, she has given the original owner a birthday gift every year. Decision made. I'm going out to buy Xiao's birthday present no matter what tomorrow. Bai Xiaoyi no longer cared if he found a chance to escape. He was going out tomorrow to buy Xiaoshi a birthday present, even if he was imprisoned by Xiaoshi again. He admitted it. He just wanted to give her a wonderful birthday. Bai Xiaoyi made a decision in his heart and looked toward the next message. The message reads, "Where he came from, the rest is a blank." Where I come from? What do you mean? Bai Xiaoyi looked puzzled and thought for a while or gave up, returned Lin Xiaoxi's cell phone unchanged and went back to sleep. In the morning Lin Xiaoshi did a good morning ritual with Bai Xiaoyi as usual. After the ceremony Lin Xiaoshi lazily lay on the bed to look at the dying Bai Xiaoyi and laughed out. I feel like he is particularly hard-working today, but I don't hate it as all, for all. Kissing Bai Xiaoyi's mouth, Lin Xiaoshi spoke. Tough on Xiaoyi. I'll go make breakfast for Xiaoyi. Trouble Xiao. After breakfast Bai Xiaoyi took the initiative to pull Lin Xiaoshi up and talk about having a second duel. Lin Xiaoshi couldn't help but wonder to herself, why was he so proactive today? Isn't it usually sage time already? But Lin Xiaoshi, where would she care about this? Or rather she couldn't wait to fight with Xiaoyi every moment. There is no plowed out field, only exhausted oxen. After a few rounds Lin Xiaoshi took the initiative to stop Bai Xiaoyi's behavior with a heartbroken look on her face. She was afraid that if Xiaoyi continued like this he would die young. Where did I expect Bai Xiaoyi to be like a chicken? Blood general pressure fundamentally do not appreciate Lin Xiaoxi's love, instead shouting and Lin Xiaoxi in battle 300 rounds. I don't know how long it took, but Lin Xiaoshi said with disappointment as she realized something. Xiaoyi seems to have run out. It's finally that time. And you know what I'd been doing all morning. Bai Xiaoyi put his hand on Lin Xiaoshi's head down pretending to be sorry. In that case, then we'll just have to call it quits. Hearing this Lin Xiaoshi's pink fist squeezed, obviously having fallen for Bai Xiaoyi's agitation. I'll get it now. Don't. Xiao, I'm joking. You're trying to make me an animal. Bai Xiaoyi pulled Lin Xiaoshi's arm and advised. He. Lin Xiaoshi saw this and laughed badly. It's already late, just stay home and wait for my happy news. Lin Xiaoshi put on her clothes and got out of bed, pretending to put on her socks as she bent her body under the bed, in reality secretly holding on to her keys. After confirming the key security key Lin Xiaoshi went out the door, not forgetting to flirt with Bai Xiaoyi on his way out. Lin Xiaoxi flirtatiously scraped Bai Xiaoyi, be good and wait for me at home. Yo, today I guarantee to let Xiaoyi can't get out of bed. After Lin Xiaoshi left, the door closed with a bang, followed by the click of the lock. Bai Xiaoyi put his ear to the wall and listened carefully and realized that there was no movement before he started to move. Returning to the bedroom, Bai Xiaoyi poked his head down under the bed and really found an extremely hidden key being stuck in the plywood under the bed. Bai Xiaoyi was about to reach out and take the key out when he suddenly realized that there appeared to be a button pressed right on the backside of the key. A push button? Could it be connected to an alarm? Bai Xiaoyi couldn't help but feel a sense of fear when he saw it. But if he had been a little more careless, I'm afraid that he would have been discovered by Xiaoshi at this point. Bai Xiaoyi had the bright idea of removing the necklace from his neck. Removing the key, he smoothly attached the necklace as he removed the key. Now not only would Xiao not suspect a change in my location, but it wouldn't set off the alarm either. Looking at the key held in his hand, Bai Xiaoyi could not help but get excited. So many days I can finally see the sun. After changing into a more inconspicuous clothes, Bai Xiaoyi opened the lock inside the gate and sneaked out. At this time a part-time saleswoman in a supermarket was dozing off when suddenly the door rang. The salesman woke up with a jolt and hurriedly entertained. Hello, welcome. Looking around he found an extremely good-looking young girl walking over with an expressionless face. Wow, good-looking girl. Asterisk operator for all. The salesman's eyes were glowing as the sleepiness from earlier was swept away. Lin Xiaoshi came to the counter and pointed toward one side and whispered, please, can you take this for me? Of course. Little sister, I'll. Here. The sales clerk looked in Lin Xiaoshi's direction, instantly stunned. Human cob burp bag. No way. There's no way that cute young lady is talking about this. I see. The sales clerk picked up a piece of gum on the side and asked, nah, miss, you actually want this, right? No, Lin Xiaoshi said as she held the correct heavy large circle up. I want this. The salesman felt like the sky was falling at the moment. Such a good-looking young lady had a boyfriend and came to buy it on her own heavy large circle. Upholding her professional duties, the sales clerk still scanned for Lin Xiaoxi with great reluctance heavy large circle. But in her heart she kept cursing a certain person. Achoo! Bai Xiaoyi took the elevator to the first floor and sneezed just as he exited the elevator door. Who's cursing me? Hello? One box totals $30 for you. The sales clerk reluctantly revealed a professional fake smile. If one looked closely one would realize that the facial muscles on her face were extremely incongruous, as if she was a character that came out of an abstract painting. I want 50 boxes. Lin Xiaoshi compared a 5 with her hand. Bastard! Bastard! Achoo! 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 Bai Xiaoyi rubbed his nose. Who is it? Have no manners, because a long time has not been out of the door. Bai Xiaoyi just walked out of the gate, sunlight on the face, straight stabbing eyes ache, but after a period of time gradually adapted to it. Now let's go buy Xiaoshi a cake first, then we'll go buy a gift and finally surprise Xiaoshi at night. Bai Xiaoyi planned as he walked. Probably after today I'm afraid I'll never get out, but I won't regret it. and I'll continue to look for opportunities to heal Xiao in the future. Welcome to the next visit. The sales clerk sat on the side with a lifeless expression after sending Lin Xiaoshi away. Why? Why is the world treating me like this? Not only do I have to work a boring job, but I also met a beautiful young lady who I don't know was seduced by that beast. 50 boxes. That's a whole 50 boxes. You can use them to blow up balloons for half a day. Just depressed for a while, the doorbell rang again. The sales clerk, a salted fish, turned over and walked to the cash register with a face of the former lifeless, said, "Hello, welcome." "Hello." Bai Xiaoyi was taken aback by the sales clerk in front of him. Where's that professional smile? Why does it seem like I'm not welcome? Have I been out of touch with society for a while? May I ask what you need? I came to buy some balloons. Bai Xiaoyi planned to set up the room to get some atmosphere. Ugh. Hearing the word balloon, the sales clerk sighed and mumbled softly. Why did you have to be the one to buy the balloon? I'm sorry, what did you say? Nothing. How many balloons does the customer need, please? You should just buy a little bit. Bai Xiaoyi compared to 5. Okay. 50 is it? I'll bring them right over. It's not 50. It's 5. Bai Xiaoyi had to pay in cash because he didn't know where Lin Xiaoxi had put his cell phone. So he left the supermarket and went to the cake store. Ka Chao. Lin Xiaoshi opened the locked door. Xiaoyi, I'm back. The first thing Lin Xiaoshi did after entering the door was to call out Bai Xiaoyi's name. In other days Bai Xiaoyi would have smiled and said something like welcome home, but today there was no movement at all. Probably asleep. Lin Xiaoshi thought in her heart. However, her accelerated steps exposed the panic in her heart. Pushing open the bedroom door, Lin Xiaoshi froze. Originally should be lying on the bed of Bai Xiaoyi today, but disappeared. He ran away. No way. He must still be in the house. Immediately after Lin Xiaoshi searched every corner of the room, there is no trace of Bai Xiaoyi. Until under the bed found the necklace he gave to Xiaoyi. As pressed on the alarm button, Lin Xiaoshi realized that he was fooled. It turns out that Bai Xiaoyi's escape plan has been prepared since half a month ago, and what he did before was just to hoodwink her. And even today's events are part of Bai Xiaoyi's plan. Splat. A few tears fell to the floor. Ha. Immediately after that, Lin Xiaoshi let out another eerie laugh. E is really cunning. Wait for me, yo E. This time I won't let you escape no matter what. Lin Xiaoshi laughed and raised his head, blood-red eyes filled with a kind of mania. Looking like a doll that had crumbled away, Bai Xiaoyi walked into a bakery. The clerk saw the visitor and welcomed him. Welcome. Hi. I'd like to customize a birthday cake for my girlfriend. I see. The clerk led Bai Xiaoyi to the counter, pulling out a menu and handing it to Bai Xiaoyi. Customers, you can choose the size of the cake in various types. Looking at the wide array of shapes, Bai Xiaoyi eventually found a theme similar to the starry sky, with a full moon hanging in a starry sky filled with night colors. Shirori, she likes stars. Why don't you just take this one? I'll take this one when I choose it. In the end, Bai Xiaoyi paid the money and left after agreeing with the clerk that he would pick up the cake in the afternoon. As he walked along the road, Bai Xiaoyi pondered. Birthday cake ordered. Next is the birthday gift. Xiaoshi, she has no favorite things. I didn't even have a girlfriend before I was born. Not to mention gifts. Bai Xiaoyi thought about it and didn't think of anything that Lin Xiaoshi liked, so he started to worry about it. At that moment a hand patted Bai Xiaoyi's shoulder. Suffered. It's hard to believe that. Bai Xiaoyi's pupil shrank and he was about to run away when a voice came. What a coincidence, lad. What are you doing here? Ha? It doesn't seem to be Xiao. Bai Xiaoyi turned around and realized that the person who tapped his shoulder was none other than Officer Huang in police uniform. Uncle Huang, is you ah? I thought. Why? No, nothing. It's best not to let Officer Huang know about Shirori. By the way, why haven't I seen your girlfriend today? She is resting at home. Today is her birthday. I want to buy some things to prepare some gifts for her, but I don't know what Xiao she likes, so I've been struggling with what to buy. Bai Xiaoyi made a difficult face, then his eyes lit up. Right. Uncle Huang, do you have any suggestions? I see. He. Young man, you've asked the right person. Officer Huang raised his hand to tenderly look at the ring he wore on his ring finger. I've been with my wife for so many years, and I've given her a lot of gifts back and forth, so I have some experience. Hearing this, Bai Xiaoyi folded his hands together and bowed his head slightly and said, I still hope that Mr. will save me. If you ask me, give something more memorable so that you can see the person through them even if they're not around. Bai Xiaoyi tapped his fist on his palm and immediately said, I get it. As long as I send a photo of me to Xiao so she can look at me anytime, anywhere. Am I right, Uncle Huang? How did this guy get that girl? Ahem. Young man, you have a good idea, but wouldn't it be better if you added a little something to it? What is it? Like some jewelry or maybe clothes or something like that. I understand, Uncle Huang. Time waits for no one. I'll go buy it now. Thank you. Bai Xiaoyi instantly felt enlightened after hearing this, and after thanking Officer Huang he ran off in a panic. Officer Huang couldn't help but smile as he looked towards Bai Xiaoyi's back. This is love. Tick-tock. Officer Huang's cell phone rang. One look at the caller ID on the phone reads, Wifey. Hey, honey, can I help you? How did you make some kind of mistake? Old Yellow. Why are you so carnal? No, I just missed you. Che, you see how late you come back after work every time and still say you miss me. There's no soy sauce at home. Remember to come back from work today to buy some soy sauce. Just hang up. Beep, beep, beep. Old Yellow put the phone down slowly. It's love gone bad after all. Mrs. Huang hung up the phone and looked at the wall with the old Huang's wedding photo. Snort out of laughter. Fool, I missed you too. Bai Xiaoyi took the lead when he arrived at the mall and ran to the self-service photo booth at Big Head Photo to take a selfie of himself. Looking at the photo in his hand, Bai Xiaoyi nodded. Nice. I'm sure Xiao will like this one. Since Bai Xiaoyi didn't know what was the best thing to buy, he bought a lot of things such as flowers, bracelets, clothes, shoes, etc. He even bought some cosmetics even though Lin Xiaoxi didn't need cosmetics at all. Bai Xiaoyi nodded with satisfaction as he carried a large bag of thoughts. Xiao, she'll always like one of them, right? Just as I left the mall with my bag, I saw a girl slamming a photo on the floor and said to the boy across from her, Look at you. You come out on a date with me and you give me a selfie? What am I supposed to do with this? Take it back to ward off evil spirits. The girl left in a huff after that. Bai Xiaoyi swallowed and stuffed the photo into his pants. Never mind. Let's not give Xiao a picture. It's almost time to go back and get the cake. Jingle bell. The bell rang for the end of class. After hearing the bell, Wang Hu took an arrow step and grabbed the first one to run out, and just ran to the door of class 5 to find Bai Ling already waiting for him at the door. Hey, do you want to go out to eat together? Ray. Bai Ling shyly nodded her head and said, Okay, but I have to treat you later. Who? You grab the bill every time making me embarrassed to go. No need. I'm not going then. Bai Ling twisted around and pretended she was about to go back to her class. Hey. Wang Hu was flustered in his heart and hastily pulled Bai Ling's hand and said, I don't buy the bill always okay. Bai Ling heard this before she pouted her lips and said, That's what you said. Love is not about giving but about supporting each other, enjoying being loved and loving others in return. Afterwards, Bai Ling ran away with Wang Hu under the kind gaze of her classmates with a blushing face. Bai Ling and Wang Hu ended up sitting down at a barbecue restaurant. Looking at the menu handed over by the boss, Bai Ling forced her saliva not to flow out and quickly ordered, Pork, beef, fatty beef, enoki mushrooms, boss, 10 skewers of all of these. Okay, the boss smiled and took the menu and went to grill skewers. Bai Ling looked at the thoughtful Wang Hu and poked him in the face. What's wrong with Ray? What are you thinking about, Tiger? I called you several times without answering. I'm sorry, Xiao Ling. I was wondering when old Bai and the others would be able to come to class. It's been a while since I've seen them. Right, yeah. I haven't seen her for a long time either. And I heard Xiao Shi say that she's busy taking care of the injured Bai Xiaoyi. Bai Ling said as she bit into her chopsticks. Ugh. I want to talk to Xiao Shi so badly. Bai Ling leaned listlessly on the table. Suddenly Lin Xiaoshi's figure appeared in front of her eyes. It seems that I've missed Xiao so much that Xiao's silhouette has appeared in front of me. That, Xiaoling. Wang Hu leaned outward with his bench and said with a horrified look on his face. It doesn't seem like it's an imaginary shadow. Oh. Bai Ling raised her head only to see Lin Xiaoshi burying her head low with her eyes covered in blood. One hand holding a rope, the other hand behind her back, not knowing what she appeared to be grasping. Xiao Shi. Seeing this, Bai Ling was about to jump up and hug Lin Xiaoshi, but Wang Hu reached out and stopped her. Hu, what are you stopping me for? Bai Ling bulged her mouth and looked at Wang Hu fiercely. Wang Hu sidled up and whispered in Bai Ling's ear. Xiaoling, I advise you not to mess with Lin Xiaoshi right now. Based on my experience right now, Lin Xiaoshi should not be in a very good mood right now. Sure enough. Wang Hu just finished the sentence standing aside. Lin Xiaoshi's voice lowered. May I ask, you guys recently saw Xiaoyi? Bai Ling heard Lin Xiaoshi's tone of voice, goosebumps all over his body, shivering. Originally refreshingly warm weather, but he felt in the middle of winter. Seeing Bai Ling clutching Wang Hu's sleeve and not daring to open her mouth, Wang Hu jumped the gun and said, Old Bai? We haven't seen him. Why don't I give him a call? Wang Hu was about to pull out his cell phone from his pocket when he was interrupted by Lin Xiaoshi. No need, Lin Xiaoshi spoke up. Since that's the case, I won't disturb your meal. Thanks. After saying that, Lin Xiaoshi turned back and left the barbecue restaurant. Looking at Lin Xiaoshi's back, Wang Hu breathed a sigh of relief at the same time worrying for Bai Xiaoyi. Just now Lin Xiaoshi behind take is a butterfly knife it. It looks like Lin Xiaoshi, she seems to be catching someone. If I'm not wrong, that person should be Old White. Wang Hu tilted his head up to look at the sky in his heart and silently began to pray. Old White, I'll miss you. It's not that brothers don't help, but the enemy is too scary. Click, click. The door to his home gently opened, and Bai Xiaoyi tiptoed to sneak in. Looking around, Bai Xiaoyi did not find any trace of Lin Xiaoshi, so he let out a breath of relief. After walking to Lin Xiaoshi's bedroom, Bai Xiaoyi found a variety of tools and potions scattered around. Sure she should have gone out to look for me. Look at this, it's heavily armed. Cherish the last light of the day. After hiding the gifts, Bai Xiaoyi began to set up the scene. After the end of the setup, Bai Xiaoyi looked at his masterpiece and crossed his arms proudly. Great job. Now we just need to wait for Xiao to come back. Why don't we just have a phone call with Xiao now? Bai Xiaoyi was about to touch his phone when he suddenly realized that his phone had long been hidden somewhere by Lin Xiaoshi. There's no cell phone. Then how do I contact Xiaoshi? Bai Xiaoyi was thinking about it when he suddenly thought of something. Isn't there an alarm under the bed? I just need to press the alarm. No. Coming under the bedroom bed. Bai Xiaoyi stopped the moment he was about to touch the button, but then gritted his teeth and pressed it. Night is coming. At this moment, Lin Xiaoshi was wandering the streets like a walking corpse, her mouth constantly chanting Bai Xiaoyi's name. Drip, drip, drip. Lin Xiaoshi's cell phone suddenly rang, and Lin Xiaoshi, who felt it, took a split second to run straight in the direction of the apartment. Bai Xiaoyi did not know why. When he pressed the button, a moment the heart as if by a hand gripping the general breathing began to be difficult. After all, Lin Xiaoshi before the shadows left behind by himself has not yet dissipated. Bai Xiaoyi came to the front door and stood quietly in place, constantly taking deep breaths. What awaits me? What will it be? 10 minutes later, Bai Xiaoyi vaguely heard the sound of an elevator outside his apartment. Coming? Bai Xiaoyi ran to the dining table and took out a lighter to light the candles on the cake, then went back to the door and quietly waited for Lin Xiaoshi to arrive. Tap tap as the footsteps got closer. Bai Xiaoyi's heart was about to be in his throat. Knock, knock. Came the knock at the door. Bai Xiaoyi violently twisted the doorknob with one closed eye. Crunch. The door opened. Hello, your takeout order has arrived. What appeared was a delivery boy. That, I didn't order takeout, Bai Xiaoyi replied breathlessly. Yeah. The delivery boy saw this and picked up the takeout and glanced at the takeout order on the bag, and then realized in a flash. He hurriedly apologized. I'm sorry, I misread the unit. I'm very sorry. Sending the delivery boy away, Bai Xiaoyi closed the door inside. It turned out to be a false alarm. But why isn't Xiaoshi back yet? Bai Xiaoyi skimmed his mouth and opened the door impatiently. Didn't I say I sent the wrong? Only to see Lin Xiaoshi gasping for air with a rope in one hand and a butterfly knife in the other was looking at Bai Xiaoyi in a maniacal manner. His eyes filled with a deep and bottomless darkness. Is this blacking out? Not good. Not quickly, say Will. Little Shiozo. Before Bai Xiaoyi could finish his sentence, Lin Xiaoshi pounced towards Bai Xiaoyi. Facing Lin Xiaoshi's surprise attack, Bai Xiaoyi was defenselessly walloped against the wall. Lin Xiaoshi threw down the tools of the trade in his hand and went forward to choke Bai Xiaoyi's neck, chanting under his breath. This time, Xiaoyi will never think of escaping again. Never think of leaving Xiaoshi alone. Never think. Cough. Due to his neck being pinched hard by Lin Xiaoshi, Bai Xiaoyi couldn't say anything. Bai Xiaoyi's consciousness is fading. Go to sleep. When you wake up it will be another new life. No. No. You can't just give up. Bai Xiaoyi reached out with difficulty and touched the wall, eventually feeling the light switch. This is it. Pop. With the lights turned off, the entire living room was filled with darkness, but there was a faint light coming from the dining room table. Lin Xiaoshi curiously looked towards the light source, then his pupils shrunk. His dark eyes instantly became clear, thus transforming into a blue and clear as a small stream. Following the source of the light downward, a starry-eyed cake appeared on the table. Bai Xiaoyi felt the pressure on his neck, doubled hard to cough up, but instantly adjusted his state to go forward and kissed Lin Xiaoxi. A few seconds later the lips parted. Bai Xiaoyi tenderly looked at Lin Xiaoxi with strong love in his eyes. Xiaoxi, happy birthday. Lin Xiaoxi stared blankly at Bai Xiaoyi, unable to make any sound out of his mouth. Just opened his mouth, not knowing what to say. Come. Bai Xiaoyi led Lin Xiaoxi's hand to the dining table. Make a wish. Tick-tock, a tear first slipped past Lin Xiaoxi's face and finally fell to the ground, followed by a torrential downpour. Lin Xiaoxi buried his head into Bai Xiaoyi's arms, hands clutched Bai Xiaoyi's collar, constantly let loose, and cried, I'm sorry Xiaoyi. I'm sorry for not, well, up. Seeing this, Bai Xiaoyi stroked the back of Lin Xiaoxi's head, embracing Lin Xiaoxi's body a little tighter. Sure Ori, be good. It's okay. Everything will be fine, won't it? The world has pushed me several times into the abyss of 10,000 fathoms, but as long as you are there, I still love this world. After a while Lin Xiaoxi's sobs gradually subsided, but she would still huff and puff from time to time. Alright Xiaoxi, don't cry anymore. Bai Xiaoyi reached out his hand and didn't know how many times he had already helped Lin Xiaoxi wipe away her tears. Today is a day to celebrate. One should be cheerful. Aha. Lin Xiaoxi nodded, not daring to meet Bai Xiaoyi's eyes. Then start wishing. Bai Xiaoyi started singing a birthday song after he finished speaking. Happy birthday. Lin Xiaoxi came to the cake and put her hands clasped in front of her chest and slowly closed her eyes like a devout believer praying for the God she believes in. Phew. With the candles blown out, the entire living room was plunged into darkness for a moment. Xiaoyi. Lin Xiaoshi anxiously called by Xiao Yi's name after she opened her eyes and realized that he was missing. At this time a pair of hands wrapped around Lin Xiaoshi from behind her. I will always be by Xiaoshi's side. Lin Xiaoshi's whole body relaxed towards the ground behind her. After the two of them hugged for a while, Bai Xiaoyi turned on the living room lights, and immediately afterward a scene in front of him stunned Lin Xiaoshi. Just a few balloons tied to chairs fluttering casually, as well as an oversized plastic bag placed on the table with the mall's logo on it. Yi's romance is pretty unique. How's that? Was Xiaoshi surprised? Bai Xiaoyi excitedly flaunted his moves like a child waiting for a compliment. Xiao loves it. For Lin Xiaoxi, no matter what Bai Xiaoyi does, she always has only this gentle boy in her eyes. Bai Xiaoyi also crossed his arms and laughed triumphantly when he saw this. It seems that my planning is still successful. Maybe it's just a gift. Now comes the most exciting part of the gift. Bai Xiaoyi took out the objects in the plastic bag one by one, filling up the entire table. Bai Xiaoyi scratched his head. Because I didn't know Xiaoshi liked those things, so I bought them all over again. I hope you don't mind. Xiaoshi. Lin Xiaoshi smiled and shook her head. No, as long as it's a gift from me, no matter what, Xiaoshi will like it. Xiaoshi. Sure enough, today's action was all worth it. Suddenly Lin Xiaoshi flung Bai Xiaoyi onto the sofa with eyes filled with intense love. I love you. Yi. I love you too. Xiao. Just as the two were getting closer, a photo fell out of Bai Xiaoyi's pants pocket. Lin Xiaoshi saw it and picked it up with a curious face. Xiaoshi, don't. Bai Xiaoyi reached out his hand to snatch the photo back, but the nimble Lin Xiaoshi sidestepped and dodged it. Just see the photo of Bai Xiaoyi facing the camera with a shallow smile as if to bring the most beautiful blessing for the girl in his heart again. It's over. It's all over. Bai Xiaoyi covered his face with both hands and said dejectedly, I originally wanted to take this photo as Xiaoshi's birthday present, but then I realized that no one seems to like an ordinary photo, right? So I hid it away. Lin Xiaoshi broke Bai Xiaoyi's hands apart, then nodded at Bai Xiaoyi's mouth, then cried happily. Thanks Yi. This is the best birthday present I've ever received. Hey, don't you hate it, Xiao? Why yes, Yi himself is the best birthday present in the world. Hey, me? Bai Xiaoyi said incredulously, pointing at himself. Idiot, Lin Xiaoshi said, and then her body bent down. Xiaoshi. Wait, the cake hasn't been eaten yet, and the cream hasn't moved. Lin Xiaoshi looked at the cake on the table and then at Bai Xiaoyi's body, then licked her lips and said, then let's eat the cream first. Well, a meteor streaked across the night sky, interspersed with a subtle sound. The next day, Bai Xiaoyi woke up from his bed without any feeling in his whole body, and with a haggard face. He looked at the door only to see Lin Xiaoshi carrying a kitchen knife and looking at himself with a smile on his face. Yeah, you're awake. Lin Xiaoshi climbed onto the bed with her knife and kissed Bai Xiaoyi's cheek. Breakfast will be ready soon. Xiaoyi, also get up quickly. Sure Ori. Why? Bai Xiaoyi's eyes widened as he kept shaking. Why is Xiao physically fine at all this morning? Lin Xiaoshi had a bad smile on her face when she saw this. Then she stretched out her index finger and traced circles on Bai Xiaoyi's chest. That's because Xiaoyi is too weak. One day I'll make you cry and beg for mercy from me. Yeah, then I'll wait for this day, yo. Lin Xiaoshi placed the clothes that fell on the floor last night next to Bai Xiaoyi's pillow. Put the clothes on later when Xiaoyi can move, don't catch a cold. After saying that, Lin Xiaoshi left the bedroom with a chopper in her hand, humming a song. Looking at the clothes placed beside him, Bai Xiaoyi raised the corner of his mouth. It seems that last night's plan was very successful. Xiaoshi seems to have no previous so crazy look. As long as the future to correct the future life with Xiaoshi will be more and more good. After resting for a few moments, Bai Xiaoyi finally had the strength to get up, barely holding onto the bed cabinet, and stood up trembling as he was about to put on his clothes. One day, going to make little Xiao. Hasn't he rested well yet? At the same time Lin Xiaoshi's head poked out from the bedroom doorway. The two first looked at each other. Then Lin Xiaoshi's gaze gradually shifted. Xiaoyi. Lin Xiaoshi looked at Bai Xiaoyi with an inquiring look with her fingers in her mouth. No way. Bai Xiaoyi waved his hand and kept stepping backward. It's going to die. It's going to die. Fine. Lin Xiaoshi beamed after seeing Bai Xiaoyi's reaction and turned around to leave. Bai Xiaoyi almost burst into tears when he saw this. Xiao, she finally understands. Suddenly Lin Xiaoshi walked back in and threw her apron on the floor with a playful look on her face. You wouldn't think that I would leave just now, would you? I just went to turn off the stove fire. Lin Xiaoshi picked up the hair rope and looped her hair up, smashing her mouth and slowly leaning toward Bai Xiaoyi. Gulp gulp. Bai Ling sucked hard on the straw and drank all the remaining milk, followed by a sound of enjoyment. Tiger, why don't we take the day off after school and go see Xiao and the girls? A sight of the Wang, who after listening to raise his head to the sky to think, then I will give the old white a call later to ask him whether he is free. Yesterday he also told me that he went to give Lin Xiaoshi celebrated his birthday. So it will make a Lin Xiaoshi thought that the old white lost the oolong. Although I'm not how to believe. What? Hearing this, Bai Ling squashed the milk carton flat. The unsucked milk flowed out of the straw. Xiao's birthday was yesterday? I can't believe she didn't even tell me. No, we must go find Xiao Shi today. Okay. Wang Hu took out wet wipes from his school bag and carefully dried the milk on Bai Ling's hands. Lin Xiaoshi blinked as she lifted her head to look at Bai Xiaoyi, who was lying on the bed in a complete faint. Looks like an extra bag of goji berries needs to be sprinkled into the soup. Knock knock, come in. Old Zhao was correcting the paper when he heard the knock on the door and said without lifting his head. The door to the room opened immediately after Wang Hu rubbed his hands and walked in. Hey, old Zhao, I want to take a vacation from you. Reason? It's not that Bai Xiaoyi has gone home to recuperate for a while, so I thought I'd go visit him and send him the homework left by the teachers of the previous subjects. Old Zhao lifted his head after hearing this and looked straight at Wang Hu and said, It's okay, but Wang Hu, have you not been too honest lately? Wang Hu's body trembled with a fake smile on his face and said, Lao Zhao, I Wang Hu hit the old Taoist priest who looked at my face when I was born and said that this child has nothing else but honesty, so how could I not be honest? Ha. Pa, old Zhao slapped the table hard. Don't give me shit. You think I don't know that you've been with that class 5 girl lately? What I'm telling you is that your current grade should mainly focus your mind on your studies. Or was Lao Zhao found out? Is it about to end between me and Xiaoling? I understand, old Zhao, Wang Hu said with a frustrated face. So you find more time for that girl to tutor you more. I heard from the class teacher of class 5 that her grades are pretty good. Old Zhao smiled and looked at Wang Hu. When you have the chance you should ask for more tutoring, no? Hey, Wang Hu raised his head in surprise. Old Zhao, aren't you angry? What am I angry about? As long as it doesn't affect the premise of learning what students do is your own freedom. Old Zhao finished his sentence. But you'd better give me control. Don't do anything wrong. Study more to learn from others. By Xiaoyi. He and that girl in class 5 are very pure. This is pure student love. Alright, the leave slip is for you. Leave if there's nothing else. I still have to grade papers. Old Zhao gave his expulsion order. Okay. Wang Hu walked out of the office with his leave slip. That said, Old Bai, where does he live again? Wang Hu took out his cell phone and sent a message out to Bai Xiaoyi. Old White, where do you live? But recovered in a moment. Why? Bai Ling and I came to see you this evening. I know. I'll send you the address later. Lin Xiaoshi shook Bai Xiaoyi's cell phone in front of Bai Xiaoyi's eyes and looked at the shivering Bai Xiaoyi who was blocking himself with the quilt with a disappointed look and said, Later Wang Hu and Bai Ling students are going to come to visit Xiaoyi Yo. Really? Bai Xiaoyi smiled excitedly after hearing that. It's finally time to take a break. Then later, please trouble E to go downstairs and drop off the garbage yo. I'll go to the kitchen to cook first. Lin Xiaoshi put her jacket on and left the room. Looking aside at the black plastic bag containing the small umbrella, Bai Xiaoyi tied the bag in a dead knot. This could be the end of my career if someone finds out. In order to prevent being found abnormal by others, Bai Xiaoyi wore a sweater over his head and hurried downstairs. Bai Xiaoyi was walking to the side of the garbage station when suddenly a big man came over. Boy, just pass me the trash. No need, Grandpa. This is too much trouble for you. It's better to let me do it. Bai Xiaoyi grabbed the garbage bag tightly behind his back. Moncler Outlet Store, looking at Bai Xiaoyi's reaction, instantly felt something was wrong. Why is this young man hiding a garbage bag so deep and making a panicked face? Could it be that he got into something he shouldn't have? Moncler Outlet Store, staggering in anger. He stumbled over to Bai Xiaoyi and tried to snatch the contents of the garbage bag, and while snatching it, he also slapped Bai Xiaoyi and said, Young man, you can't get into this stuff. This stuff will ruin your whole life and your family. So many people have been put in jail for smoking things they shouldn't have. What are you talking about? No, I can't let him see what's in the bag, or the whole apartment will know about my heroics tomorrow. A strong sense of shame surged up as Bai Xiaoyi defended himself against the grandpa's lightning whip while retreating backwards. Grandpa, you've got it wrong. This bag of mine is just trash. Humph. You don't learn at a young age today. I'll educate you properly on behalf of your parents. Suddenly the garbage bag in Bai Xiaoyi's hand, without paying attention, was Moncler Jacket's outlet, ripped open a sliver of a mouth. And immediately afterward the whole atmosphere changed. A smell of heather wafts in. Bai Xiaoyi blushed, covered his face and left the crime scene with the Pandora's magic bag. Moncler Outlet Store. The expression first changed from smugness, then shock, and finally to a look of bemusement. Moncler Outlet Sale. Ahem. This young man. Moncler Outlet Store. Finally. He looked toward the sky and sighed. Flowers have a reblooming day. People have no more young people now. Finally Bai Xiaoyi found another garbage station while no one was there and directly threw the garbage bag into the deepest part. Phew. Bai Xiaoyi wiped the sweat stains on his forehead with the back of his hand. This finally takes care of the trouble. Bai Xiaoyi, who had returned home, looked at Lin Xiaoxi, who was making soup, and revealed an expression of dissatisfaction, and then tiptoed in Lin Xiaoxi's direction with a bad smile on his face. Lin Xiaoshi skimmed with her afterglow. In fact, the moment Bai Xiaoyi came in from the doorway, she had already noticed Bai Xiaoyi's movement. But Lin Xiaoshi didn't make a move because she wanted to see what kind of behavior her Mr. Big Bad Wolf would do. Bai Xiaoyi walked behind Lin Xiaoshi and attacked, stretching out his hands to frantically tickle Lin Xiaoshi's soft flesh. Ah! Ha ha ha, don't. Where? Ha ha ha. Lin Xiaoshi, who was being tickled, instantly lost her resistance and fell into Bai Xiaoyi's arms as soon as her body went soft. After a long torture, Lin Xiaoshi finally succumbed. The body sweat has long been covered all over the body. A body fragrance constantly stimulate Bai Xiaoyi's nose. I'm sorry, Xiaoshi is wrong. Well, what's wrong? The mistake is here. Lin Xiaoshi turned her body to lean down on her stomach at Bai Xiaoyi's side and reached out her hand to point at the center of Bai Xiaoyi's chest. I can't stand it. I can't take it anymore. Who's going to stand up to this? Where are the morals? Where's the bottom line? Where's the chest? Bai Xiaoyi forcefully endured the overload of his body to pick Lin Xiaoshi up horizontally. Lin Xiaoshi's crafty eyes blinked, stretching out her foot to adjust the fire on the stove to a tiny amount, then continued to tickle Bai Xiaoyi's heart. Tai! Demon! Watch me beat you back to your original form. Pop! Came a tap of the waking wood on the table. That said, Bai Xiaoyi entered the battlefield to fight with the enemy. This battle is going to be from the rolling Yangtze River to speak to the water pour Liangshan. Ding bell, the bell rang and the students in the class came out of the classroom like a flood. Come on, go to the cafeteria and eat. Forget it, I'll go to the commissary later. 2 whole games later? Okay, on the number. Do you shit together? Hand in hand kind of thing. Wang Hu handed the leave slip to the vice class president and then left to wait for Bai Ling at the school gate. After a while, Bai Ling bounced out with her school bag. Ah hoo, let's go. Good Lu. Wang, who was trying to hold Bai Ling's hand, suddenly felt a cold back, looked back and found the second floor of the teacher's office window when the old Zhao was staring at himself. Wang Hu withdrew his hand, and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. I don't know who stimulated this sixth sense of mine to be able to detect danger from so far away. It's hard to believe that I'm a failed man. Suddenly a small slender hand pinched Wang Hu's waist and twisted down hard. Ah! Hoo! Wang Hu called out to the tomcat. Ah Hu, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and go, Bai Ling urged. Sorry, just got lost in thought. Wang Hu rubbed his aching waist and followed. Well, it seems I'm not a failure, man. This is the place, right? Wang Hu stood in front of Bai Ling and gently knocked on the door. Knock knock. It wasn't long before a voice of vicissitude came from inside the door. Coming. What's with the old man's voice? Can it be that I knocked on the wrong door? Wang Hu frowned and took out his cell phone to confirm the address. Old Bai gave me the right information. Can't it be old Bai's grandfather? Squeak. The door opened slowly. Wang Hu buried his head and bowed to the visitor. Hello, Grandpa. Bai Ling suddenly covered her stomach and laughed out when she saw this. Ha ha ha. Ah Hu. Congratulations on having a grandfather your own age. Ha. Wang Hu raised his head and realized that the one standing in front of him was actually Bai Xiaoyi. And immediately the shame in his heart surged out. Good old white. What are you doing pretending to be a senior citizen when you have nothing else to do? Set me up right. With that, Wang Hu punched towards Bai Xiaoyi's chest. The fist hit Bai Xiaoyi's chest, causing Bai Xiaoyi's body to sway, followed by his feet shivering before he could barely stand still. Old white? What's wrong with you? Wang Hu noticed the abnormality and rushed forward to assist Bai Xiaoyi with a sad face. Is the injury that bad? Look at how white your face is. Didn't you say that your body is recovering well? It's hard to. Wang Hu's eyes stared round, his mouth open, not daring to say the next words, followed by 2 lines of tears in his eyes. Bai Ling heard Wang Hu's words, also red eyes do not listen to sniffing. At this moment, Bai Xiaoyi especially wanted to slap Wang Hu to death right now, but his essence wasn't able to support him in doing so. Click. The bedroom door opened and Lin Xiaoshi, wearing a dress, walked out. Xiaoshi. Bai Ling stumbled into Lin Xiaoshi's arms at the sight. Lin Xiaoshi stroked Bai Ling's head in confusion and said, Why are you crying, Xiao Ling? Bai Ling huffed. Is it true that student Yi's days are numbered? Bai Xiaoyi clenched his fists again as he listened. If you can talk, you can talk more. Lin Xiaoshi looked at Bai Xiaoyi's pale face before he snickered in realization. Xiaoyi, he's just had a bad stomach in the past few days. That's why he doesn't seem to have any essence. So it is. Bai Ling and Wang Hu said in unison. Wang Hu smiled sarcastically as he looked at Bai Xiaoyi, whose face was covered in bloom. I'm sorry, old Bai. You also know that I'm also because I'm too worried about you. It's okay. Bai Xiaoyi shook his head. Old Bai, you are so kind, Wang Hu said with a touched face. It's also a blessing for me, Grandpa, that my Wang son can come to visit Grandpa. After saying that, Bai Xiaoyi stroked Wang Hu's head, revealing a kind expression. I shucks, that's old white, you set me up. It's none of my business what you voluntarily agreed to. The 2 men then began to debate because of their seniority. Bai Ling looked at Wang Hu, who was like a child, and shook her head. then struck up a conversation with Lin Xiaoxi. Xiaoxi said, why are you at Bai Xiaoyi's house? Because we're living together. What? Bai Ling said with her little mouth open in surprise. Same. Cohabitation. Bai Ling tiptoed on her tiptoes and attached herself to Lin Xiaoxi's ear and said quietly, Xiaoxi, you're such a pretty girl cohabiting with her. So you're not afraid that classmate Xiaoyi will have a beastly outburst? Lin Xiaoshi mouthed. The beastly one might not be Xiaoyi. What did you say? Xiaoshi? Bai Ling blinked curiously. It's nothing. Lin Xiaoshi digressed. Today I specially made potato stewed pork ribs for you. Xiaoling. Yo. Ribs. Oh. Bai Ling's eyes lit up in a mischievous way as if some button had been touched, and a hint of drool seemed to trickle from the corners of her mouth. Xiaoling, you're drooling out of the corners of your mouth. Lin Xiaoshi pulled a piece of paper from the dining table and handed it to Bai Ling. He. It's because I'm too greedy. Bai Ling wiped the corners of her mouth and looked towards Lin Xiaoshi. Suddenly Bai Ling stretched out her index finger and pointed to the corner of Lin Xiaoshi's mouth and said with a bad smile, Xiaoshi isn't also a little glutton. The corners of her mouth still have the milk she just drank. Lin Xiaoshi was stunned, then stuck out her tongue and rolled the milk residue into her mouth. It was discovered by Xiaoling. Bai Ling beamed. Does Xiaoshi still have milk? Little Ling wants to drink it too. It was just the last box. Sorry, Ray. I'll be sure to have it ready for you next time. Oh, that's fine. Lin Xiaoshi looked at the two who were still fighting, then pulled Bai Ling into the kitchen. Alright, ignore the two of them. Let's go cook first. Bai Ling rolled up her sleeves with a dry look on her face. Sharon always lifts her spirits whenever she's involved with food. Huffing and puffing. Wang Hu and Bai Xiaoyi are both lying on the sofa resting after a fight. Wang Hu took out several papers from his school bag and placed them on the table. Old Bai. This is the practice paper for this period of time. You remember to review well. We are going to get into Rome University together. Yo, don't worry. Bai Xiaoyi gave an okay gesture to Wang Hu. You have to cheer up too. Old Wang. Don't worry about it. I asked Xiaoling, she said that she will go to the library to help me with tutoring on the weekend behind. Wang Hu smiled smugly. By the way, old Bai, did you know that Li Yi has transferred to another school? Transfer? Bai Xiaoyi shook his head. I don't know, but it's none of my business. I only have a place for Xiaoshi in my eyes. Other than that, there's no room for her. Xiaoshi, the ribs you made are really good and sublime. Bai Ling enjoyed stealing food from the pot. It's delicious, little Ling, you just eat more. Lin Xiaoshi said, gently filled with laughter. Why are you smiling so happily? Xiao. Because I'm the only one in my sweetheart's heart. Yo, dinner is served. Dinner began as Bai Ling brought the last plate of food to the table. While smelling the flavor of the dishes, Wang Hu let out an exclamation. I didn't expect Lin Xiaoshi's dishes you made to smell so good. I'm salivating just from the smell. Old Bai, you must have been very blessed during this time. I don't know if I have a mouthful, but Shirori, she's quite a mouthful. What do you mean? Bai Ling cocked her head in curiosity, but the ribs in her mouth were still chewing. Lin Xiaoshi picked up a piece of meatball and put it into Bai Xiaoyi's bowl and said teasingly, then next time, should I let you, Xiaoyi, have a taste of mouthfuls? Hearing this, Bai Xiaoyi hurriedly buried his head in dry rice, as if he was just like a refugee who had been starving for days. As soon as Bai Ling saw Bai Xiaoyi eating so quickly, where could she stand it? She followed suit and vigorously shaved the rice into her mouth with her chopsticks. No! Well, at least let me eat a bite. Wang Hu has not yet moved chopsticks on the table on the dishes less than a large portion. Suddenly panic in the heart also buried his head to join the battle of rice grabbing. Bai Xiaoyi was eating when suddenly his legs tightened underneath him and almost didn't spray out the rice in his mouth. Due to Lin Xiaoxi and Bai Ling sitting on one side, Bai Xiaoyi and Wang Hu could only sit on the opposite side, only to see a soft and slender jadefoot reaching over and constantly rubbing on Bai Xiaoyi's calf. Well, cough. Bai Xiaoyi's body instinctively bounced, choking on the food in his mouth as Bai Xiaoyi coughed. Wang Hu looked at Bai Xiaoyi with a piece of ribs in his mouth. Old Bai, I know the meal was delicious, but there's no need for you to act so happy, right? Ahem, sorry. A moment of excitement. Bai Xiaoyi wiped his mouth with a tissue while throwing a wink at Lin Xiaoshi. Lin Xiaoshi spat out her pretty tongue and put her foot back when she saw this. The chopsticks in Bai Ling's hands kept making a ding 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 sound in the bowl. And when the last grain of rice fell into Bai Ling's mouth, Bai Ling placed the bowl on the table and licked the grease stains on the corners of her mouth and said, Can I add a bowl of rice? Of course, Lin Xiaoshi said with a smile back. For a friend like Bai Ling, Lin Xiaoshi was very fond of her. The first point was that Bai Ling already had a boyfriend, so she wasn't a threat to herself. The second point was that Bai Ling was a complete foodie. She even loves it to the point of being a fanatic. Actually, there is one more thing. That was that Bai Ling had helped Lin Xiaoshi on the bus. So Lin Xiaoshi had an emotion of gratitude towards Bai Ling. I'll go. Wang Hu suddenly stood up. I'm going to add food, by the way. so give me the bowl. Xiaoling. Wow. Trouble you la Hu. Bai Ling smiled and handed the bowl to Wang Hu with her hand stretched out. Wang Hu's hand holding the bowl was shaking straight, trembling into the kitchen, with a little smile in his mouth. Lin Xiaoxi also took advantage of this moment to take off her slippers, and used her smooth and white calves to tease Bai Xiaoyi's pant legs, first from the back of Bai Xiaoyi's feet slowly upstream, with the slow movement through the calves, knees, thighs and finally to Bai Xiaoyi's terminal. Bai Xiaoyi had long anticipated that Lin Xiaoshi would take advantage of the opportunity to sneak attack, so he was prepared to grab Lin Xiaoshi's feet with both hands when Lin Xiaoshi didn't react, and pinched them proudly. So smooth and soft and feel good. Wait, am I becoming a foot fetishist? Feeling the warmth of Bai Xiaoyi's palm, Lin Xiaoshi softly chirped, but it was still heard by Bai Ling. Xiaoshi, what's wrong with you? Bai Ling looked at Lin Xiaoshi with a curious expression. Nothing, just, Bai Xiaoyi started tickling the center of Lin Xiaoshi's feet while pretending to be fine and asked Lin Xiaoshi, Xiaoshi, are you not feeling well? Looking at the complacent Bai Xiaoyi, Lin Xiaoshi forced herself to endure the itching coming from her feet and said through clenched teeth, nothing's wrong, it'll be fine after a little rest. That said, Xiaoling, you'd better go to the kitchen first. At this time of the day, Mr. Wang Hu hasn't even come out yet, maybe he's stealing food yo. Bai Ling heard where can still stand this, hastily slapped the table and stood up. Good eye you Hu. Even behind my back to steal delicious food. With that, he hurried toward the kitchen. Bai Xiaoyi saw that Bai Ling was going to leave herself to be retaliated by Lin Xiaoshi for sure, and immediately stood up after her. Fine, you Wang Hu, how dare you steal food behind everyone's back? Just as Bai Xiaoyi was about to take a step, he was taken by Lin Xiaoshi, who took the lead and pulled his hand. He seemed to be having a lot of fun just now, and he's been enjoying himself, hasn't he? This is Xiaoshi who made the first move. But I belong to self-defense. Bai Xiaoyi made a Wing Chun gesture in case Lin Xiaoshi suddenly attacked. Justifiable defense. Lin Xiaoshi slowly walked up to Bai Xiaoyi's chest and kept forcing Bai Xiaoyi's body back until Bai Xiaoyi's back touched the wall. Lin Xiaoshi tilted her head and put her mouth on Bai Xiaoyi's ear and said with a flirtatious tone, then Xiaoshi can be overly defensive. Yo! Without waiting for Bai Xiaoyi to react, Lin Xiaoshi probed towards Bai Xiaoyi's lips to kiss him. Xiao, wait, someone. Bai Xiaoyi would always be stirred up by Lin Xiaoshi's fragrant tongue whenever he was about to say something. Hissy, hissy, hissy. Wang Hu held Bai Ling's bowl with both hands and looked straight at it immediately after swallowing the saliva in his mouth. This is, Xiao Ling's bowl. If I sneak a kiss, won't I be kissing Ray? Indirectly kissing. But isn't that a bit perverted? Bai Ling's cute face came to mind. I don't care. I'll accept it even if I'm recognized as a pervert. Hee. Little Ling. My little Ling. Wang Hu arched his lips and slowly moved towards Bai Ling's bowl. Hu. I found it. Right. Sure enough, you are stealing. Bai Ling suddenly poked her head in from the kitchen door with a gloating look on her face, but when she fixed her eyes and realized that Wang Hu was pouting his lips and leaning against his bowl, instantly froze. Tiger, what are you doing? Wang Hu's body first trembled, followed by slowly turning his head 90 degrees to look at Bai Ling with double eyes. It's over. Maybe my love journey is probably over at this point. Ray, Wang Hu wanted to explain but stammered, unable to say any reason, and finally did not explain, just hung his head low and stared blankly at the floor. Bai Ling didn't curse a pervert as Wang Hu thought she would, and then slammed the door in anger. Instead, she slowly took a step and walked to Wang Hu's front, lowered her body to gaze into Wang Hu's eyes and whispered, does Tiger like me? Joy, I like Tiger too. Yo. After Bai Ling finished speaking, both of them were silent for a while. Hey, Bai Ling sighed, pursed her lips and said to Wang Hu, who is such a fool? Bai Ling stood on tiptoe until their heads overlapped. After some time, the four sat back down as they had done initially, though flushes covered each face. Bai Ling blocked the bowl to his face, silently dry rice. Wang Hu lowered his head and did not know what to think, while Lin Xiaoshi continued to tease Bai Xiaoyi under the table. Say, when are Xiaoshi and Xiaoyi students coming to school? Bai Ling was the first to break the silence. Bai Xiaoyi didn't say anything, instead his gaze went to Lin Xiaoshi. Even though Xiaoshi didn't completely isolate herself from the outside world like she did before, but Bai Xiaoyi still wanted to hear Lin Xiaoshi's thoughts. Lin Xiaoshi closed her eyes and was silent for a while, seemingly thinking about the answer. A few seconds later Lin Xiaoshi opened her eyes and gazed at Bai Xiaoyi. Xiaoyi's injuries have almost healed. He'll probably be back at school in a few days. Bai Ling shouted happily after hearing this. Great! Xiaoshi can finally come to school. Hu! Isn't that great? When he finished speaking, he reached out his hand and patted Wang Hu, who was silent on the side. He, soft and sweet smelling. Wang Hu's soul had already drifted to who knows where long ago. Wang Hu, who was suddenly knocked back into his shell by Bai Ling's palm, shook his head. Ah, yes, yes, it was fun. Bai Xiaoyi narrowed his eyes at Wang Hu's appearance and couldn't help but ponder. Wang Hu, this kid was absent-minded when he came out of the kitchen. Could it be that he really stole the ribs in the pot? Lin Xiaoshi looked up at the clock on the wall and pretended to be surprised and said, Yikes, it's already 9 o'clock. Xiaoling, you guys still have classes tomorrow, right? Bai Ling looked at the clock along with Lin Xiaoshi's gaze after hearing this. Damn it. It's so late if I don't pay attention. I haven't written my homework yet. Bai Ling rubbed her head and bounced up from her chair, grabbing her book bag with one hand and Wang Hu's clothes with the other, dragging it out. Sorry, Xiaoshi, we'll just take our leave. The two quickly packed up and then left the door. It doesn't matter, La. Be careful on the road. Lin Xiaoshi stood in the doorway and waved her hand towards Bai Ling. Bai Xiaoyi also took the opportunity to put on his jacket and headed out, saying while doing so, I'll go see them off. The moment Bai Xiaoyi stepped out of the door, the collar of his clothes was hooked by Lin Xiaoshi's hand and then pulled back. No, why is this girl so strong? Little E, just don't go over and disturb the two of them in their good time. Saying that, Lin Xiaoshi closed the door. Lin Xiaoshi leaned her back against the door and cocked her head to stare at Bai Xiaoyi without speaking. It's not right. It's very much 12% wrong. That Xiaoshi, you've worked hard cooking tonight. I'll go wash the dishes first. Bai Xiaoyi turned around and was about to go clean up the dishes but was hugged from behind by Lin Xiaoshi. Bai Xiaoyi felt two strong squeezing sensations, instantly straightened his back. Xiaoshi, you stop me like this, let me how to clean up. Lin Xiaoshi placed her head on Bai Xiaoyi's shoulder and opened her mouth to hold Bai Xiaoyi's earlobe and gently bit it with her teeth. Do you know what Xiaoling and Wang Hu and the girls just did in the kitchen? What's the matter? It's just stealing food. What could be wrong? They are indeed stealing food. Lin Xiaoshi circled around and came to Bai Xiaoyi's front, eyes gazing mesmerized at Bai Xiaoyi's slightly reddened lips. Then let me tell you how they stole food in the party. Bai Ling and Wang Hu walked side by side on the street. A cold wind came blowing. Bai Ling straight shivering. It's cold. Bai Ling clasped her hands on the sides of her shoulders to warm her body as much as possible, followed by her eyes sneaking a glance at Wang Hu on one side. Wang Hu's lowered head first lifted, then quickly stepped forward to walk right in front of Bai Ling alone. Bai Ling stomped her foot at the sight. Tiger is such a nerd. Followed by a quick step. Wang Hu felt Bai Ling's speed accelerate, his own footsteps also accelerated. So the two of them just kept their distance at an even pace. Walking suddenly, Bai Ling stopped walking. Wang Hu heard no more footsteps. After curious looked back to find Bai Ling is standing in place, beeping, looking at himself, eyes flashing with tears. Wang Hu anxiously ran to the front and asked, What's wrong with you, Xiaoling? Is your body uncomfortable somewhere? Bai Ling was silent for a moment with a slight sob and asked, Does Tiger hate me? How could that be? How could I hate a girl as cute as Xiaoling? Then why are you deliberately avoiding me? Hiding from you? I'm not. Nonsense. Bai Ling clenched her hands with pink fists gently and continuously pounded Wang Hu's forehead. Why is it that from the moment he came out, Who intentionally avoided me? Even walking with me was staggered. So that's it. Wang Hu scratched his head and explained. Because Xiaoling didn't say her body was cold. So I ran ahead to block the wind for you. Bai Ling first froze at hearing this, then snorted out a laugh. What the heck? So that's how it is. Stupid tiger. I can't agree with you on that one, Ms. Bai Ling. I think my behavior of shielding you from the wind with my large size is very effective and genteel. Then why don't you hug me? Is it too late for me to regret it? It's already too late. Oh. Sharon rolled her eyes with her hand and laughed with her tongue out, running off towards the front. Yeah, you Ray even mocked me. Two people just like this in the cold wind chasing and playing. Coolness did not blow cold warm like fire, love. Afterwards, Lin Xiaoshi snuggled in Bai Xiaoyi's arms with her eyes closed, enjoying what had just happened. Bai Xiaoyi covered his waist with one hand and just stared silently at the ceiling. What's wrong? How did you know my birthday? Oh, you mean this. That day I went to old Zhao's office to look for the place where Xiaoshi stayed before, just happened to see your date of birth as well. So I wrote it down. Is really attentive. That said, what day is Xiaoyi's birthday? Lin Xiaoshi quietly opened her eyes to gaze at Bai Xiaoyi after saying this. To say it is also coincidental, actually I am also with Xiaoshi. Bai Xiaoyi said casually, suddenly realizing something. Isn't Xiaoshi gave me a birthday present before? Naturally no, my birthday la. Of course I know Bai Xiaoyi's birthday, but what about Xiaoyi's? Oh no, I seem to have just blurted it out. Could it be that Xiaoshi found out that I'm not Bai Xiaoyi? Would I die if Xiaoshi knew I wasn't Bai Xiaoyi? Ahahaha, what are you talking about? Xiaoshi, am I not Bai Xiaoyi? Lin Xiaoshi's gaze gradually became stern. Then what was it that he wanted to say just now? Looking at Lin Xiaoshi, who was close at hand, Bai Xiaoyi tried hard to control his expression from showing panic. By coincidence, Xiao and I were born in the same year. Is that right? Xiaoshi, then I'll go wash the dishes first. I've worked hard for you today. Bai Xiaoyi took the opportunity to find an excuse to escape Lin Xiaoshi's sight. Looking at Bai Xiui's distant back, Lin Xiaoshi fell into deep thought. Why? Why is he unwilling to tell me the truth? The look on Yi's face just now was obviously afraid of something. Wow. The faucet was turned on, the water rushing down the spout, and Bai Xiui absent-mindedly wiped the plates. Did Xiaoshi just set me up? Or was it just an unintentional remark? I'm afraid that once Xiaoshi realizes that I'm not the real Bai Xiui, she'll tie me up in the basement and keep torturing me so that I'll return to her as the real Bai Xiui. Yi is going to fill up the sink if you don't drain it, yo. Lin Xiaoshi's voice came from his ears. Ah! Bai Xiui was shocked when his hand slipped and the plate fell from midair. The sound of the plate breaking did not come, and looking down, Lin Xiaoshi had long since reached out and caught the plate. Sorry, I just got carried away. Xiaoyi, go rest. Just leave the dish washing to me. Lin Xiaoshi turned off the faucet, pushing Bai Xiui out of the kitchen. Bai Xiui returned to his bedroom and collapsed on the bed weakly, his apprehensive heart making it impossible for him to calm down. In the evening, the two fell asleep in each other's arms. Lin Xiaoshi had a dream that he had disappeared into thin air, and when she tried to look for Yi, she realized that there was no sign of Bai Xiui in her world for a long time. No! Lin Xiaoshi awoke from her dream in terror, her hands grasping towards the darkness only to find nothing to hold on to. Ooh, Yi, where are you? Lin Xiaoshi's heart seemed to be gripped by a big invisible hand, and she cried bitterly with difficulty, letting the tears slide down her cheeks. The pale blue dazzling eyes gradually spread towards the black and red color, just as it will be eroded, slowly faded. Just then a pair of warm hands embraced the frightened Lin Xiaoshi into their arms. I'm in Xiao. I always am. Bai Xiui was woken up by Lin Xiaoshi, looked at Lin Xiaoshi. I see the poor look of the heart is also like a knife cut, general pain. Immediately defiantly hugged up to the front. Xiaoyi? Hearing Bai Xiui's response, Lin Xiaoshi was like grabbing a life-saving rope at a cliff, firmly clinging to Bai Xiui's clothes and not letting go. Xiaoyi, don't leave me. Don't. No. I'm not leaving. The two just held each other tightly, neither one said a word. Lin Xiaoshi buried her head into Bai Xiui's chest, seemingly cowering at something. I only have Xiaoyi. I also only need Xiaoyi alone. Please don't take Xiaoyi away. Please. Xiaoshi. Bai Xiui gently stroked Lin Xiaoshi's back with a complicated mood as he looked out the window into the boundless blackness of the night. I only have Xiao too. Darkness enveloped the world, and the only two rays of light intersected each other. Two people who were not part of the same world are firmly connected. It's not just one man's salvation. The next morning, Bai Xiui hazily opened his eyes to reflect the scene that he could never forget in his life. Lin Xiaoxi, like a wounded kitten, will be curled up into a ball. The corner of the eyes of the tear stains are still clearly visible. Although still asleep, can be two small hands tightly clutched Bai Xiui's clothes did not let go. Seems to be afraid of waking up in their hearts that he is no longer around. Xiaoshi. Bai Xiui didn't move and didn't seem to want to disturb the sleeping girl, just quietly looking at Lin Xiaoxi, his eyes revealing a strong warmth. A ray of sunlight poured through the window onto Lin Xiaoshi's face. The young girl eyelids moved slightly, followed by a slow awakening came. This is a panic and anxiety of the heart, but at the first sight to see their beloved when everything is dissipated. He was still beside himself. Morning, Before Lin Xiaoshi could finish, her lips were blocked by Bai Xiui, as if the teenager had been waiting for her to wake up. The kiss was not as fierce and frenzied as usual, but as warm and delicate as a trickle of water. Feeling Bai Xiui's strong love, Lin Xiaoxi closed her eyes in enjoyment and completely devoted her body and mind to it. Yi's love. I want it all to myself. A long line of crystals ended their warmth. Yi. Aha. Xiao, really, so fond of Yi. Me too. Lin Xiaoshi reached out and placed her hand on Bai Xiui's face and gently stroked it. Yi is the best gift this world has ever given me. In the past, Xiaoshi always wondered why he had to appear in this world. Being abandoned and scolded seemed to be born as a sinful existence, but now Xiaoshi understands. Lin Xiaoshi touched her heart and said slowly, Xiaoshi lives in this world just to wait for Xiaoyi's arrival, right? Xiaoshi. I feel like it's all so worth it. Lin Xiaoshi's eyes glistened with tears. It's really worth it. Bai Xiui reddened his eyes and violently hugged Lin Xiaoshi into his arms. We won't be separated in the future. I will always and forever be with Xiaoshi. Well, forever. What's wrong with decades of suffering? What's another few hundred years as long as I can have you? I will eventually wait. Until the day you arrive. Lin Xiaoshi put her hand on Bai Xiui's chest, showing a heartbroken expression. Does Xiui's wound still hurt? It stopped hurting a long time ago, and it's been itching a little bit for a while now, probably because the wound is almost healed. I'm sorry I couldn't come to Yi's side that day. Fool, when I opened my eyes and saw it was you, I was full of joy. Bad Yi always gets me. So how does Xiao like it? Like Lin Xiaoshi's fingers gently traced by Xiao Yi's throat. But Xiaoyi can only do this to me alone, yo. But where there's one more, how could it be? Am I, by Xiaoyi, that kind of person? Xiaoshi, you can't always think the worst of your comrades. I'm not afraid of Xiaoyi changing his heart. Lin Xiaoshi slowly encircled by Xiaoyi like a sloth pressing his ear towards Bai Xiaoyi's heart. I'm just afraid that little Yi will be missed by someone else. Flutter, 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 came the sound of a violent heartbeat with it. I'd love to see Yi's heart up close. It'd be so pretty. Ah no. What the hell was I thinking? After a period of recuperation, Bai Xiaoyi finally returned to school. Well, Zhao Deju held his eyes and looked at Bai Xiaoyi's sick leave certificate before saying, "Is your body better now? The stitches have been removed, so that should count for something. This is not to be sloppy. Strenuous exercise should not be done. Morning exercises there I will give the teacher of the teaching office to say. In fact, this period of time I basically do strenuous exercise every day." Of course there's no way Bai Xiaoyi would say it. How about studying? Have you mastered the knowledge you've fallen behind in the meantime? Don't worry old Zhao. Bai Xiaoyi confidently patted his chest and said, "Guaranteed to satisfy you." Old Zhao nodded. "It's not to satisfy me. It's to satisfy yourself. The exam is coming up in half a month. I hope you can get a good score then find a good job. Don't let yourself down." Lao Zhao. "Thank you. Don't get all melodramatic. Go to class and take care of yourself." After Bai Xiaoyi left, old Zhao came to the window with his hands behind his back to look at the white clouds in the distance. Another 3 years After class Wang who came to Bai Xiaoyi's side and said with a smile, "Old Bai, did you know that after the exams our school will hold a farewell party?" "A farewell party? What's that?" Shu, Wang who put his index finger to his mouth to signal Bai Xiaoyi to keep his voice down. "Smaller voice, don't let the guys hear it. Xiaoling she is the student union. She secretly told me when the test is over that night the school will be held in the academic hall farewell party, when there will be a lot of performances program yo. But the school didn't publicize this incident because it would have distracted the students, and I took the risk of secretly telling you about it." "What? You're going to go up and perform a show after hearing you say that? How can that be? I can't go up there and perform kebabs for the guys." "Then what are you focusing on this for?" Each class had to perform a program, and since the class president was out of town, our vice class happened to be on the student council as well, so we decided that one of our class would be randomly selected to perform a program on stage. "So what? It can't happen to. Won't be me." One who didn't say anything just gave a wry expression. "Why don't you go up and perform a kebab show?" "Hey, old white, you just resign yourself to your fate." "I can't help it." "Ugh, how can this be?" Bai Xiaoyi sighed helplessly as he propped his head with his hand. Just then a classmate tapped Bai Xiaoyi's shoulder. "Classmate Bai Xiaoyi, someone is looking for you outside. Could it be that Shirori is here?" Bai Xiaoyi said a thank you and walked quickly toward the outside of the classroom. Just as she went out the door, she found a girl with short dark hair and a pair of black-rimmed glasses looking at herself with a folder, looking as competent and concise as an employee in the workplace. "Are you Mr. Bai Xiaoyi?" "Yes, please. I'm Lu Meng, class president of class 4 and vice president of the student council. Please look at this folder and sign it." Lu Meng handed the folder to Bai Xiaoyi. Only on the folder were words written about the list of participants in the program, and Bai Xiaoyi's name appeared on it. "Write down your name here as well as the program you're going to perform and then you're done." Lu Meng moved a little closer in Bai Xiaoyi's direction and stretched out her hand to point towards the signing location. "Is it here?" Bai Xiaoyi lowered his head and signed his name. "As for the program then simply write and sing. Simple and easy. This is the schedule for the program, and it will be scheduled according to the times on the sheet that night, so please also prepare in advance." "I see." Lu Meng nodded and left with the folder, moving in a single motion without a hint of hesitation. How does it feel to have the flavor of a strong woman? Bai Xiaoyi couldn't help but mutter under his breath as he looked at the distant Lu Meng. A strong feeling of oppression came from behind. Suddenly Bai Xiaoyi looked to the other side of the corridor. Lin Xiaoshi was standing in place staring at himself expressionlessly. "Not good." Quickly coming to Lin Xiaoshi, Bai Xiaoyi was interrupted by Lin Xiaoshi before he could explain. "Xiao Yu, who was that guy just now?" "Class president of the 4th class. Why Yi, just came to me to sign because of the performance program." Lin Xiaoshi watched Bai Xiaoyi's eyes and realized that he didn't dodge before he was relieved, and stepped forward next to Bai Xiaoyi, seemingly eliminating the traces left by Lu Meng just now. "Signing? Is he going to put on a show?" "Hey, how did you know?" "Xiao, that said, Xiaoshi, aren't you too close to me?" Bai Xiaoyi clearly felt that Lin Xiaoshi appeared to have deliberately leaned so close to himself. "Ray told me." "That's right. So Xiao." Lin Xiaoxi saw Bai Xiaoyi resisting strongly and felt uncomfortable directly going up to hold Bai Xiaoyi's arm. "Come on let's go eat." "Wow, but Xiao, aren't we a bit like this?" Before Bai Xiaoyi could finish his sentence, Zhao Deju appeared in the corridor walking in his direction. "Oh no, old Zhao is here. He's going to catch me red-handed." Wang Hu, who was secretly watching from the side, also covered his mouth and snickered at this time. He, old Bai, you can be miserable. See, old Zhao shall not pack you. Zhao Dezhu also spotted the two of them, Bai Xiaoyi and Lin Xiaoshi, so he quickened his pace towards the classroom. Why don't you just admit your mistake to old Zhao now, and maybe you'll be lenient? Bai Xiaoyi was about to open his mouth when he realized that old Bai had walked past him without even looking at himself. Ha! What the hell? Old Zhou, you just let them off the hook. Wang Hu's jaw dropped to the ground when he saw this. This is the usual iron-faced Lao Zhao? Could it be that he has been taken over? White vaguely heard old Zhao say something as he passed by himself. Watch the scale. Is that turning a blind eye? Seeing this, Bai Xiaoyi hurriedly pulled Lin Xiaoshi out of the corridor. Wang Hu was still wondering when old Zhao had already walked up to him. Good old Wang Hu. Only before I warned you not to make too much of a fuss. And now not only do I know, now the homeroom teacher of class 5 also knows about your heroic deeds. Wang Hu stammered for words with his eyes wide open and stretched out his hand to point in Bai Xiaoyi's direction. Well, Wang Hu, how dare you tell me to leave? Is this how you treat your teacher? Come to my office after dinner later. Old Zhao went into the classroom after saying that. In a snowy field, Wang Hu was kneeling in the snow and letting the snowflakes fall on him. Why am I so miserable? Shu Ling, I miss you. Shui said Bai Ling as she sat in her seat and wiggled her short legs. Who this guy, why not come? Xiao sure also, yes, even sneak away. So little E will be performing at the party. Lin Xiaoshi's face was covered in anticipation after hearing this. I'd love to see Yi's talent. I'll be sure to save it on my cell phone when I get there. Yeah, why do you think I'm so unlucky? So many people in the class happen to draw me. Don't worry, I'll cheer for E. Bai Xiaoyi had a bright idea after hearing this. Why don't Xiaoshi and I perform on stage together? Ha! Lin Xiaoshi shook her head in a hurry after hearing this. I'd better forget about it. So, Bai Xiaoyi said in a mock thoughtful manner. Then I'll just have to find a girl in my class to accompany me on the same stage performance then. Splat! The chopsticks in Lin Xiaoshi's hand suddenly snapped into two pieces. Go, I'll go. Bai Xiaoyi took Lin Xiaoshi's hand to confirm that there were no injuries and said, then please Xiaoshi. Oh, bad little Yi. The scene shifts and soon it's exam day. A new life will begin. A new path will be paved. 2 days in a row. After the last exam, Bai Xiaoyi walked out of the exam room. Ugh. Speaking of which, this is the first time I've ever finished a university's final exam. Bai Xiaoyi stretched his back, having just sat for too long, resulting in his lower back being too sore. Bai Xiaoyi's memories of his time with Lin Xiaoshi a while ago surfaced in his mind. On one weekend night, Lin Xiaoshi was extraordinarily raging, making Bai Xiaoyi rest in bed most of the day. And when Bai Xiaoyi asked Lin Xiaoshi why, Lin Xiaoshi walked in holding a large pile of revision materials. During this period of time, E has to review well, and I will be the one to tutor E in his studies next. Then why are you, Shio? Lin Xiaoshi found a pair of mirrorless black-framed glasses from somewhere and put them on, looking even more mature and graceful. In order not to distract Xiao Yi's attention, I can only pre-receive Xiao Yi's fruits in advance. I've given up a lot for Xiao Yi. I hope Xiao Yi won't let me down. Can this even be paid for in advance? Bai Xiaoyi sat up from the bed. Good. I'll be expecting more guidance from Mr. Xiaoshi for the rest of the time. Classmate Xiaoyi. Lin Xiaoshi took off her glasses and bit the hanging ears of her glasses to look at Bai Xiaoyi imploringly. It's not bad to play the buckle for poo category once in a while in the future. It must be said that Lin Xiaoxi's tutoring effect is indeed very good. After all, in the first middle school her results are in the schools one of the existence of a short period of time to let Bai Xiaoyi's grades on a higher level. Suddenly Bai Xiaoyi's back was patted by someone pulling his thoughts back. Old Bai, how was the exam? Wang Hu said with a smile. Of course there's no problem. Old Wang, you're smiling so happily, guess you must have a plan. That's true. I've made a quantum leap under Ray's tutoring, and I expect to do well in this graduation. That's good. Bai Xiaoyi was also happy for Wang Hu. After all, such a good friend would still be happy to be in a university in the future. I don't know what's going on over at Shaoling and the others. I'll make a call and ask. Wang Hu said and took out his cell phone from his school bag to make a call. It didn't take long for the call to be answered. Hey, Shaoling, have you guys finished your exams? That's good. Old Bai and I are coming to find you guys. Wang Hu hung up the phone and said to Bai Xiaoyi. Xiaoling said that she and Lin Xiaoshi were taking a taxi at the main entrance of the body gate and told us to gather back at the school. Okay. Soon Wang Hu and Bai Xiaoyi got into a cab and drove to the school. On the way Wang Hu poked Bai Xiaoyi's shoulder with his elbow. Old Bai, are you ready for the program for the school party tonight? Aha. As soon as he heard Wang Hu talk about it, Bai Xiaoyi had to recall the previous events again. One day after the review, Bai Xiaoyi asked Lin Xiaoxi, is there a song Xiaoxi wants to sing on the day of the party? Alright, I'll listen to E. Why don't we sing a Jay Lenko song then? Jay Lenko? Who is that? Lin Xiaoshi blinked upon hearing this, indicating that she didn't know the person Bai Xiaoyi was talking about. What? Bai Xiaoyi slapped the table. Jay Luan, brother, you don't even know. He accompanied me throughout my childhood. When he said this, Bai Xiaoyi's mouth instantly closed. Is it hard to believe that this world I live in doesn't have singers from my previous life? Bai Xiaoyi anxiously picked up his cell phone and searched for Jie Luan's name, not realizing that Lin Xiaoshi on the side was secretly gazing at himself. Opening the 1000 Degrees search site and typing in Jie Lin Chao's name, Bai Xiaoyi found that the most recent name displayed was a big-bellied Mediterranean doctor. No way. Bai Xiaoyi typed in the keyword of Inari again and found that there was no name for the song either. Is it possible that the world I'm in is another parallel dimension? Immediately after that, Bai Xiaoyi typed in a few familiar Mingo from his previous life one after another, still without any results displayed. It's really like this. Bai Xiaoyi put his cell phone down, his face getting heavier and heavier. Wait a minute. Am I forgetting something? Suddenly realizing that there wasn't a Lin Xiaoshi beside him, Bai Xiaoyi hurriedly looked towards Lin Xiaoshi, suddenly realizing that Lin Xiaoshi was also looking at himself with the corners of her mouth raised. Crap. How could I have forgotten about Xiao being around? So can he explain who Jie Linko is? Bai Xiaoyi swallowed his saliva and replied, Ahaha, it's a wandering singer I met by chance on the road before. I've heard his songs before and thought they were very good, so I wanted to check if there were any of his songs on the internet. It's like this. It's getting late. That's enough for today's review. Sure, I'm going to take a shower first. I'll fix the song thing later, Bai Xiaoyi explained and left in a hurry. Lin Xiaoshi wrapped her hands around her knees and buried her head into her arms. Why, he hasn't confessed to me yet. One day, Bai Xiaoyi chose a song called Childhood from his previous life as the performance program, because the song was sung in a more relaxed way and was also related to school life. Except that Bai Xiaoyi replaced some of the things that had nothing to do with this world with all the things in this world. For example, the welfare club was changed to a kiosk, as well as Zhugashiro and Devil's Party were changed to Lord Sponge and Pai Xiaoxing. After Bai Xiaoyi finished singing in front of Lin Xiaoshi's eyes lit up as she said, Xiaoyi's singing is so beautiful. But I have a question. Could something be wrong? Bai Xiaoyi asked timidly. What's the problem? Who's the girl in the next class in the lyrics? Lin Xiaoshi looked particularly ominous despite her smile. Is there any need to think? Of course it's the Xiaoshi in front of me, Bai Xiaoyi, who had a strong desire to survive, explained. Wait, why do you care if that's the point? After receiving Bai Xiaoyi's reply, Lin Xiaoshi squinted in satisfaction and sang out, imitating the party's tune from memory. Under the willow tree at the creek poo, the birds are sounding summer. The young girl's melodious and pleasant-sounding voice was as clear and melodious as a lark, and Bai Xiaoyi closed his eyes and nodded his head along with the song. Day by day and day by day, year by year and year by year, ignorant childhood. Lyrics altered. After the song was finished, Bai Xiaoyi opened his eyes to look at Lin Xiaoxi with great interest. Xiaoxi, you sing so beautifully. Lin Xiaoxi looked at Bai Xiaoyi's intoxicated face, his mood swirling along. Why don't we just make an exception today? Oh no, let's make an exception for one day. Lin Xiaoxi slowly crawled to Bai Xiaoyi's side to crush him to the ground. I can still sing better. Yo, Xiaoxi, didn't you say that during this time? Well, properly detailed and omitted. Sort of ready to go. Just no accompaniment. No accompaniment? Wang Hu wondered. Aren't the accompaniment of the songs all available online? It's not an online song. It's something I happened to hear a mariachi singer sing. I see. So what instrument did he probably play on? Piano and electric guitar as the main bar. Isn't that a coincidence? Wang Hu shouted so loudly that he almost didn't scare the driver so much that he threw the steering wheel out. Old Wang, you're not going to tell me you know the piano, are you? Bai Xiaoyi said with a surprised face. I don't know how to play the piano, but I know how to play the electric guitar. Old Wang, don't you lie to me. Harm. What am I lying to you for? Wang Hu flipped a photo from his cell phone of a boy with a killer hairstyle, and an electric guitar was hanging on his waist. Is this you? Yeah, I was still 8 years old. And as a kid I made a fuss about playing this, so the family agreed. That's 8 fucking years old. Bai Xiaoyi questioned as he pointed at Wang Hu, who had a hairstyle like that of a second-order Tang red pill. Hey, I was naughty then. What's the matter? Not satisfied? Satisfied. Old Wang, you must help me. Don't worry. Wang Hu patted Bai Xiaoyi's shoulder. How about the relationship between the two of you? Do him. The electric guitar is kind of taken care of. So that leaves the piano. Hey, Wang Hu smiled again when he heard the word piano. What are you laughing at? Ray, she plays the piano. Were you sent from heaven to save me? You must treat me to dinner after it's done. Oh, Wang Hu suddenly remembered that there was a grilled fish restaurant Bai Ling had always wanted to go to before. So he said it. Don't worry. The restaurant is yours to pick. Good. Then we'll go practice in our school music room later. Bai Ling put a chip in her mouth, shivering her fingers. Ugh. How come Tiger and the others haven't come yet? After all, their test center is far from our school, Lin Xiaoshi said as she stood by the side, her eyes staying glued to the main entrance. Suddenly a cab came along. Little E is here. Lin Xiaoshi walked up quickly at the sight. I really want to see E soon. 3 hours, 17 minutes and 25 seconds have passed since I separated from E in the morning. Hey, Xiaoshi, wait for me. Bai Ling quickly ran up. Say, Xiaoshi, how did you know that Tiger and the others were in the car? Premonition. Lies, right? Bai Xiaoyi and Wang Hu had just gotten out of the car when they saw Lin Xiaoshi and Bai Ling running over. Xiaoyi. As soon as Lin Xiaoshi saw Bai Xiaoyi, she jumped into Bai Xiaoyi's arms and inhaled deeply, replenishing Xiaoyi's energy. Seeing this, Wang Hu also turned his gaze towards Bai Ling with an expectant face. I only saw Bai Ling handing the chips to Wang Hu beaming. Only one slice. Ooh. How did Xiaoshi do on the exam? Bai Xiaoyi said as he touched Lin Xiaoshi's head. No problem. Where's E? Thanks to Xiao. I'm fine with that. Aha. Lin Xiaoshi didn't say anything else, just continued to replenish Yi's energy. Wang Hu took out a chip and fed it into Bai Ling's mouth. By the way, Xiaoling, we're going to the music room later, yo. The music room? Where to go for what? Shiren chewed her cheeks like a hamster. Isn't old Whitey going to perform a program tonight? Let's go and be his accompanist. After saying that, Wang Hu came to Bai Ling's ear and said, Old Bai said to treat us to grilled fish, yo. Grilled fish? Bai Ling's mouth watered at the sound of his harangue, and he tugged Wang Hu toward the school. Xiao, let's go too. Aha. After a few people came to the music room, Bai Ling went up and sat down at the piano and pressed a few notes before saying, Little E student can try singing first. I'll try to see if I can grasp mastering the melody. Good. Bai Xiaoyi held Lin Xiaoshi's hand and walked over to the microphone. Is Xiao ready? Ready. Bai Xiaoyi took a deep breath and closed his eyes. His low voice with a magnetic quality rang out. Under the banyan tree by the pond, the robin is screaming summer. The words turned immediately after Lin Xiaoshi's light and pleasant voice gradually sounded. On the swing by the playground, only butterflies stop on it. Bai Ling, after listening to the anxious mood, immediately dissipated. A lot of turn is a wave of relaxed and cheerful feeling. Wang Hu also closed his eyes and gently nodded his head. Oh, day after day, year after year, looking forward to a grown-up childhood. By the end of the song, the two were silently looking sideways at each other. Smiling, Bai Ling clasped her hands together and said with an infatuated face, It's so good. Where did I hear this song from? This, I happened to hear it from a wandering singer. It might be more niche, Bai Xiaoyi said without blushing. Damn it. Bai Ling waved her hands trembling in the air, then stepped forward to hold Lin Xiaoshi's hand. Xiao, why I didn't make friends with you earlier? If I knew you sang so well, no matter what, I would have pulled you into the music club. Just a fluke, la. Lin Xiaoshi smiled back. Bai Ling returned to the piano and stretched her hands out in a staggered manner. If memory serves, the melody should be like this. Immediately after the piano played, when the song ended, Bai Xiaoyi nodded with his eyes closed. That's roughly what it should be. Seeing this, Wang Hu also took out an electric guitar from the instrument cabinet on the side. Then let's all practice a few more times while we're here. Yes, the crowd replied in unison. After several sessions, the results were getting better and better, and the time had come for the party to be held. Jingle bells. Bai Ling's cell phone remembered ringing. Hello? Okay, I'll be right there. After hanging up the phone, Bai Ling stood up and said to Bai Xiaoyi, the student council will have to go over to prepare the stage first, so I'll go over to help out first, and I'll be on stage during the performance tonight. Okay, hard work. It's okay. Remember to treat me to grilled fish, yo. After saying that, Bai Ling pulled Wang Hu and walked away. Finally, only Bai Xiaoyi and Lin Xiaoxi were left in the music room. As soon as Wang Hu and Bai Ling left, Bai Xiaoyi felt that the atmosphere of the entire room began to change. The party is about to start. Xiaoshi, let's go out as well. Bai Xiaoyi was about to walk towards the door when he realized that Lin Xiaoshi had already stood at the door. But what Bai Xiaoyi didn't expect was that Lin Xiaoshi didn't open the door, instead she unlocked it. Xiao. Lin Xiaoshi gradually turned around and looked towards Bai Xiaoyi with a flirtatious face, then slowly approached Bai Xiaoyi. Xiaoshi, what are you doing? Bai Xiaoyi was like a panicked rabbit, constantly trying to escape from everywhere, but every time he moved he was accurately guessed by Lin Xiaoshi. I'm really enjoying the feeling of hunting the prey. First reduce the prey's vigilance, and then silently approach him, to be aware of the prey when they want to escape but found that they have long entered the hunter's surroundings, and then the prey can only be bullied by the hunter. Ravaged, Lin Xiaoshi licked his lips, his eyes filled with aggression, and slowly uttered one word, fuck. Don't. Xiaoshi, this is a school. Let's talk about it at home, okay? As soon as we get home, I'm going to. Aha. Without waiting for Bai Xiaoyi to finish speaking, Lin Xiaoxi attacked towards Bai Xiaoyi like a hungry tiger, pouncing on him. Pop. The stage erupted in applause. Good evening, teachers and students. The host took the microphone and said the familiar opening line. Today we finished the most important exam of our lives, the graduation exam, and we all put our best foot forward in this final sprint. Wang Hu sat back in his class seat after parting with Bai Ling, and looking at the empty seat next to his own he couldn't help but wonder, where's old Bai? How come he hasn't come back yet? The host finally finished his script, and just as the guys were getting excited suddenly the host spoke again. Here's a message from the school principal. Snap, snap, snap. The stage erupted in applause again. Despite the group's helplessness, the process had to be followed. A man in a shirt with a belt around his waist and a set of keys hanging from his belt, all marking this as a successful man. Ahem, the principal cleared his throat. Class, I know you're all in a hurry, but please hold off. Just saw the principal pulling a stack of speeches out of his paper bag. That's all I have to say. I wish you all the best of luck in your future endeavors. Pop, 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 pop. The arena erupted in applause. The principal nodded in satisfaction and left the podium, unaware that the group was applauding simply because he had finally finished speaking. Wang Hu was sitting in his seat playing with his cell phone when suddenly a figure blocked his line of sight, and a sideways glance revealed that it was Bai Xiaowei who appeared in front of his eyes with an indifferent expression on his face. Old Bai, you're finally here. Wang Hu hurriedly got up to let Bai Xiaowei sit down. Where did you just go? The host and the principal have been giving speeches for almost an hour and you're still not back. Just had a stomachache and went to the bathroom. So, no wonder I see your legs shivering all the time. Stop it. I'll rest for a while. Call me when it's almost time for my performance. Bai Xiaowei tiredly closed his eyes. Despite the loud music still couldn't stop his heavy sleepiness. Oh well. Wang Hu shrugged, pulling out his cell phone and started playing. Only a news item appeared on the phone. Shocker. A college man and woman actually played poker at school. TSK TSK TSK. Students nowadays are so spirited. Luckily we don't have this kind of thing in our school. Wang Hu shook his head to turn off the news, and was about to play a game for a while to polish his time when a figure blocked himself. Ugh, I should have known better than to sit on the very outside. Wang Hu was about to get up when he suddenly realized that the figure beside him gave him a strong sense of fear. This familiar feeling. Looking up, it was no surprise that it was none other than Lin Xiaoshi. Before Wang Hu could speak, Lin Xiaoshi was the first to interrupt him. Would you like to switch places with me, Mr. Wang Hu? Hey, but old Zhao said you can't string. Bai Ling is sitting next to me. Just tell me where it is. Sister-in-law. Lin Xiaoshi pointed in Bai Ling's direction, and Wang Hu straightened up and ran away. Seeing Wang Hu leaving, Lin Xiaoshi sat down and saw the sleeping Bai Xiaowei on the side of his head and secretly took Bai Xiaowei's head on his shoulder, murmuring quietly, the way Xiaowei sleeps is also very tasty. I have to say that the students of the first high school, or each of them, are very skillful. On the stage there are not only dance performances and singing performances as well as comic performances and sketches. Do not know that they thought it was on the Spring Festival Gala. At this moment, Wang Hu was sitting next to Bai Ling, secretly holding Bai Ling's small hand. Tiger, this will be seen by others. Bai Ling's blushing face didn't dare to look up and open her eyes. He. Little beauty, you just obediently obey me. Wang Hu squeezed Bai Ling's palm hard. Wang Hu, you're quite bold. Zhao Deju's voice came from Wang Hu's ear. Old Zhao. Wang Hu shuddered and turned around to find that Lao Zhao was gazing at him beside him, the lenses on his glasses still flickering with a ray of light. You took my word for it? Lao Zhao is right. I'm sorry. Here. Wang Hu was getting up halfway but was pressed down by old Zhao. Forget it. I'll pretend I didn't see it this time. But I won't allow it next time, ha. Old Zhao patted Wang Hu's shoulder and walked away with a smile. Thank you, old Zhao. I will definitely. Next time. Wait. I don't seem to have a next time. Looking at Lao Zhao's back, Wang Hu's eyes gradually moist. Mr. Zhao is really a good teacher. Bai Ling reached out her small hand and gently stroked Wang Hu's back. Well, old Zhao is the best teacher in my eyes. Lao Zhao made his rounds and returned to the teacher's seat. A Mediterranean teacher on the side saw old Zhao return and spoke. What? Finished watching your kids? Watch my ass. I wasn't there to see them one last time. I called it a walkthrough. Well, cruising around. Mr. Mediterranean laughed. It's the last class of students. Isn't it instantly easier? Lao Zhao looked at the performance on the stage without saying anything, and after a while he slowly spoke. Yes. Also not. Really? Such a big man and still arrogant. Damn, Baldy, are you having an itchy skin? I don't mind pulling out the rest of your hair. Mr. Mediterranean rushed to protect what was left of his dignity. Zhao Deju, don't you mess around, ow. People have rebellious hair. If you touch it, you will die. Ha ha ha. Old Zhao laughed out loud at the sight. Look at you. You're still like an old codger. Ha ha ha. How dare you say that about me? Aren't you an old boy yourself? The Mediterranean teacher also did not hold back, grinned and laughed along. If you look closely you can see that Lao Zhao's eyes are glistening with tears. Bai Xiaowei woke up feeling that his head was resting on someone's shoulder. This position seems to be Lao Wang's. Could it be that I am now leaning on Lao Wang's shoulder? Imagining that he was snuggling on Wang Hu's shoulder, with Wang Hu on the side looking at him with a doting look. Vomit. Bai Xiaoyi sat up with a carp, but suddenly realized that sitting next to him was actually Lin Xiaoxi. Little E, you're awake. Lin Xiaoshi cast a smile and said, but her body was constantly trembling slightly. Luckily E woke up at this time. Xiaoshi almost couldn't hold back yet. Xiaoshi, why are you here? Where's old Wang? Wang Hu wanted to sit with Xiaoling, so I switched places with him. This way, Bai Xiaoyi's gaze went to the stage and something occurred to him. Right, Xiaoshi? How long until our program? There's 5 more programs to go and then it's our turn. Let's go backstage and get ready then. With that the two left their seats. The male students on the side saw this and exhaled a mouthful of cloudy air. Finally gone. You can stop eating dog food. It's better to see the show in the distance. When Bai Xiaoyi arrived backstage, he found Wang Hu and Bai Ling already waiting for him. Wang Hu hung an electric guitar on his waist and simply tried the tone, then looked at Bai Xiaoyi and said, how about it, old Bai? Isn't it very tense? If I were alone I'd be more or less nervous, but how could I be when everyone is with me? BBBB. After one of the students finished his performance, the host walked onto the stage and said with a professional smile, next, let's give a round of applause to the representatives of the 3rd class of the junior high school who are going to come on stage to perform a program called Childhood. Old Zhao, what's your class program? The Mediterranean teacher asked as she approached old Zhao's ear. I don't know. I leave it up to them, but it sounds like the name should have something to do with childhood. As the applause grew, Bai Xiaoyi took a deep breath and took the microphone to take the lead and walked to the center of the stage, closely followed by Lin Xiaoshi and the others. Hey, isn't this that school beauty Lin Xiaoshi from class 5? Why is she on stage? An uninformed person said. The other boy beside him seemed to look down on the red dust and returned indifferently. How's the ZU on Star War going? They started dating a few months ago. How come I didn't know about such a powerful thing? I don't know. I heard someone say it was squashed by that teacher. So what is childhood? Have you ever heard of it? I don't know. It sounds like it should be a skit or something. About a few seconds later the intro of the music gradually sounded, and Bai Xiaoyi opened his mouth to sing. Under the willows by the brook, the birds are sounding summer. On the stamens by the park, only bees rest on them. Lin Xiaoshi silently followed behind. The classroom students' pencils, still chattering and writing, waiting for class to end, waiting for a break, waiting for an unforgettable childhood. When the song started, the entire venue fell silent and silently began to shake their hands. Bai Xiaoyi's magnetic and deep voice and Lin Xiaoxi's clear and pleasant voice mingled together like a wonderful symphony. That girl like next door. How come she hasn't passed by my window yet? After singing this line, Bai Xiaoyi turned around and gazed deeply at Lin Xiaoshi. And Lin Xiaoshi gradually raised the corners of his mouth and reached out his hand to interlock with Bai Xiaoyi's hand and clasp it together. Wow! They are so well matched. Don't you think so? The boy in the party poked the classmate beside himself. Seeing no movement turned his head only to realize that the boy who just had an indifferent face was now covering his face with both hands and sobbing. Poor kid. A day with a day. A year with a year. A childhood that doesn't want to grow up. As the piano and guitar ended, the show finally ended, and no one made a sound as the arena fell silent. Bai Xiaoyi pursed his lips. What's wrong? Is it not good to hear? Slap, slap, slap. An applause line led the way. Fixing his eyes on the stage, he realized that it was Zhao Daiju who stood up and applauded in the direction of the stage. Lao Zhao. Immediately followed by thunderous applause from the audience. It turned out that just now everyone was still intoxicated in the song, and had not yet reacted. The four smiled and bowed toward the stage before descending. Did you hear that song just now? It's too good too. No, I've searched the internet and there's no news of the song. It's supposed to be original. Ooh, I remember when I was a kid. Me too. I miss it now. Old Zhao, this student of yours isn't simple. A teacher came next to Zhao Daiju and said. Zhao Daiju nodded proudly. That's not true. The student that I, Zhao Doju, taught is that simple. When Bai Xiaoyi's four got off the stage, a swarm of people crowded up. Goddess Lin, please give me an autograph. Goddess Lin, can I take a picture with you? Lin Xiaoshi's brows tightened and she was about to pull Bai Xiaoyi away when suddenly Bai Xiaoyi took the lead and pulled Lin Xiaoshi out of the backstage. Bai Xiaoyi's pace was so fast that Lin Xiaoshi needed to jog to barely keep up. Lin Xiaoshi didn't break free nor did she stop. She just silently followed behind Bai Xiaoyi with her eyes gazing at Bai Xiaoyi's side face. After walking for an unknown amount of time, Bai Xiaoyi stopped by a corridor and let go of Lin Xiaoshi's hand. Xiaoyi? Lin Xiaoshi tried calling Bai Xiaoyi's name. All that came was a silence. Lin Xiaoshi didn't continue to ask, just gently hugged Bai Xiaoyi from behind. Xiaoshi, do you think I'm being selfish? No yo, but I just took the liberty of, without paying attention to your feelings. I like it when he is like this. But Bai Xiaoyi turned around and hung his head low, not daring to continue speaking. Do you know how happy I was just now? Lin Xiaoshi lifted Bai Xiaoyi's cheeks with both hands and looked at her sweetheart with a flushed face. Xiaoshi loves it when he treats me like this. Oh, Xiaoshi. The fact that he is like this shows that he already considers Xiao as the most important person in his heart, doesn't it? Well, Xiao is the most important person in my heart. Then wasn't what he did just now protecting me? That's why Xiaoshi thinks that Xiaoyi didn't do anything wrong. Lin Xiaoshi's eyes gradually became mesmerized and her mouth opened. Then, what are you waiting for? Little E? Bai Xiaoyi, as if under a magic spell, kissed Lin Xiaoxi right up. Lin Xiaoshi tenderly stroked the back of Bai Xiaoyi's head. That's it, E. Sooner or later, we'll all be the same. The two of them warmed up for a few moments before Bai Xiaoyi's emotions gradually stabilized. Xiao, we should go back. Xiaoyi, there's something I want to ask you. Lin Xiaoshi interrupted Bai Xiaoyi's words, pressing Bai Xiaoyi tightly against the corner and looking straight into his eyes. Perhaps because Bai Xiaoyi was feeling weak from being stared at, he turned his head to the side and said, "What is it? You are not." Xiao, finally found you guys. Bai Ling's voice interrupted Lin Xiaoshi. Tisk. Lin Xiaoshi turned to look at Bai Ling Fan's icy expression instantly became adorable. Xiaoling, how did you come? Bai Ling didn't even notice Lin Xiaoshi's transformation and said with an innocent look, just now I saw Xiaoshi run out, all of a sudden thought something was wrong. I'm fine. Just out for some air. I see. Let's get back then. The closing ceremony is about to start. Good. Lin Xiaoshi finished glancing back at Bai Xiaoyi who was still brainstorming. Time to go. Oh. Ha. Okay. Hearing Lin Xiaoshi's call, Bai Xiaoyi first came back to his senses, followed by walking forward with a slow pace. Xiaoshi, just that look must have sensed it. Right. If I don't run away, is it? What are you gawking at? Lin Xiaoshi reached out and took Bai Xiaoyi's arm. I just actually wanted to ask you about that childhood song. You didn't say you heard it at the Wandering Singer's place. Hey, Bai Xiaoyi asked with a puzzled blink. Is that what you want to ask? Xiaoshi? Or what? I've been looking for the song on the internet for ages. So, Lin Xiaoshi's face was covered in anticipation as she said, this song must have been composed by E himself. Is that really so? You're actually hiding your clumsiness. Little E-san. Bai Ling beamed after hearing that. If I had known you knew this, I would have pulled you into our club. Ah ha ha ha. Bai Xiaoyi's sense of crisis instantly dissipated. So it is so maybe I'm a little sensitive these days. Xiaoshi, if I had known that I wasn't Bai Xiaoyi, maybe the grass on my grave would have been 2 meters high by now. Sorry, I just created this by accident and because I didn't want to get in trouble, so someone from our school has already recorded the video and uploaded it online. Bai Ling pulled out her cell phone and flipped open a video of the very performance of Bai Xiaoyi's for just now. And within just 10 minutes there were already thousands of retweets. Bai Xiaoyi had long expected the song to catch fire, but he didn't expect the speed to be so fast. Lin Xiaoshi, who was on the side, looked wryly at Bai Xiaoyi, who was stammering. Unsurprisingly, this song is the song of the world where E is from, isn't it? Sure enough, E is not from this world at all. I must learn all that he knows. After looking at Bai Xiaoyi, Lin Xiaoshi turned her attention back to Bai Ling. Shu Ling, why did you come to disturb me just now? Obviously it's so close. It didn't take long for the trio to return to the academic hall, just as the closing ceremony was beginning to take place. Alright Xiao, I'll just go back to my seat. Tiger is waiting for me. Bai Xiaoyi also led Lin Xiaoshi back to his seat to wait for the closing ceremony to end. Finally, with the sound of a salute up and down, the closing ceremony came to an end. The students also exuded to each other their reluctance to leave the school. Old Bai, Wang Hu ran from one side. Let's go. Take one last look at old Zhao. Good. For Bai Xiaoyi, a teacher as good as Zhao Dezhu really should finally meet him. After agreeing with Lin Xiaoxi to meet at the school gate, Bai Xiaoyi followed Wang Hu to old Zhao's office. Who is it? Knocking on the door with no lightness. Old Zhao, who was clearing the table, was suddenly startled and cursed. Click. The door opened to see Wang Hu smiling playfully walked in. Hey, old Zhao, is us. It's you guys. Old Zhao was exasperated and laughed. What? Instead of accompanying your little girlfriends, why did you two come to find a bad old man like me? Old Zhao. Thank you. Wang Hu and Bai Xiaoyi said at the same time. You guys don't go around disgracing me after graduation. Or when the time comes, don't go out and say you're my Zhao Dezhu students. Don't worry old Zhao. I was born as your man and died as your ghost. Oh no. A student. Wang Hu grinned this grin. You brat. Old Zhao was about to raise his hand when he realized that Wang Hu had already run to the hallway outside the door. Old Zhao, I remembered that my family Shaoling is still waiting for me. So I'll leave first. Wang Hu's eyebrows raised upwards, and he ran away in a puff of smoke, leaving Bai Xiaoyi alone, who was standing still. This rabbit brat. Old Zhao retracted his fist to look at Bai Xiaoyi on the side. Bai Xiaoyi, you're still not leaving. Lao Zhao thanks you for taking care of me all this time. This time? Oh no. It's 3 years. Humph. Bai Xiaoyi, do you know why I didn't stop you from dating Lin Xiaoshi? Old Zhao said as he walked to the window with his back and looked at the night sky. No, don't know. You used to always sit alone in your seat and didn't interact with people. Sometimes when I called you to the office you would nod at most. Zhao Dizhu turned around and said, but ever since that one incident, you've become more cheerful, as if you've changed. And at the same time you've been socializing with that class 5 girl. That's why I reckon she's the one who's changed you. Yes, Xiao is a very nice girl. A cold wind blew from the corridor, and no one noticed a flicker of skirts fluttering gently outside the office door, a flash of. And that's precisely why I didn't stop you from going out with that girl. Because the phenomenon isn't going in a bad direction, so you can treat people well. Don't worry, old Zhao. Bai Xiaoyi, am not that kind of person. Well, that's the kind of student I teach. Well, after all that's been said, you should go home too. I see. Bai Xiaoyi bowed deeply towards Zhao Dizhu. Thank you, Mr. Zhao. After saying that, he walked out of the doorway. Old Zhao shook his head and continued to gather the papers on his desk. When Bai Xiaoyi walked out of the school, he saw Lin Xiaoshi standing on the street waiting for him. I'm sorry, Xiaoshi, for making you wait so long. Bai Xiaoyi took off a jacket and draped it for Lin Xiaoshi. It's okay. Lin Xiaoshi skillfully wrapped her arm around Bai Xiaoyi's arm and leaned her head up. Let's go. Let's go home. Well, go home. The street lamps lengthened the figures of the two men until they finally dissipated into the darkness. Unbeknownst to him, the rooftop of a house in the distance next to him shimmered with the reflected light of a mirror. As soon as the two of them got home, Bai Xiaoyi free fell onto the couch. Phew. Finally, the end of my college career. Looking up at the ceiling, suddenly a piece of clothing flew towards Bai Xiaoyi and covered his face. Feeling the residual warmth on the clothes as well as the faint body odor, Bai Xiaoyi immediately noticed a hint of something wrong. Removing the clothes covering his face, the scene in front of him stunned Bai Xiaoyi. I know people don't like to read it, so I won't write it. Oh, Xiao, sure you are. A hot stream gradually surged up Bai Xiaoyi's nose. Yi's eyes are looking straight. Lin Xiaoshi walked into the bathroom with a slightly teasing look. Phew. Goodness is like water. Bai Xiaoyi struggled to suppress the excitement in his heart, then slowly folded Lin Xiaoshi's clothes, were about to place them on the table, but the hanging hand suddenly stopped. One thought that came to Bai Xiaoyi's mind was, cupping Lin Xiaoshi's clothes in his hands. The residual warmth of the clothes had yet to dissipate. Bai Xiaoyi peeked towards the bathroom door, and the sound of running water indicated that Lin Xiaoshi was bathing at the moment. As Bai Xiaoyi's chest and abdomen slowly swelled up, a fresh scent also with a hint of milk flavor drilled towards the nasal cavity. Click! The bathroom door suddenly opened, and Lin Xiaoshi's head emerged from the threshold. Can ye help me with my towel? Yui is such a pervert. Lin Xiaoshi gradually stretched his head back after finishing, leaving the socially dead Bai Xiaoyi alone in the living room. My one life of fame. Bai Xiaoyi suddenly felt that the clothes in his hand didn't smell good anymore. Walking to the balcony and removing Lin Xiaoshi's towel, Bai Xiaoyi took a step and walked to the bathroom door and knocked on it. The door opened. Xiao, your towel. Before the words fell, suddenly a hand poked out of the bathroom and grabbed Bai Xiaoyi's arm, pulling Bai Xiaoyi in. The steaming smoke surrounded Lin Xiaoshi's delicate body, and the clattering water drenched Bai Xiaoyi's clothes. Lin Xiaoshi pressed Bai Xiaoyi, who had not yet slowed down, against the wall and bit Bai Xiaoyi's earlobe. Actually, Xiao is a pervert too. The right amount of detail should be written about, the right amount of detail should be omitted. At night, Bai Xiaoyi walked to the balcony and looked at the curved moon, not knowing what was on his mind. At this moment a pair of hands hugged himself from behind, followed by Lin Xiaoshi's head growing out of Bai Xiaoyi's armpit. What's he thinking? Does Xiao want to go out this summer? Hey, what's with the suddenness? Mom and Dad just called. They said they wanted to meet you. Tisk. Lin Xiaoshi let out a small, bored sound from her mouth, then immediately revealed an expression of surprise. Auntie and Uncle, are they coming back? No. Bai Xiaoyi shook his head. Mom and Dad meant to ask us to go to their place and take a tour. Yeah. Lin Xiaoshi agreed. Speaking of which, I haven't been abroad yet. So, then I'll call Mom and Dad. Huh? Yeah. After saying that, Bai Xiaoyi took out his cell phone and dialed. Do. Hey, what's the matter with you this late? Is there not enough money? Mom will call you right away. No, Mom. Bai Xiaoyi interrupted. Xiaoshi and I have discussed it. We'll come visit you in a while. Really? Great. Mother White's cheers came over the phone. Mother White put her hands on Father White's waist and scratched down excitedly. Ow! Father White shouted from the other end of the line. Old Bai, little E, he said he's going to visit us in a while and bring our daughter-in-law with him. Well, it's just that my son is coming. See how excited you are. Can't you learn from me to be a little more stable? Then why is your mouth grinning up to your ears? After exchanging pleasantries for a while afterward, Bai Xiaoyi hung up the phone. Lin Xiaoshi was still hugging Bai Xiaoyi with her eyes closed, as if everything had nothing to do with her. Xiao, is she asleep? Xiaoshi, Bai Xiaoyi called out softly. What's wrong, Xiaoyi? Lin Xiaoshi immediately opened her eyes in response when she heard Bai Xiaoyi's call. It's okay, I thought you were asleep. No, it hasn't. Xiao's been awake the whole time. Well, it's windy on the balcony, let's go back inside, Bai Xiaoyi said as he tenderly touched Lin Xiaoshi's head. Xiaoyi. Just then Lin Xiaoshi's hands holding Bai Xiaoyi tightened again. What's wrong? He has to know that I'm the only one in this world who loves he the most. Oh, only Xiaoshi. Fine. I love Xiao the most too. Suddenly Bai Xiaoyi hugged Lin Xiaoshi horizontally and kissed Lin Xiaoshi's forehead. Come on. It's time to go to your room and rest. Lin Xiaoxi took the initiative to hook Bai Xiaoyi's neck, stared warmly at Bai Xiaoyi's lips and said, No, this is just the beginning. Late at night Lin Xiaoshi woke up from Bai Xiaoyi's arms and walked to the next room, turned the phone on and selected a photo and tapped it in. If Bai Xiaoyi had been there he would have known that it wasn't next to the school. After zooming in on the photo, Lin Xiaoshi saw a bright light appear above the roof. Sure enough, the previous trial was just a bait and switch. I guess I'll have to be a little more careful with that thing I'm going to do later. After all, time is running out. In a distant room, a man was exhaling a cloud of smoke. Could it really not be her? Honey, why are you up so late? A woman's voice rang out from the doorway. Sorry, got slightly lost in a case. I'll take a break. After saying that, the man wrote a few words and dropped his pen on the table, where there was also a pair of binoculars. The man sat up from his chair and walked straight out toward the door. The pen rolled down a few times and finally stopped next to a photo of none other than Lin Xiaoshi, only to see a few words written next to the photo, no suspicion. Bai Xiaoyi's phone rang early in the morning. What the hell? I thought we all graduated. Why is there a ringtone? Fumbling for his cell phone in a daze, Bai Xiaoyi picked it up. Hello? Old Bai. You come out to play today? Doh. Bai Xiaoyi hung up the phone with a clench of his teeth. It didn't take long for the phone to ring again. No, why did you hang up on me? Wanghu, if you have nothing to do, go find your Bai Ling. What's the point of running over here to make a phone call with me? Hey, I'm not a person, seems to be a little more formal. I asked my friend for 4 tickets to the amusement park today. If you are not doing anything, why don't the 4 of us go and have fun together? I didn't. Bai Xiaoyi was about to refuse when he suddenly remembered something. I don't think she's ever been there. Sure, Ori. I don't have a problem with it, Bai Xiaoyi said. Yeah, that's decided then. I'll send you the address. We won't see you at noon. Wanghu on the other end of the phone replied excitedly, and hung up the phone after that. Bai Xiaoyi threw his cell phone aside and looked at the empty bed beside him. Then at the threshold of the room, just a little bit of a white hemline peeked out against the threshold. Xiao, don't hide. I see you. Sure enough, Lin Xiaoshi by the threshold slowly walked in. Hey, I should have known better than to wear such a long skirt. I'm sure you heard the conversation just now. Xiao. Aha. Lin Xiaoshi nodded and found an empty seat beside the bed. Is he going somewhere? Just now old Wang asked us to go to the amusement park together and I agreed. After saying that, Bai Xiaoyi looked at Lin Xiaoshi with an apologetic face. I'm sorry, Xiaoshi. I made a decision without consulting you beforehand. Not at all. Lin Xiaoshi took Bai Xiaoyi's hand in both hands and placed it in front of her. As long as I can stay with he, I'll go wherever I can. Xiaoshi. Bai Xiaoyi already didn't know how many times he had been touched by this girl in front of him. Lin Xiaoshi, she really is thinking of herself all the time. Is this sickly petulant? This was clearly just a girl who loved herself more deeply, and based on the current situation, Xiaoshi's emotions were very stable. Overall, the cure program has been a good success. Lin Xiaoshi kissed a mouthful of Bai Xiaoyi's side and said tenderly, breakfast is ready. Come and eat it. Xiaoyi. Well, what did Xiao do? Goji berry covered rice. The amusement park was packed due to the weekend and the holiday. Wanghu handed Bai Ling the ice cream he had just bought in his hand. Ray, you asked for vanilla ice cream. Thank you, Tiger. Bai Ling happily took the cone and put it in her mouth and ate it. After a while, Bai Xiaoyi's voice came from the side. Sorry we're late. It's fine. Xiaoling and I just arrived too. Wanghu handed Bai Xiaoyi the tickets. 2 tickets for you guys. Bai Xiaoyi took the ticket and thanked him before going into the amusement park. Suddenly a hand pulled himself down. Looking back, it was surprisingly Lin Xiaoshi. What's wrong, Xiao? Lin Xiaoshi didn't say anything, just pointed at the ice cream in Bai Ling's hand. Bai Xiaoyi inquired, is Xiaoshi if ice cream? Lin Xiaoshi nodded, her eyes blinking expectantly. I see. Then Xiao, wait here for me, I'll be right back. After saying that, Bai Xiaoyi walked towards the pile of people. Bai Ling saw this and walked over to Lin Xiaoshi. Xiaoshi, if you want to eat ice cream, I can share some with you. Lin Xiaoshi shook her head. It's fine. Besides, isn't it just egg rolls? Bai Ling looked down at the finished ice cream, then smiled in embarrassment. It's all gone by accident. Bai Xiaoyi came to the entrance of the store and inquired to the owner. Hello, could you please give me a strawberry flavored ice cream? I'm sorry little brother. The strawberry flavor is sold out. Only the vanilla flavor is available now. In that case, let's have a vanilla one. Okay. A few moments later Bai Xiaoyi walked back holding an ice cream. Sorry Xiao. The strawberry flavor was sold out so I got you the vanilla one. It's fine. As long as it's bought by I like it. Lin Xiaoshi took the cone and happily bit into it, her arched eyebrows proving that she liked it. Humph. Xiaoshi is spreading dog food again. Bai Ling let go of her hand holding Lin Xiaoshi's arm, couldn't stand it and ran away. Before Wang Hu could react, Bai Ling pulled Wang Hu and led the way into the amusement park. Hey! Without waiting for Bai Xiaoyi to react, only himself and Lin Xiaoshi were left at the door. Lin Xiaoxi came to Bai Xiaoyi's side and interlocked her 10 fingers with Bai Xiaoyi's. Xiaoyi, let's go in as well. When he finished, he licked a mouthful of ice cream that emanated cold air. Ooh-hoo. Entering the amusement park, Bai Xiaoyi did not find the figures of Wang Hu and Bai Ling. Strange. Where did they both go? Just as Bai Xiaoyi was searching for Wang Hu's figure, a vibration came from his cell phone. Turning his cell phone on, he saw a message from Wang Hu. Wang Hu, Lao Bai, I first in Shaoling went to play yo. A little later in the time in to find you. I wish you a good time, you're Wang Hu dad. This guy. What's wrong Yi? This old Wang guy took the lead and said he'd come back for us later. Oh, Lin Xiaoshi trailed off. Then let's go play too. Well, Xiao, what do you want to go play first? Haunted house. A clown at the entrance of the haunted house is scrutinizing passersby with a chainsaw, seemingly looking for his next victim. Xiao, are you sure you want to go in? Lin Xiaoshi finished the last bite of ice cream and licked the ice cream around the corners of her mouth with fondness. The entire mouth was filled with the flavor of vanilla. What, he is afraid, said Lin Xiaoshi with a provocative look. Afraid? Bai Xiaoyi, would be afraid? Bai Xiaoyi patted his chest. I'm a staunch materialist warrior. Papicio, let's go, said Bai Xiaoyi. Will hold his head high and hold Lin Xiaoshi into the haunted house. A clown saw the two into the haunted house, also smiled and carried a chainsaw to follow in. I have to say that the quality of this haunted house is still very high. Due to the low lighting, every few steps something pops up to scare you when you are caught off guard. Although Bai Xiaoyi wasn't afraid of ghosts, he was still unprepared for the sudden shock. Bai Xiaoyi held Lin Xiaoshi's hand behind him. Xiaoshi, don't be afraid. I'm here. Lin Xiaoshi walked leisurely as if everything had no effect on her. Aha! Little E should hold me tightly. Yo! The two walked into a classroom-like venue, surrounded by ketchup-covered walls and vaguely visible scattered human props. Xiaoshi, the room here seems to be locked. Bai Xiaoyi twisted the doorknob to find that it was stuck and not moving. Looks like we need to find some special props to get out. Lin Xiaoshi released her grip on Bai Xiaoyi's hand while locking the door on the other side. At this time, Bai Xiaoyi was still immersed in the decryption session, when suddenly a figure appeared behind him from a side window, and it was none other than the clown with the chainsaw. Just as Joker opened the window and was about to flip in, a pair of light blue eyes instantly moved in front of him. The clown was scared and trembled. I've seen those who are scared and never seen those who are scared of ghosts. Lin Xiaoshi took out a $100 bill from her pocket and waved it in front of the clown, followed by whispering, please go scare the others. My boyfriend is timid and I want to stay here with him. The clown's eyes lit up as he took the bill and nodded, coming and going quietly. After confirming that there was no one in the room, Lin Xiaoshi looked around again to find a surveillance dead end and walked over. There's a discovery here, Lin Xiaoshi exclaimed. Bai Xiaoyi looked back to find Lin Xiaoshi standing in a corner quietly watching himself. This familiar feeling. Xiao, what is it? Why don't you tell me first? My little E has grown up yet. I found a black cat in the corner. It appears to have a set of keys hanging around its neck. Lin Xiaoshi ignored Bai Xiaoyi, just turned around and teased the cat. Slightly. Kitty 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 come to your sister. Meow. True to form, a cat purred in the corner. It seems I've been overthinking things and being overly neurotic lately. Only then did Bai Xiaoyi drop his guard and walk towards Lin Xiaoshi. Where's the kitten? Let me see. Maybe the key is the clue. Bai Xiaoyi walked to the corner unaware that Lin Xiaoshi had touched behind himself. Bai Xiaoyi looked for half a day but didn't find the kitten's figure, curiously asked. Strange. Where is the kitten? Meow, here yo. Just then a catcall came from Bai Xiaoyi's ears. What's playing? Feeling the wetness on his lips, Bai Xiaoyi's brain instantly understood. Oh, man. We're in a trap again. I'm here to decipher and you're here to decipher me. But it tastes good. Vanilla. Wait. Bai Xiaoyi hurriedly stopped it. Xiaoshi, etc. This is, well. Don't worry, this is a dead end. No one will notice. I don't know how much time has passed. A lost girl passed by the classroom window muttering. Really? I told them to wait for me but they still ran so fast that I didn't know where I was. Fizzle fizzle fizzle, a voice came from the classroom. What's that noise? The girl peeked her head in through the window, looking vaguely through the light to find two figures pressed against the wall. I'm so hungry. Can I eat you? What? Shio, don't mess around. Ah! The girl froze instantly. Is this a zombie? Still eating people? Yes, that was the sound of feeding just now. The girl reached out a hand to strongly cover her mouth. The body slowly retracted. Squeak! Suddenly the girl's elbow accidentally touched the window, making a noise. All of a sudden a blood-red gaze looks towards himself. Help! Help! The girl's screams rang out, scattering her legs. The Joker was at this moment holding a chainsaw ready to find his next target when he suddenly noticed a girl running towards him at a desperate speed. Jia. Another prey has taken the bait. The Joker was about to pull the chainsaw when the girl opened her arms and hugged herself. Save! Help me, Mr. Clown! There are walkers. Eventually the real two culprits snuck away. The two of them sat on a bench to the side, and Bai Xiaoyi took the lead with a light tap on Lin Xiaoshi's head. Xiao Shi, you should at least separate the places. Just now you saw how scared the other girl was. I'm sorry, Xiao Shi knows it's wrong. Lin Xiaoshi lowered his head in frustration. Am I talking out of my ass? Bai Xiaoyi touched Lin Xiaoshi's head again. Alright, this won't happen again. Aha! Next time it will never be allowed to be found. Is there anything else Shio wants to play? I can accompany you in all of them. Yo, as long as he is wherever I am. Bai Xiaoyi looked at Lin Xiaoshi's determined eyes without saying anything and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Do I really deserve this from Shio? Xiao, actually you can have some hobbies like planting flowers and raising animals. My hobby is to be with E, nothing else. I love the premise of the world because of you. I see, Bai Xiaoyi said as he held Lin Xiaoshi's hand. How about we go on a pirate ship together next? Lin Xiaoshi grasped Bai Xiaoyi's hand tightly and narrowed his eyes and smiled. Good. The rest of the day Bai Xiaoyi and Lin Xiaoshi found a place to rest after trying many rides. Phew. This family's roller coaster is also too exciting. Bai Xiaoyi wiped the sweat from his forehead. My heart almost jumped out. Lin Xiaoshi, on the other hand, was leaning against Bai Xiaoyi's shoulder without any ripples in her heart. Thank you. What do you mean? Xiao actually wants Xiaoshi to be more happy, right? Lin Xiaoshi opened her eyes and locked eyes with Bai Xiaoyi. Yes. Bai Xiaoyi nodded. That's why I have to thank Xiaoyi. Being able to think for Xiaoshi. Xiaoshi is really happy. Lin Xiaoshi raised her head to look up at the sky. Both of her feet kept rocking. Nah, little E. Can you take a ride on the Ferris wheel with me? This was the first time Lin Xiaoshi had taken the initiative to make a demand, and Bai Xiaoyi immediately nodded his head in agreement. Sure, no problem. Entering the hatch, the two reached the top of their emotions as the Ferris wheel slowly rose. In the future we have to be together too. Yo, good. Together forever. The two lips met as if everything around them slowed down. Lin Xiaoshi suddenly took out a pair of red jades from his pocket and picked one and placed it in Bai Xiaoyi's hand. Shio, is this? This was given to me by Grandma. She wanted us to be happy together. Bai Xiaoyi picked up the red jade and looked at it through the sunlight. It's beautiful. Lin Xiaoshi gazed at Bai Xiaoyi's neck and followed suit. Yeah, it's really pretty. Bai Ling reached out and wiped her neck, blushing as she said, it's all your fault. What if it leaves a mark? He. It's all because Xiao Ling is too cute. Wang Hu smiled sarcastically. Bai Ling pinched Wang Hu's waist. Speaking of which, shouldn't we go look for Xiao Shi? Righto. Wang Hu took out his cell phone and made a call to Bai Xiaoyi. Hey old Bai, it's almost time to go, so let's meet at the entrance. Wang Hu hung up the phone and said to Bai Ling, old Bai said they'll be here soon, so it's almost time for us to leave. Well, it's been a fun day. That's true. I even picked several strawberries, Wang Hu said with a bad smile on his face. You asshole, Bai Ling said and raised both fists towards Wang Hu. Shio, here. Bai Ling stood in the doorway waving her hand vigorously towards Lin Xiaoshi. Without waiting for Lin Xiaoshi to approach, Bai Ling couldn't help but run up. He. It's still Shio who's the best. Ha? Lin Xiaoshi appeared to have discovered something, lowering his head towards Bai Ling's neck. Xiaoling, your neck. Without waiting for Lin Xiaoshi to finish speaking, Bai Ling covered her neck like a frightened deer and said with dull eyes. What? Xiaoshi, you said you are hungry? Then let's go eat quickly. Before, Yi-san promised to treat me to that grilled fish. Let's go before it's too late. But Ray, your neck. More duck necks? Xiaoshi can be a real glutton, Bai Ling said, walking faster and faster, soon lengthening the distance with Lin Xiaoshi. But her blushing face betrayed her. Wang Hu also snickered. After all, the culprit was himself. Hey, old white, your neck? Suddenly Wang Hu realized that Bai Xiaoyi's neck was covered in band-aids. Ahem. I'm told it's the recently trending East Coast style. Wang Hu revealed a meaningful expression, then went to comfort Bai Ling. It didn't take long for the four of them to pair up and arrive at the grilled fish restaurant that Bai Ling had longed for, and after ordering their food they found a table and sat down. One who picked up the lemonade on the side and took a sip then said, "Now that we've graduated, what are old Bai's plans for the back? Intend?" Bai Xiaoyi used his index finger to keep tapping the table. "In a while I'm going to go abroad to see my parents first, then I'll come back and find a job. In that case, then old white you have to tell me when you're coming back. Oh, I'll go and fetch you guys at that time." "No problem. Sure enough, it's kinda nice to have a close friend in life." Soon the grilled fish was served on the table, and Bai Ling's eyes were watering as soon as she smelled the grilled fish's flavor of haram. I'm on. In a flash, Bai Ling took the lead in attacking the grilled fish with a swift movement, and by the time the others reacted, Bai Ling was already ready to clip her second chopstick. Bai Xiaoyi couldn't help but inwardly praise Bai Ling as he watched her wolf down her food. Dozong powerhouse, terrifying as it was. While everyone was grabbing for food, Lin Xiaoshi's purpose was not here, as her gaze kept hovering around Bai Xiaoyi's mouth. As for the grilled fish on the side, was it as good as Bai Xiaoyi's? "Xiaoshi, you move your chopsticks instead." Bai Xiaoyi picked up a chopstick of fish and put it into Lin Xiaoshi's bowl. "Thank you." Lin Xiaoshi nodded and put the fish into her mouth, but she didn't chew it with her teeth. Instead, she used her pretty tongue to continuously taste Bai Xiaoyi's residual flavor. Soon this food scramble ended with Bai Ling taking the MVP. "Xiao, come visit me more often when you have time." Sharon, who had parted ways at the intersection, couldn't help but shout, "Yes, soon." Bai Xiaoyi and Lin Xiaoshi were left alone. Lin Xiaoxi took Bai Xiaoyi's arm and said, "Xiaoyi, let's go home too. Today's amusement park actually Xiaoxi didn't play at all exhausted exciting yo." Lin Xiaoshi deliberately stretched the last few words with a long tone that was also very wrong. "Finished? The loins are trembling. Xiaoshi, you wait for me here," Bai Xiaoyi said and walked towards the convenience store on the side. Not a moment later he bought a bread and a carton of milk and handed it to Lin Xiaoshi. "Yi, is this? You think I don't know that you didn't eat much at all when you ate the grilled fish?" Bai Xiaoyi nudged Lin Xiaoshi's forehead. "Eat something to pad your stomach before it's too late." "Little E." Lin Xiaoshi took the bread and gently bit into it, her face filled with a happy look. "Then will there be dessert after Xiaoshi finishes eating?" "Dessert?" Bai Xiaoyi thought for a moment. "But I didn't buy." Suddenly Bai Xiaoyi came to a realization, looking to the side of Lin Xiaoshi, who had raised the corners of her mouth looking at herself with an extremely aggressive gaze. "Put." Lin Xiaoshi laughed out. "Idiot E. I'm talking about the pudding in the fridge law." "Is that so?" "Of course. You're a puppy for lying to you." "Okay, right." When Bai Xiaoyi finished speaking, Lin Xiaoxi continued to hold Bai Xiaoyi's arm and took a small bite of bread and walked toward home. When the two walked to a park they found two silhouettes writhing on a park bench, and a man's cry could be vaguely heard. "Please, somebody help me. Anyone." "Xiaoshi, it seems like someone is asking for help." Bai Xiaoyi heard this and hurriedly wanted to go up quickly but was stopped by Lin Xiaoshi. "Xiao." Not waiting for Bai Xiaoyi to finish, a gaze shot from the bench straight at Bai Xiaoyi's back. Lin Xiaoshi pulled Bai Xiaoyi back to meet his eyes with the bench. "It's the same thing." "Excuse me," Lin Xiaoshi said, and then pulled the uncertain Bai Xiaoyi away. The watchful eyes of the party gradually relaxed, and then stared morbidly at the man on the bench. "Senior, why don't you like me?" "Obviously I've already confessed my feelings to Senior, but Senior treats it as if it doesn't exist, still being with that woman." I said I don't like." Without waiting for the man to finish speaking, the woman reached out and stuck her hands around the man's neck. "Go to sleep, senpai. I'll make you like me." It wasn't until he walked downstairs to his home that Bai Xiaoyi opened his mouth and asked, "Xiao, why did you just?" "Don't be nosy when he encounters something." "Yo," Lin Xiaoshi interrupted Bai Xiaoyi. "They're just little couples dating in the park." "Is that so?" "Of course, or else he has seen that girl would be so strong to hold down a strong boy." Bai Xiaoyi didn't say anything, just turned his gaze to Lin Xiaoshi. He. "Xiao is an accident law." Lin Xiaoshi smiled faintly and Bai Xiaoyi walked into the elevator of the apartment. As soon as he got home, Bai Xiaoyi took the pudding out of the refrigerator and put it on the table. "Noi sure Ori, I've put the dessert on the table for you, so I'm just going to go ahead and take a shower." Bai Xiaoyi was about to turn around. Lin Xiaoshi reached out and hooked Bai Xiaoyi's collar, incidentally pulling Bai Xiaoyi to himself. "Xiao Yu, isn't it too early for a bathy?" "Xiao Yu said cheating is." "Woof." A puppy's yelp reached Bai Xiaoyi's ears. "Well, you're running a zoo here." Until finally Bai Xiaoyi passed out in bed. The pudding on the table had not moved. Lin Xiaoshi tucked Bai Xiaoyi in and came to the table to put the pudding back in the fridge. "You're so nice, little pudding. I'll call you next time." After saying that, Lin Xiaoxi went back to the bedroom and squeezed into Bai Xiaoyi's arms and fell asleep. Early in the morning, Bai Xiaoyi woke up from his bed. Looking at the sleeping Lin Xiaoshi beside him, he couldn't help but feel a fire in his heart. Reaching out his hand and gently pinching Lin Xiaoshi's face. "You slept well after tossing me around last night." Bai Xiaoyi's movements did not wake Lin Xiaoshi up, still maintaining an even breathing sound. "The visa is almost done in another week." Bai Xiaoyi took out his cell phone and searched for a place name. That said, Mom and Dad seem to work in a country called Libyan, and I don't know exactly what they do. Only the information showed that Libyan was an island country with a small territory neighboring Baishawi's country across the sea. Sure enough, it's pretty much the same. Baishawi turned off his cell phone. The study materials he had saved in his computer in his previous life gradually appeared in his mind. I don't know if the treasure I've been holding onto for years will be found, but I don't need those now. In a flash, Baishawi felt a chill on his back and instantly turned his head to look at the bed, only to see Lin Xiaoshi remain unmoving in her original movements. Is it an illusion? Baishawi rubbed the back of his head and slowly walked out the door. Less than a few seconds later, Baishawi's head suddenly poked in from the edge of the threshold to watch Lin Xiaoshi's movements, and only after realizing that there was no change did he feel relieved to go wash up. Unbeknownst to the fact that just after Baishawi's back foot left Lin Xiaoshi's eyelashes fluttered gently. It was already noon by the time Baishawi woke Lin Xiaoshi up. Xiao, wake up. It's already noon. Lin Xiaoshi opened her eyes slightly and opened her arms to Baishawi. Xiaowi, hug. You're such a big man but you're still acting like a little kid. Baishawi said no but still picked Lin Xiaoshi up. Lin Xiaoshi listlessly lay on Baishawi's shoulder lazily and said, Xiaowi, my head is so hot. Mo is not feverish. Baishawi hastily stretched out the back of his hand and pressed it against Lin Xiaoshi's forehead to feel the temperature, then touched his own forehead. Strange. Why don't I feel it at all? It's probably because of the heat in my body. The more Lin Xiaoshi spoke, the more feeble she became, but her words were mixed with a hint of excitement. Then why don't we go to the hospital? Ahem. No, I think it can be solved by just using physical cooling methods. Physical cooling? By here Lin Xiaoxi completely tore off her disguised face, turned around and pushed Baishawi down on the bed, both hands propped up Baishawi's stomach with a flirtatious face. Hasn't he ever heard of a method called heat transfer? Thanks to Senior for passing on my power. I am now filled with power. In a martial arts movie on a TV show, the hero says to an old grandpa. Lin Xiaoshi pinched Baishawi's cheeks with both hands, feeding the last mouthful of rare rice and smashing his mouth, and said, in martial arts dramas the imparted powers all get stronger and stronger. But why hasn't he changed? Baishawi picked up Lin Xiaoshi, who was sitting on top of him, and placed her on the bench. Other people, that's imparting power. Xiaoshi, you're absorbing power. Can that be the same? Then the little lady thanks you for your power. You're the one who's poor. Baishawi finished cleaning up the dishes and collapsed on the sofa in a guyu-lying position. Lin Xiaoshi ran over cheerfully, stepping on her slippers, then jumped into Baishawi's arms. Can ye give me the remote? I want to watch TV for a while. Aha! Baishawi handed the remote control to Lin Xiaoshi, then found a more comfortable angle to relax. Drop! And with that, Lin Xiaoshi pressed the record button when Baishawi didn't realize it, and then a scene appeared in front of the two of them. Image of an evil spirit possessing a woman who randomly continues to live her life in the same way as the woman originally did, and no one ever realizes that she is no longer herself. Lin Xiaoshi's eyes have been gazing at the screen mouth but whispered, I wonder if there is such a situation in this world. How could that be? Baishawi interrupted. Well, Xiaoshi, this plot has no logical thinking at all. Don't be confused by this phenomenon. Also, Lin Xiaoshi replied as she closed her eyes and pretended to imagine. Actually, I think that he now looks just like the woman in the movie, seemingly changed into a different person. Oops. It's a question of death. If you don't answer it well, you'll die for sure. This person is always changing. Maybe one day I'll change back? This is a perfect answer, isn't it? It both shows that all people change and shows Xiaoshi that I am Baishawi. Where did he expect that? When Baishawi finished his sentence, Lin Xiaoshi shouted as if he had been stimulated by something. Don't! Xiao! Suddenly a sharp pain came from Baishawi's chest. The reason was that Lin Xiaoshi's nails had embedded themselves hard into his flesh. Not waiting for Baishawi to react, Lin Xiaoxi sat up again and stared at Baishawi with red eyes. Just like a mad cow. Don't go back. If one day he goes back, even if it's the ends of the earth, I'll get you back. Lin Xiaoshi's eyes instantly filled with intense desire as well as a determination to hold on to certain death. Xiao, I think she means that she doesn't want to let me change back to the old one who won't take care of her. Crimson blood marks quickly and slowly surfaced on the surface of the skin, proving that Lin Xiaoshi's mood swings were now so great that if she wasn't comforted in time, Baishawi hurriedly embraced Lin Xiaoshi into his arms, muttering with his mouth, Don't worry, Xiaoshi. I won't go back. The person I am now is not the same as before. It was only after calming Lin Xiaoshi for a while that Fang's agitated mood gradually smoothed out. It seems that Xiaoshi, her obsession with the original owner is particularly deep. Don't let her know I exist or I'll probably be killed by 1,000 cuts. Lin Xiaoshi raised his head in delight after hearing Baishawi's words and asked, Did Xiaowi know? Know what? What do you know? Baishawi looked at Lin Xiaoshi in a daze and suddenly came to a realization. Does this knowing mean that I didn't understand Xiao's feelings before? Of course, Baishawi replied as he stepped forward and kissed Lin Xiaoshi's forehead. I already know Xiaoshi's heart. I love Xiaoshi too, yo. Lin Xiaoshi shed tears of excitement. Finally he confessed to me. The next words were suddenly like a pot of cold water dousing the fire in Lin Xiaoshi's heart. The previous me didn't understand Xiaoshi's heart, so I did a lot of wrong things. But now I know. Bai Xiaoyi, will only like Lin Xiaoshi alone in this life. Full marks. That's finally survived another day. Bai Xiaoyi, do you only have Bai Xiaoyi in your eyes? Lin Xiaoshi gazed into Bai Xiaoyi's eyes and saw a hint of uneasiness as well as fear in Bai Xiaoyi's eyes. Yi, what exactly are you afraid of? Could it be that if you say it yourself you'll cease to exist? Hiss. Bai Xiaoyi interrupted Lin Xiaoshi's conjecture with a startled cry. Looking at the blood mark on Bai Xiaoyi's arm, Lin Xiaoshi instantly let go of his hand. I didn't mean it. Xiao didn't close. Lin Xiaoshi panicked and got off the couch to fetch the medical kit that was kept in the bedroom. I don't want Yi to hate me. The appearance of Yi's panicked face in her mind made Lin Xiaoshi's heart ache like a knife. Into his room, Lin Xiaoshi quickly picked up the medical box placed under the bed and was ready to run to the living room, but stopped just as he reached the door, then turned toward another box. Bai Xiaoyi's heart was also apprehensive at this time. Xiaoshi's condition had been stable all this time. Why had she suddenly changed her appearance? Just as Bai Xiaoyi was thinking about it, Lin Xiaoshi walked over with an expressionless face carrying a medical kit, and after reaching the sofa the other hand secretly placed something underneath the sofa. Give me your hand. Lin Xiaoshi immediately took out alcohol and ointment from the box. It's okay, Xiao. This little injury isn't that much. I said give me your hand. Lin Xiaoshi's tone was filled with determination. Bai Xiaoyi helplessly stretched out his hand before Lin Xiaoshi took out a cotton swab and dipped it in some alcohol before applying it to Bai Xiaoyi's wound. Yi, I'm sorry, just now I don't know how, Lin Xiaoshi said as her tone gradually choked up as if she was going to cry out in the next second. It's okay. Bai Xiaoyi patted Lin Xiaoshi's head comfortingly. Was Xiaoshi Fang worried that I would leave? That's why she was like this? Aha. Lin Xiaoshi wiped her tears and nodded. Just thinking about little Yi being gone makes my heart so hard. Fool, don't cry. How could I leave Xiaoshi? Bai Xiaoyi leaned down and hugged Lin Xiaoshi on his lap, wiping away Lin Xiaoshi's tears. Of course. I won't treat Xiaoshi like the old me. Now I've come to my senses. Lin Xiaoxi hooked his hands around Bai Xiaoyi's neck and muttered in his mouth. You are not him. Xiaoyi is Xiaoyi. The unique Xiaoyi. What did you say? Xiaoshi? Bai Xiaoyi asked as he brought his head closer. I said, I love you the most. Lin Xiaoshi came to Bai Xiaoyi's lips and kissed and nodded before probing down to fetch a jar of ointment to continue gently medicating Bai Xiaoyi. Until here Bai Xiaoyi relaxed a breath. In the face of Xiaoshi's sudden change of mood, sometimes even they do not know how to cope with. A little inattention is afraid of falling into the abyss. Perhaps most people are afraid of the sickly girl's reason is here. After Lin Xiaoshi finished applying the medicine, she couldn't wait to wrap her arms around Bai Xiaoyi. Xiaoyi, when are we going to leave? Is Xiao referring to going to Rikoto? Well, I want to know an exact time, because I want to see grandma before I leave. Let's see, it's probably a week from now in the morning, Bai Xiaoyi said as he took out his cell phone and looked at the calendar. A week? Lin Xiaoshi put her index finger to her mouth and nodded, then got off the couch. I know. Then I'll put the medical kit back first. Go on. Lin Xiaoshi squatted down and put the things under the sofa into the medical box, then returned to the room. Zip. After injecting the liquid from the syringe back into the vial, Lin Xiaoshi buried her head on the bed. There is still a week to leave. So many things cannot be brought. In case I met that unattractive vixen seduced my little E, how to do? Opening her cell phone and looking at the memo that was full of question marks, Lin Xiaoshi's eyes gradually narrowed slightly. Just wait, E. One day I will know everything about you. Since you've come to me, from now on you'll never leave. After a long time Bai Xiaoyi didn't see Lin Xiaoshi come out of the bedroom and couldn't help but become a little curious. What's wrong with her? Xiao, sleeping? Getting up from the sofa, Bai Xiaoyi tiptoed towards Lin Xiaoshi's room. Click. Bai Xiaoyi gently turned the doorknob, revealing a shimmering light. Looking through the light, Bai Xiaoyi noticed that the quilt was arching into a shape. Sleeping? Bai Xiaoyi opened the room and carefully walked over to Lin Xiaoshi's side. Why is this niece still wrapped in a quilt and sleeping? Can this breathe? Bai Xiaoyi lifted the quilt and suddenly realized that the Lin Xiaoshi in the quilt was actually a pillow. Bad. Ambush. Splat. A door slammed. And the entire room was instantly engulfed in darkness. Bai Xiaoyi turned back to find a pair of light blue eyes staring intently at him. Xiao, you're counting on me. Lin Xiaoshi licked his lips and spoke leisurely. A soldier is a trickster. This is clearly Xiaoyi throwing himself into the net. How can you say I'm counting on you? For some reason, Lin Xiaoshi enjoyed the feeling of hunting down his prey. And whenever Bai Xiaoyi revealed a panicked expression, an inexplicable pleasure would spread throughout his body. I guess that's what it's like to be a hunter chasing his prey. Suddenly Bai Xiaoyi covered his forehead and laughed up in the air. Lin Xiaoshi cocked her head and looked at Bai Xiaoyi in confusion. What does Xiaoyi mean? Sure, haven't you heard of a trick called shedding the child to trap the wolf? I'm using myself as bait to lure the enemy in, and the person who's really caught in the trap. It's you. It's not that Bai Xiaoyi blew it. With Lin Xiaoshi honing his martial arts many times, he had already found Lin Xiaoshi's weaknesses, which he had inadvertently found yesterday. Vaguely remembering the way Lin Xiaoshi clenched her teeth and insisted on not begging for mercy, Bai Xiaoyi was extraordinarily excited. This is a fight I'm going to win. Bai Xiaoyi took the initiative to walk up and pick Lin Xiaoshi's chin. Xiaoshi, you'll just wait for the defeat of the army. After saying that, Bai Xiaoyi kissed down towards Lin Xiaoshi. Snap Wakewood slaps again. That being said, the great general Bai Zilong stood in the middle of the war and roared a word. Will the thief general dare to fight me? Immediately after the yellow sand gradually out of a beautiful figure is the enemy general Lin Shangxiang. Little rat dared to come in front of this girl and call for battle. Let's see if I don't kill to kill you. Humph. I've long recognized your trick. It's not too late to dismount and surrender. Is the young general not just a mouthful? Ha! I don't know what I'm talking about. After Bai Zilong finished speaking, he carried his lance and took the lead in stabbing at Lin Shangxiang. P.S. I don't know if the basilisks like this expression. If not, I won't write it later on. Lin Shangxiang looked at Bai Zilong's poking lance and didn't dodge it, but instead flung the whip in her hand to wrap the lance around it. Bai Zilong exerted his strength to pull the lance out of his hand but was tightly imprisoned by Lin Shangxiang. Damn it! If you have the ability to take out the real sword, let's fight. What kind of skill is it to use this kind of weapon? Lin Shangxiang followed the lance and posted herself in front of Bai Zilong, whispering, battlefields are unpredictable. Does the young general still think it's child's play? If you can't even withstand this, I'd rather advise you to surrender with your tail between your legs. Humph. I, Bai Zilong, am not a vegetarian either. Bai Zilong took out a backward step along with his lance, then juggled a bright gunflower and readjusted his fighting stance. This next move is the weakness that I discovered when I fought with the girl in the past. I wonder how the girl will deal with this move. Before the words fell, a whistling sound passed by, constantly attacking towards Lin Shangxiang's weak point. Lin Shangxiang backed up while beckoning Bai Zilong's attack. I can't imagine that the young general has two tricks up his sleeve. But there are only two. Lin Shangxiang seized a moment to lock the lance again, followed by a leap to press Bai Zilong underneath him playfully. You lose. Bai Zilong lowered his lance and gasped for air. How can it be? Isn't this your weak point? The young girl's silver bell-like laughter rang out. Who told you that this is my weakness? Obviously you've been. Before. I don't know if the young general has ever heard of the phrase a soldier is never too deceitful? It wasn't until then that Bai Zilong realized that Lin Shangxiang from before was completely faking it in order to confuse himself. Next time I'll beat you. Cheja Smalley also so arrogant original is a paper tiger. Could it be that this is the art of war in the bluff? Lin Xiaoshi said as she lay on Bai Xiaoyi's chest and squinted her eyes. Xiaoshi, 30 years north of the river and 30 years south of the river. Do not deceive Xiaoyi poor. He is just a dead duck nowadays. Lin Xiaoshi pinched Bai Xiaoyi's lips and snickered out. Bai Xiaoyi ignored Lin Xiaoshi's ridicule and just closed his eyes as if he had done into sage mode. Lin Xiaoshi also did not continue to skin down, just kissed a mouthful of Bai Xiaoyi's cheeks immediately after getting up and going to the bathroom to take a shower. In the evening, Bai Hao was strolling around the commercial street with Bai Jia. Hubby Xiaoyi and the others will be back in a week. It's so exciting to think about it now. And there's also our daughter-in-law Xiaoshi, Bai Jia said with one hand holding Bai Hao and the other holding her chin with a happy face. This brat is quite enlightened. Finally finding a girlfriend. You know that brat wasn't like this in the past. I almost took him to the hospital to check if there was anything wrong with his body at that time. Do you think it's because of our daughter-in-law that our son is getting better? It's not impossible. He wasn't this cheerful a few months ago. Bai Hao smoothly picked up a dress and compared it to Bai Jia's body. Honey, this dress fits you quite well. Don't the other clothes fit me? No, that's not what I mean. I mean, wife, you're practically a clothes rack. You look good in anything. That's more or less the same. Bai Jia nodded with satisfaction. Most punishing. This dress will be bought by you. Husband, how can this be called a punishment? This is clearly my honor. Bai Hao smiled and went to pay. You have to bow down when you're under the roof. After Bai Hao left, Bai Jia pulled out her cell phone and swiped through the videos, and suddenly swiped to a headline titled "A college student from Rongqing University created his own song at the graduation party. Isn't this Yi's school?" Bai Jia clicked in out of curiosity. At this moment, a blonde girl beside Bai Jia who was picking out a skirt was shocked to hear the word Xiaoyi and looked back at Bai Jia. Yikes! It's really Yi! Bai Jia exclaimed in surprise, only to see the image of a Bai Xiaoyi holding a microphone was singing a relaxing and cheerful song. And the teenager's magnetic and gentle voice kept coming out from the cell phone. After listening to the song, Bai Jia was simply happy. I can't imagine that my son actually has this kind of talent. Humph. This brat didn't even tell mom about me. Just then a cute voice behind her interrupted Baijia. Hello sis. Hey. Baijia turned around and looked at a girl standing in front of her who was less than 1.6 meters tall with a head of blonde double ponytail curly hair. The girl was wearing a Lolita feet wearing a pair of white stockings. Face is more pink. The appearance is just like the fairy tale Barbie doll. General looks lovely. Little sister, are you a flower grower too? Your mouth is so sweet. But you have to call me Auntie Yo. Baijia couldn't help but go up and pinch the girl's cheeks. Softly. Yes. I used to go to school at the Seeds house when I was a kid. But don't you look like you're in your early 20s with that look on your face, sis? No woman can say no to a compliment about her youth. And if so, then another. Goo. Little girl, why are you so delightful actually? Auntie, I'm 39 years old yo. How? The girl covered her small mouth in surprise. Sister looks like this, that must be well maintained. Giggle. Baijia was straight up amused by the girl and couldn't stop laughing. Little sister, you can be really funny. What's your name? My name is Luo Xiaoku. I'm 19 years old and I'm a junior at Kyoto University. Equals carrot smiley face. Luo Xiaoku? What a cute name. Auntie, my name is Baijia. Xiaoku, you can just call me Auntie. Bye. Okay day. Good day sister White. You little girl. Baijia couldn't help but go forward and touch Luo Xiaoku's head. Speaking of which, Xiaoku, you're about the same age as my son. But he's already graduated. Hearing this, Luo Xiaoku's mouth grinned a little. But it was quickly hidden. Sister White's son? What's his name? His name is Bai Xiaoyi, and he'll be visiting me in another week. Bai Xiaoyi. Luo Xiaoku froze on the spot as soon as she heard this name, followed by her body starting to tremble continuously. Is this fate? I thought I'd never see you again. Mr. Bai Xiaoyi. Xiaoku, what's wrong with you? Baijia waved towards Luo Xiaoku's eyes. Nothing. Luo Xiaoku came back to her senses. Then just now, was Sister Bai watching Brother Yi's video? Aha. Bai Ling clicked on the video and held her phone out to Luo Xiaoku. Xiaoku, look. This boy is my son yo. As soon as Luo Xiaoku saw Bai Xiaoyi's appearance, instantly pulled her back to the time when she was small, and it was clear that it had been hard to get to know Brother Yi. But it was all that woman's fault. That Lin Xiaoshu's appearance surfaced in her mind. Luo Xiaoku couldn't help but clench her fists in her hands. I blame myself for being too cowardly. So my own Brother Yi was snatched away by that woman. But he himself was so scared that he ran abroad and hid. Luo Xiaoku stroked Bai Xiaoyi on the cell phone as if he were stroking a precious treasure. Careful and caring. Since the heavens have once again sent little Brother Yi to me, then this time I will never let you run away. But, where is that woman? Could it be that she was abandoned by Brother Yi? Ha ha ha. I can only say deserved. A woman like her simply doesn't deserve the love of little Brother Yi, and he never liked her. The previous conversation Luo Xiaoku had with Bai Xiaoyi while Lin Xiaoshu was away surfaced in his mind. Hello classmate, may I ask if your name is Bai Xiaoyi? Luo Xiaoku ran to Bai Xiaoyi's side and asked excitedly. Yes. This was the first time Bai Xiaoyi had interacted with other strangers, and his heart was filled with excitement. I've decided that I'm going to be a bride in the future. I'm going to be Yi's bride from now on. Luo Xiaoku thought so. My name is Luo Xiaoku. May I ask if I can be friends with you, student Bai Xiaoyi? Of course. Bai Xiaoyi's eyes instantly lit up as soon as he heard the word friend. Sure enough, Brother Yi likes me too. Good ak. How are you, Bai Xiaoyi-san? Hello, fellow Loki. In this way the next day Bai Xiaoyi excitedly came to the classroom after never saw Luo Xiaoku's figure. Luo Xiaoku pulled her thoughts back and listened to the melody Bai Xiaoyi was singing. Sister Bai, this song is so beautiful. Did Brother Yi sing it himself? Of course. I heard from Yi that the lyrics seem to be called childhood. Childhood? Luo Xiaoku heard this and became even more certain of everything. Little Brother Yi also has a heart-to-heart with me, sure enough. Little Brother Yi still likes me. Achoo! Bai Xiaoyi sneezed and then woke up. Strange. Why have I been sneezing every day lately? I don't have a cold either. Bai Xiaoyi gently pulled his numb arm out of Lin Xiaoshu's head and shook it off. Then proceeded to lie down and tighten Lin Xiaoshu into his arms again and kissed Lin Xiaoshu's forehead. I love you, Xiao. After saying that, he continued to drift off to sleep, while Lin Xiaoshu on the side gradually raised the corners of his mouth. I love you too. Sister Bai, can I go and meet little Brother Yi when he comes to the capital? Of course. Maybe Yi will recognize you as a cute little sister. Yo, sister? Luo Xiaoku froze on the spot when she heard this word, and her sweet smile just now froze. Yeah, Bai Jia immediately took out a photo album from her cell phone, and on it was the very picture of Bai Lin Xiaoshu. Xiaoku, look. This is my son's girlfriend yo. Very pretty, right? In an instant Luo Xiaoku's hands cupped the cell phone, eyes staring deathly at Lin Xiaoshu. Why is this woman still next to little Brother Yi? And doesn't little Brother Yi hate her? How come? Goo, Xiaoku, you're gentle. Pinching my hand hurts. Bai Jia pulled her hand back, her mouth blowing into it. I'm sorry Sister White. I was a bit mesmerized by what I was looking at. This sister is so pretty AC. What's her name? Her name is Lin Xiaoshi. She's my son's girlfriend. Lin Xiaoshi. That's a nice name, Luo Xiaoke said with a fake smile. Sister Bai, can you send me the picture? I want to show it to my girlfriends. Sure, Bai Jia sent the photo over after friending Luo Xiaoku. Sorry Sister White. I'm almost home. Can I keep coming back to Sister White tomorrow? Of course. Bai Jia rubbed Luo Xiaoke's head. Be safe on the way back, Xiaoku. Aha, by Sister White, said Luo Xiaoke, turned around, square face, overflowing smile instantly disappeared. Step by step they disappeared in the mall. Honey, I'm late. There were too many people in line just now. Bai Hao walked over carrying a shopping bag. Well hubby, then let's go back too. I told you just now I met. Luo Xiaoke returned home and flung the small leather shoes under her feet aside. Her feet in white silk walked heavily on the floor, and then immediately approached her bedroom. The decoration of Luo Xiaoke's room is also cartoonishly cute, with pink wall paint and dolls placed all around as well as a lot of innocent clothes. But the only thing that doesn't fit in with the room is the sandbags hanging on the side, with a picture of a little girl pasted on the sandbags. Luo Xiaoke threw the clothes she had just bought onto the bed and opened the closet that was closed on one side. What came into view was a taekwondo uniform and a black belt. Lin Xiaoshi, why is it that you're always a shadowy soul? Little brothery has never liked you, yet you go out of your way to bind my little brothery. The young girl's eyes gradually became deep and unclear, as if they were swallowed by darkness. Luo Xiaoke said as she changed into her Taoist uniform and looked towards Lin Xiaoshi on the sandbags and gritted her teeth. I was afraid of you before. Now I'm going to get back all that I lost before. After saying that, Luo Xiaoke swept a whip leg onto the sandbag. Don't worry brothery. Xiaoke will definitely get you out. Only we are the most compatible couple. Da 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 da. There was a sound of striking from the room. Lin Xiaoshi opened her eyes and quietly slipped out of Bai Xiaoyi's arms. After walking to his bedroom, he took the medicine bottle and syringe from the medical kit back out and let the air out by popping the side of the syringe after injecting the liquid back in. Ugh, I can't bring any of these tools, so I'll just have to bring something else instead. Lin Xiaoshi beamed as she returned to Bai Xiaoyi's room, gently stabbing down towards Bai Xiaoyi's arm until the liquid bottomed out before slowly pulling the syringe out. Now he will only wake up in the morning, so he can go to the hospital to buy medicine without worrying. Lin Xiaoxi changed into a biased black color clothes, then turned back and reluctantly glanced at Bai Xiaoyi and left. In the early hours of the morning, in the second hospital of Rongqing City. Doctor, I don't know why I can't catch my breath, a patient said as she sat on a stool and took a big breath. Can't breathe? Is there some foreign object blocking your windpipe? No, I always feel as if there are hands seemingly around my neck, the patient said with difficulty. It's not like I'm being haunted by some ghost or something. This patient, you need to calm down. The doctor lifted the frame and said, this world will not have the existence of ghosts and monsters. You think so is unscientific. We have to have practical theory based on, must not just believe in these things that do not exist. And why would the doctor feel that way? I don't know yet. So show me your neck this way, said the patient. Slowly removed the jacket. Will be exposed to the neck. The scene in front of the eyes instantly stunned doctors. What's the matter, doctor? Why do you have such a hard look on your face? The doctor reached out and removed from the man's neck scarf off. How about feeling better now? Crap. Breathing has cleared up instantly. A miracle worker. Doctor. The doctor handed the scarf to the patient with a grim look on his face and said, if there's nothing else you can go. Okay. Thanks doctor. The patient also revealed an embarrassed face when he realized the scarf on his hand and left with an awkward smile. There are all kinds of people these days. The doctor shook his head, ready to get up and move around. Since there wasn't much of an emergency room in the wee hours of the morning, the whole hospital was also very silent, and some of the unnecessary lights were turned off to look very dim. Just as the doctor had stepped out into the hallway, a dark shadow flashed past from a distance. The doctor, who had been looking so cozy just a moment before, straightened up instantly. What's that thing that is? It can't be. How could it be? I'm a staunch materialist. How could I get this idea in this business? Suddenly a voice came from behind the doctor. Doctor. The doctor was about to turn back but stopped momentarily. Think of the past when I was small. My mother told myself to walk alone at night when someone called your name. Do not say yes. Otherwise the soul will be hooked away. Even if I grew up with the consciousness but still very afraid of this sentence. As if sensing the doctor's lack of response, the voice behind him grew louder again. Doctor. The doctor closed his eyes and mouthed, demons leave. Demons leave. Dr. Lee, what are you doing? This patient has called you twice. How come you didn't respond? At this time a nurse came aside and asked curiously, hey, patient? The doctor opened his eyes to look back at Lin Xiaoshi, who was wearing a mask and duck hat. Ahem. Excuse me, let's go into the consultation room, Dr. Lee said with embarrassment. Sure enough, my mother was trying to scare me. Please ask what's wrong. Doctor, can you prescribe me some sleeping pills? I've been having a bit of insomnia lately. When Lin Xiaoshi returned home, he first walked to Bai Xiaoyi's bedroom and looked at the sleeping Bai Xiaoyi before letting go of his heart, and then returned to the bedroom with the medicine bag to change his clothes. Lin Xiaoshi, who was once again back in bed, suddenly realized something when she was about to plan to go to sleep. He shouldn't be able to wake up now, right? This can't go to waste. Had ha ha ha. General Zilong concubine's move is called surprise, said Lin Xiaoshi, then shrunk into the quilt with a bad smile on her face. Bai Xiaoyi had a dream that he was soaking in a warm and cozy hot spring, and the water flow wrapped around his whole body, feeling crispy. When Bai Xiaoyi woke up from this sleep, it was already the afternoon of the next day. Ding dong, rang the doorbell. Yikes. Xiaoke, why are you here? Please come in. As soon as Bai Jia opened the door, she saw Luo Xiaoke standing at the door wearing a pink-colored Lolita. Good afternoon, Sister White AC. Will it bother you now? After using his cell phone to communicate with Bai Jia for a few moments last night, Luo Xiaoke learned the location of the residence from Bai Jia, and came here early in the morning in order to get a head start. How come? Come on in. Just in time to try my ramen. Excuse me. Luo Xiaoke walked into the room after changing her slippers. Upon entering the door, he saw Bai Hao sitting at the dining table wearing a pair of glasses and looking at the newspaper. Bai Jia walked behind Bai Hao and pinched him hard. Hiss, what are you doing early in the morning? Wife, you don't entertain a guest when he comes. Bai Hao looked up to find a relatively cute and innocent-looking girl standing in the doorway. Hello Uncle Bai, my name is Luo Xiaoku. Wow. Hello Coco. Bai Hao cast a puzzled look at Bai Jia. This is the little sister from the mall I was telling you about yesterday. How's that for cute? Then why does she call you sister but me? Ouch. 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 Bai Jia loosened her hand on Bai Hao's waist. We're in love like sisters. You don't understand. After saying that, Bai Jia greeted Luo Xiaoku and sat down on one side. Coco, you sit here. I'll get you breakfast. I understand. Thank you, Sister Bai. Luo Xiaoku sat across from Bai Hao and spoke. Uncle Bai, you must love Sister Bai very much. Oh, what makes you say that? Xiaoku? Bai Hao asked as he put down the newspaper in his hand with interest and looked at Luo Xiaoku. The newspaper that Uncle read was finance-related news, and generally speaking it was also something very important. But you weren't angry at all when Sister Bai interrupted Uncle Bai, so I knew that Uncle Bai and Sister Bai must have a particularly good relationship. Well, Xiaoku, you said it well. Bai Hao revealed a smile. But can you call me Brother Bai? Ah, I sound like I'm practically a generation away from your Aunt Bai. He. Sorry Uncle Bai. This is a term of endearment between girls' law. Luo Xiaoku spat her tongue out playfully. The name White Brother Xiaoku will only address one person. Yo. What are you guys chatting about so happily? Bai Jia walked out with the plates and placed the bowls on the table one by one. Come Xiaoku, taste if the noodles I made are good. Thank you Sister Bai. Luo Xiaoku took the bowls and chopsticks and placed them on the dining table, sticking her head out and sniffing. This smells so good. Bai Hao also understood Luo Xiaoku's meaning, couldn't help but nod. The quality of this girl's upbringing is outstanding. I'm sure her parents are very focused on that aspect as well. Bai Hao was the first to take the chopsticks and pick up the noodles and take a bite. Xiaoku, you try it soon too. Thank you, Uncle Bai. Luo Xiaoku picked up her chopsticks and ate in small bites only after seeing Bai Hao move his chopsticks. Well, Luo Xiaoku's eyes lit up. Sister Bai is really good in the hall and in the kitchen. This noodle tastes so delicious. Bai Jia excitedly hugged Luo Xiaoku's head after hearing Luo Xiaoku's compliments. Coco, why are you so delightful? Sister Bai, I'm just being honest. Luo Xiaoku catered to Bai Jia's words, acting like a good girl. As long as firmly will be Small Easy Brother's parents to please, the future will be more from the Small Easy Brother closer. Lin Xiaoshi is only forced to bind my Small Easy Brother just to wait for my hero to save the handsome Small Easy Brother will surely fall in love with me. Alright. Are you still letting people Xiaoku eat? Bai Hao said with a wink towards Bai Jia. Oh. It's me who's too excited. Xiaoku, you should eat. Bai Jia sat back down at the edge of her seat to greet Luo Xiaoku as she ate. A few minutes later Luo Xiaoku finished the last bite of noodles in the bowl and suddenly stood up. Xiaoku? Bai Jia looked at Luo Xiaoku in confusion. Thank you Sister Bai for entertaining me. I also want to do something for Sister Bai. Without waiting for Bai Jia's reaction, Luo Xiaoku quickly finished packing up the dishes and walked into the kitchen and took the initiative to wash the dishes. Only after a long time did Bai Jia slow down at Bai Hao's reminder. Hey, Xiaoku, how can you do this? The kitchen is heavy with grease and fumes, just let me do it. It doesn't matter, la Sister White. I just want to be able to help Sister White more. Coco. Bai Jia couldn't help but be moved when she saw Luo Xiaoku's behavior. Such a well-behaved girl she liked from the bottom of her heart. When he comes back I'll be high and low to make this brat recognize you as his godsister. Hey, Sister Bai. This isn't too good. Luo Xiaoku pretended to be surprised and continued. If little brothery finds out about this he'll be unhappy. He dares. Bai Jia exuded a strong sense of majesty. It's best if he confesses. But if he doesn't, he'll have to confess to me. Alright then, Luo Xiaoke put on a difficult look. But in reality, her heart was already happy. I'm not a good person. I'm not a good person. It's not bad first. I'll get close to Brother Yi through this identity. And then I'll slowly make Brother Yi fall into my gentle land. At that time, I want to be with little Brother Yi every day. Ha ha he. Achoo. Bai Xiaoyi was lying on the bed on all fours, his face pale as he looked at Lin Xiaoshi on the side. Xiao, what's wrong with me? Why does it always feel like I'm having a flashback? Little Yi should have caught a cold and flu. Rest for a few days and you'll be fine. Lin Xiaoshi wrung out the hot towel in the basin and placed it on Bai Xiaoyi's forehead. Oops. I didn't control myself last night. I'll have to hold back in the future. Is that so? Bai Xiaoyi closed his eyes and nourished himself, as if all that was left of his body was a skin while his body had long since become empty. Does Yi want to eat something? I'll go make it for Yi. Lin Xiaoshi leaned down to press against Bai Xiaoyi's ear and said softly, No Xiao, I just want to be sleeping right now. Bai Xiaoyi fell asleep once again before he could finish speaking. I'm sorry Yi. Lin Xiaoshi pursed her lips. It's better to let Yi get well in the meantime. After Lin Xiaoshi finished speaking, she walked out of the room to the kitchen. Ka chow. A knife light flashed. The fish that was just jumping on the cutting board instantly stopped moving. Followed by a skillful knife operation, the fish quickly went down the pot. Lin Xiaoshi clapped her small hands in satisfaction. When little Yi gets up it'll be just right to have some fish soup. Right. Suddenly Lin Xiaoshi thought of something, took out Bai Xiaoyi's old friend Wolfberry from the cupboard. Unwrapping a new bag, Lin Xiaoxi poured it all into the pot. The corner of his mouth gradually hooked up a nice arc. Sister bye. Uncle bye bye, I'll come back next time. Yo Luo Xiaoke waved her hand and walked out the door. Xiaoke, be safe on the road. Bai Jia turned back to Bai Hao after seeing Luo Xiaoke's figure disappear. Hubby, Xiaoke, this child is really good. If Xiaoyi hasn't had a girlfriend until now, I high and low will let Xiaoke and Xiaoyi get along with each other. Bai Hao followed and nodded. This girl is quite well behaved. But I think it's still Lin Xiaoshi who's a good kid. It's not like I said Xiaoshi was bad. Bai Jia beamed. I was just making an assumption. Well, I should get to work too. Bai Hao stood up and put on his suit. Come back early. Oh. Bai Jia stood in front of Bai Hao and straightened up his tie for him. Don't worry. There's nothing going on at the office lately. I'll be back later. After saying that, Bai Hao opened the door and left under Bai Jia's gaze. It was already nighttime when Bai Xiaoyi woke up from his sleep, and the towel on his forehead was still radiating a gust of residual warmth. But Lin Xiaoshi wasn't in the room. Removing the towel and placing it into the warm water, Bai Xiaoyi couldn't help but stretch. The tiredness of the morning had now dissipated by a large margin. Xiao, she must have taken care of me for a long time, Bai Xiaoyi said, and stood up to look for Lin Xiaoshi until he saw Lin Xiaoshi in the living room, who was savoring the fish soup. Hissy. Lin Xiaoshi took a sip of fish soup and smashed his mouth, revealing a satisfied smile. The flavor is right. It's almost time to turn off the heat. Just then a pair of hands hugged Lin Xiaoshi tightly. Yikes! Lin Xiaoshi exclaimed back. You're awake. Bai Xiaoyi didn't say anything, just placed his head on Lin Xiaoshi's shoulder. You must be starving. You haven't eaten for so long. Don't worry, I boiled fish soup for you. The flavor is guaranteed to be good. Lin Xiaoshi smiled with a gentle smile on her face. Xiao, sure. It's so good to have you. Bai Xiaoyi closed his eyes and sniffed Lin Xiaoshi's body scent. Lin Xiaoshi turned off the fire of the stove. Followed by a half turn of the body, both hands lifted up Bai Xiaoyi's face, both eyes relative to each other, and said, why so sudden? Before he finished speaking, Bai Xiaoyi's mouth tightly blocked Lin Xiaoshi's small mouth. Lin Xiaoshi could feel a strong wave of love coming from Bai Xiaoyi, constantly drilling towards her heart, as if she wanted to eat herself up. For a long time the lips parted, a long crystalline line dividing the two. Lin Xiaoshi gently knocked on Bai Xiaoyi's chest. Bad Xiaoyi, at least let me finish my sentence. Hey, it's just that I've seen Xiao looking too good. Alright. Lin Xiaoshi pushed Bai Xiaoyi's back to the dining table. Sit down. I'll get some soup. Did Xiao make the fish soup? I could smell it from the bedroom. Yes, drink some fish soup. Yi's body will get better faster. Soon Lin Xiaoshi served the fish soup in front of Bai Xiaoyi. Okay, eat up. Lin Xiaoshi looked at Lin Xiaoshi with one hand propped up on his chin with an expectant face. Bai Xiaoyi picked up his chopsticks and was about to start eating when he saw the bowl instantly stiffened. Xiao, sure. Why do you put so many goji berries in every dish? After a week of conditioning, Bai Xiaoyi's body is finally good. But Bai Xiaoyi is now very fearful of the wolfberry. Don't say look. Even here the two words can directly spit out. Ding, ding, ding. Bai Xiaoyi's cell phone rang early in the morning. Bai Xiaoyi stretched out his hand in a daze and kept fumbling on the bedside table until he touched his cell phone before connecting the call through his memory. Hey, who's it for? Hello Mr. Bai. Your visa has been completed and the courier will deliver it to you later. A standard and pleasant service staff voice came from the cell phone. Okay, thanks. Bai Xiaoyi hung up his cell phone and was about to put it back when his body suddenly became a little heavier. Is it early in the morning? When Bai Xiaoyi opened his eyes, he saw that Lin Xiaoxi, who was sleeping beside him, had sat down on himself at some point and was staring at his back with a cold expression. Who was that girl on the phone just now? Xiao Shi, have you forgotten? Bai Xiaoyi rolled over and pressed Lin Xiaoshi underneath him and kissed Lin Xiaoshi's white and fragrant neck. Didn't we go to get a visa before? Now after a week, the visa has been issued, and the staff just called. Lin Xiaoshi of course heard the voice in the cell phone, only just uncomfortable in her heart. Seeing Bai Xiaoyi's movements, she herself also cooperated with Bai Xiaoyi by lying on the bed. Just as Bai Xiaoyi was about to get up, Lin Xiaoshi suddenly came up and said quietly, You haven't watered the flower pots on the balcony for a week. How could Bai Xiaoyi not understand what Lin Xiaoshi meant, and hurriedly tried to withdraw from Lin Xiaoshi's arms. Look at my memory. Xiaoshi, I'm going to water it. When Bai Xiaoyi straightened up, Lin Xiaoshi's legs crossed from Bai Xiaoyi's back and clamped down on himself with a death grip, and with one force pulled himself back up again. Bai Xiaoyi reacted less than two hands barely propped up on the pillow by Lin Xiaoshi's head, while Lin Xiaoshi licked her lips with a flirtatious face. If you want to go out, you'll have to pay a toll. In this way, illegal driving white master paid 2 tolls one by one, where Lin Xiaoshi toll collector ate into the stomach. Although Lin Xiaoshi toll collector is more greedy, but considering the situation of the white master's family is not easy, they did not make it too difficult for the white master. After all, the pig has to be raised slowly. Bai Xiaoyi lay softly and rottingly on the bed, his eyes looking at the ceiling listlessly. Why is this feeling so familiar? How come it looks exactly like the cold before? Xiao Shi. Ding dong. The bell of the gate suddenly rang at this time. The visa must have arrived. I'll go get it. As if she had a premonition of what Bai Xiaoyi was going to say, Lin Xiaoshi rolled over and got out of bed, wearing her slippers in a panic, and walked out. When Lin Xiaoshi came back again, he already had 2 visas in his hands. The visa has arrived. Yo, okay, I'll buy a plane ticket. Bai Xiaoyi also did not continue to pursue the question. After all, his heart has long had the answer. Although Lin Xiaoshi so treated himself, but he is not very disgusted, because he knows that Xiaoshi will not hurt himself. Bai Xiaoyi sat on the bed with his back against the wall and quickly purchased 2 airfare tickets to Ribbon for the next morning. Just after paying for the airfare, suddenly a head came out of the gap between his own hands and leaned next to his shoulder. Is he mad at me, duck? Looking at Lin Xiaoshi's pitiful appearance, Bai Xiaoyi just wanted to open his mouth to educate a few sentences and then interrupted the idea. Perhaps because of the reason of collecting the tolls, Lin Xiaoxi's hair is still sticking to the root of the back of the ear, and a young girl's fragrance emanates out to make Bai Xiaoyi's heart relaxed and happy. Bai Xiaoyi ruffled the hair scattered at the corner of Lin Xiaoshi's mouth, gently pinched the soft and smooth face and said softly, So Xiaoshi knows it's wrong? Aha! Lin Xiaoshi nodded with a beak. Knew it was wrong. Alas! Who can bear to lay hands on such a cute girl? It's true that you can do whatever you want if you're good looking. No, next time. Then, next time for sure. Won't. Reaching out his hand and touching Lin Xiaoshi's head, Bai Xiaoyi said, Then take a good day's rest today, and we'll set off tomorrow. Ooh. Aha! Lin Xiaoshi probed and looked out the window, her heart extraordinarily irritated. It always felt as if there was something in the underworld that wanted to snatch little Yi away. Could it be that world? No way. No matter what, nothing can take my Yi away from me. Yi is mine. He belongs to me forever. Lin Xiaoshi tilted her head and stroked Bai Xiaoyi's face, her eyes filled with ample love. I guess we have to find a way to get Yi to confess. On the other side, in a bungalow in Liban, little brothery, little brothery, little brothery. Luo Xiaoke couldn't help but gasp out in shock as she watched Bai Xiaoyi in the video, slowly tilting her head with her eyes closed for a sustained period of time before quieting down. Ha ha ha. The young girl's gasps rang out rhythmically as she lay on the bed in a rotten drunken state with one hand resting across her forehead. The cell phone slowly turned off its screen over time. The song in the video came to an abrupt end, and the only sound that could be heard was a gurgling spit, few exhaling the last mouthful of turbid air. Luo Xiaoke's emotions settled down. Really? I can't help it again if I'm not careful. I have to change the sheets again. Luo Xiaoke stood up and stretched a lazy waist with an arc. The young girl's delicate figure as well as her white skin made the whole bright room dull for a few points. The only drawback is, Luo Xiaoke slowly lowered her head and sighed softly. Hubby, Bai Jia, who was swiping the video on the sofa, suddenly exclaimed, Yi and Xiao Shi will be taking a plane to the Kyoto airport tomorrow morning. Yeah, looks like the visa thing is done. It's been a long time since I've seen Yi. I'll make sure to cook a mountain of food for him when I get there. This kid size loves my cooking. With that said, Bai Jia jumped into Bai Hao's arms and sobbed. Hubby, do you think I'm a bad mom, leaving Yi alone with no one to turn to? Well, aren't we working hard for Yi's future to be happier? I believe that little Yi will also understand our pain. By how patted by Jia's back and comforted her. By the way, wife, won't you tell Coco about this? I'm sure she'll be very happy. By how changed the topic in order to prevent Bai Jia from continuing to blame herself. Right. Look at my memory. Shivering, Bai Jia grabbed her cell phone and made the call. Drip. The bathroom door opened and first a hot fog gushed out of the door, followed by a jade foot coming out of the hazy fog. The young girl's rounded toes still had some redness left on them, and a few droplets of water remained on her white and smooth skin, as if she were a character that came out of a fairy tale. Luo Xiaoke ruffled the hair that was stained on her neck. Then she took the hairdryer and prepared to dry her head. When the cell phone that was placed in the bedroom rang, Luo Xiaoke threw the hairdryer that she had just taken on the bed without saying a word. Upon seeing the word sister by written above the contact, Luo Xiaoke quickly picked up the phone. The young girl kept curling one of her fingers around the blonde hair hanging down by her ear and spoke. Sister White, is there something wrong? Coco, tell you a good news. Page on the other end of the line paused at that. At this time Luo Xiaoke, heart such as kittens scratching the general itchy, hurriedly urged, Sister White, exactly what is the matter, you tell me. Well, all I have to say is that your little brother Yi will be on a plane in the morning. Clank. There was a sudden, violent ringing on the other end of the phone. Coco, what's wrong with you? No, nothing. Just now I was just closing the door. The young girl let out a trembling voice. That's good. I'm going to pick up the plane with your uncle tomorrow. Do you want to come along? Coco? Good, I'll definitely come. Sister White. Well, that's all for now then. Bai Jia was about to hang up and go to the mall to buy ingredients when Luo Xiaoke's voice interrupted her. Sister Bai, may I ask if Sister Xiaoshi will come tomorrow as well? Xiaoshi? Of course I'll be here. Speaking of which, this is the first time I've seen Shirori. Later on should I go buy a new dress? I know. By Sister White. Luo Xiaoke hung up the phone and hung her head low. The water droplets on her wet hair were still ticking downwards, but Luo Xiaoke didn't bother blowing her hair but stood frozen in place. As Lin Xiaoshi's appearance as an hour surfaced in his mind, Luo Xiaoke's face gradually twisted up and looked hideous. Shiori-san, Coco is looking forward to you. Oh, I hope we can have a nice vacation. Greetings, honored passengers. Welcome to Rongfei Airlines. If you are going to fly, please check your ticket information. Early the next morning, Bai Xiaoyi arrived at the airport with his suitcase and Lin Xiaoxi, and boarded the airplane on time under the guidance of the attendants. Bai Xiaoyi let out an exclamation as he sat in his seat. Just now, Bai Xiaoyi had only curiously glanced at the uniform of the flight attendant young lady, and Lin Xiaoshi beside him had thrown a murderous gaze at himself. And so it was that Lin Xiaoxi was seen to take Bai Xiaoyi's hand and clench it tightly in his hand like swearing sovereignty, and then tiptoeing on Bai Xiaoyi's ear. She whispered, "Where is Bai Xiaoyi looking at?" Nothing. Bai Xiaoyi inclined his head not to look ahead, allowing Lin Xiaoshi to lead him. See Bai Xiaoyi obedient appearance. Lin Xiaoshi also did not continue to say anything, but the other hand's nails are tightly embedded in the meat. Only after the two of them had sat down in their seats and did Bai Xiaoyi gradually come up to Lin Xiaoshi's ear and whispered, "I was actually just thinking that if it was Xiaoshi who wore that dress it would definitely look good, right?" Hey! Lin Xiaoshi froze, then leaned her head on Bai Xiaoyi's shoulder. Fang's little emotions were suddenly swept away. If Xiaoyi wants to see it, can all be Bai Xiaoyi looked down at Lin Xiaoshi's flirtatious and attractive appearance, instantly associating it with the image of Xiaoshi in her uniform, and a hot stream of water gushed out of his nose uncontrollably. Yikes! Seeing this, Lin Xiaoshi quickly took out a tissue from her pocket and stuffed it into Bai Xiaoyi's nose. Looking at the reddish tissue, Lin Xiaoshi smelled a hint of blood, could not help but lick his lips, then twisted his head to the side to forcefully hold back the excitement in his heart. Greetings, esteemed passengers, and welcome to the flight to Tachikoto. After a while the voice of the stewardess sounded, signaling that the plane was about to take off. At this time Bai Xiaoyi's nosebleed also stopped, because Lin Xiaoshi sat by the window inside. Bai Xiaoyi probed over. Lin Xiaoshi curiously looked out the window, muttered in a low voice, "Speaking of which, this is the first time I've ever been on an airplane." Lin Xiaoshi, who had sharp ears, of course heard it, and then asked, "Hasn't he been on an airplane before?" Bai Xiaoyi trembled, his mind quickly scrolling through his previous memories, but there was no memory of taking an airplane. Could it be that he had forgotten? Seems like that happened. But that's something I should have forgotten when I was a kid. Bai Xiaoyi said as he shrunk his body back, his eyes fluttering. Oh, Lin Xiaoshi let out a meaningful sound, followed by having spoken. I suddenly remembered. Xiaoyi really hasn't taken an airplane, because I know that Bai Xiaoyi has never left Rongqing since he was a child. Yo! Hey, cough. Bai Xiaoyi hurriedly used a cough to cover up his panic after hearing this. Then it's probably because I misremembered. Xiaoshi, let's talk about something else. You're not Bai Xiaoyi, are you? Lin Xiaoshi gazed into Bai Xiaoyi's eyes, her tone very calm as if she already knew. Upon hearing Lin Xiaoshi's words, Bai Xiaoyi's brain went dead, and for a moment he didn't know what to say. The cold hairs on Bai Xiaoyi's arms instantly stood up, and the cold sweat on his back gradually seeped out. His entire body was like falling into an ice cave. Discovered? When exactly was it? It's going to die, isn't it? No. Something has to be said. Looking at Lin Xiaoshi's icy expression as if she was a head of prey always ready to take a bite out of its prey, Bai Xiaoyi hurriedly spoke out. How is it possible? Little, are you kidding me? Xiaoshi? Bai Xiaoyi pretended to look as if nothing had happened, took out his ID card from his wallet and said, Look Xiaoshi, it's all me on the ID card. How can I not be Bai Xiaoyi? Lin Xiaoshi's face was hard to see. Her heart felt as if it was pierced by a knife. How hard it was to not be able to bury your heart with the person you love. Yi, why are you hiding yourself? Why can't you tell me the truth? You shouldn't live under Bai Xiaoyi's bondage. You are who you are. You're the unique and irreplaceable Yi. Is it one of those laws they talk about in novels? That if you reveal your secret, you'll be destroyed? Or do you go back to your original world? Lin Xiaoshi suddenly revealed a smug expression. Hey, Yi was tricked again. Scared you, didn't I? Bai Xiaoyi was instantly relieved. Xiaoshi, can you not scare me like that in the future? Just now, my cold sweat came out. Alright, I'm sorry. Lin Xiaoshi took Bai Xiaoyi's head and placed it in front of her, whispering comfortingly. Feeling the squeezing sensation on his face, Bai Xiaoyi's face reddened in a flash. Aha, Xiaoshi. After a long time, Bai Xiaoyi broke free and breathed the air with a big mouth and the heart of the heart as a relief, such as when the Buddha was pressed under the mountain of the Wukong general. But this mountain is not the Five-Finger Mountain. A hint of a fresh scent still lingers in the nostrils, a scent that seems, clunk. At this time, the stewardess pushed the cart and walked over to Bai Xiaoyi and asked, Sir, do you need something to drink? We have milk, plain water and orange juice here. Lin Xiaoshi raised an eyebrow and immediately said, Trouble sister to give me a glass of orange juice then a glass of milk for my boyfriend. I see. The stewardess handed the drinks to the two men then went back to carting off questions to the other passengers. Bai Xiaoyi looked at the warm milk in his hands and fell into deep thought. Then his gaze went back towards Lin Xiaoshi's direction. Lin Xiaoshi took a sip of orange juice and stuck out her tongue to lick the juice left on her lips, tilting her head to look at Bai Xiaoyi. What's wrong, Xiaoyi? Is the brand of milk not good? No. I just think it's too hot. It should be fine by now. Bai Xiaoyi's redness that had just dissipated gathered again when she heard this, hastily drank the milk in her hands. Hiccup. I still want to taste it when you finish it so quickly, said Lin Xiaoshi with a beep at the sight. No, sorry, I thought you were done with just orange juice. Shio. Lin Xiaoshi looked around and realized that no one was looking in his direction, and immediately came to Bai Xiaoyi's mouth and said, It doesn't matter, there's still a bit left here. After saying that, his head leaned forward and stacked with Bai Xiaoyi. This was the first time Bai Xiaoyi had drunk orange-flavored milk. Clang clang clang, the sound of the trolley gradually getting closer and closer. When the stewardess sister came back to find that just now Bai Xiaoyi's seat of the milk has already been drunk, and Bai Xiaoyi also inclined his head to pretend to look at the scenery of the appearance of constantly pursing lips. Aside, Lin Xiaoshi is watching himself. Looks like the passenger likes milk. Would this passenger like a refill, please? Bai Xiaoyi turned his head and hastily swung his hands back and forth. Thank you. No need. The steward was about to take the cup back when suddenly a hand snatched it away. Lin Xiaoshi poured half of her own orange juice into Bai Xiaoyi's cup. The walls of the cup still had milk remaining. Immediately after, Lin Xiaoxi handed her own cup to the stewardess. Sorry sister, I can't drink that much orange juice. I don't want this cup. Okay. The stewardess smiled and took Lin Xiaoxi's cup and put it in the food cart and pushed it away. When the stewardess left, Bai Xiaoyi curiously looked back at Lin Xiaoxi. Shio, why didn't you just hand me my? Lin Xiaoxi stretched out her fragrant tongue and licked the wall of the cup, then cocked her head. Nope, it's okay. Bai Xiaoyi looked back with a red face, not knowing what he was thinking. Just silently closed his eyes. Who could stand up to that? Lin Xiaoxi finished the orange juice in one gulp, then leaned on Bai Xiaoyi's shoulder and dozed off with her eyes closed. The stewardess just walked out from the food preparation counter and saw Bai Xiaoyi and Lin Xiaoxi with their heads leaning against each other in love. What a sweet couple then. The stewardess turned around and walked back, immediately followed by a blanket, and walked over to Lin Xiaoxi. Hearing the footsteps, Lin Xiaoxi suddenly opened her eyes and startled the stewardess. But the stewardess, trained in good qualities, quickly adjusted her expression and put on a smile and handed the blanket to Lin Xiaoxi. Lin Xiaoxi took the blanket, opened her mouth and whispered, Thank you sister. The stewardess nodded and left the aisle. Lin Xiaoshi spread out the blanket to cover a large portion of the blanket area on Bai Xiaoyi's body and continued to lean against Bai Xiaoyi, squinting his eyes. A few hours later, ding dong, a bell rang in the cabin, followed by the voice of the stewardess. Hello dear passengers, 30 minutes to the destination of this flight. Please get ready. Bai Xiaoyi slowly opened his eyes, his whole body filled with soreness, probably due to the prolonged sitting and standing motions he had maintained on the seat. Just want to move down the sinews. Suddenly the blanket in front of his chest slipped down. Bai Xiaoyi curiously held the wool in his hand. A blanket? Where did that come from? Looking sideways at Lin Xiaoshi beside him, Bai Xiaoyi then saw that Lin Xiaoshi was looking at himself with wide eyes, the blanket on his body only covering a little bit of his arm. Yi, did you get some sleep? No. Hearing this, Lin Xiaoshi said in a panic, is it because my arm is leaking cold air conditioning? I'm sorry little. Bai Xiaoyi wrapped Lin Xiaoshi in his arms and said excitedly, are you a fool? Why don't you build yourself a set? Why are you so nice to me? Lin Xiaoshi first froze, then revealed a gentle expression, placing a hand on the back of Bai Xiaoyi's head and said, because you're Xiaoyi, promise me you'll prioritize yourself in the future, okay? Seeing that Lin Xiaoshi didn't say anything, Bai Xiaoyi pretended to be angry and said sternly, promise me. I'll just promise don't be so mean. Lin Xiaoshi said with a beak. That's right. Bai Xiaoyi patted Lin Xiaoshi's head. I'm going to return the blanket. Xiaoshi obediently wait for me at yo. Bai Xiaoyi folded the blanket and got up and left his seat. Lin Xiaoshi muttered lowly in her mouth as she looked at Bai Xiaoyi's back. Only weird. After an hours-long flight, the plane finally landed at Kyoto Airport. Bai Xiaoyi walked out of the aisle with his suitcase in one hand and Lin Xiaoshi in the other. Lin Xiaoshi suddenly stopped where he stood. What's wrong, Xiao? Little you have to remember that only I love you the most. Only me. Lin Xiaoshi's eyes gradually became deeper. What's wrong with Shirori? Why did she suddenly become like this? Don't worry. I love Xiaoshi the most too. Bai Xiaoyi gently comforted Lin Xiaoshi by taking her into his arms. Yeah, not only were the best for each other. Lin Xiaoshi gave an intoxicated smile, clearly enjoying what Bai Xiaoyi said. That's right. No one loves you the most except me. The rest of the love is false and redundant at the same time. I hope you won't be paralyzed by all this love. Or else Xiao will only eradicate all this false love yo. Outside the airport door, Bai Jia is pacing back and forth excitedly in front of the gate. Compared to Bai Hao was more calm. Just quietly stood in place, eyes watching the pedestrians in the airport. Looking forward to the appearance of Bai Xiaoyi's silhouette. The pedestrians coming and going were all attracted by a girl beside Bai Jia. There was no other reason but because a girl wearing a small bowler hat and a white lolita on her tiptoes was constantly gazing towards the airport. It was none other than Luo Xiaoku, who was so lucky to have such a lovely lady waiting for her. The people around them wished that the person the girl was looking for was themselves. Just as the crowd was waiting in anticipation, a handsome black-haired teenager walked out holding a fairy who had fallen from the mortal world. I thought the Lolita girl was already pretty, but I didn't realize that one mountain was higher than the other. If I were that boy I would have no regrets even if I died. Yosi, flower girl's work. Suki, son. Bai Jia and Bai Hao called Bai Xiaoyi in unison and excitedly ran up towards him. The only person who didn't move his feet was Luo Xiaoku. How can it be? Why is my little brother holding that woman's hand? Luo Xiaoku's eyes seemed as if they were about to fall out and glared. Her face covered in disbelief. Her two small hands tightly clutching her small skirt. It must be that woman. He must be the one who forced my little brother to do this. Don't worry little brother I know you actually want to escape from her, right? Xiaoku will definitely save brother Lin Xiaoshi, I'm not the same wishy-washy girl I was back then. I'm going to take back everything I've lost. Luo Xiaoku walked towards Bai Xiaoyi with a firm gaze. Son, Bai Jia shouted as she tightly embraced Bai Xiaoyi, her heart filled with longing. Lin Xiaoshi's eyebrows first tightened when she saw this moment, and her body constantly trembled slightly. Let go of me. Since it was the first time he had met his parents in reality, Bai Xiaoyi was still a bit startled. He broke free after Bai Jia hugged him for a while. Mom, Dad, it's been a long time. Brat, you've grown quite a bit. Bai Hao went up and carried Bai Xiaoyi's suitcase over and patted Bai Xiaoyi's shoulder and said, Hey, allow me to introduce you. Bai Xiaoyi put his hands on Lin Xiaoshi's shoulders and held Lin Xiaoshi in front of himself. This is my girlfriend, Lin Xiaoshi. Aya, my daughter-in-law is so pretty. Bai Jia praised heartily as she held Lin Xiaoshi's hand. Hello uncle and auntie. Lin Xiaoshi grinned a raw grin and suddenly a figure appeared in front of him making Lin Xiaoshi's pupils shrink. Hello brother. Luo Xiaoku ran up with small broken steps, leaning forward and said, while her gaze was still looking towards Lin Xiaoshi from time to time. Two people sighed as if two electric light intersected together to make ZZ explosion sound. The whole surrounding filled with a smell of gunpowder. Sister Xiaoshi. Long time no see. Luo Xiaoku's voice tone intentionally raised her eyes like a sharp knife stabbing towards Lin Xiaoshi. Lin Xiaoshi, I'm back. It's time to decide a winner. I said, who is it? So it's you. Little sister Ku. Lin Xiaoshi also blared back, unwilling to show weakness. I've obviously left you alive. Why do you still want to die? Ugh. Bai Jia asked in bewilderment as she saw the two of them, Lin Xiaoshi and Luo Xiaoku, familiar as old friends who hadn't seen each other for years. Xiaoshi Xiaoku. You two knew each other before? Luo Xiaoku nodded her head, raising the corners of her mouth, and smiled sweetly. Yes, Sister Bai. Sister Xiaoshi used to be very familiar with me. That's right. Sister Xiaoku and I can be considered as sisters. Lin Xiaoshi blocked in front of Bai Xiaoyi, stopping Luo Xiaoku's idea of advancing. Luo Xiaoku suddenly poked her head out sideways to look at Bai Xiaoyi behind Lin Xiaoshi and greeted him. Brother Bai Xiaoyi still remembers me? I know you won't forget me. Brother Bai Xiaoyi, as long as you nod your head, I will, even if I have to fight for my life. Bai Xiaoyi's mind went over the girl in front of him and always felt familiar and unfamiliar, so he rubbed the back of his head and laughed awkwardly. I'm sorry, may I ask if I've seen you before? When Bai Xiaoyi said these words, Luo Xiaoku at the moment felt that her sky had collapsed. The sound of people and cars around them gradually disappeared, leaving only the lone person standing in the endless open space. It's a lie. How could Bai Xiaoyi brother forget me? Obviously at that time, Bai Xiaoyi brother smiled happily when he learned that he had established a friendship with me. Ah, ha, a cold laugh broke Luo Xiaoku's thinking. Sister Coco, I'm reiterating. This is my nowadays. I hope you behave yourself and don't make the same mistake again. Oh, Lin Xiaoshi whispered in Luo Xiaoku's ear as if it was a demonic voice. I got it. Luo Xiaoku saw this and revealed a scared expression, kept backtracking her footsteps. Just as Lin Xiaoshi mistakenly thought that Luo Xiaoku would retreat there, Luo Xiaoku instantly made a turn to use Bai Jia as a block to go around in front of Bai Xiaoyi, wanting to hold Bai Xiaoyi's arms. Don't you dare! Lin Xiaoshi appeared in front of Bai Xiaoyi with a slip of his feet followed by a punch to Luo Xiaoku's shoulder, knocking Luo Xiaoku out. Looking at the fist that was close at hand, Luo Xiaoku's mouth gently skimmed the corners of his mouth, then he retracted it nicely. Luo Xiaoku pretended to be knocked down and planted herself on the ground, looking pitiful. Holy shit, look, two beautiful girls are fighting. How's that for a punch? I'd rather take that punch for this Lolita Lori. Your intentions are actually on the other maiden, aren't they? Ha. You caught me. The people around them were talking about it, and there were even people who took out their cell phones and recorded a video, as if they were watching the show. Seeing this, Bai Hao went forward and blocked the cell phone of the person who was videotaping, and said in fluent ribbon, Sir, please do not videotape. This is related to one's reputation. Bai Jia rushed forward to help Luo Xiaoku up. Xiaoshi, what are you doing? Aren't you guys good friends? Luo Xiaoku clenched her hands into fists and placed them in front of her eyes and gently sobbed. Oh, I just want to talk to little brothery. Say hello. Lin Xiaoshi suddenly sneered. I can't believe you practiced a technique called green tea at Rikoto. Listening to the chatter around her and the sounds of duty, Lin Xiaoshi couldn't help but feel sickened by the world once again. Just then a pair of hands came up from behind him to wrap himself tightly in his arms. Bai Xiaoyi raised his head and said loudly in fluent Japanese, Everyone still please disperse. This is our family matter. Immediately after looking at Luo Xiaoku, who had just been helped up, sternly said, I said I don't know you. Greetings are exempt. Also, Xiaoshi, she did nothing wrong. Mom and Dad, you guys don't accuse Xiaoshi. Lin Xiaoshi tilted her head and gazed at Bai Xiaoyi in fascination. One hand couldn't help but caress Bai Xiaoyi's cheek. I'm sure you're the best. After Bai Xiaoyi's sentence, people also walked away and dispersed, and Bai Hao was surprised that he didn't say anything. When did this kid learn to speak ribbon? Bai Jia felt Luo Xiaoku's body in her arms constantly twitching. Suddenly Luo Xiaoku covered her mouth and said, I'm sorry, Sister Bai. Uncle Bai has disturbed you. I'll leave now. With that, he took a step and ran away from the scene. Paige's hand hovered in the air and stopped, subsequently placing her palm in front of her eyes and looking at it. Did I do something wrong? Bai Xiaoyi held Lin Xiaoshi in his arms and said to Bai Jia, Mom, let's go back. Today is a happy day, isn't it? Right. Bai Hao walked over and patted the dumbfounded Bai Jia with a smile. Son's mom, didn't you cook a big table for our son? Aha. Paige nodded slightly, giving a smile. Let's go home. Bai Xiaoyi then took Lin Xiaoshi to Bai Hao's car, and none of the four spoke on the way home. One person was focused on driving. One person didn't know how to speak. One person was slightly embarrassed. Only Lin Xiaoxi leaned in Bai Xiaoyi's arms, leisurely enjoying the warmth that Bai Xiaoyi brought to her. As for the others, she doesn't care at all. Ahem. Out of the rather chilly atmosphere, driver Bai Hao took the lead in throwing out the topic. By the way, when did you learn this ribbon language? Listening to you speak so fluently just now should have been practiced for a long time, right? Oops. Hearing this, Bai Xiaoyi panicked, and in a moment of excitement Fong had spoken the self-taught Lipan language from his previous life. This one. Ha. It's something I taught myself earlier when I had nothing to do at home. Worthy of being my Baijia's son. That's awesome. Baijia also interjected at this time, as the parents did not suspect their own Baishawi also comfortably and normally communicate with Baijia by how. With the first topic more topics would arise one after another, and the atmosphere of the party grew lively. Lin Xiaoshi, on the other hand, was pretending to be asleep as she lay on Baishawi's lap breathing evenly. When saw Lin Xiaoshi fell asleep, Baishawi at this time also put down his heart. Just now he accidentally said that he will be able to stand in the language of the thing. If Lin Xiaoshi heard, I am afraid that there will have to be a lot of fooling around. But fortunately until the present their own hidden seamless. Unaware of these, Baishawi thought of perfect concealment has long been Lin Xiaoxi see-through. Even just the Lipan language Lin Xiaoxi did not bother to ask, because she already has a more perfect plan in mind. Baijia turned back to see Lin Xiaoshi asleep and suddenly her voice was much lower. Luo Xiaoka's matter. I'm sorry I didn't expect something like this to happen. Mom, I don't blame you for this. I know you didn't mean it either. Baishawi lowered his head and lifted the strand of hair hanging in his mouth to the root behind his ear for Lin Xiaoshi tenderly. Nowadays, my heart is only for Xiaoshi, and in the future it will be none other than her. So I still hope that you guys, Mom and Dad, will give us your blessing. Baishawi's words were like a deer crashing into Lin Xiaoshi's chest. Well, I want to bully so badly. Lin Xiaoshi couldn't help but open her cherry mouth. Well, Baishawi's entire body suddenly trembled, as if he had been electrocuted. What's wrong, son? Baijia was about to praise Baishawi for his devotion, suddenly realized that Baishawi's face suddenly turned red. Is it somewhere uncomfortable? Baihao also glanced through the rearview mirror when he saw this. Nope, nothing, Baishawi said with a waving hand, pushing Lin Xiaoshi's head outward with his other hand. When Baijia turned her head back, Baishawi also lowered his head at the same time, and found Lin Xiaoshi's peach-colored eyes staring at him in fascination, and his tongue still circled around his lips. This girl is simply bold. If we don't clean her up, she's going to come up to the house. Bang! Baishawi flicked a brain crash towards Lin Xiaoshi's forehead. Boing! Lin Xiaoshi covered her head and sat up instantly. Baijia, who heard the voice, looked back at Lin Xiaoshi and asked, Xiaoshi, you're awake? What are you? Auntie literally popped me on the head while I was sleeping. Lin Xiaoshi beamed and pretended to be pitiful. Good wow, Baishawi. What are you doing bullying other people, Xiaoshi, for nothing? Other people are sleeping well? Why are you disturbing them? Baijia saw Lin Xiaoxi's look of pity where she still allowed Baishawi to explain. Baishawi twisted his head to see Lin Xiaoshi mischievously spitting her pretty tongue at him. Well, how am I supposed to explain this? I can't just put my pants. Baishawi could only end up breaking his teeth and swallowing in his mouth. After arriving at the destination, Baihao went to the parking lot, and the others then got out of the car and walked to the door under the leadership of Baijia. Mom, do you live in something like an apartment like that? Baishawi looked up. A nearly 20-story apartment stood in front of him, and compared to his own apartment, this side of the apartment was a bit more luxurious. Hiya, your dad is used to living in this kind of house, Baijia said and took Lin Xiaoshi's small hand. Let's go, Xiaoshi. With me here, let's see who dares to bully you. Even after saying that, he didn't forget to glance towards Baishawi. Looking at Lin Xiaoshi with a gloating look, Baishawi hated to put Lin Xiaoshi on the spot. Just wait, Xiao. Sooner or later you'll be begging for mercy. I have to say it's still Baishawi. Talking in his pants is tough. The three of them talked and got on the elevator. Baishawi walked at the front, so he stood at the very inside of the elevator. Baijia pressed the layers and then pulled Lin Xiaoshi to chat about family matters, such as how she had been living with Baishawi lately or what she planned to do after graduation or something like that. Just as Baishawi was looking at the advertisement on the screen, a soft and tender little hand held himself. I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to do that. When he looked down, he saw Lin Xiaoshi pinching his palm behind his back and then making a loving gesture, as if telling Baishawi not to be angry with himself. It's just that I'll reluctantly bypass you since you're like this. Xiao. Baishawi also stretched out his hand to interlock his fingers with Lin Xiaoshi, holding them tightly together. Unbeknownst to the two, their movements had long been seen by Baijia. Xiaoyi and Xiaoshi are really in love. Thinking of this, the more Baijia felt that she did something wrong before. Then she opened her mouth and said to Lin Xiaoshi, Xiaoshi, I'm sorry for what happened at the airport before. It's Auntie, I didn't think it through. Can you forgive Auntie? I don't blame Auntie. After all, Auntie didn't know what happened before. Lin Xiaoshi shook her head to show that she didn't care. The happiest thing in Xiaoshi's life was meeting Xiaoyi. Seeing this, Baijia was even more sure of herself. It's better to stay out of Yi's business yourself. This life is already beautiful. As soon as the door was opened, the smell of food came out. Baijia changed her shoes and greeted Baishawi as they came in. Well, these dishes are all what you like to eat. I'll go heat up the dishes, you guys can rest for a while. Baishawi unwrapped 2 pairs of new slippers from the shoe cabinet and placed them on the floor. Xiaoshi, quickly change your shoes. Before the words were out of his mouth, a luscious little foot appeared in front of his eyes. Lin Xiaoshi held the doorframe with one hand while the other hand clenched its fist in front of her mouth and said petulantly, "Xiaoyi, help me." Bai Xiaoyi looked at this one. Small black leather shoes froze, swallowed his saliva. Somehow the heart prompted himself a thought, that is, storm inhalation, not cough cough cough. Bai Xiaoyi pretended to cough as he turned back and didn't see Bai Jie's figure, then reached his hand towards the sinful leather boot. Leather boots did not, Bai Xiaoyi imagined, so difficult to take off. Just unbuckle. The buckle naturally came off. But Bai Xiaoyi did not hold the boots in the middle of the slide in front of Lin Xiaoshi's toes shaking. He hurry up. Lin Xiaoshi tilted her head to the side with a blushing face and said in a glutinous manner, I know. Bai Xiaoyi clamped the ends of the boots and slowly removed them. And what caught his eye was a transparent white sock. Not too long and not too short, just to the ankle. Vaguely through the white stockings, Bai Xiaoyi saw Lin Xiaoshi's crystal clear toes still twisting slightly. Good, so beautiful. Bai Xiaoyi couldn't help but look a little smitten. The other one. Lin Xiaoshi put her foot down while reminding. Oh, yes. With the experience of the first time, the second leather boots Bai Xiaoyi quickly took off, and finally went into the living room pretending that nothing happened. Unbeknownst to him, all of this was being spied on by Bai Jie, who was by the kitchen doorframe. Looks like it won't be long before I'm going to have a grandchild, Bai Jie said with a spoon in her hand holding her chin. Clang, came the sound of the gate. At this time Bai Hao also parked his car and returned home. Xiaoshi, you two come and sit at the table as well. We'll be eating soon. Okay, Dad. Okay, Uncle. By the time everyone was cleaned up and sitting at the table in unison, Bai Jie also happened to bring out the last dish. Let's eat. Bai Jie clapped a piece of ribs and put it in Bai Xiaoyi's bowl. Son, look at how thin you've gotten. Eat more. Thanks, Mom. Lin Xiaoshi watched as the piece of meat was slowly placed into Bai Xiaoyi's bowl. Her hand under the table clenched into a fist, trembling continuously. Immediately after that, Bai Jie chucked another piece of chicken thigh into Lin Xiaoshi's bowl. Xiaoshi, you don't have to be polite either. Just chuck whatever you like. Thank you, Auntie. Lin Xiaoshi took a raw bite of the chicken leg, then raised the corners of her mouth and said, It's so delicious. Auntie's craftsmanship is so good. If it's delicious, you eat more. Perhaps out of apology to Lin Xiaoshi, Bai Jie kept on chucking food to Lin Xiaoshi until Lin Xiaoshi's bowl was almost a small mountain pile before she stopped. Lin Xiaoshi of course couldn't finish it, so it became a supply chain for the trio Bai Jie, Lin Xiaoshi, Bai Xiaoyi. On the side, Bai Hao only had himself to silently clip the food and bury his head to eat. Until the end of the meal, Bai Xiaoyi collapsed into a chair, rounded small stomach, foretold that this meal he had paid a lot. After the meal, Lin Xiaoxi took the initiative to apply to help Bai Jie clean the table, which couldn't help but make Bai Jie's love for Lin Xiaoxi go up a notch. Shio, Shiraji used a rag to wipe back and forth in the bowl. What's wrong, Auntie? And now you're called Auntie? Paige teased. Auntie, now it's still early for me, and Lin Xiaoshi said shyly, covering her face. If one looked closely, one would realize that the underling's face didn't actually have an expression. It's not too early, Bai Jie laughed. My next door neighbors are already holding grandchildren. Auntie, what are you talking about? Lin Xiaoshi shyly covered her face and ran out. Bai Jie looked at the fleeing Lin Xiaoshi and snorted out a laugh. My daughter-in-law is just so cute. Bai Xiaoyi was watching TV with Bai Hao on the sofa when he suddenly saw Lin Xiaoshi covering her face and jumping into his arms. Shio, what's wrong? Bai Xiaoyi inquired as he stroked Lin Xiaoshi's head. Auntie, she asked me to give birth to little E. Hearing this, there was instant silence around the room, leaving only the sound of the television set. Hiss, how come this drama is so good? Bai Hao held up his glasses like nothing else, staring daggers at the TV. Dad, isn't that the news you're watching? Bai Xiaoyi didn't poke at Bai Hao's acting because he knew that once he did, it would be three people who would be embarrassed by Bai Hao. Dad, so what? I'll take Xiaoshi back to her room to clean up first, ha. After Bai Xiaoyi finished speaking, he led Lin Xiaoshi into the bedroom. Bai Hao nodded and continued to watch the TV. As to whether he was concentrating or not, that was unknown. Bai Jie finished cleaning up the kitchen and was about to head to the living room when the cell phone in her pocket suddenly rang. Hello? Sister Bai. Luo Xiaoke's hoarse voice from the other end of the phone appeared to have just had a big cry. Can I talk to brother Xiaoyi on the phone? I'm sorry, Xiaoku. No. Bai Jie didn't hesitate to interrupt Luo Xiaoku at this point. Can I ask you something? Auntie White, you say. Do you like E? The voice on the other end of the phone was silent for a moment, then said, Yes. A long time ago I fell in love with brother E. Then I'm sorry, Xiaoku. I'm very attracted to Lin Xiaoshi as my daughter-in-law. I hope you won't disturb them in the future. Bai Jie said sternly. Ha! Luo Xiaoke's soft huh came from the other end of the phone, followed by a beeping busy signal. Luo Xiaoke threw the cell phone aside. Just Bai Jie's words drained her of the last ounce of strength and collapsed on the bed. The sheets had long been wet with tears, and the reddened orbits of her eyes could no longer shed a single tear. Brother Yi, Why? Why did you forget about me? Obviously Xiaoku has been waiting for you. Don't you hate Lin Xiaoxie? Why? Why are you doing this to me? The room was wrapped in darkness around it. Not a single ray of light could be seen. Unbeknownst to him there was a tiny red light flickering just at the collar of Luo Xiaoku's coat. After an unknown amount of time, a pair of fishy red eyes appeared in the darkness. Since that's the case, I can't get little brother Yi's heart. Let's destroy him. No one can have brother Yi's love except me. Luo Xiaoku wobbled out of bed, cradling the photo of Bai Xiaoyi's hours on the table in her arms, then curled up on the bed and drifted off to sleep. Luo Xiaoku had a dream of being Bai Xiaoyi's wife. At this time she is standing with Bai Xiaoyi at the wedding site, tidying up the room. Bai Xiaoyi wiped the sweat from his forehead. Phew, finally tidied up. I'll have to take a shower later. Look. Lin Xiaoxie opened the closet, blinking dully. What's wrong? The scene in the closet when Bai Xiaoyi peeked over stunned himself. Only one quilt in the large one closet. I'll go ask. Bai Xiaoyi was about to go out but was pulled back by Lin Xiaoxie's backhand. It's not like we don't have. No. I'm doing this for my body's sake, Bai Xiaoyi said righteously. This is mom and dad's house. The two beds are just separated by a wall. I don't want mom and dad looking at me with a strange look on their faces in the morning. Bai Xiaoyi broke away from Lin Xiaoxie and rushed straight out of the room. Lin Xiaoxie didn't go after him, just slowly sat on the bed. Stupid little this bed quilt is already a hint. Even if you go and ask there won't be any result. Right. Let's see how the plan is going. Lin Xiaoxie suddenly remembered something and hunted out a pair of headphones from her bag and put them on. Bang, bang, bang. Who is it? Still not letting people sleep. Bai Jie's voice resounded in the room. Mom, it's me. Why are you knocking on my door when it's so late and you're not catching up on your sleep? Didn't you eat a lot for dinner? Bai Xiaoyi did not know why. In the afternoon, the original kind eyes of Bai Jie now suddenly like eating gunpowder general gas. No, it's that there's only one set of quilts in my room. Mom, how do you let me sleep? Hey, I remember putting two. When I was packing, Bai Hao's voice came vaguely from the room. You shut up. Bai Jie yelled at Bai Hao. Then her gaze went to the door of the room. We're out of quilts at home. Make do. The family is poor and can't afford you tossing it around. That's it, I'm going to sleep. If you have anything to say, we'll talk tomorrow. Watching the bright light from the gap in the room's door suddenly disappear, Bai Xiaoyi also realized that he had been set up by Bai Jie. Ugh! When Bai Xiaoyi came back sighing and sitting on the bed. At this moment, Lin Xiaoxie's hand had just reached out from her bag, narrowing her eyes and teasing. What's the matter, master? Didn't you succeed in making karma? Don't mention it. My mom just did it on purpose. Bai Xiaoyi helplessly spread his hands, then took off his jacket. Xiaoxie, I'm going to take a shower first. I'll be back later. Okay? Xiaoyi, remember to wash your hands. White Lin Xiaoxie's words almost didn't make Bai Xiaoyi stumble. No, you're off the hook for a while, Xiao, or I'll go sleep on the couch. It is not that Bai Xiaoyi is afraid of Lin Xiaoxie, but he is separated from his mom and dad by a wall. This was something that he really couldn't accept on his own. Lin Xiaoxie rolled her eyes. Is Yi's brain full of those little bugs? I meant for little E to be cleaned up a bit. It's not what little E thinks. I don't believe it, Bai Xiaoyi said and walked towards the bathroom. TSK, the current Xiaoyi isn't easy to fool anymore, Lin Xiaoxie said with a beep. And when Bai Xiaoyi's figure completely disappeared, he took out a pair of headphones from his bag and put them in his ears. Wow! The hot water dripping on Bai Xiaoyi's body made all the fatigue of the day dissipate. It's true that a hot bath is still the most comfortable. Say, who the hell was that girl this morning? I don't seem to have her in my memory. The blonde Luo Xiaoku's appearance once again appeared in his mind. Bai Xiaoyi pondered for a moment, then shook his head. Can't really think of one. Probably an unassuming passerby. Lin Xiaoxie took the headphones off, squinting, and put them in her school bag. I'm sorry, E. Forgive me this time. It's all because he didn't tell me. With a click, the bedroom door opened and Bai Xiaoyi walked in with a towel to wipe his head. Xiao, I'm done washing. Now you want to go? Fresh towels for you at. Lin Xiaoxie walked over to Bai Xiaoyi and sniffed a minty shower gel odor came to her nose. Xiao, it's nothing. Lin Xiaoxie reached out and snatched the towel from Bai Xiaoyi's head, so she walked towards the bathroom. Xiao, I thought I said there was a new gross. Before Bai Xiaoyi finished speaking, he saw the bathroom door slowly close. As soon as she entered the bathroom, Lin Xiaoxie picked up the towel with both hands and buried her nose in it. I guess Luo Xiaoku will make a move in the next few days, so I'll give you a hand. Sister Xiaoku, you can thank me properly. The mantis catches the cicada and the yellow bird is behind it. As soon as Bai Xiaoyi returned to his bedroom, he laid down on the bed early and turned his back to the door sideways with his eyes closed, pretending to be asleep. La 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 la, I don't know how long it took, but a singing and humming voice came closer and closer to his own. She is coming. The waste reaper, she came. Suddenly the singing and humming gradually stopped, followed by the lights above the head instantly extinguished. Not waiting for Bai Xiaoyi brain reaction, bed came a rustling bed sound. Bai Xiaoyi held his breath, not daring to make a sound as a strong sense of oppression came from his back. After a while there was no movement on the other side of the bed. That's strange. Is Shirori really asleep? Shouldn't I be dead by now? Bai Xiaoyi thought in his heart, but his body didn't move at all because he didn't know if what awaited him was a trap. As time passed, Bai Xiaoyi's body ached due to keeping a movement for a long time. It's been so long and Xiao hasn't moved. Has she fallen asleep? It's not a good idea to go on like this. Why don't we turn around and take a look? Bai Xiaoyi thought this in his heart, but his body had already started. Turning his head frame by frame, he vaguely saw a dark shadow with its back to himself. I think she's asleep. She's still willing to listen to me. Bai Xiaoyi smiled, then stretched his curled up body straight and turned his head back to sleep. But when he turned his head back, a familiar smell of shower gel hit him. Isn't this the body wash I just used? It lasts so well? Something's wrong. Why is there still a little heat coming from it? Bai Xiaoyi suddenly thought of what the brain instantly reacted to can be too late. His own bedside vaguely emerged the outline of a silhouette. Xiao, aren't you behind me? That's just clothes. Can you? Today Xiao, okay, well, not enough. Far from enough. I surrender. I've given up resistance. I also hope that Xiao Shi will treat the captives with favor. Shoot to kill. Bai Xiaoyi does not know exactly how long he slept because all the time is fighting. Last night always felt that his great-grandfather on the other side of the river constantly beckoned to him. Early in the morning, Bai Xiaoyi subconsciously felt the bed swinging a few times seemingly towards his direction. Immediately afterward the quilt formed an arch as if it were a rainbow bridge. At this point Bai Xiaoyi no longer had any thoughts, just hoped that he would live. After a few minutes of Lin Xiaoshi got out of bed from under the covers after a few seconds of pause with her eyes closed. Tucking the quilt towards Bai Xiaoyi, he packed up for a few moments and left the room. As soon as the door to the room opened, Bai Jia was seen walking out with a bowl of milk, and the moment she saw Lin Xiaoshi, she was all smiles, not for anything else, only because at this time is already 12 noon. Bai Hao have gone to work early, and Lin Xiaoxi at this time only went out. I don't even have to think about it. I believe that I won't be long before I have to hold my grandchildren. Xiao, you're awake. Where's E? E is still sleeping. Oh, graduating now is the time to get some rest. Bai Jia pushed the milk bowl towards Lin Xiaoshi. Xiaoshi, want some milk? You're starving after not eating for so long. No mom. I'll just eat with E later. After saying that, Lin Xiaoshi glanced at the milk before walking into the bathroom. Looking at herself in the mirror, Lin Xiaoshi revealed a meaningful smile. Xiao Ku, don't let me down. Normally, I wouldn't want to torture E like this, but it's all because of you. Luo Xiaoku woke up from the blinding light and stared blankly at the ceiling. The picture frame in her hand pressed against the small of her back. What was their favorite pink decor is now monotonous black and white in their own eyes, because there is less of that glorious, beautiful light in their world. Why did fate lead you to me but you pushed me away? I still remember that day when you looked at me with surprise and excitement in your eyes, as if we were made for each other. But why do you not remember me now? My little brother E. Luo Xiaoku lifted the photo frame up with both hands, staring intently at the boy in the photo. Her usual clear and innocent eyes now seemed to be covered with a layer of black veil. Once again, I only have to give little brother E a clear word in person if little brother E will surely think of it. Luo Xiaoku thought of this, a force diffused over his whole body, and stood upright. I'm going to find brother E. I'm going to bare my heart to him. Luo Xiaoku put the photo frame in order on the table and kissed the boy in the photo, smiling sweetly. Brother Xiaoyi, wait for me. Xiaoku will come to you, said the young girl. Immediately ran to the closet to carefully select bright clothes. Lin Xiaoshi fed the milk from the spoon into Bai Xiaoyi's mouth, then reached out her small hand to pat Bai Xiaoyi's head. Our little E is awesome. You think I'm 3 years old? Bai Xiaoyi ate the milk in with great reluctance, his face full of a vicissitude, as if he had instantly aged more than 10 years. Can he accompany me on a shopping trip later? I've never been to a foreign street before, Lin Xiaoshi said with her hands clasped together with an expectant face. Good, Bai Xiaoyi simply replied, not half dragging his feet. No matter where Xiaoshi wants to go, I'll always be with Xiaoshi. Little E. Lin Xiaoshi's heart trembled. Suddenly 2 tiny Lin Xiaoshis appeared in front of Lin Xiaoshi's eyes, one with a bull's horn on its head holding a fork in its hand, and the other with a halo on its head and wings on its back. One is a demon Xiao and the other is an angel Xiao. Angel Xiaoshi drilled in front of Lin Xiaoshi, shaking his white wings, and said, let's just forget about it. Little E is so good to me and I'm still counting on little E. This is not good for little E at all. Yeah, wouldn't I be wasting Yi's trust in me this way? Just as Lin Xiaoshi fell into deep thought, Demon Xiaoshi slapped Angel Xiaoshi away and yelled with red eyes. Don't you want to watch Xiao Yi disappear in front of you? When the time comes, don't be like a headless fly crying and yelling that you regret something. There is only one Xiao Yi in the world. You don't want to become the next Luo Xiaokuo. As soon as Lin Xiaoshi heard Demon Xiaoshi's words, he immediately shook the Angel Xiaoshi, who wanted to speak out of his mind. That's right, No matter what, I'm going to keep ye firmly in my hands and be with him forever. With a smug smile, the demon Koisher dissolved into smoke and dissipated into the air. Can he accompany me to buy some clothes? Clothes? Bai Xiaoyi looked at the clothes on Lin Xiaosher's body and opened his mouth. Xiaosher is thinking it doesn't look good. Well, no way. Lin Xiaosher retorted angrily. Xiaoyi bought me clothes. Xiaosher likes them a lot. So why? Lin Xiaosher came to Bai Xiaoyi's ear and said slowly, I heard that Ribbon's anime has a lot of good-looking clothes, and I want to wear them for Xiaoyi. Lin Xiaosher's voice got smaller and smaller until it was only a mmm nasal sound. Bai Xiaoyi's mind couldn't help but conjure up images of Lin Xiaosher wearing various costumes of various characters from Hatsune's past. Artoria, Miss 2B, and so on. Buy. It has to be bought. Bai Xiaoyi slapped the table hard, his nostrils constantly exhaling, his heart having long been excited. Lin Xiaosher saw this and covered her mouth and snickered, then looked upwards with her index finger poking her chin and said, But, I suddenly don't want to go. Yay. Not allowed. Bai Xiaoyi picked up Lin Xiaosher's chin to look condescendingly at Lin Xiaosher. Woman, I'm not asking for your opinion. I'm informing you. I know, said Lin Xiaosher mischievously, sticking out her tongue. I'll come out after I go to my room and clean up. Saying that, Lin Xiaosher then bounced into the bedroom. Bai Xiaoyi looked down at his waist, reaching out and gently caressing it with a look of death on his face. Brother Waist, trust me, this is the last time. Use waist attack on Lin Xiaosher. It seems to feel the call of Bai Xiaoyi. Originally static as dead water, Waist brother instantly burst out a kind of energy to make Bai Xiaoyi's divine appearance and some spirit. Thank you, Waist. If you and I go together, there's no way we'll be able to defeat each other. Lin Xiaosher looked at the time, immediately followed by coming to the window and gently lifting a corner of the curtain, only to see a tiny figure peeking out from behind a large tree not far across the road. The predator has long since locked on to its prey, and only the prey itself is still at ease. It was afternoon, but the hot, bright sun in the sky of Tachikoto was still hot. According to the cell phone map, Bai Xiaoyi brought Lin Xiaoxi to a department store, came to the clothing area to look at a wide range of goods. Bai Xiaoyi also cannot help but move. Maid costumes, swimsuits, cat ear hair accessories and pendants. Bai Xiaoyi's expression first went from shock to delight and finally to obsession, picking a dress and then comparing it in front of Lin Xiaosher before putting it into the shopping basket. As Bai Xiaoyi picked out the clothes one by one and stuffed them into the shopping basket until the clothes in the basket had already exceeded the height of the basket. Well, that's all for now. Bai Xiaoyi nodded after a moment's thought, carrying the basket and walking over to the waiter, using the Rikishi language to communicate with the clerk. Hello, please pack these up. The clerk blinked at the basket full of clothes and looked up at Lin Xiaosher beside Bai Xiaoyi. Feeling the store clerk's gaze, Lin Xiaosher's small face slightly reddened, turning her back and pretending to look at other goods. Is this your girlfriend? It's so pretty, the store clerk complimented Lin Xiaosher with a narrow-eyed smile. Yes, I'm glad I met her. What a loving couple you are, the clerk said as she put the last dress into the shopping bag. Thanks for the compliment. Bai Xiaoyi smiled, then took out the bank card that Bai Jia had handed over to him this morning from his pocket, swiped the card to pay. Thanks for your patronage, the clerk suddenly inquired after packing the clothes. Do you need it mailed, sir? Hey, you guys can still mail them? Of course, as long as sir tells us the delivery address, we will deliver it to your home tomorrow. Then please. Bai Xiaoyi certainly didn't want to carry a bunch of bags to accompany Lin Xiaoxi on her shopping trip, because these clothes were just too conspicuous. It's what I'm supposed to do. After noting down the receiving address, Bai Xiaoyi turned back and led Lin Xiaoxi out of the store. Walking in the department store, Lin Xiaosher curiously inquired, what was he just talking to the sales clerk sister about? Before Bai Xiaoyi asked Lin Xiaoxi if she could speak the Li language, Lin Xiaoxi's reply was no, so Bai Xiaoyi was always inseparable from Lin Xiaoxi when he was shopping, fearing that there would be some mistakes due to the language barrier. Nothing much, just a brief exchange about you, Xiao. My business? Lin Xiaosher cocked her head in curiosity. The clerk told me that you'll look great in these clothes, so tonight Xiao has to wear them all one by one for me to see. Oh, not at all. Lin Xiaosher beamed and tilted her head to the side, unbeknownst to her, muttering, obviously, people are saying that we're really in love. Pervert Xiaoyi. The moment Lin Xiaosher inclined her head, a golden figure disappeared behind a pillar not far away. Luo Xiaoke breathed sharply with her back to the pillar. Did she discover me just now? Lin Xiaosher? Why do I always feel like her eyes are looking at me? When Luo Xiaoke slowly poked her head out again, she realized that Lin Xiaosher wasn't actually looking at herself, but a coffee shop in the same direction. Xiaoyi, let's go to a cafe to rest for a while, Lin Xiaosher said excitedly as she pointed to a cafe not far away. This place seems nice and it's on the first floor. At the same time, there are very few people. Luo Xiaoke will definitely strike here. Xiaoku's sister, I've been working so hard to help you with your plan. Since he couldn't argue with Lin Xiaoxi, Bai Xiaoyi still brought Lin Xiaoxi into the cafe. After ordering 2 cups of coffee, Lin Xiaoxi sat close to Bai Xiaoyi. Lin Xiaoshi leaned her head against Bai Xiaoyi's shoulder and closed her eyes comfortably. I want to be with Xiaoyi like this all the time in the future. Bai Xiaoyi picked up a cube of sugar from the table with a clip and threw it into his coffee. Me too. Whenever I'm with Xiaoshi my heart always feels especially soothed. Like a soothing tune soothing my heart. Sugar cubes melted into the coffee make the bitter coffee sweet. And so does life. Lin Xiaoshi didn't say anything, just looked at Bai Xiaoyi in a daze. His eyes full of intense love. Does Xiao want a sugar cube? Yes. Xiao likes sweet things. Good. Bai Xiaoyi chucked 2 cubes of sugar into Lin Xiaoshi's coffee then inquired, is this enough? Only to see Lin Xiaoshi shake her head. Not enough. So add another piece? Before Bai Xiaoyi finished asking, Lin Xiaoshi picked up a cube of sugar with her hand and put it in her mouth, slowly approaching Bai Xiaoyi. Noticing Lin Xiaoshi's movements, Bai Xiaoyi hurriedly fell backwards. No, Xiaoshi. There are still people here. But Lin Xiaoshi simply did not hear Bai Xiaoyi speak, as if he forced Bai Xiaoyi to the glass wall on the sofa. Slowly towards Bai Xiaoyi's body lying over. The square sugar was thus passed from Lin Xiaoshi's mouth to Bai Xiaoyi's mouth. Feeling the sweet flavor of the square sugar left in his mouth, Lin Xiaoshi wiped his lips and said, such sweetness is enough. Lin Xiaoshi stroked Bai Xiaoyi's face and spoke, Xiaoyi, I'm going to the restroom. Be sure to wait for me. After saying that, Lin Xiaoshi slowly got up from the sofa with an afterglow and swept a glance outside the glass wall, only to see a figure standing behind the fence opposite the cafe was staring at himself dead in the face. The corners of Lin Xiaoshi's mouth curved up into a nice-looking amplitude, and she left the front of the store immediately after. The sugar cubes also melted just as Lin Xiaoshi left, and Bai Xiaoyi came to his senses in the melting of the sugar cubes. Good for you, Xiao. Flirting with me and then running away. I'll let you taste what it means to be a forest ice fireman without an ice cube later. The silhouette behind the fence disappeared with a brush after realizing Lin Xiaoshi was gone, and by the time it reappeared it had already reached the doorway. Luo Xiaoke was wearing a dress as white as snow, cocked her head and stared straight at Bai Xiaoyi's back. The hazy black veil in her eyes seemed to be slightly clearer at this moment. Xiaoyi brother. I don't care how you actually lived before. And I don't care if Lin Xiaoshi has hurt you. I just need, Xiaoyi brother, your answer. Even if it's a nod of the head. Bai Xiaoyi had just picked up his coffee and took a sip when Luo Xiaoke suddenly sat across from him. Why are you here? Bai Xiaoyi questioned. Luo Xiaoke lowered her head and didn't dare to look at Bai Xiaoyi, her 2 little hands breaking their fingers with each other. Brother Xiaoyi, do you really not remember me? I told you, I don't know you. Bai Xiaoyi chortled, as if he really was just like a stranger. Tick-tock, tick-tock. A few teardrops slowly fell from the young girl's pretty eyelashes and dripped onto the back of her smooth hand. Her shoulders were jerking up and down. Luo Xiaoke gritted her teeth and snapped her head up, the black veil covering her eyes once again. I'm Luo Xiaoke from Rongcheng Primary School. Ah, didn't you say you wanted to be friends with me, brother Xiaoyi? Why? Obviously said. Rongcheng Elementary School? When Bai Xiaoyi heard the word, he quickly searched through the memories in his mind and finally found a girl's figure. You're the girl who transferred? This memory is not important to the current Bai Xiaoyi, and the girl has changed. Who knows that the former short and round girl has now become a blonde cute girl? Finally. Think of me? Luo Xiaoke emotionally stood up and bitterly smiled as she shed 2 lines of tears. So what's your purpose? Purpose? Luo Xiaoke's entire body was stunned when she heard Bai Xiaoyi's words. It was you yourself, brother E, who said you hated Lin Xiaoshi's bondage, and it was you yourself who said you wanted to be friends with me. Why? Why are you so desperate now? I obviously always remembered. I've always wanted to come to your rescue. It was little brother E yourself who said you wanted to escape Lin Xiaoshi's confinement, wasn't it? Is that so? There was indeed a thing in his memory, but now Bai Xiaoyi wasn't the original owner. So he also didn't have much of a reaction to the hourly events. There's no need for that now. Xiao Shi and I are doing well. Having a good life? Luo Xiaoke firmly remembered the day Bai Xiaoyi's face was covered in fear and boredom when he spoke of Lin Xiaoshi. That look was the kind of look one could never forget in a lifetime. But now it was a look of lightheartedness and full of concern, making Luo Xiaoke couldn't help but be skeptical. Is it really my little brother-y? Alright, please leave if there's nothing else. Xiao Shi will be back soon. Bai Xiaoyi gave his expulsion order. I don't want Xiao Shi to see this scene and have any misunderstandings. From Bai Xiaoyi's words, Luo Xiaoke felt Bai Xiaoyi's endless love for Lin Xiaoshi as well as his deep obsession. You're not brother Yi. Who the hell are you? Luo Xiaoku, who was soft and pitiful 1 second, turned cold and unfeeling the next, as if she had lost her vitality. Luo Xiaoke stepped forward and grabbed Bai Xiaoyi's collar and mentioned it forcefully in front of his face and said teasingly, Bai Xiaoyi, just now when I came in I saw a few big men following Lin Xiaoshi into the toilet. Probably already cleaning up the battlefield now. What? Bai Xiaoyi struggled hard when he heard this and immediately stumbled towards the door after breaking away from Luo Xiaoke's hands. Looking at a face of panic Bai Xiaoyi, Luo Xiaoke could not help but spit a mouthful of water. Just because too close, Bai Xiaoyi's nostrils polluted his own. and therefore feel very nauseous. No matter who you are, I want you to give little brother Yi back to me. You filthy substitute don't want to possess my little brother Yi. Luo Xiaoke took out a pad from her coat pocket as well as a bottle of unknown potion, and immediately poured the potion into the pad until it was completely soaked by the potion before quickly following. Lin Xiaoshe, this must be your doing. Since you like him so much, I'll make him disappear from your world again. I'm sure you'll be very happy then. Ha 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 ha. When a clerk realized that both men had disappeared into the cafe, the clerk was about to go after them and demand payment when he was suddenly stopped by a figure. This lady, please move out of the way. The table just now. Before the clerk could finish, Lin Xiaoshe interrupted him with a fluently language. I'm the one at the table just now. Here's the money, no need to look for it. After saying that, Lin Xiaoshe put on a duck-tongued hat and secretly followed. If Bai Xiaoyi had been there, he would have wondered, didn't Lin Xiaoshe say she didn't know how to speak Chinese? How come she's even more fluent than me? Bai Xiaoyi followed Lin Xiaoshe's previous route and ran to the mall's restroom entrance. Xiao, are you there? Bai Xiaoyi shouted towards the toilet. However, after a long time there was no reply from the toilet. Blanche, whatever. Bai Xiaoyi rushed in at the toilet door and was instantly stunned by the scene in front of him. A warning sign was placed in the restroom, only to read, under repair. Am I being tricked? Just as Bai Xiaoyi was wondering, a damp piece of handkerchief covered his mouth and nose, and then an arm was stuck around his neck. In the face of the sudden attack, Bai Xiaoyi struggled to fight back. The arm that was stuck on his neck was not rough but rather very slender, but the force could be described as very fierce. As a result of the long time pressure led to Bai Xiaoyi's blood obstruction gradually lost strength. Suddenly Bai Xiaoyi had a bright idea to open his mouth across the pad towards the person's fingers to bite. Perhaps feeling the pain, the person behind him loosened his arms, and Bai Xiaoyi took this moment to break free. When Bai Xiaoyi saw the person behind him, it was exactly as he had guessed in his heart. Luo Xiaoku, do you know what you're doing? Luo Xiaoku put the handkerchief into a plastic bag as if she hadn't heard Bai Xiaoyi's words, then took out the disinfectant spray and sprayed her arm and bitten finger. That's disgusting, Luo Xiaoku said disgustedly, looking over at Bai Xiaoyi. It's almost time. Time's almost up? What? Bai Xiaoyi's legs suddenly went limp and he fell to his knees, his eyelids constantly closing downward. Why don't I have any strength at all? It's the hanky. When Bai Xiaoyi figured it out, he also completely lost consciousness. Luo Xiaoku put on a pair of black gloves and extremely reluctantly carried Bai Xiaoyi behind her back, leaving the restroom immediately afterward. Luo Xiaoku went out and looked around vigilantly until she didn't see Lin Xiaoshe's figure before heading towards an alley. A sharp gust of wind blew through the mouth of the alley, and with it a white shadow. When Bai Xiaoyi woke up, his eyes were covered with a layer of black cloth. His buttocks felt seated on a wooden chair, and his hands and feet were bound around the dead center of the chair. Where is this? You're awake. Lo's voice turned in a sickly tone from directly in front of her. What you want to do? Do what? Luo Xiaoku raised her eyebrows and slapped down towards Bai Xiaoyi's face. Soon Bai Xiaoyi's face was red and swollen to the naked eye. Where is he? Him? I don't know what you're talking about. When it comes down to it, do you still think you can hide it? Luo Xiaoku's evil voice rang out, stretching out her hand to ruthlessly choke Bai Xiaoyi's neck. I'm not going to stop until I tell you the truth. Ahem, I said, I don't know what you're talking about. Very well, I hope you're still this tough later. After saying that, Luo Xiaoku took her steps and left. This unknown sense of crisis made Bai Xiaoyi even more flustered. Does Luo Xiaoku know I'm not Bai Xiaoyi? How can that be? The original owner doesn't have anything to do with her? Or is she just paralyzing herself because she thinks it's impossible for me to like Xiaoshe? Either way, it certainly didn't turn out very well on its own, and I had to find a way to save myself. After various attempts, Bai Xiaoyi found that only his whole body instantly forced the chair will slightly jump. There's a chance that if I keep this up I might be able to escape. Lo hummed a little tune as she came around the corner of the stairs to check the fishing line by the handrail. Is that the best you can do, Lin Xiaoshe? Have you been overwhelmed by love? It's not challenging at all. It's not fun for me. Luo Xiaoku came to the steps and stood up. Looking out over the city became exceptionally small. It was on top of the rooftop of a condominium in Libin, and the height alone was more than 100 meters. Little brother E, I will definitely find you. Luo Xiaoku revealed a gentle smile to the sky, her eyes filled with love. Well, it's almost time to meet the imposter. He must have some connection with my little brother E. Luo Xiaoku jumped down the steps and picked up the tin box that had been placed here earlier from the ground aside. With the violent shaking, the box also made the sound of various tools colliding. Just then, a plank suddenly flew from the stairway. Ka! Luo Xiaoku turned back and kicked the board in half with a whip kick. Who? Luo Xiaoku looked at the stairway warily. A pair of light blue eyes swayed in the stairwell, and a figure gradually stepped out of the darkness. Was none other than Lin Xiaoshe. Did you have a good time, Coco-san? Lin Xiaoshe, why are you here? Would Coco's sister really think that I would leave E alone in a cafe? You did that on purpose? Bingo! Sister Xiaoke seems to have learned a lot over the years, Lin Xiaoshi said as she walked up to Luo Xiaoke and locked eyes with her. How did you find me? I obviously searched very carefully. Well, it doesn't matter if I tell you. Lin Xiaoshi took out his cell phone and waved it in front of Luo Xiaoke, only to see a red dot blinking on the phone. A locator? Where did you put it? Inside Yi's body. You're sick. Ha ha ha. Lin Xiaoshi excitedly covered her double face looking at Luo Xiaoke in fascination. Thanks for the compliment. I've gone through a lot of trouble in order to get a firm grasp on E. He'll never want to leave me. Ever. Luo Xiaoke suddenly skimmed her lips and smiled. What if Lin Xiaoshi if I tell you he's not by Xiaoyi? What? Lin Xiaoshi's hand gradually dropped to stare straight at Luo Xiaoke. What did you say? Ha 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 ha. Luo Xiaoke burst out laughing when she saw Lin Xiaoshi's shocked appearance. Didn't you realize that he's not by Xiaoyi? That's right. How could brother Xiaoyi, who was so bored of you, suddenly be with you? I guess only an imposter would be like that. No way. He's by Xiaoyi. He is by Xiaoyi. Lin Xiaoshi frantically covered his head to pretend to be in pain. How happy do you think little brothery would be if he saw you in someone else's hands? I'm afraid he'd clap his hands in delight. Luo Xiaoke had never been so happy. To herself nowadays Lin Xiaoshi was like a poor puppy, wagging her tail and begging for imposter by Xiaoyi's pleasure while still enjoying herself. Lin Xiaoshi. Now do you still think you're worthy of my little brothery? Luo Xiaoke walked up and pinched Lin Xiaoshi's chin triumphantly looking at the lost and thought Lin Xiaoshi. Don't worry. I'll make the two of you be together forever as you wish. Ha 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 ha. Expecting Lin Xiaoshi to collapse, in an instant a silver light flashed before Luo Xiaoke's eyes. Fixing her eyes on it was a dagger. Thanks to Luo Xiaoke's dexterity, she retreated and dodged Lin Xiaoshi's attack, but the clothes on her stomach were cut open. What? Annoyed by what I said, Luo Xiaoke narrowed her eyes and said conspiratorially, Xiaoke sister, after all these years you still haven't improved at all. Lin Xiaoshi juggled a blade flower immediately followed by the expression on her face gradually turning back to normal. You, don't you feel sad? To give yourself to a liar. Don't you want to kill him? Luo Xiaoke had thought that Lin Xiaoshi would fall there and then kill the imposter by Xiaoyi, and then immediately after she retrieved her brother Xiaoyi would choose her and be with her. Sister Xiaoke, you knew that he was an imposter by Xiaoyi just in the past few days. Could I not have known that after spending so much time with Xiaoyi? At this moment Luo Xiaoke came to a realization. Yes, it is reasonable that Lin Xiaoshi will discover by Xiaoyi's abnormality earlier than himself. But why? Then why are you? Because I'm in love with him. On Lin Xiaoshi finished raising the corners of her mouth, seemingly remembering her first meeting with E. How can that be? Don't you like little brother E? Then why are you still pestering little brother E? Could it be that you will like anyone as long as they are nice to you? It's really disgusting, Luo Xiaoke said here, her heart getting more and more irritated. In that case you don't like little brother E, then give him to me. Ah, why do you still want to tie him up alone? You go find your white moonlight yourself. I'm sorry. Lin Xiaoshi suddenly opened his mouth to apologize, then did not intend to explain but continued to press towards Luo Xiaoke. Why don't you explain? Could it be that you have a weak heart? Luo Xiaoke was furious at the sight of Lin Xiaoshi, dodging Lin Xiaoshi's attack and then followed it up with a straight punch to knock Lin Xiaoshi down. But Lin Xiaoshi had long been prepared. A downward waist to avoid Luo Xiaoke's attack followed by an inverted corner to Luo Xiaoke's abdomen. Ah! Luo Xiaoke slumped to the ground on all fours after being hit, her face covered in pain. Lin Xiaoshi of course could not give Luo Xiaoke's breathing time. The encounter just now made himself know that Luo Xiaoke was not a good fighter, so she pulled out a stunner and electrocuted Luo Xiaoke to the ground, followed by binding Luo Xiaoke's hands with a rope. Luo Xiaoke didn't struggle, there was still a glimmer in her eyes. Nah, Lin Xiaoshi, can you tell me where exactly brother Xiaoyi is? Lin Xiaoshi paused then spoke. He is no longer here. Is brother E going somewhere? Can you take me? He's already dead. Killed himself by taking sleeping pills. Lin Xiaoshi lowered her head and didn't dare to look at Luo Xiaoke, because she knew that Bai Xiaoyi's death was closely related to her own. Die. Luo Xiaoke heard here this person froze, eyes wide open, his body constantly trembling up. After Bai Xiaoyi died, he suddenly came back to life, and the living Bai Xiaoyi seems to be someone from another world. Lin Xiaoshi didn't intend to hide this matter from Luo Xiaoke, because Luo Xiaoke was destined to. So, you're into that guy? Yes. At first I also took him as Bai Xiaoyi's double, but then I realized that he was like a gift from heaven, and I fell in love with him from that day on. He's like a light in my life. He's everything to me. Lin Xiaoshi, I hate you so much. Lin Xiaoshi didn't say anything, just tossed Luo Xiaoke aside and spoke slowly after a long time. You can do whatever you want, but Xiaoyi can't give it to you. No need. Luo Xiaoke smiled contemptuously. Go and accompany your lover boy. Perhaps this world is tailor-made for you. So Luo Xiaoke closed her eyes and stopped talking. seemingly closing herself off completely. If the world no longer has you in it, why should I still be struggling? Looking at Luo Xiaoke's appearance, Lin Xiaoshi gritted her teeth and placed the dagger in her hand in Luo Xiaoke's bound hand, turning toward the rooftop room. Bai Xiaoyi realized that he had only moved less than a meter after several tries, panting and sucking in air. Speaking of which, why isn't Luo Xiaoke back yet? Could it be that Xiaoshi is here? Bai Xiaoyi was just thinking this way when the door suddenly opened, followed by a voice ringing in his ears. Bai Xiaoyi, do you still want to play along when it comes down to it? Lo, would you let me go if I told you? Even though Bai Xiaoyi couldn't see Luo Xiaoke's appearance, he always felt that her voice had suddenly become strange. It all depends on whether or not you speak clearly. If you dare to say a word of nonsense, I will definitely kill you without mercy. Okay, I'll say it. I'll say it. Bai Xiaoyi didn't want to die in this place for no reason. Xiaoshi was still waiting for him. No matter what, he had to survive and live to accompany Lin Xiaoshi. Are you from another world? Yes. My world is not far from yours. I was doing a problem at school when suddenly I went black and woke up here again. What's your name in your world? And tell me everything about your world, about you. Strange. How come Luo Xiaoku is so interested in my world? Although Bai Xiaoyi felt very puzzled but still answered truthfully. In my world, I'm also called Bai Xiaoyi as an ordinary college student. Somehow my character is actually not much different from the Bai Xiaoyi in this world. Bai Xiaoyi then recounted the situation of his world one by one. Then, from the time you came into this world, why were you with Lin Xiaoshi? Shouldn't you hate her after inheriting Bai Xiaoyi's memories? That's what I thought at first. With someone that dangerous in my corner, I definitely want to run away at the first opportunity. But what? But when I tried to slowly get in touch with her, I realized that Xiaoshi is actually a very cute and gentle girl. Bai Xiaoyi smiled as he said this, seemingly thinking of the girl in his heart. Even though I'm not Bai Xiaoyi, I can feel her love for Bai Xiaoyi. Because the love is too deep, coupled with the fact that she can't love her, so her behavior becomes extreme. Sickly and whatnot is cute, isn't it? Bai Xiaoyi doesn't like Lin Xiaoshi. But I do. I'm willing to spend everything I have to be with her, to heal her. So what if she loves Bai Xiaoyi even though she does? As long as I hide it well, I can always be there for her. Tick-tock, tick-tock. A few drops of water fell to the ground, splashing Bai Xiaoyi's ankles. Strange how it feels wet. Bai Xiaoyi was surprised but continued to speak. When I first saw Xiaoshi, she was like a hedgehog, tightly curling herself up and resenting everyone. Do you know what her expression was when I said I liked her through Bai Xiaoyi's mouth? Bai Xiaoyi paused for a moment. Her look of surprise was as if she had awakened from a dream. After that contact, my heart also made a decision. Even if I am pierced by 1,000 holes from the spikes, I will hold her tightly. Even if the world doesn't love her, Bai Xiaoyi, will love her forever. After saying these words, the surroundings fell into silence. Bai Xiaoyi suddenly laughed to himself. Luo Xiaoke, you might think that I'm like a clown, right? Using her beloved's body to penitentize her if she knew that she would definitely feel disgusted, thus wanting to kill me, right? No, it's not. You're not like Bai Xiaoyi. I don't think so. Lin Xiaoshi could no longer control her tears pattering out. But I have nothing in this world except for Xiaoshi. Even a body. So for me, Xiaoshi is my support. Even if it is not real, I am willing to pretend forever. Only, not at all. Lin Xiaoshi howled as she got up to untie the black cloth from Bai Xiaoyi's eyes. Why does this sound so familiar? As the black cloth slowly fell to the ground, the light in the room also stimulated Bai Xiaoyi's eyes. When the confused silhouette in front of his eyes gradually cleared, completely stunned Bai Xiaoyi, the person standing in front of him was not Luo Xiaoke but Lin Xiaoshi. Lin Xiaoshi. Bai Xiaoyi let out a trembling voice. Impossible. How could it be Xiaoshi? Can it be that Luo Xiaoke's voice just now was Xiaoshi imitating? The words she just said. She heard everything? Literally hides it so deeply. Lin Xiaoshi's tears slid down her cheeks. Her face was a happy face. This scene was a different one in Bai Xiaoyi's eyes. Lin Xiaoshi shed tears of blood on the surface, smiling at himself, actually already thinking about how to dismantle himself. Could it be that all of this is a setup by you? Bai Xiaoyi let out a frightened voice, his body shivering unceasingly as a strong sense of death permeated his entire body. Lin Xiaoshi's fingertips gently crossed Bai Xiaoyi's face, eyes slightly narrowed, vaguely can see a hint of peach color. Yes, nah. If not set up this bureau, I'm afraid that I will always be Xiaoyi you in the dark, right? I'm sorry, Lin Xiaoshi. I lied to you and I know that my behavior has created indelible memories for you. I just want you to keep me a whole, Bai Xiaoyi hadn't expected Lin Xiaoshi to kiss towards him, knowing that he wasn't the original owner. Hissy ha. Lin Xiaoshi slowly raised her head and looked at Bai Xiaoyi with deep affection, then came to Bai Xiaoyi's ear and whispered, "Didn't I tell Xiaoyi? Call me Xiaoshi." Hey, Bai Xiaoyi was in doubt. According to the plot, shouldn't Lin Xiaoshi pull out a wood knife and ruthlessly stab me to death? How come? It seems like you didn't understand. The tear tracks on Lin Xiaoshi's face were still there, but her face was flushed. Lin Xiaoshi pinched Bai Xiaoyi's mouth condescendingly, looking down at Bai Xiaoyi, and licked his lips. Must punish you well then. Listening to the movement in the room, Luo Xiaoke held the dagger in her hand and leaned her back against the door of the room. Somehow there were no distractions in her mind. She just kept cycling through the explanation of the pirated version of Bai Xiaoyi's party. It turns out that Brother Yi is long gone. Then what am I still chasing after? Kill that imposter occupying Xiao Yi's brother's body or kill Lin Xiaoshi? These are no longer important. Clang, the dagger fell to the floor with a crisp sound, followed by Luo Xiaoke wobbling away. Haha, Bai Xiaoyi kept gasping for hot air. Somehow he always felt that Lin Xiaoshi was extraordinarily intense at this time. What the hell is going on here? Why did Shirori treat me like this even after learning the truth? Doesn't he understand yet? Lin Xiaoshi used her index finger to continuously rub against Bai Xiaoyi's lips. From the day Xiaoyi redeemed me, I've been hopelessly in love with you. What? Bai Xiaoyi looked at Lin Xiaoshi incredulously, his face covered in sweat. Xiaoshi, you're saying that you already knew that I wasn't Bai Xiaoyi a long time ago? Of course, Lin Xiaoshi playfully spat out her tongue. I already knew you weren't Bai Xiaoyi when he came to this world. How? I'm obviously hiding. Has he forgotten what you said at the very beginning? Lin Xiaoshi walked towards the front door with her back and hands behind her waist, one step at a time. The very first sentence. Bai Xiaoyi recalled the words he had said to Lin Xiaoshi when he was in a critical situation for the first time. Shirori, I like you. Was it uttered when I expressed my love to Xiao? Yes. Lin Xiaoshi stood still with her back to Bai Xiaoyi. Bai Xiaoyi wouldn't like me. And there's no way he'd say that. Lin Xiaoshi turned around and looked straight at Bai Xiaoyi and said with a smile. It was Xiaoyi who redeemed me, so what I like is you. Xiaoyi, ah. Xiao, sure. So all that hiding I've been doing has been redundant? Lin Xiaoshi sat on Bai Xiaoyi's lap and wrapped her arms around the back of Bai Xiaoyi's neck, saying, Can Xiaoyi tell me more about what happened in Xiaoyi's original world in the future? Xiaoshi wants to know more about Xiaoyi. That's certainly no problem. But Xiao, can you untie the ropes on me first? I can't move at all right now. Yeah. Lin Xiaoshi suddenly stopped when she was about to touch the rope. Xiao, what's wrong? Bai Xiaoyi skimmed his head and asked with concern when he saw that Lin Xiaoshi hadn't moved. Xiaoyi, forgive me, this is the last time. Lin Xiaoshi walked to the door and locked the door to her room, looking back at Bai Xiaoyi with an evil smile. Little Xiaoshi, you don't mess around. You have to realize that I'm in a situation where, Luo Xiaoke returned home, drooping blonde hair completely wrapped her face, cannot see her expression, but from the shaking body can feel a hint of despondency as well as sadness. Picking up the picture frame placed on the bedside table, Luo Xiaoke hugged it tightly in her arms, whispering in her mouth, Brother Xiaoyi, wait for me. Xiaoke will come to find you. After saying that, Luo Xiaoke took the picture frame and went out the door, leaving everything behind. The rope unlocked Bai Xiaoyi's body like flowing water slid down the chair. Fortunately, Lin Xiaoshi caught Bai Xiaoyi in the middle of the way so that did not fall on the ground. Looking at the battlefield in the room, Lin Xiaoshi couldn't help but narrow her eyes, revealing a smug expression. Dark clouds covered the sky. The sky soon fell a pattering drizzle. A gust of wind on the rooftop blew Luo Xiaoke's white skirt back and forth. Luo Xiaoke held Bai Xiaoyi's picture frame with both hands and calmly said, Xiaoyi brother. Xiaoke really misses you. I'll wait for me to see Xiaoyi brother you next time. I must stick to you forever. Never let go. No color could be seen in the gray world. Only the picture frame was still the same. A strong wind kept pushing Luo Xiaoke as if trying to pull her back into the platform. Even you, the wind, want to block the distance between me and little brother E? Don't even think about it. I won't run away this time. With a violent burst of sound, the glass of the frame became shattered and drowned in crimson, but the photo was intact. If you look closely, you will find the original photo of the boy alone more than one beside a blonde little girl is full of happiness hugging the boy, and the boy's face is also full of smiles. She had found the one after all. I'm back! I'm back! As the door opened, the voices of both men sounded at the same time. Harm, you two children play so late to come back. Call you also do not answer. Really let me worry, Bai Jia said as she sat on the sofa and looked at Bai Xiaoyi and the two of them. It's raining outside, right? Hurry up and take a bath. Got it. Bai Xiaoyi returned to his room and lay down on the bed tiredly. The long time of bondage had long since made his body stiff. Isn't he going to go now? Lin Xiaoshi inquired as she pressed her two hands on both sides of Bai Xiaoyi. Xiaoshi, go ahead. Bai Xiaoyi twisted his head and said, I really don't have any strength left now. Alright then. Lin Xiaoshi pursed her lips and left the bedroom. Just as she went out the door, a thin cloth flew in to cover Bai Xiaoyi's eyes. Hey, what's blinding me? Bai Xiaoyi curiously picked it up to fix his eyes on it and flung it out on the spot with a red face. Xiao, you pervert. Clatter, 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 clatter. The hot water poured over Lin Xiaoshi's body, constantly emitting a misty vapor. It seems that Yi's confession didn't come as a surprise, and I'm really looking forward to living with Yi in the future. When Lin Xiaoshi walked into the bedroom in her bathrobe, she found Bai Xiaoyi had long been lying on the bed huffing and puffing. Lin Xiaoshi sat on the edge of the bed and gently changed Bai Xiaoyi's wet clothes for him, then curled into Bai Xiaoyi's arms and closed her eyes as well. Squeak as the bedroom door opened. Bai Jia first froze then blushed and closed the door. These two kids are truly shameless. This sleep makes Bai Xiaoyi extraordinarily at ease. Without the fear of playing the life of their own, vigilance is also dissipated. And the best thing is that their beloved people also love themselves, which makes Bai Xiaoyi more feel the power of life. Gulp. The feeling of hunger coming from his stomach woke Bai Xiaoyi up. Hungry. Get up and get something to eat. Feeling the delicate body in his arms, Bai Xiaoyi gently got out of bed. Bang! The refrigerator door opened, and a beam of bright light shone on Bai Xiaoyi's face. Let me see. Bai Xiaoyi kept searching for food in the refrigerator, and immediately after Bai Xiaoyi took out a sandwich. Let's make do with this first. Close the refrigerator door. Bai Xiaoyi was about to unpack the package. Behind the ear came a violent snort. Who? Bai Xiaoyi turned back to see Lin Xiaoshi poking her head out to look at herself. It's you, Xiaoshi. You scared me. Lin Xiaoshi went forward and hugged Bai Xiaoyi without saying a word. Just his hands were very strong, seemed to be afraid of something. Xiaoshi? Bai Xiaoyi had to stretch out his other hand to stroke Lin Xiaoshi's back and forth because he was holding a sandwich in his hand. Feeling the young girl's violent heartbeat, she seemed to be stimulated by something. I thought Xiaoyi had disappeared. Lin Xiaoshi stammered out, her mouth full of aggression. When Bai Xiaoyi woke up, Lin Xiaoshi's hand suddenly empty. When she opened her eyes and found that Bai Xiaoyi is not in their own side of the brain, a blank. Scared, Lin Xiaoshi hastily ran out barefoot. Good, in the refrigerator next to see Bai Xiaoyi. How come? I said I'll always be with you. Bai Xiaoyi comforted. Xiaoshi, let's go back to our room first, okay? I'm afraid I'll wake up mom and dad. Aha. Lin Xiaoshi nodded and circled around Bai Xiaoyi's neck, followed by two legs rising up in the air like a sloth hanging on Bai Xiaoyi's body, finally placing his head beside Bai Xiaoyi's shoulder with satisfaction. Bai Xiaoyi had no choice but to use his hands to support Lin Xiaoshi in order to save weight. And because the position was too awkward, so Bai Xiaoyi quickly turned into the room. Xiaoyi, let's all go back tomorrow, Lin Xiaoshi said as she lay on Bai Xiaoyi's chest. Hey, doesn't Xiao want to be in Tachibana anymore? I don't want to. Shirori just wants to be alone with he in one piece. Bai Xiaoyi looked up after a moment of contemplation. I know. I'll talk to mom and dad tomorrow. Aha! Lin Xiaoshi happily took the sandwich from Bai Xiaoyi's hand immediately after placing it near Bai Xiaoyi's mouth. I'll feed Xiaoyi. Ah. You're treating me like a child. Bai Xiaoyi said this on his lips, but he still obediently opened his mouth. After finishing his meal, Bai Xiaoyi washed up, then got under the covers and kissed Lin Xiaoshi on the forehead. Lin Xiaoshi hooked Bai Xiaoyi's neck and asked softly, can Xiaoyi tell me about what happened before, Xiaoyi? Yeah. As long as Xiaoshi is willing to listen, I'll tell you everything, Bai Xiaoyi said slowly as he held Lin Xiaoshi in his arms, looking out the window at the night sky. I'm not really special in the original world. I'm just an ordinary college student. I've never experienced love before. I thought I would find a job after graduation and live a busy life, but never thought I would meet Xiaoshi. Speaking here, Bai Xiaoyi revealed a smile that quickly dissipated. But to say that the only regret is not being able to take good care of my parents. I'm sure they'll be sad. Xiaoyi. Looking at the downcast Bai Xiaoyi, Lin Xiaoshi broke Bai Xiaoyi's head over to stare at Bai Xiaoyi. Xiaoyi still has me. I won't let Xiaoyi be alone. Thank you, Xiao. Lin Xiaoshi suddenly came to Bai Xiaoyi's ear and said, Xiaoyi and I are one in the future. We are not allowed to be so polite again. Oh. Good. Stroking Lin Xiaoshi's hair, Bai Xiaoyi suddenly asked, Xiaoshi, can I ask you something? Does Xiao remember Xiao's parents? Lin Xiaoshi heard this and shook her head as if the words didn't have much effect on her. I don't remember. Since Xiaoshi remembered when she was already in the orphanage. Listening to the old dean of the previous one said that Xiaoshi appeared to be picked up from the side of the road after she was found by someone. People like that don't deserve to be parents at all, Bai Xiaoyi said through clenched teeth as he pounded the mattress in anger. Lin Xiaoshi reached out and wrapped his hand around Bai Xiaoyi's fist and said flatly, Xiaoshi actually doesn't care at all about who his parents are. The only thing I'm thankful for is that they gave me birth. If Xiaoshi hadn't been born in this world, she wouldn't have met you, Xiaoyi. So in the future, Xiaoyi can't leave me, Otherwise Xiaoshi will definitely treasure Xiaoyi. Lin Xiaoshi said the most terrifying words in the most adorable tone. Don't worry, Xiao. How could I leave you? This is best. Lin Xiaoshi let go of her grip on Bai Xiaoyi's hand and shrunk into the quilt churlishly. It's so cold outside. Xiaoshi's hands are frozen. Cold? Isn't this summer? How can? Bai Xiaoyi sensed that something was wrong, was trying to push Lin Xiaoxi away, but it was already too late. This makes it much warmer, said Lin Xiaoshi with a red face. Boom! A car sped past the side of the street, and the man gripped the gears and adjusted a gear. Suddenly the cell phone on the passenger side rang. Tisk! The man slowed the car impatiently, picked up the phone and put it on speakerphone. What is it? Master, something's wrong. You'd better finish in one breath or don't blame me for throwing you overboard to the fish. Yes. The man on the other end of the phone got emotional. We found the woman from over 10 years ago and have arrested her. Whoa, The man's eyebrows raised at the sound of that. Where did you find her after all these years of no news? Reporting to your lordship. She was discovered by our men while working at an underground entertainment center in the Eagle Kingdom. Okay, I got it. Book me a flight from Libin to Eagle Country later. Yes. The phone hung up after that, and the man's car stopped at the curb. Click, the sound of the lighter sounded. A wisp of smoke drifted out from the car window, only to see the man's cheeks. Although there are a few wrinkles, but a set of mature handsome face still reveals that the man must have been a handsome man who charmed thousands of girls when he was young. Finally got you, Lena, and this time you're not getting away from me. The man's deep eyes looked up to the foggy moon in the sky, seemingly reminiscing about the past. Hey, have you heard that Lin Tianchang, the young proprietor of Lin High Group, has become the new president? Is there such a thing? That's true. From what I've heard there's a terrible thing behind it. Tell me about it? Let me put it to you this way. Lin Hai, the previous old president of the Lin Hai Group, announced only yesterday that he was going to marry a new foreign woman as his wife, and the next day he died tragically on his way back to the company. I know about that. Didn't they say there was a car accident? That's just how it's said to the outside world. I've heard it said that it was most likely done by the young owner of the Lin Hai Group. Ha? How is that possible? That's his father. Then the purpose of his doing this is that it must be for the presidency. Ahem. It seems the purpose is that Lin Hai's fiancé, a man dressed smartly in a suit, walked in through the company gates. Don't say anything. Mr. Lin is here. An employee elbowed the coworker next to him. Hello, Mr. Lin. Hello, Mr. Lin. The employees around him said in unison, only to see Lin Tianchang with a competent short hair, height of 1 meter 8. The body is also dressed thin off the standard template. The stern eyes look at the hearts of the crowd straight into fear. Lin Tianchang swept a circle of employees, then said with an icy face, older employees with more than 2.5 years of service come out. Oh, hearing a veteran employee here come to energy. It is hard to believe that this is Mr. Lin is ready to prioritize the promotion of veteran employees in order to gain the hearts and minds of the people. I have to say that Mr. Lin's tactics are very clever. Thinking of this, the old employee took the lead with a spring in his step, a big smile on his face, as if he had already thought of his own promotion to the position of supervisor. With the first veteran employee standing out, the rest of the employees also stood in several columns, including the two conversationalists. Just as the employees were getting excited, Lin Tianchang's words poured over them like cold water. I'm sorry folks, you've been dismissed. The finance department will settle your paychecks for you. SH. The oldest employee, who came out at the beginning, was instantly stunned. I've worked hard for the company for 2.5 years and you're firing me? Mr. Lin. What do you mean? We are at least the old president's capable employees. You not only do not give us a promotion and pay raise but also dismiss us. Right. That's right. The rest of the older employees protested. Didn't understand what I meant? Lin Tianchang's tone grew more and more terrifying, radiating a suffocating aura. Security guards, please ask all the old employees to get out. Yes, Mr. Lin. That's how half of Lin Hai Group's employees disappeared in just a few days. Mr. Lin. A secretary with a pretty face handed the documents on Lin Tianchang's desk. This is the group's documents from the last few years. I've organized them all, said the secretary as she flirtatiously threw a wink at Lin Tianchang. With a president this young, maybe I can. Roll, Lin Tianchang said indifferently. Ah, what did you just say? Mr. Lin. I can't seem to hear you very well. Lin Tianchang's head was not lifted as he flipped through the documents. His mouth said faintly, I told you to get lost, didn't you hear me? Yes. I'm on my way. The secretary ran out in fear at the sight. Come on man, Lin Tianchang said, only to see a big man in a suit walk in outside the door with his hands behind his back. Mr. Lin, you instruct. In the future, the secretary position will be changed to a male, and there's also the rest of the stall for Uncle Lu to handle. Lin Tianchang half said as he put on his jacket and walked out the door immediately afterward. Inside a remote villa, a blonde-haired, blue-eyed woman was sitting on the edge of the bed with a dull gaze. The woman was wearing a long black dress that shapely figure and a face that looked like a heavenly goddess made the sunlight outside the window dim for a few minutes. But the windows and the door on the side were locked with strong iron cables, looking like a canary that was confined. Young master, the maid's voice came from outside the door. Lena, she still hasn't used her meal? Yes, young master. Miss hasn't eaten for a day. I know. Stand down. Yes. At the sound of the man's voice, Lena stared at the doorway as if possessed. Jingle bell. Jingle bell. Followed by the sound of a key unlocking the door. Lena shivered and crawled into bed, wrapping herself all over with the covers, staring at the door in fear. Ka-chow. The door opened. Lin Tianchang carried the meal and placed it on the bedside table. His normally cold and incomparable face instantly smiling was simply a different person. Nana, it's been a day. You should be eating something. No, don't. Get away from me. Lena frantically backed toward the back until her back was against the edge of the bed. Nana, obey. Lin Tiancheng slowed his steps and walked over to the bed to remove the covers. In front of the eyes was originally a blonde girl with a beautiful body and amazing appearance, but in front of the man became a crazy person with a cloak of hair and a trance. Lin Tiancheng tenderly pulled back Lena's hair until it re-exposed that beautiful face. Is dinner okay? Lena didn't say anything, just wrapped her hands around her knees in an attempt to find some comfort. Seeing that Lena didn't reply to herself, Lin Tiancheng didn't get angry. He just silently brought the food to the bed and personally fed Lena. Nana, open your mouth. You should at least eat something to pad your stomach. Feeling the spoon at her mouth, Lena closed her mouth tightly, not wanting Lin Tiancheng to feed herself. Lin Tiancheng also gradually frowned at the situation. Could it be that you, Nana, are hoping to have me personally feed you like last time? Lena heard this and hastily opened her mouth to eat the broth from the spoon. That's a good boy. Lin Tiancheng nodded in satisfaction when he saw that Lena was obedient, so he continued to start feeding the broth. Lin Tiancheng. Lena let out a hoarse voice. Please, will you let me go? I'm just an ordinary person. Cough cough cough. Bam! The broth spilled onto the floor with a clatter of dishes. Call me Tiancheng. Lin Tiancheng's red eyes deadened as he choked Lena's neck full of as much sickness as he could muster. Lena, as if she was used to it, didn't struggle bitterly but rather put on a look that she didn't care about anything, as if she was looking forward to Lin Tiancheng strangling herself to death once and for all. Seeing Lena's lightless eyes, Lin Tiancheng instantly came to his senses and held Lena in his arms in a flash. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. It's all because I love you so much. Looking at Lena, who had been choked red by herself, Lin Tiancheng frantically rubbed Lena's neck hoping to wipe away the red marks. To outsiders it looked like Lin Tiancheng was playing with a lifeless rag doll, and that rag doll was Lena. Tensei, Lena suddenly spoke up. I'm in Nana, Lin Tiancheng said with an excited face as he held Lena in his arms. It was the first time in a long time that Nana had called herself Tenshin. You killed Lin Hai, didn't you? Hearing this, Lin Tiancheng's smile gradually stiffened. Nana, what on earth are you babbling about? How could I kill my own? You killed him in a fit of rage because you knew he was going to marry me, didn't you? Pop, Lena said as a red mark appeared on her face as fast as the eye could see. Lin Tiancheng gently stroked Lena's face. Promise me, Nana, don't say things like that again, okay? Lena turned her head aside and stopped talking, recalling the night when Lin Tiancheng appeared in front of her bridal chamber covered in blood. Lin Tiancheng? What's wrong with you? Lena looked at Lin Tiancheng with a horrified face as she sat on the large crimson quilt in her wedding dress. Lin Tiancheng walked over to Lena and slowly lifted Lena's hand and placed a deep kiss on the back of it. No one can take you away from me, not even my father. You're crazy. Lena's pupil shrank, shaking hands pointing at the blood on Lin Tiancheng's body and said, The blood on your body, Murphy. It's my father's, Lin Tiancheng said flatly without a ripple on his face. My father and I were going to pick you up, Lena, but there was a car accident in the middle. Lin Tiancheng's words turned, one hand covering his forehead as he looked up at the ceiling and said, Father's luck was really bad. The big truck happened to hit the main driver. Thus I escaped. After saying that, Lin Tiancheng's shoulders started to twitch up. It looked like he was crying, but through Lena's perspective it looked like a demon from hell opened its bloody mouth and laughed loudly. It's all because of the family marriage. If my father had let me have you, Nana, probably he wouldn't have left the house today to meet misfortune. Lin Tiancheng came up to Lena's lips and gently nodded. Nana, do you know how much I love you? I'm just a victim of the family. What virtue can make you two fathers and sons fight each other? No, in my eyes you are the love of my life. You are a unique existence. Lin Tiancheng's eyes full of possessive desire staring intently at Lena made one breathless. I'm going to be busy with the company for the next few days. So Nana, you have to be good and stay at home and wait for me to come back. Lin Tiancheng took hold of Lena's long, silky hair and put it to his nose to sniff it. My Nana is really delicious. In this way, Lin Tiancheng has been keeping Lena prisoner in the villa. Except for the servants who usually take care of her, there are no signs of people for miles around. Until the day, the young girl closed her eyes tightly and softly let out a low muffled sound, as if she was suffering from some kind of pain, and only after about a while did her breathing slowly even out. Hissy. Lin Tiancheng kissed Lena's white neck, while red strawberry marks could be seen all over her neck. Lena felt like a caged bird at the moment, having her freedom restricted while being treated horribly. Nana, I love you so much. Lin Tiancheng ambled up to look straight at the beauty on the bed. Let's be together forever in the future, okay? Lena cocked her head to the side and shut her mouth. Seemingly familiar with Lena's movements, Lin Tiancheng didn't get angry and just lay on his side beside Lena and hugged Lena fiercely into his arms. Don't worry, Nana. Time will tell. I will wait for the day you accept me. It seemed that when she heard Lin Tiancheng's words, Lena instantly thought of something. Immediately, she softly spoke. Tiancheng. What? Lin Tianchang grabbed Lena's shoulders and shook them violently. What did you just call me? Tianchang. Hey! I'm in. Lin Tianchang trembled with excitement and kissed Lena's forehead. Nana, are you accepting me? Lena raised her head and Lin Tianchang stared up at her previously empty eyes, which became clear at this time. The light blue eyes instantly made Lin Tianchang sink in. You said you would love me, right? Of course. Nana, if you don't believe me, I can rip my heart out for you right now. Suddenly I don't know where Lin Tianchang pulled out a small knife from and was about to stab himself in the heart but was stopped by Lena. Ha! You've got to do it. Don't you want me to stop you by moving so slowly? Of course Lena couldn't possibly break down Lin Tianchang's mind. She just pretended to have a pained look on her face and said, Don't be like this, Tianchang. I've figured out what you're thinking. Aha! Lin Tianchang skillfully put the knife back. His party's excited appearance instantly becoming calm as he looked at Lena with a loving face. Nana, are you finally willing to accept me? Tension, I have been touched by your love, Lena said with a forced smile through her nausea. And so what if I don't accept it? It's already with you anyway. Lin Tianchang wrapped his arms around Lena and placed his chin next to Lena's shoulder and said in a warm voice, I'm sorry, Nana. I love you too much for all of this, so I can't control myself. I hope you can forgive me, okay? Lena pinched Lin Tianchang's cheeks. I really want to slap you to death. Of course I forgive you, but, said Lena hanging her head down seemingly worried. What's wrong, Nana? You tell me. Whatever it is, I promise you. I've been in this villa for almost half a year. Lena looked out the window at the birds flying by showing a look of hope. No can do. Nana, you can't go anywhere. Lin Tianchang, do you eat oil cakes? Why are you interrupting when I haven't even finished talking? Did I say I'm leaving? Though not right now. Lena placed her index finger on Lin Tianchang's mouth, signaling to keep Lin Tianchang from speaking. What I'm going to say is for you, Tianchang, to accompany me for a stroll in the garden outside the villa. Okay? So that's how it is. Lin Tianchang breathed a sigh of relief. Of course, there's no problem. I'll accompany you wherever Nana wants to go. Translated, it probably means, no matter where you are in the world, I will always dig you up. Then good Tianchang, we now. Yikes. Lena's fingers felt a pain and looked over to see Lin Tianchang was opening his mouth. Are you a dog? Lena impatiently pulled her finger out of Lin Tianchang's mouth. Calm down. Think of it as a dog bite. Lena took Lin Tianchang's arm and leaned her head up, during which she didn't forget to wipe her fingers on Lin Tianchang's sleeve. Tianchang, can we go now? Of course, my love. The corner of Lin Tianchang's mouth rose as he opened the door to his room from his pants pocket and walked out shoulder to shoulder with Lena. The smoke disappeared as the cigarette went out, and if you looked closely, the cigarette basically never moved. Lin Tianchang shifted his gaze back and drove the car after closing the window and door and continued to run up. What? You guys are leaving today? Bai Jie slammed the table hard with a serious face. Hey, it's mainly because my college friend Wang who told me to hurry back. He has something to find me. Bai Xiaoyi smiled sarcastically. Sorry, old Wang. Using you as a shield for a bit. No, Bai Jie said sternly. You're going back after how long you and Xiao have stayed here. You should at least stay for a while. Mom, I have no choice. I can't stand my classmates up. Then it's pigeon. Bai Jie frowned at Bai Xiaoyi. Are you too annoyed with mom and dad? Not waiting for Bai Xiaoyi to answer, Bai Jie suddenly covered her face and sobbed. Oh, our son has grown up. He doesn't even listen to his parents' words. Not mom. You want to pretend to cry, at least cover the eyes. You, these two round eyes look at me very not against the sense of good. Bai Hao saw this and spread the newspaper helplessly, continuing to read it without concern. Bai Jie saw Bai Hao didn't have any reaction, immediately pinched Bai Hao's waist meat and said, Hubby, you say a word. Hiss. Bai Hao's back straightened in pain, holding up his glasses to look at Bai Xiaoyi and blink. Yeah, your mom's right, at least for a few more days. Well then. Bai Xiaoyi turned back to Lin Xiaosher and helplessly shrugged his shoulders, indicating that there was really no way out. Who knows? Lin Xiaosher walked up and ambled low in Bai Jie's ear and said something, followed by Bai Jie's eyes lit up and hurriedly ran to Bai Xiaoyi's bedroom and threw out the suitcase. Bai Xiaoyi was pushed out of the house by Bai Jie before he could hold the flying suitcase. Bai Xiaoyi? Mom? Your son, there's no time to explain to you. Paige quickly ran around the room until all the essentials were packed up, then threw them out. Bai Xiaoyi froze at the scene in front of him. What's going on here? I was not allowed to leave just now. How come I almost didn't get kicked out now? Bai Jie looked at all the things packed up and then took out a card from her bag and stuffed it into Lin Xiaosher's hand. Sure, Ori. Keep me informed of anything, okay? You guys can use this card as you like, but if you don't have enough, let me know. Lin Xiaosher nodded her head, looking at the dumbfounded Bai Xiaoyi, covering her mouth and snickering. I know. Mom, just wait for my news. AI. Bai Jie's face blossomed into a smile and then glared at Bai Xiaoyi. Son, you have to take good care of Xiaosher for me. If anything goes wrong, I'll hold you responsible. Ha? Bai Xiaoyi's mouth opened wide. Is this the same mom who was so excited to see me at first? Then mom, let's go first, Lin Xiaoshi said and left on by Xiao Yi's arm. Bang! The door closed. Bai Jia's hand hanging in the air gradually dropped. Alas! Little E has also grown up. He's no longer the little kid who surrounded me every day and wanted me to hug him. Bai Hao put the newspaper down and spoke. People always change. When Bai Hao finished speaking, he suddenly felt his ears being grabbed by a hand. Ouch! 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 What are you doing? Wife! Speaking of which, there's a score to settle with you. Why didn't you persuade your son to stay for a few more days just now? Honey, didn't you say you'd let E go? Did I then really want him to go? Bai Jia didn't have the good sense to say, if it wasn't for Xiao Shi who said. Bai Xiaoyi inclined his head to look at Lin Xiaoshi and asked curiously, Xiao Shi, just now what exactly did you mom say? Why all of a sudden all agreed to let us leave? Does he want to hear it? Bai Xiaoyi nodded. Lin Xiaoshi slowly leaned in with one hand covering Bai Xiaoyi's ear mouth. What I'm saying is that I'll bring our children back to visit them the next time we meet. After saying that, Lin Xiaoshi bit Bai Xiaoyi's earlobe. Child. Right, does he like boys or girls? Bai Xiaoyi said with a red face. Can I have them all? Little E is really greedy, but it's not impossible. Lin Xiaoshi let go of her mouth and snuggled into Bai Xiaoyi's arms. But right now Xiaoshi doesn't want a child. I want Xiaoyi all to myself. Fine. I'll be yours for the rest of my life, Bai Xiaoyi said with a doting face. After a period of time on the road, Bai Xiaoyi finally arrived at the airfield. Bai Xiaoyi walked over to the ticket counter and inquired up to the ticket agent. Hello, may I ask if there are any air tickets from Tachibana to Seed Flower's house today? The ticket agent nodded, then clicked on the computer, then spoke. There is a flight today from Tachibana to the Seed's home. The departure time is at 4 in the afternoon, which is 2 hours from now. If there are still seats available, may I ask how many seats you need? 2. I see. Do you pay by credit card or cash, please? Bai Xiaoyi was about to take the money from his pocket when suddenly Lin Xiaoshi handed out the card in her arms. Xiaoyi, this is what mom gave me before she left. Why don't you just use this? Silly girl. Bai Xiaoyi laughed and gave Lin Xiaoshi a brain bomb. Keep it for yourself. This is what mom gave you. After saying that, Bai Xiaoyi took out his money and purchased the air ticket. Looking at Lin Xiaoshi, who covered her head and beamed, Bai Xiaoyi couldn't help but laugh out loud. How dare the stinking E laugh at me? Lin Xiaoshi pulled Bai Xiaoyi over in front of the sales clerk and tilted his head up to get up. The sales clerk saw this and covered her eyes with both hands and pretended not to see it, but her separated fingers still exposed her. Well, Xiao, probably because there were people around. Lin Xiaoshi quickly let go of Bai Xiaoyi and said with a bad smile, this is the punishment for Xiaoyi laughing at me. Yo. The two of them fooled around a bit and then sat in the waiting hall waiting for the plane to depart. Lin Xiaoshi said she was too sleepy and then lay down on Bai Xiaoyi's lap and rested. In the middle of the process, Bai Xiaoyi turned Lin Xiaoshi's head several times, but Lin Xiaoshi would always suddenly turn to himself until finally Bai Xiaoyi had to look around as a way to pass the time. Just then a figure flashed past Bai Xiaoyi's eyes, and Bai Xiaoyi fixed his eyes to find a middle-aged man slowly walking towards the lounge in decent clothes. Hey! Looking at the man's side face, Bai Xiaoyi couldn't help but be surprised. How does this man? Perhaps sensing the gazes of others, the man conditionally turned his head, and a stern gaze shot towards Bai Xiaoyi. Feeling a strong aura, Bai Xiaoyi twisted his head to the side pretending to be fine, but a piercing chill came from behind him, as if he had fallen into an ice cave. It wasn't until the man averted his gaze that this strange feeling faded. Hiss! Bai Xiaoyi sucked in a breath of cool air. Who the hell is this guy? Why does this feeling always feel like deja vu? Right. It's exactly the same as the way Xiao Shi tried to knife me before. Lin Tianshan walked to a VLP lounge after sitting on a comfortable sofa and closed his eyes to rest up, but in his mind was the appearance of that teenager just now. Strange. Why do I get a bad feeling when I see that boy? Why does that man give me the illusion that he's dangerous? Bai Xiaoyi was recalling the scene just now when he suddenly felt a slight movement in his thighs and looked down. Xiao Shi. Bai Xiaoyi was so startled that he almost jumped up. Hey! It's been discovered. Lin Xiaoshi bit her lip with her upper teeth with a pitying face. Xiao Shi, stop it. Bai Xiaoyi gave Lin Xiaoshi a gentle handslash without any good humor. His mind was filled with the likeness of that man from the party. Did Xiao Yi encounter something troubling him? Lin Xiaoshi looked around and found no one after sitting on Bai Xiao Yi's body, followed by his body leaning back and lying down. Xiao Yi may as well give Xiao Shi to say, the future road we have to walk together, is not it? Bai Xiaoyi raised a smile with a sour nose. Xiao Shi. Thank you. So what's going on? It's just that just now I saw a man who resembles Xiao Shi. Like me? Lin Xiaoshi asked, blinking and pointing at herself. Well, his aura is very similar to Xiao Shi's. Bai Xiaoyi answered truthfully, but he's gone away to who knows where. It's probably because Xiao Yi misread it. Lin Xiaoshi patted Bai Xiao Yi's head and said, the others probably just hated the fact that Xiao Yi kept looking at him, so they showed an impatient expression. Let's hope so. Bai Xiaoyi suddenly remembered a fun idea, calling Lin Xiaoshi's name. Xiaoshi. Love. Anti-washing the railroad. What is he saying again? Lin Xiaoshi cocked her head and stared with a questioning face. Ha. It's nothing. Bai Xiaoyi rubbed his head and laughed out. That's right, I'm going to the restroom. I'll be back later. After saying that, Bai Xiaoyi ran and left the waiting hall. Looking at Bai Xiaoyi's distant back, Lin Xiaoshi's mouth curved up into a nice-looking arc. I also love you the most. In the VLP lounge, Lin Tianchang was taking out a photo from his arms. The person in the photo was none other than Lena. Only to see Lena with a smile on her face leaning on Lin Tianchang's shoulder, comparing a standard scissor hand, while Lin Tianchang was raising Lena's chin, wanting to kiss her lightly with a doting face. And behind the two of them was none other than the playground. Lin Tianchang slowly put the photo into his coat pocket, his hands clenched into fists. After that day, Lin Tianchang could never find Lena again. Nana, I love you so much. Why did you lie to me? But don't worry, I'll be coming for you soon, and I won't let you run away again in the future. Absolutely not. Drip drip drip. Lin Tianchang's cell phone rang. Picking it up to see that it was a text message notification. Dear passenger, your flight to Eagle Country is about to take off. Please get ready in advance. Thank you for your cooperation. Well, let's go to the bathroom before that. Lin Tianchang got up and straightened his clothes and opened the door to his room and walked out. Lin Xiaoshi sat on the chair for a while, in his mind constantly calculating a plan. Should we surprise E or not? But I'm afraid I'll be found out. I don't care. Starve the timid and support the bold. Lin Xiaoshi patted her skirt and gradually stood up. Suddenly a figure appeared in front of her. A blonde-haired crooked nut appeared in front of him and greeted Lin Xiaoshi in an extremely raw Lipan language. Oh by God. You're so pretty, this young lady. May I make a friend with you? Lin Xiaoshi glanced at the man in disgust and spoke. I'm sorry, I can't understand what you're saying. Please leave me alone. Which shows the man even more inches into the foot, pretending to be surprised, and the skimpy Chinese said, Xiao xie xie, hate cake star know you. Before the man could finish his sentence, suddenly two hands reached out from two directions and grabbed both of the man's arms. What? The man looked to his left and right where two men had tackled his arms. A clean-cut looking youth and a middle-aged man who looked older and more mature. Get out! Get out! Both said in unison at the same time. As soon as the man saw the two men looked like they were not to be messed with, so they left with their tails between their legs. Bai Xiaoyi pulled Lin Xiaoshi into his arms and held her tightly with both hands, softly comforting. Xiaoshi, is everything alright? It's okay. Lin Xiaoshi pretended to be frightened and buried herself into Bai Xiaoyi's clothes. I'm glad I didn't make a move, or I wouldn't have enjoyed Yi's hug. Seeing Lin Xiaoshi safe and sound, Bai Xiaoyi then turned his head to look at the other man just now. Thank you. Bai Xiaoyi suddenly stiffened in the middle of his sentence. Standing across the street was the very man he had seen earlier. No need. Lin Tianchang also froze at this time. Wasn't the person in front of him the one he felt so bad about before? Just like that, the whole scene was awkward until Lin Xiaoshi realized something was wrong and inclined her head to ask, What's wrong, E? Hearing Lin Xiaoshi's voice, Lin Tianchang looked down, his eyes widened and instantly froze. This is the man I gave to earlier. Without waiting for Bai Xiaoyi to finish his sentence, a fist came towards him. Lin Xiaoshi felt something was wrong. Hands towards Bai Xiaoyi, body violently pushed to avoid the man's fist. Bai Xiaoyi froze for a moment before reacting, then said to the man, Hey, what do you want, Nana? Only to see that Lin Tianchang didn't pay attention to Bai Xiaoyi's words, but instead looked at Lin Xiaoshi's face and said excitedly, Is that you, Nana? Lin Xiaoshi sensed something was wrong, stepped back to stand with Bai Xiaoyi. I'm sorry, I don't know you. Please stay away from me. No, I can't be mistaken. These eyes, this face, you are my Nana. Lin Tianchang was trembling as he looked at Bai Xiaoyi. Who are you? Why are you standing beside my Nana? Lin Tianchang, eyes covered with blood, can no longer hold down the anger in his heart, stepped forward and was about to snatch Lin Xiaoshi in his pocket. The cell phone suddenly rang. The ringtone in his cell phone caused Lin Tianchang to wake up, as the ringtone was exclusive to Lena. Hello? Lin Tianchang raised his cell phone to his ear. At the same time, he also looked at Lin Xiaoshi, who was standing beside Bai Xiaoyi. Lin Tianchang, it's time for us to talk. A voice that Lin Tianchang would never be able to forget in his life came from the phone. Your Nana? Huh? What? You went to all that trouble trying to find me and now you're denying it? How is that possible? Lin Tianchang shouted. Nana, wait for me. I'll be right back. Lin Tianchang hung up the phone and stared at Lin Xiaoshi for a while before turning his head and leaving the waiting room. Only after seeing the man leave did Bai Xiaoyi's fists gradually loosen. Who the hell is he? Xiaoshi, are you alright? Bai Xiaoyi said with concern as he placed both of his hands next to Lin Xiaoshi's shoulders. I'm fine. Lin Xiaoshi shook her head and spun in place to prove she was fine. Seeing that Lin Xiaoxi was not affected by what happened before, Bai Xiaoyi breathed a sigh of relief and then took Lin Xiaoxi's hand and sat back in the waiting hall. I'm sorry, Xiaoxi. I'm late. No yo. In fact, Just now Xiaoyi is super handsome. Lin Xiaoshu stroked her face with both hands and looked at Bai Xiaoyi in fascination. Her blazing eyes seemed to be melting themselves in general. It's not as exaggerated as Xiaoshu said. Bai Xiaoyi embarrassedly touched the back of his head then inquired. Speaking of which, does Xiaoshu know that boy just now? Just now I heard him saying something about Nana. Who exactly is it? Xiao doesn't know either. Lin Xiaoshu's figure of a man emerged in her mind. For some reason that man always brought a special feeling to herself. Like, I don't know why that man always gives me a special feeling. Just like a familiar person? And when she heard the man's mouth say the word Nana, her heart felt as if it had been gripped by something. Xiao, what's wrong with you? Bai Xiaoyi reached out and waved his hand in front of Lin Xiaoshu's eyes. Ah! Lin Xiaoshu looked back at Bai Xiaoyi and blinked, then pounced on him. Really? What am I thinking about this for? Before Bai Xiaoyi could react, Lin Xiaoshu kissed Bai Xiaoyi's face, smacking his lips. Only E is the only one for me. It's okay E. I was just thinking about something just now. Aha. The two of them stayed in the waiting room for a while longer before counting the minutes to get on the plane home. Hello sir, could you please? The steward was about to ask the man sitting in economy class if he needed help but was interrupted by the man waving his hand. The stewardess nodded and bowed before leaving Lin Tiancheng alone with his head on the window. Who the hell is that girl? Why does she resemble Nana so much? No, I have to find out. With that, Lin Tiancheng took out his cell phone and sent a message. Check out a flight for me and take pictures of a couple of them. Preferably find their details. Mojo returned the message on the other end of the phone after a few seconds. Yes. Lin Tiancheng put his cell phone down, then took out Lena's picture from his coat pocket and couldn't help but reach out and touch it. Is it really a coincidence? Slap. A slap on the table. What do you guys mean? Even when I have to go to the bathroom I need someone to follow me? Only to see a blonde hair and blue-eyed woman sitting on the sofa wearing a red dress. A closer look would reveal that Lin Xiaoshu's appearance was very similar to her. I'm afraid the only difference was the color of her hair. I'm sorry ma'am. Mr. Lin ordered it. The bodyguard at the door was about to explain when suddenly a pillow flew towards him. I said, don't call me ma'am. I'm not that guy's wife. Lena yelled angrily. Yes ma'am. Lena took a deep breath and forced her anger down. Then stood up. Get out of the way. I'm going to the restroom. Yes, ma'am. The bodyguard moved out of the way and then gave a wink to the waitress at the side. The waitress nodded fearfully then followed. Lena went into the toilet and washed her face in the sink. Looking at herself in the mirror she slowly spoke. If only I was in the mirror. Then I wouldn't have suffered so much. Lin Tiancheng, why? Why after so long you still won't let me go? The scene goes back to a day 20 years ago. Lena straightened up from the bed in a daze, covering her head and closing her eyes uncomfortably. Thinking back to Lin Tiancheng's livestock behavior last night, Lena almost didn't curse Lin Tiancheng's ancestors. Lin Tiancheng, were you a pile driver in your last life? Sooner or later I'll click you while you're sleeping. Never mind, better go wash one first. Before Lena could stand up, a large strong hand pulled him back onto the bed, followed by another embrace to lock himself securely in place. Nana. Lin Tiancheng smelled the scent of Lena's hair and stayed to speak. Where do you want to go? Lin Tiancheng. I vow to kill thee. Do you know you almost spit out my rice? Why don't I just show you the whole thing? Lena put on a pitiful look and beamed. It's not all because of Tiancheng yesterday. Saying that, Lena covered her face and shrunk into Lin Tiancheng's bed, pretending to have a shy face. After a large period of time in disguise and understanding, Lena had finally gained Lin Tiancheng's trust, and now she could travel on her own to all the places around the villa except back to the city. But the price of this time was, Nana, you're just too delicious. The exuberant fire in Lin Tiancheng's heart burned once again when he saw Lena's petulant appearance. No! Lena pushed Lin Tiancheng away and crawled towards the outside of the bed. Lin Tiancheng, you really dog Simply with the housekeeper raised Teddy a breed. Since the housekeeper itched the dog villa 10 miles around, the existence of no other dog. Just when Lena thought she could escape, her ankles were suddenly confined. Looking back, she wondered when Lin Tiancheng was already standing behind her. Lin Tiancheng. You asshole. Aha, call me Tiancheng. After an unknown amount of time, Lena woke up from her bed to find herself leaning in Lin Tiancheng's arms while he was looking at her with a doting face. Nana, you're awake. Lena grunted and skimmed her head, not looking at Lin Tiancheng. I'm sorry, Nana. It's my fault for not controlling myself. Lin Tiancheng, of course, could only apologize when he saw this. His daughter-in-law always had to be spoiled. Lena was sulking when suddenly a strawberry appeared in front of her mouth. Lena looked up to find Lin Tiancheng poking a strawberry into her mouth with a toothpick. Tiancheng, what are you doing? Well, Nana, didn't you say yesterday that you wanted to eat strawberries? We don't have any here in this season. This is still the one I shipped over from other places yesterday. Try it to see if it's good. Lena said as she chewed on a strawberry. Thank you, Tensei. Fool, this is obviously just a plan to make you think I'm bored. It's not about wanting to eat strawberries, but these strawberries taste really good, so I'll spare you today. Is it good, Nana? Good times. For all. Lena turned around and hugged Lin Tianchang happily. Tianchang, you're so nice. I will only be good to you alone. Nana. Lena, who heard this, blushed slightly. I have to say that this guy Lin Tianchang is actually quite good, accommodating me in everything and thinking of me in everything. LOL, how nice it would be if you weren't a sickly girl. With the clattering sound disappeared, Lena wrapped in a set of white bath towel came out. That beautiful and touching appearance is just like the lotus flower after the rain, generally out of the silt but not stained. Mon de sea without demon. Phew. Lena exhaled a hot breath. It's true that a hot bath in the morning is the most comfortable. Lena returned to her bedroom to find that Lin Tianchang was long gone. Where did this guy go? Never mind. I don't care what he does. Even if he jumps off a tall building in front of me. Lena was thinking. Suddenly there was a sniffle over her shoulder, followed by a large pair of arms around her. Yikes. There are hooligans. Then there was a loud pop in the room, and the air seemed to fall silent. Lena looked back at the grim-faced Lin Tianchang covering his mouth, the slap marks on his face clearly visible. Did I hit you too hard? Humph. You deserve it. Who told you to sneak up on me all of a sudden? My Nana is really alive and kicking. Lin Tianchang made an unconcerned expression and walked up to pinch Lena's cheeks. Tianchang, aren't you angry? How could I be mad at you, Nana? You're the love of my life, nah. Lin Tianchang said tenderly as he stroked Lena's face. Tianchang. Lena's nose turned sour, suddenly feeling that her senses with Lin Tianchang for a while were actually quite good. She had thought that Lin Tianchang, like his father, was just using her as a victim of a political marriage. Suddenly Lena felt her body cool and swishy, and looked to see that somehow Lin Tianchang had already secretly held the bath towel in his hands. What are you doing, Tianchang? Give it back to me now. Lena reached out and was about to grab it, but Lin Tianchang took a step back to avoid it. Lin Tianchang held the bath towel in his own nose and sniffed it, then smiled evilly. But I didn't say I wouldn't teach Nana a lesson, yo. Lena's red face blocked herself as she kept stepping backward. Tianchang, is it too late for me to apologize? It's too late for regrets. Well, what I just said is bullshit. After today I'll never see you again. When Lena woke up it was afternoon. Looking out the window at the sun about to set, Lena sat up violently from her bed. A hot palm brushed his back. What's wrong with Nana? Lena didn't say anything, just huffed softly. Lin Tianchang panicked at the sight and hurriedly took Lena into his arms and comforted her. Nana, are you alright? What grievance have you suffered? Give it to me. I don't want to see Nana crying. It's all your fault, cried Lena as she kept pounding Lin Tianchang's chest with both hands. People originally wanted to go to the amusement park today, and now that the sun has set there isn't even enough time. Oh, an amusement park? Lin Tianchang froze for a moment, then patted Lena's back and said, Nana, since you want to play so much, then I'll ask someone to build one next to the villa tomorrow. Then you can play every day. Do you think money comes with the wind? No, please give me thanks. Lena shook her head. People just want to go to a crowded playground so it's lively enough. That's how you can escape. Lin Tianchang watched Lena closely, not knowing what he was calculating in his mind. No, never let Nana go to a crowded place. I'll regret it for the rest of my life if something happens. Lin Tianchang was about to open his mouth to refuse when Lena tilted her head up and kissed herself. After a long time of lips parting, Lena asked with a sticky mouth, Tianchang, just this once, okay? It's just that Nana loves me so much. What's the harm in promising her once? Who asked me not to see her cry? Good. Lin Tianchang faintly uttered a single word. Really, duh. Tianchang, you're so nice. Lena wrapped her arms around Lin Tianchang and kept shaking up. Okay, Nana, let's change our clothes first. No. Lena's small face bristled. Tianchang, you go out first. Wait for me to change first. That amusement park. Humph. Lena puckered her mouth and gave Lin Tianchang a death grip, huffing and puffing as she walked to the closet. Just change it. After Lin Tianchang had called his butler through his cell phone to book 2 VLP tickets, a voice came from the front of his heel, and he looked up to be stunned by the scene in front of him. Tianchang, does it look good? Lena was wearing a set of light blue dress as beautiful as her charming eyes, with a pink sunshading straw hat on her head, pure and lovely, just like a blue butterfly dancing in the flowers. Lin Tianchang's throat knots rolled up and down a bit as he smiled and responded. It's so tantalizing. Oh no, it's so beautiful. Looking at the salivating Lin Tianchang, Lena felt bad, riding on Lin Tianchang's effort to lie on the bed, hurriedly carrying her bag out of the room. Poof. Lin Tianchang didn't rush to catch up. Instead he slowly put on his clothes. Nana, you can hide from the first day but you can't hide from the 15th day. But what Lin Tianchang didn't expect was, a heavy rain fell from the sky, and a figure stepped into a puddle of water and stirred up water splashes. Nana! Lin Tianchang kept running through the amusement park calling out Lena's name. Thinking back to the image of Lena kissing herself on top of the Ferris wheel, Lin Tiancheng sat on a chair in the cabin while Lena stood up and cupped Lin Tiancheng's chin with her two small hands. Tiancheng. Thank you. Why thank me? At first I hated you. I thought you would just use me as a tool for politics like Lin Hai, but it never occurred to me. Lena asked as she nudged Lin Tiancheng's lips. Tiancheng, why do you like me? I don't know. Maybe it was love at first sight. Lin Tiancheng vaguely remembered meeting Lena for the first time on that day or in his orchard. Tiancheng, in a while I'm going to join forces with the Clinton family of the Eagle Kingdom. By then our group will definitely be on a higher level. Lin Hai patted Lin Tiancheng's shoulder and said, by the time our market opens up overseas, I'll also be a famous figure in the country. Ha 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 ha. Lin Tiancheng buried his head and slowly spoke. Father, you're letting my mom know. Like this. Pa. A red mark appeared on Lin Tiancheng's face. Your mom is dead. Lin Hai shouted. Dead people have no interest to speak of. And you should know that strength proves everything in this world. Sons and daughters? Ha, it's nothing but bittersweetness. Lin Hai turned around and walked out the door after saying that, stopping when he reached the door. The distant daughter of the Clinton family will be here today. I hope you don't embarrass me. After saying this, Lin Hai left the room with his hands behind his back and his chest. Ha, what true love. It's all just a stepping stone to your glory and wealth. Lin Tiancheng took out alcohol from the cabinet and disgustingly wiped it on the red marks. After the pain subsided slightly, Lin Tiancheng walked out of the room until he came to an orchard. A variety of fruits are planted in the orchard, the most prominent being peach trees, which look extremely attractive with fruitful peaches due to the fact that it is summer. This orchard is his mother's favorite place to stay before she was born, since he was small and remembered Lin Tiancheng and his mother in this orchard to play. Every summer Lin Tiancheng recalled the orchard to play tired after his mother picked a peach washed and fed to his own scene. Unfortunately, the good times didn't last long. His mother passed away due to illness, and Lin Hai never even came to the hospital to see his mother one last time. I vaguely remember my mother holding her little hand on the hospital bed and tenderly saying, Chenger, don't cry. Mommy is always there. When you miss mommy in the future, pick a peach and eat it, okay? And then, I never saw you again except in dreams. Lin Tiancheng walked to a peach tree and gently stroked a carving on the trunk of the tree, which was engraved with a double wood forest character, which was the first character that his mother had taught him to write. After his mother's death, Lin Tiancheng was devastated, and the only thing that supported him was this orchard. Rustling. Just as Lin Tiancheng was leaning against the peach tree, a footstep came from behind him. Get out! Lin Tiancheng had thought it was Lin Hai looking for him, so he shouted aggressively, but a sticky voice came from behind him. Yeah, I'm sorry, I'm leaving. A woman? Lin Tiancheng turned back to find a blonde woman fleeing like a bunny. Wait. For some reason Lin Tiancheng called out to her. The woman stopped and looked back and asked, Hello, what can I do for you? Who are you? Why are you in my house? Hey, I'm here as a guest. My family was talking about something, so I ran out. I didn't expect to invade your peach orchard. Sorry, I'll leave now. The woman was about to turn around when suddenly a peach fell off her body. Ah, Lena covered her face in shame at the sight. I'm sorry, I didn't mean it. People. Lin Tiancheng slowly walked up to Lena. For some reason this woman gave herself a special feeling. Lena thought Lin Tiancheng was going to hit her and hurriedly crouched on the ground and shrunk into a ball. Don't hit me, don't hit me. I'm sorry. Instead of the punch Lena had imagined. Though, the peach that had just fallen to the ground appeared in front of her eyes. Hey, want a taste? Aren't you going to hit me? Do I look like a violent maniac? Then I'll eat it. Lena carefully took the peach on Lin Tiancheng's palm, slowly placing it to her mouth. Just as she was about to open her mouth to bite down, suddenly the peach was snatched away. Wait, you can't eat it until you've washed it. Lin Tiancheng took the peach and walked to the side sink to wash it before handing it back to Lena. Thanks. Lena took a bite and suddenly her eyes widened. Due to the summer season, the peach tree received good sunlight, plus Lin Tiancheng's careful care made the peach tree bear fruits that tasted sweet. The smell of peaches exploded in Lena's mouth, and Lena let out a satisfied sound as she rested her chin on one hand in enjoyment. It's delicious. Looking at the smile on Lena's face, Lin Tiancheng, who usually had an ice cube face, also raised the corners of his mouth. Lin Tiancheng just watched as Lena ate a peach one bite at a time. Uncle, thank you. Lena wiped her mouth and smiled at Lin Tiancheng. Big, uncle? Lin Tiancheng stood and walked aside as if he had been struck by lightning. Do I look that old? Uncle, you're the gardener of this orchard, right? You take good care of this orchard, yo. Lena shivered her fingers, not realizing Lin Tiancheng's expression. Gardeners? What's wrong? Lena looked at the dumbfounded Lin Tiancheng and waved it in front of his eyes. No, nothing. Lin Tiancheng couldn't help but think in his mind as he looked at himself reflected in the water. Am I that old? He. Thank you for entertaining me, Adjussie. Lena washed her hands and stood up. Adjussie, I'll go back first. Oh, my family should still be waiting for me. With that said, Lena bounced out of the orchard. Looking at Lena's back, Lin Tiancheng's hand grabbed towards Lena's direction. I haven't asked you your name yet. Suddenly the figure in the distance turned around and Lena put both hands to her mouth and yelled, Uncle! My name is Lena. I'll come back more often. Lena? Lin Tiancheng memorized the name in his mind and waved his hand in the woman's direction. Since then Lena would come to Lin Tiancheng every once in a while, and the two became good friends. Of course, about the uncle, this misunderstanding Lin Tiancheng still solved. Until one day, Lin Tiancheng was carefully pruning a peach tree. Not for any other reason but because Lena said that the fruit it bore was delicious. Suddenly a figure was staggering towards himself. Nana! Lin Tiancheng looked at Lena with a smile on his face. After this period of contact, whenever he stayed with Lena he was always very happy. He also knew that he was in love with this lively and cute girl. But expressionless Lena brushed past Lin Tiancheng's shoulder, then sat down by the peach tree and hugged herself together with her head down. Nana! What's wrong with you? Lin Tiancheng sat beside Lena in concern. Tiancheng, I'm getting married. Excuse me Nana, what did you just say? I said I'm getting married. Tears glistened in Lena's eyes. At first I thought the family brought me out here to have a little fun. Who knew they were actually talking about my marriage? Lena said with tears in her eyes. I was so naive to think that I would be able to fly freely like a bird from now on. But it's just a bigger cage. Lin Tiancheng said incredulously. Nana, you are the Clinton families. Yeah, what a family. Just a tool. How can it be? Nana is my age. How can he? Tiancheng. I actually hate those people from the big families the most. They look one way on the surface and another way behind their backs. It makes me feel sick. Lena wiped away her tears and said furiously. Suddenly there was a sound of footsteps beside the two men. Tiancheng, you and Lena are here. Lin Hai stepped forward, closely followed by the Clinton family. Come, allow me to introduce you. This is my son Lin Tiancheng. Why don't Tiancheng greet his aunts and uncles? Lena glanced at Lin Hai in surprise, then looked at Lin Tiancheng. Didn't you tell me you were a gardener? Nana, I had. No need to explain. Lena sat up from beside Lin Tiancheng with a disgusted look on her face. Lin Tiancheng, you really make me feel disgusted, said Lena, sat up and walked away, and when Lin Tiancheng wanted to chase after him he was stopped by Lin Hai and the Clinton family. After this Lin Tiancheng never saw Lena again. Father, please, just this. No way. Although Lena is a distant relative of the Clinton family, as long as we ride on this line of the Clinton family our group will soar in the future. Lin Hai trembled with excitement. Useless waste. Someone come, drag him out of here. Up to this point, Lin Tiancheng seemed to have completely changed into a different person. And when Lena saw him again, Lin Tiancheng stood in front of him as if he were a madman covered in blood. Lin Tiancheng, you're just as crazy as your father. Nana, I've taken care of all your concerns for you. In the future we're going to be together forever. Ooh. Lin Tiancheng had gotten off the Ferris wheel with Lena when he came back to his senses. Lena took Lin Tiancheng's arm and said, Tiancheng, I want to go to the restroom. Can you get me an ice cream? Okay, I'll go buy it. Nana, you be good and wait for me. Oh. Lin Tiancheng was leaving a few steps back to look at Lena. Before Lin Tiancheng could think, Lena stepped forward and captured Lin Tiancheng's lips. After a long time she separated them. Okay, go on. Aha. Maybe it's an illusion. After Lin Tiancheng disappeared into the crowd, Lena also walked into the toilet according to what she had just said. Unaware that only when Lena stepped into the toilet did a figure turn away. Until the black shadow is far away after Lena grasps the wall and pokes her head out to look around until she realizes that there is no Lin Tiancheng silhouette and then hurriedly runs away from the amusement park. About a moment later Lin Tiancheng walked to the door of the restroom with a strawberry-flavored ice cream and raised his arm to look at the time on his watch. It's been more than 10 minutes. Why hasn't Nana come out yet? Thinking of this, Lin Tiancheng somehow, the frequency of his heart beating faster and faster, until the melted ice cream flowed on his hand when Lin Tiancheng walked in with a cold face. Yikes! There are hooligans! Help! A scream rang out from the toilet. No! 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 Lin Tiancheng never found any trace of Lena. Thinking about what Lena told herself on top of the Ferris wheel, Lin Tiancheng was extraordinarily heartbroken. Nana, why did you betray me? Lena ran down the road when she suddenly felt sick and ran off to the side of the road to dry heave. What's wrong with me? I don't remember eating anything greasy. How come? I don't care about that. Let's run away first. After Lena left, a fallen leaf fell from the tree and landed on the road. I don't know how long it took, but with a click, the fallen leaves instantly shattered into debris. Lin Tiancheng looked at the road in the distance, his eyes deep and grave. I swear I'll find you, and when I do, you'll never get away from me again. A few years later, one night, a knock sounded on the door of one of the more ramshackle residential buildings. Bam bam bam. Squeak. As the door to the room opened, a gray-haired grandmother of advanced years appeared in the doorway. Auntie, you're back. The door to the room opened, and a blonde-haired Lena was holding her sleeping child in her arms as she kept rocking. Well, is everything alright these days? The grandmother closed the door and took out a steamed bun and a bag of pickles from a plastic bag. It's fine. It's been a year. I'm sure he should have given up by now. Lena slowly placed the child on the bed, then carefully began to eat the bun. It's bitter for you two mothers, the old grandmother sighed. If you hated that man so much, why did you give birth to this child? Lena stopped halfway through her meal, her hand shaking slightly as she held the bun. I don't know. At first I was thinking of aborting her too, but whenever Shio kicks me in the stomach can't wait to see what she looks like. Lena choked on this, then looked to the sleeping baby on the bed. The answer told me that I made the right choice. I thought I would end my life and all the pain. But Shio, she gave me a different meaning. I guess that's affection. Just like my sister. Even if she's far away from it, I still miss her all the time. The grandmother smiled as she said this. She even told me that she and his old partner run a grocery store and told me to meet her when I'm free. That's nice, Lena said longingly. It's a pity that I won't be able to experience this. I just hope that in the future, Shio will just grow up happily, preferably with a boy who loves her and adores her, and I'll be satisfied. Definitely, the old grandmother said with a smile. Such an exquisite doll is Xiao Shi. She will definitely be as beautiful as you when she grows up. Grandma, you're teasing me again, beamed Lena. Ha ha ha, I'm telling the truth. Shauna, in the future when you have time you and I can go see my sister together. I'm sure she'll like Xiao Shi a lot too. No problem. Lena had just finished speaking when the little one on the bed snapped her eyes open, and despite still being a child, Shio's light blue eyes shone as beautifully as sapphires. Shio, I'm sorry for disturbing you. Lena finished the last bite of her steamed bun and patted her body, was about to pick Shio up to put Shio back to sleep. Who knew that instead of crying out, Shio reached out her small white hand to grab Lena's index finger and squinted and smiled out. Seeing this scene, Lena's tears could no longer hold back the flow from her eyes. Shio, I love you so much. Well, love, Mama Lin Xiaoshi responded with a smile. Lena reveled in Lin Xiaoshi's cuteness for a second, but it didn't last long, and one more rainy night, Lena was running down the street with Shio in her arms, vaguely remembering her grandmother's screams coming from the phone. Nana, run! While the little Shio in her arms howled due to the bumps. Oh, Shio, don't cry. It's mommy who's sorry. The heavy rain slapped on Lena's face, mixing with the tears. Fearing that Shio would get sick from too much rain, Lena ran to a church with an architectural style similar to the West, and placed Shio on top of the pews for the time being. Shio, mommy will be back soon. Be good and don't cry, yo. Lena gave Shio a kiss on her cheeks and then ran towards the church. And when Lena left 10 minutes later, a black car blocked itself in. Lena looked ahead in despair, her body already trembling with fear. Did he finally come? But to Lena's surprise, the one who got off the bus was not the Lin Tianchang who made her feel intimidated, but a strange other group of people. The black-clothed man muttered, mixing with her own fiancé's son simply brings shame to our family. Bring her back under strict guard, never to be released. Yes. The men in black on either side of them stepped toward Lena on command. Who are you guys? What do you want? Lena sensed something was wrong and ran backwards, but she didn't get more than a few steps before a rag covered her mouth. Don't! Shio! My Shio! Please let me take Shio with me. Aha! Oh! Lena grunted loudly, trying to break free, but it was futile and soon her consciousness faded. Lena was eventually thrown into the car, and the streets quickly returned to quiet as the car roared to life. Say, where is my Nana? Lin Tianchang looked at the grandmother sitting on the stool and said with red eyes, I'm sorry, sir. I don't know what you're talking about. No? Oh, I already smelled Nana when I walked in from outside. How long do you think you can hide it? Not saying anything, right? Lin Tianchang smiled evilly. Granny, from my investigation it seems that you have a sister who is opening a grocery store in Rongqing, right? What do you want? Granny said excitedly when she heard this. If you don't want your sister's store to be unable to operate, I hope you can carefully tell me where Nana has gone? Lin Tianchang's eyes seemed to see through the grandmother. Stern and terrifying. Nana was right. You are a pervert. Granny sighed after cursing. She's just been running off down that road on the left for about an hour now. Thank you, Grandma, for taking care of my Nana this year. Lin Tianchang made a wink. The bodyguard on the side placed a black bag in front of the table and fixed his eyes on the dense banknotes. Let's go. With a command, the bodyguards neatly left the room, leaving the grandmother alone and crying in pain. Nana, I'm the one who's sorry. Ooh-hoo. Just as Lin Tianchang arrives at the crossroads in his car, he realizes that there is no sign of Lena at the intersection for a long time. And it's not until he watches the surveillance through his connections that he learns the truth. How? Lin Tianchang's eyes were lifelessly silent as he stared ahead. Find out for me just who snatched Nana away from me. Yes, Nana. My Nana. Lin Tiancheng took out the photo and looked at the woman in the photo, constantly calling out her name. Next time I'm going to keep you on a firm leash and never lose you again. Many things disappeared overnight, except for a young baby left behind. Early in the morning, a security guard walked into the church. It's over. I forgot to close the door last night when it was raining so hard. No thieves are going to walk in. Just as the security guard was taking a closer look, a baby's cry startled the security guard. A cry? The security guard followed the cries to find a baby wailing away in the church pews. What kind of parents in real years? Giving birth and not caring. The security guard cursed angrily, then put on a smiling face. Children, good. Uncle, this will send you to the orphanage. Oh. Bang, bang, bang. A violent knock sounded before the door slowly opened after a while. Who is it? A pale voice emanated from the room. Hello, old Dean. May I ask if you still accept children here? The security guard lifted the cloth by Xiushir's head to prevent blocking Lin Xiushir's breathing, while writing his name on Lin Xiushir's sock. Another one? The old Dean sighed. It's just a big deal. It's just one more pair of chopsticks. Give me the baby, then I'll trouble you. Dean. The guard left after handing over Xiao. After all, everyone has their own things to do in this busy world. The old Dean took Lin Xiushir. When looking at Lin Xiushir's light blue eyes, his body trembled, almost throwing Xiushir out. Why does this child look like this? No. This is an ominous sign. The old Dean was about to throw Lin Xiushir out his own fingers, but they were gripped by Lin Xiushir's small hands. In the face of strangers, Lin Xiaoxi also did not cry and just looked at the old Dean in a churlish manner. Ugh! The old Dean sighed and turned around holding Lin Xiushir and walked into the orphanage. Yikes! Lin Xiushir suddenly woke up from her seat for a moment and lost her mind. Xiao, having a nightmare? Bai Xiaoyi on the side asked with concern. Bai Xiaoyi's voice pulled Lin Xiushir back from the void. Xiaoyi, I don't know why my heart is so flustered. It's okay. Bai Xiaoyi took Lin Xiushir's hand and clutched it in his hand. I'm here. I'll block everything for Xiushir in the future. Lin Xiushir's heart, which had been beating in panic after hearing these words, slowly calmed down at the moment. No. Lin Xiushir took Bai Xiaoyi's head and whispered in Bai Xiaoyi's ear. It's not Xiaoyi alone. It's us. Xiushir. Thank you, Yi. I'm already much better. Lin Xiushir resumed her usual mischievous appearance, then put her index finger to her mouth and said teasingly, I want to thank little Yi properly. What kind of reward does little Yi want? Reward? Bai Xiaoyi looked at Lin Xiushir's slightly narrowed eyes and felt bad, and hastily waved his hand to reject it. Is it not for reward that I and other righteous people act in chivalry? This girl, please take back your words, or else you're insulting me and other righteous people. So that's how it is, Lin Xiushir said thoughtfully. Then I'm afraid I can't wear the costume I quietly put in the chest for you. Warrior. Ahem. Girl, I actually think it's okay to have that one accident every once in a while. He. Lin Xiushir covered her mouth and snickered. Just kidding. As long as it's what he wants to see, Xiushir can wear whatever she wants, yo. Ahem. The blood in Bai Xiaoyi's body gradually boiled up when he heard this. Then can the arrival girl let me wait and see tonight? Then I'll have to make Yi impressed. After Lena returned to the premises, a beautiful woman in a bright red dress came down the passage. Lena. The red-clothed beauty ran over with her red dress as soon as she saw Lena, but she was stopped midway by the bodyguard. I'm sorry, miss. Our master said no one is allowed to approach Miss Lin. Bold. The beautiful woman roared. This is my territory. Who the hell is he? Lin Tiancheng? The bodyguard was not intimidated by the red-clothed beauty, and remained motionless. I'm sorry, miss. If you still insist on barging in, then don't blame us for being merciless. Come on, who's scared? I, Hong Wanqing, am not scared. Hong Wanqing pulled out a pistol from the side of her skirt and pointed it at the bodyguard's head. The surrounding service personnel also saw the situation from the waist, took out a walkie-talkie, press a button. Ammo about. After a while, burst of footsteps came, only to see the door of the private room, corridor, bar, door, toilets and other places are drilled out of fierce-looking armed service personnel. Chest also hangs a red romance sign. One of the men with a sharp tongue in cheek came over and said to Hong Wanqing, Sister Hong, the brothers are all here. Which one of them dares to come to our red romance to cause trouble? The gun in Hong Wanqing's hand flicked forward. Him, Lin Tiancheng's man. Lin Tiancheng? How did he find us? Didn't we hide Sister Lena very well for so many years? The man was first shocked when he heard this, then came to a realization. There's a mole. It should have leaked. Hong Wanqing said, Monkey, I'll give you 3 days to find out. If you can't do it, don't worry, big sister. 1 day is enough. Monkey patted his chest and led a few people away from the corridor, not forgetting to give the bodyguard a ferocious look in the meantime. But the bodyguard wasn't intimidated by the scene either, rather he continued to stand beside Lena. Big guy, I'm going to give you one more chance. Take your men and get out, or don't blame the gun in my hand for going off. I advise miss to think twice before acting, the bodyguard said indifferently, pressing no fear of Hong Wancheng. Ha 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 ha. No one here has dared to talk to me like that. Hong Wancheng laughed more and more crazily, the corners of his mouth grinning up as he was about to pull the trigger, when suddenly a waiter ran up with a phone. Sister Hong. Looking for your phone, the waitress said with a bow as she handed out the phone with both hands. The old man? What's he looking for me for at this hour? Hong Wancheng yelled as she picked up the phone. What for? What for? Hong Wancheng, you're going against the grain. You've been doing this kind of thing behind my back for over 10 years. Don't apologize to President Lin and the Clintons yet. I don't. Nana is my best friend. I'm not going to stand by and watch her jump into the torch. Don't be stubborn with me here. I can refrain from asking questions about other things, including the development of your power in the Eagle Kingdom. I will also help you, but only this matter is not negotiable. Do you want to see the scene of our family's destruction? Hearing this, Hong Wancheng never spoke again, just frowned tightly and clenched her teeth, revealing an embarrassed expression. Lena was about to go forward but was stopped by the bodyguard. Miss, don't worry. I'm just having a few words with Wancheng, Lena said flatly. The bodyguard sniffed and nodded, putting his hand back. Lena gradually walked over to Wancheng and hugged Red Wancheng. Wancheng, it's okay. After all, you've protected me for so long, haven't you? Red Wancheng lowered her eyes and spoke faintly. Shauna, I'm sorry. I had thought I could still hide you for a while. That's enough, Lena said with a smile. Back then, if it wasn't for Wancheng that you secretly rescued me from the clan in secret, perhaps I would have been captured back by Lin Tiancheng. Perhaps this is my destiny. Seeing that Hong Wancheng didn't say anything, Lena pinched Hong Wancheng's hand. Alright, don't be listless. Quickly remove your henchman. Your store still has to run normally. How about we find a place to have a good heart-to-heart talk? Red Wancheng nodded helplessly, hung up the phone and waved her hand towards the back. The surrounding men nodded their heads and retreated out when they saw this. The two sat on the sofa. Hong Wancheng saw that no one was around. The party's arrogant and ruthless appearance instantly turned into a petite little girl, collapsed in Lena's arms and sobbed. Ooh-hoo. I'm sorry, Ona. I'm useless. No. Wancheng has already helped me a lot. I should be the one to thank you. Wancheng. Lena gently stroked over Wancheng's red hair and gently comforted her. But Ona, do you really want to be with that man? Don't you forget how he treated you. It's no use running away. Won't I have to face him one day? Shauna, why don't you resist? If it were up to me, I would have stabbed Lin Tiancheng to death and then slaughtered the family that used you. That's because, Lena said, tears running down her cheeks, I lost her. Her? Hong Wancheng blinked, not understanding what Lena meant. Jingle bells, the door opened with the sound of a key. Phew, finally home. Lin Xiaoshi took the lead and ran into the bedroom with a flying leap onto the sofa. He. It's still me in Yi's home that's comfortable. Hey Xiaoshi. Bai Xiaoyi walked in carrying the box. Go open the window to ventilate first. It's been too long since I've been back and there's too much dust. But there was no echo from Lin Xiaoshi in the living room. Xiaoshi, don't think you can just pretend you can't hear me. Oh. Bai Xiaoyi walked over to the sofa to find Lin Xiaoshi was lying on the sofa cuddling the cushion and falling asleep. Is it because you're too tired? I'd better not disturb Xiaoshi. Seeing that Lin Xiaoshi hadn't shown much movement even when she was asleep, Bai Xiaoyi went to the balcony and opened the window to welcome the fresh air in. Unbeknownst to him, Lin Xiaoshi, who was sprawled out on the sofa, secretly tilted his head and opened one eye, then quickly closed it again when Bai Xiaoyi turned around. After so things were packed, Bai Xiaoyi turned his gaze to the traveling case. Shirori said earlier that she packed all the clothes she bought in Kyoto into her suitcase, so it shouldn't be a problem for me to check. Yeah, just checking. Bai Xiaoyi, after swallowing quietly, came to the suitcase, then slowly unzipped it. As expected, as the zipper opened, a brightly lit piece of clothing came into Bai Xiaoyi's eyes. Roughly from the color palette you can see that there is a certain Sina's swordsman costume, a certain Island Mai's bunny girl costume, a certain over-the-top assassin costume, and even a certain grass element. Wow, wave a dash. Bai Xiaoyi looked at the wide array of clothing in association with the way Lin Xiaoshi wore it. The blood in his body had begun to gradually boil up. Wear this on Monday, this on Tuesday, not on Sundays. Cough cough cough. No. I'll die at this rate. Bai Xiaoyi flipped. Suddenly a hand slowly slid up from his waist, followed by a huge sense of pressure from behind. Strange, how it feels. It's bad. The enemy has a murder weapon. Bai Xiaoyi's hand stiffened in the air as a piece of clothing fell from his hands. What is he doing? An extremely seductive voice came from his ears, followed by a wave of hot air that went straight to Bai Xiaoyi's ears. I'm packing the clothes in my suitcase, when it will be easier to put the suitcase away. Then why are Yi's eyes falling out from watching? Lin Xiaoshi said while sticking on Bai Xiaoyi's back for the friction behavior in the physics course. I was looking at how well made the clothes are. Xiaoshi, don't misunderstand me. Bai Xiaoyi fought to defend himself. That's right. That's not true. Xiao sure you just look at me too. Much. Suddenly a dress fell from Bai Xiaoyi's head, with the slightest scent still lingering on it. Why does this dress look so familiar? Hey, this isn't the clothes Xiao just wore. Then can Xiaoyi help me see if the workmanship of this dress is good or not? AC Lin Xiaoshu bit Bai Xiaoyi's ear, leaving slightly faint teeth marks on the earlobe. Bai Xiaoyi hand on the grasp of the dress, the entire brain in a state of downtime, until a hint of familiar flavor killed into their nostrils before gulping. Xiao, you hurry up and dress me. On. Bai Xiaoyi has not yet finished. Another pink butterfly flew to his hand. This. What a scandal. Is there any law? Is there any law? I heard everything he just planned. Yo, it's Sunday and I've done what he told me to do. Taskmaster, you are. Why don't you ever look back at me? Aren't the clothes already checked? Lin Xiaoxi smiled flirtatiously and leaned down to look at Bai Xiaoyi's side face. Or is there something else that hasn't been checked? For example, humph. Bai Xiaoyi suddenly shrugged his shoulders and started laughing. Bai Xiaoyi, don't give out my power. Do you think I'm a little party girl? Xiao sure. You forced me to do this. Bai Xiaoyi broke away from Lin Xiaoshu, then turned around, almost losing his mind for a moment. But when he saw Lin Xiaoshu's eyes full of complacency, Bai Xiaoyi lost his mind like a runaway wild horse. Welcome to this installment of Boxing Championship. The two main characters facing off today are Wilson E from Goosetown and Smith Xiao, also from Rome Town. Ding dong. With the bell ringing, the match is now officially underway. We see player E go straight up and bring player Xiao into his domain with a rising hug. Perhaps because he was intimidated by player Yi's aura, player Xiao didn't fight back but rather allowed the forced displacement of player E. Good. Player E has successfully brought player Xiao into his domain. Let's see what player E is going to do next. Beautiful. Player E has managed to wrestle player Xiao to the stage with a hold. But player Xiao is no slouch either. And a Chenkuan shift has replaced player Yi's position with his own into the top. And now our player E looks to be in the bottom. What on earth would an easy player do? Wow. Mr. E used the dragon subduing 18 palms and combined it with the Chenkuan Nuai of Tai Chi. And the effect was very significant against Mr. Xiao. However, Xiao seems to have practiced the golden hood and iron cloth shirt, so he didn't suffer much interference, but used the principle of the hydraulic press to keep attacking E. Let's see how well player E can recruit. So, click. Bai Hao looked up as the TV screen went black. Honey, what are you doing? I'm really watching the boxing match. This is the moment of truth. Bai Jia threw a blank look at Bai Hao. I'm the one who does all the chores day in and day out, so you should at least help me share the load. Ha, sorry wife, I was just talking. Bai Hao rubbed his hands together and smiled sarcastically before getting up to help Bai Jia. As for the TV title fight, I guess no one cares about the flow behind it. After all, there will always be a winner. But today there was actually an accident. Bai Xiaoyi lay on the bed with Lin Xiaoshu in his arms. Looking at the tired-faced Lin Xiaoshu, he couldn't help but feel puzzled. Strange. How come it's a tie today? Have I gotten stronger? Xiaoshu? Bai Xiaoyi tucked the sheet on Lin Xiaoshu's back. What's wrong, Xiaoyi? Lin Xiaoshu squinted her eyes and leaned on Bai Xiaoyi's shoulder, revealing a drowsy look. Is Xiao tired? Aha. Lin Xiaoshu nodded without continuing to speak, just slowly closed her eyes pretending to rest. Oh yeah. Bai Xiaoyi raised his fist and waved it in the air. Ha. Xiaoshu, looks like you're no better than that. Odds are I've mastered the technique. In the future, I'm going to turn over a new leaf and become a landlord. Right. Lin Xiaoshu said perfunctorily. Bai Xiaoyi thought that Lin Xiaoxi was looking down on him, so he continued to provoke. What? Still not willing to admit it? I think Xiaoshu, you are a typical dead duck's mouth. Hard. Lin Xiaoshu swished his eyes open and looked at Bai Xiaoyi with a kind smile on his face as he slowly spoke. Do you know what it means to be a jumped up clown? Xiaoyi? Dare I ask Xiaoshu if you know what it means to punch your face in the face? Bai Xiaoyi showed a classic brother Wu Fei expression, mocking Lin Xiaoshu. Hearing this, Lin Xiaoshu lifted the quilt and stretched out, walking to the door of the room and suddenly pulling out a chain from the slit of the cabinet to fasten the door handle. How can that be? Wasn't Xiao so tired just now? Why is her stance so strong now? That said, where did this chain come from? A sense of crisis spread throughout Bai Xiaoyi's body. I've obviously given E enough face. Lin Xiaoshu turned the key on a string in her hand a few times before dropping it into the cabinet. But why is it that E just doesn't appreciate it? At this moment, Lin Xiaoshu's eyes instantly turned pink, and her eyes were simply different from the gentleness of the party. If the previous one was a docile puppy, then now it was like a hungry lion. Looking at Lin Xiaoshu, who was gradually approaching towards him, Bai Xiaoyi also realized that he had just been too complacent, so that he had now caused a big disaster. Xiao, is it too late for me to apologize? He can say this to Yama, Lin Xiaoshu said playfully with her head tilted. But the words didn't sound so cute. Generally, smart hunters will always make the ecological environment of the prey to be able to hold, so as to maintain the balance all the time, will not starve to death. But there are always stupid road deer jumping around in front of the hunter every day. and spitting in front of the hunter from time to time. We generally call this kind of behavior of death. Cocooned in his own cocoon. By how put the last cleaned plate into the cupboard. Honey, I've cleaned all the dishes. Look, Paige wiped down the stove and said, go go go. Hey, by how couldn't wait to run out and suddenly poked his head back in and said, thanks wife. Humph, poor mouth. By how turned on the TV set originally wanted to see the exciting fight process but was stunned by the scene of the boxing match, only to see the Smith Shields contestant in the form of a completely crushed Wilson E contestant cannot fight back. After a long period of fighting off Smithsonian's various attacks, Wilson Yi was dazed and confused, when Smithsonian found an opportunity to knock Wilson Yi to the ground with an uppercut. I surrender. Wilson Yi raised his hand to the referee in an offer of surrender. Who knew that just then the Smith player pressed the Wilson E player's surrender and attacked him again one after another. Bang! 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 The Wilson Easy player is lying on the ground in convulsions after being hit on the face. It was then that the referee came up and pulled the two apart. And in the end the Smithsonian won the match in front of everyone. TSK. By how deflated his mouth with a slightly sympathetic expression as he looked at the Wilson E player who had broken his face. You say you've been fighting your opponent for so long, don't you know that the opposite side is better than you? What a self-righteous guy. Now it's good. You're satisfied with being made to look like a human being. By how removed his glasses and turned off the TV. I don't even know who gave him the courage. There are countless such self-righteous guys. Luckily my son is more sensible to face all these situations and can handle them calmly. Lin Xiaoshi got out of bed and twisted her waist, stretching again before walking into the bathroom with her bare feet wrapped in a bath towel. The screen slowly moved towards the bed, and a white outline of a human body could be found lying on the bed, looking like an uncolored character in a comic strip, and then looking more closely at Bai Xiaoyi's face only to see a picture of a scream emoticon appearing in the middle of the screen. Lin Xiaoxiang head shower droplets along the black shiny hair straight down, like a curtain of beautiful waterfalls, followed by a downward look at the letter S such as a brush letter, general brush stroke, delicate and has a good-looking curvature. It's true that people's desires are constantly magnified. Lin Xiaoshi slowly spoke, so much that I want to eat into my stomach and then keep it forever, he. Just kidding. Ugh. Lin Xiaoshi rubbed her stomach. I so want to give you a home, but I don't want to right now. Little E's love can only be all left to me alone. After taking a shower, Lin Xiaoshi came to the living room and prepared to blow dry her hair, when suddenly her cell phone, which she had placed on the dining table, lit up. Lin Xiaoshi curiously opened the screen and looked at it. The shocker. A man's remains were found in a woman's rented house. Oh, Lin Xiaoshi clicked on the news with interest, only to see the face of the culprit appear on the very first homepage. This woman. Lin Xiaoshi suddenly remembered that this woman was the very same person she had met with in the park earlier. According to news reports, the woman was a colleague of the man's company. And one night the woman overpowered the man and took him to a rented house to carry out inhuman abuse, until one day the next door neighbor found out and rushed to report to the police. Woman see their secrets leaked so completely tear the face of the man too. When the police rushed to find the woman is sitting on her knees on the ground, mouth do not know what to eat, mouth murmured, Senior, love you the most, la. The next life we also want to be together, oh. Woman pulls out blood-soaked knife and stabs herself afterward. This incident resulted in 2 deaths and no injuries. Stupid to the core. Lin Xiaoshi turned off her cell phone and wiped her hair with a washcloth. First of all, the location is not right. You should pick a place where there are no people around, and even if there are people around, it should be placed in a basement or a soundproof room. Secondly, you need to take precautions, otherwise you will be suspected or you will be exposed. But I still agree with the behavior at the end. It's a pity that E is too obedient, otherwise I would like to try it too. Ah, what was I thinking? Lin Xiaoshi lowered the hand covering her cheeks. Lin Xiaoshi, you are so insatiable. After taking care of everything, Lin Xiaoshi returned to the bedroom, lifting the covers and skillfully hugging the motionless Bai Xiaoyi as he fell into sleep. When Bai Xiaoyi opened his eyes has reached the early morning. After yesterday's duel, Bai Xiaoyi at this moment also recognized the reality. The future is not in the fantasy of being able to with Xiaoshi 1 to eliminate the top and bottom of the mind. Well, good times. Just as Bai Xiaoyi was preparing to get up, a pain came from his own arm, followed by the feeling of being wet and tense all the time. Bai Xiaoyi looked sideways to find Lin Xiaoshi hugging his arm with his mouth open and biting continuously. Each on good times, ha ha ha. What a diary of a madman. Bai Xiaoyi struggled free for a while before snatching his arm back from Lin Xiaoshi's mouth, followed by flicking Lin Xiaoshi's forehead in an unkind manner. I treat you as my wife, you even want to eat me. Are you possessed by Bai Ling? Boing. Lin Xiaoshi covered her head and opened her eyes in a daze. When the first thing she realized she saw was Bai Xiaoyi, she hugged him excitedly. Xiaoyi, good morning. It's not good at all. Does Xiao know what you almost did just now? Did what? Lin Xiaoshi tilted her head to show an innocent expression. Xiao, you just bit my arm and showed a look of hunger. Is that so? Lin Xiaoshi tilted her head to feign ignorance. Of course. Look at the marks on my arm. Actually, I was just having a dream. A dream? What did Xiao dream about? Lin Xiaoshi penciled his chin and said, this is not easy to explain in words. Let me tell you with my actions, said Lin Xiaoxi, and by Xiaoyi's surprised expression took the elevator to the negative floor. Xiao, you're can't. At least let me rest. But a salsa was squeezed onto the toast, and Shiren wrapped it into a ball and then ate the toast in a single bite. On the side, Wang Hu counted his wallet after paying the boss. How did Xiaoling manage to get a 90% share of just eating and drinking, without waiting for Wang Hu to react? Bai Ling continued to pull Wang Hu toward the next store. What? Little Na, you gave birth to a daughter? Hong Wanqing slapped her hands on the table in surprise. Shalina covered Hong Wanqing's mouth while comparing a quiet gesture. Wanqing, keep your voice down. It's not good if the bodyguards outside hear you. It wasn't until Hong Wanqing nodded that Lina removed her palm from Hong Wanqing's mouth. Why didn't you tell me about such a big thing before? Hong Wanqing said with her eyes wide open. Because I've tried to look for Xiao since I was snatched away from my family, but I haven't heard anything at all because my own power is too weak. Then why didn't you tell me? Nah, I could have sent someone to check for you. Wanqing, you don't forget at that time there is also a Lin Tiancheng who was eyeing everything intently. If you were to send someone there, then it would definitely be found out. And I'm afraid that if the people in the family know that I gave birth to a child without a union, I'm afraid that it would be. But what does this have to do with Lin Tiancheng? Hong Wanqing said as she covered her mouth in a sudden realization halfway through her sentence. Can't it be that she is the daughter of you and Lin Tiancheng? Yes. At first I would have felt that carrying his child was a very disgusting thing to do. But for some reason I couldn't let go of it whenever Xiao kicked me in the stomach. Lina said wistfully as she rubbed her stomach. It turns out that me giving birth to Xiao was the best decision I ever made in my life. But, looking at the emotionally depressed Lina who seemed to be about to cry out the next second, Hong Wanqing hurriedly comforted her good girlfriend. Don't be discouraged, Xiana, Xiao sure, she will definitely be fine. But it's been almost 20 years, and there's not a word from Xiao, not a thing about her. It's only good that there's no audio, Hong Wanqing said. Little Na, have you been following the news over at the flower grower's side every day since then? Lina nodded slowly as she heard this. You see, there was no news for a while, which means that her little niece must still be alive. It's just that you haven't found her. Nah, but I've been looking for almost 20 years. Then why don't you talk to that Lin Tiancheng guy? Xiana, maybe he can find it? Because I'm scared. Lina curled herself into a ball. I'm afraid he'll use it to grab Xiao to hurt her to force me to show up. He'll do anything to get me. It's still that brute Lin Tiancheng in the end. Hong Wanqing said angrily. You see, when he comes I won't collapse him my name backwards. Don't. Lina stopped Red Wanqing's words. Now that Lin Tiancheng has discovered me, there's no need for me to be fearful anymore. Lina hands held up the Red Wanqing's hand. Chu Chishing looked at the Red Wanqing said, so can Trouble Wanqing you help me to find the whereabouts of Xiao Shi? Please, but what about you? Lin Tiancheng will definitely imprison you. It doesn't matter. As long as we find the one who can find Xiao Shi, I'll already be satisfied. Hong Wanqing lowered her head and did not dare to look at Lina, because perhaps after today she would never see this good best friend who had accompanied her for so long. Ona, do you need anything to say to Xiao? I'll do my best to pass it on for you. Lina couldn't stop her tears when she heard this. Wanqing, you just tell Xiao Shi that I'm the one who's sorry for her. Also, I love her. I've always loved her. I understand. Xiana, wait for me. I will definitely find a way to save you out. Hong Wanqing gritted her teeth and nodded her head as she stood up and opened the door to her room, walking out quickly under the vigilance of the bodyguards at the door. After Hong Wanqing left the entire private room leaving Lina alone, Lina sat on the sofa with her hair messily draped over her face. If I tell you, will you really accept her? Click, 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 click. The sound of eating rang out from the sofa, and with a fixed glance, he realized that Bai Xiaoyi was sitting on the sofa with his legs crossed while Lin Xiaoshi was sitting on the side with his legs crossed against Bai Xiaoyi. Lin Xiaoshi reached out and took out a piece of popcorn from the bucket and fed it into Bai Xiaoyi's mouth, waiting for Bai Xiaoyi to eat it in before following with a bite of his own. That's a lot of fish for me to cast for this project. A voice came from the TV show. Across the couch was showing a movie called Tomato Richest. Bai Xiaoyi had just swallowed the popcorn that Lin Xiaoshi had just sighed when another piece of popcorn was against his mouth. Sure, Ori, you eat. I've had enough. Well, Lin Xiaoshi's head was turned towards the TV series, acting like she was watching the movie, but her eyes were sneaking up on Bai Xiaoyi. And while Bai Xiaoyi was talking, Lin Xiaoshi jabbed inward. The popcorn was stuffed into Bai Xiaoyi's mouth with his fingers. Hiroshi sucks. Read show. Xiao Shi. Your hand. But Lin Xiaoxi, as if with the appearance of not hearing the general, also non-stop like a wriggling caterpillar in general unscrupulous in by Xiaoyi's mouth to leave their own traces. Tiger, do you know how to eat this? Sharon held a cylindrical cookie in her hand while on the other side was chocolate sauce. Dipping? Wang Hu replied. Hey, right answer. Sharon put the cookie into the chocolate sauce until the top of the cookie was completely covered in chocolate before taking it out and putting it in her mouth. It tastes the best when you eat it like this. Hey you, Bai Xiaoyi said as he pulled out a piece of paper from the side. Quickly give me your hand. I'll wipe it for you. Wait a little wait until I get this popcorn in my stomach. Saying that, Lin Xiaoxi slowly opened her mouth. Fizzle, fizzle, fizzle. Sharon pursed the chocolate sauce on the cookie with her mouth until there was no chocolate sauce in sight before she ate the cookie. Ahoo! That's one way to eat it. Yo, little Ling, I think you can go be a food eating method innovation pie. Wang Hu said with a helpless face. Shio, you're like this. Bai Xiaoyi said with a red face and kept pointing at Lin Xiaoxi with his hand. Didn't I say I'd wipe you off? It's already clean. Yo, Lin Xiaoxi looked over at Bai Xiaoyi with a wicked grin on her face, sticking out her tongue and licking the edge of her mouth to return the flavor. The popcorn tastes a little more delicious. Alright, Lin Xiaoxi reached out her hand to pull Bai Xiaoyi back aside. Keep watching the movie seriously. That won't be allowed next time. It's very unhygienic. Bai Xiaoyi pinched Lin Xiaoxi's nose and lectured. Lin Xiaoxi didn't say anything, just continued to reach for her popcorn. Tiger, I want to eat this. Bai Ling and Wang Hu said as they came to the side of the fruit store, pointing to a bunch of bananas next to them. Good. Wang Hu paid, then suddenly remembered something. Xiaoling, you eat here first. I'll give old Bai a call. Aha, wavy dash. Bai Ling drooled at the golden bananas. Ha. Bai Xiaoyi couldn't help but laugh out loud when he saw the hilarious scene in the movie, while Lin Xiaoxi on the side was still eating popcorn. Jingling, Bai Xiaoyi's cell phone rang at this time. Who's looking for me? Bai Xiaoyi removed the popcorn bucket from the side of his thighs, turning his cell phone on to find that it was Wang Hu calling, and instantly answered it. Hello? Old Wang, what do you want to see me about? Just as Bai Xiaoyi was talking, Lin Xiaoxi poked out a hand. Old Bai, are you back yet? Wang Hu's voice came from the other end of the phone. Ah! Bai Xiaoyi sensed that something was wrong and hastily inclined his head to find Lin Xiaoxi's hand wrapping along like a python. Bai Xiaoyi hurriedly covered the phone and said to Lin Xiaoxi, who was at the side. Xiaoxi, what are you doing? Lin Xiaoxi revealed a pitiful look and said, I just want to eat popcorn. Obviously it's Xiaoyi who took it away, so I can. Then it's my not? Bai Xiaoyi rolled his eyes, handing over the popcorn he had set aside. Well, I'm on the phone. Old Bai, are you alright? Wang Hu asked as he heard Bai Xiaoyi yell out in wonder. It's fine. I just almost dropped my cell phone without holding it steady. Go ahead. On the sidelines, Bai Ling pulled off a banana and then skillfully peeled it. Ah! Just as Wang Hu was about to speak, the call came back from the other end of the phone with Bai Xiaoyi's cry. Old Whitey? Nothing. I'm back. What do you have to say? Old King? Old Bai, it's good that you're back. Next week I'm going to go to the Rongqing mountain to soak in the hot springs with Xiaoling. Do you want to go together? Good. Yeah. Well, you can call me then. No problem. Wang Hu smiled and looked towards Bai Ling and gave her an okay sign. Seeing this, Bai Ling also happily took a bite of the banana, puffing her cheeks and chewing incessantly. That's it then. I have something else to do first. Hiss. Beep, came a busy tone from the phone. Wang Hu put away his cell phone, muttering under his breath. Why is old Bai so strange today? Yee, the popcorn is so delicious. Yes, it's delicious. Bai Xiaoyi looked at the spilled popcorn helplessly and agreed. Say, who called just now? Lin Xiaoxi licked her fingers and tilted her head playfully. Wang Hu called. He said if you want to go to the hot springs in the hills of Rongqing with him next week. Bai Xiaoyi said as he picked the popcorn back into the bucket and sat back on the sofa. Xiaoxi, what do you think? I'll go if he goes. Well, then let's go relax and unwind as well. Bai Xiaoyi stood up after saying that. I'm going to take a shower first, so Xiaoxi can watch a movie for a while. After saying that, Bai Xiaoyi took the towel from the balcony and was about to go forward to take a bath when Lin Xiaoxi's voice came from behind him. I'm going back to the bedroom to sleep first. Remember to turn off the TV later. Good. Bai Xiaoyi turned back and realized that Lin Xiaoxi had long since disappeared. So then he threw his clothes on the sofa while he himself ran into the bathroom. As soon as I opened the door, a blast of heat hit me. How come there's still hot water in the tub? Did Xiaoxi make it? Bai Xiaoyi walked over to the bathtub and curiously surveyed it, noticing that the shower was buried in the bathtub while the bathtub's water level was at halfway. Xiaoxi is really considerate. Bai Xiaoyi revealed a smile and immediately stepped into the bath with one foot. Phew, a hot bath is really a comfortable thing. Bai Xiaoyi soaked the towel and then wrung it out and folded it on his forehead, while he himself lay in the bathtub with a big word. Tick tock, tick tock. Suddenly in the doorway left a few drops of water droplets sound. Bai Bai Xiaoyi confused towards the doorway to find the doorway has long been covered by the heat fog. Vaguely can be seen seems to have a black shadow is around the doorway. Humph. Xiao, you're still trying to sneak up on me? Luckily I was smart enough to lock the door. Xiao sure don't waste your energy. I've already locked the door to the toilet. I advise you to give up on this idea while you still can. But thanks Xiao sure later I'll help you soak in hot water as well. Bai Xiaoyi shook his head and lost his smile, then continued to enjoy his bath with his eyes closed. Aha! Bai Xiaoyi was lying in the bathtub leisurely humming a little tune when suddenly the bright light outside his eyelids dimmed a bit. How did the light go dark? Bai Xiaoyi skimmed his head was about to open his eyes when suddenly the water level in the bathtub rose some more. A pair of white smooth feet successively stepped into the bathtub. Little Xiao Shi, why are you here? Quickly get out. Bai Xiaoyi looked at the petite Lin Xiaoshi with a reddened face and was about to get up with both hands on the bathtub when suddenly a weight pressed down towards him. Bai Xiaoyi just vacated the body of two hands slipped and relayed down. Feel with the arms of Lin Xiaoxi. Bai Xiaoyi at this time the body as in the body of the general did not dare to move. Xiaoyi Lin Xiaoshi's charming voice made Bai Xiaoyi's body tingling, and then reached out with her hands around Bai Xiaoyi's neck, leaning her head on her chest and said softly, no need for Xiaoyi to help me soak up the water. Can't we just do it now? How did you get in here? Xiao, would you believe me if I said I never went out at all? How can it be? I just went into the bathroom when I clearly did not. Bai Xiaoyi said halfway through his sentence when he thought of something and suddenly realized, could it be that you were hiding behind the door? Xiao Shi? Mua Lin Xiaoshi sipped on Bai Xiaoyi's face. My little E is so smart. Lin Xiaoshi just lay on top of Bai Xiaoyi's chest with her eyes closed enjoying the comfort of the bath. Bai Xiaoyi wet Lin Xiaoshi's hair for waterproofing and reached out his hand to pull up Lin Xiaoshi's hair. Xiaoyi? Lin Xiaoshi looked at Bai Xiaoyi in confusion. I'm afraid that the water will get Xiaoshi's hair wet. Or else you'll catch a cold if you soak for a long time. Bai Xiaoyi lifted Lin Xiaoshi's hair. But Xiaoshi's hair is so pretty. And it's also very soft to the touch. Aha, it's good that he likes it. Next week we'll go to a hot spring. And then we'll be in a big bath, Bai Xiaoyi said with a smile. After all, the bathtub is still too cramped to reflect the essence of the bath. This is the essence. Lin Xiaoshi's body shrunk towards Bai Xiaoyi's side again. Has he ever gone to a hot spring before? Well, that's not true. I hadn't even thought of that before. Because I've always been pretty casual, like the old king came and told me just now, and I probably wouldn't have gone if the old king hadn't suggested it. That's so then will he be willing to accompany me to more places in the future? Every first time for Xiao wants to spend it with E. Sure, but why do your words sound weird? Xiao, that's because he thinks too badly of me. Lin Xiaoshi muttered with a pout. No? Ignore you. Lin Xiaoshi revealed an angry look with her hands propped up on the wall of the tank was about to go out but was pulled back by Bai Xiaoyi. I'm sorry Xiao. I'm the one who thought too much. How could our so innocent and cute Xiao have bad intentions? I don't believe little Yi's flowery words, Lin Xiaoshi said as she crossed her arms and inclined her head. And what will it take for Xiao to believe me? He. Bai Xiaoyi had just uttered this sentence. Lin Xiaoshi's eyes lit up. The sad appearance of the party puffing up instantly became quirky. Then we'll have to see how strong you are. Xiaoyi. Flop. 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 There was a splash on the surface of the water. And as far as the eye could see, someone was throwing stones at the river. As time passes, and as people leave, the river returns to its initial peaceful appearance. Guh. Lin Xiaoshi giggled on the couch. Please. Bai Xiaoyi pinched Lin Xiaoshi's cheeks in a good-natured manner. Don't move. I'm blow-drying your hair for you. Xiaoshi. Aha. Feeling the warm breeze on her face, Lin Xiaoshi squinted her eyes in enjoyment like a kitten letting Bai Xiaoyi organize her hair. I told you not to go so overboard just now. Now it's fine. Your whole body is wet. After feeling Lin Xiaoshi's hair blow dry, Bai Xiaoyi turned off the hairdryer, incidentally also poked Lin Xiaoshi's head. It's not that Xiaoshi is too naughty. It's all because Xiaoyi is too tempting. Baiting your ass. Okay, get ready for bed. Sleep. Lin Xiaoshi stood up from the sofa in a flash and turned around to give Bai Xiaoyi a tight hug, then bounced back to the bedroom. This ninny, Bai Xiaoyi laughed out. I guess Xiaoshi is only this cute in front of herself. Lin Xiaoshi ran back to the bedroom and pounced into the bed with a flying leap, then skillfully lay down on the side where Bai Xiaoyi usually slept. Xiaoyi's flavor. Hee. Bai Xiaoyi was about to go back to his room after packing up the hairdryer when he suddenly realized that a white tail had fallen from the threshold. Bai Xiaoyi curiously picked it up, suddenly realizing something, looked up towards the room. Only a pair of pale blue eyes and the shadow of a pair of rabbit ears were vaguely visible in the darkness through the bright light shining through the window on the bed. Like it? Bai Xiaoyi took a deep breath, walked to the bedside with a heavy pace and sat down, reaching out his hand to caress Lin Xiaoshi's face. I finally know why some ancient kings didn't go to court. Why? because they can't get out of bed. Bai Xiaoyi sighed out, then pounced Lin Xiaoshi onto the bed. Boom, boom, boom. A white line gradually stretched across the sky in the direction of the airport. Lin Tianchang got off the plane and just walked to the airport when he saw a woman in red aggressively walking towards him. Lin Tianchang. Hong Wanqing threw a straight punch towards Lin Tianchang's face. Poof! Lin Tianchang looked at Hong Wanqing with cold eyes, then easily dodged Hong Wanqing's attack with a sway of his body. Hong Wanqing, I advise you to mind your own business. I have yet to settle the score with your family for hiding Nana all these years. Lin Tianchang's icy tone came out from his mouth. Come at me alone if you can. What do you care about my family? Humph. It seems our red romance boss is nothing more than a little girl going through the motions. What did you say? Hong Wanqing was furious and dug into her pocket, but when she touched an empty one she realized that because of the country she hadn't brought her dickishness with her when she left. But I still have to thank you. Lin Tianchang suddenly turned his mouth. If it wasn't for you, I'm afraid Nana would have been taken back by her family. Nana has been in your care all these years. Yuck. Speaking as if you're on good terms with Shana. You're still not pestering people. Looking at Lin Tianchang, who was striding away, Hong Wanqing stomped her foot angrily. Lin Tianchang, you wait for me. Wait for this young lady to get Xiao Shi's niece back before I settle the score with you, said Hong Wanqing, then head towards the airport channel without looking back. As soon as Lin Tianchang left the gate he saw a black sedan parked not far away. There were two men in black standing next to the sedan. When they saw Lin Tianchang they respectfully ran in front of them and said, Master, the car is ready. Madam is on the premises. Aha, Lin Tianchang said and opened the backseat door and leaned down to sit in it. Rumble as the car's engine started. The car quickly pulled away from the airport. Lin Tianchang took out Lena's picture from his pocket, the corners of his mouth rising slightly. Nana, wait for me. I'll be right with you. In the evening, Bai Xiaoyi was confused and talking in his sleep. Bunny, woman, tails, ha. Lin Xiaoshi, who was hugging Bai Xiaoyi on the side, opened her eyes. It seems that Xiaoyi likes it very much. There's still a week left. Maybe we can help Xiaoyi exercise more again. After saying that, Lin Xiaoshi burrowed towards Bai Xiaoyi's arms until she found a comfortable place to fall asleep. Jingle bells, a telephone rang in the night. The sleeping person on the bed sat up conditionally and took the phone. Hello? What? I got it. With that said the man ran to the closet and skillfully dressed in the dark. Honey, what's wrong? A woman's voice rang out from the bed. Something came up and I had to go to an emergency meeting. Wifey, sorry for waking you up so late. Just as the man was about to go out the door the woman called out to him. The woman got out of bed and took a leather jacket from a side closet and draped it over the man's body. It's dark and cold outside. Wear more clothes. Thanks, wife. The man lowered his head and kissed the woman's forehead before putting his police cap back on and walking out. When the man drove to the bureau's conference room he found that many people had long been seated in the room, the head of which said to the man, Old Huang, you're finally here. Quickly sit down. Yes, Chief. Officer Huang found an empty seat nearby and sat down, then turned his gaze to the chief at the head of the department. Since everyone is here, then I will begin. The director cleared his throat and stood up from his seat. Everyone knows about the case that old Huang worked on earlier. What I'm going to say next has to do with what's behind this case. The man opened the projector on the side, only to see a thieving-looking man wearing a black-rimmed glasses appear in the projector. One of the key clues in the previous case that old Huang worked on was the orphanage. The director in the orphanage told us that the reason why the last old director would do the practice of betraying children was fundamentally caused by the greed of such people, said the chief with growing emotion. What is our duty? To protect the people and their interests. Under the investigation of the task force, we have already found various evidences of this person. In the early hours of this morning, we will arrest this person, and we also hope that everyone will be prepared. Yes, the crowd replied in unison. At this time, Officer Huang's fists have long been tightly clenched together. For the children of the orphanage as well as before he took over the case, he is the most touching. When learning the news, Officer Huang's fatigue has long been dissipated. Children, see, justice will never be absent. Hiss ha, Bai Xiaoyi kept squirming the dumplings in his mouth. Who? It's burning me. Who told you, Xiaoyi, to eat it straight away without cooling it? Lin Xiaoshi received a cup of cool water and placed it in front of Bai Xiaoyi. Drink some cool water or you'll burn out. Well, gulp. Bai Xiaoyi hurriedly picked up the water cup and took a big gulp. Ding dong, came a doorbell just outside the door. Hey, who is it? Bai Xiaoyi put down his water cup and placed his chopsticks flat on the bowl and stood up before heading towards the front door. Who on earth is disturbing me and Yi's two-person world early in the morning? Lin Xiaoshi's face on the side instantly became bad-looking, but after adjusting for a moment she also followed behind Bai Xiaoyi. The door opened, a familiar figure appeared in front of the two. Uncle Huang? Bai Xiaoyi said in surprise. Is there something wrong? Nothing, Just came back from a case and stopped by to see you guys. Officer Huang's face was covered in fatigue but still said with a smile, there's a good news. Wasn't it the director of that orphanage who said that there were cases of people embezzling in the past? Yes. Is there progress? Bai Xiaoyi at the same time was very disgusted with this type of scum. But where the orphanage was in better condition, maybe Xiao Shi would have had a better life before. Last night our joint task force members captured the person who embezzled back then in a villa, and is now in jail on several charges. After saying that, Officer Huang saluted towards the two. Also thank you couple 2 for your cooperation. It's what we're supposed to do as citizens. Well, I came here mainly to tell you guys this news. Now that I've finished I should go back and rest. My wife is still waiting for me. After saying that, Officer Huang smiled and said goodbye towards the two of them. Bless you guys to love each other till old age. Oh. Only after hearing this did Lin Xiaoshi reveal a smile and wave goodbye towards Officer Huang. As long as the people who blessed E&I, Xiao doesn't hate them. After sending off Officer Huang, Bai Xiaoyi returned to the table, while Lin Xiaoshi on the side was looking at himself with an expectant look on his face with his hands pinned to his chin. By the way, Xiao, aren't you going to eat dumplings? No, Xiao doesn't need this. No? Bai Xiaoyi said as he picked up the dumpling and blew on it. These dumplings aren't any herbs, so how can you say you don't need them? After saying that, Bai Xiaoyi put the dumplings into his mouth. Well, this sentence Xiaoshi you said would be objectionable. Halfway through the meal Bai Xiaoyi noticed that something was wrong and used his chopsticks to separate one of the dumplings in the bowl and froze on the spot. Xiao, have you seen any dumpling filling made with goji berries? Yi's exclusive package. Yo! Under Lin Xiaoshi's kind gaze Bai Xiaoyi forced himself to eat the bowl of dark cuisine. Bai Xiaoyi was hopelessly paralyzed on the dining table, while Lin Xiaoshi was happily scrubbing plates at the sink. Bai Xiaoyi, will one day destroy all the goji berries in my house. A car pulled up outside a casino called Red Romance. With the sound of the car door opening, Lin Tianchang walked out of the car, only to see a figure that Lin Tianchang couldn't forget waiting at the entrance long ago. Lina wore a light blue dress very similar to her eyes, although due to age has long since not been as innocent and cute as before, but still the charm is still quite good. Nana! Lin Tianchang could no longer control himself and pulled his legs up and ran towards Lina, followed by holding Lina tightly in his arms. Lin Tianchang's rough breathing reached Lina's ears. Do you know how long I've been looking for you? This time I will never let you leave my side for a single moment. Never! After saying that, Lin Tianchang's blood-red eyes revealed a demented expression. Out of nowhere he pulled out a pair of shackles locking his and Lina's wrists together. You're not getting away from me, ever. However, Lina seemed to be accustomed to Lin Tianchang's appearance and didn't show any fear on her face. Lin Tianchang, you're still the same as always, haven't changed at all. Nah. Lina's arm was somewhat pained by Lin Tianchang's grip. I've said it countless times. Call me Tianchang. Lin Tianchang was about to go crazy when suddenly his eyes flickered and he realized that there were some suspicious people scattered on the surrounding reasoning, so he couldn't be bothered to correct Lina's name calling any further. He pulled Lina into the car. When the bodyguards on the side saw that the situation was not right, they also rushed into the other car, so they took out their weapons from the car. Lin Tianchang regretfully took out the key to unlock the shackles as soon as he entered the car. Lin Tianchang? What are you? Without waiting for Lina to finish her question, Lin Tianchang pressed his body towards Lina. Not a moment later Lin Tianchang greedily licked his lips. It's still this familiar flavor and call me Tianchang. I don't want to say it a third time. When he finished, he pulled a pistol from the bottom of the back seat of the car. What are you doing? Without waiting for Lina to react, Lin Tianchang pressed his head down. Nana, whatever you hear later you don't get up, okay? What's really happening? Shoo! Lin Tianchang looked around and realized that he was afraid that his position had long been surrounded. Mr. Lin, these people look like they were ambushed beforehand, a bodyguard said, then took out a walkie-talkie from his waist. Do you want me to call the brothers out? There's no rush. Lin Tianchang suddenly raised the corners of his mouth slightly. Since they want to play, then I'll accompany them to the end. After a long time a blonde man in a bowler hat came slowly out of the darkness of the street, gave a hat-off salute towards the car and then walked over. Mr. Lin, why don't I shoot this kid in one shot? There's no rush. Lower the windows, Lin Tianchang said as he instantly became scared from the calm and collected expression he just had, as if he was frightened by something. The blonde man instantly laughed out loud when he saw the expression revealed by Lin Tianchang after the car window was lowered. Dear Lin, I'd say it's just such a small scene that scared you like this. Is this still the way the president of Lin's group should look? You're the Clintons? Although you don't have a great temperament. Mr. Lin, your mind is still very resourceful, the blonde man said with a winning expression. Without Mr. Lin's appearance we wouldn't have known that Miss Lina was here, because what you did before Mr. Lin kind of embarrassed our family. So what? You're going to kill me? Oh no, 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 no. I meant to ask Mr. Lin to hand Miss Lena over to us. Our family will never allow such a person to tarnish our family's name. Lena shuddered at the sound and closed her eyes in resignation. Sure enough, I'm just a tool. You mean you're going to take my Nana away from me? I'm sorry, Mr. Lin. To be precise, it's our family's. Before the man could finish his sentence, he was forever stuck in the smug smile he had just worn, and then he collapsed with a black eye. Lin Tiancheng shielded Lena in his arms as the smell of gunpowder bubbling from the pistol filled the car. Fark! The Clintons around the shadows saw this and took their weapons out of their pockets and were about to attack towards the car. Also at this time, Lin Tiancheng grabbed the walkie-talkie from the bodyguard's hand, at the same time pressed Lena into the back seat and said, "Do it!" With Lin Tiancheng's command, gunshots were launched from various places in the shadows, and then in less than half a minute the entire street went silent. Lena opened her eyes in a daze and realized that Lin Tiancheng was looking at her with his hands covering his ears with the same gentle expression. "It's okay. No, it's okay." Lena's somehow formerly sealed heart began to throb at that moment. "That, Tenso, thank you. Is it all over with just saying thank you?" Lin Tiancheng teased. "Or do you still want?" Well, Lena looked at Lin Tiancheng in front of her, exuding a special feeling, as if it was a sense of security. Just as Lin Tiancheng was wantonly attacking Lena, the bodyguard on the side opened his mouth. "Mr. Lin, where do we go next?" These words instantly woke Lena up and instantly pushed Lin Tiancheng away, then curled up in a ball. Lin Tiancheng first froze for a moment, then looked at the bodyguard hideously. "Of course it's back to the company. How much is your salary this month?" $50,000. "Why, Mr. Lin? Turn in this month's paycheck tomorrow, and then say 2 more months. The bodyguard saw the situation and quickly stopped his mouth. Heart suddenly felt depressed. How I've seen other people working to earn money. Why do I work to pay money? The driver on the side accidentally didn't strain himself to poof out a laugh. And with that the world was saddened by one more person. Just as Lena was lost in thought, there was suddenly a click in her hand, and she turned her head to see that Lin Tiancheng had locked herself up again. Lena was used to this, and then said, "Tiancheng, you're going to be in danger if you mess with the Clintons now." "Oh," Lin Tiancheng dragged out a long sound and clutched Lena's hand. "Nana, you're concerned about me?" "Not at all," Lena said, skimming her head to look out the window. "Don't worry, it's fine. If it was in the past I might still find it tricky, but it's not what it used to be." Lin Tiancheng swept over Lena and placed her head on his shoulder. "Don't worry about the latter. I'll take care of it myself." "Who cares?" Lena beamed. However, this time was different from the past. In the past, Lena was desperately trying to escape from Lin Tiancheng's hands, but since the baptism over the years and the birth of Lin Xiaoshi by herself, there was even a hint of wanting to stay by his side in her heart now. "What's wrong with me?" Lena closed her eyes and leaned against Lin Tiancheng's shoulder and slowly drifted into a deep sleep. Even she didn't know that the exhaustion she once felt from worrying every day had all dissipated when she was close to Lin Tiancheng. Lin Tiancheng stroked Lena's hair, a smile on his face. Bai Xiaoyi had a dream. In the dream he was like plunged into a muddy quagmire in the middle of cannot move, and go to their own breathing is very rapid. With the passage of time he slowly fell into. Ho. Bai Xiaoyi woke up from his dream and suddenly realized that his limbs couldn't make any strength, and fixed his eyes to find that somehow Lin Xiaoshi had slept lying on his chest. "I said, what's going on?" "So it's because Xiaoshi has been pressing down on me." Bai Xiaoyi moved his hands around, slowly putting Lin Xiaoshi down. Bai Xiaoyi picked up his cell phone and looked at the time. "It's almost morning already. Go downstairs and buy Xiaoshi some morning." Bai Xiaoyi changed his clothes and was about to get up when suddenly a soft body wrapped itself around him, and turned around to find that it was Lin Xiaoxi, who had a messy hairstyle and was in a sleepy state. "Where is he going?" Lin Xiaoshi narrowed her eyes slightly with a slightly questioning tone. "Xiao, you're awake. I was just about to go downstairs to get some breakfast." Together, Lin Xiaoshi's body leaned toward Bai Xiaoyi's side again. "Why don't Xiao go back to sleep for a while? I'll be back after shopping." "Don't." Lin Xiaoshi grabbed Bai Xiaoyi's shoulders with both hands and leaned her head up. "Xiaoyi, take me with you." Fine. Then Xiao, clean up. Look at the mess of your hair." "Aha." Only after hearing this did Lin Xiaoshi let go of Bai Xiaoyi and then put on her clothes. After the two of them finished cleaning up, Lin Xiaoshi returned to her usual meta appearance. High-end ingredients are often cooked in the most rustic ways. Mr. Li, who was downstairs in the apartment, put the buns he made in the early morning into the steamer. Because of Master Li's excellent craftsmanship and the store's affordable food prices, many residents in the neighborhood like to buy breakfast from him. The rich, sinewy flour and a meaty meatball make up a big, juicy bun, and with freshly squeezed soy milk and a sprinkle of crystallized sugar. This simple breakfast is a pleasure from food. Bai Xiaoyi led Lin Xiaoshi to a table outside the store and sat down. "Boss, come on." Master Li had just handed a cage of buns to the office worker on the side before he quickly came to Bai Xiaoyi's table. "What do you two need to order?" "I want a fresh meat bun and a vegetable bun." And finally a bowl of sweet tofu brain. Bai Xiaoyi looked at Lin Xiaoshi when he finished speaking. What about you, Xiaoshi? Lin Xiaoshi gestured a number 1 with her hand. I'll have one just like Yi's, but I'll have the spicy tofu brain. Okay, please wait a moment, I'll bring it up right away. Master Li turned around and walked towards the store. In less than a moment Master Li was carrying breakfast and placed it on the table. You guys take your time to eat. Thank you boss. Bai Xiaoyi served the spicy tofu brain and placed it in front of Lin Xiaoshi. Xiaoshi, eat quickly. The tofu brain will lose its flavor if it gets cold. Aha! Just as Lin Xiaoshi picked up the spoon in her hand to take a bite, the 2 men at the next table suddenly quarreled. I can't stand you. Why are you eating sweet tofu brain in front of me? Is this kind something a human can eat? You fart. It's the salty tofu brains that are heretics. You should be hung on a cross and burned. Sweet tofu brains are the delicacy. Looking at the 2 people who were arguing so much, Bai Xiaoyi shook his head helplessly. Alas, it's true that the sweet and salty parties are always on the move. Lin Xiaoshi sipped a mouthful of tofu brain and blinked her eyes, bringing her gaze to Bai Xiaoyi's lips. It's not a good idea to go on like this. The sweet party man was the first to speak, coming to Bai Xiaoyi's table. Look at this jaded, suave, sweet tofu brain's little brother. He still doesn't like sweet tofu brain. The salty party man heard this and an intense gaze shot towards Bai Xiaoyi. Little brother, you like sweet tofu brain too? I actually like all of them. There's no arguing with that, is there? How unnecessary. The salty party man explained as soon as he heard. There is a war of flavors at stake, and if not handled properly it will start the nth sweet and salty war. After saying that, the salty party man looked at Lin Xiaoshi again. This sister, you must also be a salty party. Although the taste is spicy, but the overall trend is still on the salty side. Before the man finished speaking, Lin Xiaoshi nodded her head and said in a fake serious manner, I'm Little E Party. Little Easy Party? The 2 men revealed puzzled expressions. Yes, Lin Xiaoshi spoke with a face full of seriousness with his hands clenched into fists. As long as it's from Yi's mouth. Words to half. Bai Xiaoyi hastily covered Lin Xiaoshi's mouth, smirked. 2 old brother, now in such a quarrel go on, then tofu brain will be cold. Yo. I knew nothing good would come out of this girl's mouth. That's right, never mind. I'll let you off the hook today. If there's a next time I'll make you lose big time. The sweet party man said and returned to the table. Poof, the salty party man picked up his own tofu brain and walked to another table, and couldn't help but turn his head and let loose. The Prime Minister's belly can hold up a boat, so I won't bother with you. Don't look at me as older. Although I am old, my arrows are still sharp. Only after seeing the 2 leave did Bai Xiaoyi finally let out a breath. Zip. Suddenly Bai Xiaoyi noticed something wrong. Looked down and found 2 bowls of tofu brain have not yet been moved traces. But the sound. Boo, ouch. Lin Xiaoshi opened her mouth and looked at Bai Xiaoyi pitifully. Xiaoyi, what are you hitting me for? Bai Xiaoyi retracted his hand knife and said helplessly. Does Xiaoshi want to hear what you're saying? What were you doing just now? I'm having breakfast. But I remembered that I only ordered the buns and not the donuts. Bai Xiaoyi pulled off his napkin and wiped his fingers. Then maybe the boss got the wrong table. After the 2 of them finished eating, Lin Xiaoxi took Bai Xiaoyi's hand and said she wanted to go to the surrounding park to take a stroll. Bai Xiaoyi naturally agreed. Xiaoshi, if you continue to act so recklessly in the future, I'll have to use my Bai family's house rules. Must establish some majesty or my family status. Lin Xiaoshi heard this and suddenly her eyes lit up. He is talking about that kind of chili oil, branding iron pliers, tortoise shell. Aha! Looking at the strange gazes around him, Bai Xiaoyi could only compromise. Xiaoshi, I was wrong. Please let me go. It's good to know you're wrong. Lin Xiaoshi resumed her proper appearance, then stood on her tiptoes and bit into Bai Xiaoyi's earlobe. But letting Xiaoyi go is impossible, yo. At this time suddenly Lin Xiaoshi felt something, then pulled Bai Xiaoyi to suddenly walk quickly. Hey, Xiao, you're literally don't speak. Lin Xiaoshi's expression at this moment became abnormally serious. Simply a different person from the cute young girl she was just a moment ago. Lin Xiaoshi's afterglow glanced towards the slanting back, and it was no surprise that there were several special gazes looking towards him at a distance of less than 50 meters away, looking like a feeling of surveillance. Who the hell are these people? All the dangers are not already. Lin Xiaoshi couldn't think about so much at this time, and approached the corner of an alleyway entrance and drilled in. Report, target lost. What are you guys doing? You can't even follow a little girl? You're still well-trained bodyguards. I'm sorry, Captain. For some reason those 2 suddenly disappeared under our surveillance at several locations. It seems to have been discovered. Forget it, call the brothers back. Tomorrow we'll go and access the information. Don't cause unnecessary trouble. Yes. The man removed the headset and lit a cigarette. Why would Mr. Lin ask me to investigate a little girl? Outrageous. Is actually found? Unbelievable. Well, what's wrong with Xiaoshi? Bai Xiaoyi asked suspiciously as he was huddled in the alley with Lin Xiaoshi at this moment. Let's go find Xiao Ling and the girls today, Lin Xiaoshi suddenly said. That fast? Yes. I want to go to the hot spring soon. Then we have to go home first too. No need. We're going now. After saying that, Lin Xiaoshi pulled Bai Xiaoyi away from the other direction. What? Now? Wang Hu looked incredulously at the calendar posted at home. Isn't it booked for next week? Xiaoshi said there might be something behind us. So that means we're leaving early, Bai Ling said from the other end of the phone. Is this the way? I understand. Wang Hu then agreed. Xiao Ling, wait for me to pack up and come to you. Anyway, Rongcheng Mountain is not too far away. The four of us will arrive in a short time by taking a moving car. Okay day. Bye-bye Tiger. Bai Ling hung up the phone and looked at the two who were lightly loaded and asked suspiciously, Xiao, are you guys really not bringing anything? Well, I'll go shopping with you when we get to our destination, right Ah, right. Okay ba. Then feel free to sit down for a while, I'll go pack up my things. Bai Ling greeted the two and sat down while she went upstairs to her bedroom. It was only after there was no one around that Bai Xiaoyi opened his mouth and asked, did Xiaoshi see something before? That's why it was so sudden. Aha. Lin Xiaoshi's square of worry only gradually dissipated when she entered Bai Ling's home, so she leaned forward and hugged Bai Xiaoyi. Just now I realized someone was secretly watching us. Surveillance, Bai Xiaoyi exclaimed. Could it be those people from before? No, Lin Xiaoshi shook her head. They did a good job of staying hidden and didn't look like the kind of people they would be, and they also just watched us and didn't do anything else. This is too dangerous. Bai Xiaoyi pondered for a moment. Why don't we just call the police? Let the police officer handle it. We're useless without reasonable proof. And besides, we'd be spooking them, and it'd be bad if they tore into us. Appears to be. Bai Xiaoyi hung his head down, seemingly thinking of other countermeasures. Xiaoyi doesn't have to worry. Lin Xiaoshi's face suddenly changed to a different look. The smile under the warm sun made Bai Xiaoyi feel unusually cold and prickly. No matter whoever dares to disturb me in Xiaoyi's two-person world, I will give them all. Stop. Bai Xiaoyi hurriedly gathered the irrational Lin Xiaoshi in his arms. It's okay Xiaoshi. We'll face any difficulties together. Bai Xiaoyi's smell made Lin Xiaoshi's eyes gradually clear. So then Lin Xiaoshi incidentally buried her head into Bai Xiaoyi's chest. Well, together. Right at this is when Bai Ling's voice came from upstairs. Yeah, you two young couples are spreading dog food in my home, obviously bullying my tiger for not being with me. Lin Xiaoshi's head slowly burrowed out from beside Bai Xiaoyi's shoulder and wore a strange look. He. Xiao, you've had enough, Bai Ling said in exasperation as she took her suitcase down and crossed her arms. You two just came over here to show me off. Alright. Bai Xiaoyi pressed Lin Xiaoshi's head down from above and said to Bai Ling, did you bring all of Bai Ling's things? He. If you're going to ask that, then you're asking the right person. Bai Ling revealed a smug smile. Chips, cakes, chocolate, cookies, bread. There's everything. Bai Xiaoyi pointed helplessly towards the box. You mean there's nothing but food in there? Does it need something else? Bai Ling held her chin in thought. We're going to a spa, of course we need. I know. Bai Ling's eyes flashed. Surely still understand it? After all, at least bring some life. And most importantly the soda. It goes great with a freshly soaked bath. Discharged. Bai Xiaoyi helplessly held his forehead. Surely the world of foodies is different. His pain. Bai Xiaoyi looked down to find Lin Xiaoshi biting his neck with her mouth open. Xiaoshi, what are you biting me for? Who told Xiaoyi to press my head? Lin Xiaoshi revealed a small tiger tooth and looked at Bai Xiaoyi provocatively. I think you owe it to yourself. Xiaoshi. Bai Xiaoyi raised his hand and slapped it, followed by a soft grunt from Lin Xiaoshi. Aha! Said Lin Xiaoxi, then wrapped her arms around Bai Xiaoyi's neck and fell towards the sofa. Bai Xiaoyi propped his hands on the sofa and looked at Lin Xiaoshi, who had a bad smile on her face, and hurriedly grabbed Lin Xiaoshi's arms and said, Xiaoshi, you're crazy. This is someone else's house. Not at all. Lin Xiaoshi looked flirtatiously at Bai Xiaoyi. Just now, Xiaoyi and Xiao Ling said a conversation that was 44 words long. So I'm going to punish Xiaoyi. Are you a counter? Fizzle. Sharan unwrapped a bottle of Coke and took a sip. Happy water makes me happy. Burp. Ding dong. Just then Bai Ling saw that Wang Hu was sending himself a text message on his cell phone. Stupid tiger, Ray, I'm already downstairs. It's time to go. Seeing this, Bai Ling hurriedly replied back. Okay day. I'll come down with Xiaoshi and the girls in one piece right away. With that, he put the happy water in his backpack and headed downstairs. Hey, where are Xiaoshi and the others? Bai Ling went downstairs and realized that the two who were originally sitting on the sofa were nowhere to be seen. Did they go down early? Good. They didn't even wait for me. So Bai Ling didn't pay too much attention and walked out of the house with her suitcase. Only after Bai Ling left did Bai Xiaoyi start breathing heavily while knocking on Lin Xiaoshi's head, who was lying on top of him. You're playing with fire. Lin Xiaoshi didn't say anything, just closed her eyes and moved her throat. Gollum. Lin Xiaoshi slowly opened her eyes. a contented expression on her face. Let's go. Well, it's a good thing I wasn't found out. Otherwise my reputation would have been ruined. Bai Xiaoyi naturally didn't dare to stay longer, covered his neck and locked the door with Lin Xiaoshi and walked out. And Lin Xiaoshi saw a standing mirror in the living room the moment she went out, and the corner of her mouth lifted a tiny bit. Xiao Ling, you're here. Ha? Where's Old White and the others? Wang Hu took the suitcase and asked in surprise. No, I don't know, Bai Ling said as she stammered and lowered her head. Ha? Why is your face so red? Ray, is it a fever? No, nothing. Bai Ling kept fanning her flushed little face with both hands. It should be because the weather is too hot. That's right. Wang Hu nodded and looked into the distance, suddenly raising his hand. Old Bai, over here. Bai Ling shuddered when she heard this and couldn't help but bury her head even lower. Yo, long time no see, old Wang, Bai Xiaoyi responded with a smile. Hey, didn't you guys come out with Ray just now? Cough cough. This one just now. We went to the garden in the back to take a stroll, so we might have staggered. Bai Xiaoyi clenched his hand into a fist and placed it over his mouth and coughed a few times. In that case, let's leave now. The station happens to be quite close. Well, go. Bai Xiaoyi was thankful at the moment that what had happened before hadn't been discovered, or else he was afraid that his toes would have stubbed out a 3-room apartment. Bai Ling glanced slightly backward while holding Wang Hu's arm and realized that Lin Xiaoshi was currently looking at herself with slightly narrowed eyes. Yikes. What's wrong, Xiaoling? Wang Hu said with concern. No, it's nothing. Bai Ling revealed a stiff smile, her eyes staring ahead like a robot as she walked towards the front. This should be the place. Hong Wanqing walked to an apartment building with a piece of paper with the address written on it. But why is it an apartment building? Didn't Xiaona say that it turned out to be an old neighborhood? May I ask, who are you looking for? A thick voice came from behind Hong Wanqing. Hong Wanqing turned around and saw an older woman with a red armband on her shoulder, only to see the words Neighborhood Committee written on the armband. Hello, sister. Hong Wanqing asked politely at the sight and handed the note to the older woman. May I ask if the address on the note is here? The aunt's attitude instantly improved once she heard Hong Wanqing address herself, and she took the paper with a smile. Little girl, you have a really sweet mouth. Let me take a look at it. That's right. The address on the note is this place. The older woman passed the note back, curiously asking, Little girl, are you here to find someone? Yes. I was asked to find someone by a friend who used to live here. Hong Wanqing pointed at the apartment building in front of her. But according to my friend, wasn't this originally an old neighborhood? How come nowadays? Looks like that friend of yours is an old resident too. The older woman's words immediately opened up as soon as she heard this. This used to be an old neighborhood, but something big happened back there to make it like this. Big deal? In our original neighborhood there was an old family that took in a little girl from nowhere one rainy night. When that little girl was still holding a child in her arms, the little girl said she had escaped from her home, and the old man's kind heart naturally took them in. This could be little Na. When Hong Wanqing heard this, she immediately asked excitedly, and then? Then the little girl lived in the old man's house for over a year. Here the older woman's words changed. But one day soon, someone said they saw a group of people dressed in black come to the old man's home. Behind it is not clear. Just the next day the little girl disappeared, and the old man in that house became sad and depressed every day. But then came a project leader called Lin's group, said it was going to demolish the neighborhood and replace it with a commercial apartment. Look, also subsidized all the residents a lot of money. At that time all to the big guys happy. Is it hard to believe that it's Lin Tiancheng? Lena pondered. Unexpectedly, this guy also. Forget it. This guy has a belly full of bad water. That old man should be the one who helped Lena. I think she might know Xiao Shi's whereabouts. So that's how it is. Then may I ask if sister knows if the old man who helped that little girl before is still living here? Ugh. The older woman sighed when she heard this. Since the little girl left, the old man's health got worse every day, as if she felt that she had harmed them, so she passed away from the disease within a year. Sisal Rope specializes in picking the fine place to break. Bad Luck specializes in finding bitter people. Nah. What? Hong Wanqing was surprised to hear this. Then may I ask if the old man still has family and friends or anything? Allow me to think about it. The older woman closed her eyes and pondered for a while, suddenly thought of something. It seems like there is. She has a sister who seems to be running a grocery store. If I remember correctly, it should be next to the school of Rongqing University. I understand. Thank you, sister. Hong Wanqing secretly memorized the location and said gratefully to the older woman, It's fine. Looking at Hong Wanqing's back as she left in a hurry, the older woman seemed to understand something. Alas, it's a pity. Clink. A metallic clank sounded. Lin Tiancheng personally tied the last lock on his irritated heart before settling down. Looking at Lena sitting on the bed unable to move, Lin Tiancheng finally laughed out. Nana, it's true that this is the most suitable place for you. At this point, Lena had long since lost the panic of her youth, and just said with a look of wonder, Yeah, bouncing around for so long or coming back. Lin Tianchang walked over to Lena and gently picked up Lena's chin with his hand. Nana, do you know how hard I've waited for you? Lena didn't dodge either, because she knew that would be nothing more than useless. Now won't you wait? Ha! Lin Tianchang came up and nudged Lena's lips, then teased. After being outside for so long, my Nana is being stubborn. You must be punished severely, said Lin Tianchang, then jumped Lena on the bed. Phew! Finally got off the train. Wang Hu raised his arms and shouted to sweep away the exhaustion from the train. Old Bai, why don't you just buy what you need at the nearby mall? I reckon the prices in the mountains will be expensive. That's true. Bai Xiaoyi looked at Lin Xiaoshi and said, does Xiaoshi want to come along? Aha! Lin Xiaoshi nodded, then attached herself to Bai Ling's ear and said something, only to see Bai Ling's small face suddenly redden as if her brain had gone down, as if she was standing stupidly in place. Xiaoyi, don't want to leave me behind, Lin Xiaoshi said playfully as she took Bai Xiaoyi's arm. How come? No matter when, where, and at all times, I will always be by your side, Bai Xiaoyi said as he tenderly looked at Lin Xiaoshi. That's what he said. Aha! I said it. Looking at the two people who flirted while flirting away, Wang Hu was also itching to walk to the mute Bai Ling. Xiao Ling, why don't we go around the neighborhood too? Xiao Ling? Bai Ling reddened her face and looked at Wang Hu, and her mouth trembled. Tiger. What's wrong? Sure, Ori is a very active girl? Ha! Wang Hu was surprised. Little Ling, you've been with Lin Xiaoshi for so long and you didn't even know? I've always found Xiao to be a very quiet, sensible, and shy girl. Are you sure you're talking about Lin Xiaoshi? Thinking back to the year of Wang Hu, the old white man got married. Oh, no. Nowadays. Even if Wang Hu recalled that appearance of Lin Xiaoshi before, a cold sweat gradually broke out behind his back. One look. You know how psychologically damaging it is to a 20-year-old. All in all, Lin Xiaoshi, ever since I met her I knew that in this life old white wouldn't be able to get away with it again. Wang Hu's brows stretched, but fortunately the two of them still get along. Otherwise this book. Oh no! Otherwise old white would be in deep shit. Listening to Wang Hu's riddles, Bai Ling pressed to understand. It seems that this kind of brain-consuming thing is not good at itself. Vaguely remember the party in the car. Lin Xiaoshi has been evilly looking at their own when Bai Ling cannot help but feel fear, coupled with the party Xiaoshi said in their ears. Xiaoling, do not try with Wang students like this. It just gave Bai Ling even more goosebumps. But Bai Ling didn't realize that Lin Xiaoshi's words had planted an invisible seed in her own heart. Xiaoshi, how about this dress? Bai Xiaoyi removed a relatively loose bathrobe, only to see that the bathrobe appeared to be made in imitation of a Han Chinese dress, only to see that the hem of the skirt was also embroidered with a lot of peonies, looking beautiful and incomparable. Well, it looks good AC, although Lin Xiaoshi said with her mouth but completely turned her back. It looked extremely perfunctory. Well, you didn't even take a look at it before you said it looked good. Bai Xiaoyi was angry and ready to teach Lin Xiaoshi a lesson when suddenly Lin Xiaoshi turned around with a demented look and said, do you want to try wearing this? Only to see Lin Xiaoshi holding up a tea. I refuse. Bai Xiaoyi hurriedly grabbed his pants and returned them when no one was looking at the place, incidentally clamping down on Lin Xiaoshi's wrist and forcibly taking Lin Xiaoshi away. Don't ye's cool. Shut up. Just as Bai Xiaoyi was picking out casual clothes, suddenly a little girl staggered over to him with her hands open and screamed at Xiaoyi. Oh wow. Who's the kid? Bai Xiaoyi put the clothes into the shopping cart, then squatted down and asked the little girl. Hello little friend, where is your mom and dad? Hey wow. The little girl looked at the squatting Bai Xiaoyi, happy as can be, and was about to reach out her hands to caress Bai Xiaoyi's face when she herself suddenly rose up in the air. Wow, what a cute little friend, said Lin Xiaoshi excitedly as she hugged the little girl, but the smile on her face was unusually stiff. Kid, what did you just try to do to my Didn't your mom and dad tell you to keep your hands to yourself? Wu, the little girl felt the joy on her face that was just moments away from Bai Xiaoyi disappearing, and instead the corners of her mouth began to slowly twitch. Bai Xiaoyi did not see Lin Xiaoshi's expression because her back was turned to her. Xiaoshi, this child is probably lost. Let's go together to help her find her parents. Yes, said Lin Xiaoshi as she nodded her head and looked at the little girl. Don't be afraid, little friend. Sister will definitely protect good UD. Looking at Lin Xiaoshi's friendly face, the little girl closed her mouth on the spot, her eyes looking at the ceiling listlessly, her body still twitching slightly, as if she was regretting being lost with her own parents. Child, my child. A middle-aged woman saw the little girl in Lin Xiaoxi's arms and rushed over. In order to avoid causing unnecessary misunderstandings, Bai Xiaoyi hurriedly said, may I ask if this is your child? Just now she got lost in the mall, and we were just about to go to the service desk where we could inquire. Yes, thank you, the woman said gratefully. Momo, the little girl cried out as soon as she saw her mom, looking as if she was terrified. Now Bai Xiaoyi was even more certain that the woman in front of him was the girl's mother, so he said to Xiaoshi, Xiaoshi, it seems that this is the child's mother. Aha! Lin Xiaoshi said as she handed the little girl to the woman immediately after pinching the little girl's face. Little friend, next time don't get lost yo. Listening to Lin Xiaoshi's words, the little girl cried harder and harder. Only when the woman thanked them did they leave. Ah ha ha. Lin Xiaoshi held Bai Xiaoyi with a very happy look on his face, looking what appeared to be a sense of triumph and joy. Why is Xiaoshi smiling so happily? Bai Xiaoyi asked as he pushed the shopping cart. Is it hard to believe that Xiaoshi loves children? Of course, Lin Xiaoshi said with a happy face as she leaned next to Bai Xiaoyi's shoulder. But don't now. I'm not even staying with Xiaoyi enough myself. At least wait for the next generation. A few years later. Did you just mean to say next life? Bai Xiaoyi ruined Lin Xiaoshi's face and said. I won't force Xiaoshi in this matter. As long as Xiaoshi is willing to do it any time, I just want you to live a good life. I'm already satisfied, but I actually quite hope to leave our footprints in this world with Xiaoshi in the future. Hearing this, Lin Xiaoshi stood still and looked up at Bai Xiaoyi without saying anything, just that his light blue eyes were gradually shifting to pink. Bai Xiaoyi felt being pulled back to look at Lin Xiaoshi. Is there something wrong with Xiaoshi? Hey. Gu hey. Xiao. Suddenly Lin Xiaoxi moved, stretching out a hand to clutch Bai Xiaoyi's wrist in a demented manner and said, from today onwards, Xiaoyi will at least be with me 100. You think I'm XX? It'll kill you, okay? Bai Xiaoyi was so angry that he even shouted out the harmony. He, lying to E. Lin Xiaoshi said with pursed lips. You better be. Bai Xiaoyi had to pay attention to this matter. This if there is an accident, then you can imagine that waiting for you will be a journey to hell. Just after Bai Xiaoyi was about to head over to pay the bill, Lin Xiaoshi suddenly came over from the side with a bag of milk. What's Xiao doing buying milk? It's all Yi's fault. It made me think of such a happy and fulfilling scene. But what does that have to do with milk? I'll just have to drink milk in order to conserve resources. Ha? What do you mean? It's nothing. Yi will know later. Bai Xiaoyi thought for half a day and didn't come up with a reason why he could only take it as Lin Xiaoshi talking nonsense. Well, with the shopping done, it's time for us to go round with Old King and the others. Good da. Just as Bai Xiaoyi was loading the required supplies into the newly purchased box one by one, a T-shaped cloth appeared in the innermost part of the bag. Sure, Ori, can you tell me what this is? Degree. Hey you head, take it to me and return it. Welcome to the next patronage. When Bai Xiaoyi walked out of the mall with his suitcase, Bai Ling and Wine, who were already standing at the door, old Bai Yu finally came out. One who said as he kept fanning the wind with his hand, I'm dying of heat. Sorry, just had a little delay. It's fine. Let's leave immediately when we're ready. The hot spring inn is just up the hill from Rongqing. Good. With that the crowd moved together in the direction of the inn. Nana, dinner's ready yo. Lin Tianchang walked in through the door with a bowl of seafood porridge. There's your favorite shrimp in there. Lena's tired eyes slowly opened and she said breathlessly, I don't have the strength to want to eat right now. No. Nana can't say that. Lin Tianchang said as he sat on the edge of the bed stirring the porridge with a spoon. You can only have strength if you eat. So no matter what you have to at least eat some. Ugh. Come on now. Tired. Lena let out a sigh and opened her mouth helplessly. That's a good boy. Seeing that Lena was so cooperative, Lin Tianchang scooped up a spoonful of porridge and placed it on Lena's mouth. Lena ate the porridge into her stomach. A refreshing and light taste of shrimp mixed with the sweet and silky flavor of the white porridge opened up Lena's appetite a little bit. Who wasn't hungry in the first place? Looking at Lin Tianchang who kept feeding himself, Lena always felt that she didn't really hate this guy until now. It seems that being raised by him like this is not bad. And why is it that the more I look at him the more he always seems so agreeable to me? Tianchang. Lin Tianchang stopped his hand movements after hearing this and looked up to lock eyes with Lena. What's wrong? Nana, can I ask you something? Don't say one thing. I'm willing to tell Nana anything she wants to hear, including everything about the company. Who wants your company? Lena, am not that kind of person. Lena fought to explain herself up, suddenly realizing something was wrong. No, what do I care? What the hell am I doing? Lin Tianchang rested his chin on one hand and looked at Lena mesmerized. Nana, this is accepting me? Don't you digress. Lena bared her teeth and looked at Lin Tianchang, but only leaned forward a little because of her restraints. Did you want to climb the big tree of the Clinton family in the first place just like that old man Lin Hai? Lin Tianchang slightly closed his eyes when he heard this and placed the seafood congee that was still half left on the counter. Nana, don't you understand? Lin Tianchang leaned in and pinned Lena to the bed gasping for air. Why would I have captured you if I wanted to climb into that group? Why risk my life to snatch you from them? And why have I waited so long for you? Year after year? How can that be? You're the president of a company, surely you must have ambitions. My ambition is you, Lin Tianchang said and then tilted his head to kiss at Lena. Lena's eyes were wide open, seemingly unconscious. Am I that good? I'm just a lowly flag child. Holy shit, this scenery is too good. Bai Xiaoyi pulled open the curtains of the hotel room and looked out the window, only to see a thin layer of water mist filling the mountains and forests, with the sound of birds chirping and water flowing. The view is better here. Yo, where? Bai Xiaoyi covered his eyes in panic as soon as he turned his head. Xiao, you, me. A delicate body pounced in his arms, still carrying some faint aroma. Yi, does it look good? Good looking. Then, Xiaoyi will take a closer look. Lin Xiaoshi slowly pulled the curtains closed again and kissed Bai Xiaoyi's lips. As it got darker, the lights came on everywhere. Ding dong. A beautiful figure walked into a grocery store as the bell at the door rang. Hello, what can I get you? An old voice rang out from the counter. This is probably the place. Hong Wanqing muttered under her breath, then looked towards the old granny on the counter. Hello grandma, do you recognize this place? With that, Hong Wanqing took out a small note from her pocket and placed it on the counter. Lost? Child, don't worry. Here wife, I stayed for a long time. Basically, when the grandmother saw the address on the note, the whole person stiffened in place. Who gave you this address? Ah, it's a friend of mine who used to go somewhere. The grandmother pondered for a while before speaking slowly. This address is where my sister used to live. What do you want with her? Really? Hong Wanqing said excitedly. Then you must know Lena. Lena? Never heard of it. The grandmother shook her head. Back then, I didn't really see my sister much due to the fact that she lived far away from me, plus my partner and I were running a business. It was only suddenly one day a hospital made a phone call to me, and that's when I realized. Said here the grandmother seems to be remembered. What sadness exudes a look of sadness. It's great. My old partner is gone. And so is my sister. I'm the only useless old woman left. Is it really impossible to find it? Hong Wanqing suddenly felt very powerless at that moment, so she crouched on the ground and cried out. I'm sorry Nana. I clearly said I would help you. But it's all gone now. Child, don't you cry. The old granny went around the cabinet and stroked Hong Wanqing up and pulled out a few pieces of paper and placed them in Hong Wanqing's hands. Listening to you, are you looking for someone? Shall I ask for you? Thank you grandma, but it's no longer useful, Hong Wanqing said with a crying face. The grandmother who passed away had no one, except that she knew Xiao Na and Xiao Shi. What did you say? The old grandmother clutched Hong Wanqing's hand with both hands in excitement. Who did you just say? Ona. That's Lena I was just talking about. No, who's next? Xiao. That's Kona's daughter, but I'm afraid I can't find it anymore. Xiao Shi? Are you talking about a girl named Lin Xiaoshi? Hey! Hong Wanqing jerked her head up when she heard this, 2 tear tracks still lingering on her cheeks. It's hard to. Grandma, you recognize? More than recognizing. The grandmother's hands trembled. It's all destiny na. Chui. Lin Xiaoshi sneezed. Xiaoshi, don't catch a cold. Bai Xiaoyi drew a corner of the quilt and tucked it towards Lin Xiaoshi's position. Lin Xiaoshi plopped down in front of Bai Xiaoyi and squeezed again. Xiao, what's wrong? Bai Xiaoyi tightly hugged Lin Xiaoshi without letting go. Ever since I came to this world, it's always been Xiaoshi accompanying me, never leaving me. I really thank you. Xiaoshi, being able to meet you in this strange world is the only motivation for me to live. Lin Xiaoshi's heart felt as sweet as if she had eaten candied fruit when she heard this. He can't stay away from me anymore. Ha 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 ha. Looks like my E will always be mine. Xiaoshi is the one. Lin Xiaoshi closed her eyes. With little E, Xiaoshi is able to truly enjoy the beauty this world has to offer it. It's been a wonderful world. No, Lin Xiaoshi's eyes brightened up a lot as she spoke. Yi, you're the only good thing in this world. Bai Xiaoyi didn't say anything, just quietly wrapped his arms around the girl lying in his arms. Sure Ori, how can I leave you like this? Xiaoyi. Lin Xiaoshi's face kept rubbing towards Bai Xiaoyi's neck. Xiao's smell fascinates me. It's like a kitten smelling catnip. Xiao, don't. It tickles. Sniff. Sniff. Lin Xiaoshi kept inhaling Bai Xiaoyi's scent in big gulps. Just then a sound came from outside the room. Are you guys done packing? We should go to the hot spring zoo, Wang Hu said as he knocked on the door. Almost. Soon. Bai Xiaoyi got off the bed with a jolt and started looking for bathing clothes. While looking, he also said to Lin Xiaoshi, Xiaoshi, quickly. Old Wang and the others are coming. A rustling sound of dressing followed immediately from the room. Wang Hu crossed his hands on the back of his head and said, Xiaoling, your outfit is very pretty you. Only to see Bai Ling wearing a similar to the kimono white clothes, above also printed with the pattern of begonias. Together with Bai Ling, day hot ignorant appearance has a strong youthful atmosphere. Thanks tiger, Bai Ling said shyly, crossing her arms. Click. The door opened with the sound of the doorknob. Just see Lin Xiaoshi coiled up, the usual straight and smooth long hair highlighting a mature flavor, and wearing a decent Shanghua Hanfu bathrobe. Looks like a princess from the ancient times out of the general. Wow, Xiaoshi. Bai Ling went up to survey Lin Xiaoshi's outfit with little stars twinkling in her eyes. Xiao looks so pretty. Thanks Ray. Ray is cute too yo. Xiaoshi, let's go. I can't wait. With that, Bai Ling pulled Lin Xiaoshi to take the lead towards the bathhouse. Old Bai, let's go too, Wang Hu said as he patted Bai Xiaoyi's shoulder. Aha! When the group arrived at the hot spring pools, they realized that the large baths were already staying full due to the time of day. I'm sorry, but can you guys see that you can choose the small bath? And the small bath is also just right for 1 or 2 people, as well as separating the genders oh so well, the receptionist said with a slight apology. It's actually quite good, isn't it? Bai Ling blushed. On the contrary, I feel a bit uncomfortable in the big bath. Don't you think so, Xiaoshi? Well, a small bath will do. Lin Xiaoshi nodded. Since everyone is fine with it, then it's decided. Wang Hu looked at the waiter. Then please trouble you to open 2 small baths for the 4 of us. I see. The attendant took out 4 strings of bracelets from the cabinet and handed them to the 4. Here are the keys to each of the small baths. Please keep them safe. The pink color corresponds to girls, and the blue color corresponds to male voices. So don't mix them up. Have fun at the inn. The crowd took the bracelet and then walked in the direction of the bath. Unaware that Lin Xiaoshi looked at the bracelet on Bai Xiaoyi's hand and fell into deep thought. I'll see you later then. Wang Hu waved towards Bai Ling. Well, see you later. After saying that, the crowd divided into 2 sides in the bathhouse and entered their respective baths. Thunk, the bamboo tube made a sound due to the weight of the water pressing against the stone, followed by the steaming hot spring water flowing into the bath. Woohoo! Little flying tiger is coming, said Wang Hu. Then he opened his body and pounced into the pool. Flop! The splash of water spilled over Bai Xiaoyi's feet, and at the sight of it, Bai Xiaoyi pinched his ingots tightly. Are you the foreign aide hired by the Philippine diving team? What are you waiting for, old white? Hurry up and come in, Wang Hu asked suspiciously. Since this was a natural hot spring pool, one could see the sky and the mountains in the distance, and just 1 wall away from the men's bath was Lin Xiaoshi's bath where they were. Bang! A violent sound came from next door. Shio, what are you doing? The wall is going to be smashed by you, Bai Ling exclaimed. Cough, cough, cough. Wang Hu coughed violently, trying to cover up what he had said just now. Bad luck, bad luck, bad luck. How to forget that there is also this. Now have to be more careful. Otherwise I'm afraid that tonight I cannot see tomorrow's sun. So comfortable. Bai Xiaoyi just entered the hot spring pool. A sense of comfort spread throughout his body. It turns out that soaking in a hot spring is so. Shio, no going over the wall. Come down quickly. Bai Ling's screams rang out again. Misunderstanding. Misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. Wang Hu kept shaking his hands to desperately explain himself. Eventually both sides chose to relax in silence, neither daring to make any extra noise. Cough. Bai Xiaoyi took the lead in breaking the silence. What's old Wang's plan for tomorrow? As soon as Wang Hu heard this, he also responded. Let's go watch the sunrise tomorrow. I heard that the sunrise in the mountains has a beautiful view. Yeah. Speaking of which, we've seen sunsets at Mount Ju before. Yeah. That's the way to finish what you started. As the topic opened up, Sharen's side started talking as well. Sharen made a gurgling, bubbling sound as half her head dived into the water. Little Ling, what are you doing? Looking at Bai Ling's strange behavior, Lin Xiaoshi asked curiously. Bai Ling cried as she poked her head out. Is there some kind of bug biting you? No, Sharen said, shaking her head. Thinking about all the snacks I have in my suitcase waiting to be spoiled is getting to be too much for me. Hearing this, Lin Xiaoshi suddenly curled her lips. After soaking for so long, thought it would be comforting to go back to snacking now. Yeah, right. Sharen suddenly scuffed up from the water. There are so many little snacks waiting for me in the room. Sharen climbed out of the spa with both hands clenched in fists of exuberance. Right. Bai Ling turned to look at Lin Xiaoshi. Does Xiaoshi want to go back together? I'll be soaking for a while. Lin Xiaoshi closed her eyes and put on an expression of enjoyment. Alright then. I'll go first. Bai Ling shook her hand, then opened the curtain and stepped inside. Just a moment after Bai Ling left, Lin Xiaoshi opened his eyes and turned his attention to the other side of the wall. Phew. I can't. I'll get dizzy if I keep soaking like this. Wang Hu shook his head, making an appearance of about to leave. Ha, old Wang, you're really lame nah. Look at me soaking for so long without anything happening. Bai Xiaoyi shook his head staggeringly. Old Bai, are you floating? Wang Hu said with wide eyes. You mean your body is fine? Isn't it obvious? Bai Xiaoyi posed with a small fist stone signature gesture, also proudly raised his chin to Wang Hu. Fine. You play it that way, right? Wang Hu said and went indoors to change his clothes. Alas, how lonely it is to be invincible. Bai Xiaoyi folded the towel and placed it on his forehead to continue enjoying the comfort of the hot springs. When Wang Hu got dressed and opened the door of the men's bathhouse, he saw a pair of light blue eyes exposed in the doorway of the women's bathhouse directly across the street. Wang Hu saw the situation with nothing like the bath towel will be put away and walked back toward their own rooms, only to see walking suddenly a string of bracelets fell to the ground. Oops. That's bad. How could I have dropped the bracelet that opens the bath in the doorway? I was really careless. Wang Hu pretended to be surprised and said, forget it, just drop it. I'm sure there must be a kind person to return it for me. After saying that, Wang Hu quickly left the place. Seeing that the corridor was completely empty, Lin Xiaoshi slowly pushed open the door of the bathtub and placed all the clothes in the handheld basket. Then in one swift motion, he grabbed the bracelet on the floor and swiped the door to the men's bath and walked in. Wang Hu returned the bath towel couldn't help but helplessly shake his head. Old Bai, is not that I don't help you. It's you who made your own death. I guess it's you who will be lame tomorrow. Hey, comfortable. Bai Xiaoyi leaned his back against the interior door and closed his eyes to enjoy this pleasant time. Just then a small hand caressed Bai Xiaoyi's back. Who? With a jolt, Bai Xiaoyi saw Lin Xiaoshi, wrapped in a turban, looking at himself with a bad smile on his face. Xiao, what are you doing here? Lin Xiaoshi got down and wrapped her arms around Bai Xiaoyi's neck from behind. Didn't he say he was in good health? That's why I wanted to come and meet him. No. Actually, my body is hopelessly ill. Oh, Lin Xiaoshi said meaningfully, then get it while it's hot, or it'll go to waste. Dang. The bamboo tube poured down the hot spring water once more, the water splashing in bursts never calming down. Grandma, you mean to say that not only have you met Xiao but you've taken care of her? Yes, but, the grandmother suddenly looked down as she said this. Xiao sure her experience. It's really hard to watch. Immediately after that, Hong Wanqing's expression went from the beginning of joy Dao ice cold until the final. Anger. This scum. Hong Wanqing banged the counter hard and gritted her teeth as she kept gasping for air. It's really cheap for him to die like this. Right, Grandma? So where is Xiao now? Ah, you mean this. The corners of the grandmother's mouth rose slightly as she said this, looking off into the distance beyond the store. Xiao sure is doing well now. Since she's been with that boy, her smile has changed from empty and hard to pure and natural, like a road that was originally dull and gloomy has brightened up in an instant, dissipating all the shadows around her. Just live a good life. Hong Wanqing relievedly stretched her chest. Wait, Grandma, what did you just say? Men. Yeah. A boy who was nice to her. No. Hong Wanqing's fury was simply as different as the ice-cold demeanor she had just shown. What's that man's name? If he dares to touch a hair on Xiao Shi's head, I will let him know what is called pain. But Xiao loves. She must have been fooled by that boy. Poor my little Shi niece just got out of danger and fell into the wolf pit again. Hong Wanqing didn't even listen to the grandmother's explanation. She instead associated herself with many images. Grandma, please make sure you tell me where Xiao Shi is now. I will do whatever it takes to save Xiao Shi from that hateful villain. Someone help me. Bai Xiaoyi was dragged back just as he struggled to climb from the hot spring pool to the indoor doorway. It's not enough. Yo. In the end, Bai Xiaoyi only remembered that he was assisted back into the room. Ah, my Mia. Hikori was lost in thought as she ate a cookie and watched the drama. When Wang Hu, who was on the side, suddenly snickered. Bai Ling cocked her head and looked curiously at Wang Hu. What are you smiling about? Tiger, why have you been giggling and laughing as soon as you returned to your room? But, no, nothing. Wang Hu pretended to show a serious expression but then suddenly broke into laughter. This time, let's still see if old White is arrogant or not. Well, where am I? Bai Xiaoyi covered his head and woke up from his bed, realizing that there was a subtle breathing sound around him in addition to the sound of crickets. I seem to remember that I was in a hot tub. Back there. It was only after saying this that Bai Xiaoyi remembered what had happened earlier. I'm being disconnected? There can still be this kind of operation. Bai Xiaoyi looked at Lin Xiaoshi on the side and realized that there was no imaginary light blue color appearing, then let out a light breath. Why does it feel like I'm overindulging Xiao? This leads to the fact that I'm always on passive defense, and the key gets precisely broken every time. Alas, Bai Xiaoyi suddenly cracked a smile, stroking Lin Xiaoshi's tender little face through the moonlight. It can't be helped. Who asked you to be Xiao Shi? So what if you indulge a little? I'm not going to let you get hurt again. I don't know what I'm talking about. Bai Xiaoyi suddenly felt that his fingers were slippery, so he picked up his hand and took a closer look, realizing that somehow his hand was stained with Lin Xiaoxi's tears. Xiao, you didn't fall asleep? Bai Xiaoyi looked at Lin Xiaoshi in surprise. Only a pair of eyes as flawless as sapphires showed up, then looked at Bai Xiaoyi. I love you. One fine morning, I have no regrets after teaching for half my life. Zhao Dezhu was putting the last of his packed things in the trunk of the car at this time. Looking at the school that stood in front of him, Zhao Dezhu couldn't help but sigh, not knowing whether it was relaxation or sighing. Hello, are you a teacher at this school? Who? Zhao Dezhu looked back to see a woman with a beautiful figure and face standing behind him. May I ask who you are? Zhao Dezhu asked as he held his eyes alertly. Hello teacher, may I ask if teacher Lin Xiaoshi is in this school? Lin Xiaoshi? Zhao Dezhu's eyes quietly narrowed slightly. Sorry, I don't recognize it. This teacher doesn't look easy. Hong Wanqing saw that Zhao Dezhu was so careful, then she still revealed her identity. I'm sorry, teacher. I'm actually a friend of Lin Xiaoshi's mother. I was commissioned by Lin Xiaoshi's mother to come and look for Xiaoshi. Lin Xiaoshi's mother? Old Zhao suddenly became emotional when he said this. You're telling me that a mother who doesn't hear or care about her own daughter suddenly comes to her door after more than a decade and not in person? I'm afraid that's a bit of a stretch. It's not like that. Xiao Nashi has a bitter reason. Hong Wanqing retorted. Bitterness? All I see is a little girl without a family being destroyed. Zhao Dezhu closed his eyes. But everything's okay now. Well, Hong Wanqing pursed her lips and lowered her head. For some reason the originally irascible and brutal Hong Wanqing when she met Zhao Dezhu was like a student who obediently listened to the training and generally didn't dare to be reckless. It's just that it's not a bad thing for a child to meet the mother she hasn't seen in years. After all, there's always someone there for the girl no matter how bad it ends, said Zhao Dezhu as Bai Xiaoyi's figure appeared in his mind. I'm sorry. I was too emotional just now, Zhao Dezhu said. Are you really Lin Xiaoshi's mother's friend? Well, Hong Wanqing took out a picture of Lina from her pocket and handed it to Zhao Dezhu. A photo? How does that say? When Zhao Dezhu saw the person on the photo he paused at that time. The appearance of the woman in it simply looked exactly the same as Lin Xiaoshi. The only thing that was different was the color of her hair. Isn't this Lin Xiaoshi? Teacher, this is a picture of Xiaoshi's mother when she was a child, Hong Wanqing said. Now you finally believe it. Zhao Dezhu returned the photo after a moment of contemplation. Tell you what. I'll give my student a call and ask him and Lin Xiaoshi to come here, and we'll talk about what we have to say when they get here. Okay? Thank you for your trouble. Teacher, Hong Wanqing thanked towards Zhao Dezhu. Dare I ask your name? Teacher? Just call me Mr. Zhao, Zhao Dezhu said as he picked up the phone. Yes, please. Buzz. A phone vibration woke Bai Xiaoyi from his sleep. Who is it? Bai Xiaoyi picked up the phone in a daze and saw the number before he swept the sleep away. Zhao, why are you calling me at this hour? Bai Xiaoyi glanced back at the still sleeping Lin Xiaoshi then tiptoed to the balcony. Hello? Good morning, Bai Xiaoyi. Zhao Dezhu's voice came from the phone. Old Cho? What do you want to see me about? I wanted to ask if you're free. I have someone here who wants to meet you in Xiao. Bai Xiaoyi? Is that Xiaoshi's boyfriend? Hong Wanqing secretly memorized the name as she listened to it. Bastard. You better be nice to Xiaoshi, or I'll sink your corpse into the sea. Looking for me in Xiao? Who is it? From what she said it looks like she's a friend of Xiao's mom. Xiaoshi's mom. Bai Xiaoyi said here getting emotional. How come? Xiaoshi is not. I was wondering the same thing until her mom's friend showed me a picture of her mom as a child. I can't say it's the same, only identical. This, Bai Xiaoyi instantly panicked. Xiao's mom? How could it be so sudden? Is this good or bad? My head's so messed up right now. Bai Xiaoyi, see if you want to bring Lin Xiaoshi here to take a look. After all, it would be a good thing if we can actually let Lin Xiaoshi find her family. I understand, Bai Xiaoyi said, but old Xiaoming and Xiaoshi are still traveling in the hills of Rongqing right now. It might take a little while to come back. Well, that's okay, just go straight to my old office when you get here. Okay, after saying that, Bai Xiaoyi hung up the phone, his hand naturally dropping down. I don't know if this is good or bad for Xiao, but let's meet first. Just as Bai Xiaoyi was about to turn around and change his clothes, he realized that Lin Xiaoshi was looking at himself with his hands behind his back wearing a short white shirt. What is he trying to do? Lin Xiaoshi smiled crookedly, but this smile was unexpectedly oozing. Xiaoshi, why are you awake? Bai Xiaoyi said as he was startled, covering his chest. What was he just talking about? How come I heard something related to me? Xiao, just now old Zhao called me and said that someone is looking for you. Who is it? Your mother. Lin Xiaoshi didn't say anything when she heard this, and the entire atmosphere fell into dead silence. It took a while before Lin Xiaoshi kept shaking his head and said, Mother? No, Xiaoshi doesn't have a mother, and Xiaoshi doesn't need any mother. Xiaoshi only needs Xiaoyi alone is enough. Nah, you say right Xiaoyi. Lin Xiaoshi suddenly turned into a kind of enchanted madness, as if she didn't accept this reality. I don't know whether it was the sudden family members that made Lin Xiaoshi panic or Lin Xiaoshi's heartfelt concern. Xiaoshi, I think you should still. Before Bai Xiaoyi finished, Lin Xiaoshi suddenly pounced on him, while still holding a small knife tightly to his throat in his right hand. Let's go? Let's go somewhere where there's no one else, okay? Just the two of us in the world. Just the two of us. Xiao, what are you doing? Bai Xiaoyi looked at Lin Xiaoshi who was about to hurt himself and hurriedly chided, while reaching out his hand in order to snatch the knife in Lin Xiaoshi's hand. Quickly put the knife down. It's too dangerous. No, I'm not going to separate from E. Lin Xiaoshi slashed the knife in a small cut on her neck, and blazing blood slowly flowed down her white neck. Why don't I kill E and then kill myself so we can be together forever? Lin Xiaoshi's words were filled with dementia. and those fishy red blood-like eyes couldn't help but be terrifying. Stop it! Bai Xiaoyi clutched the blade with a deadly grip, and due to the sheer force of it causing his palm to be cut open with a scar, blood dripping and falling towards the ground. Blood stained Lin Xiaoxi's dress, and when a bloody odor entered Lin Xiaoxi's nostrils, Lin Xiaoxi's pupils shrank like a frightened rabbit and quickly lowered her head. Little easy, yes, I'm sorry, me. Lin Xiaoshi's mouth kept shivering with a scared expression. It's okay. Bai Xiaoyi took advantage of this moment to use his other hand to gather Lin Xiaoshi in his arms to comfort him. I know that Xiaoshi is actually afraid of us being separated, right? Lin Xiaoxi saw that Bai Xiaoyi didn't show a frightened look, instead he treated himself in an unafraid and even caring manner. Ye like this? How can I do it? Aha! Lin Xiaoshi cried and lowered her head, her hands cupping Bai Xiaoyi's injured hand, shedding tears. As soon as I thought that Xiaoyi would leave me, I can't control myself. Fool! I've said it so many times, haven't you understood? Bai Xiaoyi used his other hand to pick up Lin Xiaoshi's lowered head to look deeply into Lin Xiaoshi's eyes. I'm not going to part with Xiao, ever. Then why did he take me back? I don't want to meet my so-called family. I just want he alone. Bai Xiaoyi suddenly smiled gently and raised his hand to wipe away the tears from the corners of Lin Xiaoshi's eyes. Because I want to tell Xiaoshi's family that I, Bai Xiaoyi, can take care of my Xiaoshi well, so I don't need their worries. Woo! Lin Xiaoshi covered her mouth and whimpered as soon as she heard this, followed by the bloodstained knife in her hand naturally falling off on the floor, while her body sat on her knees. I'm sorry, yes, not, up. Bai Xiaoyi forced himself to endure the pain and leaned down to kiss Lin Xiaoxi. So please Shirori, will you face it with me? We definitely won't be separated. Lin Xiaoshi nodded and suddenly climbed over to the suitcase and opened it handily, taking out the first aid medical kit he had bought at the mall earlier to give Bai Xiaoyi the bandaging process. After a series of professional extermination procedures, Lin Xiaoxi looked at Bai Xiaoyi with gauze wrapped around his hands and skimmed his head, not daring to meet Bai Xiaoyi's eyes. Only Bai Xiaoyi handed his injured hand to Lin Xiaoshi's eyes. The bow wrapped Bai Xiaoshi is very pretty. Lin Xiaoshi swept his expression even lower. His own extreme behavior just now made him not dare to respond to Bai Xiaoyi's words. Where has the usual quirky, lively and cheerful Lin Xiaoshi gone? Bai Xiaoyi pinched Lin Xiaoshi's cheeks and said with a bad smile, didn't you say every day that you would clean me up? How come nowadays you don't even dare to look at me? Bai Xiaoyi's words continued to comfort Lin Xiaoxi, just like the warm sun on an icy day melting the iceberg in Lin Xiaoxi's heart. Lin Xiaoshi suddenly leaned forward and hugged Bai Xiaoyi. Thank you. Bai Xiaoyi just hugged Lin Xiaoshi equally quietly and whispered in her ear. For life. Aha! For life. What? It's leaving. Wang Hu was surprised. Why so sudden? Didn't we say we were going to see the sunrise? Old Zhao suddenly called me back and said that someone was looking for Xiao Shi. So I had to go back with Xiao Shi. Bai Xiaoyi stretched out his hand and scratched his head awkwardly, while behind him, Lin Xiaoshi stood behind Bai Xiaoyi without saying a word and clutched Bai Xiaoyi's hand. That's so. That'll have to do. Wang Hu sighed. Classmate Bai Xiaoyi, is that your hand injured? Bai Ling, who was at the side, pointed at Bai Xiaoyi's hand and inquired. Ah, you said this, Bai Xiaoyi explained. I accidentally got a cut yesterday when I was packing up my things, and I've taken care of it now. After saying that, Bai Xiaoyi gently pinched Lin Xiaoshi's trembling little hand, followed by interlocking his fingers with Lin Xiaoshi. I'm sorry, old Wang, for spoiling your fun. Let's talk about this as brothers. Wang Hu waved his hand. Then I'll play here with Xiaoling for a few more days, so you guys can go back first. Old Bai. Well, have a nice trip. Be careful on the road. In this way, after saying goodbye to Wang Hu and Bai Ling, Bai Xiaoyi and Lin Xiaoshi set off on the road home. Ever since what happened in the party, Lin Xiaoxi had been in a very well-behaved state, like a meek deer clinging to Bai Xiaoyi's side. Xiaoyi, let me help you with the suitcase. Lin Xiaoshi looked at Bai Xiaoyi dragging the suitcase with his injured hand and said in a hurry. Looking at a look of self-condemnation Lin Xiaoshi, Bai Xiaoyi handed the suitcase to Lin Xiaoshi, then the troubled Xiaoshi cackle. If heavy words to tell me yo. Aha. Lin Xiaoshi took the suitcase and smiled slightly, seemingly relieving herself of some of her evil deeds. That should make Xiao feel better. Teacher Zhao, do you mean to say that Bai Xiaoyi fought tooth and nail to save Xiao Shi? Hong Wanqing was sitting on the sofa holding a cup of hot water in both hands. Yes, that brat also do not know the brain is pumped so. Not alarm, a person broke in. Fortunately there is no accident. Zhao Dizhu said here angry. It seems that this kid, he's also quite a manly man. Hong Wanqing lifted the paper cup with both hands and took a sip of the hot water. It's hot. So I turned a blind eye when the two of them got together. After all, they seemed like a good match in my eyes. You're such a good teacher, Mr. Zhou. No, I'm just doing my duty as a teacher. Hong Wanqing slowly closed her eyes when she heard this. Bai Xiaoyi, I'm really looking forward to seeing you. Bai Xiaoyi didn't know that just because of Zhao Dizhu's evaluation of himself therefore changed Hong Wanqing's opinion of himself. Distinguished passengers, please exit the bus in an orderly sequence. When the two of them exited the platform, Bai Xiaoyi could feel Lin Xiaosher's hand clutching his own a little more tightly, and it even felt like it was slightly clogging his veins. Xiaosher, come with me. Bai Xiaoyi stayed Lin Xiaosher to a slightly remote place, lowered his head and picked Lin Xiaosher's chin. Little Xiaoyi? Lin Xiaosher looked at Bai Xiaoyi curiously. I don't want Xiaosher to turn into the cowering look she has now. Bai Xiaoyi revealed a sad face. Compared to that, I prefer the previous drop-dead generous Lin Xiaosher. I never hated Xiaosher, so would you please ask Xiaosher to come back? Lin Xiaosher heard a flash of tears, bean-sized teardrops squeezed out of her eyes. I see. Lin Xiaosher closed her eyes, the image shifted, and when she opened them again they were already full of the old metal as well as a strong sense of love. My stomach is so hungry. Saying that, Lin Xiaosher stood on her tiptoes, and through the reflection on the floor one could clearly see the two figures overlapping tightly. It took a long time before Bai Xiaoyi huffed and puffed and gasped for air, looking at Lin Xiaosher, who licked his lips and appeared to still be reminiscing. Bai Xiaoyi sighed. That's the Xiao I know. Lin Xiaosher stepped forward and took Bai Xiaoyi's arm, beaming. You're mine alone for the rest of your life. No one can take it away from me. Bai Xiaoyi hugged Lin Xiaosher tightly into his chest and stroked Lin Xiaosher's hair. Not only in this life, but also in the next life. Well, Hong Wanqing was currently staring blankly out of the window at the birds jumping onto the branches, the long wait gradually making her impatient. On the other hand, the old Zhao was calm and collected, flipping through a textbook. Even after leaving his job, the old Zhao was flipping through the old book that he had read to death. Just then there was a sudden knock at the door. Knock, knock, knock. Immediately after that came a voice that sounded familiar to old Zhao. Is Mr. Zhao in? Xiao and I are here. Swish. Hong Wanqing suddenly shifted her gaze to the doorway. Bai Xiaoyi, then let me see who you really are. Come in. As Zhao Dizhu's words fell, the office door opened in response, followed by Bai Xiaoyi's figure appearing in the doorway. Bai Xiaoyi first looked at Zhao Dizhu, who was sitting on the chair, then looked at Hong Wanqing, who was sitting on the sofa. Hello. Red Wanqing dabbed up and walked over to Bai Xiaoyi's front and was about to open his mouth when suddenly a figure stopped in front of him. Lena. Hong Wanqing suddenly called out Lena's name, then appeared to think of something. Nope. This is Xiao. Xiao. You're Xiao, right? Without waiting for Hong Wanqing to finish her sentence, Lin Xiaosher opened her mouth with slightly narrowed eyes. Can this pretty ant please stay away from my boyfriend? Hey! Hong Wanqing immediately froze in place. Why is the character of Xiao's niece so familiar? Zhao Dizhu stood up and patted Bai Xiaoyi's shoulder. I'll leave this place to you guys. I'm going to hang out for a while. Without Bai Xiaoyi reacting, Zhao Dizhu left in a puff of smoke. Cough. Bai Xiaoyi broke the calm of the room, then closed the office door and said to Hong Wanqing, May I ask, sister, are you here to find Xiaosher? Sister? Hong Wanqing froze for a moment when she heard Bai Xiaoyi's remark, then shook her head and smiled. You are Bai Xiaoyi, the boyfriend of Xiaosher's niece? Yes. Bai Xiaoyi nodded calmly while scrutinizing the woman's appearance. This woman is pretty, but she doesn't look like Xiao. Then who is she? Just as Bai Xiaoyi was pondering, Lin Xiaosher suddenly sat on Bai Xiaoyi's legs, blocking Bai Xiaoyi's view. Auntie, may I ask who you are? Why are you looking for me? Lin Xiaosher's sharp eyes seemed to be warning Hong Wanqing not to mess around. I know what this feeling is. A figure that she hated surfaced in Hong Wanqing's mind, Lin Tianchang. The actions that Lin Xiaosher had shown just now, as well as her words and eyes, all resembled Lin Tianchang. You're Xiaosher, right? Hong Wanqing sat down on the other side of the sofa, her eyes staying on Lin Xiaosher's face. Yes, this must be Na's daughter. I am a friend of your mother's, and it was your mother who asked me to find you. I don't have a mother. Lin Xiaosher interrupted. I've been alone since Xiaosher dawned on me. I'm the one who doesn't have parents. Xiaosher, it's not what you said, Hong Wanqing explained. Xiaosher, your mother didn't mean to abandon you in the first place. Enough. Lin Xiaosher stood up and stared at Hong Wanqing. Xiaosher doesn't have a mother and at the same time doesn't need a mother. Xiaosher only needs Xiaoyi alone. Please don't have the face to disturb us in the future. With that, Lin Xiaosher held Bai Xiaoyi's hand and left the office. As he left, Bai Xiaoyi showed a slightly apologetic expression towards Hong Wanqing, seemingly telling Hong Wanqing not to be angry with Lin Xiaosher. After the two had left, Hong Wanqing was left alone. Xiaosher was too emotional and pressed to listen to herself. It's better to talk to Kona first and see. Xiao, slow down. Due to Lin Xiaosher's pace being too fast, causing Bai Xiaoyi to be completely pulled along by Lin Xiaosher. But Lin Xiaosher didn't listen to Bai Xiaoyi's words, and it wasn't until she walked back home just like that Lin Xiaosher let go of her hand. Bai Xiaoyi put the suitcase on the side, not yet ready to change shoes. Suddenly Lin Xiaosher's petite body jumped over himself. Lin Xiaosher's hands pressed in front of Bai Xiaoyi's body with a worried expression. That auntie just now must have gotten the wrong person, right? It's hard to say for sure. but at the moment it seems the credibility of her words is low. Right. Lin Xiaoshi let out a sigh of relief at the sight, then pressed her head against by Xiaoyi's heart. Xiaoshi doesn't need any family. Xiaoshi only needs Xiaoyi alone and that's enough. But Shirori, I think, without waiting for Bai Xiaoyi to finish speaking, Lin Xiaoshi blocked Bai Xiaoyi's mouth. Don't think about that. We should go think about other things now. Lin Xiaoshi's heart was actually restless. She didn't want to uncover the covering cloth that was draped over her body, and she didn't want to face this mysterious cloth. Rather than not wanting to face it, she didn't want to admit it. Ever since Lena was brought back home by Lin Tianchang and didn't resist violently, so Lin Tianchang would still take Lena out for a walk from time to time. Are you still taking care of it after all these years? Lena stroked a peach tree and looked upward. Just see the dense green peach trees full of life. Of course. This is a testimony between me and Nana. Lin Tianchang placed his hand on Lena's and their hands reunited. Lena didn't say anything, just stole a glance at Lin Tianchang. But how could this escape Lin Tianchang's eyes? Lin Tianchang grabbed one of Lena's hands and pressed Lena against the tree. What are you doing? Then why did Nana just sneak a peek at me? I was looking at the fruit on the tree. Not you, Lena explained with a red face. What about Nana being dishonest? Dishonest children get punished. Lin Tianchang was about to bury his head when a sudden vibrating sound came from Lena's pocket. Tianchang. Wait, my cell phone is ringing. That's no excuse. Lin Tianchang couldn't let Lena go and kissed her right away. Strange. How come Nana didn't answer my call? Hong Wanqing stomped her foot anxiously as she looked at the unanswered record. Just then old Zhao, who had finished his walk, came back. Is there anything else you need? Ms. Red? Ms. Zhao, can I ask you about where that boy just lived? A fallen leaf from the peach tree fell on Lena's head. Lin Tianchang loosened his hot nose, blowing against Lena's neck. Tianchang, let go of me. It should be Wanqing calling me. Lin Tianchang reached out and removed the fallen leaves that had fallen on Lena's head, followed by his hand quickly clenching into a fist to crush the fallen leaves. At this time, the phone in Lena's pocket once again rang. Lena was about to reach for the phone, but Lin Tianchang was the first to snatch it. Give it to me. Lin Tianchang looked at the phone, wrote Red Wanqing's name, then relaxed breath. Then suddenly thought of an idea. Answered the phone to open the speakerphone placed in Lena's mouth. And he himself was buried headfirst into Lena's neck. Yikes. Tianchang, what are you doing? Keep your voice down. Yo, it's not good if someone hears you. Well, Lena crossed Lin Tianchang's eyes, then spoke as if nothing was wrong. What's up with Wanqing? Little Na, you finally answered my call. Hong Wanqing's voice came from the phone. What were you doing just now? Well, something just came up so I didn't hear it. Is that so? Hong Wanqing paused for a moment, then hurriedly said, by the way Xiaona, I've already found what you asked me to do. What? Lena startled Lin Tianchang with an excited shriek. Wanqing, what did you say? Found it. Lin Tianchang, who was on the side, frowned slightly. Find? Find what? Right. Xiao Shi has been found. She's right here in Rongcheng. Great. Lena heard Hong Wanqing's report. Her body went limp and fell down. Luckily she was held by Lin Tianchang. Ooh, it's good to find it. It's good to find it. Lena covered her face and suddenly cried out in pain. The knots she couldn't unravel over the years were released here. Xiao Shi? Why does that name sound so familiar, and why is Nana's reaction so? Lin Tianchang didn't say anything at this point, just quietly watching Lena's reaction. Xiao Shi, my Xiao Shi. No, I'm going to find her. Lena suddenly raised her head to look at Lin Tianchang. Tianchang, please, let me go to Rongcheng once. Lin Tianchang looked at the painfully crying Lena with a slight irritation in his heart. Who is Xiao Shi? But Lena's next words completely made Lin Tianchang freeze. Xiao Shi is our daughter. The daughter I lost over 10 years ago. Lena pounded Lin Tianchang's chest and spoke out the secret that had been buried in her heart all these years. What? Lin Tianchang stumbled and almost didn't fall, his brain feeling a buzzing sound. My daughter? Yeah, her name is Lin Xiaoshi. Hearing this name, Lin Tianchang suddenly thought of the girl who looked almost exactly like his own Nana that he had met at the airport the other day. And it seemed that the man's name for her was Xiao Shi. Lin Tianchang's heart was filled with two emotions, one being his own joy at learning that he had become a father, as well as an extremely intense anger. Why? Nana, why didn't you tell me? Lena lowered her head and spoke slowly. Because I'm afraid. I'm afraid that if the people in the family find out about Xiao Shi's shield. Looking at Lena's evasive eyes, Lin Tianchang also knew that she agreed that she was also afraid of herself. Lin Tianchang took Lena into his arms and said softly, Nana, don't worry. Nowadays the Clinton family doesn't dare to call my bluff anymore, and I am not what you think. Don't you hate children? Why? It's a symbol of love for both of us, isn't it? Tianchang, I want to go see Xiao Shi. Okay, I'll accompany you, Lin Tianchang said as he patted Lena's back, followed by taking out his cell phone and dialing a number over. After a drop the phone rang. What are Mr. Lin's orders? This is what you do to me when I give you something to do? The person on the other end of the phone froze for a moment then cautiously said, Are you referring to that matter, Mr. Lin? I think you're sick of living. Is this how you found out information about that girl for me? Mr. Lin, this can't be blamed on me. I went to check the girl's information. It shows that she is a child of the orphanage. You said that there is no need to report to you if there is no big deal. Alright, Lin Tiancheng droned on. Now immediately arrange a private jet to Rongqing for me, or I'll make sure you don't see the sun tomorrow. Yes. The person on the other end of the phone was obviously startled and answered in a hurry. Lin Tiancheng took Lina's hand and said tenderly, Nana, I've already made the arrangements. We'll go to Rongqing later. Aha! Lin Na grabbed Lin Tiancheng's collar. That's right, Xiao Na. Hong Wanqing's words rang out again. Maybe Xiao Shi is a bit resistant. Resist? What do you mean? Back at home, Bai Xiaoyi took a shower and walked to the bedroom door to find Lin Xiaoshi lying on her bed with her eyes open looking out the window. Little E. Lin Xiaoshi slowly spoke. Do you think what that person's aunt just said is true? I don't know. And does E want it to be true? Hope. Why? Lin Xiaoshi suddenly sat up expressionless and looked at Bai Xiaoyi. Xiaoshi doesn't want it to be true at all. Why is Xiaoyi still? Bai Xiaoyi wrapped his arm around Lin Xiaoshi's waist and said intimately, There are more things in this world that are worth reaching out to Xiaoshi. And family is part of the good things, and didn't I say that? I'm not going to leave Xiaoshi. I just want to make Xiaoshi happier. Lin Xiaoshi buried her head in Bai Xiaoyi's chest and spoke only after a long time. I don't care. I only want Xiaoyi. So Xiao is sort of saying yes? Well, just meeting. Good. Bai Xiaoyi stroked Lin Xiaoshi's cheek. Just meeting. It's over. What's going to happen? Lina sat in the back seat of the car covering her head in panic. What should I do if Xiao disowns me as her mother? It's okay, Nana. I'm here. Tiancheng, do you mean it will make Xiaoshi not resist me? No. I mean she doesn't recognize you as her mother, but I recognize you as my wife. Looking at Lin Tiancheng, Lina wanted to go up and give him 2 slaps. Lina placed her hands on her thighs and clenched them into tight fists. Tiancheng, if we have a family reunion, I will squarely marry you. Oh, Lin Tiancheng looked at Lina with interest. Doesn't Nana hate me? Now. Not annoying anymore. Lina beamed, skimming her head to look out the window. I just want a family reunion and a happy life now la. At this moment, Lin Tiancheng sensed that Lina's antipathy towards herself was gradually diminishing, and in its place was a kindred spirit called family. Don't worry, Nana. I'll bring Xiao back. Trust me, okay? Well, I'll trust you for now. When Lina saw that Lin Tiancheng didn't respond for half a day, she was about to turn her head to take a look when she realized that Lin Tiancheng had somehow already arrived in front of her. Yikes. Tiancheng, you. Well, someone's here. It's okay. They dared to look at it. I'll make them donate their eyes to someone in need. The 2 bodyguards in the front seat physically shuddered, then continued to stare ahead. Hiss, how is the car in front of this car? Yeah, it's just like this road. How come it's just a road? Looking at Bai Xiaoyi's rising and falling chest, Lin Xiaoshi put his head up. Listening to Bai Xiaoyi's violent heartbeat is like a wonderful melody that makes people tempted to want to resonate for it. Feeling Lin Xiaoshi's weight, Bai Xiaoyi couldn't help but reach out and caress Lin Xiaoshi's smooth face. Lin Xiaoshi raised one hand and folded it over Bai Xiaoyi's hand, putting on a face of enjoyment. Xiao is so cute, nah. Just like a kitten. Hello. Don't make that weird noise, ahoy. So how does he like it? Like, that's not what I meant. Ha. Lin Xiaoshi suddenly arched her body forward and brought her head next to Bai Xiaoyi's face, flirtatiously opening her mouth. However, Xiaoshi is just a kitty exclusive to Master E. Yo. When Bai Xiaoyi heard these words, a wave of something called desire filled his entire body. Who could stand it? Even the monks in the temple can't hold it. The poor monk will return to the world. Bai Xiaoyi grabbed Lin Xiaoxi's supple waist and threw himself to the side, while his body went upward and he successfully exchanged offensive and defensive positions with Lin Xiaoxi. Meow. Lin Xiaoshi lay down on the bed with a startled cry. The black hair was scattered over Lin Xiaoshi's face, and vaguely one could see the seductive eyes, plus a look that made Bai Xiaoyi's heart beat more and more violently. Lin Xiaoshi stretched out her 2 arms, her palms slightly open as if welcoming Bai Xiaoyi's arrival. I still hope that Master will have mercy on Xiaoshi. Meow. Folklore says that creatures like cats have 9 lives, and Bai Xiaoyi finally fought 3 rounds after a bloodbath, to which the death-loving Miaomi was obviously not very satisfied, so it quickly took over the active right to die. No, it won't work. I'm helping you realize his potential. You're not inspiring potential. You're clearly squeezing it dry. Barely. Bai Ling laboriously squeezed the last trace of toothpaste out of her toothpaste. Humph. This inn is too stingy. The size of a tube of toothpaste is smaller than paint. Finally Bai Ling threw the dried up toothpaste into the useless trash can. Lin Xiaoshi sat up straight and stayed for a while before slowly getting off the bed, looking at Bai Xiaoyi whose eyes were empty and lifeless, and then kissed him. Then walked into the room next door barefooted. As the door clicked, Lin Xiaoshi walked into the dark room. Finally we meet again. My babies. Lin Xiaoshi pulled the box under the bed from it with an evil smile. Lin Xiaoshi skillfully sorted out the various weapons. I hope you won't interfere with my life again. Isn't it good to just not know each other? After packing up her things, Lin Xiaoshi took out a single-barrel telescope from her bag and slightly opened a slit at the curtains, then zoomed in to look towards the downstairs, only to see not far from the gate scattered a few big men who appeared to be busy with things but in fact had their eyes on the gate. Ha! What a shady soul! Lin Xiaoshi kept switching his vision and finally saw the red Wanqing he met this morning in a flower store across the street. And at this time the red Wanqing was elegantly sipping her coffee, seemingly waiting for someone to arrive. TCH, it looks like there's no escape. Lin Xiaoshi staggered. Lin Xiaoshi had planned to charm Bai Xiaoyi and then bring him to a little-known place to live in a permanent two-person world with his own Xiaoyi. But it seemed that he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to go out. Family love? To Lin Xiaoshi it was as absurd and ridiculous as nothingness. If he wanted to count his family, then only Xiaoyi was his only family. Pulling the curtain closed, Lin Xiaoshi threw a back and walked out of the bedroom. It's time to cook for E. What should we eat today? Let's make a cold Chinese wolfberry for E. Master and Madam. We're at the airport. The bodyguard got out of the car and opened the rear seat door respectfully. On the side, Lena panicked. Fu, no calling me that. This is what I asked for. Lin Tiancheng said quietly as he attached himself to Lena's ear. What? Any comments? Not yet. Now what? No. Oh. Well. Looking at the red-faced Lena who fled, Lin Tiancheng couldn't help but smile badly. My Nana is so cute, I'll be able to marry Nana when I get Xiao back. I'm really looking forward to it. Watching Lena run onto the private jet, Lin Tiancheng turned his head to the bodyguard behind him and said, keep a constant watch on the Clinton family's every move. I don't want any accidents to occur. Yes. Soon Lena saw that Lin Tiancheng had not come up for half a day and was poking out a small head when suddenly a body blocked herself. No, I'm sorry. Hey, Tiancheng. Lin Tiancheng teased as he picked Lena's chin. What? Trying to sneak out? No. I saw you hadn't come up and thought something was wrong. Nana, are you worried about me? Only. No way. Lena said with a pout and skimmed her head. Who cares? My Nana is so mouthy. After saying that, Lin Tiancheng picked Lena up across the air. Yikes. Lena was startled by the sudden movement, hastily pulling Lin Tiancheng's collar. Upon realizing that it was Lin Tiancheng's prank, Lena hammered Lin Tiancheng's chest without any anger. You're going to die. Lena wrapped her arms around Lin Tiancheng's neck to prevent herself from falling. Tiancheng, put me down. Okay, I'll put my Nana down now. Lin Tiancheng closed the cabin door and carried Lena and headed inside until he stopped in front of a seat. Hey, Lena looked around to find that the seats on this private jet were very large with bed-like cushions next to them. Lin Tiancheng placed Lena on the cushion, slowly pulling the window up. It's not letting go. Didn't tell you to put me here. Get me up. Yikes. As the airplane's engine pushed on, the private plane crossed the sky and flew into the clouds. Water. Bai Xiaoyi opened his eyes with difficulty and mumbled. Looking around and realizing that Lin Xiaoshi's figure wasn't beside him, Bai Xiaoyi moved to the side of the bed and leaned against the cabinet and slowly stood up and walked towards the living room's location. As soon as he arrived in the living room, Bai Xiaoyi realized that Lin Xiaoshi was wearing an apron and cooking something. Yikes. Lin Xiaoshi turned back. Little E, you're awake. It's just as well that I've finished cooking. Come and eat together. Tough luck, Xiao. But Xiao, can you give me some water? My throat is too dry. Bai Xiaoyi vaguely saw that there seemed to be something wrong with Lin Xiaoshi's dress. Okay, Lin Xiaoshi took a little water from the water fountain, then walked towards Bai Xiaoyi with a cup in her hand. Thank you, Xiaoshi. Bai Xiaoyi took the cup and tilted his head back to drink the water, but suddenly saw that Lin Xiaoshi was looking at himself playfully. When he fully saw Lin Xiaoshi's appearance, Bai Xiaoyi was shocked and realized that Lin Xiaoshi's apron outfit was unique. In a phrase, human apron. PFF cough. Bai Xiaoyi choked and coughed, then extended his finger to point at Lin Xiaoshi. What's this dress you're wearing? It's very dangerous. Meow. Lin Xiaoshi cocked her head as if she didn't know what Bai Xiaoyi was expressing. Don't pretend. You know exactly what I'm talking about. Don't you need to wear an apron to cook? Lin Xiaoshi said as she leaned forward, looking at the pendulum of the ancient clock tower. Bai Xiaoyi gulped. Quick, get changed. I know. Literally really is. Lin Xiaoshi said, removing the apron string then sticking it up towards Bai Xiaoyi. Ha! Lin Xiaoshi said with a flushed face as she tightly hugged Bai Xiaoyi. Does he want to eat first, or do you mean eat me first? Bai Xiaoyi pursed his lips and carried Lin Xiaoshi to the sofa, gazing at Lin Xiaoshi with bright eyes. Even Lin Xiaoshi, who was a veteran driver, was a little shy from the blazing eyes. Shirori, is there any milk left in the fridge at home? That doesn't seem to be there anymore. So, gotta go down and get some later then. Xiaoling, look at how old you are still buying a drink called low scream. What's so good about it? Wang Hu shook the coconut milk in his own hand and then took a sip. Bai Ling glared at Wang Hu. You don't understand. This is called a flashback to childhood. Gee whiz, to put it bluntly, they're still little kids who haven't grown up. Tiger, I'll let you sleep in the hallway tonight. I'm sorry, I said the wrong thing. Is it good? Yi, Xiao sure. Can you stop making goji berries in the future? Bai Xiaoyi forced the discomfort to swallow the last spoonful of goji berries, but Bai Xiaoyi still smashed his mouth. A milky flavor remained in his mouth. Hey, there's actually a little easy to eat too. Anything, just don't make me eat any more goji berries. That's what he said. Lin Xiaoshi stood up and opened the cabinet under the refrigerator, then took out a... Wait. Bai Xiaoyi hastily stopped it. When did this thing get here? I asked the boss to buy it with me when I bought beef last time. How about it? It looks tempting, doesn't it? Don't. Bai Xiaoyi pushed the cabinet in. Actually, after I thought about it, the flavor of goji berries isn't unacceptable. Alright then, Lin Xiaoshi revealed a reluctant expression. In the future, if he wants to. Never. Alright then, Lin Xiaoshi closed the refrigerator door with a regretful face, but in her heart, she was already calculating when to sneak in some additions while he was unaware of it. Out of Lin Xiaoshi's kindness coupled with a kind gaze, Bai Xiaoyi only had to eat the dish with a smile. Lin Xiaoshi looked at the bare plate and nodded in satisfaction. Does he still need some? I can still do it if I'm hungry. Ahahaha. I'm already full yet, Xiaoshi. Bai Xiaoyi waved his hand and said, a stiff smile on his face. Okay then. Ugh. Bai Xiaoyi looked at Lin Xiaoshi's back and sat down on the sofa with a soft sigh. I'm bored. Watch TV. Bai Xiaoyi took out the remote control and turned on the TV, and the first channel that caught his eye was Animal World. Spring is here. Click. Bai Xiaoyi violently turned off the television set, then gazed at the screen with a dull gaze. Xiaoshi, she should not have heard it. Bai Xiaoyi used his remaining light to look to the right to find Lin Xiaoshi long gone from the kitchen. Ha! I can't believe Shirori isn't here. Murphy is. Bai Xiaoyi's head was like a gear without oil as he looked toward the other side with a stop. Just see the right side of nothing. Hey! Bai Xiaoyi exclaimed. It seems like Xiao should be going somewhere else. Bai Xiaoyi smiled and nodded his head, suddenly tilting his head with a swish. I knew, Xiao, you were on me. Looking at the empty ceiling, Bai Xiaoyi then wondered, could it really be that I'm paranoid? There's no way around it. Who told Xiao to be surprised so often? Lin Xiaoxi was not seen around Bai Xiaoyi before he rest assured that he turned on the TV and switched to a movie channel, only to see an advertisement on the channel for exactly that. About milk. Milk? Bai Xiaoyi blushed, remembering what had happened earlier, and gradually hung her head. Suddenly Lin Xiaoshi's head emerged from the gap under the sofa. Ah! Bai Xiaoyi was so frightened that she screamed in shock. He really dropped the ball. Lin Xiaoshi's body drilled out from under the sofa like a sensitive snake, then squatted in front of Bai Xiaoyi. Xiao, why are you under the couch? Because I want to drink milk. Drinking milk? But that's not the same as... Suddenly Bai Xiaoyi was speechless as he looked at Lin Xiaoshi as if he knew what Lin Xiaoshi was trying to say. No, ye can't be that selfish. Obviously he drank it all himself. Lin Xiaoshi protested with a bulging mouth. It can be the same. We're not even on the same level of volume. Poof. Lin Xiaoshi took the hair rope from her pocket and held it in her mouth, subsequently wrapping her hands around and tying up her long hair. Xiao, calm down. I'm already calm, Lin Xiaoshi said as she tied her hair into a single ponytail. I even made a special hairstyle. That's not the calm I'm talking about. Hey. It's not up to E, said Lin Xiaoshi and leaned down. Boom. With a loud bang, a small private plane landed in the middle of the airport. With the gradual slowing of the airplane's pulleys, it eventually came to a stop on the runway. Wow. As the cabin door opened, Lin Tianchang stood up from his seat and straightened his wrinkled clothes. Nana, why don't you get up? Could it be that you can't let go of this place? Bah! Lena glared at Lin Tianchang shakily, putting her jacket on slowly, then stood up shivering like an old person. Looks like my Nana still needs more exercise, teased Lin Tianchang. Hurry up and go you. Lena angrily pushed Lin Tianchang out of the cabin. As soon as the two got off the plane, they saw a black sedan pull up to the side, followed by the door opening and a man in black stepping out. Master, this way please. Lin Tianchang nodded, then helped Lena into the car. In the car, Lena rubbed her chest, looking very flustered. Nana, what's wrong with you? Tianchang, do you think Xiao sure will hate me? I once left her behind. She should hate me a lot. Don't worry, even if she doesn't want to, I'll tie her up. Never mind. Forget I asked. Lena threw a blank look at Lin Tianchang. This guy really has no emotional intelligence. Lena inclined her head on her chin and looked out the window in deep thought. At this moment, Bai Xiaoyi was lying on the sofa swiping videos on his cell phone, while Lin Xiaoshi was watching the TV with her legs crossed on one side. Be right back after the commercial. As the program Fei Yang Yang vs Black Little Tiger's Double-Faced Ghost 2 disappeared, Lin Xiaoshi also shifted her gaze to Bai Xiaoyi. What's he doing? Asked Lin Xiaoshi curiously as she pounced on Bai Xiaoyi's body. Cough, Bai Xiaoyi said as he turned his cell phone off and pinched Lin Xiaoshi's cheeks. I'm swiping the video. So that's how it is. Lin Xiaoshi nodded. Suddenly a probing cloud hand snatched the black screen cell phone while Bai Xiaoyi wasn't looking. Xiao, don't! Bai Xiaoyi got up and was about to grab the cell phone. Suddenly Lin Xiaoshi seemed to have long seen through Bai Xiaoyi's action trajectory backward body lying on the sofa, followed by skillfully entering the password. The screen in the cell phone should be opened. Pay attention. This man in front of you is called Xiao Yu. He has a beautiful sister called Xiao Dong. Today they are in the foyer. Bai Xiaoyi's body stiffened for an instant, and it took a while before he slowly spoke. Xiao, sure. I actually just paddled here, and it definitely wasn't because I wanted to see this. But, why is there a collection? Could it be that touched it by mistake? It's not impossible. And what about this comment? Lin Xiaoshi held her cell phone up in front of Bai Xiaoyi's eyes only to see a prominent comment appear in the comment section. I, Bai Xiaoyi, am watching under my real name. He turned out to like this kind of tune, said Lin Xiaoshi as she sat on her belly and squinted her eyes. Does he like it when I call you brother? Or, like it in the foyer? Knock, knock, knock. Just then there was a light knock at the front door. Saved. Bai Xiaoyi hurriedly pinched Lin Xiaoshi's waist and placed Lin Xiaoshi on the sofa, while he himself put on his slippers and fled in haste. I'll go open the door. Lin Xiaoshi duck sat on the sofa, fingernails slightly embedded in the flesh. Surely came? As the door opened, 3 people appeared in front of Bai Xiaoyi's eyes. The scene goes back 10 minutes. Clunk. With the sound of the car door closing, Lin Tianchang gradually walked down holding Lina's hand. Ona. Red Wanqing ran out from a flower store and took Lina's arm, while staring at Lin Tianchang with a fierce, deadpan look in her eyes. Lin Tianchang frowned, then looked at the passerby standing aside. Only the passerby stood up straight and spoke the moment Lin Tianchang saw him. Master. Well, how's it going? Reporting to Grandmaster. The boy is on this apartment building. The whole building has been blocked off by us. He won't sneak out. Okay, I get it. Ona, are you alright? Hong Wanqing touched Lina's hand with a look of concern. It's fine. Tianchang is good to me. Lina did not curse Lin Tianchang as usual. Instead she evoked the word Tianchang. Hong Wanqing froze, suddenly pointing her finger at Lina. You're not Xiao Na. Who the hell are you? Lina sighed and leaned in to whisper in Hong Wanqing's ear. I still remember 10 years ago by chance some girl liked to wear a little bear. Awa. Enough. Hong Wanqing's small blushing face hastily interrupted Lina's words. Xiao Na, since you are in person, why are you interested in Lin Tianchang? Hong Wanqing looked at the apartment's likeness and whispered. Because I want to have a happy family. Yo, if you ask me now you're just too nice. But your family is really over the top. Had. Because I've gotten caught in the rain myself, so I always want to hold an umbrella for others. Lina giggled as if she was back to that cheerful and lively young girl. Nana. Alright, let's get up there. I can't wait to meet Xiao. Well, that said, coming over here, Xiao looks almost exactly like you did when you were a child. Ona. Just then a hand lifted Hong Wanqing to the side, separating her from Lina. Lin Tianchang. Hong Wanqing roared. Please stay away from my wife. Thank you. Lin Tianchang swept over Lina, seemingly swearing his sovereignty. With that, Lin Tianchang walked into the apartment side by side with Lina. Hong Wanqing glared indignantly at Lin Tianchang's back. In the end she had no choice but to follow. What's the longest distance in the world? If you ask me, it would have to be Lina's time on the elevator. Watching the elevator gradually go up one floor at a time, Lina was almost on the verge of looking through the smart screen. Xiao, sure. I don't know if you still remember me. I didn't want to part with you back then, but when I looked back and realized you were long gone, do you know how desperate I was? Lina folded her hands into tight fists in front of her chest, a sense of panic and fear enveloping her entire body, but with a hint of light and anticipation amidst the thick black fog. Ding dong. The arrival of the elevator sounded like a wake-up call to the still delirious Lina. Let's go, Xiana. Xiao sure is just ahead. Hong Wanqing comforted. Lina slowly raised her head, her eyes instantly becoming a little more determined. Whether it turns out to be true or not, Shirori is my daughter after all, and I'm going to meet her with my best face. The path of the hallway gradually brightened as people arrived, seemingly cheering Lina on. Lina took a deep breath and straightened her back, first looking towards Hong Wanqing, only to see Hong Wanqing with a smile on her face clenching her fists with both hands as if she was blessing herself. Thank you, Wanqing. Lina again looked toward Lin Tianchang on the other side, but found that Lin Tianchang did not seem to have any expression, as if he I've seen Xiaoshi's feeling long ago. I should be the one who's overly concerned. Lena raised her arm and knocked on the door with her index knuckle. As the door to the room slowly opened, 3 silhouettes appeared in front of Bai Xiaoyi's eyes. You are. The first thing Bai Xiaoyi saw was the red Wanqing that he had met earlier at school, and then the person in front of him instantly stunned himself. A blonde-haired Xiao appeared in front of him. Yeah. Bai Xiaoyi blinked and first looked back at Lin Xiaoshi standing beside him and then came closer to look at the Xiaoshi in front of him. What the hell? How can there be 2 kosher? Also, isn't the man next to this the strange one we met at the airport earlier? Before Bai Xiaoyi could react, a body blocked in front of him, and at the same time a hand behind him pulled his back collar down towards the back. Tian Chang, what are you doing standing in front? Lena was about to speak when she was interrupted by Lin Tiancheng, who was blocking her way. Hey! Bai Xiaoyi looked backward to find Lin Xiaoshi looking at Lena with an icy face, her arms wrapped around herself, seemingly wary of the stranger in front of her. Lin Tiancheng stabbed a gaze towards Bai Xiaoyi. Kid, mind your eyes. Lin Xiaoshi instantly flamed up after hearing this and locked eyes with Lin Tiancheng. Please uncle, keep your mouth shut. The smell of gunpowder filled the surroundings, but if the slightest spark appeared, then a fierce battle would surely break out. Just then, the coaches of both players walked onto the field. Lena reached out her right hand toward Lin Tiancheng's waist flesh and pinched it violently. How do you talk to a child? Shut your mouth. Bai Xiaoyi reached out and patted Lin Xiaoshi's head. Xiaoshi, be good. It's fine, said the two as they stepped forward and hugged and smiled apologetically. Lena first looked at Lin Xiaoshi, who had a wary look on her face, before giving a kind smile. She then shifted her gaze to Bai Xiaoyi. Hello child, may I ask if you are Bai Xiaoyi? Bai Xiaoyi nodded woodenly. Yes, may I ask who you are? Lena placed her hand on her chest and smiled with the corners of her mouth raised. I'm Xiao's mom. Lena, Xiao's mom. Bai Xiaoyi exclaimed out in shock at the end of his stare. I see. It's true that she looks a lot like Xiao. Yes, there's a lot to say. Is it convenient for me to come in? No. Lin Xiaoshi frowned as she was about to speak but was interrupted by Bai Xiaoyi. Of course. Auntie, please come in. Thank you child. Lena nodded gratefully at Bai Xiaoyi and then glared back at Lin Tiancheng, who was still in a firefight with Lin Xiaoshi, signaling him to be honest. Red Wanqing on the side saw this and did not get involved, just followed behind Lena and walked in. After walking into the living room, Bai Xiaoyi invited Lena to take a seat at the sofa on one side and sat himself on the sofa on the other side. Lena Ben looked at Lin Xiaoshi with an expectant gaze, but Lin Xiaoshi didn't pay the slightest bit of attention to herself while squeezing into her seat with Bai Xiaoyi. Xiaoshi, what are you? Bai Xiaoyi had thought that Lin Xiaoshi would sit with Lena so that he could conveniently find a sofa to sit on. Lin Xiaoshi didn't say anything, just wrapped her arms around Bai Xiaoyi's shoulders and buried her head in it, trembling all over. Lin Tiancheng on the side of the light snort. Lin Xiaoshi's intention of their own long known, is just afraid of this boy will send himself out so insecure. It's okay, Lena said soothingly, but inside she was very low indeed. I can see that Xiao likes you a lot now. Xiaoshi is just a bit scared of being born, Bai Xiaoyi said shyly, then rushed to change the subject. Auntie, can you tell me why you left Xiaoshi at the orphanage? As soon as she said that, it was as if Lena recalled something that had happened before, followed by tears running straight down her cheeks. I didn't want to at the time. Here's what happened. When Lena finished talking about what happened on that day more than 10 years ago, Bai Xiaoyi's attitude also changed from the angry disbelief at the beginning until the helplessness when the truth came out. So that's how it is? Bai Xiaoyi nodded slightly, finally understanding the cause. It's not that Lena doesn't love Xiao, but she hides Xiao to protect her. But only after she was safe did she realize that Xiao was long gone. Lena looked at Lin Xiaoshi, who continued to be buried in Bai Xiaoyi's arms, not moving at all. The pain in her heart grew more and more. I'm sorry Xiaoshi. It's my fault. I'm sorry. Bai Xiaoyi stroked Lin Xiaoshi's hair without opening his mouth. Because this is between their mother and daughter's matter, they can't get involved too much. In the end, the one who shows the attitude is still Xiaoshi herself. Suddenly Bai Xiaoyi felt a wet sensation coming from his chest. Xiaoshi, this is. Are you crying? Lena finally sighed out. It's okay, since I'm very content to see that Xiao is doing well nowadays, said Lena, taking out all kinds of cards and things from her pocket. This is the global interoperability black card, can be spent anywhere. This is the villa I just bought in Rongqing. I don't have anything else. It's me who didn't take care of Xiaoshi. I hope that child you can keep Xiaoshi company. She is one of the most important people in my life. The corner of Lin Tiancheng's mouth rose slightly, as if this ending itself was very much in line with his expectations. Now Nana is mine alone. After saying that, Lena stood up feebly and reached out her hand to put it on Lin Xiaoshi's head and touched it. Xiaoshi, mommy loves you. When the words were out of her mouth, Lena turned away as if she had lost all her energy. Hearing this, Bai Xiaoyi leaned down and whispered in Lin Xiaoshi's ear. Xiaoshi, I'm not the only one in the world who loves you, whether it's your choice or not. I'll be there for you. Lin Xiaoshi gradually pulled away from Bai Xiaoyi after hearing this, thus being able to see strands of tears on Lin Xiaoshi's face, and it was evident that she was also crying. Thank you, Yi. Now I know what to do. Lin Xiaoshi came up to Bai Xiaoyi and pecked Bai Xiaoyi's lips gently, then ran behind Lina and hugged her fiercely. Lin Tiancheng, who was on the side, was about to block. Suddenly Hong Wanqing stopped in front of him. Get out of the way. What? Even jealous of your own daughter? Are you considered a man? Poof. Lin Tiancheng skimmed his head at the sight of this and didn't know where to look. Mom! Mom! Lin Xiaoshi called out the name she thought she would never call out in her life in a raw manner. Lina instantly burst into tears when she heard Lin Xiaoshi's name and turned to look at Lin Xiaoshi and hugged her back with force. Xiaoshi! My daughter! In this way, mother and daughter, who had not seen each other for nearly 20 years until today, finally met. Bai Xiaoyi also laughed out loud as he watched Lin Xiaoshi finally reunite. Everything's going to be okay, isn't it? Out of not disturbing the mother and daughter's emotional exchange time, Bai Xiaoyi came to the balcony to look at the sunset that was about to fall and couldn't help but sigh. That's what I came into this world for, isn't it? The warm sun sprinkled on Bai Xiaoyi's face, glistening with a golden color. About a moment later a figure walked up next to Bai Xiaoyi. Bai Xiaoyi curiously turned his head to find that it was none other than the man he had met at the airport that day. At this moment Bai Xiaoyi also finally realized why the man on that day could have such a big reaction when he saw Lin Xiaoxi. It looks like it should be the aunt's spouse. Out of politeness Bai Xiaoyi handed out his hand and wanted to shake hands with Lin Tiancheng. Hello uncle. But Lin Tiancheng simply ignored Bai Xiaoyi's movements, while he said with a disgusted look on his face, how much money do you need before you can leave? Bai Xiaoyi instantly changed his face when he heard this and narrowed his eyes and asked, I'm sorry, uncle, what did you say? Lin Tiancheng lightly chortled. I said, how much money will you leave Lin Xiaoshi, or is it that I can fulfill whatever wish you want? I'm sorry uncle. Xiaoshi and I truly love each other. I never wanted anything from her. Bai Xiaoyi looked at Lin Tiancheng indifferently. The politeness from earlier was gone. As you know, my nana wanted to live with Xiao so much that I plan to bring my daughter back for the three of us to live together as a family. But that daughter of mine has been mesmerized by some method of yours. After my investigation in this last year before, you never had a good face to my daughter. Lin Tiancheng was full of confidence and said, then just what is it about you that caused you to suddenly change your face and thus be with my daughter? Name your purpose. Bai Xiaoyi laughed and shook his head like he was looking at a clown looking at Lin Tiancheng. Fine. Then uncle, are you sure you can give me what I want? Lin Tiancheng saw Bai Xiaoyi tearing his face off and didn't pretend anymore, saying with bravado, you tell me. As long as it's what's in this world I can give you anything. I want to get married and have children with Xiao. You tricked me? Lin Tiancheng said with sudden anger, clenching his fists. I'm just expressing myself. Bai Xiaoyi shrugged with his hands spread out. Don't measure my love for Xiaoshi with your pathetic money and power. Lin Tiancheng was silent after hearing the words Bai Xiaoyi said, just quietly looking at Bai Xiaoyi. Bai Xiaoyi was about to leave when he suddenly saw Lin Xiaoshi flying towards himself, then blocked in front of him, gritting his teeth and looking at Lin Tiancheng. What do you want to do to my Xiaoyi? Poof. Lin Tiancheng snorted coldly, then walked into the room. After seeing Lin Tiancheng leave, Lin Xiaoxi hurriedly hugged Bai Xiaoyi. Xiaoyi, are you alright? What did he say? I'm fine. Bai Xiaoyi scratched his head and giggled. Just now uncle just asked me a few questions. That said, Xiaoshi, are you already done talking to auntie? Aha, Lin Xiaoshi said, revealing a happy smile. Mom already told me all about it. And I even told Mom that I really like little E. Oh, and what did auntie say? He. Lin Xiaoshi said here, happily wrapping her arms around Bai Xiaoyi's neck quietly. Mom told me that she looks up to Xiaoyi's person and is also very thankful to Xiaoyi. That's a relief. Getting approval from his mother-in-law, that was basically the nail in the coffin for himself and Xiao. But my mom also said. Lin Xiaoshi stopped here. Say what? She said to tell E to eat more goji berries and XXXXXX. That's simply what you said, alright. Hey, got caught. E, I've left Mom to have dinner with us. Let's go in first. Aha. The two were about to enter the house when suddenly they only heard a clanking sound and a dagger fell out of Lin Xiaoshi's skirt. Xiao, this is? Lin Xiaoshi smiled sarcastically and put the dagger away in his pouch. I was preparing to shave the fish scales, so I just put it away, by the way. Although this reason was far-fetched, Lin Xiaoshi couldn't say that it was used for fear of meeting an extreme situation in order to kill someone to silence them. Lin Tiancheng entered the house when Lina was talking and laughing with Hong Wanqing. Wanqing, do you think Xiaoyi and Xiaoshi are a good match? I look okay. I went to the school earlier and heard from their teacher that the boy is still nice. Well, Shirori has also told me that she likes that boy a lot, and from the expression she showed, I saw that she has an indefinable attitude towards that boy. It's this attitude that is somewhat familiar to me. Wow, asked Lin Tiancheng as he walked over to take Lina in his arms. What attitude? Lena instantly came to a realization as soon as she saw Lin Tianchang. That's right. This feeling is exactly like that character of Tianchang, even stronger than him. It's hard not to. What's wrong, Nana? See how you look preoccupied? No, nothing, Lena said as she waved her head, then glanced worriedly at Bai Xiaoyi beside Lin Xiaoshi. A hint of empathy mixed in her eyes, as if she had found a soulmate. That feeling. Xiaoyi. Lin Xiaoshi placed her hands by Bai Xiaoyi's cheeks with a serious face as she looked at Bai Xiaoyi. You must be careful with that man. I have a feeling something is very wrong with him. I already know this one. Don't worry, Xiao. I'll keep an eye out. Bai Xiaoyi looked toward Lin Tianchang. For some reason there is always a familiar feeling, as if he had often met in the life of the appearance. But he clearly and he did not intersect. When the two of them returned to the living room, Lena greeted Bai Xiaoyi as soon as she saw him come in and sat down beside her. It looks like Xiao and the two of them are very much in love. And this child has a very good character. Come sit over here with Auntie. Lena's words activated both Lin Xiaoshi and Lin Tianchang at the same time like a command code. Lin Tianchang held Lena in his arms with one hand, his fishy red eyes gazing at Lena. Nana, what you're doing is very dangerous, yo. At the same time, Lin Xiaoshi also protected Bai Xiaoyi's body without the smile on her face that she had at the beginning, and said seriously to Lena, Mother, please don't be like this, or else Xiaoshi doesn't guarantee that she won't do something extreme. Bai Xiaoyi looked at Lin Tianchang's fishy red eyes and then peeked out to look at Lin Xiaoshi's eyes. The party's light blue eyes had turned as terrifyingly red as Lin Tianchang's. There's no mistaking this feeling. I said, why is it so familiar? It turns out that Xiaoshi and this man are in the same category. Lin Tianchang frowned slightly at Lin Xiaoshi upon hearing this. Oh, what is my daughter doing to my Nana? Lin Xiaoshi glared back in no uncertain terms. Looking at the atmosphere gradually burning red, Wanqing also hastened to interrupt. Well, it's not too late. Almost time to eat dinner, right? Yes. Xiaoshi, Tianchang, just so happens I'm hungry too. It's time for dinner. Bai Xiaoyi and Lena both said at the same time. After a good deal of persuasion, the two men came to this point. When it was time to cook, Lena took the initiative to find Lin Xiaoshi, first calming Lin Xiaoshi down until Lin Xiaoshi was back to normal before talking to her daughter while cooking. Looks like Xiao likes E a lot? Lin Xiaoshi replied with his head bowed as he sliced a carrot. E is my salvation. He's the light I have in this world. I see. Lena nodded. So does Xiao want to go back to live over there with me in the future? Don't want to. Lin Xiaoshi muttered. I like Mom a lot but he doesn't like it. Lena knew who Lin Xiaoshi was talking about, so she also had a headache. Lin Tianchang simply didn't seem to care about Lin Xiaoshi in general and even sulked with her own girl, which really gave Lena a headache as well. I'm sorry, Mom. I just lost control of my emotions, Lin Xiaoshi said as she skimmed her head and put down her chopping knife. No whoops. Lena wiped her hands as well, reaching out her arm towards Lin Xiaoshi as if to say into her mom's arms. Lin Xiaoshi's heart trembled as he slowly walked over to Lena and leaned his head in. Xiao must have cherished E a lot to do this, right? Lin Xiaoshi nodded. Isn't that right? This kind of reaction is normal. Just now Mom was just focusing on thinking about telling E about what happened before Xiaoshi momentarily forgot to distinguish. This is what Mom did wrong. Thank you, Mom. Lin Xiaoshi hugged Lena. A love-called affection was filling the gap in her heart. Suddenly Lena narrowed her eyes in warning at Lin Tianchang, who was looking in her direction. And only then did Lin Tianchang turn his head away in displeasure. Sure, Ori, can you tell Mommy when you and E will get married? Hey, tying the knot. Marry. Lin Xiaoshi's face quickly reddened as soon as she heard this. Her two hands intertwined together, not knowing how to answer. Yeah, it's not too early for Xiaoshi's age now. It's almost time. Lena held her chin and looked at Lin Xiaoshi with an expectant face, using seductive language to constantly stimulate. Doesn't Shirori want to see the crystallization of her love with E? I'm sure E will be very happy when the time comes. Really? Lin Xiaoshi's eyes gradually turned pink in her mind, already imagining what it would be like to enter the marriage hall with her own E. Aha, Lena replied as she stroked Lin Xiaoshi's head. Sure enough, as long as that boy was on her lips, Xiao would be happy. What kind of magic did this boy have? Okay, day. I got it. Lin Xiaoshi left Lena's embrace and ran to the refrigerator to take out the long-lost giant thing that made Bai Xiaoyi tremble. Lena looked at Lin Xiaoshi with a red face. Little Xiaoshi, how did you get this thing? This is Yi's gas station. Lin Xiaoshi licked his lips and said, I originally thought of slowly nourishing little Yi's body first, but then I realized I couldn't do it. So why don't we just go straight to the hard drugs? This is my Lena's daughter. Lena blinked as if she hadn't yet accepted that behind one of her lovely and innocent daughters was actually a heavyweight comparable to Lin Tianchang. So, that's Xiao. Do you cook like this all the time? Lena asked weakly. No la, I've never used it. Usually it's for little E to make rich and varied dishes such as goji berry covered rice, goji berry silver ear soup, cold goji berries and so on. Saying this, Lin Xiaoshi proudly lifted up her chest, seemingly saying that her cooking skills were very exquisite. Hiss Bai Xiaoyi covered his waist with a frown. Strange. Why does it feel like my lower back hurts so much? Is it caused by staying up all night? Lina clasped her hands together and silently chanted for Bai Xiaoyi. It seems that this boy has suffered a lot yet. Suddenly I realized that giving Xiao to him was a right choice. It seems like Xiao has made a lot of effort for E. Said Lin Xiaoshi as she gulped. Yes, a lot of effort was made. Just as Lin Tiancheng was resting his eyes with his eyes closed, Bai Xiaoyi suddenly came to Lin Tiancheng's side. Uncle, can I ask you something? Lin Tiancheng slowly opened his eyes when he heard this and looked at Bai Xiaoyi. Why can't uncle be nicer to Xiaoshi? Bai Xiaoyi said indignantly. You and auntie's attitudes are completely two extremes. At least Xiaoshi is your own daughter. How can you be so casual? Oh, so what's your point? Seeing Lin Tiancheng's unconcerned look, Bai Xiaoyi couldn't help but clench his fists. What I'm trying to say is that Xiaoshi has suffered a lot of misfortunes before, and as his father you didn't even do the most basic way of comforting him. How can you be considered a father like this? Lin Tiancheng suddenly crooked his mouth and smiled, looking at Bai Xiaoyi unhurriedly said. Bai Xiaoyi, a local of Rongcheng? As a child there had been no record of any illnesses, and from a young age he was considered to have grown up under a greenhouse. Until he went to elementary school, a girl broke his life. You know who that girl is, right? Why? Why does he know so much? Bai Xiaoyi looked at this man who seemed to have seen through him with a stern face. You investigated me? However, Lin Tiancheng did not pay attention to Bai Xiaoyi, but just continued on his own. As far as I know, you have never had a good feeling towards Xiaoshi since you were a child. But why did you suddenly change your character when you were in the third year of GDAO, and turned around to be with Xiaoshi, who you have hated for many years? I repented, Bai Xiaoyi explained. I thought carefully about it. Xiaoshi is the most important existence in my life. Nowadays, I can only put him off with repentance, and it's best to keep this matter about my rebirth to Xiao alone. Repentance? Lin Tiancheng's face gradually became gloomy, and a sense of oppression from a higher power surged towards Bai Xiaoyi's body. You think my Lin Tiancheng's daughter is a toy? You think my daughter is a toy? I gave you a face count and is the most restrained, but where Xiaoshi is not so fond of you, I Lin Tiancheng dare to ensure that you will not see the second son. It was only when he saw this scene that Bai Xiaoyi smiled slightly. It turned out that it wasn't that Lin Tiancheng didn't love Xiaoshi, but that he was protecting her in a different way. Is this what is referred to as high, cold and arrogant? Knowing the true thoughts of Lin Tiancheng's heart, Bai Xiaoyi no longer has a grudge against Lin Tiancheng, but nonchalantly sat down next to Lin Tiancheng and said slightly politely, Uncle, you can rest assured that I Bai Xiaoyi will absolutely love Lin Xiaoshi, only one person in this life. Is this kid out of his mind? He suddenly changed. Spare the extremely deep. Lin Tiancheng was also blindsided by Bai Xiaoyi's set of unexplained moves. What he didn't know was that Bai Xiaoyi wasn't actually the same original master as before. I advise you to mind your own business, but if I find even a hint of a problem with you, you'll end up in a terrible situation, but it's not too late for you to regret now. I'm sorry, uncle. There's no word regret in my Bai Xiaoyi's dictionary. Tisk. Lin Tiancheng gave Bai Xiaoyi an unhappy look and at the same time realized that Lin Xiaoshi, who had been chopping vegetables, was now looking at himself with his head tilted and his knife wide-eyed. Oh, my daughter. How is it that she has been given such a... Why does she have such a character as I do? This was the first time Lin Tiancheng hated himself. Mom, can I go rest and relax? Lin Xiaoshi asked as she walked over to Lina. Lina scooped up a spoonful of fish soup and tasted it, then nodded. Of course. Xiaoshi, quickly go and spend more time with E. Leave the cooking aspect to me and your Auntie Hong. Red Wanqing glanced at Lina with squinted eyes. Are you sure I can cook? You're talking about cooking to an underground queen who only jumps people with guns? Okay. Lin Xiaoshi nodded and turned towards Bai Xiaoyi. Lin Tiancheng saw Lin Xiaoshi come and hurriedly stood up and walked to the kitchen, during which he could still see Lin Xiaoshi's full hatred radiating out when he brushed past Lin Xiaoshi. Ugh, it's so hard to be a father, and even harder to see your family's cabbages go to the pigs. Immediately after Lin Tiancheng left, Lin Xiaoshi bounced over to the sofa and wrapped her arms around Bai Xiaoyi and leaned her head on Bai Xiaoyi's shoulder. Xiao looks happy. I have my mom. N.E. Xiaoshi is really happy. Lin Xiaoshi revealed a happy look, looking cute as hell. All of this Xiaoshi feels so worth it. Very, very worth it. Well, you don't mention your dad at all. Bai Xiaoyi secretly kissed Lin Xiaoshi's forehead when no one was looking. I have Xiaoshi, and I'm happy too. Xiaoyi, said Lin Xiaoshi as she interlocked her fingers with Bai Xiaoyi and pursed her lips. Xiaoyi coming to this world is like an angel given to Xiaoshi from heaven. Without Xiaoyi there would be no Xiaoshi today. So, I love you. How is Xiaoshi not my salvation? Bai Xiaoyi wrapped Lin Xiaoshi in his arms with a lot of emotions in his heart. This way, My own healing plan was finally a complete success. The heavens have not failed me, but the one I have to thank most of all is my brother Waste, who has worked so hard for you these days. When I think back to the first time I met Shio, I was almost scared to death. But now, as long as you have a good grasp of the scale, Xiaoshi will always be this safe. Let's eat as Hong Wanqing brought up the last dish. Lin Xiaoshi's first family feast in her life was opened. Wow, Bai Xiaoyi couldn't help but leave his mouth watering as he smelled the dishes. Auntie and Xiaoshi's cooking skills are really good. Hey, Hong Wanqing slapped the table in exasperation. I've also made a lot of contributions. Okay. With that, he pointed to the scrambled eggs with tomatoes on the side and said, I made this dish. Kid, you taste. Bai Xiaoyi's chopsticks froze in the air, looking at a plate of black, evil cuisine while a kind of skull-like smoke emerged. Couldn't help but gulp. If you eat this, it's going to kill you. Little eat more of this. Lin Xiaoshi chucked a piece of tender meat and placed it in Bai Xiaoyi's bowl. Thanks to Lin Xiaoshi's timely rescue, this matter was just a matter of time. Bai Xiaoyi gratefully ate the slices of meat, instantly marveling. Delicious. What kind of meat is this? Xiaoshi? It's surprisingly so delicious. Lin Xiaoshi bit her chopsticks and said expectantly, it's beef. Eat more if you love it. Little e. Saying that, he probed out his chopsticks again and pinched a few chopsticks of meat towards Bai Xiaoyi's bowl. Well, that's enough, Shio. Auntie and the girls haven't eaten yet. Lina looked at what Lin Xiaoshi called beef and was deep in thought, then quickly waved her hand and said, just eat it. Auntie is on a diet recently, said the man who hastily wiped his mouth as if he was full. Just as Lina wiped her mouth, she couldn't help but see Lin Tianchang, who was sitting beside her, staring at her dead in the face. Tianchang, what are you doing? What for? What are you looking at me for? Lin Tianchang looked at the dishes on the table, then at his bowl. The gesture couldn't have been more obvious. It was a proper attempt to get Lina to dish out food for herself. Look at how old you are. And you still want me to clip dishes for you. Even though Lina was mumbling but still picked up some dishes and put them into Lin Tianchang's bowl. Lin Tianchang suddenly poured his bowl of rice into Lina's bowl, then ate it with gusto. Hong Wanqing, who was watching this scene, was stunned. On one side was Lin Xiaoshi's love scene. On the other side was Lin Tianchang's heaven-defying operation. Is this even allowed to be eaten? When everyone finished eating, Bai Xiaoyi took the initiative to brush up the dishes. And finally Lin Tianchang, under the threat of Lina, had to come to help Bai Xiaoyi. Seeing that the two were getting along better, Lina then clapped her hands, then pulled Lin Xiaoshi to talk about girl talk with Hong Wanqing. Lin Tianchang stood at the sink and watched Bai Xiaoyi wash the dishes himself while using his body to block Lina's gaze in order to prevent being discovered that he hadn't done anything. Bai Xiaoyi didn't say anything after all. Lin Tianchang is also considered a guest in the house, and most importantly, he is also his own old husband in the future. Kid, Lin Tianchang suddenly spoke. From today onwards, as long as I once find out that you've done anything bad to Xiaoshi or I catch your foxtail eye, Lin Tianchang will never let you go. Looking at Lin Tianchang's blood-red and terrifying eyes, Bai Xiaoyi didn't react much. This was because the words sounded like another meaning to him. Kid, there doesn't seem to be anything wrong with you at the moment, but as long as you don't treat Shio well, you shouldn't even think about being with Shio. Is that a grudging acknowledgement of me? Okay, uncle. Don't worry. I'll protect Xiaoshi even if I encounter something even more dangerous. Poof. In the middle of the conversation, Bai Xiaoyi had already put the last plate into the cupboard. Phew. Done. Wiping his hands with the towel hanging aside, Bai Xiaoyi returned to the living room. Lin Xiaoshi took the initiative to lean against Bai Xiaoyi as soon as she saw him coming over. What were you guys talking about just now? Shio? Lin Xiaoshi blinked and said, does he remember this? Said Lin Xiaoshi as she took out a scarlet precious jade out from around her neck. Treasure jade? At the same time Bai Xiaoyi took out his own jade. Is it something to do with that grandmother at the grocery store? Aha! Lin Xiaoshi nodded, finally putting the jade together with a smile on her face, saying it out. You might not believe it. The sister of the grandmother who helped me and my mom in the same way back then. I can't believe there's such a coincidence. Rao Bai Xiaoyi also stunned. This kind of plot often only novels will appear. Cannot imagine that actually happened in their own side. Yeah, I'm going to have to go thank that grocery store grandma, Lina said regretfully, but the grandmother who helped me back then is gone. What a pity. Hong Wanqing couldn't help but feel sad as well. Cough. At this time Lin Tianchang interrupted the crowd's talk and then said coldly, it's also getting late. Nana, we should almost go back. Tensei, Lina said suddenly, can we stay in a hotel around here for a while? No way. Lin Tianchang sternly refused, then walked over to Lina and tackled her wrist and whispered, Nana, do you know how much face I gave you today? I think you've been disobeying me because you've drifted. Lina gritted her teeth and eventually stretched her neck and said in Lin Tianchang's ear, Tianchang, as long as you agree to me staying for a few more days, I'll promise you everything today. said Lena's voice getting smaller and smaller, her face reddening. Good, Lin Tianchang replied cheerfully, then let go of Lena's wrist and left a sentence that said I'll go book a room before walking to the balcony to make a phone call. Seeing this, Hong Wanqing curiously came over. Xiana, that bastard didn't say anything just now, did he? I see that your face doesn't seem to look very good. No, it's okay, Lena forced a smile, unaware that all this conversation was heard by Lin Xiaoshi. But Lin Xiaoshi did not react too much, because the most important thing to yourself is still that delicious little easy. Today, but personally witnessed the small E1 person will be so a big plate of beef are eaten in the stomach, and now he can hope that the rest of the people to leave soon, otherwise the energy will be wasted. What a pity. It was only after another moment of small talk that Lena spoke the words to leave, to which Lin Xiaoshi and Lin Tianchang both let out a breath one after the other. When they parted at the door, Lena reluctantly hugged Xiao with a sobbing voice. Xiao, in the future, if there's anything you have to talk to your mom, okay? I will definitely come to your side without fear. Well, thanks mom. Clang as the door closed. Lin Tianchang saw Lin Xiaoshi's slightly narrowed eyes in the last gap, a look of waiting for prey. After sending Lena and her group away, Lin Xiaoshi's face gradually calmed down before she circled around behind Bai Xiaoyi. Bai Xiaoyi took the initiative to lock the door of the room, was about to go back to the house, suddenly felt his pants. The elevator slowly slid down from the top to the bottom, subsequently opening the doors, and the trio stepped out of the apartment. Hong Wanqing was trying to take Lena's arm when suddenly Lin Tianchang lifted the back of her collar, throwing Hong Wanqing aside. Lin Tianchang, what's wrong with you again? Hong Wanqing stared viciously at Lin Tianchang like an enraged puppy. I'd say you've about had it. It's time to get back to running your underground place, isn't it? It's up to you. I'll go back as soon as I want. Don't you think you can control me? I don't have control over you, but the others may not. Right at this moment, Hong Wanqing's cell phone suddenly rang, and when Hong Wanqing saw the contact person, she instantly became furious and said, Lin Tianchang, you're despicable. Ha, do you think you've seen less meanness for someone who runs an underground society? It's better to get back to practicing. Humph. Hong Wanqing picked up the phone, and sure enough, it was her father on the other end. Wanqing, what do you think you're doing pestering Mr. Lin's woman for nothing? Hurry up and come back to me, otherwise I'll stop your store. Hong Wanqing hung up the phone and pointed at Lin Tianchang. Good you Lin Tianchang, wait for me. After saying that, Hong Wanqing left the place angrily after saying a few words to Lena. Well, this is now a two-person world for me and you. Nana, Lin Tianchang playfully sniffed Lena's neck and couldn't help but kiss it. No, don't. Lena pushed Lin Tianchang's head away, then mumbled in a tone like a mosquito's voice. Wait, at least wait until we get back before. Fine, but Nana, you'll have to take the heat off me. Do you know how much caprice I've put up with from you today? I know. It's good to know. It's still our Nana who understands, said Lin Tianchang, then swept his lowered head Lena towards the hotel. Xiao, what are you doing? Do you still need to ask? Of course you're doing what needs to be done. Lin Xiaoshi's body stuck to Bai Xiaoyi from behind, then stretched her head to Bai Xiaoyi's ear, gently biting Bai Xiaoyi's earlobe. The current show is Yi's previous favorite episode. Yo, Bai Xiaoyi suddenly realized that here is Xianguan. Can Yi drive? Driving? Why do you say that? Because I want to learn to learn. Why does Xiaoshi suddenly want to learn how to drive? Bai Xiaoyi said awkwardly. Because his current situation had absolutely nothing to do with driving. For driving I did go to a driving school in my last life, but I've never touched a car. While Lin Xiaoshi purred meaningfully, then surely he knows how to put it in gear. With that, Lin Xiaoshi continued to kiss Bai Xiaoyi's earlobe. A burst of hot air in the ear called Bai Xiaoyi also gradually cannot resist. Hastily replied, hanging gear this or no? Xiaoshi is trying to learn to drive? Then can he help me see if I'm in the right gear? But there aren't any cars here, isn't he? Lin Xiaoshi revealed a playful smile, then licked his lips and extended his hand. Our student Lin Xiaoshi has officially started her driving journey. Drop. With the reading of the room card, the door to the hotel room opened in response, and Lin Tianchang couldn't wait to carry Lena into the room. Yikes! Lena let out a gasp only to see herself in the bed in the blink of an eye. Looking at the eyeing Lin Tianchang, it was as if Lena knew her next fate, so she sneakily touched the side of the bed, wanting to take advantage of one of Lin Tianchang's inattention to drill into the toilet. Unaware that Lena's small mind had long been seen through by Lin Tianchang, he deliberately left the gap on the side of the bed wide, waiting for Lena to take the bait. Tianchang, please can you go open the window? It's really too hot inside the room. Lena stretched out her hand and kept fanning herself, but her eyes looked towards the gap. Yeah, Lin Tianchang agreed and headed for the window. Auntie, great. Lena grabbed this timing and bent down and ran in the direction of the bathroom. But just at that moment Lin Tianchang suddenly killed a turnaround, turned around and hugged Lena, lifting Lena in the air. Lena's legs fluttered back and forth in the air a few times, realizing that something was wrong, so she turned around and looked back to find that Lin Tianchang had somehow stood behind her. Nana, where are you going? I'm just going to the bathroom. Nana's eyes have already betrayed yourself. Oh, after saying that, Lin Tianchang rethrew Lena back onto the bed while slowly undoing his collar. Looking at the wolf-like Lin Tianchang, Lena was completely scared and kept shrinking towards the back of the bed. But Lena didn't realize that she was doing nothing but making Lin Tianchang even more obsessed, to which Bai Xiaoyi commented, "Since you can't avoid it, then you don't have to do useless things, because no matter how much useless things are done, they just add to the hunter's enjoyment." It had to be said that it was still Bai Xiaoyi who saw things through. Nana was so arrogant today. I'm going to teach you a lesson. Lin Tianchang threw his jacket on the ground and immediately pounced towards Lena. Lin Xiaoshi pressed against the door and looked back at Bai Xiaoyi imploringly, her mouth also calling out Bai Xiaoyi's name. Ding dong. The elevator door opened and a delivery boy stepped out. "I'll get off work after this order is delivered." The delivery boy carried a bag of takeout, searching for the apartment building's occupants. The darkness of the apartment, coupled with the sensor lights that were turned on from time to time, caused the delivery boy to shiver. I should have known better than to watch a horror movie last night. This made the delivery boy's movements pick up speed. Suddenly, just as the delivery boy was passing a house, the front door suddenly slapped, seemingly as if someone was trying to get out. Seeing this scene, delivery boy associated with the horror movie ghosts hit the wall of the picture, hastily scattered legs and ran during the delivery. Also did not forget to put the customer's door. Help! Help! The delivery boy ran straight to the stairway and turned on the Great Compassion mantra in his cell phone music, one floor at a time. Lin Xiaoxi wrapped her arms around Bai Xiaoyi's neck and looked down at Bai Xiaoyi, her rapid snorting constantly slapping against Bai Xiaoyi's face. Shio! Yi! Tick-tock! After running to the door of the apartment, the delivery boy lit up his electric car and disappeared in a flash like a car god. The security guard on the side couldn't help but shake his head when he saw it. Young people nowadays, work is just a fight. This night Bai Xiaoyi do not know how. Always feel full of strength. Not only will the door clean up, also will be the sofa, bathroom, bedroom are cleaned up. Is simply to carry out a big cleaning. But even with power there comes a time when it runs out. Lin Xiaoshi climbed, leaning over Bai Xiaoyi's chest, teasing Bai Xiaoyi's side. He. Still laughing, Bai Xiaoyi said exasperatedly as he flicked Lin Xiaoshi's forehead. Look what you've done. Lin Xiaoshi cocked her head and beamed, looking around at the mess. Isn't this all the work of bad little E? I was forced to do that. Bai Xiaoyi tickled Lin Xiaoshi's itchy flesh without any good humor. Xiaoshi, you still don't confess truthfully. Yikes. Ha ha ha. So ticklish. Lin Xiaoshi couldn't help but laugh out loud, and then told the story of how she was cooking. Good for you. After listening to Lin Xiaoshi's explanation, Bai Xiaoyi finally realized the reason why he was so hyper. That's not Shio's fault, it's all because he himself keeps eating D. Would I be okay if you didn't make that dish? You dare to say you don't have bad intentions? It's not a bad idea, it's a good idea. Finally the two returned to bed after washing up. And as for the messy battlefield, it's better to clean it up tomorrow. Looks like the sweep wasn't very thorough. Since Bai Xiaoyi had released too much kinetic energy, he quickly fell asleep as soon as he laid down on the bed. Through the moonlight shining in through the window, she vaguely saw that Lin Xiaoshi was lying on her side, her hair covering her eyes on one side, but her gaze still rested on Bai Xiaoyi's face. For some reason, Lin Xiaoshi looked extraordinarily beautiful in this appearance, but revealed a hint of dread in those deep eyes. So like I really like E more and more. Somehow this feeling is like being poisoned to the bone more and more. Lin Xiaoshi could feel an extremely powerful desire taking control of her mind, yet she was still fighting against it. Help me, Xiaoshi. Xiaoshi was about to lose her grip. Lin Xiaoshi reached out her hand to caress Bai Xiaoyi's face in an attempt to use it to clear her head. But she was wrong. The moment her small hand touched Bai Xiaoyi's, her own brain had long been occupied. Since I can't hold on, I won't, said Lin Xiaoshi, then pulled the curtains. Eat and sleep. Lin Xiaoshi stretched out and gave Bai Xiaoyi a kiss on the cheek before skillfully getting into Bai Xiaoyi's arms. Only after finding a comfortable position did Lin Xiaoshi stop squirming. The figures of Lin Tianchang and Lena gradually appeared in his mind. Lin Xiaoshi couldn't help but open his eyes, seemed to have something on his mind. Lin Xiaoshi said from the bottom of her heart that when she learned that Lena was her mother, she actually didn't have much of a reaction because the thing called a parent was too far away from her. Since the beginning of their own dawn, has been alone. That period of time, as if they are in the water constantly fluttering and struggling in general, has never been able to surface. And finally tired of their own struggles, simply let their bodies gradually sink. But when the body that hadn't moved for a long time was suddenly driven by the whirlpool, Lin Xiaoshi was like finding a life-saving straw and surged out of the strength to swim upstream. But when he reacted, he realized that the whirlpool had nothing to do with himself. It was just generated by chance, and he just happened to come across it. In this regard, Lin Xiaoshi also completely lost any hope. Why don't we just do it? Maybe sinking to the bottom of the ocean is just the best place for us to be. But just then, a hand suddenly pulled itself up. Looking upwards, I realized that a thing that should not have appeared in the sea had appeared in front of my eyes out of nowhere. Want to see it? See what? Look at the sky. The sky? Is it beautiful? How do you know if you don't look? Then why don't you go look at the sky? Because I want to see you. Just like that. This hand was like a beam of light illuminating the gloomy and bottomless seabed, and gradually pulled Lin Xiaoshi towards the surface of the water. I don't know how long it took, during which countless winds and waves as well as all sorts of dangerous creatures were blocking Lin Xiaoshi's steps towards swimming upstream. But one by one, this hand blocked several dangers for itself. Suddenly Lin Xiaoshi's advance stopped. What's wrong? I don't want to go up there. Why? Let's not go up there, okay? We're good enough right here. I don't want to see you get hurt. But don't you still have to look at the sky? Don't look. I'm not looking. I just need you to stay with me and that's enough. But, let's go back to, okay? But the scaly hand is still tightly pulling Lin Xiaoshi upstream, although Lin Xiaoshi tried several times to pull the hand back but still stopped, because she didn't want him to add more scars. As he got closer to the water, the surrounding scene became clearer. We're almost there. Why? Didn't I tell you? I'm going to show you the sky. Is the sky really worth looking at like that? You won't know if you look. In this way, with the dazzling sunlight closer and closer to Lin Xiaoshi's expectations also become more and more until the last flop, he finally surfaced. The warm sunlight poured on his face, the sea breeze gently brushed his cheeks, and the white clean clouds seemed to be fluttering around for his presence. How about that? I told you it looked good. Well, it's pretty. Do you mean the sky or the white clouds? Neither. Lin Xiaoshi shook her head, then revealed a happy smile holding that hand firmly in her arms. You're only as good as you look under the sky. Lin Xiaoshi sniffed Bai Xiaoyi's scent in an attempt to settle her agitated heart. What Bai Xiaoyi didn't know was that Lin Xiaoshi was actually pretending when facing Lina and Lin Tiancheng, because in the deepest part of Lin Xiaoshi's heart there was always only one position. And why did Lin Xiaoshi act so surprised and understanding again? It was only because she didn't want to let Bai Xiaoyi down. Things other than Bai Xiaoyi are just icing on the cake. Good night. Lin Xiaoshi raised her head and stared at Bai Xiaoyi for a while, then slowly fell asleep while holding Bai Xiaoyi. Well, where am I? Lina's confused eyes gradually woke up. She vaguely didn't remember what had happened before. The only memory she had was Lin Tiancheng throwing herself on the bed. Yo Nana, you're awake. A magnetic voice sounded beside Lina's ears, and looking up it was indeed a relaxed Lin Tiancheng. Well, at this moment, Lina only felt an aching pain permeate her entire body, and her bones felt like they were falling apart as if she couldn't move. Don't you know any mercy? I'm sorry, Nana. I wanted to, but as soon as I touched you I couldn't control myself anymore. That said, Nana, do you have any plans for tomorrow? Lina closed her eyes and thought, I want to go to that grocery store Wanqing mentioned first to meet that old granny. I want to thank her in person for taking care of Xiao. Also to see the grandmother who helped me back then. Lin Tiancheng stroked Lina's head and slowly spoke. Want to bring Xiao along? No. Lina shook her head. It's better to let Xiao spend more time with E. I can tell that Xiao really likes E. Lin Tiancheng frowned when he heard this. What's the matter? From the very beginning I saw that you didn't like that boy E very much. I think he's good to Xiao. Nana, you don't understand. Lin Tiancheng pushed the strands of hair around Lina's mouth away and pinched her cheeks. You can't tell a person's true colors just from the surface. I think you just have too much hard eyes. It's not like people Xiaoyi has recruited you or messed with you. His love for Xiao has been unreservedly shown. Where do you come up with so many conspiracy theories? Forget it, Nana, you'll know. Lin Tiancheng forcefully interrupted Lina and held Lina tightly in his arms. It's getting late. Go to sleep. Well, good night Tensing. Good night, Nana. After Lina was fully asleep, Lin Tiancheng walked alone to the balcony and dialed a number. Mr. Lin, what is your order? I want you to get some people to put on a show for me. Acting? How many lines of big stars do you want? Mr. Lin, did I tell you it was this? Lin Tiancheng gritted his teeth. In a few days you pick some people and then. After hanging up the phone, Lin Tiancheng gazed at the apartment in the distance, recalling what Bai Xiaoyi had said to himself today. Let's see when your tail shows. A ray of light in the early morning penetrated through a gap in the curtain and happened to shine on Bai Xiaoyi's eyes as well. Well, Bai Xiaoyi slightly shook his eyelids, then intended to roll over a bit. After completely changing his movement, Bai Xiaoyi suddenly realized that something was missing from his side. So he opened his eyes and sat up from the bed, shaking his head back and forth trying to locate Lin Xiaoshi. It wasn't until after realizing that Lin Xiaoshi wasn't on the bed that Bai Xiaoyi shouted Lin Xiaoshi's name towards the open door. Xiao! But after a while Bai Xiaoyi didn't see any sound coming from outside. That's strange. Where's Xiao? Didn't you hear me? Immediately after that, Bai Xiaoyi quickly put on his clothes and came to the living room. and found that the living room was still a calm look. Looks like everything has not changed. Xiao. Bai Xiaoyi called out Lin Xiaoshi's name once again, but the response was still silence. This time Bai Xiaoyi completely panicked, looking for Lin Xiaoshi's traces in various places. The bathroom, the second bedroom, the balcony. There was no sign of Lin Xiaoshi. A strong sense of uneasiness surged out from Bai Xiaoyi's heart, and then Bai Xiaoyi went back to his bedroom and picked up his cell phone and tremblingly dialed Lin Xiaoxi's phone number. There was a busy tone on the other end of the line and no sign of a connection until it ended. Xiao. Bai Xiaoyi looked at the unanswered call and fell into various suspicions. Is that him? Bai Xiaoyi instantly associated it with Lin Tiancheng, who came to his house yesterday. Did he take Xiao away? Bai Xiaoyi's breathing gradually began to catch as he thought of this, his mind already conjuring up images of Lin Xiaoshi being taken away. Xiao, I'll never let him take you away. Even if it means dying, I'll bring you back, said Bai Xiaoyi, clenched his fists aggressively and came to the front door and opened the door to the room. As the door opened, a silhouette appeared in front of Bai Xiaoyi. Hey, what are you doing here? Lin Xiaoshi cocked her head and asked curiously. Little Xiaoshi. Bai Xiaoyi looked at Lin Xiaoshi incredulously, wide open, his slightly open mouth still trembling. What's wrong, Yui? AC. Bai Xiaoyi stepped forward and hugged Lin Xiaoshi with force, the sound of his violently beating heartbeat reaching Lin Xiaoshi's chest. It was only after a long time that Bai Xiaoyi gradually calmed down and looked at Lin Xiaoshi with a worried expression. Xiao, where have you been? Why didn't you answer my calls? I just went downstairs to buy breakfast, said Lin Xiaoshi as she mentioned the buns and soy milk behind her in front of Bai Xiaoyi. No, look. Bai Xiaoyi froze for a moment, then took the breakfast and placed it on the shoe cabinet to the side before pulling Lin Xiaoshi in and closing the door to the room. How? Aha! Lin Xiaoshi was about to speak when her mouth was blocked. In the face of Bai Xiaoyi's sudden attack, Lin Xiaoxi seemed to have been prepared for it, generally staving off Bai Xiaoyi's attack but staying on the defensive. Ha. After a long time with his lips parted, Bai Xiaoyi looked deeply at Lin Xiaoxi and asked, why didn't Xiaoxi answer my call? Do you know how worried I am about you? I'm sorry, said Lin Xiaoshi as she pursed her lips and scrunched her neck. I was carrying breakfast in both hands, and my cell phone was set to silent mode last night. That's why I didn't hear it. No more of that in the future. Got it? Bai Xiaoyi tapped Lin Xiaoshi's forehead as a lesson. I know. Phew. Bai Xiaoyi finally let out a sigh of relief. In the future, remember to say hello to me if Xiaoshi wants to do anything. Otherwise I'll be worried. Okay. Lin Xiaoshi stood on her tiptoes and kissed Bai Xiaoyi's cheek. Go and rest. We'll have breakfast later. Aha. Bai Xiaoyi touched Lin Xiaoshi's head before he put his heart down and walked into the bathroom. Unbeknownst to him, Lin Xiaoshi behind him was sitting on the dining table with her hands resting on her chin, staring at Bai Xiaoyi with a wry smile. Jingle bells. Lin Xiaoshi's cell phone let out a ringtone. A report from the Daily News. Lin Xiaoshi reached out her hand to turn off the ringtone, then put it back on the table. Oops. I almost revealed myself. Ha. Lin Xiaoshi narrowed his eyes and muttered to himself. I can see that he has a lot of potential. It's not in vain that I've been tantalizing him for so long. What Bai Xiaoyi does not know is that his plan has not been successful, but is slowly going to take himself in. Wow. Cold water poured on Bai Xiaoyi's face made Bai Xiaoyi gradually calm down. Propped up on the sides of the sink, Bai Xiaoyi looked at himself in the mirror and froze. What the hell is wrong with me? Why are the mood swings so big? Probably because I'm worried about Xiao being captured. Yes, that must be it. Just out of the door, Bai Xiaoyi saw Lin Xiaoshi sitting on a chair eating buns in small bites. And when he saw Bai Xiaoyi come out, he stretched out his hand and waved it inward. Ulu, come suck rice, eat. Be careful. Don't choke. Bai Xiaoyi came to Lin Xiaoshi's side and drew out a paper to wipe the grease stains around Lin Xiaoshi's mouth, and picked up the soybean milk with a poked straw on the side and put it on Lin Xiaoshi's mouth. Have some soy milk to wash it down. Aha, gulp, ha. Lin Xiaoshi patted her stomach and said contentedly, Xiaoshi is full. Shall we eat quickly too? Good. Bai Xiaoyi picked up a xiaolong bao and stuffed it into his mouth. A strong flavor of chicken juice blossomed in his taste buds. Mixed with fat and lean full grains of meat as well as rich and sinewy white noodles couldn't help but increase his appetite. But the downside is that it may have gone on a little too long, causing the chowder to be a little low. Ha? Didn't Xiao just come up? Shouldn't it be steaming hot buns? Looking at Bai Xiaoyi's expression, Lin Xiaoshi's eyes changed and she casually chanted. I actually went a little late today. The rest of these buns may be overdue for a while, so he won't eat them if he thinks they don't taste good, right? As it turned out, Bai Xiaoyi's doubt swam away, and this point in time should indeed be when the stalls were about to close. What Bai Xiaoyi doesn't know is that during the time he was asleep, Lin Xiaoshi had been hiding in the stairwell waiting, like a shadow blending into the darkness. Looking at Bai Xiaoyi's appearance, Lin Xiaoxi also had to find something to distract Bai Xiaoyi's attention, so she placed the soy milk in the bag in front of Bai Xiaoyi's eyes. Wants to drink soy milk too. Thank you, Xiaoshi. Bai Xiaoyi was just about to take the soy milk when he realized that Lin Xiaoshi was holding it in her hand with a death grip. Xiao, it looks like the straw just fell down. Yeah, it's okay. I'll just go down and pick it up. Don't. Lin Xiaoshi interrupted. Let me do it. Bai Xiaoyi looked at the bag and tacked straws into a deep thought. Was about to speak suddenly. Hiss. It looks like it should be here. Lina stopped by an alleyway and looked up at a street sign off to the side with the note left by Hong Wanqing. So where exactly is this grocery store? Lina stuck her head out and looked around. Due to the sheer number of stores around, Lina didn't distinguish the exact location of the grocery store. It should be this one. Lin Tiancheng behind him spoke. Lina followed Lin Tiancheng's gaze and really found a relatively unassuming grocery store by an alley. This should be the one. Does Tiancheng want to go in and take a look? Of course. I'll be wherever Nana is. Lina patted Lin Tiancheng's shoulder after hearing this, then beamed as she took the lead and walked in. Jingle bells. The grocery store bell rang, followed by a grandmother coming out of the house. Welcome, may I help you with? The grandmother instantly froze the moment she saw Lina, and the presbyopic glasses she was holding fell to the ground. Xiao. The old grandmother quickly walked up and held Lina's hand and said excitedly, Little Xiao, why did you want to get up and come see Grandmummy? Is there something wrong? Without waiting for Lina to open her mouth, Granny continued. Why did you dye your hair? Xiao, is it because of that kid? I actually think the original look is already pretty. That, Grandma, you may have misunderstood. Misunderstanding? Yes, Grandma, I'm not Xiao. I'm Lina, Lin Xiao's mom. Xiao's mom? Grandmother heard the original smile instantly disappeared and replaced by a face of surprise. And then will be on the ground of the old glasses picked up a closer look and found that the woman in front of you is actually a little bit of a gap with Xiaoshi. How to put it? This yellow-haired Xiaoshi was more mature and sensible, unlike Xiaoshi who was as lively and innocent. Hello, Grandma. Lina assisted her grandmother to sit down on a side chair and then looked at her with tear-filled eyes. Like, too much. This grandmother looks like the one who helped me when I was down and out. You're Xiao's mom? The grandmother asked once more. It seemed that the words of the brightly dressed girl from last time were not wrong. This was Xiao's mother. Yes. Lina was about to wipe her tears with the back of her hand when she suddenly noticed a piece of paper hanging in front of her and looked up to see it was Lin Tiancheng. Lina took the paper and gently nodded her eyes. Thank you, Tiancheng. By the way, where did you get this paper from? Lin Tiancheng looked at the shelves beside him, then at Lina. Lina's favorable opinion of Lin Tiancheng had just changed, and when she saw the scene, she couldn't help but say, You're here to take a sheep by the hand. You're using it without even buying it. No relation, the old granny hurriedly advised. Then picked up the topic. Girl, you are the mother my sister spoke of, right? Yes, Grandma. Lina took out a rattle from her bag. That's what the grandmother who helped me gave me. This works when Xiao is crying. The old grandmother's pupils shrunk her hands and took the rattle, then said with fondness, This is the toy that my sister used to make me laugh when I was crying as a child. I can't imagine that I can still see it. Seeing this, the old grandmother was even more certain of Lina's identity, so she quickly chattered with Lina. Looking at the two people who were talking and laughing, Lin Tiancheng slowly walked out of the grocery store to the alley around the corner and took out a cigarette. Looking at an electric car blocked in the mouth of the alleyway, Lin Tiancheng could not help but frown. What if you blocked the car at such a narrow intersection? What if you block someone? With that, Lin Tiancheng moved the motorized cart to a different position. To this, Bai Xiaoyi secretly gave a nod of approval. Lunchtime had arrived, and after eating, Bai Xiaoyi came down to a large shopping mall at Lin Xiaoshi's suggestion, treating it as a date. Lin Xiaoshi bounced around with Bai Xiaoyi on her arm, humming a relaxing and cheerful tune. It sounds like the rhythm is the theme song for Kidney Ice General. Why are you so happy today? Xiao, is there something wrong? Of course I'm happy. The corners of Lin Xiaoshi's mouth rose slightly. Seeing the changes in the people around me makes me very satisfied then. Changes in the people around you? I get it. It must be Xiao's discovery that her parents have changed to love her so much has caused Xiao herself to develop a strong sense of happiness. And it's simply a loss for the show if I don't really go to Super Brain. Looking at Bai Xiaoyi smiling so happily, Lin Xiaoshi didn't need to think to know that Bai Xiaoyi had gotten sidetracked again. But it was good. If his own Xiaoyi was too smart, it wouldn't be easy to change him. In terms of intelligence, it's still the self-brainstorming emperor Bai Xiaoyi. Let's watch a movie. I've heard that a movie titled My Name has recently come out, right? Why does it sound like a wild beauty? But Bai Xiaoyi still agreed readily. After all, it was not important to watch the movie. What was important was the person who watched the movie. The two men followed to the ticket office. Hello, and welcome to the Furball Grand Theater. Bai Xiaoyi looked at the price of the tickets, then said to the ticket agent, Hello, please bother to give us 2 movie tickets for My Name. Yes, Please wait. The attendant flashed a professional smile before starting to check the machine. Hello sir, the next movie will be shown in another 15 minutes in Studio 1. Please select your seat on the screen. Okay, Bai Xiaoyi immediately chose the middle of the two, so that the viewing effect would undoubtedly be the best. Since it was not a weekend, there were many empty seats, and most of them were visited by students who were on vacation. After paying for the ticket, the waiter said, "Would you like popcorn and a drink or something, sir?" Seeing the popcorn aside, Bai Xiaoyi instantly thought of bad memories and immediately refused. "Thanks, this one will be. Please give us a bucket of popcorn and 2 cokes." Lin Xiaoshi suddenly interrupted. "Okay, Bai Xiaoyi inclined his head to find Lin Xiaoshi looking at himself with a crooked head and blinking rapidly. "Xiao, Yi doesn't eat popcorn, but I do yo. No can do. In case you, again." Before Bai Xiaoyi finished, Lin Xiaoshi stood on her tiptoes and whispered in Bai Xiaoyi's ear. "If Xiaoshi doesn't have any popcorn to eat, she'll have to eat people if she's hungry. Another bucket, please." Bai Xiaoyi startled the waitress scooping popcorn with a cry. "Okay, good. Yi, I thought you said you weren't eating? It's fine. Xiao will eat my bucket if he's not full. Thanks Yi. Yi is so nice." What Bai Xiaoyi didn't expect when the movie started was that Lin Xiaoshi was really just watching the movie. Watching while eating popcorn while staring intently at the big screen. Bai Xiaoyi at this time nervous heart also calmed down. Looks like Xiao really liked the movie. With that, Bai Xiaoyi also dropped his guard and watched the movie with Lin Xiaoshi. Miso. As the credits rolled, the lights in the studio gradually came on and most people stood up and left the venue. Bai Xiaoyi wanted to tell Lin Xiaoshi to leave, but he realized that Lin Xiaoshi was still gazing at the screen as if she couldn't get enough of it. "What's wrong? Something bothering you? Little E, since you've come to the world I'm in, then will I go to Yi's world in the future? What are you thinking about?" Bai Xiaoyi pinched Lin Xiaoshi's smooth and tender face. "Regardless of whether I go or not, am I not right in front of you nowadays? Aren't I still myself?" Hearing this, Lin Xiaoxi's eyes lit up as if the knot in her heart was untied, stretching out her hand to cover the back of Bai Xiaoyi's hand with a crooked eye and said, "Right, as long as it's Xiaoyi, it's enough. The movie's over too, so let's get out of here too." Bai Xiaoyi just stood up but was pulled down by Lin Xiaoxi, who looked around and found no one there and handed Bai Xiaoyi the popcorn. "What are you doing, Xiao? He hasn't eaten any popcorn since the beginning. It's always been me." Lin Xiaoshi beamed. "At least you ate some. I'm not very hungry right now." "Gu," said Lin Xiaoshi as she grabbed a handful of popcorn and stuffed it into her mouth confused. "Spicy save the oilcloth got mud to mess with." "Xiaoshi, what do you mean who told E to buy 2 buckets of popcorn de? This is all your fault yo," said Lin Xiaoshi grabbed another handful of. This time, Bai Xiaoyi secretly vowed that he would never touch popcorn again. When Lin Tianchang was about to walk back to the grocery store, a call came in. "What is it, Mr. Lin? The brothers have found it. May I ask what exactly is going on? I want you in a few days." At this point Lena was still in the grocery store talking to her grandmother. "Thank you, guys, for still coming to spend time with me." An old lady. "What are you talking about, Grandma? You are a great benefactor to our family." That said, "Grandma, do you really don't need a change of scenery? Thank you for your kindness, my wife. I originally opened this store for my deceased partner. Renovation and other things do not bother you. The original appearance to let me always think of him. Alright then, Grandma, if you have anything you must talk to me said Lena as she took out a note. "Here's my contact info. Just leave it, Grandma." Well, you're all good people nah. It's getting late then. Grandma will leave first. I'll come back later da. Okay girl, you're always welcome here. After watching Lena leave, the grandmother also revealed a kind smile. "Sister, you can rest assured that the mother and son you helped back then are now reunited." Thinking of this, the grandmother was about to fill the lack of the paper that Lin Tianchang had taken from the shelf just now when she realized that a card had appeared in the empty space. Picking it up, I found it was a black and gold card with a note taped to it. "Thank you, Grandma, and your family for helping my wife and child. I hope you'll accept this small gift. The password is 66. The grandmother picked up the card after reading it and rushed to the door. But where was Lena and Lin Tianchang at the door? "You people," the old granny shook her head helplessly. And with that, she paced into the store. "Tianchang, what were you doing out there just now?" "On the way," Lena asked curiously. "Nothing, just going out for some air." Stare. Lena narrowed her eyes as if she wanted to see through Lin Tianchang. "Is there something you're hiding from me, Tianchang? How? Nana, are you doubting me?" Lin Tianchang took Lena's wrist and pulled her into his arms. "Or do you care about me, Nana? There's someone." Lena gently pinched Lin Tianchang then shyly ran out. One of Lin Tianchang's gazes looked towards the passerby, and the passerby who stopped by the side shivered and hurriedly walked away. Whoa, whoa, whoa. As the roll-up door closed, the grandmother locked the store and then slowly left the road with a small bag on her back. It was the 10th hour of the lunch break, and a group of children were playing in the corridor of the orphanage. Knock, knock, knock. Whoack. A young child's voice came through the door. Hello kids, can I trouble you for your Dean? Granny Dean? I know. When he said that he heard a popping and running sound from behind the door. At this time Dean was telling a story to another group of children. Once upon a time there was a girl from far away who was beautiful, with blue eyes and shining golden hair that made the princes of many countries fall in love with her. Without waiting for the Dean to finish, a little child raised his little hand and asked, Granny Dean, aren't our eyes and hair black? No. Oh, there are many people in this world who look different from us, but in the end, we are always one in this world, yo. So it is. Would love to make friends with them. Blue eyes. So pretty, wow. The children around them nodded one after another. Just then a little boy with a round head and arms swinging ran up to him. Mother Superior. What's wrong, Ox? Aren't you in the hallway playing with the other little ones? Ox blinked and pointed to the orphanage door. Outside the door, someone. I see. Ox is doing well, yo. Granny Dean stroked the little one's head before closing the book and heading down the hallway to the front door. As soon as the door opened he saw a grandmother of his own age appear in front of him. Hello, who are you looking for? You're the director of the orphanage, aren't you? It's me. And you are? Said the grandmother, taking out a black and gold card from her pocket and handing it to the Dean. This is a small token of our appreciation, and we hope that you can make things better for the children in the institution. Hey, the Dean's granny didn't react for a moment. By all rights, shouldn't there usually be a lot of people who come to do good deeds? How come today it's an ordinary old granny? And it was in the form of a card. I'll leave if there's nothing else. The grandmother waved her hand toward the Dean. Wait. Dean pulled the grandmother back. At least you have to tell me the name. Names? There are 4 of them in all. And they're called. After the grandmother left, the Dean looked at the 4 names on the notebook, secretly memorizing them in her mind, when suddenly one of the names caught her attention. Lin Xiaoshur. Lin Xiaoshur. The grandmother repeated the name thoughtfully, then came to a realization. Isn't this the same girl who came to the yard a while back? I can't imagine that she would. The Dean carefully collected the card and then walked over to the old Dean's grave. Old Dean, do you see? The kid you once hated the most is the only one who ever came to the orphanage and offered help. And which of your own proudly beloved children have come to visit you? How ironic. With that said, the grandmother turned around and slowly left the cemetery. Who? Lin Xiaoshur blew on the roasted meat in her hand, then handed it to Bai Xiaoyi's mouth. Eat meat. I don't need to. Xiao, you eat. Without waiting for Bai Xiaoyi to finish, Lin Xiaoshur stuffed the roasted meat into Bai Xiaoyi's mouth. Is it good? Yi? Bai Xiaoyi gave a thumbs up. Yummy. Ah ha ha. Lin Xiaoshur saw this before taking a bite full of joy. Good times. The yummy yakitori is really good. Watching Lin Xiaoshur eat with gusto, Bai Xiaoyi also smiled along with him. And in the days to come he hoped to be happy with Xiaoshur every day. When the 2 of them had just walked to the door of the apartment, they realized that Lina and Lin Tianchang were standing in the doorway. Xiao. Lina raised her hand and waved as soon as she saw Lin Xiaoshur. Tisk. Lin Xiaoshur bounced into Lina's arms with a smile on her face. Mom. Lina touched Lin Xiaoshur's head. Did Xiaoshur go out with Yi? Yes, de. I went to the movies with Yi. That's nice. Mom, are you coming over today for something? What? Nothing's wrong, so I can't come see my baby girl. Lina rubbed Lin Xiaoshur's cheeks. Or is it that my daughter hates it when no one bothers her to get tired of being with Yi every day? Well, no la. Lin Xiaoshur reddened her face and shyly lowered her head. He. No kidding, Lina said as she let go. Does Xiao want to join us tomorrow to have some fun around Rongcheng? It's possible that I'll be going back to the Eagle Kingdom in a few days. Mommy's leaving? Won't you stay with Xiao? Mom and Dad have some business to take care of over in Eagle Land. I'll be back when it's done. Okay, ba. Lin Xiaoshur beamed a sad look. So does Xiao want to go out with Mommy tomorrow? Good. Lin Xiaoshur ran over to Bai Xiaoyi and wrapped her arms around him. Yi should come along too. Of course. Lina nodded. This if she didn't let Bai Xiaoyi go, then her own daughter might do something. Then it's a deal. Xiao, you guys get ready. Mom will be waiting for you downstairs in the morning. Okay, bye Mom. Lin Tianchang glanced at Bai Xiaoyi again on his way out. The show was about to begin. After sending Lina away, the smile raised at the corner of Lin Xiaoshur's mouth gradually dissipated, and she turned around to wrap Bai Xiaoyi in her arms and walked into the apartment. Is it finally time to go? I've had to distract myself from you guys every day, so I haven't been able to eat much of Yi lately. During the elevator's ascent, Bai Xiaoyi noticed that Lin Xiaoshur was burying her head and her body was constantly trembling. Is Xiao crying? That's right. After all, her mom will be leaving in a few days. Anyone would be sad, right? Bai Xiaoyi took Lin Xiaoshi's shoulder and patted it gently. It's okay, Xiaoshi. There's still me. Lin Xiaoshi raised her head and said in a softly puzzled voice, but instantly realized that Bai Xiaoyi had misinterpreted her own mind. And so she jumped into Bai Xiaoyi's arms in a flash. Oing oing literally I can't bear to part with my mom. Goo hee hee. Yee's flavor. It's okay. In the future we'll go to Eagle Country as soon as we can. Okay? Yee you're so nice. Fool. If I'm not nice to you then who am I nice to? As the elevator doors slowly opened, the two men came to the door in response. Jingle bells. Bai Xiaoyi was about to pull the key out of his pocket, when suddenly two hands wrapped around his shoulders as well as around his waist. Xiaoshi, what are you doing? How can you ask me to open the door like this? Lin Xiaoshi leaned against Bai Xiaoyi's back with enjoyment, blocking out Bai Xiaoyi's earlier words. Ka chow. Bai Xiaoyi opened the door with difficulty, then carried Lin Xiaoshi on his back and walked into the home. Sticker. Lin Xiaoshi opened her hands and pressed Bai Xiaoyi's head down a bit. A darkness enveloped Bai Xiaoyi, followed by an aroma that hit his nostrils. If I was given 3 seconds of light, I'd rather not have it. Because of the see-no-see, Bai Xiaoyi tried to follow Lin Xiaoshi's body to pick her up, but now it's like a blind man feeling an elephant and can't find the slightest clue. Here's, boing. Lin Xiaoshi's head tilted up and closed her eyes, suddenly wrapping her arms around Bai Xiaoyi's head a little tighter. Well, wait Xiao, I can't breathe. People say that when a person falls into water, he will have a violent struggle. Therefore, he will desperately grab what he can. Just like that, one desperately grabbed, one desperately hugged. After not long Bai Xiaoyi's two hands hitched, completely immobile. This book is finished. Ha hoo hoo. Lin Xiaoshi's half slightly open mouth continuously exhaled hot mist, and a transparent light appeared on her upper and lower jaws. Lin Xiaoshi adjusted her emotions and looked down, realizing that Bai Xiaoyi had long since fallen asleep peacefully at some point. Are you alright? Lin Xiaoshi grabbed Bai Xiaoyi's shoulder and shook it back and forth. Could look like it was in a short-lived oxygen-deprived coma. Probed Bai Xiaoyi's nostrils are still in Lin Xiaoxi. This is a breath of relief. And then back Bai Xiaoyi placed on the bed. Was about to go forward to take a bath, suddenly turned back to look at Bai Xiaoyi. Why don't you wash it later? Lin Xiaoshi licked her lips and narrowed her eyes, coming to Bai Xiaoyi's front and reaching out her hand to gently rest it on Bai Xiaoyi's face. My dear sleeping boy, your Princess Xiao has come to rescue you. The scene shifts and the program is showing a highly entertaining activity. The event consisted of guests riding on a violently shaking toy bull to see who could hold on the longest. Bai Xiaoyi had a dream. In his dream he was lying on the soft sandy beach, feeling the daylight. The summer beach is so soothing. Suddenly a huge black shadow blocked out the daylight, and opening his eyes he realized it was a huge octopus that had appeared in the sea. Bai Xiaoyi sat up in horror as the tourists around him took steps to run away from the beach. What a monster this is! As he watched the teeth and claws of the octopus keep crawling towards him, Bai Xiaoyi's heart stopped beating for a split second. Run! Must run! Bai Xiaoyi stood up trembling, but no matter what, his feet felt as if they had been glued together and he couldn't make any effort. What's going on? Just then a tentacle swiftly swept across the beach, firmly tethering Bai Xiaoyi's ankle. Bai Xiaoyi exclaimed in shock immediately after being pulled down to the ground by the tentacles. It's broken. It's hard to believe that Bai Xiaoyi, will be buried here today. Before Bai Xiaoyi could react, the tentacles wrapped around Bai Xiaoyi's waist along his ankles, circle after circle, until it made it impossible for Bai Xiaoyi to send out any force. Ahem. I don't want to die yet. But the terrible scene did not appear in front of Bai Xiaoyi. A strange sense of oppression swept through the whole body, but Bai Xiaoyi did not have any difficult discomfort. Instead, there was a feeling of relaxation and excitement. What's going on here? Bai Xiaoyi opened his eyes in a daze, and the originally huge octopus gradually turned into a familiar silhouette. Yikes! You're awake, octopus. Nope. Little Xiao. After seeing the person in front of him, Bai Xiaoyi screamed out in surprise. Lin Xiaoshi tilted her head with a red face, her hair hanging down from behind her head like a hazy black veil. So it's a nightmare. Bai Xiaoyi took a breath of relief, but the strange feeling still hadn't dissipated, and when Bai Xiaoyi lowered his head to take a look, instantly his eyes widened. Tiny Xiao. What are you doing? Be quiet. Lin Xiaoshi flung herself into Bai Xiaoyi's arms, and then kissed Bai Xiaoyi with a single mouthful. Patter. Bai Xiaoyi now finally knew the reason why he had dreamed of octopuses, and the reason was that octopuses had suction cups in their tentacles. Wow, the zombies in this anime are so real. Bai Ling clapped her small hands in awe. This low growl, and this grimace look all so scary. Wang Hu couldn't help but shake his head as he looked at the zombie's appearance. Dave would probably have replaced the plant with a firearm long ago if he saw you commenting like that. Dave? Who is he? Just a botanist. Wow. Hoo. Lin Xiaoshi lay on her back end by Xiaoyi's arms and squinted lazily. Ha Xiao. In the future, can you stop being so scary, please? I had nightmares just now. He. Lin Xiaoshi's head arched towards Bai Xiaoyi's neck again, then gently nudged it with her lips. I'm sorry, Xiao was actually using first aid just now. First aid? Right, suddenly fainted before. As the person in charge of I of course have the responsibility to revive the unconscious Yua. Moreover, the medical techniques I used were extremely high-end, and ordinary people wouldn't be able to do it. Is this a serious nonsense you are talking? That said, there's no such thing as treatment like yours. The patient will die suddenly. Looking at Bai Xiaoyi's stunned expression, Lin Xiaoshi also thoughtfully added, don't worry, patient Xiaoyi. I'll only use this treatment technique on you alone. It's a little exciting to think about. Yuck, is that what I care about? Bai Xiaoyi shouted. Lin Xiaoshi cocked her head, then reached out and pointed her finger towards the side of the bed. Do you think I'll forget about this just because you're like this? Bai Xiaoyi looked in the direction of Lin Xiaoshi's finger only to see a set of white nurse's uniform as well as a pair of white stockings hiking on the side of the bed. Lin Xiaoshi said with a feigned pity. Well then, since the patient doesn't agree, then I can only respect the patient's choice. In a flash, Bai Xiaoyi pressed a pair of hands on Lin Xiaoshi's shoulders. Sister nurse, the treatment I just had, I don't think a course of treatment can completely cure me. I still hope that the White Angel sister can help me beat the disease. Can. But since you said you don't like this kind of therapy patients, I can't force you. Bai Xiaoyi pretended to be in pain and rolled on the bed. Damn it. The disease has invaded my body and it is eating away at me step by step. It hurts. It hurts too much. Angel sister, please save the child. Look at the white small easy wriggling body at the same time and reach out to the war clothes difficult to hand to the hands of Lin Xiaoxi. None of them do not let a person touched. This standing will not fall in that strong body. Enough to write a touching article. The title is called, I Will Beat the Disease in My Body. After the fight. Looking at the patient by Xiaoyi's eagerness to survive in his eyes, Rao Lin Xiaoxi couldn't hold back and secretly covered his mouth and laughed. Sister Angel, don't just smile. People are already transforming and fighting monsters at critical moments. You can't spoil the fun for the group. Alright. Lin Xiaoshi's eyes gradually became mesmerized. Her light blue eyes gradually turned pink, and her innocent appearance just now instantly became flirtatious. I will resuscitate my patient now. Start the surgery now. Patients with serious injuries require fast and effective treatment, which is not to be taken lightly. The patient's heartbeat is now stable and he is ready for wound cleaning. Excessive foreign matter in the wound requires alcohol sterilization. Cold sweat gradually seeped out of Nurse Lin's forehead, then she found a hair rope from the side and coiled her loose hair up. Now for alcohol sterilization. The patient's heart beats faster due to the pain. Anesthetics are rapidly administered. Anesthesia has been ingested, but the patient's heartbeat still hasn't calmed down. Continue to sterilize. After working tirelessly, the group finally saw success. The foreign body has been expelled and the wound can be closed. Just after the wound was completely closed, and it was thought that this operation would be a complete success, an alarm suddenly went off to the side. Shit, the patient's heart rate is too fast. He'll go into shock at this rate. Luckily, our experienced nurse Lin came on the scene herself in time to hold down the trembling patient. Quickly, take advantage of this time to make a quick rescue. No way. The patient is too unstable. If this continues, drip. With a long drip from the heartbeat machine, Nurse Lin's heart was in her throat. Tick-tock, tick-tock. Suddenly, a miraculous scene occurred. The patient's life was finally saved. Great. The patient only suffocated briefly and is now finally safe. Lin Xiaoshi stroked Bai Xiaoyi's pale face and said gently, don't worry, patient. You're already safe. Bai Xiaoyi's trembling hand touched the silky white I think I can still salvage it. But patient, you've only been resuscitated now, and your body still needs to recover slowly. Recovery? Bai Xiaoyi gritted his teeth. You wait, said the original dying patient Bai Xiaoyi. At this time, as if returning to the light in the eyes of Lin Xiaoshi, walked out with a resounding step. When I came back, I still had a bag of little red flowers in my hand. Before Lin Xiaoshi could react, Bai Xiaoyi grabbed a handful of little red flowers and stuffed them into his mouth, chewing on them. Sister nurse, will you look at it now? Does it still need resuscitation? Lin Xiaoshi's white teeth gently bit her finger and adjusted her sitting position into a duck sit, then patted the bedsheet in front of her knees. This has to be checked by me first. This patient, please get ready. Okay. Tough luck, nurse sister. Bai Xiaoyi jumped onto the bed in an instant, immediately followed by placing his head on his lap, revealing a look of enjoyment. Wow. Is this the legendary Xiao 11 pillow? Patient, please get ready. I'm going to start the treatment. Bai Xiaoyi listened and folded his hands in front of his belly. but then felt that it was not particularly satisfactory, so he pulled out a hand and raised it above his head. It wasn't until he felt the soft and silky sensation that Bai Xiaoyi couldn't wait to speak. I'm ready. Good. Lin Xiaoshi stretched out her 2 index fingers and placed them on either side of Bai Xiaoyi's temples respectively, followed by gently exerting force to form a circle around them. Bai Xiaoyi first opened his eyes in surprise. Then he saw that Lin Xiaoshi's eyes were filled with tenderness. He should be tired lately. So how about a nice relaxing day? Xiao. Thank you. Alright, hurry up and close your eyes. Afterward, through Lin Xiaoshi's relaxing massage, Bai Xiaoyi's usual fatigue accumulated in his body was gradually released. After massaging the solar plexus, Lin Xiaoshi changed the point to the 4 white points. With the passage of time, Bai Xiaoyi gradually fell asleep in the comfortable massage in the past. Hoo. Looking at Bai Xiaoyi, who was breathing evenly by his knees, Lin Xiaoshi also stopped moving. Just rest and rest today. This look will damage your body if you continue like this. Lin Xiaoshi gradually leaned down and kissed Bai Xiaoyi's face and murmured, Xiaoshi and Xiaoyi's days are still long. In the future, what Xiaoyi wants to see, Xiaoshi will follow you, said Lin Xiaoshi, holding Bai Xiaoyi's head and moving it to the pillow and covering it with the quilt. Just like this, Lin Xiaoxi inclined her head to look at the moon outside the window immediately after walking into the bathroom. Wow. The water from the shower sprinkled down on Lin Tiancheng's back while Lin Tiancheng seemed to be thinking about something with his eyes closed. After this period of time of understanding and contact with Bai Xiaoyi, Lin Tiancheng did not find any problems with Bai Xiaoyi. But the most puzzling thing about himself is that since this is the case, why Bai Xiaoyi's behavior before is seriously inconsistent with what he is doing now. Could a person's character change that much in an instant? Coupled with his own daughter's character, she must have a great understanding of Bai Xiaoyi. But she hadn't reacted in any way. This was also the point that made Lin Tiancheng feel strange. Wouldn't it stand to reason that my daughter shouldn't think it's an anomaly? Or did she lose her mind when she fell in love? After taking a shower, Lin Tiancheng stood on the rooftop and fumed as a warm breeze hit him, blowing droplets of water from his wet hair onto the back of his hand. Why don't you go blow dry your hair? A bathrobe was draped over Lin Tiancheng's back, followed by Lina's voice. Just thinking about things. What are you thinking about so intensely? Why don't you tell me? Lina took a bath towel and wiped the water droplets on Lin Tiancheng's back. It had to be said that Lin Tiancheng's body was still quite good for his age. The well-defined abs and strong muscles spared Lina blushing when she saw them. Nothing, just something that came to mind. Lin Tiancheng did not tell Lina about his idea because he felt that Lina would definitely try her best to dissuade him from his plan if she knew about it. Looking at Lina, who was full of smiles and thoughtfulness and gentleness, Lin Tiancheng also raised the corners of his mouth, and with one last squat he picked Lina up across the room. Yikes! Lina fearfully wrapped her arms around Lin Tiancheng's neck, followed by her 2 little feet fluttering back and forth in the air. Tiancheng, you let go of me. Not at all. Lin Tiancheng carried Lina into the room and held her firmly in his arms even until he got on the bed. Never. Tiancheng. Your hair hasn't been blown dry yet, you'll catch a cold that way. Lina used a bath towel to wipe Lin Tiancheng's hair back and forth, which warmed Lin Tiancheng's heart. Tiancheng, you lower your head a bit. I can barely reach your head. Silly white sweet. Lina is still painstakingly drying the water droplets, unaware that Lin Tiancheng has already changed his appearance. Suddenly Lina felt a lightness in her body. Somehow Lin Tiancheng had sat up. Tiancheng? Lin Tiancheng touched Lina's face obsessively. Nana, now let me rub your hair too. But my hair doesn't. I'm back. Lin Xiaoshi wore one of Bai Xiaoyi's white shirts, then climbed onto the bed with her toes in her mind and squeezed into Bai Xiaoyi's arms as per her usual habit. Looking at Bai Xiaoyi's sleeping appearance, Lin Xiaoshi narrowed her eyes and smiled happily. Then suddenly her light blue eyes gradually turned red. Thinking back to the meeting with Lin Tiancheng in the afternoon, Lin Xiaoshi secretly realized that Lin Tiancheng was looking at her with a scrutinizing gaze, as if she had some kind of premeditation. I advise you to put away those little thoughts of yours. There is a saying that well water does not offend river water. If you do anything hateful to my I'll return the favor. Okay. Lin Xiaoshi gradually returned to normal, gazing at the sleeping Bai Xiaoyi as if intoxicated. It's time to enjoy. Can't afford to get distracted. What Bai Xiaoyi doesn't know is that whenever he falls asleep, Lin Xiaoshi will look at his sleeping face and stare at it for so many half an hour before he goes to sleep. I don't know how long it took, but Lin Xiaoshi suddenly came closer and kissed Bai Xiaoyi's side before closing his eyes in satisfaction. As a matter of fact, I can't get tired of looking at Yi no matter what, but I'm really looking forward to seeing Yi's face in Yi's world, because that's the most real and intuitive face. Yi, I'll be with you for the rest of your life. Stay with you forever. When Lin Xiaoshi was completely asleep, the red jade on the 2 of their necks suddenly lit up for a moment, followed by a rapid dimming. At the dawn of the day, a group of people in Western clothes arrived in a mountain field. just standing at the peak of the mountain and looking down. A lush green meadow appeared in front of his eyes. This is a good place, with a wide view and a hidden road. The black-robed man in the lead removed his high bowler hat and placed it on a rock to the side. Brothers, let's hide here and wait for General Lin to come over. Is everyone clear on this mission? Understood. The rest nodded in response. Keep in mind that we're playing as the Clintons. Don't ever misrepresent yourself. Also, Mr. Lin said to never hurt the target. Just simply control it. Don't worry, boss. We have our measure, said a black-clothed man who took out a small knife from his pants pocket, licked the tip and said, "This pocket knife of mine is stained with poison, yo. How about it, boss? I'm sure that kid will be scared out of his wits based on my superb acting skills alone." The man at the head dusted off his body, then slowly walked up to the man and reached out his hand to solemnly pat the man's shoulder. "I now have a most important task entrusted to you. Can you accomplish it? Wow. I can't imagine that I, Wang Wu, will be on my way to the top today," the man named Wang Wu said excitedly. "Boss, you can just explain. I'll definitely complete the task." "Good." The man in charge took out $500 from his pocket and handed it to Wang Wu. "What are you doing, boss? The neurologist is probably almost at work by now, so you should hurry and get checked out now." Wang Wu trembled when he heard it. Undulating back and forth on his chest seemed to be stimulated by something, and suddenly shouted, "Thank you, boss, for thinking about my body in your busy schedule. Wang Wu, I can't thank you enough. It's okay, I'll give you the day off today. Go get checked out and checked out." "I understand." Wang Wu wiped his tears and glanced lingeringly at the man in charge before descending the mountain. Phew, the man in the lead breathed a sigh of relief after seeing Wang Wu leave. Wouldn't this guy make a mess if he stayed? "Let's take a break and wait for Mr. Lin's instructions." "Yes," the crowd answered. Well, Lin Xiaoshi rubbed her eyes and awoke from the bed. Then she saw Bai Xiaoyi staring at her with unblinking eyes. "Good morning, Yui." Bai Xiaoyi smiled gently and kissed Lin Xiaoshi on her forehead. "Good morning, time to get up and eat breakfast." "Good. Then Xiao will go ahead and clean up, and I'll make a little light meal." After saying that, Bai Xiaoyi got up and headed to the kitchen to make breakfast. For breakfast, the main focus is on nutrition. An omelette with 2 slices of bread and a glass of milk is the most standard indicator. Lin Xiaoshi had just come out of the bathroom. Bai Xiaoyi had already visited breakfast on the table. Lin Xiaoshi stepped on her slippers and made a did sound on the floor and jumped into Bai Xiaoyi's arms. Already washed up? Then go eat quickly. I guess Auntie and the others are coming." "I know." Lin Xiaoshi smiled after sniffing Bai Xiaoyi's scent. "Xiaoyi, quickly go wash up." "Good." Bai Xiaoyi tied off the apron around his waist before heading to the bathroom. Only after Bai Xiaoyi's figure disappeared did Lin Xiaoshi open Bai Xiaoyi's portion of the bread and took a packet of wolfberries from somewhere and secretly sprinkled it in. Looking at the stuffed goji berry bread, Lin Xiaoshi nodded. "Now that's a nutritious meal." Saying that, he ate his share of breakfast in 3 tries, followed by holding his chin quietly waiting for Bai Xiaoyi's arrival. Looking at Lin Xiaoshi's face with an expectant expression, Bai Xiaoyi felt that there was a hint of something wrong, until he sat down and saw the bread. After Bai Xiaoyi fell into a deep thought. "This bread? It's just that I'm used to it. It's better than beef." Bai Xiaoyi naturally picked up the bread and ate it without a care in the world, and from the corners of Lin Xiaoshi's raised mouth one could see that she seemed very happy. Goo-ha! Due to eating too quickly, Bai Xiaoyi felt that the bread was getting stuck at his esophagus and slowly sliding down, which made his chest stuffy. Seemingly seeing Bai Xiaoyi's discomfort, Lin Xiaoxi hurriedly picked up the milk next to him and handed it to Bai Xiaoyi's mouth. "Xiaoyi, quickly drink something and swallow it." At the same time, Lin Xiaoxi reached out and placed her hand on Bai Xiaoyi's back, gently stroking it back and forth. "Well, ha!" Bai Xiaoyi sighed out. "I can finally swallow it. Thank you, Xiaoxi." Before he finished speaking, Bai Xiaoyi saw Lin Xiaoxi looking at himself with tears in her eyes. Do you know how worried I was about you? You scared me to death just now." "Yeah, I'm sorry. I ate too fast. Don't do this again in the future." Lin Xiaoxi leaned into Bai Xiaoyi's arms, trembling slightly. "I don't want anything to happen to Xiaoyi again." Bai Xiaoyi didn't say anything, just quietly embraced Lin Xiaoxi and placed his head on top of Lin Xiaoxi's head. After a while, Lin Xiaoxi's trembling body slowly stopped, seemingly calming the nervousness she had just felt. "Is Xiao better? Well, I'll take care of that in the future. Hufi says that every time, and it doesn't go wrong every time." Alright, it's been nothing but so long. Xiao should always trust me. How can I not believe you? Lin Xiaoxi stroked Bai Xiaoyi's face and said seriously, "In this world, you're the only one I trust." The words just fell. Bai Xiaoyi slowly put his head up. "Xiao, I love you." Well, downstairs in the apartment, Lena threw the plastic bag into the trash can next to her as she ate the last bite of the bun. "Tian Cheng, the buns made here taste pretty good." Lin Tian Cheng nodded. "Has Nana had enough to eat yet? I have more here." I'm full. Lena wiped her mouth, was about to throw the paper in her hand away, but Lin Tiancheng grabbed it. Tiancheng, you want paper? I still have it here. Why use me? I call this economizing. Lin Tiancheng elegantly wiped his mouth and said, all day long you're just going to molest me. Lena turned her head aside with a red face. Speaking of which, why haven't Xiao and the others come down yet? They should be here by now. Exactly the moment Lena finished speaking, the apartment door burst open. Immediately afterward, he saw Bai Xiaoyi holding Lin Xiaoshi's hand and walking out from it. Good morning, auntie uncle. Bai Xiaoyi greeted politely. Good morning, kid. Lena finished saying that suddenly a reverse turn topped Lin Tiancheng, who was posing with a stinky face on the side. Good morning, Lin Tiancheng said with extreme reluctance and left first. Lena threw a wink at Lin Tiancheng, then pulled Lin Xiaoshi's hand. He's just like that. Regardless of him, let's go. Mom, where are we going to play ACA? Lena held out her index finger in a mysterious manner. I've specially found a perfect camping spot around here, and it's surrounded by a great environment. I'm sure it will be a perfect trip. Mommy is so awesome. Lin Xiaoshi clapped her hands, showing a look of delight. How is my daughter so cute? Lena held Lin Xiaoshi in her arms and kept rubbing her face against Lin Xiaoshi. Bai Xiaoyi on the side laughed out at the situation and spoke softly. Xiaoshi has also gradually become lively and cheerful. The crowd had just walked down the street when they noticed a dark black SUV parked on the curb. Here we are. Lena stroked Lin Xiaoshi's head and then opened the backseat door. Today, Tiancheng and I have come prepared. The camping supplies are all in the trunk of the car. So Xiaoshi, get in the car. Lin Xiaoshi pursed her lips and looked back, quickly walking over to Bai Xiaoyi and holding his hand. Lena didn't say anything when she saw this, just greeted Bai Xiaoyi and came over. Tell you what, how about Yi and Xiao in the back seat? Lin Xiaoshi nodded. Then get in the car quickly. Lena followed suit when she saw Lin Tiancheng sitting in the driver's seat long ago. Bai Xiaoyi was about to open the car door when suddenly Lin Xiaoshi pulled himself up. Xiao, he can be accompanied by me, yo. While Xiaoshi is so scared to say. Scared? There's something else that Xiao is afraid of? I think it's bugs or something. Don't worry, alright? I'll protect Xiao. Aha. Seeing everyone getting into the car, Lin Tiancheng, who was the driver, stepped on the gas with a deep breath. The road was boring, so Lena turned on the car music to play more casual songs. Sure, Ori, there's still a little while to go before our destination. If you're sleepy, you can lean against E and sleep for a while. Oh, Lena skimmed her head and said. Unbeknownst to her, her eyes secretly moved to the rearview mirror. Okay, Mom, said Lin Xiaoshi as she yawned, pretending to be sleepy, and leaned on by Xiaoyi's shoulder. Yi, can you let me sleep for a while? It's not a teenage girl. There's an ambiguity in your sentence. Looking at the back of Lin Tiancheng's hand with veins rising, Bai Xiaoyi took Lin Xiaoshi's shoulder and spoke. Xiaoshi, stop talking and rest quickly. The corners of Lena's mouth quirked up at the loving pair in the rearview mirror. The scenery around him kept skimming by, and Bai Xiaoyi stared blankly out the window with his chin in his hand. The sun was rising as the buggy reached its destination. Here it is. Lin Tiancheng turned off the fire and pulled the key off, then turned his gaze to the top of the mountain in the distance. Wow, it's so beautiful. Looking at the way the grass was whipped by the mighty wind, Lena got out of the car and ran joyfully through the grass with open arms. Buzz. Just then Lin Tiancheng's cell phone vibrated a few times and then went silent. Brothers, Mr. Lin has arrived. The operation has begun. The man at the head of the group put his bowler hat back on, and his square-jawed appearance suddenly turned menacing. The group also packed up their props and walked to the top of the hill. Brothers, let me make it clear once again. We are only playing for effect. Remember not to harm the target too, or what awaits us will be the wrath of Mr. Lin. The rest of them nodded and took out binoculars from their belts to quietly watch every move down the hill. When he saw that he had reached his destination, Bai Xiaoyi was about to wake up the sleeping Lin Xiaoshi, but before he could open his mouth, Lin Xiaoshi swished his eyes open. Are we there yet? Yes, it should be right here. As far as the eye can see, a piece of lush green grass into the eyes, followed by flowers of different colors around the grass. Looks like a wonderland, generally gorgeous. Does it look good, Xiaoshi? Bai Xiaoyi smiled as he looked at the dull-eyed Lin Xiaoshi. Good looking. Lin Xiaoshi's slightly open little mouth seemed to be mesmerized by the sight in front of her, her face full of outwardness and anticipation. So what's the wait? Bai Xiaoyi pushed open the car door and took the lead to get out of the car, pretending to be a gentleman, and extended his hand towards Lin Xiaoshi. May I ask this beautiful young lady if she would like to spend the rest of her life with me? Xiaoyi. Lin Xiaoshi's eyes were filled with autumn water as she slowly put her hand on Bai Xiaoyi's palm. I'm willing. For the rest of my life, please. It's not just the rest of my life. Lin Xiaoshi got out of the car and took the initiative to tiptoe up and stick up. And the future. Then please teach me more in the future? Not just in the future, but forever. The sunlight shines on the two in the shiny grass. The surrounding flowers seem to be a little more colorful. A mountain wind blowing while Lin Xiaoshu's white dress blowing swinging away as if all the things are acting as a stage for the two. Tiancheng. Lina stood not far away quietly watching everything leaning next to Lin Tiancheng's shoulder. Shirori will definitely be a very happy girl in the future, right? Lin Tiancheng didn't say anything, just watched by Xiaoyi's expression. It was so natural, as if there was no leakage at all. Am I really being paranoid? It's just a matter of whether it's true or not, depends on your attitude at the back. Let's go, Nana. Lin Tiancheng held Lina's hand. We should go pitch our tents. Aren't we going to spend the night on the side of the mountain tonight? Well, by the way, did you only bring one quilt with you? Tiancheng. Lina stared intently at Lin Tiancheng as if she had discovered something. Isn't it all one bed? Not at all. I obviously re-emphasized so many times when I put things away. You did it on purpose. And what can you do about it, please, Nana? Lin Tiancheng picked his mouth and smiled in a pretense of amusement. You, humph. Lina huffed and stomped her foot, then walked in Lin Xiaoshu's direction without looking back. After much effort on the part of the crowd, the two tents were finally pitched near the base of the more open hill. Phew, Bai Xiaoyi stretched out his arm to wipe the sweat from his forehead. This tent is not difficult. I do not know how the old king's tent's strange shape. He worked hard. Lin Xiaoshu walked over with a bottle of cool water in her arms and immediately handed it to Bai Xiaoyi's hand. Thank you, Xiaoshu. Bai Xiaoyi had just twisted off the cap of the bottle when he realized that Lin Tiancheng was staring at him dead in the face. And when he looked around, although his and Lina's tents were also set up, Lina was sitting in the middle of the lawn sniffing at the aroma of the flowers. Seeing this, Bai Xiaoyi threw a smug look at Lin Tiancheng. What are you looking at? My Shur gave it to me. You can't envy it. Ka chow. Lin Tiancheng broke the bracket supporting the tent in his hand into two pieces. Boy, I hope you're still laughing later. Ding, ding. Lin Tiancheng drove the last stake nail into the ground, and the entire tent was finally supported. Lina, who was on the side, also patted the hem of her skirt and deliberately walked towards Lin Tiancheng with her hands behind her back. Nana, you're having fun. Lin Tiancheng said coldly with his hands on his shoulders. He. Because the scenery here is so beautiful I didn't break for a while. Lina walked slowly to Lin Tiancheng to bring out the things hidden behind her. Only a wreath of flowers and plants linked together appeared in Lina's hand. This is a gift I made up for Tiancheng. How about it? Do you like it? With that, Lin Tiancheng's party's resentment dissipated in this instant, and he turned his head down slightly to gesture for Lina to put it on for him. Thank you, Nana. A rare smile appeared on Lin Tiancheng's ice-cold face before he pulled Lina in his arms and looked triumphantly at Bai Xiaoyi. Who knows when Bai Xiaoyi has been lying in the picnic cloth on the grass, and even more outrageous is under their own eyes even lying in the daughter's lap. Change of plans. Eliminate the target. Nana, it's time for us to eat. Go get Xiao over here too. Lin Tiancheng calmed himself down and patted Lina's back and said, Yeah. Lina nodded, then walked towards Lin Xiaoshu. Sure, Ori. Is this really good? Your parents are beside you. Bai Xiaoyi could clearly feel a cold and piercing killing intent coming at him just now. But Lin Xiaoshu's hands had long since fixed his head so that he couldn't move. Of course there's nothing wrong, you know, Mom. She's all for letting us promote our relationship. So what does he have to be afraid of? I don't mean Auntie. Then there's even less for E to worry about. He wouldn't dare do anything. Lin Xiaoshu's flat tone was filled with gusts of coldness without the slightest concern. Snap stomp. The sound of stepping on the grass resounded around them, and Lin Xiaoshu inclined his head to see that it turned out to be Lina walking towards her. Why do you have to come and bother me and E? Lin Tiancheng, can't you control your woman? Lin Xiaoshu threw a smile at Lina despite all the discontent in her heart. Mom, what's the matter? Aha! Good day, Auntie. Bai Xiaoyi also sat up in one go with a carp after hearing this. Kids, Lina said in a warm voice as she pinched Lin Xiaoshu's cheeks. It's almost lunchtime, so it's almost time to get ready. Okay, the two agreed in unison. With that said, several people went over to the SUV and set up a grill and a convenience kitchen. Xiao Yui. Lina took out a set of knives from the box, then raised the kitchen knife she was holding. I'll show you my cooking skills today. Thanks for the hard work, Auntie. Is there anything I can do to help? Bai Xiaoyi rolled up his sleeves and looked at the food in the ingredient box. I took care of these meats and vegetables long ago this morning. Lina brought out the skewers of meat and vegetables that had been brushed with barbecue sauce. Just need to put them on the grill. But Lina pointed to a side of fruit. But he can cut up all the fruit for me, and we can have a little fruit after dinner. I see. Bai Xiaoyi was about to take out the fruit knife from the knives, but Lin Xiaoshu snatched it away. I'll take care of things like that. I'm very good at it. With that, Lin Xiaoshu juggled a beautiful knife twist. Just then Lin Tiancheng walked over from the front of the car to sneak a glance at Bai Xiaoyi, then said in a pretense of nervousness, It's bad. I was in too much of a hurry to leave in the morning and forgot to bring the fish over. Ka chow. Hearing this, Lina dropped the bunch of corn in her hand onto the grass without looking. What? knowing that Lena's usual favorite food was fish. She wanted to personally cook one of her own specialties for Lin Xiaoshi on this day. She even didn't forget to mention it when she first left the hotel this morning. Nana, I'm sorry, Lin Tianchang walked up to Lena full of apologies. Lena beamed and shook her head, muttering lowly under her breath. No, it's okay. It's okay if I don't eat today. I just wanted Xiao to taste it. Seeing Lena's churlish appearance, Lin Tianchang also clenched his fists. How could he forget Lena's words? In fact, the fish had already been placed in the dead corner of the back box, but if he didn't do so, how could he make the plan go ahead? Don't worry, Nana. There's still a way. Lin Tianchang lifted Lena's chin to comfort her. There's a river not far from here. I can go and catch a few back. What do you think? After smelling it, Lena first brightened up but quickly hid it. Let's forget about it. The kids should be hungry too. Really can't find another chance later, blah. How's this? Lin Tianchang said and took out a fishing kit from the car. Nana, wait. I'm going to go grab a couple back for you right now. Saying that, Lin Tianchang walked solo to Bai Xiaoyi and spoke. Kid, you have nothing to do anyway? Why don't you just accompany me to catch a few fish? Besides, your aunt is actually just trying to get Xiaoshi to eat the grilled fish she made with her own hands. Okay, Bai Xiaoyi scratched his head and thought about it. After all, in the future he would be a family member, he always had to behave. Maybe Lin Tianchang would recognize himself by then. Swish! With a flash of knife light, a fruit knife was inserted straight into the watermelon, followed by Lin Xiaoshi quickly stepping forward to hold Bai Xiaoyi. Where are you going? Uncle and I will go to the nearby river to catch a few fish and return. Don't worry, Xiaoshi. It won't take long. Lin Xiaoshi shifted his gaze towards Lin Tianchang and realized that Lin Tianchang was fiddling with the fishing rod. There didn't seem to be any problem. But what about the uneasy feeling in his heart? No way. I'll never repeat what happened before. Lin Xiaoshi held Bai Xiaoyi's hand with deadly determination and said, Then, I'll go with Xiaoyi. Together? But the fruit then? Bai Xiaoyi froze when he pointed to the fruit on the side, only to see that at some point all the fruits had already been cut. Even the watermelon had fallen apart into petals at this moment. Now does he have any questions? No, nothing. Then let's go now. Lin Tianchang turned around and saw Lin Xiaoshi following him with a frown. But he didn't say anything. He just told Lena to be safe and then took the lead towards the river with his fishing box. Lena handled the skewer after making it and was about to pull out the chicken thigh to change the knife when she realized that one of the two fruit knives that were originally on the cutter was missing. Strange, there's another knife? Never mind. Let's use the one that Xiao cut the fruit with for now. A set of fishing gear, a bench, a pot of bait, a story. Lin Tianchang had made a good nest with the prepared bait and was ready to fling the rod. Wow! Seeing Lin Tianchang with a more professional set of equipment, Bai Xiaoyi couldn't help but let out a sigh of admiration. Uncle, you look very professional here. Lin Tianchang did not say anything as usual. Only the slightly upturned corners of his mouth betrayed him. Seeing as you're a good talker, I'll torture you a little less later. Cough cough. Lin Tianchang coughed twice and looked towards the side of his seat, only to see that there was still a fishing rod left in the fishing tackle box. Uncle, you are. Kid, how about we compete to see who harvests more fish? If I lose, I'll promise you a request. What if I lose? Bai Xiaoyi asked warily, fearing that this was a trap set up by Lin Tianchang. There is no punishment. Lin Tianchang fixed his fishing rod to look toward the buoy floating on the river. Because there's no way you can win against me. Good. Bai Xiaoyi walked to the front and picked up the fishing rod. Since there was no punishment, then he would have to put up a fight anyway, just in case he won. Then let's start the clock at 1 hour from now. Lin Tianchang stretched out the watch on his arm and looked at it, then pressed a tiny button on the back of the watch. Bai Xiaoyi also set up the bait at this time and flung the fishing rod into the river. Standing by the river, Lin Xiaoshi first looked around and realized that the current environment was like a dead end, with only one road behind him as the entrance and exit, and the rest of the place was bushes as well as alpine woods. Coo. The birds on the left and right suddenly flew towards the back, which made Lin Xiaoshi's heart not help but to be on guard for a few more moments. And then he held the hilt of his sword in his hand and approached towards Bai Xiaoyi's position in slow steps. Just as Bai Xiaoyi fixed the fishing rod, Lin Xiaoshi walked up and patted Bai Xiaoyi's shoulder. What's wrong, Xiaoshi? Bai Xiaoyi just turned back and realized that Lin Xiaoshi's face had turned serious as if she had discovered something strange. Did he just see the sight of birds flying out of the woods? It seems like there is, but what's about it? Bai Xiaoyi suddenly thought that he had seen it in a video in his previous life. Birds will fly out from where they are when something startles them as a way of protecting themselves. Bai Xiaoyi came to a realization. Xiaoshi means there's something in there? Yes. Lin Xiaoshi squinted at the rustling and swaying grass not far away. All in all, let's get out of here first. I see. I'll go call uncle. Bai Xiaoyi got up and walked quickly to Lin Tianchang's side, pulling Lin Tianchang's arm with one hand. Uncle! No time to explain. The buoys along the river also sank rapidly at this point. Fish, hooked. In an instant, several black-clothed men wearing masks drilled out of the surrounding bushes, holding pistols in their hands and pointing them at Bai Xiaoyi and his group. Freeze! One of the men, a tall and imposing man with a pistol, slowly walked out. I'll shoot anyone who moves another step. Upon seeing the visitor, Lin Tiancheng's pupils shrank, then immediately got up to protect Bai Xiaoyi and Lin Xiaoshi behind him. Lin Xiaoshi, on the other hand, clutched Bai Xiaoyi's coat corner to death and observed the situation around. You, who are you? Ha ha ha, Mr. Lin, you're really a nobleman. The man walked up to Lin Tiancheng and raised his pistol to point it at Lin Tiancheng's forehead. Did you think that there was nothing we could do after coming here? Clinton. Lin Tiancheng gritted his teeth and pronounced the name, then crossed his eyes at the man. You can kill me if you want. Spare the two children behind me. Ha 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 ha. The man's laughter echoed down the river, and with that, he turned on the safety in his gun. Mr. Lin really knows how to joke. Do you think you're still qualified to negotiate with us in this current situation? At the same time, a strong man came over and spoke to the man at the head. Boss, next to this white boy, to not let the brother I play. You also know that I'm the best. This mouth. Bai Xiaoyi's back went cold when he heard it, and his eyes widened in disbelief. As much as you want, all we need is Lin Tiancheng and the women around him anyway. Hey, thanks for that, boss. The burly man smiled nervously and grinned as he walked up to Bai Xiaoyi. Seeing this, Bai Xiaoyi's eyes gradually became stern. Just now he secretly picked up a piece of sharper stone. Even if the enemy is large in number, but he can't suffer that kind of humiliation. Bai Xiaoyi gently pinched Lin Xiaoshi's hand and said quietly, Xiaoshi, as soon as I move later you run quickly towards the grass inside. Don't ever stop. Even if I die, you guys won't touch Shirori. Lin Xiaoshi didn't say anything, she just looked at the watch wrapped around the wrist of the man in the lead, gently releasing her hand holding the handle of the knife, and then staring at Lin Tiancheng with a deadly stare. Seeing a big, thick hand approaching him, Bai Xiaoyi's hand tightened and he flashed behind the strong man with a skidding step, then raised the stone piece in his hand and smashed it towards the back of the strong man's head. But the strong man's hands were very sensitive, and he hurriedly turned around and raised his arm to block Bai Xiaoyi's attack. Little brother's strength isn't small, but it's still inferior. The strong man smiled slightly, was about to do an over-the-shoulder fall but suddenly thought of something and his movements immediately stopped. Right now! Bai Xiaoyi shouted at Lin Xiaoshi with a death grip on the strong man's waist. But Lin Xiaoshi stood there quietly without moving as if she hadn't heard. Xiaoshi? Bai Xiaoyi turned back to find Lin Xiaoshi standing in the same place. The entire group was confused. Suddenly the man in the lead raised his gun towards Lin Xiaoshi looking like he was about to pull the trigger. Don't! Bai Xiaoyi pushed the burly man away with both hands in an arrow step and blocked in front of Lin Xiaoshi, wanting to block the shot for Lin Xiaoshi. Baiyu! A sound came out of the mouth of the man at the head of the group, only to see a splash of water drilling out of the muzzle of the gun and hitting Bai Xiaoyi's face with a straight swoop. Until then the sounds around them became quiet. Bai Xiaoyi blinked his eyes as if he hadn't yet recovered from it, until he touched the water on his face and gradually came to his senses. This is water? Ha 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 ha. Just then there was a loud laugh from the people around them. One of the burly men was about to reach out and pat Bai Xiaoyi's shoulder but was stunned by a look given by Lin Xiaoshi beside him. A cold sweat broke out on the burly man's forehead and he hastily put his hand back. Strange, how could I, a veteran of the special services, be scared by a girl? It should be because she's Mr. Lin's daughter. Lin Tiancheng walked over to the fishing rod and quickly lifted it. A fat and tender fish was caught out of the water. Well, Nana will definitely like it. Lin Tiancheng lifted the fish and then put it into the bucket. What's going on here? Little brother, this is actually just a test designed by our General Lin. The burly man grinned. The purpose is to see if you are sincere to our big miss. Lin Tiancheng picked up the fishing rod on the ground and threw it hard in the direction of the strong man. No one will take you as dumb if you don't speak. Seeing this, everyone had the good sense to keep their mouths shut, lined up in a row to salute Lin Tiancheng and then slink away. Kid, Lin Tiancheng took a deep breath and slowly opened his eyes. I know I'm afraid that this matter will create resentment towards you, but I will never regret it. I now have your answer and will not interfere with you in the future. But I have only one request. Here Lin Tiancheng gazed into Bai Xiaoyi's eyes. If I find out that you haven't been good to Xiaoshi, I will do whatever I can to make you suffer. So all of this was Lin Tiancheng's test? Bai Xiaoyi nodded slightly and reached out his hand to interlock his fingers with Lin Xiaoshi. You found it, uncle. I will never let Xiaoshi suffer. Good. Then take the fish to your aunt. Lin Tiancheng handed over the bucket in his hand. Xiaoshi and I have a few words to talk about. Bai Xiaoyi looked over to Lin Xiaoshi to find that Lin Xiaoshi was nodding to himself as well. Okay, I'll go ahead then. As she watched Bai Xiaoyi's back gradually dissipate, Lin Xiaoshi's smile faded away. Before Lin Tiancheng finished, a knife light flashed. followed by a fruit knife on the side of Lin Tiancheng's neck. Turning her eyes around, Lin Xiaoshi, whose eyes were still light blue just now, had somehow become fishy red, like a furious ferocious beast. Why are you meddling? Because I want you to have a better life. Speaking of which, Lin Tiancheng clearly felt the tip of the knife tighten towards him, followed by a thin line of blood turning up. I'm warning you for the last time. Don't overdo the pointlessness. After saying that, Lin Xiaoshi threw the fruit knife to the side, only to see that a fish was leaping up in the river, and the fruit knife plunged straight into the belly of the fish, driving the fish to embed itself in the nearest tree. The fish's tail was wagging at first, but after a while it stopped moving. Looking back again at this point, the river had long since disappeared without a trace of Lin Xiaoshi. Lin Tiancheng took a step to the tree and pulled the knife out with force, grabbing the fish sticking out of it in his hand. Ugh! Zip! 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 The roast was bubbling with oil and gave off a strong aroma of seasoning. Aha! Lina hummed a tune and took a grease brush and brushed oil on a side of potatoes. I wonder how Tiancheng and the others are doing. I'm almost finished roasting the dishes on my side. Hu Bai Xiaoyi was on his way back when suddenly a voice behind him called out to him. Aha! Xiao's voice? Bai Xiaoyi turned his head back and really saw Lin Xiaoshi running towards himself with steps on both sides of her long skirt. Xiao, slow down. Don't fall. See, Lin Xiaoshi in his own distance is getting closer, but the speed can be said to be not reduced at all. Bai Xiaoyi hastily opened his arms. Not unexpected words. Flop. As expected, Lin Xiaoshi pounced on Bai Xiaoyi onto the grass and didn't feel any pain due to the softness of the grass. Moreover, the moment Lin Xiaoxi fell onto the grass, she reached out and covered the back of Bai Xiaoyi's head. Just like this, Bai Xiaoyi lay on the lawn in the shape of a big character. A warm wind blew, slowly blowing Lin Xiaoshi's long hair, and that look of autumn water in her eyes couldn't help but make Bai Xiaoyi look infatuated. Even though he was in contact with Lin Xiaoshi every day, he could never get tired of looking at this appearance himself. Yi, Lin Xiaoshi murmured and opened his mouth. What's wrong, Xiao? Was he trying to leave me alone just now? Does Xiao mean just now when I told her to run? How? I'm just trying to get Xiao to hide first. It's called avoiding the enemy. Has little Yi forgotten the promise we said before? Lin Xiaoshi said with tears glistening in her eyes. Obviously we agreed to face this together, but little Yi's behavior is choosing to bear it alone. Tick-tock, tick-tock. A tear fell down his chin and onto Bai Xiaoyi's face, which caused Bai Xiaoyi to freeze for a moment. Has he ever considered my feelings? This world is nothing without Xiaoyi. Lin Xiaoshi shouted hysterically, then buried her head in Bai Xiaoyi's arms and sobbed. I only want Yi. I only have Yi. A tear trickled into Bai Xiaoyi's lips. So salty. So the reason Xiao stood still at that time was because of me. I'm sorry. Bai Xiaoyi held Lin Xiaoshi in his arms to death. I won't be like this in the future. I will bear with you whatever difficulties come up, and I will be by your side at all times. Well, the corners of Lin Xiaoshi's mouth curved up into a subtle arc. Inhaling deeply the Bai Xiaoyi element in the air, the fish that fell aside rolled a dead eye, fluttered a few times and then stopped moving. After the two of them adjusted, Bai Xiaoyi sat up from the grass with his arm around Lin Xiaoshi, while also wiping the tear tracks on Lin Xiaoshi's cheeks with his sleeve. Alright, don't cry. It's still all your fault. He. Bai Xiaoyi couldn't help but go up and sip on Lin Xiaoshi's cheeks when he saw her looking like I feel sorry for her. Let's go, Xiaoshi. We should go back. Good. Lin Xiaoshi's little emotions dissipated without a trace the moment Bai Xiaoyi kissed himself. Nothing else but that he was his favorite. And so the two held each other's hands and strolled through the endless meadow carrying a recently deceased fish. Walking down the road, Bai Xiaoyi curiously initiated the question. Did Xiaoshi already notice the abnormality when we were fishing just now? Yes. Lin Xiaoshi nodded, leaning her head next to Bai Xiaoyi's shoulder, and slowly spoke. The birds in the trees flying out in flocks before were already out of place. Either they made a loud noise or something appeared that scared the birds. Because there was no sound, I was even more certain that there was someone or a wild animal present, which is why I told Yi to leave. I see. Bai Xiaoyi had also considered this situation, but he hadn't expected this group of black-clothed men to come so fast. Presumably they had already ambushed them. Then did Xiaoshi know that it was an act this time? I don't know, Lin Xiaoshi blurted out. If I knew, I wouldn't have let Yi go at all. Bai Xiaoyi nodded. That's right. P.S. No accident if the book is also about to carry to the end of it. Thank you all the way to the support of the masters. According to the plot is almost to the main man and woman a happy ending. The latter has an idea I will say out, but also hope that the masters more views and suggestions. Bai Xiaoyi didn't know that what Lin Xiaoshi said wasn't the truth at all. In fact, at a very early stage Lin Xiaoshi found some clues, and finally discovered the truth by observing Lin Tiancheng. Snap stomp. Lina looked backward at the sound of the voice to find the two men walking towards her, holding hands. Allah. Lina reached out with one hand to rest her chin in an anti-smile. They were made for each other. Ahem. Bai Xiaoyi coughed a few times with a blush and handed the fish in the bag to Lena. Auntie, this is the fish uncle caught from the river. Thanks guys. Lena happily took the fish and placed it on the counter and began to scale it, all the while skimming her head. Xiao, if you guys are hungry now you can eat the barbecue on top of the dinner plate. Oh, I just grilled them all. No need auntie. We'll just wait. Bai Xiaoyi shook his hand and sat down cross-legged on the dining cloth. Little E, this child is so polite. Lena didn't say anything. She just sped up the speed of peeling the fish scales. Excited. She couldn't wait to make grilled fish for Lin Xiaoshi to eat. At the same time, Lin Tiancheng followed and hugged Lena as soon as they met. Hey, what's wrong with you, Tiancheng? The child is still here. Lena looked back at Lin Tiancheng who didn't say a word. It's okay, I just wanted to hug you. Lena somehow felt a faint trace of sadness from Lin Tiancheng, but didn't ask too many questions and allowed Lin Tiancheng to wrap his arms around himself. Anyway, there was no delay in peeling her own fish scales. Swish, swish, swish. Soon the scales were chipped off the fish. Then after cleaning up the innards Lena washed her hands then put the skewered fish on. Soon a thick smoke filled the grill, followed closely by the smell of fish. Wow, auntie's grilled meat tastes delicious. Bai Xiaoyi tilted his head and sniffed carefully, his mouth frantically secreting saliva. Lin Xiaoshi looked towards Lena's location realizing that both Lin Tiancheng and Lena had their backs turned to her, so she narrowed her eyes at Bai Xiaoyi. He looks like he wants to eat it. Yeah. Craving makes my mouth water. Doesn't Xiao want to eat it? Think ACA, but I don't mean roasted meat. Saying this, Lin Xiaoshi's voice got smaller and smaller. Looking at Bai Xiaoyi's gaze, Lin Xiaoshi's heart wasn't in good taste. Right at this moment, Lin Xiaoshi suddenly took a skewer of barbecue meat from the dinner plate immediately after putting it into his mouth immediately after pressing Bai Xiaoyi's face and pouncing on it. Well, Bai Xiaoyi was about to make a sound but was suppressed by Lin Xiaoshi, resulting in a momentary mute. Zip, hissy, oil splattered on the fish made a violent sound, and Lena was intoxicated with cooking, while Lin Tiancheng was intoxicated with Lena. Bai Xiaoyi was intoxicated with grilling, and Lin Xiaoshi was intoxicated with Bai Xiaoyi. It looks like everyone has their own thing to do. Great job. Lena finally sprinkled some sesame seeds and salt on the grilled fish before placing it on her dinner plate. Xiaoshi, come and taste it. Lena had just turned back to see Lin Xiaoshi sitting obediently with her legs crossed on the dining cloth with her eyes closed seemingly savoring something. Then he looked at Bai Xiaoyi who was blinking dumbfoundedly with a trace of saliva remaining at the corner of his mouth. Look how hungry the kid is. Lena quickly came to the dining cloth and set up the grilled fish. At the same time, she also greeted the two. Sorry for being late. Xiaoyi must be starving. Hurry up and move your chopsticks. Good. Lin Xiaoshi covered her mouth and snickered, then picked up a skewer of barbecue meat and placed it in Bai Xiaoyi's bowl. Eat meat. Only after hearing this did Bai Xiaoyi react, quickly picking up the roasted meat on his plate and huffing and puffing. Watching Bai Xiaoyi gorge himself, Lena also picked up a chopstick of fish and put it into Lin Xiaoshi's bowl. Xiaoshi, come and try the grilled fish that Mom made. It's my specialty. Thank you Mom. Lin Xiaoshi picked up the bowl showing an expectant look and slowly brought it into her mouth. I have to say that Lena's craftsmanship is still very good. The meaty and tasty fish after the charcoal grilling fire mastery, so that the grilled fish's outer skin becomes very crispy. Also with the aroma of sesame flavor has been secret sauce. The moment it enters the mouth makes the taste buds get a strong impact. However, this extremely tempting food was only considered as food for the stomach in Lin Xiaoshi's eyes, and the truly mouth-watering delicacies were sitting right beside him. Hohoji. Lin Xiaoshi chewed happily with both eyes covering her mouth. That's good. Lena's hand that was touching her heart gradually relaxed before she shifted her gaze to Lin Tiancheng beside herself, only to see Lin Tiancheng squinting his eyes and looking at Lena with a tasteless face, as if he had been greatly aggrieved. Alright. Lena knew what Lin Tiancheng wanted, so she put on a chopstick of fish and passed it to Lin Tiancheng's mouth, while reaching out a hand to stroke Lin Tiancheng's hair. That should satisfy you. Just as Bai Xiaoyi was coolly snorting and frantically showing off his rice, Lin Xiaoshi's voice suddenly rang out. Bai Xiaoyi's mouth suddenly stopped looking sideways at Lin Xiaoshi and said, What's wrong Xiaoshi? Lin Xiaoshi sheepishly lowered her head but pointed her hand in Lena's direction. I also want to feed me fish. Now. Bai Xiaoyi looked up. Although Lena and Lin Tiancheng hadn't put their attention back at this point, but in case if they were seen. Yes, will be discovered if he's a little late. Bai Xiaoyi listened to the heart, gritted his teeth and then in a swift manner, he picked up the meat of the fish belly and put it on Lin Xiaoshi's lips. Xiao, open your mouth. But Lin Xiaoshi didn't open his mouth to eat the fish, but instead looked at himself with a playful expression. Bai Xiaoyi instantly panicked, not knowing what to do when Lin Xiaoshi suddenly came up and nodded her lips. Thank you for your hospitality. Ha! Bai Xiaoyi's hand raised in the air froze, And it so happened that at this moment, Lena and Lin Tianchang also turned their heads and saw Bai Xiaoyi's action on the spot. Oopsie daisy, Lena covered her eyes pretending she didn't see it. I didn't see anything. Oh. Looking at the way Lena's fingers opened her eyes but they were wide open made Bai Xiaoyi even more embarrassed. In this way, the family happy to finish the meal, so that Bai Xiaoyi know as Lena does not seem to know about the river things. It seems to be Lin Tianchang's idea did not tell Lena. After finishing the meal, Lin Xiaoshi took the initiative and applied to help Lena clean up the dishes, while Lin Tianchang came to a hillside by saying that he wanted to go for a walk around. Who? A cloud of smoke drifted out of Lin Tianchang's mouth while his eyes were fixed on the evening sun that was about to set. Excuse me. Lin Tianchang turned around and realized that Bai Xiaoyi had appeared behind him. Yes? Uncle, don't forget the bet between us. A bet? You mean the fishing contest at the river earlier? But didn't you already lose? That's not necessarily so. Bai Xiaoyi grabbed a small fish that was already dead from behind him. Uncle, you didn't specify what kind of fish to catch. Even though I didn't catch any, but there are still small fish when I sift them with a fishing net. You brat. Lin Tianchang shook his head and lost his smile, then turned his gaze back to the evening sun. Say, what do you want? I want you and Auntie to come to my wedding with Xiao. When Bai Xiaoyi finished his sentence, everything around him seemed to stand still, except for the sound of the wind blowing the leaves around. He didn't react until the spark of the cigarette in Lin Tianchang's hand fell on his feet. You, going to marry Shirori? Yes, Bai Xiaoyi spoke with a smile on his face, as if this matter was something he had planned for. I want to give Xiaoshi a cozy home. As you know, Uncle, Xiaoshi has suffered a lot. From now on I will care for her with all my might. I want her to live a happy and fulfilling life for the rest of her days to come. When? What are you talking about? Uncle? I say when you guys get married. Hearing this, Bai Xiaoyi was ecstatic and didn't hide his smile at all. This I'm still in the middle of preparing. It should be a few months later if there are no surprises. Okay, just give me a call then. Lin Tianchang handed Bai Xiaoyi his business card while also sandwiching a black card. This is my private number. Thank you, Uncle. But I can't take this card. Bai Xiaoyi was just about to refuse but was pressed into Lin Tianchang's hands. This card is not for you. This is for Xiaoshi. The password is her birthday. After Lin Tianchang finished speaking he glanced behind Bai Xiaoyi. A light blue eye was peeking out from behind a tree not far away gazing closely towards this side. I'll be out of here with Nana in the morning. I've got things to do over in the Eagle Kingdom, so you can treat my daughter well. Don't worry, Uncle. I'll go back first. After the conversation between the two ended, and disappeared with the setting of the evening sun were the eyes behind the trees. When Bai Xiaoyi returned to the tent, Lena and Lin Xiaoshi were closing the trunk of the SUV. Upon seeing Bai Xiaoyi, Lin Xiaoshi happily jumped into Bai Xiaoyi's arms. Where did you go just now? I see. Why are you just coming back now? I just want to ask my uncle something just now. That way. The corners of Lin Xiaoshi's mouth drew a perfect arc. A sweet smile that she couldn't hide in any way. The thought of the sight of myself in a white, sacred wedding gown walking down the aisle with my Oni supporting each other couldn't help but make my restless heart stir a few more times. You guys are getting blatant now, Lena said with a feigned sour expression. I'm so arrogant in front of you guys. If I leave you guys won't be in heaven. Mom, you're teasing me again. Lin Xiaoshi pouted and looked at Lena shyly. Alright, no more. I'm probably going to lose all my sweet teeth if I stay here with you guys any longer. Lena looked at Bai Xiaoyi after she finished speaking. Son, where is your uncle? Why isn't he back yet? It's almost dark. It's up on top of the hill in front of us. Well then, you guys should almost be in your tent soon. It's not safe in the dark. Okay, then Auntie be careful too. Looking at the departing Lena, Lin Xiaoshi couldn't hold back her emotions any longer and dragged Bai Xiaoyi towards the tent by his arm. Oh oi, what are you doing? Xiao, Mommy said it's not safe outside in the dark. Isn't he a good boy? But you can't take off my jacket. There's a big temperature difference in the tent. What if he gets hot? But I'm not hot. Just then, Lin Xiaoshi grabbed a break and quickly removed the jacket and casually threw it in the tent, forcing Bai Xiaoyi back in a corner of the tent. Lin Xiaoshi peeked out ahead through the gap and looked around to find that Lin Tianchang and Lena hadn't appeared before slowly zipping up the zipper. Don't worry, will warm up later. Bai Xiaoyi felt bad and quickly inquired. Xiaoshi, I suddenly remembered that there's still something I haven't said to Auntie. Let's talk about anything tomorrow. Lin Xiaoshi looked back at Bai Xiaoyi with a bad smile on her face and casually turned off the electric light in the tent. Swish! As his surroundings became pitch black, Bai Xiaoyi lost his sight all of a sudden, and a strong sense of crisis spread from his heart. At this moment Bai Xiaoyi was dodging around like a headless fly, unaware that the hunter was already quietly watching all of this. Most hunters like to make their prey frantically resist and run away, so as to arouse their desire, and Lin Xiaoshi was no different. Little Xiao, I know you're in there. Turn the light on. Bai Xiaoyi stretched out his hands and slowly groped around, vaguely able to see where the entrance was through the faint moonlight. Through unremitting efforts, Bai Xiaoyi touched something that looked like a metal zipper. Stab. Only heard a zipper sound. But what made Bai Xiaoyi feel puzzled was that what he opened was not the tent door. As if it was his jacket. Ha! How did my jacket appear out of nowhere? Wait. Airborne. Bai Xiaoyi clutched the corner of his jacket and slowly pulled it down, only to see a pair of light blue eyes appear before his eyes. Pop 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 pop. Lena's shoes made a loud noise on the soil and did not find Lin Tiancheng's figure when she walked to the hill. Hey, where's Tiancheng? Just as Lena was wondering, a warm snort spit in her face. Yikes. Lena had just screamed when an arm wrapped around her. What is Nana doing? Tiancheng? It's you. You scared me to death. Lena punched Lin Tiancheng's chest without any good humor. Do you know something will happen if you scare people like that? Hey, I wanted to surprise you. Lin Tiancheng pinched Lena's cheeks and said, did Nana come to see me about something? I just saw you hadn't been back in so long, so I came over to check. Whoa, Nana's this concerned about me? Who cares about you La? Lena turned her head to the side, not daring to meet Lin Tiancheng's eyes. Ugh, is that really the case? Forget it. I'd better be left alone to fend for myself. Lin Tiancheng drooped his head and walked forward alone, that forlorn back making people feel pitiful when they looked at him. Wait. Lena reached out her hand to grab Lin Tiancheng's arm but grabbed an empty one, then stomped her foot and ran up quickly to jump on Lin Tiancheng's shoulder. Are you a fool? I've expressed myself clearly enough. I know Nana you don't care about me. No need to repeat yourself a second time. It's all a lie. If I didn't care about you, why would I come to you? Lena muttered as if she was going to cry the next second. Lin Tiancheng also saw fit to stop teasing Lena. Otherwise it would have backfired. I knew Nana was the best for me. Lin Tiancheng took Lena's hand and held it tightly in his hand. Gee whiz, you were just putting on a lost face. Even though Lena muttered even more quietly. Because of the environment Lin Tiancheng still heard it. Then he thought of something and pushed Lena against the tree, picking up her chin and condescendingly said, Nana, something funny just occurred to me. Can I stay out of it? No. Oh, because you're the leading lady in this show. Said not waiting for Lena to resist. Lin Tiancheng took the lead and kissed. No. The zipper of the tent slowly unzipped from the top, and suddenly Bai Xiaoyi's head stuck out from it. Hot. It's hot as hell. Bai Xiaoyi's head was radiating heat at the moment, and through the moonlight it could be seen that his face was already red beyond red. At that moment another head drilled out. Don't even think about running away. Yo, this is just getting started. Just started? Bai Xiaoyi rolled over and grabbed the grass on the ground with both hands and kept crawling outward. Don't. Let me go. I can't hold on anymore. Of course, Lin Xiaosher wouldn't give Bai Xiaoyi a chance to catch his breath, and a horrifying scene unfolded next. No, don't come over. Don't you come over. Bai Xiaoyi's pupils shrunk, as if he saw something horrible, struggling to escape the monster in the darkness by grabbing the grass. But the monster could not let Bai Xiaoyi escape so easily. A tentacle wrapped around Bai Xiaoyi's calf and kept pulling towards the darkness. Don't. I don't want to go back, or I'll be eaten. Feeling a huge force pulling him, Bai Xiaoyi's heart became even more desperate. No matter how hard he pushed himself, he couldn't get away from the monster's pursuit. Suddenly, Bai Xiaoyi's struggle stopped. It wasn't because he had escaped the tentacles' entanglements, but because the countless tentacles had wrapped around his entire body, and the only thing visible was his eyes. Ha. Gotcha yo. The monster pressed its entire body against Bai Xiaoyi's body, and at the same time, its 4 tentacles tightly locked onto Bai Xiaoyi's body, making it impossible for Bai Xiaoyi to use his strength at all. Save. Bai Xiaoyi was instantly dragged into the tent by an invisible force in the darkness before he could finish his sentence, and the only thing left was 2 bare mud pits in the grass, as if they had been pulled off. Rip. As the zipper slowly rose, a pair of pale blue eyes in the tent disappeared with it. The surroundings remained the same. After a few moments a footstep came from outside the tent. It looks like the kids should be asleep and the lights in the tent are left on. Lena walked over to the tent and craned her neck to poke around and returned to the SUV when she saw no movement. Lin Tiancheng couldn't help but laugh out loud when he saw Lena limping along all of a sudden. Laugh your ass off. Lena angrily pounded Lin Tiancheng's shoulder with her fist. It's all because of you. Whoa, what the hell did I do to make Nana so miserable? Knowingly. I'm not sharing nature with you Nana. We need to be in nature to be happy. Too lazy to talk to you. Lena threw a blank stare at Lin Tiancheng, then moved with difficulty into the tent. Lin Tiancheng also walked over to the tent after locking the car door, and after glancing sideways at the tent Bai Xiaoyi was in, he dug into his own tent. In the tent, Lena had laid down on her side on the cushion, breathing softly. Is Nana sleeping? Lin Tiancheng slightly turned on the bright light of his cell phone and noticed Lena's eyelashes fluttering rapidly. Hey, Nana, don't even pretend. I know you're still up. Lena also simply opened her eyes when she saw that her feigned sleep had been discovered, and at the same time stretched out her hands to push Lin Tiancheng away, struggling. Don't. I don't have the strength anymore. Nana, what were you thinking? I just wanted to cuddle you to sleep. You see what bad things you have in your head. Lena sniffed and blushed a little. I didn't mean that. He then pulled a corner of the quilt over himself and stopped ignoring Lin Tiancheng. Lin Tiancheng secretly felt bad, hurriedly wrapped his arms around Lena from behind and said in a gentle voice, "Good Nana. I was wrong. I shouldn't have said that about you." After a long time Lena spoke in a low voice, "Tiancheng, do we really have to go back tomorrow?" "Yes, the plane is ready. Besides, as you know, it's time for me to settle some disputes with the Clinton family." Saying this, Lin Tiancheng's tone grew more and more frightening. "It's for your protection. And Xiao's." "I know." Lena turned around and placed her hand on Lin Tiancheng's face. "Before, I had some misunderstandings with you, Tiancheng, but now I have the answer in my heart. I love you, Tiancheng. Nana, but promise me you'll protect yourself, okay?" "I will." And with that the two of them slowly fell asleep, holding each other tightly. In the wilderness, away from the hustle and bustle of the city, there is more peace and silence, but there was something special about the other tent. "Well, aha." Bai Xiaoyi's eyes were covered with blood. The temperature in the entire tent suddenly increased. Looking at the monster in front of him, Bai Xiaoyi could only let the monster devour him. "Shoo!" A ghostly voice came into the ear. "Mom and the girls are already asleep, so don't make any noise, or you'll be found out." The waves on the beach were more tiny, just a constant slight lapping up of the front waves, and although there was little sound, the sound of crashing water was still more noticeable. "Ah, the ocean, you're full of water. Ray, you're really beautiful." Wang, who stood on the beach with his legs crossed enjoying the night sea breeze, behind him Bai Ling followed with her coat. "Put." Bai Ling couldn't help but laugh at Wang Hu's hilarious appearance. "Ha!" Wang Hu turned back to look at Bai Ling with a smug look on his face. "Are you mocking me, little Ling?" "No. I'm just remembering happy things. You're clearly laughing at me." The pressure never stops. Wang Hu approached Bai Ling with a scowl on his face, and his two hands suddenly flared up. "It seems like it's impossible not to let you see my might." Bai Ling wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes and leaned forward to fall into Wang Hu's arms. "Yeah, I'll see what Tiger does to me." "Ha! Little Xiao Ling, you do not follow the rules." Wang Hu instantly blushed and set his two hands in the air, not knowing where to place them. "Didn't Tiger say he was going to clean me up? How come you're a limp-wrist shrimp now?" Bai Ling was about to continue her mouth, but Wang Hu suddenly lowered his head and tackled himself. Boing! Only heard Bai Ling exclaimed, and then no movement. And then looked at his hands had been tightly clasped by Wang Hu. Moonlight illuminated the beach. Two black shadows overlapped in the night. As the last wave lapped up, Bai Xiaoyi tensed his entire body. The sound of heavy breathing came from Lin Xiaosher's ears. Lin Xiaosher opened her eyes and kissed the side of the person next to her. "Hard work. You're welcome." Bai Xiaoyi celebrated the fact that he had actually insisted on not passing out, which was nonetheless a huge breakthrough. Lin Xiaosher quietly lay in Bai Xiaoyi's arms, just gazing at the sweetheart in her eyes. Bai Xiaoyi somehow always felt that Lin Xiaosher's eyes were looking at him more and more intensely, and those flirtatious eyes seemed to want to melt himself. "Xiaoyi." Just then Lin Xiaosher came up to Bai Xiaoyi's ear and spoke in a small voice. "Can I ask you something?" "What's wrong?" "That time after dinner, what was he talking to him about?" Bai Xiaoyi instantly recalled his previous conversation with Lin Tiancheng. "This thing, should I tell Shirori, or should I give her a surprise?" Just as Bai Xiaoyi was confused, he turned his eyes to look at Lin Xiaosher, only to see that Lin Xiaosher's hand was clenching his lapel tightly, seemingly in anticipation of something. "Say it." It was the failure to bare your heart that led to a lot of unnecessary misunderstandings before. Bai Xiaoyi hooked one hand around Lin Xiaosher's back while looking at Lin Xiaosher with a sincere gaze. "I told my uncle I was going to marry Xiao." When Lin Xiaosher heard this sentence, her entire body seemed to be dumbfounded, as if it was down. The only thing that expressed her heart was the pupils that clenched a little. "Little you, what did you say?" Even though Lin Xiaosher had long overheard the conversation, the words were still a shock to Bai Xiaoyi when he personally bellied up and said them to himself. Bai Xiaoyi pinched Lin Xiaosher's smooth and tender face. "I said, I'm going to take Lin Xiaosher as my wife." Immediately after that, the surrounding area was instantly silent, except that Bai Xiaoyi could feel Lin Xiaosher's heartbeat was very fast, and it looked like it was unusually excited. Suddenly, those nice light blue eyes flashed for a moment, followed by bean-sized tears flowing out of them. Tick-tock, tick-tock. Tears dripped next to the corner of Bai Xiaoyi's mouth, and just as Bai Xiaoyi was wondering, Lin Xiaosher suddenly wrapped his arms around himself, then leaned down and whispered in Bai Xiaoyi's ear. "Thank you, I'm really happy. I've been looking forward to wearing my wedding dress and being with you that day." Woo! Here Lin Xiaosher choked on her words. I'm happy too. Bai Xiaoyi gently patted Lin Xiaoshi's back. Being able to spend the rest of my life with Xiaoshi in the future is the most worthwhile thing I've done in my 2 lifetimes. Xiaoyi. Lin Xiaoshi's head shot up and she forgot to kiss Bai Xiaoyi. Bai Xiaoyi responded naturally as well. And this kiss was the longest for them. And likewise the most committed. Tears ran down the corners of his mouth. And Bai Xiaoyi felt it. So sweet. The scene shifts and it's the airport. Mr. Lin, the man in black at the entrance of the airport, walked over quickly when he saw Lin Tiancheng get off the bus. Pack up everything in the car. Lin Tiancheng handed the car keys to the person closest to him. Okay, Mr. Lin, may I ask if we are getting on the plane now? Lin Tiancheng glanced at the expressionless Lina and continued. Later, you guys just wait for me at the airport. Lina's hands clenched the corners of her coat. Her gaze never shifted from Lin Xiaoshi's body. Bai Xiaoyi let go of Lin Xiaoshi's hand. Go on. You have to say goodbye to Auntie. Aha! Lin Xiaoshi nodded her head and roamed over to Lina. Mom! As soon as Lina heard Lin Xiaoshi call out to herself, her long-accumulated reluctance and sadness exploded at this moment. Tightly embracing Lin Xiaoshi into her arms, she bawled her eyes out. Whoa, Xiao! Mommy can't let you go now. Lin Xiaoshi guffawed. Hey! Mom! I also shed. I don't want to give up on you. Feeling the convulsions in Lin Xiaoshi's body, Lina's heart twinged, as if she was recalling that day when she parted from Xiaoshi, a trauma in her heart. Mom, you'll still come back to see Xiaoshi, right? Lin Xiaoshi raised his head, the tears flashing in his eyes filled with expectation. Of course. Xiaoshi only needs a little more time. We'll come for Xiaoshi after Tiancheng finishes taking care of things. Lina reached out her hand to wipe Lin Xiaoshi's tears, but she couldn't stop her own tears from falling. It's okay. Lin Xiaoshi took out a tissue from her pocket and wiped it for Lina. I'll wait no matter what. We'll wait for the day Mom comes. Bai Xiaoyi watched the cozy scene with his arms wrapped around him. Shirori had finally gained a family member, so I guess she had some more pillars in her life's path in the future. Even if there is a lot of reluctance, it can only be buried in the bottom of the heart. Lin Tiancheng helped Lina slowly walk into the airport, while Lin Xiaoshi bounced back to Bai Xiaoyi's side. Getting on the private jet, Lin Tiancheng looked at the listless Lina and only consoled her. Nana, you have to realize that this moment of separation is for a better encounter next time. Don't you see that look of anticipation on Xiao's face, that he wants to see you again as soon as possible? Lina's red, confused eyes cleared a bit at that. That's right. I can't be so decrepit. Lina clenched her hands into fists, her eyes becoming determined. I promised Xiao I'd meet her as fast as I could. Lina looked at Lin Tiancheng after she pulled herself together. Tiancheng. Thank you. Lin Tiancheng patted Lina's head. Don't worry, Nana. I'll solve this trouble quickly. By then we'll be able to reunite with Xiaoshi. Aha! An airplane in the airport suddenly flew off into the distance until it was completely out of sight before Lin Xiaoshi averted his gaze back. Xiaoshi. Bai Xiaoyi held Lin Xiaoshi's hand with tender eyes. I know you're sad. When the time comes, I can secretly buy 2 tickets to Eagle Country to see Auntie and the girls. Don't! Lin Xiaoshi first shouted with great resistance. Her clear eyes instantly reddened for a moment at that moment. Then she realized what was going on and changed her words in a hurry. I mean, don't bother Mom and the girls. I heard Mom say a while ago that they had something they needed to take care of and told me to stay here and wait for them to come back. Is that so? Bai Xiaoyi nodded with a little thought. It looked as if it looked like there was an emergency. Otherwise Auntie certainly wouldn't have left in such a hurry. Right. Lin Xiaoshi took Bai Xiaoyi's arm and smiled kindly. I hope you'll be more honest if I find out that you secretly bought a plane ticket or something. I won't mind letting E disappear for 10 days and half a month. An inexplicable chill surged up Bai Xiaoyi's back. Hiss. Strange. Why do I feel a cool swish on my back? Is it an illusion? Xiaoyi. Lin Xiaoshi tugged on Bai Xiaoyi's arm, beaming. Shouldn't we go home too? Well, good. With that, the two of them just embraced each other and headed towards home. And as for the airplane in the distance, Lin Xiaoshi never cared about it. Is Tiger ready? Bai Ling sat on a long cloth on the beach with both eyes glowing as she watched Wang Hu grill the meat skewers for himself. Soon. Xiaoling, you wait a little. Wang Hu kept fanning the hot air with his fan to prevent it from burning Bai Ling, who was beside him. Zip. The oil on the kebabs was bubbling out, while the aroma of the grilled meat filled the air around them. Wang Hu saw Bai Ling's head bobbing back and forth and knew she couldn't hold back. So he picked a better colored meat skewer and drizzled it with seasoning and handed it to Bai Ling, who couldn't wait. Look at you, little glutton. Eat up. Tiger is the best. Bai Ling took the meat skewer with both hands and opened her fangs before biting down, her eyes brightening as her cheeks puffed up and down. Wang Hu wiped the sweat from his forehead and looked at Bai Ling's performance with satisfaction. I don't know why. Whenever I see Bai Ling's enjoyable appearance I always feel especially happy. Could this be the taste of love? Just as Bai Ling was eating her way through the meal, a group of well-built girls came over from the surrounding area. Little brother, may I ask if you're making barbecue? It smells really good. Yes. Can little brother give us a taste? Sharon blinked as if she hadn't reacted to what was in front of her. Sorry about that, but this kebab I'm making is just for my girlfriend, so you guys can order takeout if you want. Wang Hu sternly refused, then pointed to Bai Ling on the side. But one of the women seems to be reluctant, body slightly leaning forward in the direction of Wang Hu, posed an abnormal posture. Little brother, you also know that the beach near the place is difficult to come over, or you will send a good heart to help us, okay? Looking at the slime that was full of such temptation, even Wang Hu was not allowed to be shocked, and his brain did not react for a while. Just then Bai Ling's mind recalled what Lin Xiaoshi had said to her earlier, and suddenly her eyes became deep. No can do. You bad people. Why do you keep pestering my tiger? The uneaten meat skewer in her hand was actually thrown to the ground by Bai Ling, who then grabbed the woman's outstretched hand towards the meat skewer, revealing an oozing smile. Sister, my boyfriend roasted this especially for me. Please distinguish the situation, otherwise the charcoal in this oven is very hot for your face. The woman immediately retracted her hand upon hearing this and couldn't help but mutter, nervous. Then they left the place with the others. At this point Wang Hu was completely confused. This isn't right, is it? Is this Xiao Ling? Before Wang Hu could regain his senses, Bai Ling pushed herself down onto the beach. Xiao Ling? What's wrong? Bai Ling held Wang Hu down with a deadly grip, looking at him with a look of inexplicable desire. I finally understand the experience of Xiao Shirit, so that's what it's like. Thank you, Xiao. The seed that was planted inside broke through the ground over time and grew rapidly as an unstoppable force. Tiger, I don't know why, but I have a bad feeling in my heart. Looking at the strange Bai Ling, Wang Hu pondered a little. I think what Ray meant was that someone was trying to steal her roast, so she was angry. Don't worry, Xiaoling. Wang Hu patted his chest. See if I'm not protecting the roasted meat well for you. This roasted meat is not for anyone else to eat except for you. Xiaoling. Bai Ling shook her head. It's not just the barbecue, there's also Tiger, who's all mine too. Bai Ling looked at the meat skewers that fell on the ground and was not distressed. Just at this moment, the foodie attribute of her originally Wang Hu was first alongside the food, but after the party, Wang Hu's position in her heart has been placed at the forefront. Wang Hu scratched his head full of doubts. What's going on? Shouldn't Ray be apologizing to Mr. Food with tears in her eyes? Why did she just glance away now? Is this the Ray I know? What's wrong, Tiger? You don't look like you're looking too good. Is it that group of women? Bai Ling said playfully as she cocked her head, while picking up the iron sign in her hand. It must hurt to have such a sharp iron stick touching your eyeball. No. Wang Hu hurriedly pulled Bai Ling over and tried his best to stop her. I just thought of something. Let's not talk about it. The roasted meat is getting cold. Xiao Ling, you should eat it. Hearing this, Bai Ling's eyes gradually became clear. Then covering her head, she said, just now my head seems to be a bit dizzy. It's probably because the sun has been shining for too long. Xiaoling, you hurry up and sit down. Wang Hu pulled Bai Ling to sit on the padded cloth. Is it? Bai Ling had just laid down when the smell of roasted meat came into the wind, blowing into Bai Ling's agitated nose as the sea breeze guided her. Sub meat. After saying that, Bai Ling casually picked up a skewer of grilled meat and stuffed it into her mouth. Wang Hu exhaled a breath of turbid air in relief at the sight. That's what Xiao Ling looks like. She scared the hell out of me. After the stone hanging in his heart fell, Wang Hu also settled down to lie on the padded cloth to enjoy the comfort brought by the sea. Unbeknownst to him, Bai Ling ate the roasted meat while staring at herself with her eyes open. The barbecue itself was already delicious, but watching Tiger eat it again wasn't so delicious. Why do you look so delicious, Tiger? Ka chow. Finally, we're home. Bai Xiaoyi stretched a lazy waist as soon as he entered the room. I have to say that sleeping in a tent is still very difficult. The main thing is that the limbs cannot move. Is Xiaoyi not feeling well? Lin Xiaoshi asked as she walked over to Bai Xiaoyi. Oh, no. Bai Xiaoyi did another chest expansion. I'm just stretching my body. The space in the tent is too small, and I don't feel very good after sleeping. That's right. Then let me relax and unwind free. Lin Xiaoshi stood behind Bai Xiaoyi and raised her small hand on Bai Xiaoyi's shoulder and started to squeeze it. Ha! Bai Xiaoyi first instinctively shuddered, then saw that Lin Xiaoshi wasn't playing word games before letting his heart drop. What's wrong, Yi? Is something wrong? No. Then it's hard on Xiao. Not at all. Lin Xiaoshi brought Bai Xiaoyi to the sofa in order to facilitate a relaxing massage, and immediately began to press methodically. How's it going, E? How does the force feel? Well, very comforting. Bai Xiaoyi raised his right hand and gave a thumbs up expressing his inner thoughts. If you like it, and so Lin Xiaoshi massaged even harder. After a long relaxing massage, coupled with the excessive energy consumption from going out in the past few days, Bai Xiaoyi gradually shook his head to gradually fall asleep. Just as Bai Xiaoyi's head was about to fall on the armrest of the sofa, Lin Xiaoshi's hand quickly supported the side of Bai Xiaoyi's face. It was then slowly placed on the cushions of the sofa. Lin Xiaoshi rested her chin with an infatuated look at Bai Xiaoyi's face. Xiaoyi, really like you na. He didn't know how long he had been watching before Lin Xiaoshi gradually moved his gaze back and lowered his head to kiss Bai Xiaoyi's forehead. I know all about it. Oh, in fact, you are also very homesick, right? Thinking about that your original home. Lin Xiaoshi everything no. Again camping dinner time. Bai Xiaoyi had secretly revealed a special look. Looks like, envy. It was also right. Having inexplicably come to this strange world, it was inevitable that he wouldn't empathize with the moment. But he had buried this heart very deeply, as if he didn't want to bring this negative emotion to himself. Yui is such a big fool, always wanting to be the one to shoulder everything alone. Lin Xiaoshi nudged Bai Xiaoyi's head with her index finger. You are not alone. You're now and then will have me and only me. After saying this, Lin Xiaoshi couldn't help but yawn as well, then rubbed her eyes and gently pushed the sofa on the other side over to put it together. In order to prevent E from falling, I'll just have to resign myself to sleeping with E. After saying that, Lin Xiaoshi flopped up from the other side of the sofa and pressed herself tightly against Bai Xiaoyi's side until she found a comfortable angle before slowly closing her eyes. Tick-tock, tick-tock. An alarm sounded, and it was as if Lin Xiaoshi heard something in the underworld. Yikes! A female scream rang out. What's wrong, wife? Xiao. Xiao, her hand just moved. What? The man's strong voice rang out, his tone filled with surprise. I'll get the doctor. After a few moments, a rush of footsteps came. Did you guys just say the patient moved? Yes, doctor, the woman said excitedly. I was just arranging my daughter's clothes when her hand moved slightly. Oh, let me see. Hiss, this ma'am, you couldn't have read it wrong. The patient didn't show any signs of awakening. No way. I clearly saw. It's okay, Nana. The man hugged the woman and soothed her softly. It's probably just a blur. After all, we've been wrong a few times before, haven't we? But, get some rest, Nana. I'm sure that day will come. I'm going to drop off the doctor. When the footsteps disappeared, the woman sat breathlessly on the stool clutching the girl's hand and sobbing softly. Doctor, I'm sorry. The man smiled slightly apologetically. It's okay. It happens all the time. The family in the bed next to yours also said that their son moved a while ago, but it was also an eye roll. It's all normal. Who doesn't want their loved ones to be healthy? On the way back to the ward, the man suddenly met a sad-faced woman standing in the doorway. None other than the family member next door. Peeking through the window of the room's door, he found a good-looking teenager lying on the bed. May I ask if you are the family next door? Just as the man was about to return to the hospital room, the woman at the door suddenly snapped. Yes, what can I do for you? At the risk of sounding presumptuous, has your child also been in a coma? The man paused, perhaps thinking of something sad. Yes, my child grew up weak and sick, resulting in her being very introverted. And suddenly one day she collapsed in the house until now and has not awakened. Ugh, my kids too, suddenly passed out after being fine in the dorm. Don't worry, I'm sure there will always be a day of transformation. Thank you for your kind words. And you too. In the hospital room, the woman held the girl's hand and said with a slight sobbing tone, Xiao, sure. Mommy misses you. Really miss you. Well, Lin Xiaoshi slowly opened her eyes and realized that Bai Xiaoyi beside her had disappeared. Before Lin Xiaoshi could make a sound, Bai Xiaoyi walked over from behind the sofa. Xiao, sure, you're awake. Get up and eat. It's getting dark after we slept for a while, and I've already made the meal. Lin Xiaoshi breathed a sigh of relief and sat up from the sofa, then stretched out her hands to Bai Xiaoyi and opened them. Xiaoyi, hug me. Little lazy cat. Bai Xiaoyi favored Lin Xiaoshi with a glance, then put Lin Xiaoshi in his arms and placed her on a chair next to the dining table. Dinner was simple. A plate of scrambled eggs with tomatoes and a plate of shredded potato stir-fry along with a bowl of seaweed and egg drop soup. Bai Xiaoyi scratched his head awkwardly. My craftsmanship isn't as good as Xiaoshi's, so I can only do this much. Not at all. Lin Xiaoshi placed her hands on both of Bai Xiaoyi's cheeks, gazing at him fondly. Xiaoshi likes it a lot. Oh. Aha. After letting Bai Xiaoyi sit beside her, Lin Xiaoxi also picked up her chopsticks and couldn't wait to put some dishes into Bai Xiaoyi's bowl. Hard work. Xiaoyi, what's all this compared to Xiao? Looking at Lin Xiaoshi, who was eating with gusto, Bai Xiaoyi also surfaced with a warm smile. Well, suddenly Lin Xiaoshi made a strange sound after drinking the soup in her own bowl. What's wrong, Xiao? Did I put too much salt in? Bai Xiaoyi asked nervously. Who knew that Lin Xiaoshi smacked his lips, seemingly savoring the taste of the soup. My bowl has the right flavor, but Xiao Yi's bowl is missing some flavor. How? Bai Xiaoyi picked up the 2 bowls of soup and tasted them separately. There's no change. It's all served from one pot. Hey, Lin Xiaoshi suddenly stood up and walked over to the cabinet, then took out a bag of wolfberries from it. Is missing this in this bowl. After dinner the two were watching a movie on the sofa, and just as they were getting into it, Bai Xiaoyi's phone suddenly rang. Looking at Lin Xiaoshi's beaming face, Bai Xiaoyi could only cast an apologetic glance. Then looking at the contact as Wang Hu, he picked up the phone. Drop. Just after connecting the phone, Wang Hu's voice followed. Old White, did you miss me? I advise you to be normal. Xiao is next to me. Cough cough. Wang Hu coughed a few times. That said, Old White, when you left before, you said that Lin Xiaoshi's real parents came looking for him? Yeah, but it's gone now. That's right. Wang Hu didn't pursue the matter to the end, but from Bai Xiaoyi's tone he could sense that it was still relatively pleasant. I'm still playing on the beach with Xiaoling. Old Bai, are you interested in coming over? No, it's probably going to be a busy time. Yeah, that's a shame. Wang Hu crossed his legs with a face of enjoyment and said, it's so carefree and free here at the beach. Don't get sad when you're happy. Old White, you just envy me. Wang Hu suddenly lost his voice when he said this. Hello, Old Bai? Bai Xiaoyi tried calling twice and hung up after realizing there was no response. This person is really something too. Talking is gone. On the side, Lin Xiaoshi slowly raised the volume of the movie, the corners of her mouth slightly raised. Ling, you're finally getting the hang of it. Bam! The cell phone fell to the ground, but Wang Hu did not pick it up, because his neck suddenly became icy cold. The touch appeared to be something sharp. Tiger. A familiar voice came from his ears, but he still couldn't help but give Wang Hu the creeps. Little Shu Ling, is that you? Wang Hu trembled and spoke slowly, but Bai Ling didn't answer Wang Hu's question. Who was Tiger talking to on the phone just now? Was it that big sister from before? Big sister? Suddenly the neck tightened. How could it be? I was just calling Lao Bai La. Xiaoling, you can look at the record if you don't believe me. Bai Ling, see, the situation will be in the hands of the weapon to move away. Stooped down to pick up the phone. Open a look, really, as Wang Hu said. Hey, Tiger, I was just scaring you. Bai Ling handed Wang Hu's cell phone back and then raised the sharp weapon in her hand. Wang Hu fixed his eyes. The party ice cold sharp actually is a not yet unwrapped ice cream. Phew, Ray, you're scaring me to death. I thought that was... Wang Hu came to a realization and hurriedly soothed his chest with his palms. It's just a prank. Sharon laughed and ripped open the ice cream while her right foot slightly kicked a metal object under the bed. SAS give. That jerks a lot. The movie shows the man and woman excitedly hugging each other and leaving their marks in the sunset. Even though Bai Xiaoyi doesn't like romance movies much, the plot still moved himself slightly. Maybe this is a tiger with a heart of gold. Bai Xiaoyi wanted to see what kind of reaction Lin Xiaoshi had, but Lin Xiaoshi was squinting her eyes with the corners of her mouth slightly raised, looking like she was enjoying the movie. But why did it always feel like Xiaoshi wasn't watching the movie? What's wrong, Lin Xiaoshi asked as she turned her head and cocked it. No, nothing. I'm going to take a shower. Okay. After Bai Xiaoyi left, Lin Xiaoshi lost her smile, turned the movie off and stretched out, lying down where Bai Xiaoyi had been lying. Xiaoling, I'm sorry, only then will Wang Hu's student not come to harass us. So now you have to keep Wang Hu's student under control, yo. Try not to let him run out again. Lin Xiaoshi, just like the sniffing Bai Xiaoyi's smell, slowly fell asleep. Wow. Bai Xiaoyi stood under the shower without movement, his heart calculating how to prepare a wedding for Xiaoshi to make her satisfied. Since telling Xiaoshi his idea, Bai Xiaoyi is now on the body as ants crawling. Can't wait to immediately want to stand in front of the wedding hall with Xiaoshi. Phew, you can't rush it. You have to be prepared for everything first. But, Bai Xiaoyi pressed down on his trembling thighs. Why am I so nervous at the thought of getting married to Xiao? Woohoo! Lin Xiaoshi pressed her ear against the bathroom door to hear Bai Xiaoyi making all sorts of noises inside. What is he doing? Is it on? No way! Bang! As the door boomed open, it scared Bai Xiaoyi so much that he almost fell into the bathtub. Xiaoshi, Bai Xiaoyi stammered. There's something wrong? Lin Xiaoshi slowly and gradually approached Bai Xiaoyi, letting the running water from the shower wet his pant legs. It wasn't until she walked up to Bai Xiaoyi that she lifted her agaric nose and sniffed. A scent of shower gel. Looks like I misunderstood. I'm sorry, I misunderstood you. Misunderstanding? Did I do something? Just said here. Then associated with just now Lin Xiaoshi's action, let Bai Xiaoyi suddenly realized. Red-faced will be Lin Xiaoshi pushed out. Xiao, you're misunderstanding big time. Get out first, okay? Just at the moment when Lin Xiaoshi was about to be pushed out, Bai Xiaoyi clearly saw Lin Xiaoshi suddenly slipping back from his hand, just like a loach that couldn't be caught. Ka chow. Lin Xiaoshi locked the bathroom door while pressing against Bai Xiaoyi's ear. I'm sorry, Xiaoyi. Ha? I thought about letting this misunderstanding continue. The shower was still on, but the hot water was running straight down the drain. After taking a bath, Bai Xiaoyi stood silently in the kitchen, looking at the water meter using 500 liters of water and fell into deep thought. Please. Lin Xiaoshi slammed into Bai Xiaoyi's back, her face constantly rubbing against it. What's wrong with thee? Why are you standing here? Thinking of this, Bai Xiaoyi became more and more angry, turned around and pinched Lin Xiaoshi's face with both hands and kept spinning in circles. Lin Xiaoshi also matched Bai Xiaoyi's movements in a clockwise headspin. Looking at Lin Xiaoshi's adorable appearance, Bai Xiaoyi couldn't help but laugh out loud as well, so he let go and scraped the bridge of Lin Xiaoshi's nose. Can't really do anything with you. Lin Xiaoshi stood on her tiptoes and kissed the corner of Bai Xiaoyi's mouth. Little E isn't angry? What else could it be? Who asked you to be Shio? Hearing these words, Lin Xiaoshi's heart was as sweet as eating candied fruit, and she swept Bai Xiaoyi's head to her side so that the two of them leaned their foreheads together. Lin Xiaoshi closed her eyes. Thank you for staying with me all this time. Fool, since I didn't come into this world to be with you? Well, not only in this life, but in the next, and the next. Good. Bai Xiaoyi could clearly feel Lin Xiaoshi's body trembling slightly as she spoke, not knowing if it was because she was overly emotional or she was afraid of something. So it was that Bai Xiaoyi's hands tightened and he roughly took Lin Xiaoshi into his arms, lowering his head and swiftly moving over. Boing. As time passed, it wasn't until Lin Xiaoshi's body stopped shivering that Bai Xiaoyi withdrew his hand. Looking at Lin Xiaoshi, who was squinting her eyes with an enraptured face, Bai Xiaoyi then spoke in a gentle tone. Is Xiaoshi afraid? Well, why? Lin Xiaoshi was silent for quite a while before she revealed the reason. Because I so want to be with you forever. The thought that we will eventually aging life and death in the future. I am so afraid. I'm so afraid that I won't be able to meet E in my next life. E, do you think I'm very greedy? How come? Bai Xiaoyi picked Lin Xiaoshi up, both eyes staring at her closely. This kind of thought is not only Xiaoshi who has it, but me as well. Yet I won't worry about the future because since I even appeared out of thin air in Xiaoshi's world, that means we will definitely be together. Forever. Xiaoyi. Lin Xiaoshi buried her head in Bai Xiaoyi's chest, the corners of her mouth sketching out a nice arc, her heart already bursting with love. It's getting late. Time to go to bed. No, it's early. When Lin Xiaoshi came out of Bai Xiaoyi's arms, her eyes had already turned pink, and that flirtatious and seductive look made Bai Xiaoyi feel bad all of a sudden. Baiyu. Hong Wanqing, dressed in a red dress, made a trigger-pulling gesture at a nearby sandbag labeled with Lin Tiancheng's head, but it was just a sound coming out of her mouth. Ugh. Placing the gun in her hand on the table, Hong Wanqing slumped down listlessly. Little Na, when exactly are you coming back? I'm having such a boring time in Eagle Country. Knock, knock, knock. Just then there was a knock at the door. Enter. As soon as the words fell, a uniformed clerk walked in at the door and said anxiously, Big sister, there's a man outside the door who says he wants to find you, saying that he wants to discuss cooperation. Looking for me? Hearing this, Hong Wanqing slammed the table hard. Old mother is in a bad mood right now. Tell him to get lost. Okay, I'll kick him out. The clerk nodded and then closed the door. Really? Any cat or dog can come and work with me now. Hong Wanqing muttered, recalling the moment Lin Tiancheng drove himself away. It's not like we can't consider it if we were to cooperate to kill that guy. Thinking of this, Hong Wanqing became increasingly angry and gritted her teeth as she left her seat to kick at the sandbag. Lin Tiancheng, you wait for me. One day I'll clean you up. Oh, who are you going to clean up? A familiar voice suddenly came from the doorway. Hong Wanqing hastily turned her head to look at the doorway as soon as she heard the voice. Sure enough, the person in front of him was none other than Lin Tiancheng. Lin Tiancheng, why are you here? Nothing, just came to talk to you about a cooperation. Lin Tiancheng found a sofa and sat down, not caring in the slightest about Hong Wanqing's reaction. Big sister. Outside the door ran the clerk who had just come panting. Just now that person at the door suddenly broke in. The brothers cannot stop. Ugh. Red Wanqing helplessly stroked her forehead and waved to the clerk. It's fine. You go back. Yes. After the clerk left, Hong Wanqing closed the door and raised her pistol from a side table and aimed it at Lin Tiancheng. Where's Xiana? Don't worry. Nana is in a safe place now. Lin Tiancheng crossed his legs and said with a leisurely face. How do I know if what you're saying is true? Hong Wanqing opened the safety in her gun. Her face was fierce. Ugh. Dealing with you is really tiring. Lin Tiancheng took out his cell phone from his pocket and handed it to Hong Wanqing, only to see that it was none other than Lina in the cell phone screen. Hong Wanqing snatched the cell phone and looked at it carefully for a while before saying in a huff, You've imprisoned Nana again? If I don't, is it hard to believe that you want the Clintons to come to your door? What does this have to do with Clinton? Speaking here, Hong Wanqing suddenly thought of something. It's hard to believe that you want to destroy them? Looks like you're not stupid after all. But their family is so big, how could you? Before Hong Wanqing finished speaking, Lin Tiancheng threw out a set of documents on the table. Who told you that you have to fight and kill to mess up a family? That's the most labor-intensive way to do it. Nowadays it's all about brains. Hong Wanqing frowned after reading the document. How did you get this information? Often a family based at large will always have a few unclean things. As long as one takes the trouble to look into it, there's nothing that can't be found out. Lin Tiancheng got up and straightened his clothes. So that means you want to work with me? What can I do? Just dealing with some people. Good, Hong Wanqing replied in response. This isn't for you. I'm doing this for Nana. Don't worry. You'll definitely be invited to Nana and I's wedding when the time comes. Well, where am I? Bai Xiaoyi woke up and found himself in a bed in the middle of the sea. Looking around, the seawater will surround himself, constantly drifting in the sea. Just as Bai Xiaoyi wondered why he was in this moment, two black shadows slowly drifted in from the far side of the sea level. What's this? Bai Xiaoyi frowned and tried to see what kind of source the black shadow was, but he couldn't see it very clearly because it was too far away. Even though Bai Xiaoyi wanted to escape, there was only so much range he could move around in, so he could only watch as the black shadow got closer and closer to him. I don't know how long it took, but the black shadow's appearance also emerged, and Bai Xiaoyi almost scared himself to death by fixing his eyes on it. Buns? Or two? But how come they're so big? As Bai Xiaoyi saw, it was two large white steamed buns floating toward him in the distance at sea level. What the hell is going on here? How could this be possible? Is it hard to believe that I'm in a dream? After saying that, Bai Xiaoyi ruthlessly jumped from the bed into the sea and slowly sank to the bottom. Bai Xiaoyi suddenly sat up from the bed. It's true. I was just dreaming just now. Bai Xiaoyi was about to get out of bed when he froze at the scene in front of him. I saw that I was still at sea, and the scene was exactly the same as the dream I had just had. The only thing that had changed was the absence of the two pieces of steamed bread. I'm entering a different dimension? Bai Xiaoyi couldn't help but ponder with his chin in his hand, but just then the light around him instantly disappeared, and a huge black shadow gradually emerged above his head. Bai Xiaoyi had just raised his head and was instantly stunned by the scene before him, only to see the head of the very same buns that were squarely at sea level quickly coming down towards his head. Bai Xiaoyi couldn't dodge in time and was quickly crushed underneath by steamed bun. A softness of a steamed bun pressed against his face. All of a sudden Bai Xiaoyi's breathing became rapid. At the same time the steamed bun also faintly exuded a milky flavor, and it looked like it was made from flour tempered with milk and then made into dough. But Bai Xiaoyi were to care about this, only to flutter back and forth to try to be able to struggle away. But everything is in vain. As the sense of pressure became greater, Bai Xiaoyi's consciousness gradually blurred, and his hand was still gripping the corner of the bed when he passed out a second ago. Why are there buns at sea? Well, buns. Bai Xiaoyi opened his eyes for a split second and breathed in the air through his nose with difficulty. Looking around, the dressing of the bedroom came into view, and it turned out that what was just there was just a dream. But why would I dream about steamed buns? Just as Bai Xiaoyi was wondering, he also finally found the culprit that made him dream. It turned out that it was because Lin Xiaoshi had swept his head too hard, causing Bai Xiaoyi to be unable to breathe, thus stimulating a conditioned response. Sin is too sinful. It must be punished severely. Heave ho. The owner of the breakfast store was rolling out the dough with great effort, then kneading the dough to make a round ball, and then finally kneading a big white and full steamed bun through exquisite techniques. Yo, boss, why did you open the store early? A customer walked past the store. That's true. You have to make the freshest ingredients every day. This is how we can let everyone eat food that is safe and healthy. The boss smiled and continued to knead the steamed buns. Good point. Boss, please give me two. I'm running out of time at work. Good Lou. I added milk to the steamed bun. The flavor will guarantee your satisfaction. Lin Xiaoshi rubbed her eyes drowsily and sat up. Suffered. Xiaoyi? Lin Xiaoshi's face instantly showed joy when she realized Bai Xiaoyi opened his eyes and looked at her. Good morning, Ak. Little E. Good morning. E, your face doesn't look very good. Xiao, I can explain. Explain? Explain what? Lin Xiaoshi was about to lean down when she suddenly shuddered, then looked down. Oh, well, I can't even wash my hands in the yellow river now. The corner of Lin Xiaoshi's mouth sketched out a nice arc, then straightened her back even more. Actually, Xiaoyi doesn't need to explain. Before Bai Xiaoyi could ask, Lin Xiaoshi plopped down. As long as it's what Xiaoyi wants, Xiaoshi can do anything for Xiaoyi. Xiaoshi. Bai Xiaoyi was touched and caressed the side of Lin Xiaoshi's face. His heartbeat was about to pop out. So what does he want to do now? I think, Shio, can you stop sleeping with your head on my head in the future? I was almost smothered to death. The moment she heard Bai Xiui finish that sentence, Lin Xiaoshi's smile had disappeared and was replaced by a stern look. Is that all Yi wanted to say? So what else is there to say? Ha ha ha. Lin Xiaoshi laughed coldly for a few moments, and then both of his hands clasped Bai Xiui's wrists in a deadly grip. Since he doesn't want to say anything else, I'll simply let you say something next. The owner of the breakfast store clapped his hands after selling the last bun in the steamer to the customer. It's true that if you cook with your heart you can get the guys to like the food. Make some more steamed buns while we're resting now, and the workers next door should come and buy them at noon. With that said, the owner fetched milk and flour from the ingredient cabinet and began a new cook. No more. Xiao sure. Bai Xiui's mouth slurred something as a goji berry leaked out of his mouth. There really isn't any. How will he know if he doesn't try? Lin Xiaoshi stuffed the goji berries that had fallen on the quilt back into Bai Xiui's mouth. I'm helping Xiaoyi to stimulate his potential. You're not inspiring potential. You're clearly harvesting potential. Xiao, you need to know a story. Oh, what's the story? Lin Xiaoshi said as she untied and retightened the hairstyle that was bolted into a single ponytail. Drying up the fishing, you know? It's because you don't look far enough ahead, so it leads to no subsequent harvest. You should understand when I say it like this. Oh. Lin Xiaoshi pretended to look as if she had come to a realization and nodded her head in mock contemplation. One last time then. Without waiting for Bai Xiui to react, Lin Xiaoxi threw her ponytail back and playfully smiled at Bai Xiui, followed by opening her cherry mouth. It was already noon when Bai Xiui awoke from his bed. Grr. A hungry feeling came from his stomach. So hungry. Bai Xiui touched his stomach drowsily and walked out of bed. He had just stepped out of the bedroom with his front foot when he saw Lin Xiaoshi in the kitchen, holding a spoon in one hand and tasting the soup in the pot. Oh, it smells so good. A sweet and rich corn flavor accompanied by the meaty aroma of the ribs drifted into Bai Xiui's nose, and all of a sudden Bai Xiui's mouth watered. Humph. Lin Xiaoshi hummed a little tune and covered the pot. Just as she turned around, her eyes instantly lit up. Come and eat. I've already made breakfast. Breakfast? Bai Xiui looked at the sun hanging outside the window and shook his head helplessly. It all started because of that bun. That's right. It has to be. Adjusting his mindset, Bai Xiui walked over to Lin Xiaoshi and asked curiously, what did our chef Xiaoshi cook today? He. Lin Xiaoshi lifted the lid, and the hot air in the pot instantly bubbled up. This is the corn rib soup I just boiled. It smells good, doesn't it? That's for sure. I can smell the soup from my bedroom. By the way, I also got you what you couldn't get out of your mouth this morning. Something that you can't forget? I don't remember saying that? Suddenly, Bai Xiui's mind conjured up the dream he'd had this morning. And in a flash, he came to a realization. It's hard to believe that. It's buns. Right answer. Lin Xiaoshi lifted the insulated lid on the dining table, and what came into her eyes was a large pot of white steamed buns. I bought these while they were still hot at the breakfast store downstairs, so I guarantee that he will be able to eat them to his heart's content. Looking at Lin Xiaoshi revealing a look that complimented me, even Bai Xiui, who had a shadow over steamed buns, had to reach out and touch Lin Xiaoshi's head. Thanks Xiao for thinking of me. He. Lin Xiaoshi squinted her eyes and enjoyed Bai Xiui's head touching, and after a while couldn't wait to say, Xiaoi, quickly go wash up. I'll serve you soup now. Good. When Bai Xiui came out of the toilet, Lin Xiaoxi was already sitting on a chair showing an expression full of anticipation, and at the same time patting the chair beside her with her small hand, signaling Bai Xiui to sit down beside her. Hurry up. The soup won't be good if it gets cold. Alas. The steamed buns, then steamed buns. Just a dream. Bai Xiui quickly walked to the chair and sat down on his butt, looking at the bowl of a petal of corn and a few pieces of ribs. His appetite immediately came up. The most critical thing is, there are no wolfberries in the soup. Then I'll start. Bai Xiui picked up a piece of ribs and was about to put it in his mouth when he suddenly realized that Lin Xiaoshi's eyes had been looking at himself, never shifting. That's right. Shirori is the big contributor. The first bite should be taken by Shirori first. Come on. Xiaoshi, open your mouth. Bai Xiui held the ribs and placed them at Lin Xiaoshi's mouth. Thank you. Lin Xiaoshi smiled as she took a bite of the ribs and chewed them gently, but her eyes were still on Bai Xiui's body. Why isn't Xiak moving his chopsticks? Do you want to eat corn? Here Xiao, this piece of corn is for you too. Thank you. A piece of corn went into his mouth, but it still looked the same as it did just now, which made Bai Xiui puzzled. Is it possible that I'm underfeeding you? Just as Bai Xiui was wondering, Lin Xiaoshi suddenly spoke. Does Xiui want to try the steamed buns? I heard the boss say that the flavor is very good. Steamed bread? Bai Xiui heard and stretched out his hand to take a steamed bun from the basin, only to realize that Lin Xiaoshi's gaze had actually been on the steamed bun. It's hard to believe that the steamed buns have any mystery? Bai Xiui curiously pinched Soft and sinewy steamed buns do not have any problems. He is so bad seeing that it's a love affair with steamed buns. Lin Xiaoshi suddenly opened her mouth. A hint of teasing mixed in her tone. Ahem. I just think master's craftsmanship is very good. To be able to make steamed buns so well. Yi's handiwork isn't bad either. Put. Bai Xiaoyi choked and raised the steamed bun in his hand. Eat. Eat. So Bai Xiaoyi opened his big mouth and bit down towards the steamed bun. The flavor of starch hitched to the sweetness of milk. Coupled with the steamed bun's gluten and delicious chewy, I have to say that the boss's experience is still very old-fashioned. But, why is there a hint of strange flavor? What's wrong? Is the bun not good? Unconsciously Lin Xiaoshi had already walked behind Bai Xiaoyi, but Bai Xiaoyi didn't care. No, the flavor of the steamed bun is quite good, it just feels a bit wrong, said Bai Xiaoyi, then took away the steamed bun in his hand and took a closer look, suddenly realizing that the inside of the steamed bun he had bitten open was not solid, but instead it was covered with goji berries. Goji berries? Goji berries? How can it be goji berries? This is my exclusive secret recipe, yo. Bai Xiaoyi's whisper came from Lin Xiaoshi's ear, while his own earlobe was instantly wrapped in warmth. I see. Bai Xiaoyi now completely understood. So this was the reason Lin Xiaoshi had been looking forward to this. Looking at the basin, there are still a dozen steamed buns when Bai Xiaoyi suddenly feel bad. Zip. Lin Xiaoshi kissed Bai Xiaoyi's cheeks. What does Xiaoyi think? Isn't it very creative? Yes, very creative. Then as my lover, shouldn't he support me? Support. Then please ask Yi to eat the steamed buns. Not much, just 3 at a meal. Can I choose not to eat? If Xiaoyi doesn't eat it, then only I'll eat it, said Lin Xiaoshi. Will look at the steamed bun and then at Bai Xiaoyi. It occurred to me that it's actually not impossible to eat 3 buns. Then eat up, and eat it all in one bite. Yo. After a meal, Lin Xiaoshi put the remaining steamed buns in the refrigerator and turned her head to look at Bai Xiaoyi, who was lying on a chair, and covered her mouth and snickered. Looks like he ate a lot. I won't be hungry tonight. After Bai Xiaoyi completely digested the delicacies in his belly, he took out his cell phone and looked at the time, and couldn't help but sigh. Alas, it seems I'm afraid I won't be able to go today. What's going on? Just then Lin Xiaoshi suddenly sat on the edge and leaned her head over. Nothing, it's just that I just ate a little too much and my stomach is slightly full. Hey you, didn't I tell you to say hi to me when you came downstairs? I played He has promised me. Promise? How did I promise? I said I was going out to get breakfast, and Yi's silence was considered tacit approval. So I went. Lin Xiaoshi's face was pinched back and forth by Bai Xiaoyi. It hurts. Although Bai Xiaoyi didn't use much force. As soon as he heard Lin Xiaoshi say that it hurt, he immediately stopped moving and let go of his hand. Seeing Bai Xiaoyi's complicated emotions, Lin Xiaoshi also hurriedly put her hand on the back of Bai Xiaoyi's hand while her body involuntarily fell towards Bai Xiaoyi's chest. He is the best. But today's Bai Xiaoyi didn't compromise all of a sudden like usual. He wanted to push Lin Xiaoshi away, but after thinking about it, he still kept a stern face and didn't look at her. Xiaoyi. Lin Xiaoshi's head kept following what Bai Xiaoyi's perspective was moving, but Bai Xiaoyi dodged it every time. This time Lin Xiaoshi panicked, knowing that Bai Xiaoyi was really angry, and hurriedly put away her playful expression, her body shaking with anxiety. I was wrong. Will you pay attention to me? Bai Xiaoyi still didn't say anything, just felt Lin Xiaoshi's trembling in his own heart. But today Xiaoshi defaulted on this matter had to be dealt with seriously, otherwise it would be too indulgent to her. Just at this time, Lin Xiaoxi suddenly hugged up and jumped into Bai Xiaoyi's arms, saying with some crying, I'm sorry Xiaoyi, don't ignore me, okay? I will never fool around again. I just don't want to wake up the sleeping Xiaoyi, so I went downstairs alone. As soon as he heard Lin Xiaoshi open his mouth, Bai Xiaoyi couldn't help himself, opening his hands to gather Lin Xiaoshi tightly into his arms, his chin resting against Lin Xiaoshi's head to gently comfort him. Because of the deep love for each other, the more difficult the other side of their own will follow the worry. Want to urgently to appease each other. This is probably love. The two long stay together without each other's support and companionship. Don't cry Xiao. I was just messing with you. As soon as Lin Xiaoxi heard Bai Xiaoyi open his mouth, the teardrops that were originally hanging out of the corners of his eyes couldn't be stopped from flowing out at this moment, just like when a floodgate is opened to let out water. Tears soaked Bai Xiaoyi's lapel, which made Bai Xiaoyi's heart even harder. He hurriedly stroked Lin Xiaoshi's back while his mouth recited, how could I possibly ignore our lovely Xiao? Xiao is also looking out for me after all. After a long time of comfort, Bai Xiaoyi finally stabilized Lin Xiaoxi's emotions, and then Lin Xiaoxi also collapsed in Bai Xiaoyi's arms and did not move, but his hand clutched the corner of Bai Xiaoyi's coat seemingly for fear that he would leave. Will little E hate me? Lin Xiaoshi inquired in a glutinous manner. That choo-choo's eyes on whoever looked at it would produce pity. How could it be? Bai Xiaoyi immediately replied. How could I possibly hate Xiaoshi? Perhaps for fear of Lin Xiaoshi being suspicious. Bai Xiaoyi held Lin Xiaoshi in his arms a little tighter. It had to be said that Lin Xiaoshi's body was very soft, and holding her in his arms felt like cradling a docile kitten. And no matter how much he cradled her, she would stick to her side to the death. Feeling Bai Xiaoyi's movements, Lin Xiaoshi also breathed a sigh of relief and her gaze moved back from the other bedroom, her body completely relaxing. Let Bai Xiaoyi do not know is, but where they say a wrong word, Lin Xiaoshi will be the fastest speed rushed into the bedroom to hide a good stash of fine equipment to use on Bai Xiaoyi. But this is only a last resort, because, after all, Bai Xiaoyi's person, what Lin Xiaoshi liked more was his heart. And this way of getting along where both parties were filled with love was more able to satisfy her spiritual needs. That's good. After Lin Xiaoshi finished speaking, she buried her head into Bai Xiaoyi's neck, secretly sniffing the scent of her beloved. But Xiaoshi can't continue to be so capricious. Oh, I can let you have your way with everything else, but I won't allow this kind of thing. Bai Xiaoyi took a precaution in advance. After all, Xiaoshi, you don't also dislike me sneaking out alone, do you? Well, thinking about this, Lin Xiaoshi nodded. I'm sorry, I won't make that mistake again. Good, this is what you said yourself. If there is a next time. Saying this, Bai Xiaoyi's expression grew serious and put on a scary look. I'll just trap Xiaoshi firmly in my home like Xiaoshi did. Oh, really? Lin Xiaoshi hurriedly sat up when she heard this, a look of anticipation on her face. Crap, I almost forgot that this doesn't work on Xiao. Bai Xiaoyi hastily changed his words. No, I mean to keep Xiaoshi at home. I'll go out alone. No way. Lin Xiaoshi's face instantly changed, from the meek and lovely just now to fierce and terrifying. If Xiaoyi is like this. Without waiting for Lin Xiaoshi to finish, Bai Xiaoyi pulled Lin Xiaoshi's association back. Of course I won't, provided Xiaoshi doesn't do that. You have to interrupt Xiao's spell casting or you'll have to black out. Well, Lin Xiaoshi heard this, then pursed her little lips, her head shook up and down. I know. The blazing sun shone through the window glass into where Bai Xiaoyi was. The golden sunlight illuminated Lin Xiaoshi's face. Her appearance was still as heartwarming as ever. Even though he saw her every day, the first glance could always mesmerize him for a few seconds. Seeing Bai Xiaoyi freeze, Lin Xiaoshi also smiled triumphantly. She loved it when Bai Xiaoyi revealed this kind of behavior, as if he had found a rare treasure, and she herself was the only one that made Bai Xiaoyi's heart flutter. Yi, you're my salvation. Looking at Lin Xiaoshi through the smile, Bai Xiaoyi's heartbeat cannot help but accelerate. She is like the only dawn, and their own darkness has been accompanied by their own not to give up, that unique love to make their own lonely heartbeat. Shirori, you're the one who saved me. Shirori, can you accompany me to a place tomorrow? Bai Xiaoyi suddenly opened his mouth, his tone filled with determination. Yeah, I'm willing to go anywhere as long as there's in a villa in the Eagle Kingdom. An old man with gray hair was resting his eyes in the garden when suddenly two blonde men stumbled through the courtyard. Godfather, something's wrong. One of the men inadvertently flung himself in front of the old man's feet, sweat staining the tops of his dark black leather boots. Calm down, boys. Have you forgotten the Clinton family rules? Don't panic. Stay classy like me, understand? Graceful. The old man didn't show any emotion and his tone was very calm. But this is a huge shock to the man. No other. Just because the old man is terrible. Behind the expressionless face was an even more terrible scene. And the old man's eyes looked as if he were looking at a dead man. Yes, sorry Godfather. My boy. Why are you nervous? The old man calmly picked up a paper towel from the side and wiped his boots. Then handed it to the man. His face still expressionless. Can you throw me a tissue? Good Godfather. The man shakily took the tissue and turned around ready to leave after fearfully walking towards the way he came. The companion on the side didn't dare to make a move at the sight, but just rested his eyes on the floor. Bang! Suddenly there was only the sound of a gunshot. The side of the man's face was covered in blood, followed by the realization that the man with the handful of tissues was lying on the floor with a still horrified look on his face. Ugh! Didn't I tell you to stay classy? You see, there's nothing elegant about your appearance. The Godfather pointed his gun at the corpse on the ground, then shook his head regretfully. Tell me, what is it all about? I hope you won't make the same mistake he did. The man forced himself to speak calmly. Godfather, the family had a situation where all the goods shipped out were robbed, and it seems that someone is looking for trouble. Oh, hearing this, the Godfather's face gradually darkened with interest. It's been a long time since someone dared to go against the Clintons. How interesting. Godfather, this is the trace we found down at the scene. After saying that, the man took out a photo, only to see that in the photo a man was standing with his head up in front of the camera with a hint of a smile on his face. Lin Tiancheng, the Godfather muttered under his breath. It seems that the former young lion has now grown up wanting to fight the leader of the pack, Bolly, but this is nothing more than eggs against stones. Since you like to play so much, then I'll have a good time with you. Lin Tiancheng, are you out of your mind? Hong Wanqing opened the front door to find Lin Tiancheng sitting leisurely on the sofa drinking tea. What you're undoubtedly doing is allowing the Clintons to come straight to your door. How can our forces possibly beat them? Don't you know a saying? The Jianghu is not about fighting and killing. It's about the human condition. What do you mean? Do you think that the Clintons will really go unopposed with such a dominant family behavior? It's just that they don't dare. But if and when the benefits reach a point, they will try at all costs. Benefits? You gave them something? It's not my interests they're looking at. But wouldn't they have done it long ago if they could? It's just because no one dares to do it that it's been left as it is. But when the guns go off, it's going to be a lot of fun. Wouldn't that be of no benefit to you? What I want is not profit, but her. Saying this, Lin Tiancheng took out Lena's picture from his coat pocket and kissed it. Nothing in this world is a bit above her. Alright, what you need to do now is simple. After saying that, Lin Tiancheng threw the documents on the table in front of Hong Wanqing. Hong Wanqing opened the file and took a look, realizing that the people on the list were all the godfather's inner circle, and that he even knew the exact location and his daily routine. Clean up that one and only woman among these people and leave the others alone. Why did so many people just clear her out? I'll deal with the others. But this woman is his driver. Driver? She's a good driver? Yes. Very good. Lin Tiancheng coughed twice. When the time comes, just change into her clothes and sit in the cab after you dispose of that woman. The target will take the bait. I know. Despite her doubts, Red Wanqing agreed. Then I'll take my leave. The good part is still to come. Lin Tiancheng stood up and patted his pants leg in preparation to leave. Oh yeah. After the matter is accomplished, your Red family can take 30% of it from the Clinton family property. I've negotiated this point. I don't need to. I'm doing this for Nana. Meh. Looking at Lin Tiancheng's back, Hong Wanqing was furious and stomped her feet. What's the point of tugging? Every day you make a stinky face. Nana is really unlucky to follow you. At night, a black car from the hustle and bustle of the city, from all parts of the influx, and finally directly set up a long line, along a winding mountain road lined up, traveling during the especially quiet and neat without a little noise. As you follow the trail to the end, a fenced gate slowly opens and a car then drives in. Bang, bang, bang. With that there was a soft knock on the door of the room and an accent with a West Coast flair rang out. Godfather, the gang's all here. A low voice sounded from inside the door. After a while the door of the room opened. The Godfather walked out with his arm around a wonderful young girl. If seen by the passers-by in the Eagle Kingdom would definitely exclaim, and even by karma, because this was none other than the popular actress of the Eagle Kingdom, Alice Megan. Baby, go wait for me in the car. Okay, Papa. The woman smiled warmly and disappeared into the hallway. The Godfather then stepped out of the villa into the middle of an open field, only to see two black-clad men armed with guns and wearing suits and bowler hats standing next to the door of each dark black car. A member of the more back row looked curiously at his partner's clothes. What's wrong? The partner inquired. Nothing. Why do you still have a red cuff on this shirt? It wasn't there just now, was it? Oh, this was given to me by a nun when I went to church for prayer earlier, and now that the family is in trouble I thought I'd take this with me to pray for God's protection. So it is. Okay, stop it. If the Godfather finds out, we're both out of luck. Boys, the Godfather spoke as he walked to the center of the field. How long has it been? If I remember correctly, it's been 10 years since the last person who provoked the Clintons died, and now the grass in their graves has long since grown taller than the headstones. The crowd grinned at the sight, as if the Godfather said, "They are the Clinton family is the most powerful among the existence of now. There are ungrateful people to make trouble. They certainly want to present the wind, but do not know in the darkness behind them a part of the members of the gun has long been loaded, and their right shoulders have a piece of red armband. How ridiculous to have someone from a foreign country trying to hit us nowadays." The Godfather's smile faded and he said expressionlessly, "Let him see what the Clintons are made of tonight. Remember, graceful, must be graceful. Okay kids, go show your graceful looks." As soon as the Godfather gave the order, the crowd entered the car, and a flurry of doors closing one after the other. The Godfather stepped off the stage, at which point a bodyguard standing aside approached. "Godfather, the management of each branch is also centralizing their manpower. We'll make that Lin guy regret clamoring with us this time." "Son, you're thinking too simply." The Godfather lit a cigar and took a drag. "No one has dared to make trouble in all these years, but he is the only one who was an accident, and that is not to make him look stupid. But he is ready for it." "Ready?" As soon as the bodyguard's words left his mouth, there was a burst of gunfire from outside the door, and the surrounding bodyguards quickly surrounded the Godfather at the sight. "Who?" A strong smell of gunpowder drifted from outside the villa, but the Godfather didn't care about it and continued to exhale smoke as if nothing was wrong. "Kids, didn't I tell you? Keep it classy, don't panic when things go wrong, and handle it calmly." Squeak! As the bars opened, a group of members with red armbands lined up and walked in, the leader of which gave a salute to the Godfather. "Godfather, the traitors have all been cleared out." "Elegant, This is just too elegant. The godfather raised a smile and kept clapping with both hands. Boys, you are truly the pride of the Clinton family. Look what happens to those traitors. What awaits them will be the baptism of hell. Tick-tock. The ear-mounted walkie-talkie of the bodyguard beside him suddenly blinked. What? I see. The bodyguard then whispered something behind the godfather's ear. Ha! It's just a bunch of loose sand gathered together is still loose sand after all. It can't make any big waves, and don't rush. I said grace. But father, though, I think this one is just a small ploy, and there may be other tactics behind it. That's for sure. Maybe those other forces that don't look at us favorably have joined in the midst of it, but this is not a bad thing. After we completely shatter their illusions we will devour them step by step, so that the Clinton family will be at its peak. The godfather's voice suddenly rose in pitch as he spoke, then coughed softly twice as he realized what was happening. I'll leave you guys to it back there. I'm going to get a glass of wine and enjoy the rest of the fun. Godfather. The bodyguard stepped forward to stop the persuasion. We can't take this lightly. Maybe they have a trick up their sleeve. I think it's better to take a plane to safety. Oh no, child. The godfather shook his head in disappointment. The surname Lin must have expected this place. The most dangerous place is the safest place. On the contrary, if we leave the villa it might be more dangerous. Then at least let me protect. You are not destined to have anything to do with Grace. The godfather suddenly looked at the bodyguard with an expressionless face. I know, and I will honor your teachings. Looking at the godfather's expression, the bodyguard also knew that he had angered the godfather and could only say no more for the sake of his own life. Without speaking, the godfather turned and walked slowly toward the place where Alice had left earlier. Clunk, clunk, clunk. The godfather walked to a fountain in the back garden and turned the switch on the fountain sculpture. Immediately after, the walls of the spa quickly rose up, an elevator appeared, and when the godfather walked in it was back to normal. An ordinary van was parked in a hidden garage, and looking in the direction ahead only saw a road leading straight to a residential building at the bottom of the hill, as if all this had been prepared for. As the van's door opened, the godfather got into the back seat of the vehicle, looking at the driver's back through the light and whispering, when it comes down to it there really is a traitor in the making, and it may be that anyone who is around you will turn around and bite you. The man in the cab didn't say anything, just kept his head down with both hands on the steering wheel. But don't worry baby, I won't believe everyone, except you. After all, you're the star I brought up from childhood, nah. Yeah? The female voice in the front of the car suddenly spoke, then grabbed a pistol from the seat and aimed it at the godfather. You're not Megan? The godfather spoke slowly, his party's relaxed demeanor instantly tensing. You mean that actress who kept talking about you in the car? The woman snorted. Don't worry, you'll meet her soon. What have you done with her? The godfather suddenly let out a roar that would have startled anyone else who saw him. Is this the same godfather who talks about elegance all the time? Isn't this the same little old man who was jumping up and down in a hurry? I can't imagine you're a really sick old man too. Even your own. Said this. Hong Wanqing did not continue. Just a feeling of nausea. Well, it's time to send you old man on your way. No, I can give you anything you want. I own everything in the family. The godfather by this point was utterly throwing off his grace, and the cowardice that comes naturally when faced with death. Just then, a bad smell filled the car. Hong Wanqing pinched her nose in disgust. You old man is disgusting. Saying that, he was ready to pull the trigger, when all of a sudden the godfather, who had been cowering just a moment ago, suddenly took out his pistol from his pocket, and at the same time, he also leaned down and lowered himself to aim at Hong Wanqing. Shit! Bang! With a violent gunshot, silence instantly fell around them. A painful groan suddenly sounded, followed by a man walking over in the darkness, and came close to see that it was actually Lin Tiancheng in a suit with a red cuff hanging on his right shoulder. You. A large amount of blood flowed out of the godfather's mouth, and he also looked at Lin Tiancheng with an incredulous expression. Why? Because you treated her badly. That's all. She just said here. Godfather, two eyes shrink, instantly lost vital signs. A generation of domination in the Eagle Country gang. Godfather even so fantastically dead. Ha! Lin Tiancheng gave the godfather a disdainful look, then looked at the stunned Hong Wanqing in the car. It's too late if you don't leave now. Gunshots will definitely come later. I owe you my life. Hong Wanqing took a deep breath to adjust her mind. Finished? Leave as soon as you've finished. Lin Tiancheng got on the passenger side and opened the window to dissipate the odor. Nana is still waiting for me at home. Hong Wanqing didn't say anything, just stepped on the gas and drove away from the garage. How about I return the proceeds to you? Hong Wanqing suddenly spoke. What do I need that for? I don't like owing people. Then you'll be the maid of honor at my wedding to Nana when the time comes. After all, you're the only one she has as a good friend. Boom! The van pulled into a small, inconspicuous building, followed by two figures slowly walking out. When are you going to marry Nana? After this matter has settled down, Lin Tianchang removed his suit and threw it aside. I'll leave the rest of the aftermath to you. The baby at home is still waiting for me. Looking at Lin Tianchang's back, Hong Wanqing skimmed her lips. I hope you're genuinely good to Sha Na, otherwise I, Hong Wanqing, will hunt you down to the ends of the earth. Lin Xiaoshi felt Bai Xiaoyi in her arms suddenly move a bit and instantly woke up from her sleep, so she squinted her eyes and quietly watched Bai Xiaoyi's every move. Phew. It's a good thing I didn't wake up Xiaoshi. Bai Xiaoyi picked up his cell phone from the nightstand and looked at the time. It's already 9 in the morning. It's almost time to get up and get ready to go. I made an appointment with the store clerk yesterday to go at this time. Shopkeeper? Time? Lin Xiaoshi's head was confused, completely unaware of where Bai Xiaoyi was about to take himself to, but through Bai Xiaoyi's smiling face he seemed to be expecting something. Let Xiao sleep a little longer first, and it's convenient for me to take a shower. Saying that, Bai Xiaoyi carefully left Lin Xiaoshi's embrace and tiptoed out of the bedroom. Lin Xiaoxi beamed his body arching to Bai Xiaoyi's position, muttering, where is Xiaoyi taking me so happy? Really? Good, looking forward to it. With that, Lin Xiaoshi took down the cell phone that Bai Xiaoyi had placed on the nightstand, and immediately afterward Damage quickly burrowed into the comforter and shrunk herself into a ball like a baby silkworm, skillfully inputting her birthday to open her cell phone. Lin Xiaoshi immediately found a recently used map software in the cell phone software report. After tapping on it, Lin Xiaoshi looked at the history and fell into a deep thought as there was nothing on the history, seemingly as if it was purposely erased. He must be hiding something from me. Otherwise he wouldn't have deleted them. Is it possible that he is trying to escape from me? Due to Lin Xiaoshi's personality, it caused her to tend to associate things in the worst possible way. So much so that all sorts of negative emotions that made her desperate filled her body. Why did you hide it from me? Didn't we all say we'd be together forever? Obviously we all said it to each other. Ding dong. Just then a notification suddenly popped up on top of the software, and Lin Xiaoxi clearly saw that it was written above that you have recently planned routes for a total of 20 times. So congratulations on obtaining the title of route planner. Route planner? Ha. There was a sudden oozing laugh from under the covers. Looks like he was lying to me all along. It turns out that all along, it was always the plan to leave. Don't worry, I'm going to carve my name in your heart. A smooth and tender jade foot drilled out from the quilt and gently nodded on the ground. Today is a good day. Bai Xiaoyi fried the eggs, completely unaware that a silhouette flashed through his bedroom and touched into the other bedroom. Not long after looking at the color of the bright fried egg white, he nodded with satisfaction. Well, spatula will be fried egg spatula up into the bowl after wiping his hands on the apron, and then to the trouser pockets to explore. Unbeknownst to him, a dark shadow behind him was walking towards him one step at a time like a walking corpse. Hey, where's my cell phone? Bai Xiaoyi knocked his head after feeling around for a while and realizing that he didn't have a cell phone in his pants pocket. Hi, I almost forgot that I left my cell phone on the nightstand when I turned off the alarm, and that bridal store at the department store should be open soon at this hour. I can't be late for my appointment, said Bai Xiaoyi as he turned around. Now we have to tell Xiaoshi to get up and wash up. Bai Xiaoyi just said that he found himself behind the sudden standing Lin Xiaoshi. His backhand eye slipped round a blinking look at himself, while still constantly backing up in the face with a trace of remorseful expression. Xiao, why are you behind me? Bai Xiaoyi was startled by the sudden appearance of Lin Xiaoshi. I didn't hear anything. Lin Xiaoshi's voice became hoarse and her eyes glittered with tears. Despite this, she continued to keep moving backwards. No, can't let Yi see what's behind me. I was the one who was wrong about Yi. I have to go back to my room quickly. You heard everything. Xiaoshi? Bai Xiaoyi scratched his head in embarrassment. I should have known better than to say it to myself. What a surprise. Don't come over. Looking at Bai Xiaoyi, who was striding towards him, Lin Xiaoshi was getting flustered. Fortunately her back was to the door of the room, quickly twisting the door handle to retreat inside. Xiaoshi? Bai Xiaoyi froze in place, looking at the panicked Lin Xiaoshi, suddenly felt a pain in his heart. Is this Shiori's way of escaping? Is it hard to believe that she doesn't like going to that place? Am I making a fool of myself? It's me who screwed up. I'm the one who screwed up. Lin Xiaoxi gently opened the box under the bed and put the syringe and scalpel inside, but the teardrops that fell on the floor and made a ticking sound made Lin Xiaoxi lose the courage to go out again. How much suspicion there was initially, and how much remorse and self-condemnation there was when the truth came out. I'm sorry, I'm sorry. Lin Xiaoshi sat paralyzed on the floor, his head leaning against the door panel, recalling the words that came out of Bai Xiaoyi's mouth just now. The bridal store. He originally wanted to take me to the bridal store to have such a reaction. Why do I have to do such a thing? Obviously Yi has never left me. I'm so stupid. Lin Xiaoxi, despite the tears on her face, was overflowing with happy smiles. She fantasized about the moment when she put on her wedding dress and Bai Xiaoyi stepped into the marriage hall hand in hand. How beautiful, But this beauty was crushed away by her own hand. He must be very sad now. But I don't dare. I don't dare to look at his appearance. I am so afraid that what is waiting for me will be a cold face. Bai Xiaoyi sat on the sofa with his eyes lifelessly staring at the bedroom door, still holding the bowl of fried omelette in his hand, which was prepared for Lin Xiaoshi. Why is Shirori avoiding me? Is it because I took the liberty of not telling her, or is it because she doesn't want to get married? It seems that all my carefully planned programs have gone down the drain. Bai Xiaoyi placed the omelette on the table and shook his head with a bitter smile, throwing the apron on his waist to the floor. The clock on the wall was ticking, but the room was awfully quiet. The dreary atmosphere pressed Bai Xiaoyi to the point where he couldn't breathe, as if his wonderful expectations had instantly come to nothing. Shifting his gaze to the door of the tightly closed room, Xiao Shi, still not out yet. Bai Xiaoyi hung his head, his drooping eyelids seemingly not wanting to face it. Obviously, when I told you to marry Xiao Shi before, I was still fine. How did it suddenly become like this? Xiao Shi. Bai Xiaoyi's mind surfaced Lin Xiaoshi's appearance cannot help but want to reach out to touch her face. So the body leaned forward and grabbed an empty hand straight to the floor. Fell. Flop. A noise woke up Lin Xiaoshi, who was sitting on the floor. Lin Xiaoshi's mouth kept muttering Bai Xiaoyi's name. When she suddenly heard the commotion, her head buried in her knees suddenly burrowed out. What's that sound? It sounds like something heavy falling on the ground. Could it be he? No, don't. Lin Xiaoshi associated some bad scenes in her mind, and hurriedly stood up, hurriedly holding the doorframe, and stretched out her right hand on the door handle. It hurts. Bai Xiaoyi climbed up from the ground, grinning as he sucked in cold air. Looking at the closed door of the room, Bai Xiaoyi gritted his teeth and stood up. No, even if it's just a glance, I have to see how Xiao is doing now, said Bai Xiaoyi, limped to the door and put his hand up. Ka chow. The doors opened slowly, and two hands rested on separate doorknobs. Xiao, As soon as the words fell, the two of them embraced each other in a deadly embrace. In this moment each other's emotions seemed to have reached the extreme. Xiao. Lin Xiaoshi buried her head into Bai Xiaoyi's arms and cried loudly, seemingly venting out the panic and uneasiness in her heart. So you were there all along. Bai Xiaoyi didn't say anything, not because he wasn't excited, but the impatience and worry he had felt when he was holding Lin Xiaoxi in his arms had dissipated and disappeared. So you were there all along. Bai Xiaoyi sniffed the nice jasmine scent from Lin Xiaoshi's hair and kept patting Lin Xiaoshi's back. I'm sorry, Xiaoshi. Is it because I was too sudden that's why you didn't react? Don't worry, I won't hide it from you next time. No, it should be me who says I'm sorry. Lin Xiaoshi raised her head, two tear tracks still dry. This is all my fault. It's me who didn't trust Bai Xiaoyi of course didn't know that he was only one step away from his own life before, and all but assumed that Lin Xiaoshi had been frightened by his sudden surprise, and thus acted in such a way. Lin Xiaoshi lowered his head suddenly, not daring to look at Bai Xiaoyi. No, this really isn't Xiaoyi's fault. Lin Xiaoshi felt her body lighten, and it turned out to be that she had been picked up by Bai Xiaoyi before she could finish. Don't say it. Bai Xiaoyi's eyes with warmth gazed closely at Lin Xiaoshi. I know that Xiaoshi is looking out for me, but it's really my fault for hiding this matter and causing a bad influence. Not at all. Lin Xiaoshi suddenly interrupted Bai Xiaoyi. None of this has anything to do with It's all me. Boing. Bai Xiaoyi stepped forward and violently tackled Lin Xiaoshi's mouth, his palm pressing down on the back of Lin Xiaoshi's head into a stage of oblivion. Lin Xiaoshi's palm that was clenched into a fist gradually relaxed, and if one looked closely one would realize that there were deep nail marks at the root of the palm, which Lin Xiaoshi had left behind in the room. She was more willing to hurt herself than her beloved boy, but the good thing is that Bai Xiaoyi did not realize that he lost his temper in that scene. Everything still has a chance to recover. In the face of Bai Xiaoyi initiated the initiative to attack. This let Lin Xiaoxi's hanging heart fell down, replaced by more excited than Bai Xiaoyi mood. Wanted to take me to the bridal store. Can I call my darling now? Well, is it better to call me darling or Huffing and puffing, Bai Xiaoyi slowly raised his head and looked at Lin Xiaoshi fondly. Xiaoshi, since you're not angry because I didn't tell you, then why are you hiding in the bedroom? Lin Xiaoshi stammered back and lowered her head. Xiao. Seeing that Lin Xiaoshi didn't say anything for a long time, Bai Xiaoyi called out in concern. I was too excited. Lin Xiaoshi gazed at Bai Xiaoyi with her eyes wide open, but the eyes moving around revealed the panic in her heart. I don't know how to face after I heard him talking about the bridal store, because this is after all a surprise that he prepared for me, yet I secretly heard it, so I feel guilty. So that's how it is. Bai Xiaoyi also breathed a sigh of relief after learning the reason. So it's because Xiao is too nervous. But yeah, I've seen videos of girls looking flustered when the boy proposes to them. It's okay, Xiaoshi. Bai Xiaoyi touched Lin Xiaoshi's head. Whether Xiaoshi knows it or not, we will always accomplish these things. After all, as long as the two of us are together, isn't that the best ending? Lin Xiaoshi's hand suddenly wrapped around Bai Xiaoyi's waist, and her eyes had turned pink when she raised her head again. Why don't we go back to the store tomorrow? I guess the time for the appointment has passed by now. But, if we go now we might be able to make it too. Doesn't Shirori want to try on a wedding dress? I won't be able to make it. I want to eat more than trying on wedding dresses, said Lin Xiaoshi, pushed Bai Xiaoyi against the sofa. Bai Xiaoyi's feet slipped and fell on it. Before he could get up, Lin Xiaoshi pounced on him. Xiao, it's dangerous for you, in case you hit your head. Bai Xiaoyi put his arm around Lin Xiaoshi and pinched that smooth face without any good reason. The more you do this the more I can't hold myself now. Wow. The water in the bucket overflowed from it because it was full, wetting Lena's boots. Yikes. Lena reacted, turning off the faucet while switching positions. Really? Dazed again. Lena beamed as she carried her bucket to a peach tree and watered it with a large spoon, her palm resting lightly on the trunk of the tree as she sighed. When the hell are you coming back? Suddenly a voice came from beside him. Is that about me? Lena's body turned around in a daze to find Lin Tiancheng standing in front of her with a raised smile. Tiancheng. P.S. Now to the readers of the Grandmasters to seek the male and female main child's name. The initial idea is a male and a female. The Grandmasters can think of their own name posted in the paragraph comment. And finally I will pick the highest number of likes as the children's names. I'll pick the names of the kids with the highest number of likes at the end. Lena took a step to Lin Tiancheng and pounced in front of him. Looks like my Nana here missed me. Lin Tiancheng held Lena up with a smile on his face. Nana, I'm home. It's good to be back. It's good to be back. Lena suddenly left the embrace, looking up and down until she found nothing out of the ordinary before asking. Tiancheng, you're not hurt, are you? Lin Tiancheng said bitterly. Sure enough, you still found out by Nana. Seeing this, Lena covered her mouth in surprise. No, Tiancheng, you'll be fine. I'm going to call a doctor right now. Lin Tiancheng took Lena's arm. The doctors have no way to save me. Only you, Nana, can do it. How can that be? I'm not a doctor. I have a heart disease. So only you, Nana, can heal me. Lena knew she was being tricked, didn't have the good sense to pat Lin Tiancheng's shoulder. You're going to die, causing me to worry about you. He. Lin Tiancheng saw the good things and looked to the peach tree on the side to hastily change the topic. This whole time the peach tree has been tended by you. Nana? That's true. This is where we met, Lena said, touching her cheek. Suddenly Lin Tiancheng got down on one knee, startling Lena. Tiancheng, what are you doing? Only to see Lin Tiancheng took out a small gift box from his pocket and opened it to see a crystal clear and flawless diamond ring. Nana, will you marry me? Lena covered her mouth with both hands, obviously shocked by Lin Tiancheng's actions. Tears brushed her eyes. Idiot. You just know how to scare me. Although Lena's mouth said Lin Tiancheng, but her small hand reached out to her. Lin Tiancheng put the ring on Lena, then got up and took her into his arms. Nana, I love you. I love you too. Lin Tiancheng picked Lena up in a horizontal hug and headed towards the villa. Tiancheng, what are you doing? Put me down. Nana watered and moisturized the peach tree. Now it's my turn to moisturize Nana. Bai Xiaoyi lay on his bed looking out the window at the scene of the sun setting in deep thought. He had lost count of how many times he had passed out, but judging from the time that had passed, this duel wasn't simple. Bai Xiaoyi sat up and looked towards Lin Xiaoshi, who was lying beside him, and realized that Lin Xiaoshi was also lying peacefully and quietly on the side with his mouth gently and slightly open to emit even breathing sounds. Ye don't go. The sleeping Lin Xiaoshi spoke in her sleep, and that pouting look looked adorable. Is this girl having nightmares again? Don't worry, Xiaoshi. Bai Xiaoyi lifted the quilt and covered Lin Xiaoshi for her. I won't leave. Don't worry about me leaving you. Before Bai Xiaoyi finished his sentence, Lin Xiaoshi suddenly continued. This is only the 99th time it. Hold on a little longer on the 100th. After saying this, Bai Xiaoyi instantly settled down. Nice guy. Hope you mean push-ups. Next, Bai Xiaoyi didn't get out of bed. Just turned the bedside lamp on some. Otherwise Xiaoshi would panic when she woke up in the dark. This niece has always been like this. Perhaps the light stimulated Lin Xiaoshi, or perhaps it was just the number of times it reached. Lin Xiaoshi's eyelids fluttered for a moment before slowly opening. What came into view was the bright light and Bai Xiaoyi, who was illuminated by the light. Good noon, said Lin Xiaoshi as she rubbed her eyes in confusion. Fool. It's nighttime and still noon is good. Bai Xiaoyi couldn't help but be amused by Lin Xiaoshi's reaction and bent his head down to kiss Lin Xiaoshi's cheeks. Sure enough, Xiaoshi's slippery face was too tantalizing. Whether it was touching it or giving it a kiss, it was a soulful pleasure. Feeling Bai Xiaoyi's affection, Lin Xiaoshi instantly also reached out and touched Bai Xiaoyi's cheek. The dazzling hair covered half of Lin Xiaoshi's face, but the light blue eyes that were clearly visible were exceptionally moving. Looking at Lin Xiaoshi squinting like a kitten and enjoying his touch. After a while of mojo, Bai Xiaoyi asked softly, Is Xiaoshi hungry? I'll go cook for Xiaoshi. Not hungry. Lin Xiaoshi opened her eyes and leaned her head towards Bai Xiaoyi. It's just that my legs are a little numb. The numbness? Is that from sleeping on it? It's not all because Xiaoyi suddenly hugged me before. Lin Xiaoshi said this with a small red face buried into Bai Xiaoyi's chest. Bai Xiaoyi froze, then thought of something. Today Captain Bai Xiaoyi performed a hovering flight technique with perfect results, which will be memorable for the passengers who took this flight for the rest of their lives. This one is me being too excited. He. Bai Xiaoyi rubbed the back of his head in embarrassment. Can Xiaoshi get out of bed now? Should I make dinner and bring it in? Of course Lin Xiaoshi wouldn't tell Bai Xiaoyi that she was only mildly symptomatic, so she gave Bai Xiaoyi a blank look, then opened her arms and said, "It's easy to dirty the bedroom by eating on the bed. You should still carry me to the sofa." Okay then. Bai Xiaoyi first got off the bed, allowing Lin Xiaoshi to find a convenient position before wrapping his hands around it. "Xiao, hold on tight to my neck and be careful not to fall." Lin Xiaoshi felt that after the previous incident, Xiaoyi was more likely to express his strong love for himself, rather than hiding it like before, which made himself as sweet as falling into a honeypot. Ha. What are you laughing at that's so happy? Quickly hug me tight. Bai Xiaoyi gently knocked Lin Xiaoshi's head. Good. Snuggle up tight? Hold on tight. Lin Xiaoshi whispered into Bai Xiaoyi's ear. I won't let go in this life. Miss, everything is taken care of. Aha. Hong Wanqing looked at the list in her hand and fell into deep thought. It had to be said that the Clinton family's savings were still very rich, despite the fact that the gangs that contributed the least had divided hundreds of millions of dollars of assets, not to mention Hong Wanqing, who accounted for 30% of the share. So, Miss, should I talk to Mr. Red about this? Say, draw 10% of that 30% share for my father, and take the rest for charity, and use Nana for the name. I understand. The secretary nodded, then placed an envelope in front of Hong Wanqing. By the way, Miss, this is what Mrs. Best Friend entrusted me to give you, so I'll leave first. An envelope? Could it be that Xiao Na is asking me to rescue her? Hong Wanqing anxiously opened the envelope, only to see a bright red card appear in front of her, with 2 large golden letters printed on it. Invitation. Bai Xiaoyi woke up quickly early the next morning, turning his head sideways to gently call Lin Xiaoxi's name in her ear. Xiao, it's time to get up. Oh, today is a very important day. Swish. Lin Xiaoshi's eyes opened in response, and she instantly dove into Bai Xiaoyi's arms. Good morning, darling. Ahem. Good morning. Little E, you've changed. Lin Xiaoshi beamed. You don't even want to call me darling. Who said I didn't want to? I just wasn't ready. Bai Xiaoyi explained, while ruffling the hair covering Lin Xiaoshi's face for her, speaking in a warm voice. Good morning, dear. Bai Xiaoyi just finished speaking and blushed as he got out of bed to take the lead. I'm going to go wash up first. Xiao, you rest for a while. Why is my dear's face so red? Yikes. Before Lin Xiaoshi finished speaking, Bai Xiaoyi's figure was long gone from the bedroom. E is so cute. Lin Xiaoshi licked her lips expectantly. It's like a white sheet of paper, clean and dry. And I'm the drop of ink that won't wash out. Lin Xiaoshi then lay back on the bed, closing her eyes and gradually thinking. Imo after a few seconds all of a sudden opened her eyes revealing determination. It's better to call it Yi, because it's the unique and irreplaceable Yi. Strange. Bai Xiaoyi looked at himself in the mirror, the blush still present on his face. Why do I get extra excited when I hear Xiaoshi call me that? It wasn't until after washing his face 3 times with cool water that Bai Xiaoyi gradually calmed down. Never mind that for now. It's almost time to go into the bridal store when we're done with breakfast. The sight of Lin Xiaoshi in a wedding dress with flowers in her hands came to mind. How beautiful it looked. Angel. That's right. Xiao is an angel. Lin Xiaoshi's ear was pressed against the door of the room, revealing a puzzled expression. What is he thinking? Phew. Almost time to get out. Bai Xiaoyi had just pulled open the toilet door when he realized that Lin Xiaoshi was standing in the doorway, looking at himself with a crooked head. Little Xiao? I'm sorry. You've been waiting for a long time, haven't you? No la. I've only just gotten here. Lin Xiaoshi narrowed her eyes and smiled. Can he let me through? It's my turn to wash up now. Ooh-hoo. Seeing this, Bai Xiaoyi immediately gave way. Just as Lin Xiaoshi walked in, the moment Lin Xiaoshi suddenly turned back and said, Thank you, little easy angel. Oh, said Lin Xiaoshi, then covered her mouth and closed the door with a sneer, leaving a dumbfounded Bai Xiaoyi. As expected, Xiao heard my crazy words. Bai Xiaoyi slapped his mouth lifelessly. I'll never speak out of turn again. After breakfast the two headed out the door, the fresh air and the bright sunshine seeming to bless them along the way. Bai Xiaoyi smiled and greeted a small dog outside the janitor's room. Good morning, small dog. Do you know what we're going to do today? The puppy lying on the ground glanced at Bai Xiaoyi before standing up and waddling away. Ha ha ha. Lin Xiaoshi covered her mouth and let out a giggle when she saw this, gently patting Bai Xiaoyi's back before looking at the silent Bai Xiaoyi. Alright. It's alright. I know it's because Xiaoyi is too happy la. After a soothing journey, the two finally came to the wedding dress store. Through the glass window of the model villain white small easy to see a variety of white wedding dresses. In the look of Lin Xiaoxi's look heart trembled. Tightly holding Lin Xiaoxi's hand walked in. Hello, welcome. The clerk enthusiastically walked up quickly when she saw the guests coming, her face beaming with joy. Another couple is coming. I hope they can have 100 years of good luck. That's why I love this job. Hello. Bai Xiaoyi entered the store and looked around, realizing that the layout of this bridal store was very bright. The Western style of decoration in combination with the sweet fragrance of flowers was refreshing. The clerk looked at the two holding hands with each other and confirmed that Bai Xiaoyi and Lin Xiaoxi were a couple in love. So she spoke up. The two of you look like a good match, and I sincerely wish you a long life. Thank you, Bai Xiaoyi replied politely. I have to say that the quality of the store staff is very good, both in terms of talk and demeanor is very enjoyable for the customers. May I ask if the two of you are here to take wedding pictures or to buy a wedding dress? Hearing this, Bai Xiaoyi instantly became interested. Is there still a wedding photo service here? In that case we don't have to go to an art photo studio anymore. Some guests. We have a professional photographer here as well as photographic equipment. Guests can choose their own photo time and place. Well then, I'll take both the wedding dress and the wedding photos. Hearing this, the clerk smiled faintly. Then please two guests first select their favorite wedding dress style. I will go and say hello to the photographer first. After the clerk left, Bai Xiaoyi guided Lin Xiaoshi in front of him. There were all kinds of wedding dresses on the display stand, from the Western white dress style, to the ancient colorful red style, and some special dresses that look like they were from other countries. Look, Xiao, do you have a favorite wedding dress? Lin Xiaoshi's gaze lingered slightly in the exhibition cabinet for a moment, then looked at Bai Xiaoyi. They're all very pretty. Xiaoyi, can I ask you a question? What a question. Do people get married in that world of Yi's in this kind of wedding dress too? Even though I've never been married. My parents took me to wedding sites when I was a kid. Most of them were on the western side, and the old-fashioned ones were rare. It's like this. Lin Xiaoshi listened to Bai Xiaoyi's explanation with great interest, carefully not missing a single word. Once Bai Xiaoyi spoke about information about the world he was in, Lin Xiaoshi would memorize it all in his head, for no other reason than because he had been there. That's why I'm fine with the appearance of the wedding dress law. As long as it's Xiao you're wearing it, I'm satisfied. Then, okay. Lin Xiaoshi walked over to a display case and pointed her finger over. I want this. Let's see. When Bai Xiaoyi walked to the center of the counter, Lin Xiaoshi quickly took down the price tag on the counter and placed it behind herself. Just see, the cabinet of the wedding dress is slightly short, just the tail left a layer of fine gauze. The skirt body does not have too much decoration. Just the upper body left some flower pattern, that's all. Xiao, are you sure you want this? Bai Xiaoyi made a doubtful sound. What's wrong? I think this is pretty. Lin Xiaoshi clenched the price tag in her hand a little tighter, as if she didn't want Bai Xiaoyi to find out. For her, the wedding dress is important, but compared to Bai Xiaoyi, it is dispensable. Lin Xiaoxi does not want to spend too much financial resources to buy too expensive clothing, as long as with Bai Xiaoyi standing on the red carpet when the rest of everything is not important. Bai Xiaoyi sighed helplessly as he looked at Lin Xiaoshi's hand behind his back. These wedding dresses have actually long been known by themselves on this store's website, and this wedding dress is the best value for money compared to the others. Just then the clerk came over. Hello guests, the photographer over here is ready. May I ask if the wedding guests have picked out their wedding dresses yet? Picked. Bai Xiaoyi looked at Lin Xiaoshi and nodded. Lin Xiaoshi was about to walk up to the counter to point out the wedding dress to the clerk when suddenly Bai Xiaoyi's paragraph interrupted her movements. Give me this one. Bai Xiaoyi walked over to a bright and colorful wedding dress, only to see that this long-skirted wedding dress was embellished with sparkling pearls and diamonds everywhere, and the upper part of the dress was embroidered with all kinds of bright floral patterns, and the beautiful appearance also revealed that the wedding dress was expensive. The clerk nodded. Okay customer, I'll fetch a brand new style over here. After a long time the sales clerk didn't even need to ask Lin Xiaoshi's data, and was able to figure out the size of the wedding dress by using a large sample of her physical appearance. Xiaoyi. After the clerk left, Lin Xiaoshi looked at Bai Xiaoyi in confusion. Didn't we agree to buy my favorite set? Do you not love me anymore? How come? I've always loved Xiaoshi. Bai Xiaoyi smiled and touched Lin Xiaoshi's head. Looking at Lin Xiaoshi, who looked like she was trying hard to defend herself, couldn't help but look even more adorable. Then why didn't he buy me my favorite wedding dress? Lin Xiaoshi beamed with tears glistening in her eyes. I obviously love this one. It's precisely because I'm in love with Xiaoshi that I can't be left to your whims. Bai Xiaoyi pierced through Lin Xiaoshi's lie, but didn't get angry because that girl was always looking out for herself, all the time. Lin Xiaoshi also seemed to understand something when she heard this, and then jumped into Bai Xiaoyi's arms. Idiot Xiaoyi. Big dummy. Are you the landlord's stupid son? Obviously. Just buy a wedding dress that you can wear. I don't need you to buy anything for me, as long as you're by my side every day. Bai Xiaoyi picked up Lin Xiaoshi's chin with his hand and gazed deeply into Lin Xiaoshi's eyes. Think carefully, Xiaoshi. This is the first time in our lives and the last time in our lives. Doesn't Xiaoshi want to leave a mark in this world that belongs to us? Well, Lin Xiaoshi no longer continued to speak after hearing this, and her entire body collapsed powerlessly into Bai Xiaoyi's arms, seemingly agreeing with Bai Xiaoyi's remarks. Yeah, Yi was right. I don't want to leave a blemish on this wonderful memory. Xiaoyi. Lin Xiaoshi stood across from Bai Xiaoyi with her hands folded together, those stirring eyes filled with intense love. Please teach me more for the rest of my life. Aha. Long-time customer. The clerk held a box on the counter. This one was just shipped in last week. The material is all brand new. Thanks. Bai Xiaoyi looked at Lin Xiaoshi. Xiaoshi, go ahead and try. Lin Xiaoshi held the box tightly in her arms. Good. After Lin Xiaoshi went into the dressing room, Bai Xiaoyi was also idle and bored strolling around the perimeter. The clerk suddenly said he had to go and help set up the photography scene and left the hall. Unbeknownst to her, Lin Xiaoshi was lifting a sliver of the doorway to secretly observe the situation outside. Bai Xiaoyi was hanging out when his cell phone suddenly rang, and opened it to find a text message from Lin Xiaoshi. Help me. Seeing this, Bai Xiaoyi had a hot head and hurriedly ran towards the locker room. Sure, Ori, don't let anything happen to you. Since he had previously seen the door that Lin Xiaoshi had entered, Bai Xiaoyi rushed straight to the door, and was about to shout loudly. Suddenly a hand reached out from the doorway and grabbed Bai Xiaoyi in. Lin Xiaoshi reached out and covered Bai Xiaoyi's mouth. Xiaoyi, don't be too loud, yo. Xiao. Are you alright? Bai Xiaoyi was stunned and asked hurriedly after looking at Lin Xiaoshi intact. Nothing's wrong. Then why did you text me? Xiao, because. Lin Xiaoshi snickered, her torso close to Bai Xiaoyi. I want Xiaoyi to appreciate the quality of this wedding dress with his own eyes. Phew. Finally done. The clerk wiped the sweat from his forehead after setting up the scene board. It's almost time to go out and check on the guests. As soon as the clerk came out, he realized that Lin Xiaoxi was standing beside Bai Xiaoyi in a wedding dress, looking as holy and elegant as a princess in a fairy tale. This wedding dress is doing what it is supposed to do on you, young lady. You are the best looking bride I have ever seen among my guests. Thank you for the compliment. Lin Xiaoshi was clearly satisfied with the sales clerk lady's appreciation, but her eyes were fixed on Bai Xiaoyi, who was blushing red. Why is your face so red? Cough cough. Bai Xiaoyi coughed twice to ignore Lin Xiaoshi's teasing, then said to the clerk, We'll take this one. Can we pay now, please? Of course you can. But guess let's go ahead and take the pictures first. It's not too late to come back after. You guys take care of yourselves first if you check out. Guest. Thanks then. Bai Xiaoyi was about to move forward. Suddenly Lin Xiaoshi reached out and pulled him back. What's wrong, Xiao? Lin Xiaoshi was wearing a wedding dress with her hands crossed at her waist. Doesn't he realize that there's something wrong with you? Something's wrong? Bai Xiaoyi asked curiously. What's wrong? Is he going to wear casual clothes and take pictures with me? It was an oversight on my part, because the tail of the wedding dress was too long. Lin Xiaoxi was prone to bumps and bruises, so Bai Xiaoyi naturally took up the job of helping Lin Xiaoxi pick up the tail of the dress. Watching the two newcomers' sweet and harmonious appearance, even the sight of the photographer also raised the corner of his mouth. The two of you are really a match made in heaven. I do not know when my own love will come. The photographer thought like this but sneaked his eyes towards the lively and outgoing sales clerk lady. Alright, you two. I'll just bring you here for now. The photographer will be shooting for you later. The clerk smiled as she finished speaking and waved at the photographer, then left the room. The two newlyweds, please come to this side of the scene. The photographer brought Bai Xiaoyi and Lin Xiaoxi to a virtual garden with a small pavilion entwined with flowers. The lawn outside the pavilion was covered with cobblestone paths of varying sizes, and at the end of the path was a swing in the shape of a white cradle. The man is invited to sit on a seat in the pavilion with his torso facing the swing and his head slightly upward, showing a look of playfulness with the woman. The woman, on the other hand, sits on the swing holding a flower in her hand, looking at the man with a happy face. The two smiled at each other and got ready as the photographer told them to. Good. Very good. 1, 2, 3. Ka-chow. With the press of the camera's shutter, a beautiful photo appeared in the camera's memory. In the picture, a princess in a white dress with stunning looks was sitting quietly on a swing, one hand grasping the swing's rope and the other pulling her hair around her ear, gazing lovingly at the prince leaning against the pavilion, while the suave prince also had his arms propped up on the pavilion's bleachers, tilting his head to look at his beloved beauty. It's so beautiful. A crack outside the door peeked open, and the shopkeeper's young lady's gaze peeked in. I'm afraid I'll have regrets for the rest of my life if I don't watch this marvelous scene, although it's a violation of the guest's right to privacy, but I just can't help it. Mojo watched for a moment or feared discovery, and the clerk gently closed the door to the room. Ugh, if only I could watch it all the time. Suddenly the clerk seemed to think of something. Right, maybe I can sneak a peek at the pictures in the camera. Sure, Ori, you're really So beautiful. By showy hands holding Lin Xiaoshi's cheeks. Under the light of the young girl appears to be more bright skin, that sweet smile and cherry-molded rosy and lovely lips. In the eyes of Bai Xiaoyi, Lin Xiaoshi is just like a fairy, down to earth, in general mesmerizing. Lin Xiaoxi sat cross-legged on the grass enjoying Bai Xiaoyi's gentle gaze, also stroked the face of his beloved. This beautiful picture in a click sound perfect ending. The two of them then switched scenes and took many pictures before the photographer finished them off with a resounding success. The photographer frantically flipped through the results of his journey, a few tears dripping onto the floor. To have captured such mesmerizing images, my whole life, it was worth it. 2 guests. The photos I've screened out later, I'll speed up washing them out. In order to take care of the guests' privacy, we'll do a deletion of the finished photos. The photographer was trembling as he said this. Damn it. I can't believe I had to destroy a photo that could have been used as a centerpiece for the store. What a waste. The store manager's rule was a mistake. No. I'll write my resignation letter tonight. This whole thing will cast a shadow over my career. Okay, thank you. Although Bai Xiaoyi didn't know why the photographer looked extremely sad. He didn't ask out of politeness. Then can we change now? Yes. The photographer nodded. Guests can wait in the lobby after changing. And I'll be out with the pictures later. Looking at Bai Xiaoyi and Lin Xiaoshi's backs as they left, the photographer looked on with envy. Alas, how much love has been witnessed by the wedding photos taken for almost several years. But when exactly will the one that belongs to me come? Never mind. Let's just get the photos developed quickly. I can't bring that kind of emotion to that pair of guests. In the locker room, Bai Xiaoyi was changing clothes when suddenly Lin Xiaoshi's voice came from next door. Yi, come help me. My zipper is stuck. Ha, don't even think about it, Xiao. I'm not going to fall for your tricks anymore. Bai Xiaoyi unbuttoned his suit confidently. I've long since recognized your tricks, so I advise you to break this idea while you still can. When Bai Xiaoyi said this sentence, the next door was completely silent, and Bai Xiaoyi secretly rejoiced in his heart. Humph. I'm not the same Bai Xiaoyi who was at the mercy of others before, and I have to rely on not force but wisdom to deal with Xiao Shi. Afterwards, Bai Xiaoyi was ready to continue to undo the buttons when he looked down to see that he didn't know when the suit had long been undone. Didn't I remember I only unbuttoned one button? Just as Bai Xiaoyi was wondering, suddenly a delicate body behind him fell towards him. Ha ha ha. A voice that couldn't be more familiar entered Bai Xiaoyi's ears. Xiao, why are you here? No way. Bai Xiaoyi looked to the top of the head and found that the locker room compartment is not completely closed, but the top of the baffle can be a person and a half so high. How is Xiao Shi without sound? Lin Xiaoshi's head rested on Bai Xiaoyi's shoulder and said with a teasing tone. Isn't Xiaoyi very capable? How come he doesn't look as arrogant as he was before now? Xiao, stop it and hurry back. There's no rush. Anyway, just now the sales clerk's sister went in to look for the photographer. Oh, Lin Xiaoshi said as she pushed Bai Xiaoyi against the wall. You remember what I just said? Just now? Xiao, you mean zipper. Right answer, said Lin Xiaoshi, pursing her lips. But it's not my zipper now. Yo. Well, probably these. The photographer organized the photos and put them into an organizer bag, reluctantly deleting the saved photos. Damn it. The store manager and I don't share the same fate as you. I'll leave this place tonight. The photographer growled this way. Suddenly a voice interrupted himself. No. A figure ran up behind him, and when the photographer got a good look at it, he realized it was the clerk at the front desk. Hey, Jia Jia, what are you doing here? Why did you leave? The girl named Jia Jia said excitedly, a few tears squeezing out from it. No. I was speaking in anger. The photographer laughed awkwardly. I'm just spitting out a couple sentences off the top of my head. Jia Jia, you mustn't take it seriously. Really? The young girl asked in a sticky voice. Of course, it's a job. And besides, the store manager doesn't pay me a bad salary, so there's no reason for me to quit. That's good. The girl named Jia Jia breathed a long sigh of relief, and then the pink fists of her hands were clenched as if she had summoned up the courage to come up to the photographer. Why did you just look so frustrated? The photographer laughed bitterly twice. I'm just wondering when exactly the love that belongs to me will come. After all, I've witnessed the love of so many couples, so it's a bit sad. A love of your own? The clerk looked at the photographer's disoriented look and couldn't bear to see him, then hugged him under the photographer's surprised expression. It's okay, yo. The clerk gently patted the photographer's back like a knowing big sister. I'm sure you'll find your happiness eventually, no matter how it turns out in the future. The clerk's voice grew smaller as she spoke. I'll be silently cheering you on. You've been helping me out when I've been on board all this time, so I want to do the same for you. Jia. In this moment the photographer could no longer hold back the emotions in his heart and took the girl into his arms. I like you. Do you know how long I've been waiting for you to say that? The girl's tears burst out. and she tried to make a smile on her face. If that's the case, why didn't you tell me? Because I think girls like you are just very outgoing to anyone. So I guess you must have a favorite. What a stupid then. The clerk collapsed into the photographer's arms. Haven't you noticed that my extroversion has been all over you from the beginning? What? Really? What about the big dummy? This is the consumption slip for you guests. I wish you all happiness in your future days. The clerk smiled and handed the consumption slip to Bai Xiaoyi. Thanks. Bai Xiaoyi took the consumption slip and realized that the clerk's eyes had suddenly become red and swollen, as if she had just had a big cry. However, Bai Xiaoyi didn't ask. Because of watching the clerk for too long, he had already felt a cold, piercing chill drilling into his bones. Let's go. Lin Xiaoshi held Bai Xiaoyi's arm with a hint of subtlety in her tone. The clerk also gave a happy smile as he watched the two stick together and leave, turning his head to the nervous-faced photographer on the sidelines. Can you take more nice pictures of me in the future? When? Sure. After the two of them went out of the store, Lin Xiaoshi was about to open his mouth. Xiaoyi was just looking at. It's this time of the day. Xiaoshi must be hungry. Bai Xiaoyi interrupted Lin Xiaoshi and pointed to a restaurant not far away. Let's go eat first. Fine, but you will have to explain it to me later. Welcome. As the two of them arrived in the restaurant, after following the waiter's guidance and sitting down, Bai Xiaoyi began to order the food. Let's see. Bai Xiaoyi flipped through the menu and handed it to Lin Xiaoshi after checking off a boiled pork slice and pickled fish. Xiaoshi, let's see what else you need. Lin Xiaoshi put a check mark on a dish after only a few flips, then closed the menu. Xiaoyi. Lin Xiaoshi brought her head closer to Bai Xiaoyi. You know what I want to say, right? Ugh. Shouldn't have been curious in the first place. Bai Xiaoyi placed Lin Xiaoshi's hand in his own palm and said in a serious tone. Xiaoshi must want to ask why I just kept looking at that sales clerk, right? Hearing this, Lin Xiaoshi's hand tightly grasped Bai Xiaoyi's palm, her eyes firmly nodding. Xiao didn't notice the store clerk just now, her eyes were red? I was just a little curious, so I looked a little longer. It's like this. Lin Xiaoshi looked at Bai Xiaoyi's facial expression dead on. Whenever Bai Xiaoyi lied, his eyes would always flutter and his hand would unconsciously touch his nose. After seeing that there were no abnormalities, Lin Xiaoshi put her heart down and handed the menu back to Bai Xiaoyi. I've ordered the food. Aha. Bai Xiaoyi nodded and handed over the menu, then suddenly rubbed his nose and looked out the door and said, Hiss, my stomach suddenly hurts. Xiaoshi, I'll be right back, said Bai Xiaoyi, then got up without waiting for Lin Xiaoshi to answer and left the store. Walking quickly toward the depths of the department store, Lin Xiaoshi glanced at the store's own bathroom behind her and remembered Bai Xiaoyi's actions just now. Yi is really cracking up. Lin Xiaoshi muttered under her breath and snuck up after saying hello to the waiter. Few finally found a reason to come out. Bai Xiaoyi wiped the fine sweat from his forehead. Still, we have to hurry up. It's not good to be discovered by Xiaoshi. Looking up at the store in front of him, Bai Xiaoyi took a step inside. May I ask what you need? The clerk of a jewelry store asked as she saw Bai Xiaoyi come in and went up to him. Hi. I would like to buy a diamond ring for my wedding. A pair of soulful eyes were quietly watching this from a corner in the hallway outside the store. Thanks for the patronage. Bai Xiaoyi looked at the small box in his hand and smiled. He was looking forward to the scene where he personally put the ring on Xiaoshi. It's almost time to go back, or Xiaoshi will get anxious. Bai Xiaoyi was walking around the corner when suddenly a faint scent drilled into his nostrils. Strange. Why does this place smell like Xiaoshi? Said Bai Xiaoyi as he raised his right hand and sniffed his shoulder. It should be the smell from my clothes. When Bai Xiaoyi returned to the store, he found that Lin Xiaoshi was chucking out a slice of beef and placing it in his bowl. Seeing Bai Xiaoyi walking, Lin Xiaoxi's eyes lit up as she waved her small hand towards Bai Xiaoyi. Sorry Xiaoshi, for keeping you waiting. Bai Xiaoyi just sat down. Lin Xiaoxi's chair leaned towards himself again until the two chairs were put together. Xiaoshi, isn't that too close? Lin Xiaoshi didn't answer, but instead picked up another chopstick of fish and placed it at Bai Xiaoyi's mouth. After seeing Bai Xiaoyi eat, Lin Xiaoxi put her chopsticks on her own bowl while her hands were wrapped around Bai Xiaoyi's arms. Does Xiaoyi still hurt now? No, it doesn't hurt anymore. Then eat quickly. Lin Xiaoxi's body moved closer again, suddenly as if sensing something box-like, then guffawed as her small face kept arching towards Bai Xiaoyi's chest. Hey Xiao, how am I supposed to eat with you like this? For some reason Bai Xiaoyi always felt that Xiaoshi seemed to be sticking to him more. Was it an illusion? Lin Xiaoshi then obediently moved her arm away and looked towards the back kitchen. Why isn't the last dish on the menu? If it's like this, I'll cook it myself. Due to consuming too much physical energy, Bai Xiaoyi's appetite was huge just as soon as he started, and he was about to ask the waiter to serve rice when Lin Xiaoshi suddenly stopped his hand. Xiao, what's wrong? As she watched the waiter walk this way with a plate of food, Lin Xiaoshi squinted her eyes and said, Xiaoyi, don't rush to eat. The big one is coming. Excuse me. The waiter carried a large pot of dishes covered with a pot lid and placed it in the center of the table. This is our restaurant's specialty. Night and day. Please enjoy. Night and day? This dish sounds like it has a lot of cultural heritage. Bai Xiaoyi's face showed anticipation after sniffing. Did you order this dish? Xiaoshi? I can't imagine, it's quite interesting. Lin Xiaoshi only nodded slightly and did not say anything, but her gaze was locked on that pot of delicacies called Night and Day. Bai Xiaoyi couldn't wait to lift the lid of the pot, followed by a hot mist. Ha! It's hot. Bai Xiaoyi leaned back slightly and set the lid of the pot aside as a rich fragrance filled the table. It's worthy of being a specialty dish. The flavor alone is already mouth-watering. Bai Xiaoyi stretched out his chopsticks and fanned the smoke. Xiaoshi, where did you see this dish? I didn't see this dish even after I flipped through half a day just now. This is a special dish that usually appears on the last page, Lin Xiaoshi explained. Now that the heat has pretty much dissipated, Xiaoyi, quickly move your chopsticks. Okay, I'll be polite then. Bai Xiaoyi said it was too late, and as soon as his chopsticks went down, he chucked out a huge piece. Good man. That's a lot of servings, so I'm going to have to eat a lot of. Suddenly Bai Xiaoyi realized that there was something a little bit wrong with the chopsticks, and after placing them in the bowl and scrutinizing them for a while, his face gradually became grave, and then he continued to stretch out his chopsticks to salvage them in the basin. When you put the chopsticks down, you can see all kinds of surprises under the rich soup, although the varieties of surprises are different, but the final effect is really concentrated. Gulp. Bai Xiaoyi's throat made a swallowing sound. Little Xiao, can I return this dish now? Of course not. This dish is already on the table. Not to mention the ingredients in it are expensive. Oh, Lin Xiaoshi had already filled Bai Xiaoyi's bowl as she spoke. Xiaoyi, but he personally said that he's going to eat a lot, so he can't go back on his words. Sure, Ori, my stomach suddenly isn't very hungry anymore. Little E has to eat what he can finish today, and he has to eat even if he can't. Even if it's hand-fed, Little E has to eat it all. Lin Xiaoshi said as she picked up a piece of animal offal and put it to Bai Xiaoyi's mouth. Bong 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 bong. A piano piece started in response, causing everyone in the church to turn their attention to the entrance. Squeak! With only a sound of the door opening, a man and woman appeared at the front door, the holy light from outside the door shining in to brighten the path the two were traveling. The man wearing a suit, body slender, although it is the cause of the years but the face of the appearance is still not reduced, can be said to be from a youthful teenager into a mature uncle. The woman's wedding dress was gorgeous, and her white wedding dress was as eye-catching as she was flawless, making no one think that the innocent and lovely girl she used to be has now become a mother. Tian Chang. Lena looked around at the crowd in her mind and couldn't help but feel a little nervous. My heart is beating so fast. No matter, I'll stay with Nana. Lin Tiancheng squeezed Lena's small hand in a gesture of comfort. It would be nice if Xiao was there. Too bad they couldn't make it. Don't be discouraged, Nana. Won't we just go to their wedding then? Aha. Lena nodded her head to look at Lin Tiancheng. Tiancheng. Let's go. Behind her, Hong Wanqing was all smiles. This was her first time to be a bridesmaid and her first time to wear a bridesmaid dress. The lack of casting caused her to walk cautiously, but there was no way around it. Who asked Xiana to be her good best friend? Hello. Beside him walked a beautiful blonde man, who looked to be the best man, and was roughly supposed to be one of the families that wanted to flatter Lin's group. This lady bridesmaid, may I have the honor of getting to know you for a moment? Roll. Hey, the best man was a little confused, thinking he had misheard. What did you say, miss? You'd better get away from me if you don't want me to put a pistol in your mouth. The man's face turned gray and he left. With the walk to the steps of the church, the priest had already stood on the stage ready to go. After leading Lin Tiancheng Lena to her position, the priest coughed twice to signal silence. Mr. Lin Tiancheng, do you take Miss Lena as your wife? In the future, no matter how poor or rich, no matter how healthy or sick you are, you will always love her all the time and always take care of her, and you will never leave her, and you will live and die with her? Lin Tiancheng took Lena's small hand and said sincerely, I do. Good. Then Miss Lena, are you willing to marry Mr. Lin Tiancheng? In the future, no matter if he succeeds or fails, no matter what the outcome will be, you will always be with him, sharing his joys and sorrows, living and dying with him? Lena pursed her pink lips and looked at Lin Tiancheng daintily. I'm willing. Okay, next up is... Before the priest could finish his sentence, Lin Tiancheng quickly got down on one knee to put the ring on Lena's finger. Well. The priest was about to continue when Lin Tiancheng once again stood up and interrupted him. Nana, I love you. Tiancheng. Well, Lin Tiancheng took Lena's hand and put it together at once, and the people around them applauded and gave their blessings when they saw this. The priest sighed softly as he looked at the message in his hand and then at the two men in front of him. At the same time, the sky was strewn with rose petals slowly falling down to cover people's heads. Ha! Lin Xiaoshi couldn't help but wonder as she removed the object from her head and realized it was a rose petal. Where did this come from? Hiccup Xiao. Walk slower. I can't walk anymore. Bai Xiaoyi said from behind, covering his stomach. Lin Xiaoshi turned back. Really? Who told you to eat so much? Bai Xiaoyi was filled with doubt. Wasn't it you who kept shoving it into my mouth? Xiaoshi? How could it be? People are so gentle, how could they force E to eat all the time? It's obvious that he loves eating too much, people can't persuade him. Then in that case, why doesn't thoughtful Xiao help me share a little? Who said I wouldn't share? Lin Xiaoshi said here, switching her tone of voice, thus becoming tinged with a hint of flirtation. Little E is responsible for digesting the food, while I'm responsible for digesting little E. Bai Xiaoyi felt bad. It was just as the game said. There must be supplies before a big battle. Looking at Xiaoshi, whose petite body was constantly going back and forth in physical friction on his arm, Bai Xiaoyi's throat knot slid up and down a bit. This boss, I'm afraid, is not easy to deal with. It was night. Bai Xiaoyi, weak and powerless, collapsed on the bed looking at Lin Xiaoshi, who had a messy hairstyle, was sitting on the edge of the bed humming a little song. Bai Xiaoyi showed an envious expression. Is it this world's special setting, or is it just a weakening from my rebirth? Why doesn't Xiao ever get tired? I even thought I could have a protracted battle on so much energy. Ugh. Bai Xiaoyi let out a sigh. Lin Xiaoshi skimmed her head. Is he ready? No. Bai Xiaoyi hastily stopped. I was just lamenting. Lament? Lin Xiaoshi asked curiously as she ruffled the strands of hair in front of her eyes and burrowed back under the covers, lying next to Bai Xiaoyi's shoulder. What is Xiaoyi lamenting about? Looking at the moon outside the window, Bai Xiaoyi spoke. In the underworld, I came to the world where you are, and I feel like it was a deliberate arrangement for me to meet you. Why did he say that? Did something happen? Lin Xiaoshi's head lifted slightly, her eyes looking straight into Bai Xiaoyi's eyes, one hand clenching the wrinkle-filled bedsheets with a deadly grip. Doesn't Xiao think it's amazing? Something like being reborn is something I never even thought about, and it actually happened to me. Bai Xiaoyi spoke to himself, completely ignoring Lin Xiaoshi's expression. I'm even doubting myself if this is a dream, or a spirit world? Shut up. Lin Xiaoshi's icy voice interrupted Bai Xiaoyi's words, holding Bai Xiaoyi in his arms for dear life, his body shaking. Xiaoyi, stop saying that. Okay? Don't say it again. Sure, Ori, do I truly exist? Or do you, for that matter, truly exist? Stop it. Lin Xiaoshi suddenly let out a loud shout, tears gradually flowing out of her eyes. Let's sleep, okay? Don't want to think about this. Bai Xiaoyi's hand gradually fell toward the bottom of the bed, but his mouth still continued to say, in that case, in order to recognize whether this is a fiction or not, let's ask Xiaoshi to spend the rest of her life together with me to confirm it, okay? After saying this, Bai Xiaoyi pulled out a small square box from under the bed, got out of bed in a single bound, got down on one knee in Lin Xiaoshi's surprised expression, and gently opened the box. Only a sparkling diamond ring appeared in the box, and Bai Xiaoyi's gentle voice followed. Sure, Ori, will you marry me? The entire atmosphere stopped for so many seconds after Bai Xiaoyi said this, and the only thing that could be heard was the chirping of the crickets under the apartment building. Flop, flop, flop. Bai Xiaoyi's heartbeat thumped faster as he quietly gazed at Lin Xiaoshi, who was sitting cross-legged on the bed. Black hair covered Lin Xiaoshi's eyes, but the hand trembling in midair shows that Lin Xiaoshi's heart is not calm. Perhaps because Bai Xiaoyi's marriage proposal is too excited. Or perhaps it was because Bai Xiaoyi was too excited about his proposal. Or perhaps thought that Bai Xiaoyi would just disappear. Little Yi. Lin Xiaoshi opened his mouth, but his voice was indeed unusually hoarse. Xiao, what's wrong with you? Bai Xiaoyi anxiously covered the box and placed it on the side of the bed, and when he was about to approach the shivering Lin Xiaoshi took the lead and flew at himself. Flop. The two just fell to the floor. Xiaoyi. Lin Xiaoshi held onto Bai Xiaoyi's neck with a slight sobbing tone, while her own head was buried tightly in Bai Xiaoyi's chest. You just like to scare me. Sorry. Bai Xiaoyi also didn't expect Lin Xiaoshi's reaction to be this big. I didn't want to come up with a padding and then give Xiaoshi a surprise for you. You're not the one who's surprised. You're clearly a surprise. Bai Xiaoyi used his hand to continuously smooth down Lin Xiaoxi's hair while his other hand was wrapping around Lin Xiaoxi's waist. I'm sorry, Xiao. The sound of crickets outside the window gradually smaller. Bai Xiaoyi looked at his chest wet with tears. Heartache. Xiao, I swear to you that I won't scare you like that in the future. Ooh-hoo. Lin Xiaoshi slowly raised her head to Bai Xiaoyi's lips and kissed him, but she quickly parted. I am. Don't leave me, okay? I never left. Well, Lin Xiaoshi's eyes caught a hint of fishy red, but it quickly disappeared. What Bai Xiaoyi didn't know was the endless abyss that awaited him if he had just irritated Lin Xiaoshi. Until Lin Xiaoshi's emotions gradually stabilized, Bai Xiaoyi pinched Lin Xiaoshi's somewhat fleshy cheeks. So where's Xiaoshi's reply? Of course Lin Xiaoshi knew what Bai Xiaoyi meant. She could have personally watched the scene just now, but due to her brain catching on to other important elements at the time, she put the wedding ring matter behind her. My reply is, Lin Xiaoxi sat up straight and looked condescendingly at Bai Xiaoyi, stretching out that snow-white smooth little hand, that slender good-looking palm open waiting quietly for Bai Xiaoyi's good news. Xiao sure. Bai Xiaoyi excitedly opened the box on the side and took out the glittering and incomparable diamond ring from it, holding Lin Xiaoxi with one hand, while the other hand set it against his ring finger. Lin Xiaoshi swung her finger back and forth, a look of joy on her face. In her heart this diamond ring was like a promise from Bai Xiaoyi, a promise to stay with her forever. Is it nice? Yi? Nice looking, but I'm not talking about a diamond ring. Lin Xiaoshi's small face flushed upon hearing this, and she stood up and walked out of the room in a flash, leaving behind a bewildered Bai Xiaoyi. Xiao sure. Bai Xiaoyi tried to call Lin Xiaoshi but the doorway had long since disappeared. Bai Xiaoyi was trying to follow up to take a look and was walking to the bedroom doorway when he saw a picture that he would never forget. Lin Xiaoxi in the living room changed into the wedding dress that was shot in the afternoon, and that white, flawless, and elegant appearance all of a sudden made Bai Xiaoyi's heart stop beating for a second. Xiaoyi. Lin Xiaoshi opened those nice light blue eyes and gradually walked over to Bai Xiaoyi. Am I beautiful? Beauty. Just after Bai Xiaoyi finished the sentence Lin Xiaoshi came to Bai Xiaoyi's ear and whispered, Hubby I love you. Boom. Bai Xiaoyi's brain seemed to explode as if it was just standing still, his mouth slightly open but no words came out. But Lin Xiaoxi has not been willing to give up with his hand hooked on Bai Xiaoyi's collar with that very seductive tone of voice said one word by one word, Hubby is not going to cave in with me? Without waiting for Lin Xiaoshi to finish the sentence, Bai Xiaoyi suddenly walked over to the kitchen cabinet and pulled out a bag of goji berries, before walking over to Lin Xiaoshi's front and picking up Lin Xiaoshi, who was dressed in her wedding clothes, horizontally. Honey, I love you. The crickets outside the window were suddenly loud again, as if in a duet with the other sounds. Yuahoo. This is delicious too. Bai Ling took a bite of the pudding holding her chin with a happy expression. That's for sure. Xiaoling you don't see how skillful my cooking is. Wang Hu said with his mouth but kept beating the eggs in his hand. Little Ling when I finish the cake you'll know what is called delicious. Good ACA. Bai Ling stared straight at Wang Hu and swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Tiger just looks so delicious. Ding dong. Just then a doorbell came from the front door of the house. Bad. Wang Hu's expression suddenly became tense. Little Ling it can't be your parents coming back. Hey, no way. My mom and dad have been out of state on business for the last month. Who could that be? Wang Hu trembling walked to the door through the cat's eye to find that it was a courier wearing a courier suit. Express delivery? Did you buy something? Ray? Sharon took another spoonful of pudding into her mouth, taking a moment to slow down before speaking. Nope, that would be. Wang Hu curiously opened the door of the room, only to see the courier boy handing an envelope to Wang Hu. Hello, this is the envelope given to Ms. Bai Ling. Please check it. After Wang Hu helped sign the letter and sat on the sofa with the envelope. Xiaoling, your letter. A letter? I didn't write one Bai Ling wiped her hands and took the envelope to take a look at it. On it was written to sender Bai Xiaoyi. Classmate Bai Xiaoyi? How could he send me a letter? Said Bai Ling tore open the envelope, and Wang Hu also put his head together to want to see what old Bai is up to. Inside the envelope was just a simple card that was still a bit tough to the touch. Bai Ling took it out and looked at it, and the words on it immediately startled the two. Invitation. Invitation? Wang Hu took the card and looked at it for a moment before suddenly frowning. What's wrong, Tiger? It doesn't look like you're looking too good. Old Bai, this can't be. Getting married, right? Tying the knot. Married? Meanwhile, a sudden doorbell rings in a store and a grandmother walks out of it. Welcome, may I help you with your letter? For me? The grandmother opened the envelope and smiled. Well, I told you these two kids were a good match. Hello, how may I help you? Hello, officer. Is there someone named Officer Wong here? I'm Officer Wong. May I ask what's up? Here's an email for you. Mail? Is it hard to believe that my wife bought me something? Officer Huang unwrapped it and looked at it, revealing a smile of relief. To seek happiness for people and protect people's safety. This is my job. Hubby, how about this one dress? Bai Jia lifted a long dress and compared it in front of herself, her eyes revealing inquiries. I think. Bai Hao was about to open his mouth. The cell phone ringing in his pants pocket, picked up a look instantly held by Jia lifted in the air. Yikes. Honey, what are you doing? Honey, good thing. Yi is going to marry Xiaoshi. What? Say that again. Bai Jia didn't seem to have reacted from Bai Hao's words, and her entire head was dizzy. I said, our son is getting a daughter-in-law. Snap stomp. The clothes fell to the ground and Bai Jia slapped Bai Hao's shoulder. Quickly book a plane ticket back. But the wife's side of the company. Company? Bai Jia looked to Bai Hao in a flat tone. Hubby, what did you just say? I said, why is this phone so slow? It takes half a day to get stuck buying a ticket. Jingle bells, jingle bells. Roadside came the collision of the keychain sound. If this let Bai Xiaoyi and Wang Hu heard that will be conditioned to react to sit up straight. No other. Only because the source of the sound of people named Zhao Dezhu. Ha! Looks like this habit can't be changed. Zhao Dezhu couldn't help but shake his head and laugh as he looked at the keychain on his waist. Suddenly a familiar figure walked in front of him. Old Zhao. How long has it been? Wang Hu? What are you doing here? You brat. Hey. I'm not bringing a message to you. Old Zhao. Message? What news? Wang Hu pretended not to say anything, but just handed the card in his hand to Zhao Dezhu. You kid. You always manage to pull some tricks on me. Zhao Dezhu extended his finger towards Wang Hu and shook it, saying that he slowly opened the card. Even Zhao Dezhu, who had seen great storms, had his eyes open wide in shock after reading what was in the card. Is this true? Of course, old Zhao. I wouldn't lie to you. Zhao Dezhu slowly removed his glasses. In fact, the root of education is to educate people. I can teach Bai Xiaoyi and your group of students is the most gratifying thing for me. Lao Zhao. Go tell Bai Xiaoyi that I'm waiting for his wedding wine. Under the warm sun, Lena snuggled into Lin Tiancheng's arms, and when she slowly opened her eyes she realized that Lin Tiancheng was staring out the window with a grave expression on his face. What's wrong, Tiancheng? Lena asked as she touched Lin Tiancheng's cheek. Nana, you're awake? No longer sleeping a bit more? After realizing that Lena was awake, Lin Tiancheng's face instantly became better. Not sleepy anymore. Lena shook her head. Can Tenshin tell me why you don't seem to be in a very good mood? The kid just called me. Is something wrong? Lena suddenly interrupted. Shio, is she okay? They're fine. It's just, oops. Tiancheng, don't beat around the bush. Tell me quickly. It's just that they're getting married. Tying the knot. Married? Lena blinked and settled in place, lifting her hand to look at her wedding ring then back up at Lin Tiancheng. Is this for real? Really? The invitations they sent out. Great. Lena excitedly hooked her arms around Lin Tiancheng's neck. Such a good thing. Tiancheng, then why are you making this face? Poof. Lin Tiancheng skimmed his head and stopped talking. Come on. Get up. I'm going to see Xiaoshi right now. I must make her wedding beautiful. Lena lifted the covers and crawled towards the bottom of the bed when she was suddenly pulled back by Lin Tiancheng. Take it easy, Nana. The anger in my heart needs to be calmed properly yet. And so everyone turned with their heartfelt wishes toward the couple who were about to be married. Done. Bai Xiaoyi sat on the sofa pretending to be calm, supporting his chin with his elbow, with a hint of determination in his eyes. Wow. Lin Xiaoshi, who was leaning against Bai Xiaoyi's shoulder, blinked. Did Xiaoyi take care of everything? Well, it's all been notified, and it's set for 3 days from now. 3 days? Then can he spare 2 days? Bai Xiaoyi of course knew what Lin Xiaoshi was trying to do, and immediately and righteously refused. No can do. Xiaoshi has to know that all kinds of arrangements and plans have to be prepared behind. We are afraid that we will be very busy these days. Besides, don't think that I don't know what's on your mind. Just take charge of resting during this period of time, Xiaoshi. Oh, Lin Xiaoshi asked with a muttered noisy mouth. Then there's always nothing to do now? Well, it should be fine now that the people who should be called have been called. That's good. Lin Xiaoshi took Bai Xiaoyi's hand and put it on her face. Can he accompany me to a place? Place? Wow. The river trickles alongside, and at dusk, the brilliant red sun shines down on the river making the whole thing glow brightly. Hey Shu. Lin Xiaoshi patted the end of her skirt and sat down on the lawn by the river, waving towards the bewildered Bai Xiaoyi. Although Bai Xiaoyi didn't understand Lin Xiaoshi's intentions, as long as it was something she wanted to do, he would always be there for her. Is there something Xiao brought me here to tell me? Yes. Lin Xiaoshi leaned against Bai Xiaoyi's body and reached out her hand to try to hold the fading sunset. Doesn't he think the sunset is pretty? It's nice to look at, but it's just too short. Yeah, time is too short. Speaking of which, Lin Xiaoshi lowered her head slightly, squeezing her head into Bai Xiaoyi's arms, both hands folded over her heart. Thinking about all this, I feel so mysterious. Being able to be with Eve from another world. This kind of plot is like a sci-fi movie. Sci-fi movies are just about virtual fantasies. Bai Xiaoyi squeezed Lin Xiaoshi's hand and clutched it in his palm. But isn't this what Xiaoshi actually experienced? The real me. Yeah, so it's not sci-fi, it's reality. Lin Xiaoshi smiled faintly, then stood up from Bai Xiaoyi's arms and jogged all the way to the river. Looking at the half-fallen sunset, Lin Xiaoshi turned her back to Bai Xiaoyi and opened her mouth. If there is an afterlife, I want to come to see you in the most beautiful posture. A lifetime can't be enough for me. I want to be with you forever in my life. I don't want you to be honored or not in your next life. I don't care if you are poor or not. All I want is for you to be in good health when I find you. Lin Xiaoshi turned around with her hands behind her back, the hem of her skirt fluttering behind her. The light of the setting sun was about to bottom out when it shone behind Lin Xiaoshi, making Lin Xiaoshi look like a holy angel from Bai Xiaoyi's gaze. Don't disown me when I find you. Although these words sounded somewhat touching, Bai Xiaoyi felt that there was a hint of seepage. How can that be? Bai Xiaoyi stood up and went forward to hold Lin Xiaoshi in his arms. I, Bai Xiaoyi, am not married to Lin Xiaoshi. This sentence is eternal and unchanging. If it is violated, I wish for heaven to strike thunder. Not waiting for Bai Xiaoyi to finish speaking, Lin Xiaoxi covered Bai Xiaoyi's mouth, which made Bai Xiaoyi's heart couldn't help but be touched by a few more points. Sure enough, Xiao didn't want me to get hurt. She really, I cried my eyes out. Who knows that Lin Xiaoshi slowly spoke. Xiaoyi, don't take a poisonous oath, but I will be heartbroken. If little E really breaks his promise, I won't have to be struck by heavenly lightning. I will personally take action. Lin Xiaoshi became more and more excited at the thought of this, and said excitedly with her hands caressing her cheeks. At that time, I'll be able to teach E a lesson with impunity, make it into a specimen or something, and keep it forever. Guh ha ha ha. Teenage girl, you have a problem with this thinking. Hey. Xiao, wake up quickly. It seems to be heading towards something bad. Bai Xiaoyi was in a cold sweat after hearing this, shaking Lin Xiaoshi's shoulders to try and bring her back to her senses. Ahaha, Lin Xiaoshi's eyes grew deeper and deeper, as if she was lost in her fantasies. No way. Shirori is looking like she's going to black out. Gotta pull her back quickly. Bai Xiaoyi pressed Lin Xiaoshi's shoulders and took a deep breath, aiming at the red and shiny lips, and kissed. Alas, it's the Air Force again today. Better go home for dinner. A veteran fishing man was walking along the river with his rod in a funereal mood when suddenly a pair of piercing scenes appeared in front of his eyes. The fishing man squeezed the fishing rod in his hand tightly, and endless anger blossomed in his eyes. Full, really full. I'll go back and keep fishing now. Anglers never go Air Force. Only when Bai Xiaoyi was about to break his breath did Lin Xiaoshi's gaze become progressively clearer, which allowed Bai Xiaoyi to find a chance to catch his breath. Hoo ha ha. Hiss. Lin Xiaoshi gently touched her lips with her index and middle fingers, followed by a slight blush on her face. I didn't expect little E to be so impatient. Could it be that the outside has increased little E's fighting strength? At this, Bai Xiaoyi hastily waved his hand and denied. I'm just saving myself. It's an instinctive reaction to cherishing life. In just such a short period of time the sunset had faded away. Along with the descent of night, Lin Xiaoshi wrapped her hand into Bai Xiaoyi's arm. Alright, I want to see the sunset and I'm done with it. So let's go home. Xiaoyi, did Xiao just come over to see the sunset? It's not me who came to see the sunset. Lin Xiaoshi nudged the tip of Bai Xiaoyi's nose, her eyebrows rising slightly downward to form a crescent moon. Rather, we came to see the sunset. Even though there are 10,000 beautiful things in the world, I only wish to walk hand in hand with you. On the way home, Bai Xiaoyi held Lin Xiaoshi's hand and walked alongside the road, and as the green light came on, the two of them also walked to the middle of the crosswalk. Shirori, the next 2 days may be very busy in order to set up the wedding site and all kinds of arrangements, so you can tell me if you have any physical discomfort. I know. Lin Xiaoxi leaned on Bai Xiaoyi's shoulder in anticipation of the wedding to take place. Look, blissfully unaware of a large truck is coming toward the two. Suddenly a white light flashed and the two looked sideways to find a van approaching where they were. No good. Bai Xiaoyi's heart panicked in the heat of the moment, and he was about to push Lin Xiaoshi away, not realizing that Lin Xiaoshi was tightly grasping his arm without letting go. Xiao, quickly let go, Bai Xiaoyi exclaimed. Come on. As Bai Xiaoyi's eyes closed, a horn suddenly sounded. Drip, drip. Hey, I'm not dead? Bai Xiaoyi said strangely as he touched his body. Die you too. The head of the truck driver poked out of the window. I'm driving a car and you guys are feeding dog food in front of me. So don't go. The corner of Bai Xiaoyi's mouth couldn't help but twitch as he watched the van parked on the line in a disciplined manner. Surely this kind of dogma plot can't exist. Cough cough. Bai Xiaoyi smiled slightly awkwardly. Sorry about that. After the two crossed the street, the driver skimmed helplessly and put his foot on the gas as sad music played in the car. It's easy for me. I'm just a drive-by. Feeding dog food in front of me. Bai Xiaoyi scratched his head, and when he looked at the expressionless Lin Xiaoshi at the side, he knew that Lin Xiaoshi was not in a particularly good mood at the moment. Xiao, are you okay? Did he just try to push me away? Lin Xiaoshi spoke faintly. That situation just now was dangerous, and I didn't want to see you get hurt. Xiao, that's why do I want to see Xiaoyi get hurt? Lin Xiaoshi shouted, instantly rendering Bai Xiaoyi speechless. But when it comes to this situation, Lin Xiaoshi suddenly pushed Bai Xiaoyi against the wall and looked at him with an extremely intense look. Even if I die, I will die with you. In a world without E, there's no point in living. No matter what the situation is, I have to face it together with you. Even if E just saved me, the pain that follows will all be on my body, and I will bear the heartbreaking pain alone. Lin Xiaoshi's body slowly trembled. The firm eyes of the party instantly collapsed into a petulant look, and bean-sized teardrops flowed down in unison. So, ye don't leave me alone again, okay? Bai Xiaoyi held Lin Xiaoxi in his arms with one hand. The delicate body in his arms suddenly shook. Then Bai Xiaoyi took out another tissue from his pocket and carefully wiped the tears on Lin Xiaoxi's face. Xiaoxi, don't cry. I won't leave Xiaoxi alone. Xiaoyi's behavior just now is clearly that. Lin Xiaoxi could no longer hold herself together at the sight, and the tears that she had been able to stop gushed out like a flood breaking through a dike, for no other reason than that the boy in his heart was still as indulgent and gentle with himself as ever. Oh, Lin Xiaoxi buried herself in Bai Xiaoyi's chest and bawled, as if she had cried out all the negative emotions she had just felt. Did you just realize how scared I was? I was so afraid that you would just disappear into this world. If I hadn't grabbed you by the death just now, I guess you would have pushed me away long ago. Nothing can separate us, not even death. Feeling his clothes soaking wet once again, Bai Xiaoyi's heart wasn't in a good mood either. Not because Lin Xiaoxi's love was too heavy, but because he felt that Xiaoxi's love for him was really a lot, and that she had almost invested all of herself in it. I see. Bai Xiaoyi patted Lin Xiaoxi's back comfortingly. I won't let go of Xiaoxi from now on. Ever. Say yes. Bai Xiaoyi nodded. Well, say yes. Just as Bai Xiaoyi was about to move his feet to leave, Lin Xiaoxi called out to him. Wait. Bai Xiaoyi turned around to find Lin Xiaoxi holding onto the wall and looking at himself. My feet have no strength. How come? Could it be that Xiaoxi accidentally broke his foot just now? I don't know. Lin Xiaoxi posed with her arms open in an expectant manner. So, carries me. The fox's tail is showing. Xiaoxi, weren't you holding onto the wall just now? Bai Xiaoyi said breathlessly. Oops. I've been found out. Asterisk. Lin Xiaoxi inclined her head. Her mind had already begun to conceive various explanations, but it seemed that it was no longer possible to hide it. There's no need to find a reason for this kind of thing. Xiaoxi. Bai Xiaoyi crouched down and turned his back to Lin Xiaoxi. Come on up. Xiaoyi is the best. Lin Xiaoxi cheerfully ran to Bai Xiaoyi's back and stuck her whole body on it, then wrapped her arms around Bai Xiaoyi's neck. Her cherry-like lips slightly opened. I love you the most. Xiao grabbed it. As Bai Xiaoyi slowly got up and carried Lin Xiaoxi from behind, perhaps the position was not right. Bai Xiaoyi turned upwards again. Lin Xiaoxi, in order not to add extra weight for Bai Xiaoyi, is quiet and stayed on the top of the motionless. Only sometimes the faint sound of breathing fluttering in Bai Xiaoyi's ears. Bai Xiaoyi had just taken a few steps when he suddenly felt something was wrong. Sin. It's really too sinful. Lin Xiaoxi said curiously. Why are your steps so big? Little won't you feel tired when you're lurching around like that? Ahem. This is a labor-saving move that I secretly learned. Such a walking pace is normal. Bai Xiaoyi said this on his lips, but his face carried a crimson color. Batty. Lin Xiaoxi muttered softly under her breath. She had long since seen through Bai Xiaoyi's intentions, but didn't dismantle Bai Xiaoyi because, you're already Yi's man, do you still need to pretend to be reserved? Of course not. Ka Chao. Back home, Bai Xiaoyi placed Lin Xiaoxi on the bed, while he himself ran towards the bathroom in a panic. Little Xiao, I'm going to take a shower first, ha. Looking at Bai Xiaoyi's comical actions, Lin Xiaoxi also couldn't help but laugh out, then got up and was about to go turn on the bedroom light. Suddenly a feeling of regurgitation came up. Well, Lin Xiaoxi propped one hand against the wall while the other covered her mouth, and it took a while for the feeling to fade away. Lin Xiaoxi didn't turn on the light, just sat back on the bed in a trance, her palm gently stroking her stomach, a gentle and expectant look emerging on her face. Grrrrrrr. Bai Xiaoyi held up his toothbrush and blossomed himself under the shower. Recalling his previous actions along the way, Bai Xiaoyi's heart was also very surging. He. It would be nice if I could always carry Xiao on my back like this in the future. Bang, bang, bang. At that moment there was a light knock at the bathroom door. What's wrong, Xiao? Lin Xiaoxi's voice outside the door paused for a moment, then continued to speak. Can you hurry up and finish washing? I have something to talk to you about. I know. Xiao, you give me a few minutes. Aha. Tick-tock, tick-tock. As the shower closes, Bai Xiaoyi also wrapped in a bath towel and walked out, and as soon as he opened the door, he found Lin Xiaoxi sitting on the sofa with his eyes full of autumn water, looking at himself, with a hint of complex emotions mixed in his eyes. What's wrong, Xiao? Could it be that you want to use the restroom? Bai Xiaoyi wiped his hair and walked over to Lin Xiaoxi. Lin Xiaoxi pursed her lips and handed Bai Xiaoyi a small strip in her hand. This is... Bai Xiaoyi froze in place when he took the strip and looked at it. Only two bright red lines were reflected in front of Bai Xiaoyi's eyes. Yi's hands kept shivering as if the thing in his hands was a hot potato. Looking up again at the smiling Lin Xiaoxi, Bai Xiaoyi incredulously gently stroked his hand onto Lin Xiaoxi's stomach. Xiao, is this true? Fool, does that even fool you? I. Bai Xiaoyi's mouth stammered and he didn't know what to say, reciting half a dozen words before saying, "I'm going to be a father." Lin Xiaoshi put her hand on the back of Bai Xiaoyi's hand and spoke warmly. Xiaoyi is going to be a father. At this moment Bai Xiaoyi completely panicked. Spare the life of a time, but he has never had the experience of being a father. In the face of the child in Lin Xiaoxi's belly, the brain has been completely overloaded. What to do? Bai Xiaoyi stood up and paced back and forth in a panic. How should a pregnant woman be cared for during pregnancy? And how should I prepare nutritious meals? No. I have to look for information on the internet for all of these. Xiaoyi, calm down. Lin Xiaoshi pulled Bai Xiaoyi's hand and said, "You're in too much of a hurry like this. This has only just begun. But I've never had any knowledge of this. I'm afraid." Lin Xiaoxi held Bai Xiaoyi's head firmly in her arms. Her mouth softly whispered, "Xiaoyi, don't be afraid. Everything has me to accompany you through it. No matter what problems, we will be in the same boat together. Bravely overcome it, isn't it?" "Xiao, sure. So you don't take everything on yourself. Ooh. We'll be able to take care of the baby." Bai Xiaoyi didn't dare to exert himself, so he gently wrapped his arms around Xiaoshi. Puff. Lin Xiaoxi laughed out at the situation. "Xiaoyi doesn't need to be so careful. Isn't it true that I've only just had a reaction? It means that I'm not currently pregnant for too long. We still have a long time to slowly make changes." Feeling Bai Xiaoyi's rapid breathing dissipate, Lin Xiaoshi lowered her head and gave Bai Xiaoyi a kiss on his forehead. "Don't worry, okay? We'll make sure the baby is healthy, right?" "Aha." Bai Xiaoyi carefully raised his head to look at Lin Xiaoshi. His eyes filled with strong love. He had never thought that he would eventually meet a girl who loved him so much, and he had never thought that he would start a family with Xiaoxi. Nowadays Bai Xiaoyi thought of nothing else but to be able to accompany Lin Xiaoxi as well as their children properly. After hugging Lin Xiaoshi for a while, Bai Xiaoyi suddenly spoke. "Then tomorrow's site preparation is temporarily cancelled. There are still a few days of free time anyway. Why cancel it? I can help you set it up together. Tomorrow Xiaoshi and I will go to the hospital for a body checkup. Otherwise I'll be worried." "No need. We'd better prepare for the wedding early. It's settled." Bai Xiaoyi interrupted Lin Xiaoshi's words while picking her up and gently placing her on the bed. "Right now, Xiaoshi, you're the key protection object, so you can't afford to make any mistakes." I know. Seeing Bai Xiaoyi's attitude so strong, Lin Xiaoshi had no choice but to give up. Her heart sweet. "Xiao, you rest here. I'm going to make you some nutritious soup, and by the way, I'll be talking to your parents." Okay. My overbearing husband." Lin Xiaoshi spat out her tongue playfully. After Bai Xiaoyi left, Lin Xiaoshi gently stroked her stomach back and forth while her small mouth pouted slightly. "Oh child, why do you think you showed up so early? When you guys are born, won't you steal some of Yi's love for me? Strange, didn't I do a good job of protecting myself every time? Could it be the day I wore my wedding dress on the previous night? Well, I'm so upset. Oh epsilon oh." Thinking of this, Lin Xiaoshi wanted even more to stay together with Bai Xiaoyi for the rest of the time. So she put on her slippers and walked to the threshold of the bedroom and looked towards the outside. Bai Xiaoyi in the kitchen was still washing the fish at the moment, while the cell phone on the side was dialing Lin Tiancheng's phone number. For this matter, Bai Xiaoyi thought it was better to let Xiaoshi's parents know first. Do. The phone rang for a long time without being answered, until Bai Xiaoyi thought Lin Tiancheng was busy when the phone connected at the last minute. "What is it?" Before Bai Xiaoyi could open his mouth, the phone was the first to hear Lin Tiancheng's cold voice. "Hello Uncle Lin, I have something to tell you. If it's to ask if I can come to your wedding, there's no need to ask. I'm already at the airport with Nana. It's not about that. I want to talk about Xiaoxi. What did you do to Xiaoshi?" Lin Tiancheng's voice on the other end of the phone suddenly rang out, startling Bai Xiaoyi. "I'm telling you, if you kid does anything bad to Xiaoshi." Just as Lin Tiancheng was getting emotional, the sound of Lina's gulping voice came faintly from the other end of the phone. "Tiancheng, how are you talking to the child? Give me the phone if you can't talk properly." "Ahem. Kid, you say it." "Uncle, what I'm trying to say is that Xiaoxi's pregnant." The phone came from the other end of the long more than 10 seconds of silence. Bai Xiaoyi at this time did not dare to atmosphere can only dry waiting. It was Lina who finally broke the damn silence. "Why don't you say something?" "What did he say?" The kid said, "Xiao is pregnant." "What?" Hong Wanqing had just entered the airport and was trying to look for Lina's figure when a shriek came from the field. "That's Nana's voice, is it?" When it was too late, Hong Wanqing hurriedly ran towards the source of the sound with her suitcase, and when she saw Lina's figure, she found Lina squatting on the ground with her hands covering her face and her shoulders constantly shrugging, while Lin Tiancheng stood in the same place as a wooden man. This scene looked as if Lin Tiancheng was bullying Lina in Hong Wanqing's eyes. "Lin Tiancheng." Red Wanqing frowned and threw a straight punch towards Lin Tiancheng's face. Who knew that it was dodged by Lin Tiancheng with a sidestep. "You're sick? You're the one who's sick. Didn't you tell me you wouldn't fail, nah? And that's what you did?" Hong Wanqing finished hugging Lena to comfort her. Xiaona, don't cry. This asshole isn't worth it. He. A laugh escaped from Lena's mouth. Hong Wanqing was dumbfounded. Could it be that Xiaona was too hard hurt by Lin Tiancheng causing her emotions to go out of control? How could she sneak a smile? Could it be that I heard wrong? Ha. Lena's laugh came again. No, Hong Wanqing said as she patted Lena's shoulder, scratching her head. Lena, tell me what the hell is going on. Aha! Lena snapped back at that moment. Having just fantasized about her children and grandchildren snuggled up in her lap and snoozing while she knitted sweaters for her little ones. I'm sorry, Wanqing. I was too happy just now. Happy? Ona, aren't you crying? Who told you I was crying? I'm obviously happy. Happy? Why? Because. Lena couldn't stop herself from grinning anymore. I'm going to be a grandma. Grandmother? You mean Niche Shio, she's pregnant. Ta-da. Lena said here, suddenly remembering that it seemed like she had just been in the middle of a surprise and had accidentally forgotten about Bai Xiaoyi on the other end of the phone. So she hurriedly snatched the cell phone that Lin Tiancheng was draped over and placed it to her ear. Is the good son-in-law still there? Finally remembered me. Bai Xiaoyi helplessly replied. Auntie, I'm here. What's the time to be called Auntie? It's time to change your name. I know. Mom. Hey. Good son-in-law, take care of Xiaoshiro. We'll come over tomorrow. Don't come to pick up the airplane. Make sure Xiaoshi gets a good rest. Fine. It's a deal. It's getting late, so go take care of Xiaoshi. After saying that, Lena took the lead and hung up the phone, leaving behind a dumbfounded Bai Xiaoyi. Auntie is really something too. She doesn't even let me finish my words. Bai Xiaoyi rolled his eyes and continued to slice the green onions in his hands when suddenly a pair of hands behind him wrapped around his back. Xiaoshi, didn't I tell you to go to bed to rest? Why did you run out of bed again? Quickly go back and lie down. I'm dealing with fish here. The fishy odor is a bit heavy, don't smoke you. It doesn't matter. Lin Xiaoshi's head rubbed against Bai Xiaoyi's back, her face showing a feeling of peace and tranquility. As if the panic and worry about the future days in her heart at the moment she hugged Bai Xiaoyi had all dissipated. Lin Xiaoshi poked her head out to look at the various seasonings on the board to change the subject. Is he planning to make fish? Well, let's make some fish soup for you. Xiaoshi. To drink. Bai Xiaoyi put the last chopped scallions into a bowl, washed his hands at the sink and wiped them on his apron again until his hands were completely dry before turning around and pinching Lin Xiaoshi's cheeks. Is there anything Xiao wants to eat? Lin Xiaoshi shook her head and raised her hand to gently hold Bai Xiaoyi's palm, blinking. I want to eat whatever he cooks. I know. Bai Xiaoyi held Lin Xiaoshi's hand and walked over to the sofa to carry Lin Xiaoshi up. Xiaoshi, stay here for a while. The fish soup will be stewed soon. Aha! Lin Xiaoshi leaned back on the sofa. Looking at the busy Bai Xiaoyi's heart can't help but feel a little lost. This body of his can obviously do more things. Now everyone treats himself like a baby, which obviously doesn't match his own nature. By the way, Xiao, Auntie and the girls should be arriving tomorrow night. But before that we have to make a trip to the hospital. Ooh. Hospital? Is he not feeling well somewhere? Lin Xiaoshi stood up and anxiously inquired. Fool, quickly sit down. Bai Xiaoyi hurriedly pressed Lin Xiaoshi down, then opened his mouth to explain. I think it's safer for us to go to the hospital for a checkup first. After all, this can't be sloppy. No need. I don't think I'm in any physical condition. Xiaoshi doesn't have any words right now. Bai Xiaoyi fished the fish out of the deodorizing cooking wine. For all the tasks at the moment, Xiaoshi just needs to cooperate obediently. I protest. He is being dictatorial. Lin Xiaoshi raised her hand in dissatisfaction with a small beak. Protest null and void. Bai Xiaoyi took care of everything and then lit the fire in the stove before walking straight to Lin Xiaoshi and leaning down to kiss the tip of Lin Xiaoshi's nose. Xiaoshi, be good and obedient now, okay? This is for the sake of a more peaceful life in the future. I know to mess with it. Lin Xiaoshi pursed her lips and laughed, and at the same time, she also swept over Bai Xiaoyi's neck for a kiss. This is my revenge. So the two of them passed the dinner time in a series of jostling until they were about to go to bed when Bai Xiaoyi made a mistake. No! Lin Xiaoshi yelled excitedly. I'm not going to sleep in a separate room from me. Xiao, take it easy. Let's talk it out, okay? The cause of the story was because Bai Xiaoyi took the lead in proposing to sleep in a separate room from Lin Xiaoshi in order not to disturb her sleep quality. But Lin Xiaoshi seemed to blow up like a scared kitten after hearing this. No matter how Bai Xiaoyi explained it, it didn't work. I'm not. If he wants to be like this, Lin Xiaoshi murmured and spoke with her head hung low, then I'll just restore myself to my original form. Don't. Just now I said the wrong thing. Looking at Lin Xiaoshi's gradual blackening, Bai Xiaoyi hurriedly changed his words and went forward to embrace Lin Xiaoshi. Let's not sleep in separate rooms. Not separate rooms. Well, Yui, don't say that in the future either. Ooh. No more. In order to prevent Lin Xiaoshi from becoming more and more emotionally unstable, Bai Xiaoyi only had to carefully bring Lin Xiaoshi up to the bed. Lin Xiaoxi just lay up while Bai Xiaoyi's dead pull, or afraid of Bai Xiaoyi left. This kind of force to Bai Xiaoyi's wrist pinch raw pain. Xiao sure, is it possible that you don't believe me? Bai Xiaoyi followed suit and laid down on the bed, raising his hand to put his arm around Lin Xiaoshi's shoulder in relief. This time Xiao Shi should always believe it. Lin Xiaoshi didn't say anything, but Bai Xiaoyi could feel from the tightness of his wrist that Lin Xiaoshi was gradually letting down his guard. Go to sleep now. Xiao needs to get into a good routine now. Good, spoke Lin Xiaoshi. But before that, can you answer me a question? What a question. The question is, which one do I love more? Me or the baby in my tummy? This question made Bai Xiaoyi confused. Is Xiaoshi triggering pregnancy anxiety in advance? This can't be done. This will not only harm the child, but Xiaoshi's body will also suffer. Of course it's Xiao, but babies are just as important a factor in making us happier in life. That, if some situation arises, Lin Xiaoshi paused. Will he protect the big or the small? Bao da. Bai Xiaoyi said it out of his mouth without thinking at all, his eyes revealing determination. I'll choose Bao da no matter what. Bai Xiaoyi hugged Lin Xiaoshi tightly to death, and that huge voice traveled into Lin Xiaoshi's ears one word at a time. I know. Lin Xiaoshi suddenly smiled sweetly, shrinking from the head of the bed in a single bound and wriggling under the covers, and only after a short while did she slowly poke out half of her little head, both sides of her face carrying a slight blush. Go to sleep. Xiao mustn't have any burdens in her heart. If there's anything, promptly talk to me. Aha. Alright then. Bai Xiaoyi bent his head down and kissed Lin Xiaoshi's forehead, whispering softly, Good night, Xiaoshi. Good night. Perhaps Bai Xiaoyi was too excited or just a little tired from his busy schedule today, and had planned to coax Lin Xiaoxi to sleep first, but he fell asleep first. The clock in the living room ticked, and just the moment the minute hand crossed 12 o'clock, Lin Xiaoshi suddenly opened her eyes, looking at her sleeping lover right beside her. Lin Xiaoshi probed her hand and touched Bai Xiaoyi's cheek. It's true that Yi is also in love with me. Good morning, Yi. The corners of Lin Xiaoshi's mouth rose slightly as she quietly walked out of bed to the living room. Behind the clock in the living room, she took down a set of keys and came to the next bedroom door and secretly unlocked the door, then nodded with satisfaction. Now you won't change rooms and sleep in the middle of the night. With that, Lin Xiaoshi returned to the bed. Bai Xiaoyi's appearance was clearly visible under the moonlight, and Lin Xiaoshi stuck out her tongue and licked her lips. Time for a refill. Drip, 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 drip. The sound of an alarm clock woke Bai Xiaoyi from his bed. Reacting to the hair, Bai Xiaoyi quickly turned off the alarm and looked at his side of Lin Xiaoxi, only to see Lin Xiaoshi also sleepily opening her eyes to look at herself. I'm sorry, Xiao. Did I disturb you? No relation. Lin Xiaoshi covered her mouth and yawned. Good morning, Good morning. Bai Xiaoyi smiled. Xiaoshi, later we're going to the hospital for a checkup. Oh, it's almost time to get up. Okay, da. Lin Xiaoshi slowly got out of bed. Bai Xiaoyi wanted to come and assist Lin Xiaoshi, but suddenly his stomach hurt and he frowned tightly. What is this? Why does it suddenly hurt so much? Xiaoyi, take a rest first. I can do it by myself, Lin Xiaoshi said with an averted gaze, then took a step and left the bedroom, leaving a bewildered Bai Xiaoyi kneeling beside the bed thinking about life. Bai Xiaoyi rested for a few moments and then came to the hospital with Lin Xiaoshi. There aren't many people in the hospital, and Bai Xiaoyi put his heart down and brought Lin Xiaoshi to sit on a chair before going to register. Just as Bai Xiaoyi turned around, Lin Xiaoshi reached out and pulled him back. What's wrong with Xiao? Yi, go and come back soon. Don't worry, the registration office is right out front. Lin Xiaoshi nodded his head and looked at Bai Xiaoyi's back without even blinking. Hello. Bai Xiaoyi came to the front desk. I'd like to hang up a gynecology number. The front desk nurse frowned slightly with a strange face as she looked at Bai Xiaoyi. Bai Xiaoyi realized that he had been misunderstood, and hurriedly pointed to Lin Xiaoxi, who was not far away. I'm helping my fiancé hang it. Fiancé? The nurse probed, then came to a realization and said with a blessed look, I see. Please give me the girl's information. Bai Xiaoyi handed over Lin Xiaoxi's information and fees, and before long the registration slip was handed back. The gynecology department is on the 3rd floor. Please be careful going up the stairs, and I wish you happiness. Thanks. The world isn't so cold sometimes, because there are people whose kind hearts warm you from time to time. Bai Xiaoyi picked up the list and just turned around but realized that Lin Xiaoshi was already standing behind him. Xiao, didn't I tell you to sit properly and rest? What was he just laughing at? Lin Xiaoshi didn't answer Bai Xiaoyi's question. Instead, she took the lead to ask Bai Xiaoyi herself. The lady at the front desk was just wishing us well, and I'm showing her my appreciation. That's right. Lin Xiaoshi's eyes blinked slightly wider. Then she cocked her head and smiled at the nurse in the glass window opening. Thank you, sister, for your blessing. My husband and I are borrowing your blessing. Lin Xiaoshi bit the word husband very heavily, and her intentions were unknown. Then the two came to the gynecology department door. They saw some girls sitting on the bench in the corridor early, including pregnant women with big tummies and men accompanying her. And there is no lack of girls waiting alone with a list. Some people see Bai Xiaoyi and Lin Xiaoxi appeared to cast a curious gaze over. Bai Xiaoyi suddenly by so many people to see also embarrassed, and Lin Xiaoxi greeted the front went to register. Perhaps because the two were not too old, or perhaps because their looks were not too low. The people around them murmured softly, but all had some smiles on their faces, seemingly blessing the two. Lin Xiaoxi sat on the bench and suddenly a pregnant woman with a big belly came over and asked, "How old is little sister this year?" "Hi sis. I'm 20 years old." The pregnant woman took a breath of relief then continued with a concerned tone. "Is that boy just now your boyfriend? Little sister?" "No. SH. The woman was about to yell in surprise when Lin Xiaoxi paused to follow. "He's my fiancé." "Phew. Little sister you talk but finish in one breath. Almost didn't scare me to death." "Sorry sis. It's okay. I've seen you two truly love each other too." "Aha. Little E loves me a lot." Lin Xiaoxi raised her little head seemingly to show off. "How long has the baby in sister's belly been?" "You said the little box horse AC," the woman said filled with a motherly smile. "The little one has been in my belly for 30 weeks now. This one is very naughty and still stomps me in my belly every now and then." "That's so nice." Lin Xiaoxi revealed an envious look. "I can see that sister loves the little baby." "Of course. It's a symbol of love for my husband and I. I hope the little guy will thrive. I'm looking forward to his arrival." "Mom. Wifey, it's our turn." A sweaty man came running down the hallway, seemingly worn out. "Fool, don't run so fast," the woman complained, but the smile on her face couldn't hide her love for the man. "Little sister, I'll be leaving first. I wish you all happiness in the future." "Sister too." Looking at the woman who left, Lin Xiaoxi's pink fists clenched tightly. Give birth to the big one." Why are you smiling so happily?" "Xiaoxi?" Bai Xiaoyi asked curiously as he came over with the list. Mua Lin Xiaoxi stood on her tiptoes and kissed Bai Xiaoyi's cheeks. I love you." Hiss. The doctor sucked in a breath of air as he looked at the report of the completed examination. His brow locked. "What's wrong, doctor?" Bai Xiaoyi stood up from the stool in a panic, while also holding Lin Xiaoxi's hand tightly. Lin Xiaoxi's pupils also shrunk, and the image in front of her eyes gradually blurred. "Ahem. Excuse me." The doctor took off his glasses and wiped them with a cloth then put them back on. Just now the glasses were suddenly spent. "This report is fine. This lady is in good health." The corners of Bai Xiaoyi's mouth gently twitched a few times, and he had to sigh at how well this doctor played the twist. Why does my back suddenly feel so cold and swishy?" The doctor couldn't help but shiver and handed the report to Bai Xiaoyi. During this period, the pregnant woman should not eat too much spicy and greasy food, and the child's fetal signs are stable. "Understood. Thank you, doctor." Bai Xiaoyi then revealed a smile. As long as Xiaoxi was healthy he was satisfied, so he led the mute Lin Xiaoxi outside. As soon as he was out the door, Bai Xiaoyi gently wrapped Lin Xiaoxi into his arms. "Great Xiaoxi. Now we can have a wedding without any worries." "Aha." Lin Xiaoxi nodded her head with the same excitement. Given that he didn't want Lin Xiaoxi to get too emotional, Bai Xiaoyi decided to rest on the bench for the time being before returning home. Just then a handsome boy sat down next to Bai Xiaoyi and swiped the video. Bai Xiaoyi didn't care too much but gently touched Lin Xiaoxi's stomach. Lin Xiaoxi suddenly spoke. "What do you think is a good name for our child?" "Name? Xiaoxi, you're asking the right person." Bai Xiaoyi was first stunned, then raised the corners of his mouth in triumph. "This name-picking technique of mine is one of the best. Xiaoxi, listen to me as I unfold the story." "Aha." Lin Xiaoxi also closed her eyes to make a look of silent listening. She believed that her would be able to come up with a good-sounding name for the child. If it's a boy it'll be called White Dog Egg, and if it's a girl it'll be called White Irma. How's that? I've been thinking about this name all night." Bai Xiaoyi revealed white teeth that shone as brightly as his confidence. Lin Xiaoxi's expression faded, blinking with dull eyes. The matter of taking a name, I think we can talk about it later." Doesn't Xiao think it's a nice name?" Lin Xiaoxi didn't say anything, just pursed her lips and looked to the other side. "Ugh." The boy on the side couldn't look away, then turned off his cell phone and spoke. "I think it's a bit more appropriate for the boy to be called White Silent Dust and the girl to be called White Crispy Ran. Bai Mochuan. Bai Crispy Ran." Bai Xiaoyi mouthed these two names in his head as he began to think. "Not bad. Hey, dude, what's your name?" When Bai Xiaoyi turned back to find that the man from just now had already disappeared, leaving behind only a distant back. "Just call me Fox, and I wish you all happiness." The man's voice rang out in the hallway, and slowly diminished with it. "Thank you to the Grandmaster 6 Scratch Fox for the name. And thanks to the other grandmothers for participating." A small cameo, wavy dash. "This person is really strange. Bai Xiaoyi rubbed his head and turned back to find Lin Xiaoshi with his head hanging low muttering something that sounded like, Bai Mochuan, Bai Crispy Ran. Lin Xiaoshi's head lifted slightly with a glint in her eyes. I think this name sounds good, why don't we name the child this? It's not impossible. Bai Xiaoyi scratched his face, but I think white dog egg sounds better. Ka! A bone-crunching sound rang out, and Lin Xiaoshi stood up. Now, is it okay if we don't talk about this? Good. Boom. A sky streaked across the sky and an airplane landed on top of the runway. Phew, finally. Lena took a deep breath of fresh air as soon as she got off the plane, and then opened her arms with joy. Good weather with good day. It's really wonderful. Don't you think so, Tian Chang? Sort of for now. Lin Tianchang spoke expressionlessly. Then let's get to Xiao's quickly now. I can't wait to see her. Lena was about to take a cab when suddenly a voice behind her interrupted her. Xiaoshi, may I ask this lady if you're talking about Lin Xiaoshi? Lena had just turned her head back when Lin Tianchang pulled her to his side, and the same Hong Wanqing stood on Lena's side. Only a pair of men and women were standing at the back with their suitcases, and the female among them had a few similarities to Bai Xiaoyi. I'm talking about Lin Xiaoshi. She's my daughter, Lena asked cautiously as she placed her hand on her chest. Excuse me? Hello in-laws. Bai Jia politely extended her small hand. My Bai Xiaoyi's mom, Bai Jia. Hey, such a coincidence. Lena covered her small mouth to make a surprised face, then realized over and shook hands with Bai Jia. Hello in-laws. It was such a dramatic scene that came to pass, but it was as if everything was destined to happen in some way. Silent dust. Crispy Ran Lin Xiaoshi jotted down these two names in her notebook with a pen after returning home, and then posted them in a conspicuous place in the living room. Do you want a boy or a girl AC? I like both names. Bai Xiaoyi wrapped his arms around Lin Xiaoshi and sat on the sofa, stroking Lin Xiaoshi's hair and said, whether it's a boy or a girl I like, it's up to you, Xiaoshi. He. Then I'm going to give Xiaoyi all one. Lin Xiaoshi cheered, and suddenly her eyes twinkled as she turned around and flipped over to Bai Xiaoyi's body. When Lin Xiaoshi suddenly made this move, Bai Xiaoyi elementally noticed and said slowly, How? What's going on? Little E just said he wanted to see me perform. Lin Xiaoshi said this pressing her lips to the base of Bai Xiaoyi's ear. Then I'm going to show it to Xiaoyi now. Okay ACA. Warm hot air gently patted on Bai Xiaoyi's ear, and a tingling sensation passed through. Xiaoshi. Bai Xiaoyi lightly hit Lin Xiaoshi on the head with a hand slash. No, right now Xiaoshi needs to recuperate. We have to follow the doctor's advice. Boing, Lin Xiaoshi said pitifully with her hands covering her head, pretending to be in pain with tears in her eyes and a small mouth. Little E hit me and hurt me. Xiao, you're making a false accusation. I'm being very light with this force. I don't care. E just hit me and hurt me. Fine. Then I'm willing to be punished. Bai Xiaoyi smiled dotingly and pinched Lin Xiaoshi's soft and tender little face. May I ask what kind of crime Judge Xiaoshi is convicting me of? Goo hee. Lin Xiaoshi inserted both hands into her small waist, both shoulders rising and falling up and down. Then let's just sentence you. Punishment of being with me forever. And how long do I have to serve my sentence? Please? Life imprisonment. Alright then. Bai Xiaoyi made a look of resignation with both fists facing each other, handing his hand out. Please, Your Honor, apprehend me. Okay then. Only to hear the click sound. Bai Xiaoyi stared blankly at the hands of the tool. Just like a joke of the idea suddenly disappeared. Sure Ori, you are? What's the problem? Lin Xiaoshi bit her bottom lip with her upper teeth, showing a flirtatious look. I'm in the middle of apprehending a criminal. Lin Xiaoshi's body was constantly pressed against Bai Xiaoyi, and due to Bai Xiaoyi's confinement he could only retreat. Jingle bells, jingle bells. At the same time the sound of a keychain clashing rang out in the hallway, but the two men didn't notice. Wait Xiao, wait. Something for later. Ka chow. The door to the living room opened in response, followed by a voice. Sure Ori Yui, ever wanted to. Lena was the first to rush into the house, and just a few steps in she saw a sight that surprised her. What's wrong in-laws? Paige came right along, and then stopped in her tracks just as Lena had looked. Lin Xiaoxi, two hands propped up on the sofa, and then saw the four people at the door after the delicate body trembled. Just now the complacent appearance has disappeared. Face with the naked eye visible speed to turn red, followed by like an ostrich buried his head into the arms of Bai Xiaoyi. Bai Xiaoyi wanted to pat Lin Xiaoshi's head, but his hands couldn't break free no matter how much he struggled, so he looked at the four parents in front of him with slight embarrassment. Hello everyone. I'm sorry. I know it's wrong. Bai Xiaoyi lowered his head and made an apologizing gesture. In order to help Lin Xiaoshi take the blame, Bai Xiaoyi could only say that he had a big brainstorm and took the initiative to make Lin Xiaoshi act in such a way, which would of course be counted out by Bai Jia and the others. Only Lin Tianchang did not say anything to Bai Xiaoyi as if he knew the truth, but looked at the tool that fell on the ground and was unlocked in silent contemplation. Yeah, Lena pursed her lips. You know this is a special situation, so try to restrain yourself as much as you can. Auntie, it's not what you think. Brat. At this time, Bai Jie also followed and spoke. If you do anything out of the ordinary during this period of time, I will not fail to properly clean you up. Sparing the usually motherly Bai Jie's face at this point, she was obviously very attached to this matter. That. Lin Xiaoshi raised her head slightly. There's nothing I can do about it. Bai Xiaoyi suddenly shouted. After all, Xiaoshi is really too beautiful. How could I possibly withstand the temptation? Bai Xiaoyi interrupted Lin Xiaoshi, not looking like he wanted Lin Xiaoshi to tell the truth. The crowd hadn't expected Bai Xiaoyi to say this, but it didn't seem unreasonable when they thought about it. But to be able to say it in front of a large crowd was still a relatively explosive existence. Lena and Bai Jie then chatted with Lin Xiaoshi separately for a while. The first family meeting was officially opened. Well, let's leave what just happened for now. Bai Jie cleared her throat. The time you set for the wedding is coming up. Is everything taken care of? Mom, this you can rest assured. Xiaoshi's body has already been checked by me in the hospital this morning, so I can now focus on preparing for the wedding. That's good. Can we help you with anything? That's not necessary. Mom, you and Auntie will just have to wait for the wedding day. Then, okay. Just then Bai Xiaoyi's hand suddenly felt being pinched by Lin Xiaoshi's small hand, and turned his head to look to find Lin Xiaoshi looking at himself with tears in his eyes with some apologies. It's okay, Bai Xiaoyi softly soothed. It's fine if Xiaoshi relaxes. Lin Xiaoshi nodded, but in her heart, she didn't think so. Looks like the living room door lock needs to be changed. Was really careless today. Due to the limited number of beds in the room and the fact that Lin Xiaoxi was pregnant, the four of them still chose to stay in a nearby hotel until the wedding was over before leaving. As the door to the room closed again, Bai Xiaoyi hadn't even turned around when Lin Xiaoshi stepped forward and wrapped her arms around him. Sorry. Although Bai Xiaoyi wanted to give Lin Xiaoshi a good beating on this, in order to prevent such a mistake from happening in the future. However, considering Lin Xiaoshi's emotions, he still took Lin Xiaoshi in his arms. It's fine. It's not like it's a big deal. I know that Xiao is acting like this because she loves me so much. It's just a little too extreme. Feeling Bai Xiaoyi's accommodation and tolerance every time. This made Lin Xiaoshi fall even more into a quagmire called love. Sinking deeper and deeper, unable to extricate herself. Don't do anything out of the ordinary during this time, Xiao. We have a long life ahead of us. Lin Xiaoshi looked at the bright full moon outside the window, shining and eye-catching like a bright light in the darkness. Well, it's still long. The scene shifted to a lush lawn with a stage set up, and looking down the stage a thin red carpet stretched outward. At intervals along the red carpet were placed arching curtains formed by white brackets, from which dangled strings of small, crystal-clear beads. Both sides of the red carpet had already been filled with people, and if you looked closely you would find that most of them were familiar people. For example, the convenience store grandmother who had helped Lin Xiaoxi, and Zhao Deju, who had made Wang Hu scared, as well as Officer Huang, who had come to congratulate him with his wife. All eyes looked in unison toward the entrance to the red carpet, as if in anticipation of the entrance of the bride and groom. The sunlight is exceptionally warm on this beautiful day, and with the cool breeze you can't help but feel that even the whole world is applauding it. Finally the day has come. Lena sat in the front row clapping her hands together gently. To be able to see Xiao so happy, I, as a mom, am relieved. Lin Tianchang was still as reticent as ever, but this time there was a hint of sighing mixed in his eyes. Well, Tianchang, why do I suddenly want to cry so much? Lena, who just had a happy face in the last second, sobbed softly again in an instant. This is Nana's feeling of relief for Xiao. It's normal. Lin Tianchang took out a paddle from his pocket to wipe away Lena's tears. Don't cry. It's more important for Nana to feel happy, isn't it? Aha. Lena blinked the last of the tears out of her eyes, then let her eyes look away, vaguely seeing two figures walking side by side. They're here. The figure in the distance gradually became clearer as the distance shortened. Lin Xiaoshi was wearing a white and flawless wedding gown. Her head was wearing a garland made of flowers of various colors. She looked like a fairy who fell from the heavens into the mortal world. She was as holy and beautiful as ever. Lin Xiaoshi's face was already good-looking, so her face was only slightly powdered, and her hair was coiled up looking like it was always a different style again. There were two slight blushes on her face, and her lips were coated with a light pink lipstick. This is my daughter-in-law. So beautiful. Bai Jie even revealed a hint of envy in Bai Xiaoyi's eyes. What a blessing this boy Xiaoyi has cultivated to meet Xiaoshi. Son's mom, our son isn't bad looking either. It's just that his handsomeness isn't that obvious in front of Xiaoshi. Bai Hao chimed in from the side. Surely the old father's paternal love was still a little too heavy. After looking at Lin Xiaoshi and looking at wearing a gown by Xiaoyi, the usual handsome and dashing look has now become a little more mature, like a spirited teenager into a grown-up understanding of youth. Nervous Xiaoshi? Bai Xiaoyi whispered as he tickled Lin Xiaoshu's palm with his index finger. Lin Xiaoshu looked up at Bai Xiaoyi and realized that Bai Xiaoyi's eyes never stayed in one place for a second while he was talking, quickly switching his line of sight every time he looked in one direction. I'm not nervous. Where's Yi? Joking. Just kidding. How could I be nervous? Xiao, you underestimate me too much. Oh, is that so? Lin Xiaoshu sneaked a bad smile, then his right hand forcefully grabbed Bai Xiaoyi's arm and yanked it towards his position. Bai Xiaoyi did not expect Lin Xiaoshu to act like this, and was caught off guard when he fell towards Lin Xiaoshu, only to see that in full view of everyone Lin Xiaoshu stood on her tiptoes and went up to Bai Xiaoyi's face. Boo! Lin Xiaoshu reluctantly pulled away slowly, then playfully asked, in that case will he still be nervous? Miso, miso, miso. A gaze as if a strong spotlight focused on Bai Xiaoyi's face. This time Bai Xiaoyi is considered to be completely exposed. All of a sudden stopped on the red carpet. What's wrong, Yi? Why are you suddenly not leaving? I just broke my foot a little. Roar? Really? Ahem. Xiao, let's just grab and go. Bai Xiaoyi's face was as red as a ripe apple at this point, slightly burying his head as he continued to walk the red carpet holding Lin Xiaoxi. Ha ha ha, this old Bai is just lame, yeah. Behind him, Wang Hu in his best man's costume covered his stomach and laughed. Seeing Bai Xiaoyi suffer defeat was too much for him to record it on his cell phone and then play it to him in front of Bai Xiaoyi. Hu, you're at least the best man. This look is very degrading, yeah. Bai Ling, who was wearing a white dress on the side, rolled her eyes as she held Wang Hu, and then pinched at Wang Hu's waist meat. Lin Xiaoshu put her hand on Bai Xiaoyi's palm and followed Bai Xiaoyi's steps as they walked together through one arch-shaped bridge frame after another that had been erected. Flop, flop, flop. As he got closer to the stage, Bai Xiaoyi's heartbeat beat harder and harder. Finally, it's come to this moment. Despite the many bumps in the road, I finally made it. When I saw Shirori in her wedding dress, I knew it was all worth it. The master of ceremonies walked to the front of the stage waiting for Bai Xiaoyi and Lin Xiaoxi to arrive. And at this moment everyone present consciously stopped their voices and movements, quietly waiting for the arrival of the main event. Welcome everyone. First of all, let's give a warm applause to the loving couple. The MC picked up the microphone and began his performance. Crackle. There was a matching round of applause from the stage, and at the same time the two came on stage. It looks like you all have a strong blessing. Next we have our bride and groom standing opposite each other. Bai Xiaoyi took a deep breath and sidled over to look directly into Lin Xiaoshu's eyes. His heart was overwhelmed with excitement. Miso. Suddenly the red jade on Lin Xiaoshu's neck flashed, which surprised Bai Xiaoyi for a moment. Am I blinking? Did that piece of carnelian just flash that much? The following is the groom's speech. The MC handed the microphone to Bai Xiaoyi, who hadn't listened carefully to what the MC had just said due to his attention being attracted by Hongyu. Is it my turn? So soon? At this time, Lin Xiaoshu on the opposite side of the room cocked her head, and her square smile disappeared. What's wrong with he? Why is he so absent-minded all of a sudden? Bai Xiaoyi received the microphone and was first stunned, then still responded quickly. I'm very lucky to have met a girl like Xiaoshu in this world. To me she's like that oasis in the desert, the island in the sea, and that umbrella under a rainstorm. Speaking of which, Bai Xiaoyi couldn't help but hold Lin Xiaoshu's hand, and Lin Xiaoshu no longer dwelled on the little episode just now. After all, the current scene was the most important. Seeing the atmosphere baked to the extreme, the master of ceremonies hurriedly picked up the microphone and spoke. On this auspicious day and good day we gather together, in order to bring blessings to the two sweet and loving newcomers. Next comes our main event. The MC paused as he spoke, then handed Bai Xiaoyi the other microphone. Does the groom have anything he wants to say? Bai Xiaoyi took the microphone and raised it to his mouth. I'm very happy to have met a girl like Xiaoshu in this world. When I met her for the first time I was captivated by her and I wanted to spend time with her from the bottom of my heart. Looking at the audience under the stage, Bai Xiaoyi slightly raised the corners of his mouth. I'm very happy that all of you were able to come to the wedding of Xiaoshu and I. Allow me to heartily express my intense gratitude to all of you. Well, it looks like our groom is full of love for his bride. May I ask the bride if she has anything to say to the groom next? Bai Xiaoyi had wanted to pass the microphone in his hand to Lin Xiaoshu, but he didn't expect Lin Xiaoshu to take the lead and probe to the microphone. My life was gray before I met Yi, and it was Yi who made me see the colors of the world again. My love for Yi can no longer be expressed clearly with words alone. Lin Xiaoxi said this emotionally, more and more excited. Hands hooked Bai Xiaoyi's neck, and then imploringly looked at Bai Xiaoyi's eyes. Just four eyes facing each other. Everything unsaid, but as if it said everything. It's true that sweet love looks like a sour feeling in other people's eyes. Zhao Dezhu shook his head and lost his smile. What do you think I came to suffer this for? That's not true. If it weren't for the fact that I'm bringing these two kids some blessings and gifts, I wouldn't want to be on stage watching them spilling dog food. The breakfast store owner downstairs sighed. It looks like the two of you are ready to go. The MC's voice gradually amplified. Next comes one of the most important parts of the start of the marriage ceremony. With these words from the MC, the audience on stage applauded and waited for the final climax. Groom Bai Xiaoyi, do you take the girl in front of you to be your wife? I'm willing, Bai Xiaoyi blurted out without any hesitation. Bridal Grove. I'm willing, Lin Xiaoshi said and excitedly jumped into Bai Xiaoyi's arms, then slightly raised her head to gaze into Bai Xiaoyi's eyes with those seductive light blue eyes. It seems our bride is in a bit of a hurry, and I haven't even spoken yet. Xiaoshi, I love you, Bai Xiaoyi roared out, then used both hands to lift up Lin Xiaoshi's chin and kiss down at those small and delicate lips. Good. The MC guffawed and silently turned off the microphone, fading out of the stage as he was about to present this final highlight. Miso. Right at this moment the red jade on both of their necks simultaneously emitted a white blinding light, which made Lin Xiaoshi couldn't help but panic, and hurriedly grabbed Bai Xiaoyi's sleeve in a death grip, not daring to let go, his eyes revealing a panicked look. The scene around them gradually fills with white, and even the familiar audience on stage fades away at that moment. What's going on here? Bai Xiaoyi looked at everything in front of him in horror. Even though he had already been reborn once, he was still startled at the sight of such a strange image, with the last of the stage underneath his feet being swallowed up as well. Bai Xiaoyi's surroundings had long since turned into an area that was all white. Is it because of the red jade? Bai Xiaoyi looked down at the red jade on his neck. At this time, the red jade had long since not been as shiny and crystalline as it was before, and in its place was the dull black jade. So many things had happened in such a short period of time. Strange? Why is this red jade turning black? Bai Xiaoyi hadn't finished thinking about it yet. Suddenly the delicate body in his arms suddenly began to tremble. No, it's not true. It's not. Lin Xiaoshi looked at Bai Xiaoyi's chest with his eyes lifeless, his mouth constantly repeating the words, and as the number of times he repeated them increased, he could vaguely hear some crying. Xiao. When Bai Xiaoyi saw Lin Xiaoshi's appearance, he couldn't help but feel a pain in his heart and hurriedly put the magical area behind him, immediately after slapping Lin Xiaoshi's face to try and wake her up. But Lin Xiaoxi, as if it is shielded from all the movement of the outside world, as if in addition to hands tightly embracing Bai Xiaoyi, did not have any action. The degree of force wrapped as a boy's Bai Xiaoyi can also feel the pain. At this moment, Lin Xiaoxi's eyes were filled with tears, not daring to look at her surroundings, only firmly grasping Bai Xiaoyi, her mouth muttering, Why is this happening when everything is obviously fine? All I want is to stay with me him. Why can't you even fulfill me with that? Lin Xiaoshi freaked out hysterically, and Bai Xiaoyi could feel the clothes on his back being clenched tightly into a ball. Xiaoshi, please, just let little E stay. Lin Xiaoshi's tears could no longer be stopped, and the periphery of her eyes was covered in blood. I can give you anything, just let little E stay. Xiaoshi. Bai Xiaoyi could no longer endure this appearance of Lin Xiaoshi and stroked Lin Xiaoshi's cheeks with both hands to prop her head up. Look at me, okay? But Lin Xiaoxi this state as if simply cannot hear the words of Bai Xiaoyi. General, as a lost soul of the puppet general, hard to say their own words. Suddenly Bai Xiaoyi felt his hand gradually become transparent. Does this, I'll disappear? At this moment Bai Xiaoyi also panicked. What he was afraid of was not that he would disappear into this world, but that Lin Xiaoshi would do something stupid after he disappeared. Lin Xiaoshi. Bai Xiaoyi called out Lin Xiaoshi's full name with all his might, which made Lin Xiaoshi's body sway when he heard it. No, don't call me that. Lin Xiaoshi snapped out of the chaos as if she had received a stimulus, her eyes filled with a panicked expression, and the force in her hands grew a little stronger. Yi, what did you just call me? Lin Xiaoshi's ghostly voice suddenly rang out, but this voice reached Bai Xiaoyi's ears, but it was extraordinarily oozing. Xiao, I just said that on purpose. On purpose? Why? Because there are some words I'm afraid I won't have the chance if I don't say them to you. Bai Xiaoyi raised one of his own hands, could clearly see that the hand was slowly vaporizing, while also continuously spreading towards Bai Xiaoyi's arm. Grandmasters watch with confidence. There will be no knives. Also, I'm long. This is. Lin Xiaoshi's pupils shrank at the sight, and as if she had received a great shock, she pressed her body firmly against Bai Xiaoyi. Don't. Lin Xiaoshi desperately grabbed onto Bai Xiaoyi's arms, his head shaking up constantly. You'll be fine. Let's talk about what's going on when we get back after the wedding. Okay? Xiao, calm down. Bai Xiaoyi gently stroked Lin Xiaoshi's hair tenderly, trying to use this way to stabilize Lin Xiaoshi's anxious mood. Ha. Lin Xiaoshi hung her head down and laughed uncontrollably, and when she raised her head again her eyes were already slightly red, and a trail of tears slid down her eyes. Calm down? How can he tell me to be calm? I've managed to overcome so many difficulties, and in the end it's this. I hate so much. I hate why everyone wants to take you away. Whether it's Yi or Luo Xiaoku, in the end, even this world wants to take you away from me. Lin Xiaoshi giggled maniacally, then pounced on Bai Xiaoyi on the ground with a single lean forward. Flop. Bai Xiaoyi fell to the ground. And when he reacted, Lin Xiaoshi had long climbed up along Bai Xiaoyi's body. I have another way to make us stay together forever, Lin Xiaoshi said, biting her lower lip as if she was struggling internally, until Bai Xiaoyi knew that Lin Xiaoshi had already made her choice when he saw her eyes turn a completely fishy red color. Since this world is going to take you away, then wouldn't it be better for me to leave you here forever before disappears? It seems that he also agrees with my idea, said Lin Xiaoshi, and lunged down towards Bai Xiaoyi's neck. And after a moment of mojo, a feeling of eating pain filled Bai Xiaoyi's neck. There was a rusty smell in the air, and Lin Xiaoshi smacked his lips, seemingly uptight about the flavor. Crimson blood gradually seeped out of her neck, and Lin Xiaoshi licked at what fascinated her like a little meow on catnip candy. Xiaoshi, Bai Xiaoyi, who had experienced many scenes, wasn't a big fan of this scene, but instead patted Lin Xiaoshi's back inside. I don't want to leave Xiao, but this looks like it will really disappear into the world. I still have so many things to do that I haven't done yet. I want to look like I'm with you in the sunset. That's the happiest days of my life. Xiao, you must take care of yourself without me. Woo, oh, well. Lin Xiaoshi's movements came to an abrupt halt, tears quickly wetting Bai Xiaoyi's chest. Facing her beloved boy, Lin Xiaoshi realized that she couldn't even lay her hands on him. As time passed, Bai Xiaoyi's figure had begun to become transparent, and Lin Xiaoshi could clearly feel that Bai Xiaoyi could no longer be touched at his fingertips. This scene is like the yin and yang separated the two people forcibly to the separation. The purpose is like a dark providence in the distance between the two people, and miserably separate each other. Xiaoshi, Bai Xiaoyi rolled over and pressed Lin Xiaoshi to the ground, then looked at her with determined eyes. Since I came to Xiao's world, I think it has its certain reasoning. I don't want to look at you in this disheveled, self-destructive state right now. Xiao, didn't you once say that you would find me wherever you were? Bai Xiaoyi could clearly feel that he was slowly passing away. So he kissed Lin Xiaoshi's lips until Lin Xiaoshi's eyes gradually turned back to normal, and only then did Bai Xiaoyi grasp the opportunity to continue. I will wait for the day when you come to me, Xiao, and when that time comes I will once again make up for our unfulfilled wishes. Sure Ori, I love you, whether it's now or in the future. This heart of mine will never change. I love to you. Lin Xiaoshi reached out her hand to wrap her arms around Bai Xiaoyi, but she fluttered. This was because Bai Xiaoyi, who had just been by his side, had now turned into a ray of white light and disappeared in front of Lin Xiaoshi's eyes. The 5 fingers of her right hand gently bent, facing the blinding white light in all directions. Lin Xiaoshi lost her strength and completely sat down on the ground. Nope, I lost The current Lin Xiaoshi was like an exquisite ragdoll, her inner soul having long been emptied. Is this the end? Or is this just a dream? Just then, Lin Xiaoshi suddenly felt that the red jade on her chest was likewise emitting white light. This is Lin Xiaoshi, who had been like a robot just a moment ago, had a shocked look on her face when she realized this, and quickly removed the red jade and cupped it in her hands. Just now before he disappeared, it seems that it was because of this piece of jade. Could it be? Lin Xiaoshi thought of this and clutched the red jade even more tightly in her hands as a treasure, looking at her hands with an expectant face. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, until the 211th time. Lin Xiaoshi was then surprised to find that her body was slowly disappearing just like Bai Xiaoyi. This time Lin Xiaoshi was considered to be completely excited. One stood up, propped up from the ground, followed by 2 eyes staring dead at the red jade that emitted white light. I told you, you'll never want to leave me. Lin Xiaoshi's face gradually regained its vitality, the corner of her mouth hanging up in a nice-looking arc. When she looked at herself again after a while, Lin Xiaoshi was even more certain of her suspicions, as her physical condition could only be described as exactly the same as the omen just before Bai Xiaoyi disappeared. Her body was slowly fading. Wait for me. I'm coming for you. As Lin Xiaoshi disappeared into the white space just after saying these words, a ray of sunlight shone through the window on the face of a teenager in a hospital bed. Bai Xiaoyi opened his eyes slightly, his dizzy brain seeming like it was filled with many things. This awful feeling is already the second time. Bai Xiaoyi slowly climbed up from the hospital bed and was shocked when he took a good look at his surroundings. The white ceiling and the hospital gown he was wearing, as well as the medical equipment on the side, all hit Bai Xiaoyi's eyeballs every now and then. This is ward. How? Bai Xiaoyi touched his cheek with a frown. No, why am I in the hospital room? Wasn't I at the wedding? Tick-tock, tick-tock. The liquid on the infusion bag was constantly pumping glucose into Bai Xiaoyi's body as a way to maintain his bodily functions. Xiao, I'm going to get Xiao. She needs me. Without me with her, she'll have nightmares when she sleeps at night. Bai Xiaoyi said this can no longer wait, fumbling the ground to crawl toward the bed. Who knows that Bai Xiaoyi's feet just landed on the ground because of a long time did not get out of bed to walk and fell down. Stab. Because the infusion bag is fixed on one side of the edge of Bai Xiaoyi, force too much will be on the hand of the needle ripped out. But Bai Xiaoyi does not care about this, but creeping body forward to crawl. Yi, yi. Lin Xiaoshi's voice kept echoing in Bai Xiaoyi's mind, like a magic spell prompting Bai Xiaoyi to use all his strength to come to the entrance of the ward. Bai Xiaoyi propped himself up by holding onto a doorknob to the side, mumbling Lin Xiaoshi's name. Xiao, where are you? Xiao Shi. Just as Bai Xiaoyi was about to open the door to his room and go out, a piece of mirror by the door caught Bai Xiaoyi's attention, only to see a look haggard face pale boys appeared in front of Bai Xiaoyi. Despite this vaguely rough from the appearance of the boys is still very handsome. How? Bai Xiaoyi exclaimed out in shock. The person in the mirror was none other than himself, the very first self to be exact. Back, Ka Chao. As the door to the room opened, a middle-aged woman appeared in front of Bai Xiaoyi. Son, you're awake. Mom? What Bai Xiaoyi didn't expect was that the woman in front of him was none other than his own biological mother. Bai Jia. Bai Jia covered her mouth in surprise, then held Bai Xiaoyi in her arms. Finally. You're finally awake. Do you know how scared I was? Bai Xiaoyi's mother cried out as she spoke. It's been almost a month since you passed out. The doctors haven't checked out any cause of the illness, and your father and I are scared to death of you. I'm back in my own world? What nonsense are you saying, boy? Go back to bed and rest. I'll call the doctor. Just like that, Bai Xiaoyi was brought back to the bed in a daze and laid down under Bai Jia's instructions. After a good period of organizing his thoughts, Bai Xiaoyi also finally knew something. He was carried to the hospital for medical treatment after fainting in the dormitory, and somehow he was in a coma for a month. When it comes down to it, I was only in a coma for a month? But what was everything before that? Is it hard to believe that it was a dream? This completely let Bai Xiaoyi confused. His own experience with Xiaoshi can still be vivid, but he at least personally stayed there for almost half a year. But in the end it was just a virtual? Or that is just a dream? No, it can't be. Such a real feeling feels impossible to be a dream. Shia was still waiting for me to find her. Bai Xiaoyi clenched his teeth. The strength in his legs gradually surged up, braced his hands and got out of the hospital bed, trembling. The corridors were sparsely populated, and only a few family members from the wards could be vaguely seen walking up and down the aisles. Xiao Shi. Xiao Shi. Bai Xiaoyi mouthed Lin Xiaoshi's name while walking aimlessly down the corridor. He wanted to go find Xiaoshi, but he didn't know where to start. Or was it that the person Lin Xiaoshi didn't exist in this world at all? No. Xiao must exist. Must exist. She said she would find me no matter when or where. She would find me. Without direction, Bai Xiaoyi was like a headless fly taking one step at a time in the hospital corridors, speaking words that people couldn't understand, which couldn't help but make a few people on the side feel puzzled. What's wrong with the boy? I'm not sure. From the look of his face he should be out of love. Out of love? How do you know? Because he seemed to be calling a girl's name. Since he had just gotten out of bed and was unfamiliar with the senses of his legs and feet, Bai Xiaoyi stumbled and fell to the ground. Flop. Just then the dark stairwell from the dark slowly out of a black shadow, is slightly out of a foot after quickly shrink back. Son, why are you out again? Bai Jia worriedly ran over from the distance, lifting the lifeless Bai Xiaoyi up from the ground with concern. Well, did it hurt anywhere? Mom, my heart hurts. Heartache? Did you fall? It's not. It's that she doesn't exist in my world. Son, what the hell did you say? Mom didn't understand a word of it. Name, Bai Xiaoyi. Gender, male. Favorite things, Lin Xiao. Bai Xiaoyi's mouth dropped gradually. Blue eyes. Blue eyes? The doctor repeated curiously, and then looked to Bai Jia, who was anxious and uneasy at the side. Don't worry, ma'am. The patient doesn't have any problems at the moment. The probability is that she was unconscious for too long and didn't adapt to it. She'll be fine after resting for a while. That's right. Then I'm relieved. Okay, we'll keep checking in the following days. I'll leave if there's nothing else. There seems to be a situation next door that I need to take a look at as well. Okay, that would be a pleasure, doctor. After the doctor left, Bai Jia breathed a sigh of relief and gently knocked Bai Xiaoyi's brain without any good reason. Son, what's wrong with you? Why does it feel as if your character has changed? The old you wasn't that strong. It's okay, Mom. I want to be alone. Ugh. Okay then, your dad's on his way over here too. So I'll just go ahead and do the paperwork for the physical, and ring the bell in the back if you need anything. Bai Jia left the hospital room after she finished speaking, leaving Bai Xiaoyi with his stomach alone absent-mindedly staring at the ceiling. Was it really just a dream? But why is it so real? Just as Bai Xiaoyi was about to unbutton his collar to loosen up, he realized that a red jade pendant was hanging around his neck. It is! Bai Xiaoyi carefully removed the pendant from his neck, then placed it in his hand and carefully looked at it. Yes, that's it. Looking at the piece of red jade that was exactly the same as before, Bai Xiaoyi could no longer control his emotions, and 2 lines of tears flowed out of the corners of his eyes and down his cheeks, but his face was devoid of any expression. This is not a dream. It's not a fake. She exists. She must exist. Bai Xiaoyi spoke out with trembling in his words, clutching the red jade stone in his hand with a death grip. Bai Xiaoyi raised his head slightly to look out the window at the setting sun. Xiao, where are you? Clang. Outside the hospital room slightly rang a collision sound, but very quickly accompanied by a weak footsteps disappeared, and plunged into the sadness of Bai Xiaoyi did not have too much care. Squeak! As the door to the other room opened, Lena, who was sitting on a stool, stood up, puckering her mouth and crossing her arms to feign an angry look. Xiao, why did you sneak out again? Lin Xiaoshi smiled apologetically and bounced back to the bed, seemingly in a good mood. I just felt bored just lying in bed that's why I went out for a walk. You're such a child. Lena's squarely strained face instantly softened, and naturally she was accommodating in the face of her favorite child. Little Xiao, you have to realize that it was not easy for you to wake up from such a long lethargy. Right now your body is the most important thing. I know, Mom. Lin Xiaoshi wiggled her little legs happily on the bed, not caring about Lena's words. Raising the red jade in her hand, she overlapped it against the setting sun outside the window. That's right. That's him. The specific situation is probably like this. We do not know why the patient who has been sleeping for such a long time can suddenly wake up and come here. We have been checking the patient's various body values every day, but this does not have any advance warning. The doctor in the office said with a frown. Mr. Lin, forgive me for saying something bad. It is simply impossible for your love to wake up from this kind of condition. She is completely that kind of consciousness closed, only the spirit exists. But is this kind of impossible thing Renai actually appeared the first case of healing? This is really a medical miracle. After listening to these words, Lin Tiancheng held his chin in thought for a moment and asked, Doctor, are you saying that Xiaoshi woke up from her coma on her own? Yes and no. The doctor took a sip of water and continued. It's possible that your love was awakened by relying on her own strong will, but I don't favor that option because if that were the case it would probably have been awakened a long time ago. So what you're saying, Doctor, is that someone or something else stimulated Xiao to be able to wake up from this fake death situation? That's my guess at this point. Lin Tiancheng didn't say anything, but closed his eyes and thought. Hello? Excuse me. Bai Jie walked in from the entrance of the hospital room with the report sheet. Doctor, my son has been checked and is safe. Can I get discharged now? Sure. Okay then. Thanks. Ha? Bai Jie looked at Lin Tiancheng on the side. Isn't this the parent of the girl next door to us? Oh, it's you. My lover often tells me about you. Just now you look like your child has awakened too? Yes. It's hard to believe that you kids are awake too? Bai Jie asked in surprise. By coincidence, my child is similarly awake. Seems like a real destiny. Bai Jie joked. Well, then I won't bother you anymore. I'll take my leave. Looking at Bai Jie's back, Lin Tiancheng exhaled. Is this really just a coincidence? Son, you're okay. Bai Hao excitedly walked to Bai Xiaoyi's side as soon as he opened the door. Dad, I'm fine. Bai Xiaoyi smiled slightly upon seeing the visitor, then continued his attention to the setting sun. You boys worry me and your mom to death. Bai Hao breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Bai Xiaoyi's mood stabilized. Why? Why do you look and feel sullen? Is there something on your mind? Dad, what do you think we should do if we lose someone or something important and we don't know where to find it? It's not very simple. Bai Hao bristled. Then go get it back. But I don't know where to look. And I don't know if she still exists in this world. Whether it exists or not I don't know. But you'll never know if it exists until you look for it. Maybe one day you look for it and it finds you? Hearing this, Bai Xiaoyi looked at the sunset that was about to set and smiled. Yes, the sunset is still there. She must be there too. This brat. Bai Hao shook his head and lost his smile. He knew that his son's appearance must have been disturbed by love. But what made him wonder was how did Bai Xiaoyi have love? He had only just awakened. Less than half a day. Bai Xiaoyi's discharge procedures were handled. After leaving the hospital corridor from the next ward, out of a figure drilled into Bai Xiaoyi's previous room. Looking at Bai Xiaoyi's quilt, Lin Xiaoshi's eyes gradually narrowed. And with a single bone, she climbed up to cover half of her face with the quilt and sniffed hard. Wait for me. I'll come to you when I'm done with the hospital. Until then, let me taste. Strange. Bai Xiaoyi touched his back. Why does it seem like there's a familiar feeling? But I can't tell. After returning home, Bai Xiaoyi recuperated at home for about a week, and in the middle of one day said he wanted to go to the stream for a walk alone. Bai Jie thought nothing of it and agreed. Wow. Sitting on the drowsy lawn, Bai Xiaoyi watched the trickling stream and waited for the sun to set. As the red sun gradually disappeared into the distance, Bai Xiaoyi's look of anticipation dissipated with it. It's so beautiful. The sunset. No wonder Xiao likes it so much. But she shouldn't be able to see it either. Just as Bai Xiaoyi was worried alone, a strange voice sounded behind him. Why are you sitting by the stream all alone? A female voice rang out, though it sounded like it was speaking at the top of its lungs, causing it to sound ever so slightly muffled. Because I'm waiting for someone. Waiting for who? Bai Xiaoyi looked into the distance and said to himself, waiting for a girl who once promised me that she would appear in front of me in the sunset in the most beautiful manner. But the sunset is still there. But she is no longer there. Ahem. Another 2K words I'm not short. Oh, so that's how it is. The girl nodded thoughtfully, the corners of her mouth not hitching down the entire time. Then patted her skirt and sat down beside Bai Xiaoyi. Bai Xiaoyi frowned and was about to stand up and leave when the girl opened her mouth and interrupted him. The sun will set eventually, but I'll always be with you. This time the girl's voice didn't sound as strange as usual, but instead became crisp and clear. Hearing the girl's playful words, Bai Xiaoyi's eyes couldn't help but dilate as his head suddenly looked to the side, and the scene in front of him stunned him. Blue eyes, black shiny long hair, white long skirt. This rich symbolic appearance is not telling Bai Xiaoyi that the girl in front of him is exactly the person he waited for so hard. Little Xiao Shi, is that you? Bai Xiaoyi's hoarse voice instantly snapped out, his trembling hands not knowing where to rest towards. What do you say? Lin Xiaoshi grabbed one of Bai Xiaoyi's hands and placed it on her face. I told you, there's no way you can escape me. Ho ho ho. Yay. Lin Xiaoshi was talking playfully when suddenly Bai Xiaoyi jumped up towards him, and the two of them ended up collapsing on the grass together. So this is what you really look like. Lin Xiaoshi said with an enraptured face as she lay down on the grass and reached out her hand to caress Bai Yi's cheek. I like it a lot, yo. Xiaoshi, I knew you were still there. Bai Xiaoyi shouted out excitedly as he wrapped Lin Xiaoshi into his arms. Lin Xiaoshi similarly hugged Bai Xiaoyi tightly and put her mouth to Bai Xiaoyi's ear and said warmly, in this life, we also have to be together forever. Ooh. Well, together forever. Bai Xiaoyi closed his eyes and sniffed Lin Xiaoshi's body scent, his anxious heart calming down at this moment. Phew. Paging. Only when Lin Xiaoshi realized that there was no movement after a while did she gently move her body to see the sleeping Bai Xiaoyi. Looks like this period of time has exhausted you. Lin Xiaoshi held Bai Xiaoyi's head on her lap, while she herself closed her eyes and kissed Bai Xiaoyi's lips. I'm sorry, E. Thank you, E. Why did I suddenly fall asleep? Where's Xiao Shi? When Bai Xiaoyi opened his eyes he looked at the dull night sky, instantly wanting to sit up with his hands on the ground. Hey, this ground is slippery. Bai Xiaoyi had just stretched out his hand when he realized that something was wrong, and then looked back, only to see Lin Xiaoshi looking at herself with a bad smile on her face and tilting her head. I can't imagine that the real Xiaoyi is even more badass, but I like it. Oh. No. Xiao Shi, you are misunderstanding me. I, Bai Xiaoyi, am clearly a decent person. Bai Xiaoyi was about to stand up to defend himself when he fell back towards Lin Xiaoshi due to the dim light and not believing that his feet had stepped on the ground. Lin Xiaoshi's head slowly looked downward. Then her small face blushed slightly. Well, little E is indeed very gentlemanly. Afterwards, the two came to a cafe and found a seat. Lin Xiaoxi was holding Bai Xiaoyi's arm along the way, during which her gaze never left Bai Xiaoyi's face. What's wrong, Xiao? Is it bad that I look like this? Xiaoyi's look never gets boring no matter how you look at it. Lin Xiaoshi finished and kissed Bai Xiaoyi's side. Little E, when are we going to continue what we haven't done before? Bai Xiaoyi almost didn't spray the coffee in his mouth when he heard it, and said with a flustered expression, Little Xiaoshi, what are you talking about? Just now I said it was an accident. What's in Yi's head? I want to say this. Lin Xiaoshi finished, pointing to a billboard not far away, on which was exactly the promotional advertisement for wedding diamond rings. Ahem, Bai Xiaoyi said in a pretense of composure. I know that's what Xiaoshi was talking about. I was just joking just now. So that's how it is. As a wife, Lin Xiaoshi of course had to take care of her husband's face outside, so she also walked down the slope. What Xiaoshi said is actually something I already have plans for, Bai Xiaoyi said as he took Lin Xiaoshi's hand and affectionately kissed the back of it. For the rest of our lives, we will never part. Good, Lin Xiaoshi said as she leaned her head into Bai Xiaoyi's arms and replied sweetly, never part. After the two just showed their love at the cafe, the clerk immediately said that it was time to close, and finally the two had no choice but to walk down the street. Sure, Ori, you said before that you were in the hospital too and that you live right next door to me? Right, and I've been unconscious since before he came. Lin Xiaoshi kicked the stone under her feet gently, then stood still. But ever since he came, everything has changed for me. It's become so colorful and warm. E is the one angel sent from heaven to redeem me. Lin Xiaoshi folded her hands together and looked at Bai Xiaoyi with deep affection. E, I love you. Xiao Shi. Bai Xiaoyi at this very moment felt that he could meet such a good girl as Lin Xiaoshi. Perhaps this bizarre coma in this underworld is also a destiny. I love you too. Xiao Shi. Right, Xiao Shi? Bai Xiaoyi asked, suddenly curious as he hugged the delicate body in his arms. Would your parents agree if we were together right now? Lin Xiaoshi pulled Bai Xiaoyi forward. This one is out of their hands. Ding dong. As the doorbell rang, Lena rushed to open the door. Xiao, welcome to the home. After seeing Bai Xiaoyi, Lena's voice couldn't help but rise several decibels, which caused Lin Tiancheng in the kitchen to tie his apron and hurriedly walk out. At the same time, Lin Tiancheng's eyes widened in disbelief. What's going on? My daughter says she's going out for a while and brings back a boy? Looks like the relationship is still good. Dad. Mom. Bai Xiaoyi suddenly remembered that he couldn't address them like he did before, so he quickly changed his tone. Uncle Lin, Auntie Li, hello. He even knows our names. Lin Tiancheng was completely confused this time. Looking at the shy Lin Xiaoxi, his heart was like a twisted pain. I'm a mature and grown-up cabbage, and you're the one who gave it to me before the day is out? Child, drink some water. Lena was as gentle and considerate as usual, and was only surprised for a moment at Bai Xiaoyi's arrival, before secretly sizing him up. For her own daughter, Lena certainly understood that it was definitely not right to be alone with a boy at night, but as long as the boy was dedicated to Xiao's well-being she wouldn't interfere too much. But Lin Tiancheng on the side didn't think so. From the moment Bai Xiaoyi sat down, he was staring at Bai Xiaoyi's every move, and that terrifying stare made Bai Xiaoyi's back go cold. Thank you, Auntie. Bai Xiaoyi took the water and placed it on the table, and couldn't help but feel a lot of emotions in his heart. Auntie is still the same as before and Uncle is still the same. May I ask, child, how did you and Xiao meet? Bai Xiaoyi didn't know how to answer for a moment. He couldn't say that he had been divine with your daughter for a long time, so they were attracted to each other. Mom, actually, Xiaoyi and I met a long time ago. Lin Xiaoshi opened her mouth to relieve herself. I just didn't tell you guys. Known each other for a long time? In Lena's memory, Lin Xiaoshi had been especially withdrawn since she was a child, almost rarely talking to anyone, so how could she have suddenly made a boyfriend? But Lena was also open-minded when she saw Lin Xiaoshi tightly clinging to Bai Xiaoyi again, because her own daughter had never acted like this before, and it even seemed as if it was her own daughter who took the initiative. Xiao, can I ask you something alone? Lena stood up to confirm what she had in mind. Good blah. Despite Lin Xiaoshi's thousands of reluctance, in order for Lena to put her heart down and not obstruct herself, she still followed, turning back to Lin Tiancheng the moment she left. Dad, you'd better get along with you or I won't forgive you. Lin Tiancheng seemed to smile after hearing this and revealed an ugly expression. What are you talking about? Xiao, sure. Someone else is a guest. Is it hard for me to still kick him out? Lin Tiancheng purposely increased his tone on the 3 words drive out, looking like he was in a very unpleasant mood. That's good. And you be good and wait for me too. I know. After Lena and Lin Xiaoshi left, Lin Tiancheng suddenly looked at Bai Xiaoyi with a grave expression on his face. The next words completely stunned Bai Xiaoyi. You're the one who brought Xiao out of his coma? Bai Xiaoyi was surprised to hear that. How did Lin Tiancheng know about what happened between himself and Xiaoshi in that world? It's hard to believe that he also. Looks like it's you, right? Lin Tiancheng affirmed his guess when he saw Bai Xiaoyi's embarrassed look, then stood up straight and nodded slightly towards Bai Xiaoyi. Thank you, uncle. What are you doing? Bai Xiaoyi was so frightened that he hurriedly helped Lin Tiancheng up, his face filled with doubt. If it wasn't for you, Xiaoshi would probably never wake up. Lin Tiancheng sighed slightly as he said this. Xiaoshi, this child personality since childhood is very withdrawn, resulting in her never having any friends. As parents, we also want to properly enlighten her, but there is no effect at all. But suddenly one day we realized that she fainted in her bedroom, and behind that she just slumbered until now. Lin Tiancheng patted Bai Xiaoyi's shoulder. That's why I have to thank you, kid. You're the kid next door to Xiaoshi's hospital bed before. Right. Your parents and I have met before. Uncle, your judgment is simply absolute. Looks like you sort of admitted it. Lin Tiancheng smiled. But you kid have to promise me to be good to Xiaoshi for the rest of your life. Otherwise you'll be in trouble. Don't worry, uncle. Not only in this life, but in the next life and the next. Bai Xiaoyi, will only be good to Lin Xiaoshi alone. Lin Tiancheng nodded slightly, recalling his previous conversation with the doctor. Then wouldn't it also be difficult if someone really made Xiaoshi awaken for it? This kind of thing is too mysterious, isn't it? Lin Tiancheng frowned. According to me, after reviewing a large amount of relevant information, I believe that when the patient falls into this kind of coma situation, she has already constructed a complete worldview in her brain, to which she will then transfer all of her perceptions and spirit to the world she has conceptualized, which is why she falls into the fake death manifestation. The doctor raised the frames of his glasses. Then could it be that someone entered Xiao's spirit world and broke the structure, thus being able to return Xiao's perception to its original place? It might be a bit of a stretch to say, but that's roughly it. I have to say though, if that's really the case, this guy is pretty good too. Because guess what happens when you meet a stranger's entry in the spirit world? Could it be that Murphy will remove this source of interference? That's right. The doctor pointed to a poster on the back of the door that showed the very image of human immune cells doing battle with a virus. If we use that man as a virus, It will have immune cells to clear him if it tries to invade the body. And once it's cleared, I'm afraid he'll never wake up. Lin Tiancheng fell into deep thought at the sight. He had to need to digest the doctor's paragraph. To put it another way, it's as if this person has entered the patient's mental world. And it's expected that all sorts of threats will arise to eradicate everything about this person. But looking at the way things are now, that person doesn't look simple. If this scene was known by Bai Xiaoyi would probably die of shame on the spot. Because the entire process could only be described as Lin Xiaoshi's own highlights. And Bai Xiaoyi was merely playing his hand and shouting cheer. Lin Tiancheng's prejudice against Bai Xiaoyi gradually dissipated after thinking about it. Looks like my good son-in-law is ready to AC. Suddenly Lina's voice came from behind Bai Xiaoyi. Auntie. Sure Ori. Bai Xiaoyi turned back to find Lina looking at herself with a smile on her face. And Lin Xiaoshi on the other side was also revealing complete love in her eyes. Lin Xiaoshi flung herself into Bai Xiaoyi's arms with a happy smile on her face. Mom promised us to be together. In the future, we're going to live like we did before. The rest of your life please also teach me more. After saying that, Bai Xiaoyi took Lin Xiaoshi's thin waist and kissed her. Looking at such a lively and cheerful Lin Xiaoshi, Lina was also moved by this. Remembering the conversation with Lin Xiaoshi just now, Lin Xiaoshi lifted the doubts in Lina's heart with just a few words. Why did you suddenly fall for that boy? Xiao, is it hard to believe that he's special in that way? He's just special to me. Lin Xiaoshi's expression revealed a longing and desire for goodness. It was after all, who redeemed me. Years later, a girl with a ponytail is running around the beach as much as she can, leaving her footprints in the sand one step at a time. The girl's face was slightly baby fat and looked adorable. Her white skin and light blue eyes revealed that the girl would be a beauty in the future. That was fun. The girl suddenly stopped and saw a small crab on the beach moving towards the sea, so she crouched down to take a closer look. Crispy ran. You run slower. A childish voice came from behind him. And then came a boy who was handsome but still looked a bit young because he was too small. Brother Bai Zhu ran smiled towards Bai Mo Duan in front of her. Her blue eyes were as dazzling and moving as the sea. Didn't brother say he didn't want to sunbathe? How come he followed me here? Fool. Bai Mochuan touched Bai Zhu Ran's little head and said dotingly, I'm still not worried about you. Mom and dad, they are not, you do not know. Bai Mochuan said this, perhaps thinking of some bad memories. The whole face blackened. I vaguely remember going to the bathroom alone in the evening when I was just starting out, and suddenly hearing my father's screams in the darkness of the night. What's wrong with father? Could it be that there are bad people in the house? Bai Mochuan thought of this, immediately pulled down a fruit knife from the kitchen on tiptoe to the couple's bedroom door. As the small slit in the door gradually opened, the room was too darkly lit to allow Bai Mochuan to see anything. But the conversation that ensued stunned the young Bai Mochuan. Little Xiao, sure. Let me go. I have to work tomorrow. A ghostly voice rang out in the darkness. I know he has to work tomorrow. That's why I'm doing this, yo. And keep your voice down. Don't wake the kids up. Xiao, sure. Bai Xiaoyi wanted to say something but was physically interrupted by Lin Xiaoshi, followed by a dead silence. Bai Mochuan trembled and brought on the door of the room. Although he couldn't see what was going on inside, he knew that this was a private matter between his mom and dad, and it was better for him not to disturb it too much. Returning to the kitchen and returning the knife to its original position, Bai Mochuan went to the toilet, and when he returned to his room he realized that Bai Zuren had run into his bed at some point. Crispy Ren? What brings you here? Bai Morjuan snapped, only to see Bai Crisp Ran wrapping herself into a ball with the quilt shivering up. Brother! Crispy Ran had a nightmare, but the door to mom and dad's room was locked. That's why. It's okay, brother's here. Bai Mochuan patted Bai Crisp Ran's back as a sign of comfort. Number Bai Crisp Ran hugged Bai Mochuan to death. The fear of the party gradually dissipated because of Bai Mochuan's presence, until finally the two little ones cuddled into each other and fell asleep. And also at that moment the door to the room slowly opened, revealing a light blue eye. After seeing that there was no movement, Lin Xiaoshi returned to the bedroom and stretched out, looking at Bai Xiaoyi, who had completely passed out. I'm sorry babies. Mommy is trying to help you control daddy. I'm sure you'll understand mommy, right? Don't know what? White Crisp Ren on the beach also stood up and walked over to White Morden when she saw the crab leave. Nothing. Bai Mochuan shook his head. He could not say that he was forced to come out under the various threats of his mother. Silent Dust. Why don't you go play with your sister? I don't want to go, mom. I don't want to be in the sun, Beckmot Dust said as he sat under the sunshade. Xiao, sure. Since Mechen doesn't want to go, then it's even if. Bai Xiaoyi, who was at the side, was trying to help but was instantly glared at by Lin Xiaoshi with a glare. Silent Dust. Good boy, listen to your mommy. Looking at Lin Xiaoshi's gentle and kind appearance, Bai Mochuan immediately sat up from the cushion cloth and stammered, I suddenly want to play again. Then he left the place without looking back. After Bai Mochuan disappeared, Lin Xiaoshi licked his mouth and turned his gaze to Bai Xiaoyi on the side. Hubby, it's honeymoon time for both of us. Wow. White Crisp Ran cocked her head and nodded despite her lack of understanding. Then brother, where are we going to play now? Speaking of this, suddenly a group of young boys came from the other side, and when they saw the two siblings, by Zhu Ran and by Mo Duan, they inquired, "Are you guys here to play too? Do you want to join us?" White Crisp Ran's eyes lit up when she heard this and was about to clap her little hands up when one hand was grabbed by Mochuan, only to see Mochuan's cold face completely different from his previous gentle brother. He spoke immediately afterward. "I'm sorry, but my sister and I have business to attend to and will leave." Then he took White Crisp Ran off the beach to the puzzlement of the crowd. "Why don't you play with them, brother?" Halfway down the street White Crispy Ran asked curiously. Crispy Ran, "In the future you must keep your distance from boys, you know," Mochuan said like a mature big brother at this time. "And if you make any friends you must tell me about it, ooh." "Aha! I know." Crisp Ran nodded her head, although she didn't understand why, but she knew that her brother and mom and dad would never harm her. "Crispy Ran, I will protect you. No outsider can taint you in the slightest." Mochuan's brow furrowed as if he had made some kind of determination. At this time he didn't know that a word called sister control was imprinted in his heart. He. For her part, White Crisp Ran smiled happily. To her, as long as her family was happy, she was happy. "Come on Crispy Ran, we should get back." "Good." Mochuan held by Crisp Ran's small hand and gradually disappeared into the seashore, leaving behind only two long strings of footprints. Xiaoyi Lin Xiaoshur lay on by Xiaoyi's body, head still burrowing towards his arms. "It's so nice to live like this." "Yeah." Xiaoyi stroked Lin Xiaoshur's hair, causing Lin Xiaoshur's eyes to narrow slightly. "Being with Xiaoshur is the greatest happiness of my life." Lin Xiaoshur spat out her tongue. "It's 2 lifetimes. Ooh yeah, it's 2 lifetimes. Looking at the sunset on the beach, the two looked at each other and smiled, their heads leaning against each other. "It's a secret that belongs to both of us." "Yes, just for us. Secret." This book is finished. P.S. First of all, to a previous basilisk, the ending cover thing doesn't seem to be able to be illustrated, so sorry about that. The first is to thank the basilisks for being with me all the way. Really, thank you very much. I never thought that this book would have so many readers grandmasters come to watch. Honestly, still very shocked. But because it is my first time to write a book, there are a lot of loopholes and details did not deal with. This point is really very sorry. I'm long, by the way. The second is that the book will have extras. Basilisks want to see that extras can be left in the comments section. I will write extras according to the message situation successively. I really long oh. The third is that maybe some of the basilisks will have a lot of questions and issues to ask me in the comments section, and I'll answer them all. But I may not see them sometimes. So please understand, it's really long. That's probably all I have to say. Finally, I wish the grandmasters success in their studies, good health, a happy family, and finally meet the girl of their dreams in life. I'm not short at all at the end of the day, darling. Along with a nice voice, Xiaoyi gradually awoke from his sleep. What came into his eyes was Lin Xiaoxi, who was wearing an apron and a ponytail. However, the distance was a little too close, allowing Xiaoyi to smell the faint aroma of Lin Xiaoxi's body. "Xiao, why are you up so early? Did darling forget it's a workday?" "I haven't forgotten, but what does that have to do with you getting up early?" "Xiao, it's nothing," Lin Xiaoshur said slowly as she leaned back. "It's almost time for dinner. Honey, hurry up and get up. I'll go get the babies." "Wow, well." Xiaoyi scratched his head in bewilderment, obviously not knowing Lin Xiaoshur's intentions. "Ka chow." As the lights of the room turned on, Lin Xiaoshur's voice suddenly rang out. "Silent dust. Time to get up." Lin Xiaoshur realized in the middle of her sentence that Mochuan had already finished his clothes and started folding up the quilt at some point. "Good morning, Mom." Mochuan smiled, looking even more sunny and handsome. "It seems that my baby boy is very disciplined. Then the task of waking up Crispy Ran will be yours. I'll go prepare breakfast for you guys." Lin Xiaoshur comfortably stroked Mochuan's little head, then disappeared into the room. "Okay, Mom." White Moondust blinked immediately afterward and headed towards White Crisp Ran's room. Squeak! The door to the room opened in response, and Mochuan then realized that at this moment, Crisp Ran was curled up on the bed with a pillow, seemingly having some kind of beautiful dream, with a sweet smile on her face. Hoo. Looking at the sleeping Crisp Ran, Mochuan suddenly couldn't bear to wake up his sister. Crispy Ran is so cute even when she's sleeping. Just then, White Crispy Ran's mouth suddenly murmured, "Well, Crispy Ran wasn't late today. Oh, good lord, is this ninny dreaming about school?" At that moment, Mochuan shook the sleeping Kiran awake. "Otherwise I'm afraid that I'll be late for school again today." How White Crispy Ran sat up from the bed in a daze and yawned in passing, and when she saw the person who shook herself awake, she shook her little head adorably. "Good morning, brother." "Good morning, Crispy Ran. It's time to get up. Mom has already made breakfast." "Okay, da." When the siblings finished washing up and sat down on the dining table, Bai Machwan realized that his mom was elegantly sipping the bowl of chicken soup, but her eyes kept lingering on his dad's bowl. Is it hard to believe there's something in dad's bowl? Bai Machwan looked sideways and realized that Bai Xiaoyi's bowl was currently covered with red fruits looking delicious. At the same time, White Crisp Ran, who was on the side, also discovered it and immediately asked curiously, "Daddy, what is this red fruit? Why aren't there any in mine and my brother's bowl?" White Crispy Ran's words brought Bai Xiaoyi back to his senses, and then he awkwardly explained, "This is the breakfast that adults eat, for strengthening the body. Ha ha ha. Wow, for all. I want to eat it too." Bai Crispy Ran jumped up and down and tried to run into Bai Xiaoyi's arms, but just midway through her run she herself became airborne on both feet, and when she reacted again she was already being held in Lin Xiaoshi's arms. Lin Xiaoshi glared at Bai Xiaoyi, seemingly imploring him to eat quickly, then tenderly pinched Bai Crisp Ran's baby fat little face. "Little Crisp Ran, don't disturb daddy. Later daddy has to go to work. Oh, if he doesn't have a full stomach daddy will starve to death in the company." "Bai Xiaoyi? White moon dust?" White Crispy Ran nodded her head, seemingly unintelligible, and put her finger to her mouth. "Don't. Crispy Ran don't want daddy to starve to death in the company. I don't want to eat it. That's what a mommy's good baby is." Lin Xiaoshi kissed Bai Crispy Ran's forehead. "It's almost time. Mechen, quickly take Crispy Ran to school. The driver is already waiting downstairs." "Okay mom." Bai Machwan immediately grabbed the two school bags on the sofa, freeing up one hand to hold Bai Ziran's small hand as he gradually walked out. Cough cough, seemingly choking. Bai Xiaoyi ate the last red fruit into his stomach, lifting the briefcase aside. "Almost, I also." "Wait yo." Little Lin Xiaoshi stretched out a hand and hooked the back of Bai Xiaoyi's collar, speaking flirtatiously. "Did Xiaoyi forget something?" "No, nothing." Lin Xiaoshi gradually came closer to Bai Xiaoyi's mouth and said quietly, "Given that Xiaoyi is going to work today, even though it's Xiaoyi's parents' company, it's still important to be on guard." Suddenly a jade hand climbed to Bai Xiaoyi's back. "So dear Da will definitely understand me, right ABA? Xiao sure. Don't. Stop it. I'm late for work. Woo woo." Bai Machwan turned back to close the door when he found the work of Bai Xiaoyi has not yet come out, so curiously looked back immediately after the doorway of a pair of fishy red eyes staring at their own. A chilling straight up the back of Bai Machwan, which made Bai Machwan trembling with the door to the room. White Crisp Ran looked curiously at the trembling Bai Machwan on the side. "What's wrong with you, brother? The color of your face doesn't look too good." "No, nothing." Crispy Ran, let's get a move on. "Oh, this extra is based on a separate story in another world. At the suggestion of the Grandmaster, so write a special. Thanks for the support." Ugh, Wang Hu sighed as he lay on the bed. "Why do I always feel as if I've lost something? But I can't remember it." "Forget it. It's almost time to pack up and go pick up Xiaoling. We said we'd go to the amusement park today." Wang Hu jumped up from the bed with a carp, followed by walking to the closet to change into a more handsome casual outfit. I'm sure Ray will be enamored with me at this glance." Jingle bells. Ka chow. Two voices sounded at the same time. Just when Wang Hu stood in front of the mirror, secretly complacent pants pocket cell phone suddenly rang. Do not have to think to know the caller is who. Although Wang Hu noticed the phone ringing but ignored the sound of the door opening at home. Drop. With the sound of the phone connecting, Wang Hu began to speak without even looking at it. "Baby, don't be in a hurry. I'll come back to you when I've cleaned up a bit. Just wait." Bang. Wang Hu words have not yet spoken. Suddenly the bedroom door came a loud bang, followed by the sound of a sharp blade inserted into the wooden board. Stab. What a commotion. Wang Hu saw this and jumped away from the closet with a jolt, while alerting for movement outside the door. "Who's out there?" Wang Hu just finished the sentence. Suddenly the door lock issued a clunking sound. It sounds like using the key to open the door. This scene was certainly seen by Wang Hu. "That's not right. It looks like the person outside the door has a key. But the only person who has a key to my house besides my parents at work is Ray. So you can't possibly tell me that the person outside the door is the cute and cuddly Ray." But the subsequent scene made Wang Hu completely silent, only to see the door of the room slowly open. First a slightly narrowed eye appeared in the doorway. It can't really be Ray. "Ray, is that you?" Wang Hu asked in a glutinous manner. The door was always left ajar, and the eye was looking around, as if checking for something. After seeing the room was safe, the door suddenly closed again, and then there was a stabbing sound before the door reopened. But this time it was completely open. Wang Hu's eyes widened in surprise after seeing the visitor outside the door. "Little Shu Ling, it's really you." As Wang Hu had just guessed, the person in front of him was exactly Bai Ling, who had come to look for Wang Hu. Today Bai Ling was wearing a set of blue Lolita, and then matched with a pair of small black leather boots, looking like a little princess coming out of a fairy tale. Even though Bai Ling's outfit was stunning, but Wang Hu's attention was all on the deep dent on the wooden door and the kitchen knife Bai Ling was carrying in her back hand. Wait, isn't this the kitchen knife from my kitchen? Why is it in your hands? Ray, that said, the door is going to be split open. Hello. Just as Wang Hu was quite shocked, Bai Ling spoke up. Who was Tiger just talking to on the phone? And baby. It sounded very intimate. Bai Ling backhand step by step toward Wang Hu approaching, which let Wang Hu a moment of panic. Hastily backed up and said, Xiao Ling, what are you doing? I didn't call with anyone else. I just had thought that call was you. Me so. The sunlight from the window shone on top of the kitchen knife Bai Ling had drawn out, and it happened to flash into Wang Hu's eyes. Nonsense. Hu just sweetly screamed. Could it be that Hu has another favorite? He. Sure enough, all that talk about liking me is fake. Looking at the eyes lost focus of Bai Ling, Wang Hu immediately felt bad. Always feel like they seem to know a person before, like today's own. No, we have to calm Ray down quickly. Wang Hu hurriedly opened his phone to show the call records to Bai Ling, who was blacking out. Xiaoling, quick look. I'm the one who dialed over on this record showing harassing calls on top. It's you who's thinking too much. At this time, Bai Ling also retained a trace of rationality. Shifted his attention to Wang Hu's cell phone. Really see the first row of the call record shows a string of unfamiliar phone numbers. A side marked with the word harassment calls. It looks just as Wang Hu said. Bai Ling quickly blinked her eyes, and then took the cell phone and carefully looked at it. Seeing that the time and the number are not a problem after turning around without waiting for Wang Hu to speak, thumping steps away from the bedroom. Then walked back again under Wang Hu's surprise, but this time without this kitchen knife in his hand. Hu, good noon. Today we agreed to go to the amusement park to play de. Good man. You are totally pretending that what happened before didn't happen. Xiaoling, just now you. Who knew that? Bai Ling cocked her head and said in playful words. Is it possible that there are other false memories mixed in Tiger's head? Do you need me to physically clean it up? Ahem. Good noon, Ray. We should almost get going. Sensitive Wang Hu quickly held Bai Ling's hand and followed out of the room. When the two arrived at the amusement park, Bai Ling pulled Wang Hu's small hand and pouted. Hu. I want to eat ice cream. Of course, there's no problem. Wang Hu patted his chest. As long as it's whatever Xiaoling wants to eat, there's nothing that Wang Hu, can't do. Hu is so nice. Bai Ling stood on her tiptoes to kiss the side of Wang Hu's face and licked her lips. Then what should I do if I want to eat Tigerac? What did you say? Xiao Ling? Ice cream to be vanilla? I see. Wang Hu nodded his head as he pretended to be dumbfounded, and headed to the ice cream store next to the amusement park. Looking at the appearance of Wang Hu fled in panic. Bai Ling heard more and more from the body of a hunter chasing the prey of the thrill, like a kitten catching a mouse to play for a while before slowly eating. Ugh, Wang Hu sighed. How come it feels like Xiao Ling became so strange in a certain moment, but how come I can't remember any memories about that? And the ice cream parlor by the amusement park is suddenly so familiar, as if I've been here before with other people. Just as Wang Hu was thinking hard, a pair of small hands hugged himself from behind and whispered with his mouth tightly pressed to the root of Wang Hu's ear. What is Tiger thinking about? It looks like he's preoccupied. Did he see some other pretty young lady? Who knows that Wang Hu calmly covered his hand over Bai Ling's hand and said fondly, I did see such a beautiful young lady, but she is in my hands right now. Hu, you're so meaty. Bai Ling burst out laughing, which slowly warmed up Wang Hu's chilled back. But I like it. Right, little Ling? Wang Hu inquired as he touched Bai Ling's soft little hand. Does little Ling feel as if we've been to this amusement park and ice cream parlor together before? And it's not just the two of us. Bai Ling raised her head and nodded. It seems like there is something like that, but it always feels so vague. But, Bai Ling's tone changed, and with a puckered mouth she said exasperatedly, doesn't Tiger think it's a rude thing to think about that while we're on a date? Yes, I'm sorry. Wang Hu suddenly realized and hastily apologized with his hands folded. Humph, I'll forgive you for now, but Tiger has to promise me one thing before I do. Good, just say it, Shu Ling. Even if you want to eat braised king tiger, I'll wash my neck and bring it over to you. Really? Hakuri's eyes gradually became subtle as she gently bit her lower lip seductively. Then is it okay if I want to eat a milk-flavored Hu? Wang Hu blinked and took this time to quickly take the ice cream from the clerk's hands, instantly handing it over to Bai Ling's hands. Little Ling, quickly eat it. From the milk vanilla flavored ice cream that Wang Hu handed over. After saying this, Wang Hu couldn't help but gloat in his heart. Look at my proclivity for textbook maneuvers. Bai Ling pulled back last eyes, and instead of taking Wang Hu's ice cream, she reached out with one hand to steady Wang Hu's arm. And with the other hand, she ruffled the broken hair by her ear up for the ice cream eating scene. Little Ling, what are you doing? Watching this scene, Wang Hu's hand holding the ice cream continuously trembled up. The party's complacent appearance now completely became a limp noodle. Bai Ling looked up at the red-faced Wang Hu and cocked her head, the residual ice cream still sticking to Bai Ling's face. I'm eating ice cream? What's wrong with Tiger? Big problem. Wang Hu quickly pulled Bai Ling to a more remote aisle. Little Ling, there's no way you can eat ice cream like that. Can't we eat like this? I was just afraid of getting ice cream in my hair so it wouldn't be easy to wash it off. It's you, Tiger, who's got a dirty mind. Wang Hu Million did not think that Bai Ling actually evil first accusations inverted hit himself a rake. But think carefully, Fong, just small Ling really is eating ice cream. Is it true that he thought too much? Good times. Bai Ling took the last bite of the egg roll into her stomach, incidentally licking the residual crumbs around her lips. Who can I have it again tonight? At night? I don't know if the ice cream parlor will still be closed by that time. Wang Hu scratched his head and said, no relation. Bai Ling murmured and whispered as she drew the shape of a love heart on Wang Hu's chest. It doesn't matter even if it's closed. As soon as they entered the playground, they saw a man in a frog costume standing in the center of the plaza, carrying his pups around and introducing his children to people. Tiger, I want a baby. Bai Ling suddenly blurted out when she saw this, pointing to the cubs and the frog's hands in front of her. This shout didn't matter, but the surrounding onlookers, including the frogman selling toys, all turned back to the overwhelmed Wang Hu one after another. This time Wang Hu awkwardly keyed out of the 3 rooms, and hastily whispered in Bai Ling's ear. Xiaoling, you say this is too strange law. Quickly help me explain. Bai Ling nodded, and then stuck to Wang Hu's side and slowly opened her mouth. Hu, I want you to give me a baby. The people around him whispered at these words, and even the frogman stared at the motionless Wang Hu with his mouth wide open. Ray, is that how you explained it? Isn't it clear enough? Bai Ling blinked, making an innocent face. Didn't I say? White Ling still wanted to say what Wang Hu but did not dare to stay here. He was afraid of White Ling if he said something against the sky speaking estimates that he will be on the video headlines. So it was hastily took out a bill from the pocket, quickly came to the front of the frogman. The frogman is still in the melon when the bill into the mouth of the frogman, and then snatched a frog pup. Pulling the White Ling did not turn back to run away from the scene. Frogman will eat the bills in, and then looking at the hands of the bills into a deep thought. He seems to be in the previous haunted house to play clowns. Also encountered guests stuffed money to their own, but he cannot remember clearly. Huffing Wang Hu gasped with both hands on his knees, followed by turning back to make sure no one was chasing after him before sitting down on the bench of the playground. Hu, why did you run AC? Bai Ling asked curiously as she sat beside Wang Hu with her frog cub in her arms. Xiaoling, aren't you asking a question knowingly? Just now your words that was so questionable. Which is not I just want a child law. Bai Ling hugged her waifu tightly but her eyes stayed on Wang Hu's body. This is not a child. This is clearly a toy. Xiaoling, if you had said it more clearly I wouldn't have been in such a mess. Wang Hu took the frog cub in Bai Ling's arms and patted the frog's head twice as he vented. Blame you and your mother. Almost let me social death. The frog pup glowed at the same time, as if mocking Wang Hu. Hu, what are you doing? Bai Ling angrily snatched the frog cub from Wang Hu's hand and made a protective gesture. The child is so young. How can you scold a child? No, Xiao Ling, are you for real? What, really fake? Bai Ling painfully touched the frog pup's head. Good baby, mommy is here. Don't cry. Don't cry. Wang Hu was speechless. Xiaoling, what are you doing? It's not really treating it as our child, is it? Or what would that be? Bai Ling said as she skimmed her head. I'd like to have real kids, but Tiger isn't taking any initiative at all. Bai Ling's sentence completely silenced Wang Hu. Little Ling, what did you just say? Hey, Bai Ling saw Wang Hu change his face. All of a sudden he threw the frog cub in his hand aside and turned over his body to look down at Wang Hu from top to bottom. I say, hard-working Uncle Tiger. Spring has arrived and it's time to get ready for the fall harvest. Gulp. Wang Hu swallowed a mouthful of saliva and his blood boiled when he looked at Bai Ling, whose eyes revealed a seductive aura. Ha! Bai Ling said playfully as she wrapped her arms around Wang Hu's neck. The sapling has broken the ground and grown. Ray, this is what you started. At this time, Wang Hu could no longer resist. Pick up the petite Bai Ling will step toward the amusement park outside. Yeah, Tiger, wait. Bai Ling kept gently pounding Wang Hu's back with her cupped fists. We haven't played at the amusement park yet. No need. Wang Hu's nose spat out a thick breath as he huffed. What Ferris wheel, roller coaster, bumper cars and other entertainment facilities? I'll let you get what you want. Little Ling. But our child. Bai Ling reached out to grab the little frog on the bench, but Wang Hu didn't give Bai Ling a chance at all, striding farther and farther away. Amusement parks will be there. Kids, there will be too. Oh well then. Bai Ling sighed in a mock regretful manner. Although it was a pity that he came to the amusement park today for nothing, but his purpose had finally been achieved, or else with Tiger's fearful appearance, he was afraid that he would never take that step. In another turn of the eye, a cute and luscious little girl was serving a slice of toasted bread with an assortment of side dishes in a final flourish. That's so subtle. The girl closed her eyes and posed as if she was enjoying herself, which made the woman beside her laugh and touch the boy girl's head. Hubby, look how talented our Jia is. Even in terms of eating she is like me nah. That's true. Before it was a big eater. Now there's another snacker. Alas. I'm a cook. I've had a life of drudgery all my life. Wang Hu served the last plate of steak in front of Bai Ling. My dear lord wife. It is time for breakfast. Dad. There's still mine. Wang Jiayi hurriedly swallowed the food in her mouth. Then said anxiously. Fine. Fine. All of it. Wang Hu then also placed a smaller steak in front of Wang Jiayi. Ha! Bai Ling looked happily at everything in front of her. Her mind recalling the scene when she first met Wang Hu. Tiger, do you remember when we first met? Wife, you see your words this say. How can I forget it? At that time you climbed the mountain hungry when you happened to meet in the barbecue me. We are not so coincidental together. Yeshiren held her chin and forked up a piece of steak and gently placed it in her mouth. Shio. Thank you. I wish you and Isan a good life together yo. What are you talking about? Wife. It's nothing. Just thinking of two old friends. P.S. This plot is an independent world. The male lead is the original owner in the fantasy world. And is not Xiaoyi. Well. Luo Xiaoke held her forehead and slowly opened her eyes. Her body couldn't move. It was obvious that the current her was very weak. I'm not dead? Luo Xiaoke looked around and found herself in a room that smelled of disinfectant and appeared to be in a ward in a hospital. Why? Why is it so hard to even die? Luo Xiaoke bit her lower lip in death. Her body starting to shake. Is it so hard for me to just want to be in a world with brother Xiaoyi? Not knowing where the strength came from, Luo Xiaoke slowly climbed up by holding onto the railing on the hospital bed. The line attached to her body and the hanging needle on her hand shook one after another. Clank! With the sound of a heavy object falling to the ground, Luo Xiaoke fell down. Immediately after the pipeline has been on the hands of the infusion of fluids of the tubes have broken free. Crimson blood flowed out with it. But Luo Xiaoke as if unconscious general toward the window creeping crawling to. Xiaoyi brother. Xiaoyi brother. Xiaoke wants to go with you. Don't leave Xiaoke alone. Even if I can watch you from the sidelines, Xiaoke will already be satisfied. The young girl crawled hard with tears streaming down her face. Now her heart was just begging for death. And this might be a relief for her as well. As Luo Xiaoke slowly crawled, she finally reached the wall near the window. And immediately afterward she touched the edge of the wall and gradually stood up. The sound of birds chirping outside the window and the blue sky. Everything was gray and white to her eyes. Little brother Xiaoke has come to accompany. Just as Luo Xiaoke was about to climb up to the window, it looked like something flashed into her eyes from the hospital bed on the side. Luo Xiaoke was irritated and closed her eyes for a moment, impatiently glancing towards the bed over there. Then with a sudden shock, she hastily averted her gaze back, only to see the gray world of his own bed next to the curtain, but with the color of the person lying on the bed with eyes closed. In this instant Luo Xiaoke's pupils suddenly dilated. What was lying in front of him was not some other person. It was Bai Xiaoyi. Little. Luo Xiaoke stammered for words, but the sapling that had withered in his heart grew back at that moment. Bai Xiaoyi on the bed didn't wake up, but wore a respirator with his eyes closed, looking like he was unconscious. Luo Xiaoke trembled as she walked step by step towards Bai Xiaoyi's position until she leaned against the side of his bed, and Luo Xiaoke sat up. Brother could it really be you? Looking at Bai Xiaoyi's sleeping face, Luo Xiaoke murmured. It was at this time that Bai Xiaoyi, who was lying on the bed, opened his eyes in a daze, and what came into his eyes was a blonde two-ponytailed girl wearing a hospital gown, and when he looked at the girl sitting beside him, it couldn't help but make his heart flutter. Luo Xiaoke who watched Bai Xiaoyi awaken was also startled by the sudden opening of her eyes, but she quickly hid it and stared deathly into Bai Xiaoyi's eyes without saying a word. She waited for the moment when he would speak. Who? The respirator made a heavy exhaling sound, followed by Bai Xiaoyi's weak voice. You? Who are you? Luo Xiaoke was first silent for a moment, then asked Bai Xiaoyi rhetorically. Lin Xiaoshi is dead. After a long time, Bai Xiaoyi inquired in a glutinous manner. Who is Lin Xiaoshi? After hearing Bai Xiaoyi ask this, Luo Xiaoke's heart suddenly trembled as if she felt something. Not that Bai Xiaoyi, but the real Xiaoyi brother is not already. Just as Luo Xiaoke was at a loss, Bai Xiaoyi murmured again. I remember I seem to have seen you somewhere. You look a lot like a girl in my class when I was in elementary school, but it seems like you transferred to a different school because your parents were abroad. Luo Xiaoke's appearance was still very characteristic, the most graphic being her blonde hair and her cute figure. You're Bai Xiaoyi? Yes, I think your name is Lo something if I remember correctly. Luo Xiaoku. Luo Xiaoku excitedly called her name out. Brother my name is Luo Xiaoku. Yes. It seems to be that name. Bai Xiaoyi nodded slightly. But why are you here? Why did you show up at the hospital? Little brother Luo Xiaoke first inquired. I seem to remember coming to Ripon to see my parents after graduation, rolling down a mountain one day while climbing, and waking up in the... It's like this. Hearing this, Luo Xiaoke's bean-sized tears flowed out and she looked her gaze to the sky outside the window. Thank you God. I won't be letting go this time. As the two talked back and forth, they also brought each other a little closer together. I can't imagine that Luo Xiaoke, you've grown into this. It's really a woman who has changed. By Xiao Yi on the hospital bedside. He. Little brother Yi hasn't grown handsome as well. Luo Xiaoke's gaze stayed on Bai Xiaoyi's face, and a smile finally appeared on her face that had been despondent before. By the way, brother Xiaoyi, can you call me Xiaoku in the future? When? Of course. Bai Xiaoyi looked at Luo Xiaoke, who was so proactive, and instantly turned red. And when he tried to turn his head away, he realized that he couldn't move right now. Did little brother Yi have any friends when he went to school? This is not true. My personality is rather introverted, so I don't even have a presence in the class. Bai Xiaoyi smiled to himself. Hey! Luo Xiaoku exclaimed, the stone in her heart finally falling to the ground. That's great! Such a pure brother Yi is just perfect for me. As if Luo Xiaoke had strength all of a sudden, she mischievously climbed up along Bai Xiaoyi's hospital bed and stuck to Bai Xiaoyi's side. Tiny. You're doing do. Little brother Yi, at least measure me. Luo Xiaoke made a pitiful appearance just now, and Xiaoyi just talked for so long with injuries, feet are numb. Is not allowed Xiaoke lie down for a while? This. Bai Xiaoyi blushed in shame and didn't know what to say. And in the end, he could only reply with a murmuring voice. Little brother Yi. Luo Xiaoke was lying on Bai Xiaoyi's bed murmuring, which made Bai Xiaoyi, who was also lying on the bed, at a loss for words, and even though she was separated by a quilt, the young girl's petite body could still be faintly felt. Bai Xiaoyi stared at Luo Xiaoke's lovely sleeping face, his heart beating faster and faster. Although he didn't really know why Luo Xiaoke was beside his hospital room or why she felt so much better about herself. Brother Xiaoyi, don't leave Xiaoke behind. Please don't go. Luo Xiaoke spoke dreamily, but tears slowly flowed from the corners of her eyes, which couldn't help but startle Bai Xiaoyi at the side. Why is she crying? Coco? And what about leaving her behind? A bewildered Bai Xiaoyi simply didn't know what had happened, and in the end, he could only sidle over with difficulty to pull down a few sheets of the toilet paper on the cabinet, and then he tried to wipe away Luo Xiaoke's tears for her. The paper was soaked the moment it touched the tears, and equally soaked was Bai Xiaoyi's heart. He didn't know why when he saw Luo Xiaoke crying his own heart hurt so much, as if he had failed her. Just as the paper towel was gently wiping on Luo Xiaoke's face, Luo Xiaoku, who was still sleeping, opened her eyes all of a sudden, which startled Bai Xiaoyi. Coco, did I wake you up? Yeah, I'm sorry. Luo Xiaoke looked at the dampened paper towel in front of her and then looked at the panicked Bai Xiaoyi. All of a sudden her eyebrows arched up and she smiled sweetly in her heart. Yeah, it's not a dream. Brother E is really in front of me. Really in front of me. It's okay, little brother E. Luo Xiaoke tightly grabbed Bai Xiaoyi's hand that wanted to retract back. This time you don't want to leave me again. Gulp. Bai Xiaoyi swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Originally the words sounded mortifying, but why did his own back feel cool? Ka-chow. Just then, the door to the hospital room suddenly opened in response, and a man and woman walked in. Wife, don't worry. The doctor said that our son doesn't have any major damage. He just needs to quietly recuperate. Well, my son's face has been looking all slightly better lately, and it scared the hell out of me when I first saw him. Bai Hao took Bai Jia's shoulders and gently relieved her. But when the two men's eyes looked at Bai Xiaoyi on the hospital bed, they were suddenly dumbstruck. Why is there a girl in our son's bed? At this time, Luo Xiaoke's face also brushed red, burying her head into Bai Xiaoyi's arms like an ostrich without moving. The only one left was Bai Xiaoyi awkwardly greeting Bai Hao. Bai Jia. Mom and Dad, I can actually explain. That's the way it happened. Bai Xiaoyi looked at Bai Jia, who had an anti-smile on her face, and said what had happened earlier. That's quite a coincidence. Quite a coincidence. Wife, you need to tighten up. Look at your mouth going up in the air. Ahem. Bai Jia coughed twice in a pretense of composure, then tenderly greeted Luo Xiaoke, who was under the covers. Child, your name is Luo Xiaoke, right? Can I call you Xiaoku? After a short while, half a head slowly floated out from the edge of the quilt. Can. Hello, uncle and auntie. So good and understanding. Bai Jia happily covered her cheeks excitedly. I heard from you that you, Xiaoku, were once Yi's classmate in elementary school? Yes. At that time, there was a situation at home and I went abroad. I didn't expect to be able to meet little brother E here. Egu, isn't this fate? Bai Jia covered her mouth and snickered. Xiaoke, what do you think of our family, Xiaoyi? Mom, what are you talking about? This one couldn't help but make Bai Xiaoyi, who was at the side, turn red, but his afterglow also intentionally looked toward Luo Xiaoku. Little brother E is very good. Luo Xiaoke looked up at the shy Bai Xiaoyi. then replied in a glutinous manner, Xiao Ku, very much. Ah. Bai Jie also dragged out an understandably long sound at this time, while taking Bai Hao's arm on the side. Oops. Auntie, I think the fruit I bought hasn't been taken from the stall yet, so your uncle and I will go back to take a look first. Sister Xiaoku, please make yourself at home. Our son is very introverted, so I'm counting on you. With that, Bai Jie took Bai Hao and pulled him outside. Fruit? What fruit? Just as Bai Hao was wondering, Bai Jie cupped one hand toward Bai Hao's waist. Hiss. Yeah. I think I remember something like that. Just like that, the couple left very quickly, and the purpose was also very clear. That is to indirectly set up Luo Xiaoko and Bai Xiaoyi. After all, with Bai Xiaoyi's cavalier character, he most likely won't go and take the initiative to find a girlfriend. But it's different now. With Luo Xiaoko, who has such a close relationship, his own son also has something to look forward to after all. Clang. As the door to the room closed, the whole atmosphere grew quieter. At this time, Luo Xiaoku, who was hiding in the quilt, immediately understood Bai Jie's meaning, which is not a default, so it was more bold, poked his head out and put his head to Bai Xiaoyi's ear. Brother Xiaoyi just heard Xiaoka's words. Right. Bai Xiaoyi's eyes fluttered, and the respirator on his mouth kept exhaling oxygen back and forth, finally nodding slowly. Listen, here, then doesn't Brother E have anything to say to Coco? Bai Xiaoyi asked with a red face pretending not to know. What did it say? Little Brother E is really naughty. Luo Xiaoka smiled evilly and sat up with a rollover, lifting one leg to straddle it. Little Coco, what are you doing? Get down here. Bai Xiaoyi wasn't because it was too heavy, but the action just made him shy. Humph, who told Brother Xiaoyi to be so dishonest? Luo Xiaoka seemed to have triggered some condition. Her heart grew more and more agitated, and before Bai Xiaoyi could say anything, she bent down and got in front of Bai Xiaoyi's face. Now can little Brother E answer my words? Bai Xiaoyi's language system and expression system at this time was completely attacked by Luo Xiaoku. The whole person is stuck in a general half a long time could not say a word. Since that's the case, then Xiaoku will take Brother Xiaoyi as your default even though that's just the only option you have. Luo Xiaoka's hand suddenly touched the respirator on Bai Xiaoyi's mouth. Xiaoka likes Brother Xiaoyi the most, and there's no need for a respirator or anything else. I'm fine with Xiaoku. Drip. There was a burst of machine alarms coming from the room, which anyone familiar with it would know was a warning that the patient wasn't wearing the proper medical equipment. Bai Xiaoyi Knight wanted to turn over to change a sleeping position when suddenly found his back as being something surrounded by hold. Turn around and found that actually is sleeping beside their own Luo Xiaoku. Coco's sister? Wasn't she in her own bed before going to sleep? Bai Xiaoyi muttered to himself in wonder, while carefully trying to roll back over, when suddenly Luo Xiaoka's cute voice came from beside his ears. Good evening, Brother E. Xiaoku, you're awake. Bai Xiaoyi shivered. Hugs, sorry for waking you up. Xiaoyi brother is really silly it. Luo Xiaoxiao laughed and jumped into Bai Xiaoyi's arms. Clear-eyed people know that they can come to Bai Xiaoyi's bed certainly did not sleep, but the dull Bai Xiaoyi instead thought that he had disturbed himself. Little Brother E, Xiaoku really likes you so much. Bai Xiaoyi suddenly blushed, but the pressure was too great for him to avoid, and in the end he could only tilt his head to the side and stammered. Coco-san, I'm running out of breath. Luo Xiaoka calmly stretched out her two hands and wrenched Bai Xiaoyi's head back, speaking quietly, then in that case this situation will be handed over to the caretaker Xiaoka Ba. Caretaker? Well, Bai Xiaoyi's eyes were wide open and his whole body was as if he was frozen in time. A tingling sensation surged up all over his body. He Luo Xiaoka looked down on the terrified Bai Xiaoyi like a playful little devil. It seems that Xiaoyi's brother's situation is not optimistic. Xiaoku will definitely do her best to resuscitate him. After saying these words, Luo Xiaoku untied his double ponytail and tied it into a single ponytail again and nodded his head before attaching himself again. Well, a few days later a doctor in a white coat looked at the listless Bai Xiaoyi and fell into deep thought. It's not right. By all rights it shouldn't be this week at this time. Is there some other illness that hasn't been checked out? Bai Xiaoyi lay on the bed and helplessly closed his eyes, leaving Luo Xiaoku, who was glowing on the hospital bed on the side, covering her mouth and smiling secretly. Years later a woman in a dress with a strip of long blonde hair resting on her shoulder was looking intently at a picture frame in her hand. Bad. How come it's this time of day? The sound of a man's anxiety came from the room, followed by a rustle of dressing and getting out of bed. Good morning, hubby. Luo Xiaoka poked her head into the door with a happy expression. Wife? Bai Xiaoyi couldn't care less. He was already almost 2 hours late. He hurriedly put on his pants and walked towards the door, but the moment he stepped out of the bedroom door, Luo Xiaoka's hand grabbed Bai Xiaoyi's arm tightly. What's wrong, wife? Rather than ignoring Luo Xiaoku, Bai Xiaoyi, who was already late, inquired as he straightened his tie. Is there something you want to tell me? Hubby, remember when we took this picture? Of course I know. Isn't this a picture we took together when we were in the hospital? How could I forget that time? Ha ha ha. Luo Xiaoke giggled as she helped Bai Xiaoyi straighten the tie on his chest, and finally stood on her tiptoes to plant a kiss on Bai Xiaoyi's cheeks. It's a good world with you. Why wouldn't I be the same? Bai Xiaoyi lowered his head and kissed Luo Xiaoke's forehead, then put on his jacket and said, I'll go to work then. Be good and recuperate at home. Luo Xiaoke looked down at her bulging belly and smiled towards Bai Xiaoyi again. Good, I'll be good and wait for you husband at home. After sending the departing Bai Xiaoyi away with her gaze, Luo Xiaoke picked up the photo frame in her hand again and smiled sweetly. The girl on the frame is Luo Xiaoke, and she is now lifting her head to gaze at her holding Bai Xiaoyi. Her eyes are full of inexhaustible expectations and strong love.